Chapter 1. Rebirth, the Return of the Emperor. I cannot fathom how a martial arts waste like you dares to humbly seek my woman's hand in marriage. His foot pressed upon Lin Yu's face, distorting it beyond recognition due to the overwhelming force. What? Lin Yu's gaze remained fixated upon the woman on the bed, who had yet to adorn herself. Her devilishly alluring figure, long and fair thighs, flawless skin, and a face both pure and exquisitely refined, she was undoubtedly a rare beauty. This was his girlfriend of over a year. An hour ago, Lin Yu, holding flowers, had arrived at her dormitory to surprise her, only to discover her in bed, stark naked, with Zhao Jiping, a prominent figure at their school. Zhao Jiping, a five-star martial master, enraged by the interruption, brutally assaulted Lin Yu. Lin Yu, since you have uncovered the truth, I shall no longer conceal it. From the very beginning, I have never regarded you as anything but a toad, nay, you are even beneath that, merely a waste. Refuse, O wretched insect. At that moment, Xiao Yeyun's beautiful face radiated disdain. If you hold no affection for me, why did you agree to be with me in the first place? Lin Yu felt an overwhelming weight in his chest. Because of your foolishness, you were willing to be a sycophant. With just a flick of my finger, you would grovel and offer me money, various cultivation resources, who would refuse a free ATM? Xiao Yeyun spoke as if it were the most natural thing in the world. Zhao Jiping looked down upon Lin Yu with a mocking glare, filled with derision. Lin Yu, I know you cannot accept it. You have coddled your beloved for a year without even holding her hand, while she has long been in my bed. No matter your discontent, in this world, strength reigns supreme. Compared to me, you are mere refuse, an insect. Accept your fate. As he spoke, Zhao Jiping pressed down harder, nearly crushing Lin Yu's face beneath his foot. Enough, darling, this disgusting creature sickens me. Quickly dispose of him, I still desire. Xiao Yeyun's eyes glimmered seductively. Witnessing this scene, an immense sense of desolation engulfed Lin Yu. Darling, I wish to play a grand game. Zhao Jiping grinned slyly, clearly not intending to let Lin Yu off that easily. And how do you intend to play? Xiao Yeyun, assuming he meant to indulge her, gazed at him with affection. Get up, you wretch. Zhao Jiping, as though dragging a lifeless dog, pulled Lin Yu to his feet and strode towards the window. My dear, what are you planning to do? Seeing this unfold, Xiao Yeyun was momentarily taken aback, puzzled. Quite simple. Lin Yu intruded upon your dormitory, intending to assault you, but I intervened. In a fit of rage, he attempted to strike me, and I cast him down. How does that story sound? Zhao Jiping spoke with conviction. Should this narrative unfold, he would emerge as the hero. Lin Yu would be the quintessential lecher, and Xiao Yeyun the victim. Consequently, her announcement of a breakup with Lin Yu would be entirely justified, sparing her from being labeled a heartless woman. Conversely, Lin Yu would be the scoundrel. Truly a masterstroke. Release me, you scoundrel. Lin Yu's fury was near its peak. Not only was he subjected to blatant humiliation, but now vile accusations were being hurled his way. Get lost. Before he could finish his retort, Zhao Jiping suddenly exerted force, pushing Lin Yu out of the window. Thud! This was the second floor. Zhao Jiping was aware that the fall would not be fatal. A mere fracture would suffice, and even if Lin Yu were to perish, what of it? He was merely a rapist, while Zhao Jiping fancied himself the embodiment of justice. Something's gone wrong. This was the girls' dormitory area, and as Lin Yu fell, a crowd quickly gathered. At that moment, Xiao Yun rushed to the window, her attire disheveled, and upon glancing down to see blood everywhere, her heart sank in alarm. What an utter misfortune! Zhao Jiping scoffed disdainfully, believing that a simple fracture was in order, but it appeared that Lin Yu might very well be dead. He is a rapist. He attempted to assault me. Don't let him escape. As the students below noticed Xiao Yeyun, she cried out in panic. Quick, apprehend him. Or perhaps we should first take him to the campus hospital. The crowd below buzzed with chatter. I'm not dead? No, how could I be here? As Lin Yu opened his eyes, a look of bewilderment crossed his face. He had ascended to the realm of the Emperor, known throughout the 9 heavens and 10 earths as the 9 Nether Emperor. He had attempted to take a critical step forward, but failed during the tribulation, suffering grievous injuries and being ambushed by several immortal kings from alien races. In the end, he chose to self-destruct, perishing alongside those immortal kings. Yet, Lin Yu never imagined that upon awakening, he would find himself reborn into his 18-year-old high school self. Memories of his past life surged through his mind like a tidal wave. Lin Yu hailed from a prestigious martial arts family. His grandfather was the Grand Martial Sovereign of the Great Xia, and his father was a 9-star martial sovereign, with experts abounding in their lineage. Alas, he was born with a defective meridian, incapable of cultivation, a true waste of potential. Despite this, his family showered him with affection even without the ability to train. They ensured his safety throughout his life. Yet, he foolishly fell in love with Xiao Yayan. Even after discovering her liaison with Zhao Jiping, he was so infatuated that he pilfered family treasures and took precious resources meant for his father's advancement, giving them to Xiao Yayan. Xiao Yayan then bestowed those items upon Zhao Jiping, whose father utilized the rare materials to continually break through, surpassing Lin Yu's father to become a grand martial sovereign first. Following an incident in a forbidden zone involving Lin Yu's grandfather, the Zhao family began to target the Lin family, devouring their assets and incapacitating many of their experts. The Lin family faced tragic consequences, with hundreds of their members nearly annihilated, and Lin Yu was cast aside like refuse, thrown into the forbidden zone. However, fate had other plans, a peerless being passed through the forbidden zone and discerned Lin Yu's possession of the 9 nether body, taking him on as a disciple. The being opened Lin Yu's meridians, and from that point on, his cultivation soared, ultimately avenging his family by annihilating the Zhao clan. Yet, the Lin family had already been extinguished, and no matter his power, he could not resurrect them. This has become Lin Yu's greatest regret, and perhaps it is this very regret that led to his failure in overcoming the tribulation. Now, the heavens have granted him a chance to start anew, and he is determined to rectify the regrets of the past. In this new life, the 9 Nether Emperor must live out a brilliance unlike any other. Chapter 2. What nonsense is this modesty? Damn it, I don't care who it is. If anyone dares to harm my son, I will ensure their demise. Though unseen, the voice alone is formidable. Upon hearing this long-lost yet familiar presence, Lin Yu felt a surge of warmth within his otherwise unruffled heart. Entering the hospital room was none other than Lin Yu's mother, Li Sufang. Even in her 40s, she remains a quintessential beauty, well-preserved enough that one might believe she is merely in her 30s. It is often said that a doting mother can lead to a wayward child. Lin Yu's character and actions in his previous life were directly influenced by his mother. Whatever Lin Yu desired, his mother would find a way to procure it for him. Even if he found himself in trouble, she would always smooth things over, including the time when he stole the family's treasured heirloom. Though his father raged in fury, his mother bore the brunt of it all. In the end, to secure a chance for Lin Yu's survival, she surrendered the last of the Lin family's wealth to the Zhao family and chose to end her own life. The school called, stating that you fell from the building. Tell me, dear, what truly happened? Was someone bullying you? Seeing her son lying in the hospital bed, his head bandaged like a dumpling, Li Sufang was filled with heartache. She rushed over upon receiving the school's call, having learned of her son's injury. Mom, no one hurt me. I accidentally fell, Lin Yu replied. In his past life, the school, concerned about its reputation, concocted such an excuse. After all, a rape incident among students would tarnish their image. Thus, they agreed to say that Zhao Shipong had pushed Lin Yu down the stairs, altering the narrative to one of an unfortunate accident. At that time, Lin Yu, still yearning to win back Xiao Yayun, acquiesced to the school's story. In this life, he similarly accepted it. Don't be afraid. If anyone bullies you, just tell me, and I will avenge you. Li Sufang expressed some doubt, her irritation evident. You mustn't heed your father's advice on everything. This nonsense of modesty must cease. In the future, at school, you should boldly declare that your grandfather is a great martial arts master, and that your father, along with your uncles and aunt, are all martial artists. Who would dare confront you then? Lin Yu found himself both amused and exasperated. Indeed, in his previous life, he had adhered to his father's teachings and remained exceedingly low-key at school. To this day, Xiao Yayun was unaware of Lin Yu's true family background, believing his family merely engaged in commerce, capable of securing ample cultivation resources. Otherwise, even if Zhao Shipong had 10 times the audacity, he would not have dared to act against Lin Yu. Of course, once Xiao Yayun discovered Lin Yu's true identity in his past life, her attitude towards him underwent a complete transformation, leaving him utterly captivated by her. Ultimately, he succumbed to her wishes and pilfered various treasures from his family. Unbeknownst to him, Xiao Yeyun's encouragement to steal these treasures was solely for Zhao Shipeng and the Zhao family. At that time, he had completely degraded into an obsequious follower. "Mom, my head hurts. I need to rest for a while." Fearing further admonishments from his mother, Lin Yu quickly sought an excuse. "Very well, rest well. And I will prepare something nourishing for you when I return home," Li Sufang replied, her face etched with concern. After Li Sufang left the hospital, Lin Yu began to examine his own body. What utter nonsense about the so-called wasted pulse. To put it plainly, it was merely a consequence of possessing the unparalleled nine-nether body. It was excessively domineering. Each time he absorbed the spiritual energy from the spirit stones or the energy transformed from the medicinal pills, it was all consumed by the nine-nether body, rendering him unable to store any in his dantian. Consequently, he found himself merely an ordinary person, unable to reach even the level of a martial artist. Now, however, Lin Yu was determined to start anew. He immediately commenced the cultivation of the nine-nether divine art, an extraordinary technique he had acquired a century after his previous life, perfectly suited to his nine-nether body, allowing him to cultivate it ahead of time. The first volume of the nine-nether divine art read, "Heaven obtains unity through the clarity of sun, moon, and stars. Earth obtains unity through the tranquility of pearls and treasures. Humanity obtains unity through the preservation of spirit and essence." As Lin Yu practiced, a chilling aura gradually enveloped his body. Simultaneously, wisps of exceedingly faint spiritual energy began to permeate into Lin Yu's being. The nine-nether body commenced its awakening. Suddenly, Lin Yu's body trembled slightly. A fluctuation of spiritual power finally emerged in his dantian, coalescing into the shape of a milky white star, signifying his successful entry into the realm of a one-star martial artist. A faint smile graced Lin Yu's lips as he continued to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, entering a deeper state. Two-star martial artist. In the blink of an eye, he had broken through yet another minor realm. Such speed was unprecedented, yet for Lin Yu, this was merely an appetizer. "Principal son, do not blame me for not warning you. Should anything happen to my son at your school, the Lin family shall not rest until justice is served." Lin Yu was unaware that after leaving the campus clinic, his mother had gone directly to confront the school principal. "Rest assured, Madam Lin, the school maintains strict management. I guarantee that nothing will happen to young Master Lin," the principal replied with a beaming smile. He had just learned that Lin Yu was indeed the young master of the Lin family, the foremost family in Yang City. The Lin family was a colossal presence. Should they sneeze, the entire city would tremble. Fortunately, the school had managed to suppress the incident of the assault. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. Outside the principal's office, Xiao Yeyun and Zhao Jipeng listened in astonishment. They could hardly fathom that the overly sycophantic individual was indeed the young master of the Lin family. They had come to the principal's office with the intent of leveraging Lin Yu's situation to gain some benefits from the school, but upon hearing this revelation, their minds shifted entirely. "Darling, no wonder that sycophant could provide you with so many resources. I believe if you employ some tactics, he might offer even more, particularly high-grade spirit stones. My father has already reached the 8-star martial master realm, with a substantial supply of top-tier spirit stones. He could undoubtedly break through to the 9-star martial master realm, or even attain the great martial master level." Zhao Jipeng gazed at Xiao Yeyun with eager anticipation. "Our dealings have been seen by him. How could he possibly grant me resources now?" Xiao Yeyun lamented, wishing she had demanded more from Lin Yu. Knowing now of his influential background, I have a plan." Zhao Jipeng flashed a wicked smile and whispered softly in Xiao Yeyun's ear, "For you. I shall give it a try, though it may mean he will take advantage of me." Xiao Yeyun pouted her cherry lips, feeling a tinge of reluctance. "My dear, rest assured, I shall compensate you handsomely. Once Lin Yu's utility is waned, I will personally deal with him, and I will proudly bring you home as my bride." At this moment, Zhao Jipeng was intent on charming Xiao Yeyun. The Lin family of Yang City. Xiao Yeyun felt a flicker of disappointment within her. Alas, Lin Yu was a hopeless waste incapable of cultivation. Had he possessed the ability, combined with his superior looks and the prestigious background of the Lin family, how could she ever have chosen Zhao Jipeng? 6-star warrior. Within the confines of the hospital room, in the span of merely 2 hours, Lin Yu had achieved successive breakthroughs. Chapter 3. I shall annihilate that scoundrel couple. "Mother, I yearn for some high-grade spirit stones." Lin Yu understood that ordinary spirit stones held little value for him. and to swiftly enhance his prowess, only high-grade and supreme spirit stones would suffice. Consequently, Lin Yu placed a call to his mother. What do you need high-grade spirit stones for? Are you in a financial bind? Feel free to tell me how much you require. Li Sufang inquired without a second thought. Mother, I feel that my body is capable of absorbing spiritual energy and storing it in my dantian, so I wish to experiment with high-grade spirit stones. Lin Yu expressed delicately. Really? My son, can your dantian truly store spiritual energy? Li Sufang was overwhelmed with joy. Her son's inability to cultivate had been her greatest sorrow. If it were possible, she would willingly exchange anything for her son to cultivate like a normal person. She sought not for him to be invincible, but even to be akin to an ordinary martial artist would suffice for her contentment. Now, hearing that her son could store spiritual energy, her happiness knew no bounds. Yes, it should work. Lin Yu nodded affirmatively. Very well, I shall procure some spirit stones for you. Li Sufang was beside herself with excitement. Even the slightest chance was worth a try. My son, here are the spirit stones I brought for you. Approximately an hour later, Li Sufang hurried to the hospital. Retrieving the spirit stones from her spatial ring, gazing at the substantial pile of high-grade spirit stones, along with a few supreme spirit stones, Lin Yu was filled with emotion. Truly, the Yang family, being the foremost family in the city, possessed immense wealth. They often say that being born into the right family is an art. And it certainly rang true. The cultivation resources available to him were unparalleled. Son, try these out first. If they can aid you, you may have as many spirit stones as you desire. Li Sufang looked at Lin Yu with eager anticipation. Just then, a knock echoed from the hospital room door. Immediately after, a slender figure entered without hesitation. Lin Yu. It was none other than Xiao Yayun. Upon entering, she caught sight of the abundant spirit stones on the table, her pupils contracting in surprise. High-grade spirit stones were priceless, and not merely available for the wealthy. Supreme spirit stones were exceedingly rare. Even with the knowledge of Lin Yu's identity, she found herself parched and her heart racing. She never anticipated that Lin Yu would hide such treasures. Who are you? Li Sufang's eyes brightened upon seeing a girl visiting her son. Auntie, I am Lin Yu's girlfriend. Xiao Yayun. Xiao Yayun smiled gently, responding with poise. One must be shameless to be invincible. Witnessing Xiao Yayun's confident and graceful demeanor, Lin Yu was impressed. However, he chose not to reveal her true nature in front of his mother, opting not to refute her. You are my son's girlfriend? Li Sufang inquired with newfound interest. Indeed. We have been in a relationship for over a year. He was injured, and I came specifically to care for him. Xiao Yayun nodded earnestly. The child has truly grown splendidly. Mother, I now require some rest. You should return home. Fearing that his mother might produce some kind of welcome gift, Lin Yu hastily interrupted her impending words. All right, I shall not be a third wheel. I will leave now. Li Sufang understood and left the hospital room with a cheerful demeanor. Lin Yu, I must apologize. You have misunderstood the situation. It was not as you perceived. I was coerced by Zhao Jipeng. He threatened me, stating that if I resisted, he would take your life during the school trial. That is why I felt compelled to be with him. My heart has always belonged to you. In the realm of acting, Xiao Yayun was undoubtedly exceptional. Just moments ago she wore a radiant smile, yet in an instant, her eyes brimmed with tears. Is there anything else? Lin Yu cast a nonchalant glance at her. Have you forgiven me? Xiao Yayun's face was alight with hope. If there is nothing further, you may leave. Lin Yu could hardly be bothered to engage with her. What he required most at that moment was time. He simply wished to recover his strength as swiftly as possible. Lin Yu, I know you still harbor feelings for me. You are merely struggling to accept what has transpired. I do not blame you. I assure you, my heart has only ever belonged to you. I love only you. Please rest well, and I shall visit you this evening. Xiao Yayun gazed at him with longing. In her eyes, Lin Yu's lack of fury or madness indicated that he still loved her. He merely found it difficult to accept her relationship with Zhao Jipeng. She had devised a plan, intending to return that evening, to sacrifice a bit of her allure, enticing Lin Yu to share his spirit stones with her. With those spirit stones, both her man and her future father-in-law would experience remarkable advancements in power. Lin Yu paid her no heed. Once she departed, he casually picked up a spirit stone and placed it at his dantian, swiftly absorbing its energy. The speed of his absorption was astonishing. 7-star warrior. After consuming over a dozen ordinary spirit stones, his cultivation surged once more. He selected a superior spirit stone to continue his absorption. 8-star warrior, 9-star warrior, 1-star master, 2-star master. It was no surprise that this superior spirit stone facilitated such rapid advancement. Typically, for an average individual, transitioning from a warrior to a master involves overcoming significant obstacles, requiring gradual refinement, insight, and substantial accumulation of strength, while seeking the opportune moment for a decisive breakthrough. However, for Lin Yu, retracing his previous path posed no such barriers. He even felt that the absorption was too slow. Thus, he decided to accumulate all the spirit stones at his dantian and absorb them simultaneously. An influx of energy surged into his dantian, transforming into pure spiritual power. Naturally, this energy also nourished Lin Yu's 9-nether body. 3-star master, 4-star master, 5-star master, 6-star master, 7-star master, 8-star master, 9-star master. It is a pity that upon reaching the level of a 9-star martial artist, all the spiritual stones before him had transformed into mere ordinary rocks. In simpler terms, further advancement necessitated a greater accumulation of spiritual stones. Just as Lin Yu was poised to rise from his bed, the door was violently flung open, and a short-haired beauty hurriedly burst into the room. With elegantly arched eyebrows, captivating and soulful eyes, a delicate nose, and cheeks slightly flushed, her lips resembled glistening cherries. Her oval face radiated a jade-like brilliance, and her skin was as smooth as snow, exuding an ethereal beauty. If one were to assign a score, she would undoubtedly surpass 9 points, outshining Xiao Yeyun by a significant margin. Wang Xiaoyu. Upon seeing her, Lin Yu felt a warmth envelop his heart. Their families shared a long-standing friendship, and the two of them had grown up together, akin to inseparable comrades since their kindergarten days, with Wang Xiaoyu always acting as his protector. Alas, in his past life, Lin Yu had been oblivious, viewing Wang Xiaoyu merely as a good buddy. It was only when calamity befell the Lin family that Wang Xiaoyu, undeterred, sought to avenge them, willing to risk her life for his sake. Regrettably, her own family was in dire straits and unable to assist her. Wang Xiaoyu even chose to confront Zhao Jipeng's father alone, ultimately leading to her tragic demise. This was the greatest sorrow Lin Yu carried in his heart. They say you attempted to assault Xiao Yeyun, only to be caught in the act by Zhao Jipeng. I refuse to believe it. Perhaps that treacherous pair conspired against you. If that is the case, I shall not hesitate to put an end to those two vile individuals. Wang Xiaoyu exclaimed, her voice laced with fury. Chapter 4 Caught red-handed. Yet you still dare to argue. Just as I remembered, your temper remains as explosive as ever. Of course, Wang Xiaoyu's prowess is not to be underestimated. A 6-star martial artist, she surpasses Zhao Jipeng in rank. She is ranked among the top 50 in the high school division, and gaining admission to a prestigious university is undoubtedly within her grasp. I am feeling quite famished. Accompany me for a bite to eat. Lin Yu deftly shifted the topic and strode towards the exit. Very well, let us first procure some sustenance. Then we shall have the energy to settle the score with that pair of shameless individuals. How dare they deceive my brother? Wang Xiaoyu is not only a beauty, but also a true foodie. Yet, she has always disapproved of Lin Yu's association with Xiao Yeyun. In her eyes, Xiao Yeyun is merely exploiting Lin Yu, and she has witnessed them together with Zhao Jipeng on more than one occasion. Regrettably, Lin Yu remains obstinately unconvinced. On one occasion, Wang Xiaoyu even captured a photograph of them together, yet Lin Yu stubbornly insisted that Xiao Yeyun and Zhao Jipeng were merely friends, akin to his own relationship with Wang Xiaoyu. In 3 days, our school will commence team formations to venture into the periphery of the Forbidden Zone for pre-examination trials. At that time, you and I shall be in the same group. I will look after you, Wang Xiaoyu declared boldly as they walked along. The trials are exclusive to the senior class, designed to enhance students' practical abilities, with the hope that they will elevate their ranks through these experiences, thus achieving better results in the college entrance examination. Within the Forbidden Zone lurk various formidable exotic races and beasts. However, the outskirts contain only lesser creatures, not overly powerful, making it a suitable practice ground for students. Nevertheless, even in such circumstances, each year, 1/10 of the students perish during the trials. To think, it truly is the case that enemies are drawn together. Lin Yu was taken aback when he and Wang Xiaoyu arrived at the restaurant to find Xiao Yeyun and Zhao Jipeng there as well. Witnessing their intimate display, Wang Xiaoyu was seething with rage. Lin Yu, You mustn't misunderstand. Xiao Yeyun was equally taken aback. Lin Yu, having sustained such serious injuries, should have been in the hospital, so how could he possibly be here? This left her at a loss for words, her speech faltering. Misunderstand? How dare you? Caught in the act, and you still attempt to argue. You little vixen. I warn you, keep your distance from Lin Yu from now on, or I shall make you pay dearly. As Xiao Yeyun feigned innocence once more, Wang Xiaoyu was consumed with fury. Some matters must be clarified. Zhao Jiping interjected leisurely. What do you mean by that? Wang Xiaoyu frowned slightly. Ignoring her, Zhao Jiping's gaze shifted to Lin Yu. Lin Yu, since you have seen this, I shall not conceal the truth any longer. Indeed, Xiao Yeyun is my woman. However, you attempted to assault my woman. Surely you owe me an explanation. Initially intending to use Xiao Yeyun's charm to his advantage, Zhao Jiping now realized a different approach was required. What explanation? Lin Yu bore a half-smile, a semblance of amusement playing on his lips. It was quite simple. Provide us with 40 high-grade spirit stones as compensation for the damage to my woman's reputation and her emotional distress. Otherwise, we shall promptly report you for attempted rape. Zhao Jiping fixed his gaze upon Lin Yu. Having just heard from Xiao Yeyun that Lin Yu's mother had bestowed upon him a considerable sum of high-grade spirit stones. Go ahead and report me. I am indifferent. Lin Yu shrugged, contemplating the score between himself and Zhao Jiping, which would be settled in due time. To eliminate his adversary in one fell swoop would only serve to grant him an undeserved mercy. Zhao Jiping was momentarily taken aback, quickly realizing that given Lin Yu's background, even if he were to force himself upon Xiao Yeyun, he could likely resolve any ensuing issues with ease. Thus, Zhao's threats bore no weight whatsoever. Stop! Xiao Yeyun cried in desperation as Lin Yu turned to leave. Lin Yu cast a casual glance her way, perplexed as to what had drawn him to her in his past life, to the extent of being bewitched. Lin Yu, we have been together for so long. You cannot simply cast me aside. You must compensate me for the loss of my youth, she insisted, her resolve unwavering as she sought the spirit stones from Zhao Jiping. Xiao Yeyun, have you no shame? During your time with Lin Yu, he provided you with abundant resources for cultivation. And what have you given him? To this day, he hasn't even touched you, and yet you dare to demand compensation for lost youth? Do you believe I won't beat you so badly that your mother won't recognize you? Wang Xiaoyu retorted angrily, rolling up her sleeves in preparation for a confrontation. Enough. Do not let such a person ruin our mood, Lin Yu scoffed. Lin Yu, you shall not leave. Xiao Yeyun attempted to grasp his sleeve. However, Wang Xiaoyu suddenly exuded an overwhelming aura. Under the pressure of this formidable presence, Xiao Yeyun staggered back several steps, her face pale. Wang Xiaoyu, do not go too far. Zhao Jiping's expression darkened as he glared at her. I will go as far as I please. What can you do about it? If you wish to fight, I am more than willing. Wang Xiaoyu replied with a disdainful expression. Previously, she had afforded Xiao Yeyun some measure of respect for Lin Yu's sake. But now that Lin Yu was being bullied, she would not stand idly by. Zhao Jiping's expression fluctuated between anger and contemplation as he cast a meaningful glance at Lin Yu, ultimately grasping Xiao Yeyun's hand and leading her away. One could not deny that Zhao Jiping possessed remarkable patience, akin to that of a ninja turtle. Had it been anyone else, they likely would have resorted to violence by now. Of course, Zhao's wisdom lay in his understanding that, in terms of strength, he was slightly inferior to Wang Xiaoyu. Thus any confrontation would only serve to humiliate himself. Hence, he chose to endure. Brother Pong, are we to let this matter go unresolved? Xiao Yeyun's discomfort grew at the thought of Lin Yu aligning himself with Wang Xiaoyu. Rest assured, I have attained the pinnacle of a 5-star martial master. And with the spiritual stones prepared by my father, I am confident that I can advance to a 6-star martial master, or even a 7-star martial master. Before the trials commence, when we enter the realm of trials, we shall decisively deal with them. A glint of malice flickered in Zhao Jiping's eyes. Brother Peng, I believe in your capabilities, said Xiao Yeyun, her face alight with anticipation. She had invested everything in Zhao Jiping. In her heart, he was unparalleled. Here you go. In the private room, Wang Xiaoyu casually produced a jade pendant and pressed it into Lin Yu's hand with no room for argument. Could this possibly be a token of affection? Lin Yu quipped, feeling the warmth still lingering on the jade pendant. Do not be absurd. This is a talisman given to me by my grandfather. If you crush the jade pendant, it will unleash a strike from a grand martial master. Zhao Jiping is cunning and treacherous, and I cannot be by your side at all times. Thus, In critical moments, you may use it to save your life. Wang Xiaoyu spoke with utmost seriousness. Chapter 5. Reveal the person, not their flaws. Strike, but not in the face. After speaking, Wang Xiaoyu retrieved an item from her spatial ring. It was the golden silkworm garment, crafted from a millennium's worth of silkworm silk, impervious to blades, bullets, and the ravages of fire and water. Wear this for your protection, she insisted, pressing the garment into Lin Yu's hands. Remember, don't act recklessly in times of crisis. Listening to Wang Xiaoyu's earnest words, Lin Yu felt a profound sense of gratitude. In his previous life, he had been blind, foolishly severing ties with Wang Xiaoyu for the sake of that vile woman, Xiao Yayan. After they finished dinner, Wang Xiaoyu returned to school, while Lin Yu headed straight home. Mom, I wish to enter our family's secret chamber for cultivation. Lin Yu approached Li Sufang with determination. Cultivating in the secret chamber? Absolutely, Li Sufang replied without hesitation. The Lin family's secret chamber was a unique place, rich in spiritual energy, making cultivation significantly more effective. With a sudden movement, Li Sufang struck, and Lin Yu instinctively countered. It could be said that Li Sufang was merely testing, using minimal force, while Lin Yu's response was equally hasty. Incredible! You truly can cultivate, Li Sufang exclaimed, her excitement palpable. After all, claiming one could cultivate was one thing, but actual results were another matter entirely. As a 3-star martial master, Li Sufang was formidable in her own right. However, the power Lin Yu had just displayed hinted that her beloved son was not to be underestimated. Amidst her shock, her heart brimmed with joy. Let me fetch you some spirit stones, she said without a second thought, heading to another location. The Lin family possessed a plethora of cultivation resources, and fortuitously, Li Sufang was responsible for managing these assets. For her precious son, she would not hesitate to bring in the entire stock. Thus, as soon as Lin Yu entered the secret chamber, Li Sufang arrived with a batch of spirit stones, many of which were of medium to high quality. Mom, is it really appropriate to take this many spirit stones at once? Lin Yu felt a warmth in his heart, yet a sense of unease lingered. Although Li Sufang oversaw the resources, taking cultivation materials without permission could lead to accountability, which could be quite troublesome. Not at all. These spirit stones were originally meant for your father to ascend to the great martial master level. As his son, it is only right you utilize them. Focus on your cultivation. I'll keep this a secret. Li Sufang winked. Having just assessed her son's strength, she believed he had at least reached the martial master realm. With the impending college entrance examination, Li Sufang was determined to expedite her son's growth. As for her husband's cultivation, whether it was delayed a few days mattered little. Her son came first, she was second, and her husband, third. This is wonderful. With these resources and the chamber's environment, Lin Yu felt as if he had been granted wings. It is worth noting that even within the Lin family, ordinary individuals required special contributions to access the secret chamber for cultivation. The pinnacle of 9-star martial master, continuously absorbing the spiritual energy from the spirit stones. It converged into the 9-nether body, transforming into a torrent that ultimately settled within the Dantian. A 1-star martial sovereign. After reaching the pinnacle of martial master, Lin Yu, with unwavering determination, continued to absorb the spiritual energy from the spirit stones, completely depleting those his mother had prepared for him, and directly ascended to the martial sovereign realm. However, for Lin Yu, this was still far from sufficient. He persisted in his absorption, even when the spirit stones were exhausted. The secret chamber itself, constructed from various spirit stones and treasures, harbored an abundance of spiritual energy. While it might pose a challenge for others to absorb the energy within the chamber, for Lin Yu, who possessed the 9-nether body, it was as effortless as breathing. He activated the 9-nether heart method, and the spiritual energy surged wildly into his body. 2-star martial sovereign, 3-star martial sovereign, 4-star martial sovereign. Within 3 days, Lin Yu ascended multiple levels, only ceasing upon reaching the pinnacle of 4-star martial sovereign. As he surveyed his surroundings, the once vibrant secret chamber now lay dim and lifeless. What was once a cultivation chamber had devolved into an ordinary small room. Given Lin Yu's current condition, further ascension required a substantial amount of spirit stones. Yet he refrained from requesting any from his mother. Lin Yu understood that his father and family also needed spirit stones for their cultivation. Thus he resolved to wait until the trial in 3 days, where he could slay the formidable beasts and obtain their cores for his own training. Presently, Being a 4-star martial sovereign coupled with the 9 nether body had significantly amplified Lin Yu's strength. How exasperating. Lin Yu had just exited the secret chamber when he overheard his mother venting her frustrations. "Mom, what's the matter?" Lin Yu asked, perplexed. "Sun Yu has brought home a boyfriend, and it seems they are preparing for an engagement," Li Sufang exclaimed, her expression filled with anger. Lin Yu was quite familiar with Sun Yu, the beloved daughter of the head of the Sun family, the second most prominent family in Yang City. Often hailed as the most beautiful woman in Yang City, Lin Yu and Sun Yu had a childhood betrothal. However, Sun Yu was an extraordinary talent. A seed candidate from the first high school of Yang City, ranking 10th in martial prowess. Recently, she had been exceptionally admitted to Nan University with her 4-star martial sovereign achievement, her future appearing exceptionally bright. In contrast, Lin Yu was deemed a waste incapable of cultivation. Consequently, both families had ceased to mention the betrothal between their children, fully aware that even if the Lin family possessed great strength, Lin Yu was unworthy of Sun Yu. Thus, Lin Yu had engaged in romantic relationships at school. Earlier, when Xiao Yiyun claimed to be Lin Yu's girlfriend, Li Sufang was quite pleased. "Mom, she has better options. We should wish her well," Lin Yu said with a faint smile, not taking it to heart. After all, he had once been a waste, and it was only natural that she had not chosen him. She was free to seek a partner and even become engaged. But sending a notice of engagement withdrawal, what could that possibly signify? Li Sufang was indignant. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu's expression darkened slightly. As the saying goes, one should not expose others' shortcomings, nor should one strike the face of another. If two individuals are truly incompatible, then both families are well aware of it. Even if Sun Yu finds a boyfriend, or even becomes engaged, the Lin family will remain silent, for Lin Yu is but a waste incapable of cultivation. The crux of the matter is that if a notice of annulment is delivered, it would be an unabashed slap in the face. "Mother, rest assured, I shall reclaim the dignity that has been lost," Lin Yu said with a faint smile before departing with grace. "My son has grown." Li Sufang watched his retreating figure, her heart swelling with pride. "Peng Go, do you think that waste will dare to skip the trial?" Outside the trial's forbidden zone, Xiao Yiyun scanned the surroundings, failing to catch sight of Lin Yu. "Damn it, I almost forgot. A useless person like him would only be courting death by participating. He must be hiding like a coward," Zhao Jipeng lamented, feeling a tinge of disappointment. Now, having broken through to the 7-star martial master realm, he longed to showcase his prowess during the trial, yet he felt regret for the lost opportunity to humiliate Lin Yu. However, as his gaze fell upon Wang Xiaoyu's slender silhouette, a spark of fervor ignited in his eyes. Chapter 6. Finally, the time to unleash Wang Xiaoyu was revered as the goddess of their high school, often hailed as the most beautiful girl of 8th high school. Despite her fiery temperament, her physique and beauty were beyond reproach. Capturing Wang Xiaoyu's heart would not only grant him the affection of a stunning maiden, but also provide a golden opportunity to forge a matrimonial alliance with the Wang family, the third prominent family of Yang City, an advantageous prospect for both him and the Zhao family. At that moment, outside the restricted zone, over 20,000 high school students from 8 schools in Yang City had gathered, all there to participate in the trial. To enhance their abilities in preparation for the imminent college entrance examination, Lin Yu's school, 8th High School, was at the bottom tier among Yang City's high schools. Nevertheless, with over 4,000 students, achieving a rank within the top 100 allowed them to gain admission to prestigious universities, while those within the top 500 could still secure a place in ordinary institutions. However, in terms of seed candidates, they paled in comparison to other schools. For instance, the top student at 8th High School held a rank of 9-star martial artist, whereas the 10th-ranked student at 1st High School, Sun Yu, had already reached the 4-star martial sovereign level, with nearly 100 students above that rank. The top student from 8th High School would find themselves ranked beyond the 100th position at 1st High School. Undoubtedly, 1st High School boasted an impressive admission rate of around 60% to prestigious universities each year, with the remaining students successfully entering regular universities, achieving a 100% progression rate. The disparity between the two institutions was stark. "Look, that trash Lin Yu actually dared to show up for the trial." Suddenly, Xiao Yeyun's eyes gleamed with surprise. In fact, many students from 8th High School were equally astonished to see Lin Yu's appearance, as they believed he possessed no martial prowess and was merely courting death by participating in the school's trial. "Lin Yu, do you realize that every year, A portion of students participating in the trials meet their demise. Your situation is unique. The teachers could permit you to abstain from the trial. A middle-aged man with a benevolent demeanor approached Lin Yu, speaking earnestly. He was Lin Yu's homeroom teacher and held a favorable opinion of him. Rest assured, Teacher Ma, I merely wish to broaden my horizons, and with Wang Xiaoyu safeguarding me, I shall come to no harm, Lin Yu replied with a faint smile. Very well. Just exercise caution, Teacher Ma said, shaking his head in resignation. Now announcing, the trial in the forbidden zones of Yang City High Schools officially begins. Each school will enter the restricted area according to designated zones. At that moment, the announcement blared over the loudspeakers. The 8 high schools would access the forbidden zone through various entry points, with each class assigned specific locations. For instance, Class 3, which Lin Yu belonged to, had a small passageway. Despite the presence of over 20,000 students, they were but a drop in the ocean compared to the vastness of the forbidden grounds. Wow, this forbidden area is immense. I want to venture into the forest to hunt exotic beasts and seize their cores to enhance my cultivation. Let us form a group. That would minimize our risks. Once the students entered the forbidden zone, they were all filled with excitement, engaging in lively discussions. Some chose to band together, while others opted for solitary exploration. The trial period lasted a month, after which they could return here and exit the restricted area. Henggu, should we follow them and seize the opportunity to vent our frustrations? Xiao Yeyun directed her gaze towards Lin Yu, noticing him departing with Wang Xiaoyu. She exclaimed urgently, wait, the trial has only just begun. Let us first hunt some exotic beasts to enhance our strength, Zhao Jiping replied with a knowing smile. Having already advanced to the rank of 7-star martial master, dismissing any concern for Wang Xiaoyu. Lin Yu, although we are merely practicing at the periphery of the forbidden area, there are still certain dangers. Therefore, you must stick closely behind me and refrain from wandering, Wang Xiaoyu chattered on as she led Lin Yu into the forest. Understood, Lin Yu responded, feeling a warmth in his heart despite her incessant talking. The so-called exotic beasts came in various forms. The weaker ones were only slightly stronger than ordinary wild animals and were utterly helpless before a martial artist. With a swift motion, Wang Xiaoyu wielded her longsword, immediately dispatching any exotic beasts that appeared. As they progressed, she successfully eliminated 7 or 8 exotic beasts, extracting their cores along the way. Throughout the ordeal, she diligently protected Lin Yu, fearing he might suffer even the slightest harm, and generously shared half of the cores she obtained with him. Lin Yu, however, found little interest in these cores, as the spiritual energy contained within was far too weak, amounting to less than 1/10 of a low-grade spirit stone. Currently, his desire was to venture deeper in hopes of encountering more formidable exotic beasts rather than these feeble creatures. Given Wang Xiaoyu's capabilities, she could delve up to 500 meters into the area, yet she remained at the edge of the forbidden zone, prioritizing Lin Yu's safety by staying close to him, which left him feeling quite frustrated. Xiaoyu, I'm feeling a bit fatigued. I would like to return to the camp for a few days of rest. Is that all right? Lin Yu proposed. Wang Xiaoyu felt utterly defeated by Lin Yu's suggestion. It was only the second day of the trial, and Lin Yu had been following her closely without needing to lift a finger. How could he possibly be tired? All right, you may return to the camp for rest. Regardless of how many exotic beasts I slay, we will split the cores equally. She conceded with a nod. At the very edge of the forbidden zone lay the resting camp provided by the school, equipped with various supplies and medical personnel. Should any student return injured or in need of supplies, they could safely return to the camp, where supervising teachers and doctors, much stronger than the students, ensured a secure environment. Finally free to act, Lin Yu stretched his limbs after parting from Wang Xiaoyu, swiftly donned a prepared mask, and ventured deeper into the forbidden zone. From the fringes, he ventured deep into the forbidden zone, 500 meters, 1,000 meters, 1,500 meters, and finally 2,000 meters. With each advance, the ferocity of the beasts he encountered escalated significantly. By the time Lin Yu reached 1,500 meters, he was already confronting creatures whose strength rivaled that of a martial sovereign. In his pursuit of self-refinement and strength enhancement, Lin Yu engaged these beasts with nothing but his bare hands. Upon penetrating 2,000 meters, he successfully ascended from the pinnacle of a 4-star martial sovereign to a 5-star martial sovereign. Suddenly, a beast appeared behind him. With a swift turn, Lin Yu obliterated its skull and promptly extracted its core. A deafening roar echoed ahead, and Lin Yu's spirit surged as he dashed forward. Upon nearing the source of the sound, he spotted 2 men and 2 women, clearly a team undertaking trials. But to his surprise, among them was his former fiancée, the one who had called off their engagement. Chapter 7. All I want is for you to live well. Sun Yueru, with her standard oval face, lustrous black hair, snow-white skin, and rosy lips, exuded a certain enchanting charm. However, her current condition was far from favorable. Her body bore several wounds, blood flowing incessantly, and her complexion was pallid. The other 3 companions were similarly afflicted, all sustaining injuries. Before them stood a monstrous beast, its aura alone indicative of possessing the strength of at least a 7-star martial sovereign. In contrast, Sun Yueru and her companions were not as formidable. Sun Yueru herself was a 4-star martial sovereign, while her male counterpart possessed the highest strength among them at 6-star martial sovereign. Another female companion was slightly weaker, being a 3-star martial sovereign, yet her partner achieved the rank of 4-star martial sovereign. With 1 6-star martial sovereign, 2 4-star martial sovereigns, and 1 3-star martial sovereign, it could be said that their team was quite impressive. Alas, their misfortune lay in encountering a beast of 7-star martial sovereign strength. Of course, their predicament was also a consequence of their greed. The high school trials typically took place within a 2,000-meter radius, and venturing beyond that boundary often led to encounters with beasts of 6th-grade martial sovereign and above. Yueru, we may very well perish here, Han Lin remarked, his face etched with bitterness. They were all seed players from Yang City's #1 high school, with him ranking first. He had intended to propose to Sun Yueru after the college entrance examination, yet here they were, confronted by a formidable beast. To die alongside you would be my only regret. Sun Yueru's eyes shimmered with tenderness. Do not despair. Let us unite our strength and fight with all we have. Even if this beast were to slay us, we shall take a part of it with us, Guo Chuang declared with determination. Indeed, we shall confront this monster together. Su Xuelan inhaled deeply, realizing there was no alternative left. The 4 of them regrouped and lunged towards the beast in unison. Boom. Unfortunately, the beast struck with its claws, sending the 4 of them flying like kites with severed strings, crashing heavily onto the ground. Immediately thereafter, the beast soared into the air, its sharp claws aimed at Sun Yueru's heart. Sun Yueru's mind went blank, reminiscent of how humans extract the cores of beasts. Some beasts relish devouring human hearts, believing it would enhance their own strength. The anticipated pain did not arrive. When Sun Yueru opened her eyes, disbelief washed over her. A young man had seized the beast by its neck, and despite the creature's struggles, it could not free itself from his grasp. With a swift motion, the young man plunged his hand into the beast's abdomen, deftly retrieving its core, and casually discarded the corpse onto the ground. Not only Sun Yueru, but also Han Lin, Su Xuelan, and Guo Chuang were utterly bewildered. It was common knowledge that, for the trials of Yang City's high school seniors, all bystanders had been removed from the vicinity. In essence, within this restricted zone, only students remained, with no one else present. Even as a teacher, one can only remain at the periphery of the forbidden zone, with an absolute prohibition against venturing deeper within. The first high school was originally the finest institution in Yang City, and Han Lin, the boyfriend of Sun Yueru, not only ranked first in the school, but also stood among the top 3 in the entire senior year of Yang City, possibly even first overall. Now, witnessing someone effortlessly slay a beast of the 7-star martial sovereign realm with bare hands left them utterly bewildered. Could it be that among the students undergoing trials in Yang City, there existed such a formidable contender? Wait, may I ask which school you are from? As the young man prepared to leave, Su Xuelan hastily inquired, for he could be considered their savior. Unfortunately, before she could finish her sentence, the young man had already departed. Although Sun Yueru had called off her engagement, bringing disgrace to the Lin family, Lin Yu could not simply stand by and watch as Sun Yueru and her companions were slaughtered by beasts. Thus, he acted decisively. The core of a 7-star martial sovereign beast was equivalent to a high-grade spirit stone, which was indeed a considerable gain for Lin Yu. After a week of hunting, Lin Yu had amassed a bountiful harvest. All the relatively powerful beasts in the vicinity had fallen to his prowess. Were it not for the guards stationed at the Forbidden Zone, he would have eagerly delved deeper. Even so, Lin Yu had slain a substantial number of beasts, all of which were of the martial sovereign realm. beasts below the martial sovereign realm did not even merit his attention. Regrettably, besides the earlier incident where he rescued Sun Yuuru by dispatching a 7-star martial sovereign beast, all others were below that rank. In Lin Yu's perspective, only by consuming valuable resources could they truly belong to him. Hence, upon acquiring these cores, he sought a secluded spot to begin absorbing the spiritual energy contained within. Achieving the 6-star and 7-star martial sovereign ranks, Lin Yu felt quite satisfied with this outcome, as each advancement within the martial sovereign realm necessitated vast resources. Upon returning to the edge of the Forbidden Zone, Lin Yu removed the human skin mask from his face, revealing his true appearance. He had initially done so to avoid unnecessary complications. Lin Yu, you scoundrel, where have you been? As he neared the camp, he was met by Wang Xiaoyu, who approached him with an exhausted expression, filled with indignation. Upon closer inspection, it was evident that she had visibly deteriorated over the brief span of just a few days. According to Lin Yu's plan, the supplies on Wang Xiaoyu's person should have sufficed for about 10 days, which is why he intended to return before she did. However, he had not anticipated that Wang Xiaoyu's supplies would be damaged during her battles with the beasts, prompting her early return to the camp. Upon arriving at the camp, Wang Xiaoyu discovered that Lin Yu had not yet returned, which sent her into a state of panic. She instinctively feared that he must have encountered a beast on his way back. Consequently, during this period, she had scoured the world in search of Lin Yu, nearly succumbing to despair and collapse. Ultimately, she found Lin Yu unscathed. I intended to scavenge for resources, but I lost my way. Lin Yu sought an excuse. The so-called picking up scraps refers to the fierce battles among the exotic beasts. When one beast slays another, it does not take away the carcass of its fallen kin. If a trial taker happens upon a beast's remains, fortune may favor them, allowing them to unearth the beast core. I do not wish for you to scavenge. I only desire for you to survive. Wang Xiaoyu declared as she pulled out a spatial pouch from her person and unceremoniously thrust it into Lin Yu's hands before turning to leave. At that moment, as Wang Xiaoyu turned away, Lin Yu noticed her eyes brimming with tears. In that instant, a pang of emotion surged through Lin Yu. Without a moment's hesitation, he hastened to stand before Wang Xiaoyu, offering her no time to react, and enveloped her in a warm embrace. Whoa, Lin Yu, you are such a scoundrel. All the days of worry and anxiety culminated in tears, and Wang Xiaoyu could no longer restrain her sobs. Chapter 8. You and I are destined to be from different worlds. I apologize, I was wrong. From now on, I shall no longer take advantage of loopholes. Lin Yu pondered, feeling an indescribable sensation within his heart. You may take advantage, but you must bring me along so that I can protect you at all times. Wang Xiaoyu emphasized with utmost seriousness, wiping away her tears. No problem, I will heed your every word from now on. Lin Yu replied without a hint of hesitation. Let us proceed, we must continue our trials. I have now reached the pinnacle of a 6-star martial artist and can transition to the realm of a 7-star martial artist at any moment. Wang Xiaoyu grasped Lin Yu's hand and ventured deeper into the forbidden area. Zhao Jipeng, what do you intend to do? However, they had not traveled far when they were intercepted by others. At the forefront were Zhao Jipeng and Xiao Yayan. What do you think I want? 20 premium spirit stones as compensation for my girlfriend's lost youth. Not a single stone less. Zhao Jipeng drawled lazily. A pair of shameless scoundrels. I advise you to get lost. Wang Xiaoyu retorted, her face filled with disdain. The sight of these two made her nauseous. Wang Xiaoyu, during the trials in the forbidden area, even if a few lives are lost, it is merely commonplace. I trust you are intelligent enough to understand what must be done. Zhao Jipeng's expression turned cold as he issued a blatant threat. A fleeting glimmer of murderous intent flickered in Lin Yu's eyes. You think you can kill me with such little prowess? Wang Xiaoyu scoffed, her face a mask of contempt. Killing you may pose some difficulty, but eliminating him should suffice. Zhao Jipeng pointed at Lin Yu. Wang Xiaoyu furrowed her brow. This was indeed a concern for her. If you can gather 20 premium spirit stones, our grievances will be settled. I believe you are wise enough to know how to negotiate. Zhao Jipeng spoke again. Unless absolutely necessary. Zhao Jipeng did not dare to resort to lethal force. After all, he lacked the absolute confidence to slay Wang Xiaoyu. Should she manage to escape, the wrath of the Lin family would be unbearable for the Zhao family. Thus, Zhao Jipeng had devised a plan to extort some spirit stones, using them to elevate his cultivation level. If he could ascend to the 8-star martial artist realm, then it would be a trivial matter to eliminate Lin Yu and destroy Wang Xiaoyu. Ultimately, Zhao Jiping had no intention of letting Lin Yu and his companions go. Lin Yu, I will protect you. Dare to lay a finger on him, and you shall see. Just as Lin Yu prepared to retaliate against Zhao Jiping, a sudden voice intervened. Immediately, a strikingly handsome man and woman emerged from the woods. They were Sun Yueru and Han Lin. Lin Yu felt perplexed. Having already broken off their engagement, why would they come to his aid? I wonder what relationship you two have with Lin Yu. Zhao Jiping sensed a formidable pressure and felt his heart tighten. However, he was unwilling to let Lin Yu go so easily. Boom. Unexpectedly, a terrifying aura erupted from Sun Yueru. Thud. Zhao Jiping's body trembled, and he staggered backwards several steps before collapsing onto the ground, utterly embarrassed. Martial Sovereign. Zhao Jiping wore an expression of trepidation. Currently, he was merely a 7-star martial master, while Sun Yueru had attained the status of a 4-star martial sovereign. The disparity in their strengths was insurmountable. Let us depart. Faced with a martial sovereign, Zhao Jiping dared not show his teeth. He struggled to rise, tail between his legs, and left with Xiao Yeyun in a cowardly retreat. Lin Yu, I am assisting you this time as a form of atonement. From this moment forth, our paths shall diverge. Sun Yueru stated earnestly as she approached Lin Yu. She understood that her public declaration to send a letter to the Lin family to annul the engagement was akin to slapping Lin Yu's face. Yet, she felt she had no alternative. She yearned to pursue her love openly, but this necessitated severing all ties with Lin Yu. Sun Yueru, do not feign innocence. No one blames you for having a boyfriend, but to send a letter of annulment to the Lin family to curry favor with him is a humiliation to Lin Yu. Even without you today, I would risk my life to protect Lin Yu, so do not expect our gratitude. Wang Xiaoyu exclaimed indignantly. Undoubtedly, the news of Lin Yu's annulled engagement had spread throughout Yang City. As the saying goes, good news seldom travels far, but bad news flies 1,000 miles. Truly, it could not be more accurate. There is no need to argue with such individuals. Yueru, let us go. As Sun Yueru seemed poised to retort, Han Lin suddenly interjected. Although Sun Yueru and Lin Yu were no longer connected, the thought that Lin Yu had once been her fiancé left Han Lin feeling quite unsettled. Hence, he wished to leave quickly, preferring not to dwell on the matter. Lin Yu, we are destined to inhabit different worlds, Sun Yueru remarked before her departure. The implication was clear. She had become a 4-star martial sovereign, with a promising future ahead, while Lin Yu remained an ordinary individual. In terms of lifespan, an ordinary person might live a mere century, whereas a martial sovereign could expect to live at least twice that long. In Sun Yueru's eyes, she was an unattainable existence for Lin Yu. By the heavens, given sufficient time, I shall undoubtedly surpass her. Wang Xiaoyu seethed as she watched Sun Yueru and her companions depart. Xiao Yeyun is despicable, and Sun Yueru is no better. Do not be upset. Look what I have. Lin Yu exclaimed, producing several beast cores as if by magic. Martial sovereign grade beast cores. Wang Xiaoyu gasped in astonishment. Previously, she had hunted exotic beasts and acquired numerous beast cores, but the most formidable among them were merely of 5-star martial master caliber. The martial sovereign beast core in Lin Yu's possession could surpass the total value of all her beast cores combined. I obtained these cores fortuitously. They are now yours. I believe that with these, your cultivation will undoubtedly advance rapidly, Lin Yu offered as he extended the beast cores to Wang Xiaoyu. No, I cannot accept these cores. They are far too precious. Wang Xiaoyu hastily waved her hands. Did you not say you would protect me and teach Sun Yueru a lesson? These beast cores serve little purpose for me. However, if they can enhance your cultivation, then you will be better equipped to protect me in the future, Lin Yu remarked with a faint smile. In truth, with Lin Yu's current cultivation level as a 7-star martial sovereign, the beast cores below this rank hold minimal value for him. To elevate his own power, he must vanquish beasts of a higher rank. Very well, from this moment forth. Anyone who dares to bully you must first tread over my lifeless body. Wang Xiaoyu resolutely nodded. Yet, Lin Yu understood that in his previous life, Wang Xiaoyu had already proven everything through her actions. Thus, in this lifetime, he was determined to treat Wang Xiaoyu with even greater kindness. At last a breakthrough. Finally, a breakthrough. In the depths of the forest, as the trial was nearing its end, Zhao Jiping's face radiated with excitement. Chapter 9. Accompanying the Crown Prince in study, it can be said that luck, once it arrives, is unstoppable. deep within the Forbidden Grounds. He fortuitously stumbled upon a fierce battle between beasts of the martial sovereign level, successfully acquiring several beast cores. By absorbing the spiritual essence contained within these cores, he experienced a series of breakthroughs. A one-star martial sovereign. That is the current prowess of Zhao Jiping. Even within the entire high school division of the 8th secondary school, there may not be another martial sovereign, which signifies that this one-star martial sovereign will undoubtedly become the top student of his grade. Penggu, you are truly remarkable. At this moment, Xiao Yeyun was overjoyed. After all, he was her boyfriend, the man she had chosen. This affirmation meant that her decision to decisively abandon the useless Lin Yu and to be with Zhao Jiping was indeed the right one. No matter how formidable the Lin family may be, Lin Yu was nothing but a complete failure. The Zhao family might not rival the Lin family. Yet Zhao Jiping had already achieved the status of a one-star martial sovereign, and he was still quite young. If he continued along this trajectory of growth, it wouldn't be long before he could ascend to the ranks of a top martial sovereign, and perhaps even enter the realm of the great martial sovereign. At that point, what would the Lin family amount to? In this moment, Zhao Jiping appeared to Xiao Yeyun as the embodiment of a perfect man. The trial has concluded. Let us return, Zhao Jiping exclaimed, brimming with confidence as he wrapped his arm around Xiao Yeyun's slender waist, departing with an air of nonchalance. Have you heard? Jiangbei Province will be hosting a joint examination in our Yang City. Whoever secures first place in this joint examination will be rewarded with 10 premium spiritual stones, and an additional 100 premium spiritual stones, along with a guaranteed admission slot into one of the 5 prestigious academies. As Lin Yu and his companions exited the Forbidden Grounds, they caught wind of this latest news. In fact, in previous years, Jiangbei Province had always conducted joint examinations across various locations prior to the college entrance examination, serving as a preliminary assessment. Yang City also held joint examinations annually, yet Jiangbei Province had never offered rewards or guaranteed slots before. Despite Yang City being quite impressive, boasting numerous martial sovereign students, the actual chances of being admitted into the 5 top-tier academies were exceedingly slim. Typically, only the top student from the entire city could hope to gain admission. Alas, Yang City is a prefecture-level city. While it may sound grand, in reality, it is akin to a small county town. Thus, its overall strength, including the cultivation of young talents, is far inferior to that of other cities. Given that such rewards had never been available in the past, why the sudden abundance this year? Some were left puzzled. Setting aside the premium spiritual stones, even a single one could incite envy among large families, let alone a one-time reward of 10 premium spiritual stones. Not to mention the exceedingly valuable guaranteed admission slots. It was rumored that the newly appointed deputy commander of Jiangbei Province hailed from our Yang City, and since he oversees educational affairs, he has shown particular favor towards our city. Some were aware of this insider information. It is only natural. Regrettably, no matter how generous the rewards may be, they hold no relevance for us. The students of the 8th secondary school sighed in unison. The rewards this time were designated for the top 10 places. The top student from 8th middle school, despite being the best among their peers, would likely find it challenging to secure a position within the top 500 in the joint examination, let alone the top 10. To put it bluntly, 8th middle school merely serves as a backdrop for the more prestigious students. I urge everyone to strive diligently. For this joint examination not only attracts esteemed educators from elite institutions, but also faculty from other prominent universities who will observe. If you perform exceptionally well, you may catch the eye of these educators, leading to direct admissions. The teachers at 8th middle school are also encouraging their students. Simply put, failing to enter the top 5 universities, yet being noticed by a key institution, would still be a significant achievement for 8th middle school. Historically, there have been few 5-star martial artists, yet this year surpasses previous records, and the principal and teachers are filled with anticipation. Wang Xiaoyu has also experienced a smooth journey, successfully entering the realm of 7-star martial artists through the absorption of beast core energy, combined with trials. Not only Wang Xiaoyu, but many students from 8th middle school have made breakthroughs during the trials, significantly enhancing their overall strength. However, there is some unfortunate news. 35 students have fallen prey to the beasts. Compared to other schools, 8th middle school has the highest mortality rate, which is an unfortunate reality, as its overall strength remains the weakest. Nonetheless, This year's mortality rate has decreased compared to previous years. Is there someone who has broken through to the martial sect realm? Indeed, it is said to be Zhao Jiping, who has attained the rank of one-star martial sect. The principal of our school has met with Zhao Jiping individually and intends to focus on nurturing him over the next few days, hoping he will achieve outstanding results in the joint examination. This news has spread rapidly throughout 8th Middle School. Everyone understands the importance of representation. People tend to remember the most exceptional individuals. If 8th Middle School could produce a student in the top 100 of the joint examination, it would be a noteworthy achievement. Conversely, no matter how many students rank within the top 1,000 or how much the overall strength improves, it will not attract attention. People often remember the champion, tend to forget the runner-up, and certainly overlook the third place. The principal's decision to focus on Zhao Jiping raises hopes for his performance in the joint examination. Besides Zhao Jiping, it is reported that 2 other students from 8th Middle School have successfully advanced to the one-star martial sect realm. Additionally, 7 to 8 students have reached the pinnacle of 9-star martial artists. This is undoubtedly a positive development for 8th Middle School. Perhaps out of sheer joy, the principal's face has developed more wrinkles. How wonderful it would be if any student could achieve consecutive advancements and secure a top 10 position. The leadership at 8th Middle School is filled with anticipation. After all, history has shown that such occurrences are possible. Accumulating strength and achieving breakthroughs can certainly happen. As long as 1 or 2 students can enter the top 100 in the joint examination, 8th Middle School will have cause for pride. The joint examination will take the form of an elimination round, with over 20,000 students participating simultaneously. The venue is the Yangcity Square, which boasts a vast area capable of hosting 100 competitions. The allocation of spots in the joint examination is purportedly random. However, this randomness is somewhat deceptive. For instance, students of higher ranks and greater prowess are unlikely to draw competitors of equal caliber in the initial rounds. Those at the martial sect level often face opponents who are merely martial artists or martial masters in their earlier matches. It is only in the later stages that they encounter rivals of the same martial sect level. By a stroke of fortune, Lin Yu found himself with a bye in the first match, prompting a twinge of envy for his own luck. Meanwhile, Wang Xiaoyu drew a contestant from the 6th Middle School who happened to be a 6-star martial artist. With ease, Wang Xiaoyu triumphed over her opponent, successfully advancing into the top 12,000, much like Lin Yu. Zhao Jiping also achieved advancement, while Xiao Yayun faced misfortune, drawing a seeded competitor from the 2nd Middle School and conceding defeat without contest. However, for Xiao Yayun, this setback mattered little. As long as Zhao Jiping excelled, that was sufficient for her. Chapter 10. The Jumping Monkey, Another Round of Buys. Upon witnessing the drawn number, Lin Yu found himself at a loss for words to express his emotions, while others were fervently engaged in fierce battles with their opponents. Striving to secure a position within the top 6,000, he, by sheer luck, faced no such trials. Wang Xiaoyu fared reasonably well, drawing a rank of 7-star martial master. After a grueling struggle, she emerged victorious, successfully entering the top 6,000. As for Zhao Jiping, the martial sovereign, there was no suspense. His opponent, merely a martial master, conceded defeat upon encountering him. Damn it, this kid is simply riding a wave of extraordinary fortune. When Lin Yu again drew a bye, it was not just the other students from 8th High School who looked at him in disbelief. Even Wang Xiaoyu regarded him with the eyes of one observing a rare creature. Surely, there was a hint of envy. A seemingly powerless individual, through nothing but luck, had directly advanced into the top 3,000 of the joint examination. Securing a position in the top 3,000 already granted him eligibility for admission into a regular university. In this round of the joint examination, Wang Xiaoyu faced a common candidate from 1st High School, yet her opponent was an 8-star martial master, a rank above her. Given his solid foundation, her defeat was inevitable. 8th High School had 3 martial sovereigns, 10 9-star martial masters, 6 8-star martial masters, and, alongside Lin Yu, all successfully advanced into the top 3,000. Such results were undeniably commendable. In the eyes of the principal, if half of them could place within the top 1,500, 8th High School would have made a noteworthy appearance. Yet again another bye? When Lin Yu drew the 0 number, he was utterly dumbfounded. The teacher responsible for the drawing was equally bewildered. However, the entire process was live-streamed and under the watchful gaze of many. Any possibility of cheating was out of the question. Even if a grand martial sovereign were to reach into the box, they would still rely on luck to draw. Now, Lin Yu's consecutive buys had garnered considerable attention, and it would not be an exaggeration to say that he was the most striking figure in the square. This waste of space was undeniably basking in remarkable fortune. Zhao Jiping wore a frightfully dark expression. Lin Yu, your luck is simply extraordinary. Wang Xiaoyu felt a surge of emotions. How could a person devoid of any martial prowess secure a place among the top 1,500 in the joint examination? Who would believe such a tale? In reality, attaining a position within the top 1,500 typically required one to be at least an 8-star or 9-star martial master. There was no denying it. When luck arrives, it is unstoppable. Lin Yu shrugged helplessly. 8th high school, with 3 martial sovereigns and 7 9-star martial masters, advanced smoothly. This could be considered a fulfillment of the principal's expectations. However, many began to realize that in the subsequent joint examination, it would likely be the martial sovereigns who would succeed in advancing. After all, according to the school's strength, First High School boasted 100 martial sovereigns alone. Following the trials, the number of martial sovereigns had increased further. Other schools also had their share of martial sovereigns. So to secure a position within the top 750, one would almost certainly have to be a martial sovereign. Lin Yu, you have reached this point through sheer luck, and your teacher is already quite pleased. From now on, regardless of whom you face, you may concede without hesitation. Your teacher will not hold it against you. Just prior to Lin Yu's draw, Teacher Ma gently patted him on the shoulder. Lin Yu, designated as contestant number 33, would face opponent number 128, Shun Bin, on ring number 5. Indeed, Lin Yu would not receive a bye this time. Some expressed disappointment, while others deemed it to be expected. Had he received another bye, there would surely be whispers of foul play. Just concede and save yourself the embarrassment of staying on stage, Zhao Jiping thought with a hint of schadenfreude. As Lin Yu's opponent emerged on ring 5, it was revealed that Shun Bin was a pinnacle 9-star martial artist. Excellent, Shun Bin thought, filled with excitement. With his formidable strength, he was confident that he would eliminate Lin Yu. Yet he never anticipated facing someone who had stumbled this far purely by chance, devoid of any martial prowess. This felt like a fortunate gift for Shinbin. You should surrender. I'm worried I might accidentally harm you, Shinbin declared openly. I would like to give it a try, Lin Yu replied with a calm smile. Now, let the match commence, announced the referee of Ring 5. Each ring had a referee to prevent any unforeseen incidents, ensuring that fatalities were avoided as much as possible. Very well, take care. Shunbin cautioned Lin Yu before launching a straightforward punch. He believed that against someone with no martial cultivation, a mere fraction of his strength would suffice to secure an easy victory. Bang! In a surprising turn, Lin Yu evaded with a slight shift and delivered a punch that struck Shinbin squarely in the face. Shinbin staggered, then collapsed onto the ring. What the hell? Gasped the spectators, utterly astonished. Shinbin had been overly complacent, failing to exert himself, and had fallen victim to Lin Yu's unexpected strike. This was a classic case of losing one's stronghold through negligence. How could someone without any martial training possibly defeat a 9-star martial artist in such a manner? Beneath the ring, discussions erupted, filled with disbelief. Most attributed Shunbin's failure to his own carelessness. Some speculated whether Shunbin deliberately lost to Lin Yu, knowing he was from the Lin family, in hopes of gaining favor with them. Perhaps Lin Yu had even tempted Shinbin to surrender with promises of spiritual stones. As these various rumors circulated, they painted Lin Yu in a disparaging light. After all, even if Shinbin had triumphed over Lin Yu, his chances of progressing beyond the 750 mark in subsequent matches were bleak. In light of this, feigning defeat to Lin Yu seemed a more advantageous strategy. God must be blind, Zhao Jiping lamented, deeply frustrated. Brother Peng, it is utterly unnecessary to be angered by such individuals. You are the pride of our 8th high school, having successfully entered the top 750. To reward your accomplishment, we shall indulge in whatever pleases us this evening. Xiao Yeyun gazed affectionately at Zhao Jiping. Upon encountering Xiao Yeyun's enchanting visage, Zhao Jiping felt a surge of warmth within. Currently, at 8th high school, 3 martial arts students have successfully advanced to the joint examination, securing positions within the top 750. Including Lin Yu, there are 4 individuals who have attained this remarkable feat, bringing immense joy to the principal and faculty. This is, without a doubt, the best performance in the history of 8th high school. For Lin Yu, driven by the promise of substantial rewards, Securing the top position in the joint examination is a goal he is determined to achieve. What a disgrace. In the square, within the ranks of First High School, Sun Yueru also bore witness to this scene. In her eyes, Lin Yu's participation in the joint examination was nothing short of an embarrassment, a self-inflicted humiliation. Even if Lin Yu were to emerge victorious, it would merely be a stroke of luck, akin to a monkey leaping about aimlessly. Chapter 11. Everyone was utterly terrified. Could an ordinary person truly knock out a 9-star martial master with a single punch, even through a surprise attack? Yet, some still voiced their skepticism. After all, if he could draw a free pass multiple times, what was so surprising about him knocking out a 9-star martial master? Immediately, others countered this notion. No matter how extraordinary Lin Yu's luck was, among the 750 contestants, he remained the sole ordinary individual, while the rest were all martial lords. Hence, it was widely believed that Lin Yu could concede defeat in advance. Contestant number 33, Lin Yu, was set to face contestant number 20, Zhao Jiping. What on earth? It can't be. 2 students from our school actually drew each other. Yet, this might be fortuitous, as it guarantees Zhao Jiping's advancement. The discussions surged within the 8th middle school. Excellent, splendid. The higher-ups at the 8th middle school were equally pleased, for they believed that whoever faced Lin Yu had effectively struck gold, rather than allowing others to draw Lin Yu. It was far better for their own school to do so. Once the 2 competitors ascended the stage, they would merely perform a symbolic gesture, and then Lin Yu could concede outright. The teachers instructed Lin Yu and Zhao Jiping accordingly. Lin Yu, Zhao Jiping is cunning. You must be extremely cautious. It would be best not to engage. He wouldn't dare to harm you. Wang Xiaoyu expressed her concern, recalling how, earlier in the Forbidden Zone, Lin Yu might have been eliminated by Zhao Jiping had it not been for Sun Yu's timely appearance. Lin Yu offered Wang Xiaoyu a calm smile, embodying the essence of a tiger that does not roar, allowing others to perceive him as a mere sickly cat. Now, I shall announce the rules of the competition. If one party concedes, the other shall refrain from further attacks, and the use of weapons is strictly prohibited. Let the match commence. The referee declared the relevant regulations. The referee understood that, at this juncture, all competitors were predominantly martial lords and potential pillars of the nation. Thus ensuring that no mishap could occur was paramount. Rest assured, Lin Yu, I shall not kill you, but I will make you kneel before me like a dog. Zhao Jiping smirked at Lin Yu, his voice lowered and laced with mockery. In Zhao Jiping's eyes, Lin Yu was the epitome of trash. Otherwise, he would not have allowed himself to be humiliated and even thrown off a building. Yet, Lin Yu merely stood his ground, casting a derisive glance in Zhao Jiping's direction. Get down, you wretch. Zhao Jiping roared in fury, his palm flying towards Lin Yu. Slap. In the next moment, Zhao Jiping felt a blinding flash before he was sent sprawling away. Spitting out blood upon landing, he was bewildered. What just happened? Gasps erupted from the crowd surrounding the square. Wasn't Lin Yu deemed an incapable waste? How could a mere waste dominate a martial lord? Damn it, damn it. Zhao Jiping was losing his mind. In front of everyone, he had been struck by a so-called waste, a humiliation he could scarcely endure. Kill. Zhao Jiping bellowed, his singular thought consuming him, to annihilate Lin Yu. The referee furrowed his brow, sensing that something was amiss, and prepared to intervene. Suddenly, with a resounding slap, Lin Yu struck Zhao Jiping once more. The sound echoed sharply, sending Zhao Jiping soaring like a kite severed from its string. What was happening? Could it be that Lin Yu had always been a martial arts expert? It seemed implausible. I had heard that Xiao Yeyun had turned to Zhao Jiping because Lin Yu was so inept. After all, Zhao Jiping was not as handsome as Lin Yu, and the Zhao family could not compete with the Lin family. Xiao Yeyun was no fool. She should know how to choose wisely. Could it be that Zhao Jiping was utterly depleted? The students of the 8th high school were abuzz with speculation. He was, after all, a martial master. Sun Yueran was equally astonished. Although Zhao Jiping was a martial master, his rapid rise had left his foundation shaky. In truth, his combat prowess likely paled in comparison to our school's 8-star and 9-star martial masters. Defeating such an opponent was hardly a feat of valor. Han Lin dismissed both Lin Yu and Zhao Jiping entirely. Moreover, his sights were set on securing the top score in the joint examination, which promised not only a guaranteed recommendation but also substantial rewards. Individuals like Lin Yu and Zhao Jiping were not even worthy of carrying his shoes. Impossible. You are clearly a worthless waste. How could you possess such martial prowess? Zhao Jiping struggled to his feet, having suffered 2 humiliating slaps from Lin Yu. He glared fiercely at Lin Yu, brimming with murderous intent. Die! Zhao Jiping roared, unleashing all his strength in an attempt to obliterate Lin Yu. Yet once more, Lin Yu delivered a slap that, to the onlookers, appeared as if Zhao Jiping had lunged forward, presenting his face to Lin Yu, only to be sent flying by a swift strike. Useless, Lin Yu scoffed, his expression one of disdain. On the surface, Zhao Jiping seemed to possess the strength of a 1-star martial master. In reality, he was no more than an 8-star martial apprentice, with a fundamentally flawed foundation. Were it not for the rules of the competition, Lin Yu would have relished the opportunity to obliterate him with a single strike. How could this be? Why was this happening? Below the arena, Xiao Yeyun gazed on in disbelief. Having betrayed Lin Yu for the so-called genius Zhao Jiping, she now witnessed that this so-called prodigy lay before Lin Yu like a defeated dog. She could even feel the stares of those around her, their whispers mocking her for being blind to the true treasure that Lin Yu represented. Having mistaken him for trash while elevating someone as despicable as Zhao Jiping to the status of a gem. As Zhao Jiping struggled to rise once more, Lin Yu stepped forward, swiftly closing the distance, and then, with a fierce determination, raised his foot and aimed a vicious stomp towards Zhao Jiping's head. Do not kill me. I concede. Zhao Jiping cried out in a panic. When faced with the specter of death, he could scarcely consider anything else. Boom. In the end, Lin Yu's foot came crashing down. Zhao Jiping's mind was a blank slate. He could hardly fathom that despite his concession, Lin Yu still dared to strike him. A stream of yellow liquid trickled down his pant leg. He was utterly terrified. How could such a wretch ascend to the realm of martial sovereigns? Xiao Yeyun had actually betrayed Lin Yu for someone like him. It was as if her mind had been muddled. I wouldn't be surprised if he had soiled himself. The audience buzzed with murmurs, many wearing expressions of disdain and contempt. I'm not dead. Zhao Jiping finally regained his senses. Realizing that Lin Yu's earlier kick had not landed on his head, but was merely an intimidation tactic. Well, since you've conceded, the match is concluded. Student Lin Yu, number 33, is the victor. The referee stepped forward, concerned that Lin Yu might act out of line. Lin Yu curled his lip in disdain and gracefully turned to leave. Lin Yu, go to hell. Zhao Jiping's face twisted in venomous hatred. His animosity towards Lin Yu ran deep. In the next moment, he suddenly leaped into the air, launching a punch aimed at Lin Yu's back. Chapter 12. The dark horse Lin Yu seemed to possess an uncanny awareness, executing a spinning kick that struck Zhao Jiping squarely in the groin. The overwhelming force obliterated his vital area. A pained wail escaped Zhao Jiping as he clutched himself. Yet no sympathy was offered. In fact, many regarded him with disdain. His earlier act of treachery was despicable and utterly disgraceful, bringing shame not only upon himself, but also upon the 8th middle school. Even the faculty and students of the school felt that Zhao Jiping had tarnished their reputation. A classmate suggested that his examination eligibility be revoked and that no institution should consider him for admission. At this moment, the head of the association rose to speak, a figure of authority from the Yang City Education Bureau. It was crucial to note that the audience comprised not only local officials, but also dignitaries from other schools and even high-ranking individuals from Jiangbei province. Zhao Jiping's behavior not only cast a shadow on the 8th middle school, but also sullied the name of the entire Yang City. Why should my eligibility be revoked? Upon hearing the verdict, Zhao Jiping panicked. This disgraceful act should be punished. The director's expression darkened. I will not accept this. I will sue you. The Zhao family is not to be trifled with. Zhao Jiping remained defiant, still issuing threats. Throughout the commotion, Lin Yu remained an aloof observer. In truth, given Lin Yu's prowess, he could have easily dealt with Zhao Jiping's initial assault in a straightforward manner. However, Lin Yu refrained from such actions. He had no intention of letting Zhao Jiping meet an easy demise. Instead, he wished to savor the moment and drag both Zhao Jiping and his family into despair. Xiayan, is this the man you chose over Lin Yu? I cannot help but feel he falls woefully short of even carrying Lin Yu's shoes. At that moment, Wang Xiaoyu approached Xiayan, her expression dripping with schadenfreude. Wang Xiaoyu intended to provoke Xiayan deliberately, remembering how that little minx had toyed with Lin Yu recently. Wang Xiaoyu's anger flared. Now, she finally had the opportunity to vent her frustrations. Xiayan's face turned ashen, yet she found herself unable to retort. All the students were aware that she had dismissed Lin Yu as worthless, hence her flirtation with Zhao Jiping. Yet now, Lin Yu had delivered a resounding slap to Shi Yan's face with the harshness of reality. Even if Lin Yu is exceptional, he was still jilted. Shi Yan gritted her teeth, refusing to back down, her sarcasm cutting. Lin Yu was jilted? What is the story there? Whispers began to circulate. It was said that Lin Yu had a childhood betrothal to Sun Yueru from the first middle school, only to have her pursue another suitor. No way. Could Lin Yu be that unfortunate? Abandoned by his girlfriend and jilted by his fiancée? The crowd buzzed with speculation, leaving no room for Wang Xiaoyu to interject. Shi Yan continued, I know you harbor feelings for Lin Yu, but what does that matter? Both I and Sun Yueru have moved on. Only then might you have your chance. Essentially, you would be left with scraps. Unfazed by the ramifications, Shi Yan spoke her mind freely, reveling in her comfort. You think too much. I merely regard Lin Yu as a dear brother, a close companion. I will not permit a wretch like you to bully him. Wang Xiaoyu exclaimed indignantly. Xiaoyu, let us depart. It is unnecessary to be angered by such a person. Unbeknownst to them, Lin Yu had already approached Wang Xiaoyu's side. Look at this little harlot's audacity. I truly wish to teach her a lesson. Wang Xiaoyu rolled up her sleeves, eager for confrontation. Never mind, there is no need to stoop to such levels. After all, if a dog bites us and we retaliate, we ourselves become dogs, Lin Yu shrugged. With that, he unceremoniously wrapped his arm around Wang Xiaoyu's slender waist and strode away. Truly impressive. To effortlessly defeat Zhao Jiping, Lin Yu must have reached the realm of martial master. Many began to murmur in astonishment. However, with Lin Yu's 9 nether divine art protecting him, most could not discern his true prowess. From an outward perspective, he appeared no different from an ordinary person. A dark horse indeed, the greatest in our 8th high school. It is unfortunate that we were unaware of Lin Yu's capabilities earlier. Had we known, we could have trained him in advance, enhancing his strength even further. The principal lamented. Lin Yu's current strength is likely at the triple-star martial master level. Such power could potentially place him within the top 200. The vice principal interjected unexpectedly. At 8th high school, all other contestants had been eliminated, leaving only Lin Yu as their last hope. Yet, despite Lin Yu's exceptional performance, most remained unconvinced. After all, he was merely a student from 8th high school. No matter how remarkable, there were limits. Had he emerged from the 1st, 2nd, or 3rd high school, he would undoubtedly have garnered significant attention, as any dark horse from these institutions could become a seed contender. The Zhao family was entirely unaware of Lin Yu's performance in the joint examination, with many believing he had been eliminated in the first round. Contestant 33, Lin Yu, against contestant 90, Mu Bai, on Arena 7. The following day, the competition proceeded as scheduled. Due to Lin Yu's performance the previous day, many turned their attention to Arena 7. All the faculty and students of 8th high school were fully focused. This was their last remaining contender. Should he win this match, 8th high school would witness its first student ever to enter the top 100 in the history of joint examinations. Regrettably, 8th high school's foundation was exceedingly poor. The prospect of a triple-star martial master seemed bleak. Upon seeing Mu Bai's cultivation level, the principal's heart sank. Yet, upon further reflection, to have reached this stage, one would likely need to be at least a triple-star martial master. Some triple-star martial masters had already been eliminated in earlier bouts. Mu Bai was one of the top contenders from 7th high school, possessing formidable combat skills. Specific details about Mu Bai had already been circulating among the spectators. Now, we shall commence the match. The referee briefly outlined the competition rules before declaring the match officially underway. Fight! Mu Bai was indeed quite cautious, for the results of the joint examination significantly impacted his future. Should he perform well, he would be granted early admission to a prestigious university, thus exempting him from the need to participate in the college entrance examination. With a powerful punch, he enveloped Lin Yu entirely, no matter how Lin Yu attempted to evade. He remained within Mu Bai's range of attack. Bang! Lin Yu took a casual step forward, and then delivered a solid punch directly to Mu Bai's face. The crowd witnessed Mu Bai stagger momentarily before collapsing, unconscious, upon the competition stage. The atmosphere around was eerily silent. What was anticipated to be a fierce battle turned out to be resolved in a single move by Lin Yu. Many spectators concluded that Lin Yu must have mastered an unusual technique, allowing him to deftly evade Mu Bai's attacks, which enabled his sudden ambush to succeed. Chapter 13. Delivering a punishing blow to that wretched girl within the ranks of the top 120. My esteemed 8th middle school has finally basked in a moment of glory. The principal's face beamed with delight. Such an achievement is indeed commendable for our institution. Lin Yu has truly proven to be a deep reservoir of potential. Perhaps it was the provocation from Xiao Yiyun and Zhao Jiping that ignited his complete transformation. If given the chance, I too would relish the idea of donning a metaphorical green hat to elevate my martial prowess. The halls of the 8th middle school buzzed with chatter, particularly among those familiar with Lin Yu, who were filled with astonishment. Who would have imagined that a martial arts underachiever, a mere sycophant of Xiao Yiyun, could exhibit such prowess? It was indeed unexpected to discover that Lin Yu possessed remarkable abilities. Han Lin also took note of Lin Yu's performance, though he still regarded it with indifference. Sun Yueran shared the same sentiment. In her eyes, Han Lin would always reign supreme. Naturally, both Sun Yueran and Han Lin successfully advanced. Lin Yu, in light of your performance, the school is considering offering you specialized training. What do you think? The principal sought a private audience with Lin Yu. Although the competition resumes tomorrow, a last-minute effort could yield some results, perhaps. There's no need for specialized training. Just provide me with some high-quality spirit stones, and I shall ensure the school clinches first place in the joint examination. Lin Yu did not hesitate to make his intentions clear. At this juncture, he sought to extract benefits ahead of time. Ordinary spirit stones offered little assistance. Only high-quality spirit stones could provide substantial support. First place? The principal could scarcely believe his ears. Was Lin Yu jesting? A 7-star martial sovereign. Lin Yu revealed his true rank without reservation. The principal's eyes widened in disbelief. He could scarcely fathom that Lin Yu was indeed a 7-star martial sovereign. Currently, Han Lin from the 1st middle school, Qin Wushuang from the 2nd middle school, and Long Hai from the 3rd middle school, all 7-star martial sovereigns, were regarded as the leading contenders for the top spot in the joint examination. It was universally assumed that the title would be claimed among these three. No one had anticipated that the 8th middle school would also harbor a 7-star martial sovereign. The principal found himself at a loss for words to encapsulate his emotions. Our school is resource poor. These 20 high-quality spirit stones represent our last reserves. I am willing to part with them. If you can secure a place in the top 5, I shall be utterly content, the principal thought, steeling himself as he produced a pouch and placed it into Lin Yu's hands. In the subsequent series of competitions, Lin Yu consistently overwhelmed his opponents with a single, decisive punch, emerging as the standout competitor in the joint examination. With just one more victory, Lin Yu would secure a spot in the top 10. This was undoubtedly the most remarkable underdog story in the history of the joint examination. Relying solely on his unparalleled agility, he vanquished all challengers, truly astonishing. Thus far, many believed that Lin Yu's victories were solely attributed to his speed. Some had even begun to devise strategies to counter him. Contestant number 33, Lin Yu, was set to face contestant number 6, Sun Yueran, on the 2nd platform. The results of the draw had been revealed. It is said that foes are often drawn together. Accompanied by Lin Yu's recent flamboyant performances, his background has become widely known. This includes the revelation that his girlfriend, Xiao Yiyun, has betrayed him, and his fiancée, Sun Yuru, has sent someone to call off their engagement. Lin Yu, unleash your fury upon that wretched girl. Wang Xiaoyu, as always, stood steadfastly by Lin Yu's side, offering him encouragement. With a faint smile, Lin Yu gracefully ascended to the arena. Lin Yu, your victory is merely a stroke of luck, relying solely on your agility. I advise you to concede. To speak candidly, Sun Yuru had never regarded Lin Yu as a worthy opponent. Boom. Before Sun Yuru could finish her sentence, a formidable and astonishing aura erupted from Lin Yu. He was a 7-star martial sovereign. At that moment, Lin Yu no longer concealed his true capabilities. Gasps of astonishment erupted both on and off the stage as they finally witnessed Lin Yu's genuine prowess. How is this possible? Sun Yuru was left speechless, her mind a blank canvas. She could never have imagined that Lin Yu would be a 7-star martial sovereign. She herself was merely a 4-star martial sovereign, and moments ago, she had shamelessly suggested he concede. I am eager to see whether your status as a 7-star martial sovereign is as credible as it appears. Slap. Sun Yuru had no intention of conceding outright. Before her words could fully escape her lips, she felt a searing pain across her face, as Lin Yu's hand sent her flying. The force of the blow was so immense that even the onlookers felt a pang of sympathy. It is important to note that Sun Yuru was regarded as the most beautiful girl from the first high school. To think such beauty would be rendered unconscious by a single slap was indeed an act of ruthless destruction. Only Wang Xiaoyu appeared elated, believing even that slap was too lenient. The principal was overwhelmed with excitement. We are in the top 10. Seeking death, Han Lin seethed with rage. Unable to bear the humiliation of seeing his girlfriend so disrespected by Lin Yu. Regardless of Lin Yu being a 7-star martial sovereign, he was confident he could defeat him. How could this be? Nearby the first arena, gasps of astonishment erupted again. Many turned to witness the spectacle, inhaling sharply in disbelief. Long Hai, the top student from the third high school, had been severely injured and knocked unconscious by his opponent's single punch. How could such a lowly opponent be worthy of a guaranteed admission? Long Hai's adversary, a youth clad in white, wore a look of disdain. How could the fifth high school possibly produce such a terrifying student? Many found it hard to believe. The emergence of a dark horse from the 8th high school was astonishing enough. Who could have anticipated the appearance of a second contender in the joint examination? Qin Wushuang was also dispatched by a single blow. Meanwhile, on another arena, exclamations of shock echoed once more. The seed player from the second high school, Qin Wushuang, was heavily injured by a contender from the 4th high school in a single move. How could this be? The square buzzed with speculation. The emergence of one dark horse might be understood, but the simultaneous appearance of multiple contenders was truly remarkable. At the second and third secondary schools, the expressions of the crowd were far from pleasant. After all, these were the top contenders from their institutions, each harboring aspirations of clinching the first position in the joint examination. Yet, they had been swiftly outmatched. These individuals were all transfer students from other cities. Eventually, the truth of the matter emerged. In terms of overall strength, Yang City was undeniably at the bottom of Jiangbei province. For outstanding students from other cities, securing a guaranteed spot in the joint examination within Yang City posed significant challenges. However, the scenario shifted dramatically when they chose to transfer to Yang City. Previously, they struggled to break into the top 20 of their own schools, yet upon arriving in Yang City, they found themselves in contention for the top honor in the joint examination. The rewards for achieving first place in the joint examination were exceedingly generous, which motivated their transfer to Yang City. In a certain sense, the title of first in the joint examination would likely emerge between these two transfer students, as they were both at the 8th rank martial apprentice level. Despite the seemingly minor elevation over the 7th rank martial apprentice, the disparity in strength was monumental. An 8th rank martial apprentice could easily vanquish a 7th rank martial apprentice with little effort. Fortunately, you had not encountered these two transfer students, or you two would have been dispatched in a single strike. Wang Xiaoyu felt a twinge of apprehension. Chief Examiner, I believe it is unnecessary to waste time. Let the 9 of them face off together. I, Chen Bin, will challenge them. The young man in white suddenly interjected. Chapter 14. Were you all raised on excrement? Chen Bin was exceptionally arrogant, not only disregarding all the candidates from Yang City, but also dismissing his fellow transfer student, an 8th grade martial sovereign, with equal disdain. The crowd in the square erupted in astonishment, taken aback by Chen Bin's audacity. The chief examiner and others whispered among themselves for a moment before their gazes settled on Chen Bin. You may choose to challenge everyone individually. To many, Chen Bin's so-called challenge appeared to involve only that 8th grade martial sovereign, his fellow transfer student. The other contestants were hardly worth consideration, and Chen Bin could easily defeat them with little effort. This guy is insufferably arrogant. So what if he is an 8th grade martial sovereign? If we coordinate properly, we can still overcome him. A contestant, brimming with indignation, stepped onto the stage. Naturally, Lin Yu, Han Lin, and other competitors joined him on the platform. Together, a 6th grade martial sovereign led the charge, lunging at Chen Bin. Bang! Bang! Unfortunately, Chen Bin effortlessly countered their attacks. Regardless of their numbers, he dispatched each opponent with a single punch, sending them flying in an instant. You can also take your leave. Soon, only the transfer student Tian Feng, Han Lin, and Lin Yu remained on the stage. However, no one anticipated that Tian Feng would not seize the opportunity to attack Chen Bin. Instead, he directed a punch at Han Lin. Has he lost his mind? Many spectators found it hard to believe that at this juncture, Tian Feng and Han Lin should be united as allies. In essence, with Han Lin's support, Tianfeng would have had a reasonable chance of defeating Chen Bin. Yet, rather than cooperating with Han Lin, he chose to assault him instead. Boom. With a tremendous crash, both Tianfeng and Han Lin stumbled back a few steps. An 8th-grade martial sovereign. Han Lin was indeed also an 8th-grade martial sovereign. The square buzzed with astonishment. No one had anticipated that Han Lin had also reached this rank. How splendid. The faculty and students of First High School were utterly exhilarated. They had initially thought Han Lin was destined for defeat. After all, both transfer students were 8th-grade martial sovereigns, either of whom could easily best Han Lin. Who would have thought that he too was keeping his true abilities hidden? It's no wonder Sun Yueru chose him, Sun Yueru exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Yueru, you truly have an eye for talent. With Han Lin's strength, it is only a matter of time before he breaks through to the great martial sovereign rank, and he may one day ascend to even higher realms. Su Xuelan remarked enviously. I value Han Lin's character, not merely his strength. Sun Yueru smiled subtly, relishing the moment. Who wouldn't he wish for a strong partner? The stronger a man, the more esteemed a woman feels. When she initially discovered that Lin Yu was also a 7th-grade martial sovereign, Sun Yueru felt a pang of discomfort. Yet now, it seemed her judgment was not amiss. Even if Lin Yu was a 7th-grade martial sovereign, in the presence of her boyfriend, he remained insignificant. Chen Bin and Tianfeng were momentarily taken aback. They had not anticipated that Han Lin would be an 8-star martial sovereign, particularly for Chen Bin. A sense of embarrassment washed over him. He had intended to challenge everyone, but if Han Lin and Tianfeng joined forces, the two 8-star martial sovereigns would undoubtedly overpower him. Chen Bin realized he had underestimated the situation. The three stood in a triangular formation, each remaining vigilant, while Lin Yu was dismissed as inconsequential. Han Lin, let us join forces to defeat Chen Bin first, Tianfeng suggested, recognizing that Chen Bin was the one challenging them all. However, it was Tianfeng who initiated the attack on you, Han Lin. I believe that it would be more appropriate for us to collaborate, Chen Bin interjected, eager to align with Han Lin. Why not have you two, as transfer students, face off first? The victor can then contend with me, Han Lin proposed, as each individual harbored differing intentions. In their eyes, Chen Bin was essentially vying for first place, rendering the contests for 2nd and 3rd place meaningless. The trio remained on high alert. Stop arguing. I have a solution, Lin Yu, previously overlooked, suddenly spoke up. The crowd buzzed with speculation about what his plan could be. Let us hear it, Chen Bin said with a smirk, ready to deal with Lin Yu if he attempted to stir the waters. In the face of overwhelming strength, all schemes appeared laughable. Come on, all three of you. I challenge you. Lin Yu beckoned towards the trio. Is he out of his mind? The crowd gaped in disbelief. A mere 7-star martial sovereign daring to challenge 3 8-star martial sovereigns? More astonishing was Lin Yu's audacity in calling them trash. It was a blatant invitation for disaster. Han Lin and the others were left dumbfounded. Had Lin Yu lost his senses? A closer inspection confirmed he was indeed a 7-star martial sovereign, showing no signs of concealing his abilities. Even if he were an 8-star martial sovereign, such arrogance in addressing them as trash seemed unwarranted. The head of the joint examination and the esteemed university admissions officer exchanged glances, their interest piqued. If Lin Yu could truly defeat 3 8-star martial sovereigns single-handedly, it would justify the prestigious recommendation he had fought so hard to obtain from a prominent figure in Zhongbei province. Is this brat getting too carried away? Mused the principal of the 8th high school, pondering Lin Yu's reckless bravado. I see now. He knows he is destined to lose and is merely putting on a show. One student suddenly remarked, as the earlier disregard from the 3 competitors might have spurred Lin Yu's reaction. The others found this analysis quite plausible. Come on, you 3 little trash, useless, Lin Yu taunted, his face a mask of disdain and contempt. This was undoubtedly a reckless dance with fate. The crowd fell silent, for it was well understood that the rules of the competition expressly prohibited lethal force. Hence, no matter how arrogant Lin Yu might be, Han Lin and his companions could only afford to teach him a lesson. A fool remains a fool, even with the prowess of a 7-star martial sovereign. He is destined for mediocrity. Sun Yueru held Lin Yu's brazen demeanor in utter contempt. In her eyes, he was nothing more than a living jester. Such a display of empty bravado, devoid of genuine strength, was nothing short of shameful. What a fool! Xiao Yiyun shared similar sentiments. Yet, the memory of her own folly having once sought the affections of Zhao Zhipeng while overlooking Lin Yu's formidable capabilities, filled her with regret. Now, she fervently wished that Han Lin and his group could fatally wound Lin Yu. If that were unattainable, then they should utterly destroy him, and in doing so, grant her a sense of catharsis. Damn it, I stand before you, and you dare not make a move. Were you all raised on filth? Lin Yu furrowed his brow, feeling increasingly displeased. Chapter 15. The walking hormone. In a fit of rage, Tian Feng was the first to charge at Lin Yu, his explosive temper driving him to desire nothing more than to pummel Lin Yu into submission. Han Lin, sensing the tension, circled behind Lin Yu, not out of a desire for a sneak attack, for with his formidable 8-star martial master prowess, he had no need to resort to such tactics against a mere 7-star martial master. Rather, he aimed to prevent Lin Yu from seizing the opportunity to leap off the platform and concede defeat, a move that would leave them utterly powerless. It was not just Han Lin who speculated that Lin Yu, after indulging in his bravado, would inevitably jump down and surrender, as that would be the wisest course of action. Bang! To everyone's astonishment, as Tian Feng reached Lin Yu lifted his leg and struck him squarely in the abdomen. Tian Feng was sent flying like a cannonball. Puff! Landing below the platform. He coughed up blood and lost consciousness. While the crowd remained in shock, Lin Yu stepped forward, swiftly closing the distance to Chen Bin. Chen Bin instinctively raised his guard. Boom! With an effortless motion, Lin Yu seized Chen Bin by the collar, denying him even a moment to react before slamming him heavily to the ground. Dealing with Tian Feng had taken but a single move. The same was true for Chen Bin. With such ease, he dispatched both opponents, creating an illusion that this was all merely a dream. This is simply marvelous. The principal of the 8th high school was flushed with excitement. What had seemed hopeless now transformed into a display of sheer dominance as Lin Yu effortlessly overcame his adversaries. Who dares to call Lin Yu a waste? If he is deemed worthless, then what are we? Someone murmured. How is this possible? Xiao Yeyun was left utterly astonished and incredulous. To effortlessly defeat 2 8-star martial masters suggested that Lin Yu possessed at least the strength of a 9-star martial master. Such youthful brilliance, if he truly were a 9-star martial master, would place him among the rarest of prodigies. Of course, should it be the case that Lin Yu was merely a 7-star martial master with the capabilities of a 9-star, then he would be nothing short of a genius. In that moment, Xiao Yeyun felt an overwhelming sense of regret. Had she not betrayed Lin Yu and ended their relationship, then this prodigious figure before her would have been her partner. Wherever they went, they would undoubtedly attract envy. Yet, she had foolishly chosen to secretly be with Zhao Zhipeng, who, in comparison to Lin Yu, was utterly insignificant. Her heart was filled with remorse. Unbeknownst to her, this regret was just the beginning. Ha! Incredible! In stark contrast to Xiao Yeyun's despondent state, Wang Xiaoyu was bursting with excitement. It seemed that Lin Yu's potential victory brought her greater joy than any triumph she could achieve herself. Why is this happening? Yet, there was another soul whose emotions were tumultuous. Lin Yu's fiancée, Sun Yueru. She had chosen Han Lin and had even sent a letter to the Lin family to annul their engagement. Yet, despite her meticulous calculations, she had never anticipated the terrifying prowess of Lin Yu. A fleeting moment of regret flickered within her, for she firmly believed in Han Lin's potential. Even if Han Lin currently fell short of Lin Yu, his unique constitution would eventually enable him to surpass Lin Yu, dominating all his peers. Han Lin possessed a spiritual body, endowed with an innate affinity for spiritual energy, which is one of the rarest special constitutions in existence, ranking 20th among them. Although this might seem a modest position, it is indeed formidable and impressive. Anyone blessed with a special constitution, even if merely within the top 100, stands as an extraordinary talent among their contemporaries. Throughout centuries, the emergence of individuals with special constitutions has been exceedingly rare. Thus, Sun Yuru maintained unwavering confidence in Han Lin. Were it not for his exceptional nature, she might not have taken an interest in him. You are formidable, but I, Han Lin, am no pushover. On the arena, Han Lin inhaled deeply, fully committing to the challenge. In an instant, a terrifying aura erupted from him, as he forcefully enhanced his strength, willing to risk his foundation in order to utterly defeat Lin Yu. Lin Yu, do not afford this bastard any time. Bring him down, Wang Xiaoyu urged anxiously. Despite Lin Yu's prowess, she remained concerned. Lin Yu observed Han Lin silently, allowing him to unleash his power. Soon, Han Lin's aura peaked, comparable to a 9-star martial master. Now, you shall understand the might of Han Lin. His eyes glinted with madness. However, in the next moment, Han Lin felt a tightening around his neck as Lin Yu seized him. What did you say? Lin Yu stared intently at Han Lin, his lips curling into a mocking smile. At that moment, he could easily snap Han Lin's neck should he choose. Han Lin struggled desperately in Lin Yu's grip, feeling as helpless as a fledgling chick. Look at your pitiful state. Only someone like Sun Yu could ever take a liking to you, Lin Yu scoffed. Boom. Before Han Lin could react, Lin Yu slammed him down to the ground with force. Lin Yu was vindictive. He would always repay a grudge, embodying the principle of vengeance. Initially, few were aware of Sun Yu's engagement to Han Lin. Now, thanks to Lin Yu's words, the entire square was informed. Sun Yu was indeed Lin Yu's fiancée. Yes, Sun Yu had found Lin Yu lacking and thus had secretly courted Han Lin, planning to become engaged to him during the summer break. If Lin Yu was deemed worthless, then what did that make Han Lin, who was beneath Lin Yu's heel? The crowd buzzed with speculation, some reveling in the drama, while others eagerly awaited the unfolding spectacle. In any case, the commentary was abundant. It was now announced that the top scorer of this joint examination was Lin Yu from the 8th Middle School. Lin Yu, please come forward to receive your award and deliver your acceptance speech. At this moment, the head of the joint examination gestured to Lin Yu, expressing great satisfaction with his performance. A 7-star martial master effortlessly trampling an 8-star martial master heralded a bright future. It would be a fortunate endeavor for him to remember his roots in the years to come. Upon hearing the announcement of the awards, Lin Yu's eyes sparkled. His participation in this joint examination was driven by the desire for 10 exquisite spirit stones and 100 superior spirit stones. Achieving first place and basking in such glory was a testament to the education provided by the 8th high school. Previously, he had been a complete failure, unable to cultivate. But it was at 8th high school that he experienced remarkable progress. It was profoundly moving. The principal of 8th high school was overwhelmed with emotion, tears welling in his eyes. From this moment on, the reputation of 8th high school had been firmly established. Once considered the underdog, it had now produced the top student in the joint examination, a formidable asset for attracting new students during the summer enrollment. Lin Yu, you are so handsome. I want to bear your children, exclaimed an exuberant girl with an alluring figure. This statement acted as a spark, igniting a chorus of enthusiasm from other girls in the square. I also want to bear your children. Undeniably, Lin Yu was exceptionally handsome, and with the aura of being the top scorer in the joint examination, he became a veritable embodiment of youthful allure for these adolescent girls. Chapter 16. The Burden of Pride. Everyone, please settle down. I have an important announcement to make. The top 4 students from the 13 cities in Jiangbei Province will qualify to participate in the Jiangbei Province High School Elite Competition. The winner will receive 500 exceptional spirit stones and 5,000 superior spirit stones. Those who rank in the top 3 will represent Jiangbei Province in the National High School Elite Competition, where the rewards will be even more generous. At this moment, the chief examiner made a significant declaration. The notion of a high school competition in Jiangbei Province seemed far-fetched, especially since Yang City has always been at the bottom of the rankings. Even if Lin Yu were exceptionally talented, the disparity between him and competitors from other cities would likely be substantial. This sentiment sparked a flurry of discussions among the attendees. This was indeed the reality. Previous competitions had seen Yang City consistently finish last, with no room for doubt. Had it not been for Lin Yu's remarkable emergence, the top 2 positions in the joint examination would likely have gone to Tianfeng and Shenbin. Lin Yu, should you participate in the Jiangbei Province High School Elite Competition and secure a spot in the top 10, I shall personally reward you with 10 exceptional spirit stones. Lin Yu was taken aback when the principal approached him, filled with anticipation. Didn't you mention that our school has no resources left? Lin Yu replied instinctively. Indeed, resources are scarce. The 10 exceptional spirit stones are what I have painstakingly saved. This Jiangbei Province High School competition will be broadcasted across the province. If you perform admirably, it would bring honor to our 8th high school. I entrust this to you. The principal grasped Lin Yu's hand earnestly. Lin Yu felt a stir within him. Restoring his strength required a considerable amount of spirit stones, hence the more, the better. Although you have achieved first place in the Yang City joint examination, we must remain grounded, avoid arrogance, and never aim too high or boast recklessly. The principal patted Lin Yu on the shoulder, imparting wisdom. Lin Yu felt a wave of confusion. Was he merely speaking the truth, or was it perceived as boasting? Nonetheless, Lin Yu had indeed gained considerable fame through the joint examination. From being deemed a waste, he had transformed into the first-place student. With a 7-star martial sovereign prowess that could even rival 8-star martial sovereigns, showcasing a remarkable achievement. Son, I heard you secured first place in the joint examination and defeated an 8-star martial sovereign. Is this true? Upon returning home, Lin Yu was immediately surrounded by his family, with Li Sufang displaying her excitement. Previously, Lin Yu had been regarded as a burden, and his family had always cared for him. Whether it was his uncles or cousins, they had shielded him from harm. If they ever found out someone had bullied Lin Yu, his cousins would often intervene. The Lin family was notably united. Upon learning of Lin Yu's first-place achievement, the entire family rejoiced. However, as they had not witnessed the event firsthand, their belief in his newfound strength was tinged with skepticism. After all, Lin Yu had previously possessed no cultivation. Now, suddenly becoming a 7-star martial sovereign was hard to fathom. Little rascal, take this punch. At this moment, a figure dashed in, revealing Lin Yu's father, Lin Huiran, the head of the Lin family. Believing that seeing is believing, Lin Huiran decided to take action to personally assess Lin Yu's prowess, reminiscent of the last occasion when Li Sufang evaluated Lin Yu's strength. With a thunderous crash, Lin Yu struck without a moment's thought. To his astonishment, while Lin Yu remained motionless, Lin Huiran was forced to retreat 2 or 3 steps, his internal energy surging, as he struggled to suppress the blood rising to his throat. Remarkable. You've truly made progress, managing to withstand my 5/10 of strength, Lin Huiran exclaimed, a broad smile gracing his face. Father, I only used 3/10 of my strength to avoid injuring you, Lin Yu replied with a playful grin. Is that possible? Uncle is a pinnacle 9-star martial sovereign, and you could suppress him with merely 3/10 of your strength? Does that mean you are even more formidable than him? Lin Xian, his younger cousin, blurted out, her astonishment palpable. When did you become such a braggart? Very well, unleash your full strength in an attack. Let me see just how capable you truly are. Lin Huiran, ever concerned with his dignity, challenged. Are you certain about this? Lin Yu asked, a hint of skepticism in his voice. I am a pinnacle 9-star martial sovereign. Dealing with you is as easy as pie, Lin Huiran declared with confidence. All right then, do be careful. With the challenge laid down, Lin Yu ceased to hold back, launching a casual strike. Boom. With a splatter of blood, Lin Huiran was sent flying, collapsing unconscious. Please don't blame me. It was my father's instruction. With Li Sufang's fierce gaze upon him, Lin Yu felt a chill run down his spine and hastily slipped away. Within the Lin family courtyard, the onlookers were left speechless, utterly astounded by the spectacle they had just witnessed. Lin Huiran, a pinnacle 9-star martial sovereign, had been effortlessly overpowered by Lin Yu, a mere 7-star martial sovereign. Had they not seen it with their own eyes, who would have believed such a thing? This is extraordinary. With Lin Yu's strength, a breakthrough to the great martial sovereign realm is almost guaranteed. Soon, our Lin family will boast 2 great martial sovereigns. Lin Yu's third uncle exclaimed, brimming with excitement. Dear brother, your perspective is rather limited. Our nephew, at merely 18, has so easily overwhelmed our eldest brother. I am confident that in the future, not only will he attain the great martial sovereign realm, but he will also ascend even higher with ease, Lin Yu's second uncle remarked, filled with anticipation. Everyone thought our eldest brother was the pillar of the Lin family, but in comparison to him, he is nothing. Lin Yu's third uncle could not help but interject. At that moment, Lin Huiran regained consciousness, and, upon hearing these words, his face darkened. Meanwhile, Lin Yu had entered the secret chamber, where 10 top-grade spirit stones and 100 upper-grade spirit stones awaited him, truly valuable resources. He began to fervently absorb the spiritual energy from the upper-grade spirit stones. 8-star martial sovereign. Having completely absorbed the energy from over 100 upper-grade spirit stones, Lin Yu's strength had ascended to the 8-star martial sovereign realm. Simultaneously, it seemed the 9-nether body was on the verge of its first body refinement. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Yu placed the 10 top-grade spirit stones at his dantian and began to voraciously absorb the spiritual energy contained within them. Though the quantity may not match that of high-grade spirit stones, The spiritual energy contained within far surpasses that of 100 high-grade spirit stones. An abundance of spiritual energy surged into his body, transforming into a torrent that began to cleanse him automatically. Lin Yu felt every inch of his skin undergoing a profound metamorphosis. In an instant, a sudden tremor coursed through his body, marking his successful ascension to the 9-star martial sovereign realm. Simultaneously, dark impurities were relentlessly expelled from his pores. His skin appeared as radiant as jade, as the 9-nether body underwent its inaugural refinement. Within every fiber of his being lay the latent power bestowed by this transformative process. Chapter 17. Come out. All of you, it is no exaggeration to assert that Lin Yu could effortlessly vanquish an ordinary Grand Martial Master with nothing but his physical prowess, without even tapping into the spiritual energy within his dantian. 2 days had already elapsed since he emerged from the secluded chamber. Mother, what are you concocting? As Lin Yu stepped out, he beheld his mother preparing traditional Chinese medicine. Your father has sustained grave injuries to his lungs and requires the gradual recuperation that herbal remedies provide, Li Sufang replied, a hint of indignation lacing her words. Grave injuries to his lungs? That cannot be right. I was not that severe when I struck. Although Lin Yu had caused Lin Huairan to cough up blood a couple of days prior, the injuries were merely superficial and not serious. He sought to reclaim the heirloom jade pendant I bestowed upon the Sun family when you were betrothed to Sun Yuru. This pendant has been passed down through generations in the Lin family, symbolizing that only the daughters-in-law of the Lin family are worthy of such a token. Li Sufang paused momentarily before continuing. Your father believed that since Sun Yuru had called off the engagement to marry another, she was no longer a daughter-in-law of the Lin family. Thus, he went to demand the pendant from the Sun family, only to be met with resistance from her uncle, who insisted on sparring with your father, resulting in his injury. Lin Yu's thoughts stirred. He was aware that Sun Yuru's uncle, much like his own father, was a 9-star martial master. However, the latter possessed superior talent and deeper foundations, rendering him a formidable opponent. When the Lin family fell on hard times, the Sun family had not only refrained from extending a helping hand, but had swiftly seized many of the Lin family's assets, a display that was quite unbecoming. Lin Yu had initially resolved to settle scores with the Sun family only after dealing with the Zhao family, yet the Sun family was now audaciously making their presence felt. What do you intend to do? As Lin Yu strode purposefully towards the exit, Li Sufang's heart tightened, prompting her to inquire urgently. In the past, she would not have given it a second thought, as Lin Yu had no martial prowess then and posed no threat of causing trouble. The belongings of my future wife shall be reclaimed by my own hands. Why should they be monopolized by the Sun family? Lin Yu declared, not looking back. Very well, I shall accompany you. Lin Yu's uncle made his appearance. Having just visited his brother, he was incensed by the Sun family's actions. Now, witnessing Lin Yu's determination to confront them, Lin Huai felt invigorated. He had witnessed Lin Yu's strength. If even his brother was no match for Lin Yu, then surely Sun Yuru's uncle would not pose a challenge either. Of course, Lin Huai was also a 9-star martial master. In the realm of martial masters, ascending through each minor level was relatively straightforward. However, the leap from 9-star martial master to Grand Martial Master was fraught with difficulty. Many claimed that 9-star martial masters were the most numerous among martial masters. Very well, I shall accompany you as well, Li Sufang resolved, determined to take a stand. What began as Lin Yu's solitary venture soon became a collective outing, with Lin Huai, Li Sufang, and Lin Xian joining the expedition to the Sun family. Second brother, you should not have struck so forcefully. In the grand hall of the Sun family, Sun Yuru's father, the head of the Sun family, Sun Hai, wore a grave expression. The Sun and Lin families enjoyed a cordial relationship. Otherwise, they would not have arranged a betrothal. Both families had a formidable martial artist in the forbidden battlefield, yet it was evident that the elder of the Lin family possessed greater strength, which fundamentally established the Lin family as the foremost clan in Yang City. Are you truly willing to return the jade pendant to the Lin family? Sun Chang, the second son, scoffed. Upon hearing this, Sun Hai fell silent. This was no ordinary jade pendant. It possessed the ability to awaken the spirit, allowing one to quickly calm their mind during cultivation, thus facilitating a more efficient practice while minimizing the risk of falling into madness. Such a treasure was something even the Sun family was reluctant to relinquish. However, given that Yuru had indeed annulled her engagement with the Lin family, returning the pendant seemed only reasonable. After a long pause, Sun Hai finally spoke. Brother, I understand that your true concern lies with the elder of the Lin family. However, I have received news that the elder has sustained severe injuries in the forbidden battlefield, rendering him unable to advance in his cultivation. In contrast, our father's prowess has surged remarkably. I believe it will not be long before our family ascends to the pinnacle of Yang City. Sun Chong felt a sense of pride. By that time, even if the Lin family found the audacity, they would not dare to confront us. The principle was clear. He who wielded the mightiest fist reigned supreme, and this was the source of Sun Chong's confidence. Had the elder of the Lin family not suffered misfortune, Sun Chong would have hesitated to brazenly harm Lin Huiran. Very well. All members of the Sun family, come forth. Before Sun Hai could finish his command, he was interrupted by a voice from outside the Sun residence. Damn it! Who dares to be so brazen? Sun Hai and Sun Chong's expressions shifted dramatically. A person's dignity and a tree's bark are vital. The Sun family was indeed a prominent clan in Yang City, and to have someone shouting insults at their doorstep was a blatant affront. Not only Sun Chong and Sun Hai, but the other members of the Sun family were also stirred, emerging from the residence. In truth, besides Sun Chong and the others, a crowd had gathered outside the Sun residence, drawn by the commotion. Lin Huai-yi, Li Su-fong, what brings you here? Upon seeing Lin Huai-yi and his companions, Sun Hai had already surmised their intentions. Enough with the pleasantries. Since your daughter has taken the initiative to annul the engagement, it is only fitting that you return the heirloom of my Lin family, the exquisite jade pendant, which symbolizes our betrothal. Lin Yu was disinclined to engage in further banter. At this declaration, a wave of astonishment rippled through the crowd. They had vaguely heard of Sun Yuru's annulment, yet the Lin family, valuing their reputation, had refrained from publicizing it. The Sun family, too, wished to keep the matter discreet. In their view, the Lin family's rejection was a source of embarrassment, and they would never willingly bring it up in front of others. Yet, Lin Yu brazenly stated it, seemingly reveling in the scandal of the annulment. Those who disregard their elders, even if the Lin family desires to reclaim the betrothal token, it is the responsibility of your elders to address such matters. What are you, to act with such arrogance? A middle-aged man from the Sun family berated. As the saying goes, a life for a life, and debts must be repaid. The exquisite jade pendant was originally bestowed by the Lin family to the Sun family as a token of betrothal, having annulled the marriage. What audacity do you possess to lay claim to my family's heirloom? Lin Huai interjected. The exquisite jade pendant was indeed presented by the patriarch of the Lin family to the Sun family. If you wish to reclaim it, let your patriarch come and retrieve it. The middle-aged man from the side branch retorted. It was evident to all that the Sun family had no intention of returning the pendant. Chapter 18. What are you even? Ultimately, the patriarch of the Lin family found himself constrained by the rules of the Forbidden Land during the fierce battle, making his return home a formidable challenge, let alone seeking the exquisite jade pendant from the Sun family. This middle-aged man from the collateral branch was no slouch either, possessing the strength of an 8-star martial master, making him a prominent figure within the Sun family. Suddenly, as he finished speaking, he wore a smug expression. However, in the blink of an eye, he felt a flash before him, and before he could even react, he was obliterated, reduced to a mist of blood. Astonishment erupted around them, including from Li Sufong and Lin Huai, who were equally taken aback. No one anticipated that Lin Yu would act so decisively and with such overwhelming force. He had annihilated a formidable expert from the Sun family. How domineering, how utterly insane. Enough of the prattling. My father has been harmed, and knowing the Sun family's true nature from my past life, I shall show no mercy. After dispatching his opponent, Lin Yu cast a provocative glance at the remaining members of the Sun family. The Sun family members were collectively stunned. They had heard rumors that Lin Yu had shed his previous image of weakness and had performed admirably in the joint examination. Yet, hearing of his prowess was one thing. Witnessing it firsthand was entirely another. Moreover, it was commonly believed that a high school student's combat capability would pale in comparison to that of an adult, even at the same realm. Thus, while it was said that Lin Yu, as a 7-star martial master, could defeat an 8-star martial master, many assumed that in the presence of a seasoned 7-star martial master, Lin Yu would still face defeat. No one could have foreseen that when Lin Yu finally made his move, he would decisively obliterate an 8-star martial master from the Sun family. Who gave you the audacity to commit murder at my Sun family's doorstep? Sun Chang bellowed in fury. A 9-star martial master who certainly did not regard Lin Yu as a threat. Before he could finish his words, Lin Yu sprang forward. In a heartbeat, he was standing before Sun Chang. So, you are the one who harmed my father? Before anyone could comprehend the situation, Lin Yu had seized Sun Chang by the throat, lifting him effortlessly. No matter how Sun Chang struggled, he could not break free from Lin Yu's grasp. By heavens, is this lad truly that formidable? Lin Huai stood in awe, unable to fathom that his beloved nephew, despite his remarkable abilities, could easily overpower Sun Chang. He had never imagined that Lin Yu would so effortlessly dominate and humiliate him. Li Sufang, witnessing the scene, was equally flabbergasted, though her astonishment was laced with overwhelming joy. For the first time in years, her heart felt so light. In stark contrast, the Sun family members were left in shock. Sun Chang was their esteemed expert, the one most likely to break through to the realm of Grand Martial Master. To see him so thoroughly vanquished by a younger generation was unfathomable. Who would believe it if they had not witnessed it with their own eyes? The crux of the matter was that until recently, Lin Yu had been regarded as a mere wastrel. If Lin Yu possessed such strength, not only would Sun Yueru never consider a voluntary withdrawal from their engagement, but even if she wished to, the Sun family would never acquiesce. The union of the two families offers numerous advantages, with Lin Yu's formidable strength ensuring the protection of the Sun family. Ultimately, their tacit approval of Sun Yuru's broken engagement and her subsequent alliance with Han Lin stemmed from their recognition of Han Lin's potential and the unique circumstances surrounding the Han family. You scoundrel, let go of him. Crack. To everyone's astonishment, Sun Chang's vitriol was cut short as Lin Yu exerted a slight force, effortlessly snapping Sun Chang's neck. Lin Yu, if you dare to kill my father, I swear I will end you. A figure lunged towards Lin Yu with alarming speed, Sun Chang's son, who in a previous life had dared to lay hands on the women of the Lin family during their misfortunes, proving to be even lower than a beast. With a thunderous clash, Lin Yu had no intention of engaging in dialogue. His palm struck out decisively, and the foe, merely a 2-star martial master, was obliterated in an instant, reduced to a cloud of crimson mist. In that moment, Lin Yu appeared as a veritable deity of death. Many onlookers were taken aback, though some reveled in the spectacle. The Sun family's recent ascendance had been marked by an oppressive demeanor, leaving many wronged and eager to witness their downfall. Observing the Sun family being vanquished by a discarded suitor was indeed a source of exhilaration. Lin Yu, you have gone too far. Our families have been friends for generations. Sun Hai's face turned ashen. He had never anticipated Lin Yu's brazen tyranny. Boom. Friends. In the blink of an eye, Lin Yu seized Sun Hai by the collar and slammed him to the ground, the impact reverberating and shaking the earth beneath them. Without granting Sun Hai a moment's respite, Lin Yu planted his foot upon Sun Hai's face. If we are indeed friends, why the broken engagement? If the engagement is severed, why seize my family's Linglong jade pendant? If we share a bond, then why did you resort to violence when my father sought its return? Lin Yu loomed over Sun Hai, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. The crowd buzzed with speculation, acknowledging the Sun family's excessive behavior. Thus, the demise of the Sun family members at Lin Yu's hands seemed to be a just consequence, a product of their own making. Lin Yu, cease this at once. At that moment, Sun Yuru returned, accompanied by Han Lin. Upon witnessing her father beneath Lin Yu's foot, her expression shifted dramatically as she rushed forward. Slap. Regrettably, Lin Yu paid her no heed, delivering a single blow that sent Sun Yuru sprawling. In a previous life, when Sun Yuru had broken off her engagement with Lin Yu, she had opposed the Sun family's absorption of the Lin family, though she ultimately did not intervene. It was only due to her slight vestige of conscience that Lin Yu had previously rescued her in the Forbidden Grounds. Now, he refrained from obliterating her. What are you even worth? Lin Yu cast a cold glance at Sun Yuru. Lin Yu, killing is but a fleeting act. Your actions are unreasonably excessive. Han Lin helped the fallen Sun Yuru to her feet, his complexion ashen. Come here and die, he shouted. In response, Lin Yu's figure shifted slightly as he seized Han Lin with a powerful grip. With a thunderous crash, he slammed Han Lin to the ground, while his other foot pressed down upon Han Ling. With his left foot resting upon Sun Hai and his right foot upon Han Lin, he radiated an aura of overwhelming dominance. Lin Yu, how dare you humiliate me in such a manner? I swear that the Sun family shall pursue you to the ends of the earth. Sun Hai seethed with venomous rage, if glances could kill. Lin Yu would have been reduced to mere shards by now. In that case, you shall meet your demise. With a flicker of murderous intent in his gaze, Lin Yu had never intended to spare the members of the Sun family. Suddenly, he exerted tremendous force with his foot, and before Sun Hai could even scream, his head exploded in an instant. The abruptness of the event was so shocking that even in death, Sun Hai's body twitched a few times. Now it is your turn. After obliterating Sun Hai, Lin Yu's gaze fell upon Han Lin's face. Chapter 19. The horror of defecation at this very moment. The members of the Sun family were utterly bewildered. The pillars of the Sun family, Sun Hai and Sun Chong, had been mercilessly slain by Lin Yu. The rapidity of the events unfolded like a surreal nightmare. Sun Yuedong's eyes brimmed with tears as she attempted to rush forward, only to be firmly restrained by her mother. Sun Yuedong's mother was not foolish. She understood that if her daughter charged ahead, it would likely lead to her demise. Above all, she could not allow her daughter to come to harm. Please don't kill me, Lin Yu. I no longer contest Sun Yuetong with you. I can relinquish her. Han Lin trembled, exclaiming without restraint. Had Lin Yu not crushed Sun Hai underfoot, Han Lin would never have uttered such words. After all, Sun Yuetong was beautiful and possessed excellent qualities, embodying the very ideal of Han Lin's dreams. Yet, with Sun Hai's head crushed and blood splattered across Han Lin's face, he had no doubt that if he displeased Lin Yu in the slightest, Lin Yu would not hesitate to do the same to him. Given this dire context, Han Lin was unable to consider his dignity any longer. He immediately began to plead for his life. To him, preserving his existence outweighed all concerns of pride. He believed Lin Yu harbored animosity towards him solely because he had stolen Lin Yu's fiancée, thus causing Lin Yu embarrassment. Were he in Lin Yu's position, he too would seek vengeance for the perceived theft of his beloved. Consequently, Han Lin willingly offered up Sun Yuetong. Boom. As a result, Lin Yu's foot came crashing down. However, he did not crush Han Lin's head. Rather, he stomped beside Han Lin's face. Yet, to Han Lin, it felt as though Lin Yu intended to obliterate him. In the face of death, Han Lin trembled, and soon, his pants were soaked, releasing a foul odor. No one could have anticipated that Han Lin would be so frightened that he lost control of himself. What a shameless wretch! Someone exclaimed. I can't believe Sun Yuedong would be interested in such a coward. He appears respectable, yet in a critical moment, he turns out to be a craven weakling. Look, he what himself. How foul! The surrounding crowd erupted in a cacophony of mockery and disdain, with various reactions flooding the air. Many believe that even in death, one should not succumb to such fear. Hand over the exquisite jade pendant, and from this day forth, the Lin family shall have no further ties with the Sun family. Lin Yu declared, casting a frigid gaze upon the remaining members of the Sun family. In the face of overwhelming power, who would dare to bare their teeth? Does the Lin family truly believe the Sun family has no one to defend it? Just when all believed the situation was sealed and the Sun family was poised to bow before Lin Yu's formidable strength, an unexpected figure emerged. Second grandfather. The younger members of the Sun family rejoiced upon recognizing the newcomer, Sun Tongtian. Upon encountering the elderly gentleman with silver hair and a cold demeanor, Li Sufang and Lin Huai felt an immediate tension, for none had anticipated that the venerable figure from the Sun family was still alive. Sun Tongtian, the second most formidable master of the Lin family, possessed strength only surpassed by the venerable Sun patriarch. Previously, it was rumored that Sun Tongtian had entered seclusion to ascend to the Grand Martial Master realm, only to have failed and perished. Little did anyone know that he had not only survived, but had now reached the threshold of the Grand Martial Master, merely a step away from that esteemed rank. Even as a half-step Grand Martial Master, his prowess eclipsed that of a typical Martial Master. Many claimed that a Martial Master could unleash a force of 1,000 pounds. However, a Grand Martial Master could manifest tenfold that strength, achieving a staggering force of 10,000 pounds. A half-step Grand Martial Master could likely exert a force of 7,000 to 8,000 pounds. Furthermore, in terms of speed and combat techniques, he had transcended to a level of unparalleled mastery. As the members of the Lin family regarded Sun Tongtian with trepidation, Lin Yu, however, spoke up slowly, his expression brimming with disdain and contempt, completely dismissing the so-called Sun Tongtian. You old fool, you think you can intimidate me? Sun Tongtian erupted in fury, incensed not only by the loss of his kin, but also by the blatant disrespect. Even the most patient of souls would struggle to maintain composure in such a situation. Alarmed, Lin Huai and the others instinctively sought to intervene, but it was already too late. In truth, even had they arrived in time, their efforts would have proven futile against Lin Yu's formidable strength. With a swift motion, Lin Yu advanced, relying solely on the raw power of his physical form without summoning any spiritual energy from his dantian. His overwhelming force bore down upon Sun Tongtian like a relentless mountain. Sensing the terrifying might, Sun Tongtian's expression shifted dramatically. He attempted to retreat, but it was too late. The half-step Grand Martial Master was struck down by Lin Yu's singular blow, utterly obliterated. An eerie silence enveloped the surroundings, so profound that even the sound of a pin dropping would have resonated. The members of the Sun family stood petrified, their faces drained of color. Sun Yueru, in particular, was incredulous. Was this truly the spineless individual she had chosen to sever ties with? The Lin family, in contrast, was not only astonished but also filled with elation. The greater Lin Yu's strength, the more prosperous the Lin family would become. As for Han Lin, a chill ran down his spine. To think that Lin Yu could vanquish a half-step Grand Martial Master. If he were to be targeted, it would be akin to slaying a mere dog. He was grateful for having submitted earlier. Otherwise, he too might have met a dire fate at Lin Yu's hands. Thus, he did not view his previous submission and relinquishing of Sun Yueru as a source of shame. Once a life is extinguished, all is lost, a fundamental truth he understood well. This is your Lin family's exquisite jade pendant. Sun Yueru stepped forward and removed the pendant, revealing that it had been in her possession all along. After all, the exquisite jade pendant was a valuable asset, beneficial to her cultivation. Moreover, given that Sun Yueru was an outstanding talent nurtured by the Sun family, it was only natural for the pendant to remain with her. Lin Yu took the jade pendant and walked away without a backward glance. Yueru, do not worry. I shall ensure that my cousin takes care of him. Observing Lin Yu's retreating figure, Han Lin finally rose to his feet, his eyes brimming with resentment and murderous intent. Han Lin's cousin was a significant figure, albeit somewhat distantly related to the Han family, which often led others to overlook him. Nevertheless, Han Lin's cousin treated him exceptionally well, providing ample resources for his cultivation. This support allowed Han Lin to outpace his peers, achieving remarkable progress in his martial prowess. The Sun family was also cognizant of the formidable cousin backing Han Lin, which is why they consented to the engagement between Sun Yueru and him. Had it not been for this connection, the Sun family would not have acquiesced so readily, considering Han Lin's innate talents alone. Son, where are you headed? At that moment, Li Su Fong was in high spirits. With a son of such caliber, naturally, she felt elated. Mother, you may return home first. I am preparing to settle another score. A playful smile danced across Lin Yu's face. Chapter 20. A face that lacks shame. Lin Yu has always acted according to his whims, believing that a true gentleman does not let grievances go unaddressed. Having reclaimed the betrothal gifts, he now intended to retrieve other possessions. In his pursuit of Xiao Yayun, he had bestowed numerous valuable items upon her, and he now deemed it appropriate to reclaim them. Comparatively, the Xiao family could be considered an ordinary household in Yang City. Their simple abode consisted of her parents, grandfather, a younger sister, and a brother. However, today, the Xiao household was bustling with activity. In addition to Yayun's family, her uncles, aunts, and close relatives were gathered, creating a lively atmosphere. The cause of this commotion was the Zhao family's proposal. In truth, even Yayun had not anticipated that Zhao Jiping would approach her family so promptly. Marrying into the Zhao family was a significant elevation for her, a leap into a prestigious circle. The admiration she once held for Lin Yu and the Lin family had now faded into the past. Having reached this juncture, Yayun had firmly resolved to accept Zhao Jiping. Yayun, did you mention our conversation from yesterday to your family? Zhao Jiping leaned closer, lowering his voice to whisper in her ear after a few rounds of drinks. Yayun paused momentarily, instinctively nodding. I did. My father said that it is an ancient text passed down through our family, a simple guide to health, and it holds no value for martial practice. Moreover, it has always been passed down to males, so it is intended for my brother. Does that mean that even if we marry, your family will still regard me as an outsider? Zhao Jiping's brow furrowed, and his expression turned somber. Penggu, please don't misunderstand. That is not what my family means. If you truly desire that ancient text, I can request my father to make a copy for you, Yeyun hastily reassured him, fearing his displeasure. In truth, she had never placed much importance on the so-called ancient text, and she believed Zhao Jiping would not be overly concerned either. After all, the Zhao family possessed various cultivation techniques, placing them in a realm far beyond that of the Xiao family. I do not wish for a copy. I desire the original. Moreover, I want your father to present it now as your betrothal gift. I will take it with me today. Of course, if your brother desires a family heirloom. A copy can be made for him, or I can offer him something else, Zhao Jiping stated resolutely. Very well, I shall speak with my father at once. Yeyun sensed the importance Zhao Jiping placed on this matter. Thus, she dared not delay and promptly nodded in agreement. That is impossible. The Bodhi ancient text has been passed down through generations in our Xiao family. He is merely a son-in-law and cannot be regarded as a member of the Xiao family. I can provide him with a copy, but nothing more, her father responded without hesitation after Yeyun explained the situation. Father, the Zhao family has offered 2 million in betrothal gifts and a house. Is that not a considerable gesture, overshadowed by a mere ancient text? Yeyun's urgency began to rise. I firmly declare that it is out of the question. The betrothal gifts are not a necessity for the Xiao family. In any case, acquiring the original ancient scriptures from the Xiao family is utterly impossible. To my surprise, Xiao Yeyun's father proved equally obstinate, particularly when he uttered his final statement. He could not restrain his voice. The previously lively banquet fell into an abrupt silence, as many turned their attention toward Xiao Yeyun's father. Uncle, simply name your price. How much would it take for you to part with the ancient scriptures? Zhao Jiping inhaled deeply, forcibly suppressing the discontent within him. For him, to humble himself for the sake of an ancient text was already a considerable concession. No matter the price you propose, our Xiao family's ancient scriptures will not be relinquished. They are meant for my son, and we intend for them to be passed down through generations. It was quite unexpected that Xiao Yeyun's father was so resolute. Upon hearing those words, Zhao Jiping's expression immediately hardened. He had offered an extravagant betrothal gift to the Xiao family, ensuring their dignity, only to be met with such ingratitude. Remain calm. The Xiao family has powerful backing, and our Zhao family cannot afford to provoke them at this moment. Just as Zhao Jiping was contemplating his next move, a voice reached his ears. It was his second uncle, who had accompanied him on this occasion. Very well, uncle. If these ancient scriptures are of such significance to your family, I shall not press further. A faint smile graced Zhao Jiping's face. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yeyun's father felt an immense weight lift from his shoulders. It was not that he was unwilling to part with them. Rather, those behind the Xiao family had long coveted the ancient scriptures and had promised great rewards upon their acquisition. While the Zhao family was indeed respectable, they could not compare to the stature of their own allies. Uncle, what should we do now? After resuming their seats, Zhao Jiping lowered his voice to inquire of his second uncle. The opportunity has been presented to the Xiao family, since they do not cherish it. They must not blame us for being ruthless. A glimmer of malice flickered in his second uncle's eyes. Are you suggesting? Zhao Jiping felt a shiver run down his spine. One cannot be a true man without a touch of ruthlessness. A mere woman is inconsequential. Once our Zhao family takes that step, acquiring as many women as desired will be but a simple task. His second uncle assumed that his nephew was hesitant. Brother Peng, if you truly desire the ancient scriptures, I can assist you in stealing them. At this moment, Xiao Yeyun approached, her expression revealing a mix of emotions. Perhaps to her, the ancient scriptures paled in significance compared to marrying Zhao Jiping. Can you genuinely steal them? Not only Zhao Jiping, but even his second uncle's eyes lit up. Previously, his second uncle had resolved that if all else failed, they would return at night to annihilate the Xiao family and seize the scriptures. Now, the prospect of acquiring them easily was undeniably preferable. I know where the ancient scriptures are. I shall retrieve them at once. Xiao Yeyun declared, biting her lip. I will accompany you. Zhao Jiping's heart soared with excitement. At this moment, the Xiao family remained oblivious to Xiao Yeyun leading Zhao Jiping into the main hall. Xiao Yeyun retrieved an ancient scripture from a hidden compartment in her parents' bedroom, a relic she had inadvertently glimpsed her father placing there. Had she sought it out under normal circumstances, it would have proven exceedingly difficult to locate. Sister, you have pilfered the family's ancient scripture. Just as Xiao Yeyun was about to hand the scripture to Zhao Jiping, her younger brother unexpectedly entered the bedroom, witnessing the unfolding scene. Do not speak. Xiao Yeyun's complexion changed drastically, utterly unprepared for her brother's sudden intrusion. "Father, father." Unfortunately, her brother had a loud voice and an impulsive nature. His immediate reaction to inform their father about the incident. "You seek death." Bang. In a fit of rage, Zhao Jiping acted without hesitation, delivering a swift kick. It is worth noting that Zhao Jiping was a first-tier martial grandmaster, while Xiao Yin's brother was merely a first-tier martial artist. The disparity between them was monumental. Furthermore, Zhao Jiping, caught in a moment of panic, failed to moderate his strength. As the kick was unleashed, he realized the gravity of his actions, but alas, it was too late. Chapter 21. I am your daughter's ex-boyfriend. Xiaoyan's brother was violently kicked by Zhao Jiping, crashing heavily against the wall of the main hall, producing a thunderous sound. Something has gone awry. In the courtyard, both families were still drinking, momentarily stunned by the commotion from the main hall. Only Zhao Jiping's uncle felt a tightening in his chest. You have killed my son." Xiaoyan's father rushed into the hall to check on his son, only to discover that he had already succumbed. Observing the ancient well in Zhao Jiping's hand, Xiaoyan's father understood all too well. His gaze fixed on Zhao Jiping, his eyes bloodshot with rage. He had arranged for Xiaoyan to marry into the Zhao family, currying favor with influential figures through the ancient texts, all for the sake of his son. Now that his son was dead, had the Xiao family not been left without heirs? It could be said that Xiaoyan's father epitomized the patriarchal mindset. "I apologize, it was an accident. Name your compensation, but I am taking that ancient text." At this juncture, Zhao Jiping had resolved to stand his ground. "I demand your life in return." Xiaoyan's father's face contorted with fury. If looks could kill, Zhao Jiping would have been devoured whole. "What are you to demand my life? Do you really believe I wouldn't annihilate your entire family?" Zhao Jiping retorted with derision. The Xiao family, at their strongest, could barely muster 5-star warriors. Such worthless beings were of no concern to him. "Penggu, have you lost your mind?" Xiaoyan exclaimed in alarm. Her brother's death had thrown her into a state of panic. However, Zhao Jiping's current demeanor rendered her utterly bewildered. The man before her seemed a stranger. "I am not mad. Do you truly think I hold any regard for you? I have laid my cards on the table. My initial interest in you was solely for your family's ancient texts, and to casually exploit you for cultivation resources. Only that fool valued you so dearly." At this moment, Zhao Jiping no longer concealed his intentions. "In essence, I have grown weary of this charade. Today, I came to propose marriage simply to obtain the ancient texts. I never expected your family to be so ungrateful." The fool he referred to was, of course, Lin Yu. Upon hearing this, Xiaoyan's mind went blank. She had believed that by leaving Lin Yu, she had found her prince charming and a promising future. She had even gone to great lengths to deceive Lin Yu to gain various benefits from him, striving to please Zhao Jiping in bed, all with the hope of marrying into the Zhao family. Even when she later learned that Lin Yu belonged to the prestigious Lin family, she felt a pang of regret, especially upon witnessing his prowess in the arena. Her heart ached with remorse. Yet, she ultimately chose Zhao Jiping, even going so far as to steal her family's ancient texts for him. In the end, Zhao Jiping had never intended to marry her. She had merely been a tool for his use, a mere plaything. It was truly a bitter irony. The expressions of the Xiao family members were deeply troubled. "Zhao Jiping, you are truly overstepping." Uncle Xiao Yayun stepped forward, his countenance darkened. He was the strongest of the Xiao family, a 5-star warrior. "Indeed, I am overstepping. What can you do about it? A mere 5-star warrior is nothing but a pile of dog waste. Do you believe I could easily crush you with a single slap?" Zhao Jiping's face was filled with disdain. This was a stark contrast to his previous demeanor, which had been polite and humble. Of course, having obtained the ancient scripture and already taken the life of Xiao Yiyun's brother, there was no need for him to conceal his true self any longer. Unless he returned the ancient scripture to the Xiao family and then committed suicide to atone for his brother's death, which was something Zhao Jiping would never consider. Uncle Xiao Yeyun was consumed with fury but dared not take a step closer, for he sensed the murderous intent radiating from Zhao Jiping. Setting aside the 1-star martial artist Zhao Jiping, his uncle was also a formidable martial artist. In the presence of Zhao Jiping and his uncle, the Xiao family members felt utterly insignificant. "Oh, how lively it is." Just as the atmosphere became tense and Zhao Jiping was acting arrogantly, a leisurely voice resonated. It was Lin Yu. The newcomer was none other than Lin Yu, who fortuitously arrived at this scene. Observing the corpse on the ground and the furious expressions of the Xiao family, Lin Yu felt a twinge of curiosity. He glanced at Xiao Yeyun and then at Zhao Jiping, before suddenly exclaiming, "Are you two dogs biting each other? Looking for death?" Zhao Jiping's uncle's fury ignited at these words. Without a moment's hesitation, he hurled a punch at Lin Yu. Bang! Unfortunately, in the next instant, Lin Yu's fist shattered his own, obliterating his entire body. Blood mist filled the air, sending chills down the spines of onlookers. The other members of the Zhao family stood frozen, their bodies cold with shock. This was one of their family's experts. How could he have been so effortlessly slaughtered? Zhao Jiping trembled involuntarily. He was no match for his uncle, let alone Lin Yu. In stark contrast, the Xiao family rejoiced at the sight. After enduring the Zhao family's arrogance, they felt a sense of vindication in Lin Yu's actions, which served as a release of their pent-up frustration. You are classmates with my daughter, right? Although Lin Yu had once dated Xiao Yeyun, the Xiao family had never seen him before. At that moment, Xiao Yeyun's father wore an expression of gratitude. To be precise, I am your daughter's ex-boyfriend. Lin Yu felt it necessary to clarify. Upon hearing this, the Xiao family members were taken aback. Lin Yu paid little heed to their surprise and turned his gaze back to Xiao Yeyun. I have come today to reclaim what I initially gave you. Xiao Yeyun appeared somewhat dazed. She gazed at the charming and domineering Lin Yu, then at the ruthless and unfeeling Zhao Jiping. Was there even a comparison between the two? In comparison to Zhao Jiping, Lin Yu is truly incomparable. Yet, she once chose Zhao Jiping, betraying Lin Yu. Now, even if she wishes to regret her decision, it is too late. She has become a withered flower, unworthy of seeking Lin Yu's forgiveness. I spent all my money on spiritual stones, originally intended for Zhao Jiping, but I never anticipated his treachery. Now, these spiritual stones are yours, as a means of repaying what you once bestowed upon me. If they are insufficient, I shall repay you in the future. Xiao Yeyun produced a bag and handed it to Lin Yu. Zhao Jiping's countenance darkened ominously. Such an abundance of spiritual stones. Yet, he dared not display his greed before Lin Yu, fearing for his own life. Continue your quarrel. Lin Yu accepted the bag, devoid of any sympathy. Lin Yu. Just as he was about to depart, Xiao Yeyun suddenly spoke up. Chapter 22. Withered flowers and fallen willows. Lin Yu halted his steps, casting a fleeting glance at Xiao Yeyun. I am willing to bestow upon you the family heirloom, the Heart Sutra of Bodhi, on the condition that you safeguard the Xiao family. Xiao Yeyun regarded Lin Yu with hopeful anticipation. The Heart Sutra of Bodhi was indeed a treasure, otherwise, the formidable figure backing the Xiao family, along with the Zhao family, would not go to such lengths to acquire it. Presently, the Zhao family loomed ominously, their intentions unclear as the allies of the Xiao family had yet to reveal themselves. Thus, Xiao Yeyun placed her hopes on Lin Yu, believing he would inevitably be swayed. I harbor no interest in such trinkets. From this moment forth, our paths diverge. The fate of the Xiao family, whether it thrives or perishes, is of no concern to me, Lin Yu declared before turning to depart. Their bond had been irrevocably severed since Xiao Yeyun chose to betray him. Lin Yu's restraint in not seeking vengeance was a mercy in itself. As he watched Lin Yu's retreating figure, a complex array of emotions washed over Xiao Yeyun, mingling with a sense of loss. Xiao Yeyun, do you truly believe Lin Yu would take a liking to someone as withered as you? It was not until Lin Yu vanished that Zhao Jiping finally exhaled, feeling the weight of the earlier tension lift. Lin Yu's presence had been overwhelmingly pressuring, and Zhao Jiping feared he might face retribution for his past humiliation of Lin Yu. Upon seeing Zhao Jiping's mocking expression, Xiao Yeyun felt an intense desire to silence him. However, before she could voice her indignation, a slap sent her sprawling. Zhao Jiping cast a disdainful glance at her, coldly uttering, "Wretch." With Lin Yu's departure, the Zhao family followed suit, leaving behind only the Xiao family's immediate kin, including Xiao Yeyun's parents, her sister, and the lifeless body of her brother. No one extended a hand to assist Xiao Yeyun. Even her father's gaze was filled with resentment. If it were not for Xiao Yeyun, how could the Xiao family have invited disaster upon themselves? Had she not unlawfully appropriated the scriptures, Zhao Jiping would not have dared to mercilessly slay her brother. In her father's eyes, Xiao Yeyun bore the brunt of all their misfortunes. With the Heart Sutra of Bodhi, my power will soar, and I shall surely have my revenge on Lin Yu. Zhao Jiping's eyes glinted with malice as he made his way home. He had not forgotten the humiliation inflicted by Lin Yu. Given the chance, he would show no mercy. I heard you actually killed a half-step Grand Martial Master from the Sun family. Is this true? Lin Yu was taken aback when the principal sought him out upon his return to school. Indeed, such news would soon circulate, prompting Lin Yu to withhold no secrets. Excellent. I have gathered information indicating that the strongest contenders in the other 13 cities are all one-star Grand Martial Masters, totaling 7, alongside 13 half-step Grand Martial Masters, with the remainder at the 9-star Martial Master level. You have a genuine chance to break into the top 10. If that happens, our 8th high school will undoubtedly achieve great renown. The principal was overwhelmed with excitement upon receiving Lin Yu's confirmation. It is said that not only has a student from Jiangbei province achieved the first rank in high school selection, but he also topped the Yang City Joint Examination, bringing immense prestige to the 8th high school. Recently, the number of applicants wishing to enroll in the 8th high school has surged dramatically, with numerous parents preemptively contacting the institution. Moreover, the Yang City Education Bureau has announced that any student who secures a spot in the top 10 will be rewarded with 100 premium spirit stones and 2,000 superior spirit stones. The principal added, "In this era, everything is illusory. Only cultivation resources are fervently sought by all. With such resources, one's strength can soar to unprecedented heights." Lin Yu believes that once he attains the first position and acquires a wealth of resources, he should be able to seize the opportunity to break through to the great martial sect realm. Are you truly certain? Once you cultivate this technique, your very disposition will be influenced. A moment's carelessness could lead you down the path of madness, rendering you neither human nor ghost, cautioned an elderly man clad in black. Gazing earnestly at Han Lin, "I have made my decision. Failure is not an option for me, and I shall have no regrets," Han Lin declared, his eyes ablaze with fervor and intent. The humiliation inflicted by Lin Yu must be repaid tenfold. He aims to demonstrate to Sun Yu that he is deserving of her, affirming that her initial choice was not in vain. With only 3 days remaining until the Jiangbei Province High School Elite Selection Competition commences, Han Lin is determined to undergo a complete transformation within a week. In addition to the special techniques, he possesses a substantial quantity of spirit stones, many of which are of the premium variety, all bestowed upon him by his uncle. Time swiftly passes, and during these 3 days, Lin Yu dedicates himself to rigorous training, striving to refine his 9-nether body for a second time. The Jiangbei Province High School competition has captivated the hearts of many, with esteemed educators from across the nation dispatched to attend. The top 5 prestigious institutions eagerly await aspiring candidates, particularly those who can secure a position in the top 10, as they are highly coveted talents. This year marks a significant departure from previous ones, while the strongest contenders in the past barely reached the semi-great martial sect level. This competition boasts 7 great martial sect practitioners and 13 semi-great martial sect contenders. Indeed, it is a gathering of exceptional talents, attributed to the shifts in the world's environment, which have birthed even more experts in other provinces. Consequently, our nation has initiated competitions starting at the city level and extending to the provincial level, purportedly to identify and cultivate the finest seed candidates. A myriad of discussions has erupted. Unlike the Yang City Joint Examination, which took place in a plaza and employed a random draw for competitors to enter the arena, this event will witness the attendance of high-ranking officials from Jiangbei Province and prominent figures from various institutions, with live broadcasts scheduled. However, given Yang City's relatively low standing, the local populace harbors little hope for Lin Yu and his peers. The draw continues, with Han Lin facing off against Su Shuang in match number 7. The competition is about to commence, and it promises to be intriguing. As his gaze fell upon Han Lin, Lin Yu narrowed his eyes, sensing a palpable difference in Han Lin's aura compared to the past. In terms of cultivation, Han Lin had astonishingly ascended from a 7-star martial master to a 1-star great martial master. This advancement signified that Han Lin had entered the elite tier of contenders for this selection. His opponent, Su Shuang, stood at the threshold of a great martial master. In previous years, such prowess could have contended for a top 3 finish, or even first place. The competition commenced. The referee briefly outlined the rules of the match. Boom. With a swift motion, Han Lin sent his opponent flying with a single punch, devoid of any hesitation. Chapter 23. One must choose the soft persimmons. Su Shuang fell to the ground, spitting blood, and lost consciousness. The spectators, both present and watching from their screens, were rendered speechless. Everyone was aware that, apart from Yang City, in any other city within Jiangbei province, the competitors were all at least at the 9-star martial master level. Now, with Han Lin's single-strike victory, it seemed overwhelmingly formidable. It was rumored that Su Shuang was on the verge of becoming a grand martial master. Had Han Lin truly broken through a critical threshold? In the cafeteria of the first high school, someone could not help but exclaim. Sun Yuru's heart trembled. A grand martial master? Could it be that the man she admired was indeed of such caliber? The humiliation brought upon the Sun family by Lin Yu, as well as the slayers of her kin, fueled her deep-seated hatred towards him. She fervently wished for Han Lin to become stronger. As the competition progressed, there was little suspense remaining. All 7 Grand Martial Masters emerged victorious, securing their places in the top 10, with Han Lin also joining their ranks. Before Lin Yu entered the top 10, he faced opponents who were a 9-star Martial Master and a Grand Martial Master in the making, respectively. Like Han Lin, he too claimed victory with a single strike. The top 10, truly, they had achieved it. The principal was brimming with excitement. But the most elated were the leaders of the Yang City Education Bureau and the higher-ups of the city. After all, in this year's Jiangbei province competition, Yang City had secured 2 spots in the top 10. In previous years, they had always been at the bottom. Now, they had made a remarkable breakthrough. The Lin family was equally thrilled. Yet, only Xiao Yiyun, watching the live broadcast on television, wore a somber expression. The top 10 in the Jiangbei province high school competition was an impressive feat. If only she had not let her judgment be clouded, betraying Lin Yu and choosing Zhao Zhipeng instead. Recalling Zhao Zhipeng's demeanor and Lin Yu's kindness towards her filled her heart with regret and anguish. Damn it, I will make you pay. Zhao Zhipeng was also watching the live stream, and as he saw the 10 of them standing on the competition stage, he clenched his fists tightly. As the competition continued, the rules were altered from the norm. All 10 contestants would stand simultaneously on the stage. The first to fall would rank 10th, while the last one standing would be declared the champion. They could choose to engage in chaos or form alliances. Ultimately, any strategy was permissible. The referee announced the new rules. This announcement sent a wave of astonishment through the audience. No one had anticipated such a unique format for the competition. In previous years, the format had been predictable, but now they were venturing into uncharted territory. This meant that the outcome for the champion could very well be uncertain. Previously, the strongest competitor could bulldoze their way through, defeating opponents to secure victory. Now, even the most promising contender could find themselves bested by a pair of allied opponents. Thus, under normal circumstances, a contender's misfortune could see them eliminated first, landing them in the 10th position. Among the 10 contestants, apart from Lin Yu, the others appeared somewhat bewildered, as they had never encountered such an experience before. Mighty One, shall we join forces? A young man clad in white turned towards a robust figure, resembling a small mountain, known as the Mighty One, who possessed the strength of a 1-star Grand Martial Master. The youth, Bai Chun, was also a 1-star Grand Martial Master and stood out among the group. No problem. Despite the Mighty One's seemingly simple demeanor, he was far from foolish. He understood that an alliance would expedite the elimination of their adversaries. Minyu, what do you think about teaming up? A vibrant young woman directed her gaze towards another female contestant among the 10. Both of them were also 1-star Grand Martial Masters. Certainly, Minyu nodded in agreement. Thus, 8 participants formed 2 teams, all of them 1-star Grand Martial Masters, making this arrangement entirely reasonable. Left unpaired were Lin Yu and a slender individual, who was merely a half-step Grand Martial Master. His presence in the top 10 was purely due to luck. Had he faced a Grand Martial Master earlier, he would have been eliminated. Currently, Lin Yu emanated the aura of a 9-star Martial Master, which naturally deterred anyone from approaching him for a partnership. Even if the slender contestant were to team up with Lin Yu, he perceived it as futile. Attack! Instead of forming an alliance with Lin Yu, the slender contestant was the first to strike, launching an assault towards Lin Yu. He was acutely aware that Lin Yu was the only opponent he might defeat. By vanquishing Lin Yu, he would secure the 9th position and could then concede and leave the stage. Cleverly, he understood that one should target the vulnerable. Many spectators were astounded by this turn of events. In truth, anyone in his position would likely have made the same choice. Boom. The slender contestant suddenly found himself disoriented. a sharp pain coursing through his abdomen as he was sent flying. What the heck? Many were left speechless as the 9-star Martial Master effortlessly overwhelmed the half-step Grand Martial Master, triumphing in an overwhelming display of skill. On the observation platform, the educators from various institutions nodded in approval, especially the representatives from Hucking University, who had already granted Lin Yu a recommendation. They were particularly gratified. Previously, Lin Yu had demonstrated remarkable prowess by defeating an 8-star contestant with his 7-star strength. No one had anticipated that within a mere few days, Lin Yu would accumulate his strength to reach the 9-star Martial Master realm and engage in battles beyond his level. He was undoubtedly a promising contender. Even if he were to secure the 9th position, it would not diminish his potential compared to the top ranks. After all, cultivation level is merely one aspect. Innate talent is the true key. Esteemed colleagues, I propose we first eliminate this troublesome individual and then split into 2 groups for our skirmish. What do you think? At that moment, Han Lin spoke up. Upon hearing this, the leaders from Yang City wore expressions of displeasure. How outrageous. After all, he was a student of Yang City. Yet he incited others to take action against his own. This was nothing short of treachery. The principal of the 8th middle school was equally infuriated. Han Lin, I curse you. In the audience, Wang Xiaoyu was grumbling. Although Lin Yu was the weakest in terms of strength and could easily be sent off the stage by others, Han Lin's actions made many in Yang City uncomfortable. Both Han Lin and Lin Yu hailed from Yang City. It was one thing not to fight alongside each other, but to kick someone when they were down. Even many teachers and students from the first high school frowned at this behavior. After all, both of you are from Yang City. It would be better for you to advise him to step down and avoid further embarrassment. Bai Chun lazily remarked. The simultaneous action of 8 Grand Martial Masters to expel a mere 9-star Martial Master was indeed an overreaction and somewhat disgraceful, causing them to disdain taking action. Lin Yu, there is an unresolved matter between us. Why not take this opportunity to settle it? Han Lin's gaze fell upon Lin Yu, an enigmatic smile playing on his lips. Chapter 24. How do you wish to resolve this? Lin Yu casually glanced at Han Lin, his demeanor akin to that of observing a mere cat or dog. In the past, during the incident at the Sun family estate, you humiliated me before my girlfriend, Sun Yueru. Now, I demand that you kneel and apologize in front of everyone. Should you comply, I shall let bygones be bygones. Otherwise, I will shatter your dantian and obliterate your cultivation. Han Lin spoke coldly. Did they harbor a grudge? Many were perplexed, for few were aware of the animosity between Lin Yu and Han Lin. No wonder Han Lin sought to target Lin Yu. If I had faced such humiliation before my beloved, I too would find it intolerable. Someone murmured. Indeed, to have one's dantian destroyed would be akin to a fate worse than death. A true man can both yield and endure. Kneeling is not such a great shame. Another whispered. Han Lin's face bore a mocking expression. To compel Lin Yu to kneel before the cameras, under the gaze of the masses, would indeed be a delightful spectacle. However, this was merely the beginning. Even if Lin Yu were to kneel, Han Lin had no intention of letting him off the hook. In due course, he would repeatedly humiliate Lin Yu, pushing him to the brink of despair. Ultimately, he would render Lin Yu powerless, reducing him once again to a state of utter worthlessness. It can be said that Han Lin harbored a profound resentment towards Lin Yu. Kneel? I can certainly accommodate that. Lin Yu responded with a faint smile. Upon hearing this, many were taken aback. Some displayed disdain, others astonishment, while a few perceived Lin Yu as a sagacious individual attuned to the prevailing circumstances. Ha ha ha, kneel down. Han Lin proclaimed with evident pride. Boom. Unexpectedly, before his triumphant grin could fade, Lin Yu's palm struck forth. Han Lin attempted to block the blow but felt an inexhaustible force emanating from Lin Yu's hand. His body could not withstand it, his legs trembled, and he soon found himself kneeling on the ground with a resounding thud. Damn it! Han Lin's face flushed crimson as he bellowed in fury, striving to break free. Yet, despite his exertions, his body remained immobilized, firmly held in place, forced to kneel before Lin Yu. How could this be? A 9-star martial master suppressing a great martial master? The crowd was aghast, disbelief etched upon their faces. A 9-star martial master could indeed defeat a half-step great martial master. But to vanquish a true great martial master was sheer folly. Now, with but a single strike, Lin Yu had compelled the great martial master to kneel before him, leaving everyone feeling as though they were trapped in a surreal dream. How is this possible? How could he be so powerful? Sun Yueru's eyes widened in shock, her spirit seemingly adrift. Marvelous. Let us crush this scoundrel, Wang Xiaoyu exclaimed, brimming with excitement. The principal of the 8th high school wore an expression of disbelief, quickly replaced by elation. Ha ha ha, my son is extraordinary. Li Sufeng beamed with joy. She had always believed her son to be a failure, incapable of cultivation, causing her endless worry. Little did she know, her son, who had remained silent, would soar to greatness. The sensation was simply exhilarating. Lin Huiran and the other members of the Lin family wore expressions of relief, but more so of anticipation. At the tender age of 18, he had effortlessly vanquished the Grand Martial Sovereign, and his future appeared undeniably bright. Some mocked Han Lin, believing him to be less formidable than he seemed. Rumor had it that Han Lin was merely an 8-star martial sovereign prior to the Yangshi joint examination, having been a 6-star martial sovereign before. Yet he had now ascended to the ranks of the Grand Martial Sovereign. I surmised that he must have resorted to some arcane method to forcibly enhance his strength, resulting in an unstable foundation. His actual combat prowess was likely inferior to that of a true Grand Martial Sovereign. Begone! Just as judgments were being passed, Han Lin suddenly emitted a deafening roar. Instantly, an astonishing aura erupted from him. How powerful! The expressions of the other Grand Martial Sovereigns on the platform shifted dramatically as they sensed an overwhelming pressure. A 2-star Grand Martial Sovereign. Some gasped in disbelief. Han Lin's strength had evidently taken a significant leap, perhaps spurred on by Lin Yu, or perhaps due to Han Lin concealing his true capabilities. He had fully unleashed his potential. While many speculated that Lin Yu would struggle to contain Han Lin, he remained steadfast, motionless in his stance. No matter how fiercely Han Lin erupted, he remained kneeling before Lin Yu. Just how formidable was Lin Yu? The crowd was left in utter astonishment. Kill. Suddenly, a figure lunged toward Lin Yu. One of the competitors evidently recognized Lin Yu's immense power and opted for a sneak attack. As Lin Yu subdued Han Lin, this contestant attempted to strike Lin Yu. After all, the rules of the competition permitted chaos. Thus his ambush was entirely within the bounds of the regulations. Boom. Lin Yu did not even glance in his direction, casually striking out. His fist collided with the opponent's, sending a violent tremor through their body. The opponent's arm was nearly shattered, and he was sent flying. Incredible. Let us all attack. Otherwise, none of us shall claim the first prize. Bai Chun inhaled deeply. The other 5 exchanged knowing glances. They were no fools and recognized that Lin Yu was the strongest. Perhaps, united, they could overcome him. Agreed. The others nodded in unison, advancing to encircle Lin Yu. How shameless. On the sidelines, Wang Xiaoyu watched in a state of anxious despair. Disregarding everything else, she cried out. The faculty and students from the 8th high school were collectively furious, yet felt utterly powerless. Destroy him. Zhao Jiping's face was alight with excitement, wishing fervently for everyone to swarm Lin Yu and tear him to pieces. Xiao Yayun's expression was complex. The man she once deemed worthless was now the most elite high school student in Jiangbei province, drawing a coalition to challenge him, a testament to his honor. Even if Lin Yu were to fall, his reputation would likely soar. Perhaps it could be said that he would achieve glory despite defeat. As Li Sufeng observed the gathering of individuals intent on confronting her son, she felt an overwhelming sense of anxiety. Yet, she found herself devoid of any means to intervene. Some harbored hope, while others were convinced of Lin Yu's inevitable defeat. The university professors and the higher echelons of Jiangbei province shared a vested interest, eager to witness the limits of Lin Yu's capabilities. Should he triumph over these adversaries, Lin Yu would undoubtedly emerge as a promising asset for Jiangbei province. Each person's expectations varied significantly. However, it was Han Lin who bore the most profound humiliation as he remained kneeling before Lin Yu, his struggles proving utterly futile. Damn it, who claimed Han Lin was a prodigy? If only the Sun family had not rescinded their engagement with the Lin family, Lin Yu would have become the Sun family's greatest pillar of support. Someone from the Sun family shouted in anger. Regrettably, the animosity between the Sun family and Lin Yu had reached an insurmountable depth, rendering their regrets meaningless. Sun Yuanyuan held her breath, her gaze unwaveringly fixed on the screen. Chapter 25, Utterly Shameless. Boom. Lin Yu firmly restrained Han Lin with one hand, while his other hand swiftly struck towards the nearest contender. With a single blow, the opponent was sent flying. Boom. Subsequently, Lin Yu unleashed a second strike, targeting another adversary. It was as if a mountain had descended upon them, nearly obliterating half of the second opponent's body. Incredible! This spectacle left the spectators utterly astounded, as disbelief washed over them. After all, each of Lin Yu's opponents was a formidable member of the Grand Martial sect, not mere novices. Yet, none could withstand even a single strike from Lin Yu. Had they not witnessed it with their own eyes, who would have believed such a feat? Absolutely magnificent. The former principal of the 8th High School was overwhelmed with excitement. He had merely hoped for Lin Yu to secure a place in the top 10, yet never anticipated such a display of prowess. As Lin Yu dispatched his foes with such ease, this scene was nothing short of electrifying, igniting fervor in the hearts of all present. The Lin family radiated joy, each member brimming with exhilaration. However, Xiao Yun wore a somber expression, her emotions beyond verbal articulation. Sun Yuanu's demeanor was equally complex. She felt the weight of her peers' gazes upon her, their looks decidedly peculiar. This was only to be expected, for the exchange between Han Lin and Lin Yu on the arena had made it abundantly clear that she, Sun Yuanu, had once been Lin Yu's betrothed, only to abandon him for Han Lin. Now, witnessing Han Lin being dominated by Lin Yu was a stark contrast. Kill! At that moment, Han Lin suddenly roared with fury, and an object materialized in his grasp. What the hell? What was he planning? This was utterly shameless. As Han Lin revealed the object, gasps rippled through the audience. The Lin family was left in shock. It was the Rainstorm Pear Blossom Needle, a notoriously lethal concealed weapon. Even when used from a distance, it could spell death. At close range, its power was terrifying. Regulations prohibited the use of any weapon during the competition, even the intention to cause lethal harm. Although Lin Yu had held an absolute advantage, defeating and severely injuring his opponents without resorting to lethal force, no one could have anticipated that Han Lin had concealed such a weapon. Moreover, they were astounded that he would resort to such treachery in a public setting. Even the referee would be unable to intervene in time. At such close proximity, should Lin Yu be struck by the Rainstorm Pear Blossom Needle, even with 9 lives, his demise would be inevitable. Boom. Han Lin acted swiftly, but alas, Lin Yu was swifter still. Just as Han Lin was about to unleash the Rainstorm Pear Blossom Needle, Lin Yu's palm erupted with an overwhelming force. The hand that had previously held Han Lin's head in check unleashed a terrifying surge of power. Han Lin's eyes were filled with hatred and dread. In the next instant, his body exploded, transforming into a mist of crimson. The torrential rain of pear blossoms fell to the ground, enveloping the arena in an eerie silence. The remaining few stood dazed upon the stage, having previously united in their assault against Lin Yu, a course of action that had seemed justifiable at the time. Lin Yu had merely defeated them without resorting to excessive force. In the history of this competition, it was undoubtedly the first instance of a contestant being slain in such a manner. The participants were left in shock, while the spectators gasped in disbelief. Well executed. Many silently concurred, for just moments ago, Han Lin had intended to employ the deadly pear blossom needles, clearly seeking Lin Yu's demise. Thus, Lin Yu's subsequent slaying of Han Lin seemed entirely warranted. However, according to the competition's regulations, the killing of opponents was strictly forbidden. To act in such a manner against Han Lin was a grave infraction, deserving of the utmost punishment. Suddenly, a middle-aged man rose from the spectators' area, his expression dark and foreboding. Those seated in the stands, aside from representatives from top universities, held positions of considerable authority. This middle-aged figure was Yang Shuang, a high-ranking official from the Jiangbei province's armed forces. As he stood, the brows of several other leaders from Jiangbei province furrowed in concern. They were not blind. Han Lin's actions had led to his downfall, and in some ways, he had brought this upon himself. Nevertheless, these leaders remained silent, keen to observe how Lin Yu would navigate this predicament, while also wary of the powerful individuals backing Yang Shuang. Han Lin had breached the rules by employing hidden weapons in an attempt to kill Lin Yu. He had initiated the transgression, while Lin Yu's actions were merely a form of self-defense. From the crowd, Wang Xiaoyu, without hesitation, voiced her thoughts, fiercely defending Lin Yu. Han Lin had indeed violated the regulations, and even if Lin Yu had refrained from killing him, there would have been severe repercussions. Yet now that Lin Yu had slain Han Lin, he too must face consequences. Yang Shuang spoke coldly, his perspective not entirely erroneous. Moreover, given Lin Yu's prowess, He could have easily evaded Han Lin's concealed weapons without resorting to lethal force. His choice to strike was indeed suspect. Yang Shuang added with a chilling certainty. Is this not brazenly shameless? Such blatant favoritism towards Han Lin. Whispers of dissent arose among the audience. Yang Shuang, I am Lin Yu's principal. And I firmly believe that Lin Yu acted in justifiable self-defense, declared the old principal, stepping forth without hesitation to unconditionally support Lin Yu. Indeed, I too believe Lin Yu was in the right, added Su Mei, head of the Yang City Education Department. I care not for your opinions. If Lin Yu has committed murder, he is at fault. Yang Shuang remained resolute. This was utterly unreasonable. The Lin family seethed with anger, yet felt powerless. Although the Lin family wielded significant influence in Yang City, they were insignificant in Jiangbei Province. If Yang Shuang truly desired to dismantle the Lin family, it would likely be but a matter of a single command. Is that so? Lin Yu suddenly interjected. He picked up the rainstorm pear blossom needle from the ground. His gaze once again fixed upon Yang Shuang. He spoke calmly. How about this? I will stand in Han Lin's position, and you will take my place. I shall use the rainstorm pear blossom needle, and if you can evade it, then it shall prove that I intentionally struck down Han Lin. And I will accept any punishment that follows. A gasp of astonishment rippled through the crowd at his words. Many were incredulous, unable to fathom that Lin Yu would resort to such a method. Yang Shuang was a master, a 5-star Grand Martial Master, far beyond the capabilities of a 1-star or 2-star Grand Martial Master. Given Yang Shuang's prowess, even at such a close distance, evasion was indeed a possibility. Should Yang Shuang succeed in dodging, he would have the justification to condemn Lin Yu to death without hesitation. After all, Lin Yu had already made such a promise. Lin Yu, do not act rashly, the old principal exclaimed, clearly distressed. Below the stage, Wang Xiaoyu was anxiously stomping her feet in concern. Chapter 26. You are quite impressive in their eyes. Lin Yu still held the moral high ground, even though Yang Shuang targeted him. There were those who would support Lin Yu. At worst, he would forfeit the top position or face some minor punishment, but at least his life would be spared. However, Lin Yu's current actions were rather reckless and audacious. Haha, well you said it. As long as I can evade the rainstorm pear blossom needle, I can impose any punishment on you, even demand your life. Yang Shuang laughed, his gaze filled with mockery and lethal intent. Certainly, many spectators vaguely sensed the connection between Yang Shuang and Han Lin. Otherwise, why would Yang Shuang go to such lengths to target the promising Lin Yu for a mere infraction committed by a deceased individual? As Lin Yu and Yang Shuang found themselves at an impasse, having reached an agreement, the others felt it inappropriate to interject. In the stands, some higher-ups displayed their displeasure. Some were reluctant to stir trouble, while others contemplated intervening later. Each person harbored different thoughts. The remaining contestants naturally vacated the arena, creating space for Lin Yu and Yang Shuang. Yang Shuang soon approached Lin Yu, positioning themselves similarly to where Lin Yu and Han Lin had stood moments before, with Han Lin kneeling and Lin Yu standing. Lin Yu raised the rainstorm pear blossom needle. With the strength of a 5-star martial grandmaster, he should be able to easily evade it. Even if he couldn't dodge, the needle would pose no harm to him. Whispers circulated among the onlookers. Many were familiar with the rainstorm pear blossom needle. Indeed, while it could inflict damage on ordinary martial grandmasters, it would be even more formidable against lesser opponents. If I were Lin Yu, I would never make such a foolish decision, someone sighed. In their view, Lin Yu was exceedingly unwise. Engaging a 5-star martial grandmaster, regardless of the outcome, would inevitably offend such a powerful figure. Whoosh. Yet, Lin Yu was remarkably nonchalant, directly unleashing the rainstorm pear blossom needle. It soared like a shooting star, racing towards Yang Shuang with astonishing speed. Yang Shuang's pupils dilated sharply. He sensed a threat, a lethal one that sent shivers down his spine. This rainstorm pear blossom needle had undoubtedly been modified, its release speed surpassing that of the ordinary version. Of course, Yang Shuang was also a master, moving with ghostly agility, seemingly evading the needle. Lin Yu, do you have anything to say now? Yang Shuang's gaze landed on Lin Yu's face, tinged with cruelty. To the spectators, it appeared that Yang Shuang had indeed dodged the rainstorm pear blossom needle. You are quite impressive, Lin Yu remarked, giving Yang Shuang a thumbs up. What do you mean? Do you still wish to argue at this juncture? Yang Shuang replied, laced with sarcasm. According to the agreement between Lin Yu and Yang Shuang, As long as Yang Shuang could evade the torrential rain of needle-like attacks, Lin Yu would be at his disposal. Thus, even the old principal and others were powerless to halt these events. If I am not mistaken, among the hundreds of needle-like projectiles, one must have already struck you, Lin Yu said languidly. Impossible. A wave of disbelief swept through the crowd. After all, they stood at a considerable distance, and given the incredible speed at which the needle-like projectiles were launched, they could not discern even a single needle hitting Yang Shuang, let alone several. Hence, their astonishment was palpable. You are clearly attempting to argue your way out of this, Yang Shuang retorted, seething with rage. In truth, he had indeed been struck by one needle. However, with Yang Shuang's formidable physique, the impact of not just one, but even 100 needles penetrating his body would have been inconsequential. On the contrary, the very moment that silver needle entered his body, it was silently expelled by Yang Shuang. Thus, even a thorough examination of his body would yield no trace of the silver needle. If my conjecture holds true, the silver needle amongst the needle-like projectiles was specially crafted to penetrate a person's vital energy defenses, and moreover, it was coated with a unique and lethal poison. Lin Yu remarked with nonchalance. Yang Shuang attempted to articulate a response, but just as he opened his mouth, his body convulsed violently, and a trickle of dark blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. In the next instant, without hesitation, Yang Shuang swiftly sat cross-legged, attempting to suppress the toxin. Alas, the potency of this poison was overwhelming. In mere moments, blood streamed from his 7 orifices, and he succumbed to death. What a ferocious poison! Many in the crowd gasped in horror at this scene. It is worth noting that Yang Shuang was a 5-star grand martial artist, a figure of significant stature, which justified his high-ranking position in Jiangbei province. Yet, the fact that such a master was instantaneously felled by poison was utterly unfathomable. In the eyes of the onlookers, if even a master like Yang Shuang could not withstand the torrential rain of needle-like attacks and was vanquished by the deadly poison, it was evident that Lin Yu would likely face an even graver fate. The crux of the matter was that this poison had no connection to Lin Yu. The needle-like projectiles had all been prepared by Han Lin. Therefore, Yang Shuang's demise was deservedly self-inflicted. I hereby announce that Lin Yu's act of slaying Han Lin was in self-defense and does not violate competition regulations. Additionally, Lin Yu has emerged as the top contender in Jiangbei province's prestigious competition, earning 500 exquisite spirit stones and 5,000 high-grade spirit stones. At this moment, Guo Tianxiu, the educational leader of Jiangbei province, rose to make the announcement. Wonderful, Wang Xiaoyu exclaimed, her face alight with excitement. The old principal's eyes sparkled as well. From this moment forth, the entire Jiangbei province, and even the nation, would recognize that their 8th high school had nurtured the finest student in Jiangbei province. The reputation of the 8th high school was thus solidified. In truth, Lin Yu's current achievements were tantamount to being crowned the provincial champion. Indeed, our esteemed Great Xia is hosting a national competition for the finest talents in high school. Achieving first place in this prestigious event will bestow a reward of 5,000 exquisite spirit stones and 50,000 superior spirit stones. The subsequent top 10 will receive additional accolades in succession. The top 3 contestants from Jiangbei province will earn the opportunity to participate in the national high school competition. Guo Tianxiu spoke again. The rewards for the national competition are astonishing. Securing the top position would be truly remarkable. The crowd buzzed with excitement. None could have anticipated that following the conclusion of the Jiangbei province high school competition, there would be a national event. Of course, previous years have also seen national high school competitions, though the timelines were not as compressed. Moreover, those who rank within the top 10 will have the chance to inherit the legacy of one of our great Xia guardians. Another high-ranking official proclaimed with conviction. The legacy of the guardian, how extraordinary. Each guardian of Great Xia possesses strength surpassing that of the Grand Martial sect, having made significant contributions within the forbidden zones, and some even commanding regions therein. To inherit the legacy of a guardian is akin to becoming their disciple, an unparalleled opportunity indeed. Many gazed on with immense envy. Chapter 27. Now in the thrall of spring winds, do you think Lin Yu has a chance of breaking into the national top 10? A stout youth suddenly interjected. No one could assert with certainty, for our esteemed Xia High School boasts numerous prodigies, particularly some youthful geniuses who, despite being merely in their 1st or 2nd year, have already swept through the ranks of high school. Someone sighed in contemplation. This was indeed the case. Xia is not lacking in talent. Yet some choose to participate in the national high school competition, while others do not. Certain students hail from prestigious families, their resources seemingly inexhaustible, rendering even the rewards of first place mere trifles in their eyes. Consequently, they show little inclination to vie for them. In short, the scenarios are as varied as they are numerous. Now, let us invite our champion Lin Yu to the stage to say a few words. Guo Tianxu beckoned to Lin Yu. Much like when Lin Yu claimed victory in the Yang City joint examination, as the first place winner, he was expected to say something. My name is Lin Yu, and I come from Yang City number 8 Middle School. It is Yang City and number 8 Middle School that have nurtured me. Thank you. Lin Yu's words were crisp and clear. Good, good. The old principal's eyes glistened with tears. Lin Yu's speech resonated deeply with him. The reputation of their No. 8 Middle School had been firmly established. Subsequently, Lin Yu was awarded a bounty of 500 premium spirit stones and 5,000 superior spirit stones. With this fortune, Lin Yu could attempt to break through to the great martial sect realm and also undergo a second round of body refinement. That rascal is now basking in his glory. As Lin Yu found himself surrounded by admirers, akin to a star amidst planets, Wang Xiaoyu pouted her lips slightly, feeling a twinge of discontent. Wang Xiaoyu, come here. At that moment, Lin Yu waved to Wang Xiaoyu from a distance. She hesitated for a moment before joyfully darting towards him, akin to a swallow returning to its nest. For Wang Xiaoyu, simply being in Lin Yu's company brought her immense joy. You all just asked me whom I like the most. And now I can tell you. My favorite person is Wang Xiaoyu, Lin Yu proclaimed boldly, clasping her hand. Upon hearing Lin Yu's declaration, Wang Xiaoyu trembled, an exhilarating warmth coursing through her veins. A profound happiness enveloped her, a sensation beyond the reach of words. Wang Xiaoyu is my best buddy, my confidant. For her, I would brave any peril, Lin Yu added with a grin. Wang Xiaoyu was left speechless. Goodness. Lin Yu's expression of affection was not of romantic nature, but rather that of camaraderie. He regarded her as a brother. She glanced down at her pronounced figure, inwardly lamenting. Goodness, how am I anything like a man? Lin Yu, indeed, had not contemplated the matter further. In his heart, Wang Xiaoyu was his closest companion, a brother, a confidant. As was customary, he and Wang Xiaoyu strolled back to Yang City, arms around each other's shoulders. Xiaoyu, this is a gift for you. You must double your efforts in cultivation and strive to break through to the martial sovereign realm soon. Lin Yu presented a portion of exquisite spirit stones, as well as some superior spirit stones, to Wang Xiaoyu. I don't want them. You are about to participate in the national competition and will need these spirit stones to enhance your cultivation, Wang Xiaoyu replied, shaking her head. In my heart, you are far more important than that ridiculous competition, Lin Yu insisted, forcibly placing the spirit stones into Wang Xiaoyu's hands before departing with a flourish. As she watched Lin Yu's retreating figure, Wang Xiaoyu stamped her foot in frustration. What a big fool. Son, cousin, brother, nephew, you have finally returned. Upon Lin Yu's arrival at the Lin family home, he was warmly welcomed by his family, who surrounded him with expressions akin to those witnessing a grand spectacle. None of them had anticipated Lin Yu's exceptional performance, achieving first place in Jiangbei province. It all felt like a dream. Mom, I need to focus on my cultivation as the national competition approaches, so please do not disturb me, Lin Yu promptly stated. Yes, you must cultivate diligently. If resources are insufficient, our Lin family will find a way to provide more, his second uncle nodded eagerly. For them, as long as the Lin family could offer it, they would do their utmost to support Lin Yu. I have sufficient resources. These are for my father, who needs them to advance to the great martial sovereign level. Lin Yu declared, producing some exquisite and superior spirit stones. Your father does not require these. Moreover, he has decided to offer all his spirit stones for your cultivation. Lin Huairan began to reach for the spirit stones, but was halted by Li Sufang. Indeed, all resources for cultivation belong to you, for my aptitude is lacking. Even if I were to receive more spirit stones, it would be a waste. Lin Huairan forced a smile. Lin Yu found the situation amusing. Despite being the head of the Lin family, his father was, in truth, under the strict governance of his wife. In his previous life, excessive indulgence from his mother had led him into significant trouble, allowing the Zhao family to exploit his weaknesses. In this life, he vowed never to repeat that mistake. Rest assured, I guarantee it will be sufficient, Lin Yu asserted, pressing the spirit stones into Lin Huairan's hands before swiftly retreating into the secret room. Now, Lin Yu's primary focus was on cultivation. Outside, as soon as Lin Huairan received the spirit stones, Li Sufang confiscated them. According to her, Lin Huairan would receive resources only after ensuring Lin Yu had enough. Within the secret room, Lin Yu piled the exquisite and superior spirit stones around himself, forming a small mountain. He then began to fervently absorb the spiritual energy contained within the stones. Boom. Without any doubt, Lin Yu transitioned directly from the 9-star martial artist realm to the 1-star great martial sovereign realm. In that moment, his strength had multiplied several times over. Yet, Lin Yu remained far from satisfied. He yearned for even greater power. However, Lin Yu's pursuit is not the realm of martial arts, for such a realm holds little significance for him. To put it simply, as long as Lin Yu desires, he can effortlessly ascend through the ranks of martial arts. The notion of merely becoming a grand martial master is trivial, and even surpassing that to reach higher realms is a task as easy as turning one's hand. What Lin Yu truly requires is a solid foundation, followed by the tempering of his 9-nether body. At present, he has begun to absorb the spiritual energy from the spirit stones, which gradually permeates his physical form. Simultaneously, Lin Yu circulates the 9-nether technique, allowing it to harmonize with the spiritual energy in the 9-nether body. As a substantial amount of spiritual energy floods into his body, it vanishes in the blink of an eye. Lin Yu understands that it has been absorbed by the 9-nether body. Each instance of tempering the 9-nether body necessitates a copious amount of spiritual energy as a robust support. Chapter 28. Kind-hearted and loquacious. With over 300 exquisite spirit stones and more than 4,000 superior spirit stones, Lin Yu devoted over a week to thoroughly absorb their essence. He reached the pinnacle of a 1-star great martial master. Moreover, the 9-nether body underwent a successful second refinement. Upon scrutinizing his physical form, it appeared as lustrous as jade, with every inch of his skin brimming with explosive vitality. His pores were laden with impurities, expelled from within as a result of the body refinement process. A mere whiff revealed a foul odor emanating from his body. Lin Yu paid little heed to this discomfort, hastily cleansing himself before swiftly departing his home for another location. The 18th Forbidden Zone, according to his memories from a past life, was where his grandfather guarded the 22nd ancient city. Based on the timeline, in 3 days, his grandfather would fall victim to an ambush by a cunning beast while patrolling outside the city. At that time, the Lin family would be deprived of this protective shield, emboldening the Zhao family to act with impunity against them. Lin Yu, resolute in his determination, could not bear to witness such an event unfold again. Thus, he resolved to venture into the Forbidden Zone. However, entry to the Forbidden Zone was not a simple endeavor. Firstly, one must possess martial prowess to access the outer perimeter. Secondly, to delve deeper into the heart of the Forbidden Zone, one needed to form a team with a minimum of 6 members, all possessing strength above the martial master realm. Brother, Qin Ming said he won't be coming. What should we do now? At the outer edge of the Forbidden Zone stood 5 young individuals, 3 of whom were vibrant young women, accompanied by 2 young men. Among the trio of young women, 2 were identical twin sisters. The speaker, the younger sister Xiaoshuang, had just ended a phone call. They had originally planned to team up and venture into the Forbidden Zone to hunt beasts. The leader, clad in white, was around 20 years old and possessed the strength of a 5-star martial master. The twin sisters were of similar strength, both at the 3-star martial master level. As for the 2 young men, one had dark skin and boasted a 4-star martial master prowess, while the other, fair-skinned, was a 5-star martial master, both in their early 20s. Initially, there was also Qin Ming, the strongest among them, a 6-star martial master, but he had to withdraw due to matters at home. This unforeseen circumstance left them 1 member short of the required 6, resulting in a failed team formation, much to their dismay. While the number of martial masters was neither abundant nor scarce, finding a willing companion to accompany them into the depths of the Forbidden Zone for training proved quite challenging. They attempted to reach out to several acquaintances, only to be met with various excuses, which left them feeling quite helpless. After all our efforts to form a team, it seems we must each return to our respective homes. Xiaoshuang lamented, stamping her foot in frustration. May I join your team? A voice unexpectedly interrupted the gathering. With a sudden spark of enthusiasm, Xiao Shuang meticulously scrutinized the unfamiliar young man before her, her face alight with anticipation. "Are you a martial sovereign?" she inquired. It was no wonder, for the lad appeared remarkably youthful, seemingly even younger than themselves. "I am indeed a martial sovereign," Lin Yu promptly affirmed with a nod. When he had come here alone, he had already contemplated that by showcasing the prowess of a great martial sovereign, it would be exceedingly easy to join a team. Little did he expect that he would not even need to reveal his formidable strength to seamlessly integrate into a squad. "Splendid. I am Xiao Shuang, 20 years old, a sophomore at Yong City University." The girl introduced herself vivaciously, gesturing toward the woman beside her. "This is my sister, De Shuang, also 20, and likewise a sophomore at Yong City University." The team leader was named Feng Wu, while the dark-skinned gentleman was nicknamed Xiao He. The elegant young man was called Bai Yang. They all hailed from Yong City University. Renowned within Yong City, the institution, however, held a rather mediocre reputation on a national scale. "I am Lin Yu, currently a senior at Yong City No. 8 High School, preparing for the college entrance examination. Hence my desire for further experience." Lin Yu introduced himself. "Xiao Yu, if I am not mistaken, you must have recently ascended to the realm of martial sovereign, correct?" Xiao Shuang remarked with a cheerful grin. "How did you deduce that?" "I indeed just achieved this breakthrough a few days ago," Lin Yu candidly replied. "Quite simple, really. I, too, broke through to the martial sovereign realm during the stressful period leading up to my college entrance exams. Many students experience a significant surge in strength as the exams approach. Those who were once 7 or 8-star warriors can, with determination and additional resources, attain the martial sovereign level." Xiao Shuang earnestly analyzed. "However, with your foundation being rather thin, your strength is only slightly superior to that of a 9-star warrior. Furthermore, as a student, your opportunities for practical experience are limited. Your actual combat skills likely do not surpass those of seasoned 7 or 8-star warriors. Hence, when we venture into the depths of the Forbidden Zone, you must stay close behind me and refrain from wandering," Xiao Shuang added. From her words, it was evident that Xiao Shuang possessed a kind heart and a tendency to chatter. Upon entering the Forbidden Zone, the 6 of them filled out the basic team information and identification details, subsequently passing through the Forbidden Zone's checkpoint without issue. As for Lin Yu, once he reached the martial sovereign realm, his school would automatically report this, and the relevant authorities would update his records. Thus, when his identification information was entered, his martial prowess as a martial sovereign was naturally revealed. In stark contrast to the trials organized by Lin Yu's school, the current Forbidden Zone posed dangers that were magnified tenfold. Within this Forbidden Zone stood hundreds of ancient cities, each inhabited by numerous human warriors, all possessing strength exceeding that of a martial sovereign. These warriors would hunt the aberrant beasts within the Forbidden Zone at different intervals. Naturally, these ancient cities could also fall prey to large-scale assaults by these monstrous creatures. In summary, within the Forbidden Zone, one either slays the monstrous beasts or succumbs to their wrath. The only way for human warriors to survive is through unity. Furthermore, in this perilous realm, everything is dictated by the strength of one's fists. Power speaks volumes. It is assured that the martial experts residing in the ancient city of the Forbidden Zone possess formidable combat abilities honed through years of relentless conflict. For instance, a 2-star martial sovereign within the city could effortlessly vanquish an external 2-star martial sovereign, and their prowess may even rival that of 4-star or 5-star martial sovereigns. This is the remarkable strength of the martial artists in the Forbidden Zone. Through conversation, Lin Yu learned that Xiao Shuang and the others, in addition to seeking experience, aspired to earn wealth by entering the Forbidden Zone. Whether one is an ordinary individual or a martial artist, the necessity for money is an undeniable aspect of life. Chapter 29. I Will Protect You. Feng Wu did not come from a prosperous background. Her mother was gravely ill and required funds for medical treatment. De Shuang and Xiao Shuang had initially enjoyed a decent life, but their father recently suffered substantial losses in a business venture, leaving them in considerable debt. Consequently, they sought to earn money to alleviate their family's burdens. As for Xiao He, his sole ambition was to hone his skills and enhance his strength. Bai Yang, being De Shuang's boyfriend, naturally accompanied her into the forbidden area. A beast at the martial master level was equivalent to a medium-grade or even high-grade spirit stone, which, if converted to currency, would amount to approximately 100,000. Slaying 10 such beasts would yield a fortune of 1 million. However, the The creatures lurking deep within the Forbidden Zone were not the same as those encountered during Lin Yu and his companions' trials. The beasts here were more cunning and adept at coordinating their attacks, seldom appearing alone. This necessitated the rule that a team must consist of at least 6 members to ensure their safety. Feng Wu and Xiao He led the way, while Lin Yu and Xiao Shuang followed closely behind, with Bai Yang and De Shuang bringing up the rear. This arrangement was deemed the most sensible. In their view, Lin Yu and Xiao Shuang possessed the weakest abilities and thus were placed in the safest position. Suddenly, a beast sprang forth from the underbrush with lightning speed. Feng Wu quickly drew her blade. Clang! The knife was intercepted by the beast's claws, causing Feng Wu to stagger back 2 or 3 steps, her face flushed. How formidable! Feng Wu's expression turned serious. The creature that had just attacked was a clawed wolf, its sharp claws resembling an exquisitely honed dagger. Alarmingly, this clawed wolf possessed only a 3-star martial master level of strength. The fact that a 3-star beast could impose such pressure on her, a 5-star martial master, illuminated the terrifying nature of the creatures within the Forbidden Zone. Sister, look! Xiao Shuang's face paled in an instant. Not far ahead, pairs of glowing green eyes emerged from the shadows. Those were all clawed wolves. Each possessed strength ranging from 2 to 3 stars, numbering at least 7 or 8. These wolves surrounded Feng Wu and her companions in a fan-like formation. In truth, while humans hunt beasts to acquire their cores and enhance their own powers, beasts also seek to consume humans. The stronger the human consumed, the more nourishment the beast receives, thereby augmenting its own strength. Thus, the relationship between humanity and beasts is one of mutual predation, each striving to elevate their prowess. Feng Wu felt a shiver run down her spine. Among their small party, only she and Bai Yang were 5-star martial masters. Among the 8 clawed wolves, 3 boasted 3-star strength, equating to the combat prowess of a 5-star martial master. The remaining 5 wolves were 2-star beasts, which collectively matched the strength of their 4-star martial master. Under these circumstances, they could hardly hope to contend with the clawed wolves. Let us not conceal our intentions any longer. Feng Wu took a deep breath and turned to De Shuang and the others. One by one, they produced an item. The Rainstorm Pear Blossom Needles. Lin Yu was taken aback. The 5 of them had prepared 5 Rainstorm Pear Blossom Needles, clearly anticipating potential dangers within the Forbidden Zone. Such exquisite concealed weapons could be invaluable in dire moments. They had not anticipated that upon merely entering the depths of the Forbidden Land, it would be necessary to employ the Rainstorm Needle. You stand behind me. I shall protect you, Xiao Shuang declared, positioning herself in front of Lin Yu. With a fierce growl, 8 maned wolves simultaneously lunged at Feng Wu and her companions. Swiftly, the Rainstorm Needle erupted. Each needle was meticulously crafted, far surpassing the potency of those previously utilized by Han Lin. Be cautious. A sudden wave of intense unease surged within Feng Wu. She had not expected that a maned wolf, which seemed to have concealed itself for a long time, would emerge from the grass on her left. The 8 maned wolves had successfully diverted their attention and firepower, granting this one an opportunity. In a frantic moment, Feng Wu drew her blade, but even so, a narrow gash was inflicted upon her chest by the maned wolf, which she managed to repel. This particular maned wolf was a 4-star martial master. Its realm lower than Feng Wu's, yet its strength surpassed hers. Feng Wu, Xiao He, and the others swiftly positioned themselves around her. The earlier 8 maned wolves had been successfully dispatched by the Rainstorm Needle, but it was now depleted. The advantage of the Rainstorm Needle lay in its formidable lethality, while its drawback was that it could only be used once in a rapid succession. Suddenly, from the right side of the thicket, another maned wolf charged forth. Hype and Bai Yang sprang into action to intercept it. Bai Yang managed to thwart the maned wolf's ambush, yet Hype was struck with excruciating pain in his abdomen, where 5 deep lacerations marred his flesh, his intestines visibly protruding. This maned wolf was also a 4-star martial master, a male counterpart to the previous one, positioned on the opposite side. With a single ambush, they had severely wounded Feng Wu and Xiao He. We're finished. Xiao Shuang's face turned ashen. She had never imagined that upon entering the Forbidden Land, they would encounter such terrifying maned wolves. Given their current strength, it seemed that only Bai Yang possessed the power to fight back. She, along with her sister and Lin Yu, would surely be overwhelmed in the presence of such wolves. Yet another maned wolf appeared. Suddenly, Hype exclaimed in alarm. Behind them emerged a maned wolf of a size akin to a small mountain, a 5-star martial master. Its battle prowess even more formidable. Shall you listen? When we engage with the maned wolves, flee as far as you can. Escape from this forbidden land at once. Xiao Shuang's voice trembled as she spoke. The 3 maned wolves formed a triangular formation, gradually encircling the 6 of them. Feng Wu and her companions were not foolish. They quickly realized that the earlier 8 maned wolves were likely decoys, intended to deplete their rainstorm needles. The 3 powerful maned wolves before them were the true threat. Rainstorm needle. At that moment, no one expected that Bai Yang still possessed rainstorm needles. I prepared an extra set just in case of unforeseen circumstances, Bai Yang explained succinctly. A complete set of the storm pear blossom needles is valued at several $100,000. Previously, they had borrowed their storm pear blossom needles from the school. The institution has a stipulation that any student entering the forbidden zone for training may borrow a set. If the set is not utilized within the forbidden zone, it can be returned directly to the school upon their return. However, if it is used, the student must compensate the school at the procurement price of the storm pear blossom needles. Naturally, each student is permitted to carry only 1 set. Should they wish to carry more, they must purchase them with cash. Bai Yang's second set was acquired through independent purchase, and to his surprise, it proved to be of great utility. Bai Yang took a few steps forward, causing the main wolf blocking his path to retreat to the side. Clearly, the main wolf was also afraid of death and wary of the storm pear blossom needles. Let us venture forth together, Bai Yang exclaimed, invigorated. As he glanced towards De Shuang and the others, they promptly followed in Bai Yang's wake. However, in the next moment, their hearts tightened. The main wolf that had initially moved aside now re-established its blockade in front of them, and 2 additional main wolves joined alongside. Chapter 30. No more subtlety, damn it. Bai Yang's expression turned ashen as he brandished the rainstorm pear blossom needle, his voice laced with menace. We shall perish together at most. The bristle wolf retreated once again. Bai Yang took several swift steps forward, only for the bristle wolf to hastily withdraw. When he glanced back, he was taken aback to find 2 remaining bristle wolves encircling Feng Wu and the others, 1 in front and 1 behind. In that moment of distraction, the bristle wolf, which Bai Yang had forced back, cleverly circumvented him to flank Feng Wu and her companions from another angle. Not a single bristle wolf was left to contend with Bai Yang. Observing the rainstorm pear blossom needle in his hand, Bai Yang, quick-witted, realized the truth. The bristle wolves were wary of the weapon he wielded, hence they allowed him a chance to escape. Should he insist on taking De Shuang and the others away, the 3 bristle wolves would rather sacrifice one of their own than let them all go. As he witnessed De Shuang and the others completely surrounded, Bai Yang's expression fluctuated between hope and despair. Should he return to protect them? The likelihood of their shared demise was all but certain. De Shuang, hold on. I will seek help. He breathed deeply, swiftly retreating. Survival took precedence. Even as De Shuang's boyfriend, he bore no obligation to accompany her into death. Bai Yang, you are utterly shameless. Xiao Shuang fumed, witnessing Bai Yang abandon them. In the past, he had professed eternal vows while pursuing her sister, even declaring he would die for her. Yet, in this critical moment, he had forsaken them all. Xiao Shuang, cease your reproaches. Everyone has their own aspirations, Feng Wu sighed. What shall we do, Sister Feng Wu? Xiao Shuang's voice quivered, her eyes glistening with tears as she gazed upon the 3 bristle wolves. It was her first venture into the forbidden ground, and the thought of being torn apart by the beasts made her tremble involuntarily. We shall scatter in 5 directions, if fortune smiles upon us. Perhaps 2 of us may survive, Feng Wu declared earnestly, taking a deep breath. It was a stark reality. With only 3 bristle wolves present, no matter how formidable, they could only pursue 3 individuals at once. I cannot escape. I can elevate myself to the utmost limit and self-destruct. Perhaps I can detain 2 of the bristle wolves. Xiao He grinned, despite the pain that threatened to burst forth from his insides, rendering him incapable of swift movement. Yet, as a master of the martial sovereign level, should he choose to elevate himself to the peak, his strength could multiply several times over, albeit for a fleeting moment, lasting mere seconds before his body would explode. Typically, one would not resort to such a method unless cornered. I too shall choose to elevate myself to the utmost limit. At that moment, sister, you and Lin Yu must flee, De Shuang declared without hesitation, perhaps incited by Bai Yang's actions. Regardless, Both De Shuang and Xiao He understood that even with such an elevation, it was uncertain whether they could slay the bristle wolves. However, they could enhance their speed and strength, momentarily restraining or even severely injuring the bristle wolves. I am the captain. How could I possibly abandon you? The mightiest of the dire wolves has been entrusted to me. Xiao Shuang, you must escape with Lin Yu. Feng Wu stepped forward, her eyes filled with determination. The actions of Xiao He, De Shuang, and Feng Wu deeply moved Lin Yu. In truth, when the dire wolf launched its attack moments ago, Lin Yu possessed the capability to thwart and eliminate it. Yet, he refrained from doing so, primarily because the dire wolf's ambush posed no lethal threat to Xiao He and the others. To Lin Yu, engaging in battle with the dire wolf was also a form of training and enhancement. When the lives of Feng Wu and the others were genuinely endangered, Lin Yu would undoubtedly step forward without hesitation. However, he never anticipated that Bai Yang possessed the Rainstorm Pear Blossom Needle and would utilize it to escape alone. Sister, I wish to share life and death with you, Xiao Shuang declared without a hint of hesitation. After speaking, her gaze fell upon Lin Yu. Wait, you must escape alone. Remember, do not act recklessly. A warm feeling enveloped Lin Yu. Xiao Shuang's heart was kind. It was worth noting that he and Xiao Shuang had only recently become acquainted. Her willingness to treat him with such care left Lin Yu with a very favorable impression of her. Enough of this quarrel, leave everything to me, Lin Yu said as he stretched lazily. Initially intending to remain inconspicuous, it now appeared that such a desire was futile. All to you, Xiao Yu. Have you been rendered speechless? Xiao Shuang looked utterly bewildered. Not only Xiao Shuang, but Feng Wu, Xiao He, and De Shuang were equally astonished. Lin Yu offered a faint smile, choosing not to elaborate further, instead beckoning a dire wolf with a gesture. Roar. The dire wolf was provoked by Lin Yu's disdainful demeanor. With a furious roar, it lunged toward him with astonishing speed. Xiao Shuang and the others were taken aback, instinctively attempting to assist Lin Yu. However, in an instant, Lin Yu's figure shifted, and his palm reached out to grasp the dire wolf. The motion appeared deceptively simple, yet in the next second, he had extracted the beast core from within the dire wolf. Deprived of its core, the dire wolf crumpled to the ground like a lifeless creature. Roar. The two remaining dire wolves sensed the danger and charged toward Lin Yu simultaneously. Nevertheless, Lin Yu stood firm, his hands moving like twin dragons emerging from the sea, grasping them directly. Incredible. Feng Wu and the others were left speechless, their eyes wide with disbelief. The two formidable dire wolves were seized by their necks. And despite their frantic struggles, Lin Yu remained unyielding. With a slight exertion of force, he effortlessly snapped the neck of one dire wolf. From start to finish, the act of dispatching the two dire wolves was executed with such ease, akin to crushing two mere insects. Feng Wu and the others were genuinely astonished. Are you truly a senior from the 8th high school? Xiao Shuang swallowed hard, her face reflecting incredulity. They were aware that the most prestigious high school was the 1st high school. It is quite remarkable that a mere low-level martial sovereign could emerge from the 8th middle school. Who would have anticipated the presence of such an extraordinary individual? Recently, I heard of a high school student who achieved 1st place in the joint examination and also secured 1st place in the provincial competition. Surely, that individual cannot be you? At long last, Xiao He came to a realization. Although, as university students, they were not particularly invested in the affairs of high school students, they had nonetheless heard whispers of such events. It must be me. At this juncture, Lin Yu saw no reason to conceal the truth. Wow, you are truly impressive. Are you now a grand martial sovereign? Xiao Shuang gazed at Lin Yu with a sense of admiration. I have just recently broken through to the grand martial sovereign level. Lin Yu replied with a subtle smile. This phrase felt oddly familiar. He had previously declared that he had just broken through to the martial sovereign rank. With Lin Yu, the grand martial sovereign, at the helm, Feng Wu and the others felt entirely reassured. The beast cores from the 8 maned wolves will be distributed among us, while the 3 maned wolves' cores shall belong to you. Does that sound agreeable? Feng Wu turned her gaze toward Lin Yu. Chapter 31. Do you have a girlfriend? Of course. Feng Wu understood that without Lin Yu's intervention, they would have perished. Even now, if Lin Yu desired all the beast cores, it would hardly be unreasonable. However, they were indeed in need of funds. I have no interest in these ordinary beast cores, so you may keep them, Lin Yu stated candidly. At present, what he sought were cores of a higher caliber. Beast cores of the martial sovereign level were of little use to him now. during his previous body refinement. Lin Yu also realized that high-grade spirit stones served him poorly, while supreme-grade spirit stones offered only marginal utility. Should he manage to find purple crystal, it would be immensely beneficial. Purple crystal surpassed spirit stones in efficacy, yet acquiring it proved to be quite a challenge for the average person. Indeed, purple crystal transcended the realm of spirit stones and was categorized into inferior, medium, superior, and supreme grades. I never anticipated that not only are you handsome, but your martial prowess is exceptional as well. What a pity, you're just too young. However, as the saying goes, a woman 3 years older is like a gold brick. By the way, do you have a girlfriend? Xiao Shuang was certainly the type to warm up quickly to others, her voice chirping in Lin Yu's ear like a little oriole. Lin Yu had already pinpointed the direction of the 22nd ancient city, intending to traverse the jungle directly. Along the way, they encountered exotic beasts. The lower-level beasts were left for Feng Wu and her companions to handle, which also served to enhance their combat abilities. Lin Yu dealt with the more formidable creatures. To his dismay, he had yet to encounter any beasts of the martial sovereign level. Truly formidable, the martial sovereign is impressive. Xiao Shuang and her companions reflected in awe. Throughout their journey, Lin Yu effortlessly dispatched those exotic beasts that were 7, 8, or 9-star martial sovereigns with a mere flick of his hand. According to Feng Wu's original plan, they were meant to engage in combat around the periphery of the Forbidden Zone. Given their strength, they would have been unable to approach the ancient city. It was likely they would have been annihilated by the beasts long before reaching it. Roar! A figure, akin to a small mountain, loomed before Lin Yu and his companions. A martial sovereign beast. Feng Wu and the others felt a sudden tremor of fear. Just by sensing the aura emanating from the beast, they could ascertain that it was undoubtedly a martial sovereign. They had finally encountered one, though its exact level remained unknown. However, to reach the martial sovereign realm, this beast's power was surely terrifying. Xiao Yu, can you handle this? If it becomes too perilous, please don't hesitate to abandon us and escape on your own. Xiao Shuang looked at Lin Yu, momentarily disregarding the fact that he had previously saved them. With a swift motion, Lin Yu had already positioned himself before the exotic beast, his hand effortlessly slicing into its body. In the next moment, he extracted the beast core from within it. If the cores of the previously encountered exotic beasts were somewhat rudimentary, the cores of the exotic beasts at the Grand Martial Sect level are decidedly more polished. To put it simply, the cores below the Grand Martial Sect level resemble walnuts. While those of the Grand Martial Sect are akin to glass orbs, their surfaces exquisitely smooth. Based on the energy fluctuations emanating from this core, Lin Yu can ascertain that it is equivalent to 100 top-tier spirit stones. No wonder many individuals are willing to risk their lives to penetrate the forbidden zones in pursuit of hunting these exotic beasts. Engaging in such hunts not only augments one's own strength, but, more significantly, yields a copious supply of beast cores and cultivation resources. According to the timeline, Lin Yu's grandfather's reconnaissance team is set to be besieged by exotic beasts tomorrow, and his grandfather was ambushed and perished. Furthermore, the site of the ambush lies not far ahead. Lin Yu certainly would not wait until tomorrow to head there. His immediate priority is to escort Feng Wu and the others into the ancient city of the 22, allowing for greater freedom of movement. It is quite impressive that these little ones managed to traverse the Forbidden Zone to reach our ancient city of the 22. Upon their arrival and the display of their squad badge, the gates of the ancient city opened smoothly. The guards, upon seeing Feng Wu and her companions, were taken aback. After all, given Feng Wu's team's prowess, they would typically only hunt exotic beasts on the outskirts. Reaching the ancient city is undoubtedly a stroke of extraordinary fortune. The ancient city bustles with activity, filled with a myriad of shops, all closely packed, and an array of people, not limited to those above the martial sect level. In fact, individuals of higher status often have the privilege to grant their families special access to enter the ancient city. For instance, those at the Grand Martial Sect level or above can permit their spouses and children to enter and arrange for long-term residence. Consequently, the ancient city is home to a fair number of ordinary folk. Many of the inhabitants earn their livelihood by hunting exotic beasts. After slaying these creatures, they either utilize the beast cores for their cultivation or exchange them for other commodities, monetary gain, various cultivation resources, and daily necessities. The overall ambience of the ancient city bears a resemblance to ancient times, distinctly contrasting with the modernization of the outside world. You all enjoy your time in the city. I shall seek out my grandfather now, Lin Yu expressed, preparing to depart after bidding them farewell. I shall accompany you, Xiao Shuang declared without hesitation, following closely behind. Earlier, Lin Yu had informed Xiao Shuang and the others that his venture into the Forbidden Zone was primarily to visit his grandfather in the ancient city of the 22. Within the territory of the Great Xia, there are hundreds of Forbidden Zones, each housing 100 ancient cities. The distances between these ancient cities are relatively uniform. Should one ancient city fall under attack by exotic beasts, the surrounding cities will dispatch their experts to offer assistance. Each ancient city boasts formidable individuals above the Grand Marshal Sect level. Lin Yu's grandfather, Lin Jinlong, is a 3-star Grand Marshal Sect member, a considerable achievement in the outside world. However, within the ancient city, Lin Jinlong is merely an ordinary squad leader, as typically, reaching the Grand Marshal Sect level qualifies one to be a team captain. The squad leader is subordinate to the platoon leader, who, in turn, reports to the battalion commander. Above the battalion commander is the deputy commander, followed by the commander himself. Typically, the rank of commander is held by those possessing strength at or above the Great Marshal Sect level. Above the Grand Commander are figures such as the city guards of the ancient city. Relatively speaking, Grandpa Lin's aptitude could be deemed average at best. He has steadily progressed to his current level of strength through diligent effort. As a platoon leader, he has already been afforded his own separate quarters. The platoon leader has just been dispatched to undertake a perimeter patrol mission. If you wish to see him, you will have to return tomorrow. Upon arriving at the residence, a guard conveyed this information to Lin Yu. A sense of dread suddenly seized Lin Yu's heart. He had hurried here solely to save his grandfather's life. To his dismay, he discovered that even arriving a day early had led to unforeseen complications. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Yu swiftly departed. Xiao Shuang, I must venture outside the city to find my grandfather. Remain within the city, and I shall seek you out upon my return, he instructed Xiao Shuang succinctly. Chapter 32. The Human Race as Ants Captain. It seems we are doomed here. Outside the ancient city, led by Lin Jinlong, the 7th Squad, comprising approximately 120 members, found themselves encircled by a horde of monstrous beasts. Under normal circumstances, a squad consists of 10 teams, each with 120 personnel. As the captain, Lin Jinlong commanded a total force of 1,200. However, this time, only the first team was dispatched for reconnaissance. They never anticipated being surrounded by over 1,000 beasts. The creatures appeared as if conjured from thin air. Have we sent out a distress signal? Lin Jinlong's expression darkened. All he could do now was fortify their position and await rescue. Attempting a breakout would likely leave only a handful of the 120 alive. The signal is being jammed and cannot be dispatched, reported team leader Li Zhengxiao with a bitter countenance. Lin Jinlong felt his heart sink. He understood the implication of those words all too well. The presence of these beasts was no mere coincidence. They had been lying in wait for them. Moreover, it was likely that hidden among the beasts were foreign entities. Otherwise, it would be impossible for mere creatures to disrupt their signal. Li Zhengxiao, listen closely. I will carve out an escape route, and you must seize the opportunity to dash out and seek reinforcements from the ancient city. Lin Jinlong whispered urgently. Captain, I wish to stand with my brothers in life and death, Li Zhengxiao protested, visibly anxious. Nonsense. Among us, you possess the speed necessary to break free. If you remain, we shall face annihilation. You must follow orders. Lin Jinlong shot a glare at Li Zhengxiao. In truth, Captain Lin Jinlong was at the peak of the 5-star martial realm, while team leader Li Zhengxiao was at the 3-star level and deputy leader Lan Yu was at the 2-star level. The rest of the team members were below the martial realm. Among the beasts, over 20 were at the martial realm, with the remainder exceeding that level, rendering them capable of overwhelming Lin Jinlong's squad. The encirclement of the beasts gradually tightened. Roar! At last, one of the beasts let out a furious roar, and the thousands of beasts surged forward like a tide towards Lin Jinlong and his team. Kill! Lin Jinlong bellowed, unleashing a tremendous aura. His long blade swept out, sending the foremost beast flying. Deputy leader Lan Yu followed suit, delivering a powerful punch. Their coordinated assault created a gap in the encircling beasts. Seeing this opening, Li Zhengxiao's eyes brightened, and he dashed forward like a wraith. Success! In mere moments, he had burst through the encircling beasts. In such circumstances, even the strongest beasts would find it futile to pursue him. Li Zhengqiao's greatest asset was his speed. Even a 9-star martial artist would struggle to keep pace with him at full sprint. As Li Zhengqiao sprinted with all his might, he suddenly realized that while his body surged forward, his head had long since vanished. No one discerned the source of the impending danger. This esteemed master of the Samsung had been effortlessly slain. The alien race. Lin Zhenlong felt a tremor of fear. Only an extraterrestrial entity could possess such terrifying power. For typical beasts, their attacks were primarily brute force. It seemed we were all destined to perish in this place. A bitter taste filled Lin Zhenlong's mouth. Killing one would suffice, but two would yield a profit. The members of the surrounding team let out furious roars, charging headlong towards the otherworldly beasts without hesitation. Sadly, the number of beasts was overwhelming. Often 7 or 8 would assail a single member of the team. With a swift motion, Lin Zhenlong unleashed his long blade, its essence merging seamlessly with his being. With a decisive strike, a formidable beast of the grand martial level was cleaved in two. Yet, just as Lin Zhenlong was about to retract his blade, an intense wave of unease surged within him. In an instant, he retreated rapidly. Even then, he felt a searing pain in his abdomen. He had been ambushed by a beast. Had he delayed his reaction by merely half a beat, its claws would have severed him in two. Damn it! Lin Zhenlong surveyed his surroundings, filled with rage. Out of the 120 members in his team, all had perished save for him. The events had unfolded too swiftly. There was no recourse. The number of beasts was simply too great, and among them were many powerful adversaries. Lin Zhenlong, I offer you a chance. If you disclose the precise location of the amethyst mine, I shall spare your life. A chilling voice cut through the air abruptly. The alien race. Lin Zhenlong's pupils constricted slightly. He could not pinpoint the alien's location. The alien race existed at a higher echelon than the beasts, resembling humans in appearance and intellect, and all beasts followed their command. If the beasts required the consumption of humans for their cultivation, the aliens' process mirrored that of humans, necessitating various spirit stones and resources. A sudden realization struck Lin Zhenlong, and his expression shifted drastically. No, how do you know about the amethyst mine? He had discovered the amethyst mine himself, and due to its significance, only 3 or 4 individuals were privy to its existence. Crucially, Lin Zhenlong had merely reported the discovery without divulging its exact location. The fact that the alien race was aware of the mine indicated something amiss. Among the others, there must be a traitor colluding with the aliens, suggesting that his patrol had been ensnared not by chance, but rather by foul play from within the human ranks. I will give you 3 seconds to reveal the location of the amethyst mine, or I shall delve into your soul. The alien's impatience was palpable. The so-called soul-searching was one of the aliens' peculiar abilities, allowing them to effortlessly control human experts and extract their memories, knowing all that lay within. Even if it means self-destruction, I shall not reveal the precise location of the amethyst mine. Lin Zhenlong's eyes gleamed with a hint of madness. Though he could not ascertain the identity of the traitor, he would never disclose the whereabouts of the amethyst mine. Self-destruction? Your naivety is astonishing. Do you truly believe I would grant you such an opportunity? The adversary's tone dripped with scorn. How could this be? In the next moment, Lin Zhenlong's expression shifted dramatically. He felt an intangible force ensnaring him. Even if he wished to self-destruct, he found himself utterly powerless. Simultaneously, a figure cloaked in black emerged from the shadows, exuding an extraordinarily eerie aura. Upon the appearance of the dark-robed individual, the beasts prostrated themselves as if they had encountered the king of all creatures. The human race is but a swarm of ants. With a single step, the cloaked figure stood before Lin Zhenlong, placing a hand upon his head. At that moment, he intended to employ the most brutal means to delve into Lin Zhenlong's memories, seeking the exact location of the amethyst mine. Chapter 33. Those who do not act for themselves will face heavenly judgment. It is over. Lin Zhenlong's face was etched with bitterness. He feared not death. Rather, he resented the thought of the alien race discovering the location of the amethyst mine, thereby augmenting their strength. Who? Suddenly, the cloaked figure poised to strike turned abruptly. A spark of hope ignited within Lin Zhenlong. Could it be that a powerful warrior from the human race had arrived? However, to contend with this alien, one would at least require the prowess of an 8-star martial grandmaster. Otherwise, their arrival would be tantamount to a death sentence. Finally, just in time, A figure descended from the heavens like a shooting star, crashing heavily to the ground. His grandson? Upon witnessing the arrival, Lin Jinlong was taken aback, almost doubting his own eyes. How could his grandson, who was supposed to be at home, be here? Moreover, the manner of his entrance was astonishing. Was it not said that he could not cultivate? What are you doing here? Leave quickly. Lin Jinlong, disregarding his bewilderment, urged him hastily. In his eyes, no matter how formidable Lin Yu might be, he could not possibly contend with the alien beasts, let alone face an even more powerful alien expert. Roar! A beast, closest to Lin Yu, lunged at him with ferocity. Bang! Yet, without even glancing, Lin Yu casually swatted it away, and the pitiful creature exploded instantly. How is this possible? Lin Jinlong was astounded, nearly unable to believe his own eyes. Altogether, let us slay him. The cloaked figure expressed disdain. What good was such strength when faced with thousands of alien beasts capable of obliterating everything? It is over. Witnessing this scene, Lin Jinlong felt a surge of anxiety. Even if his grandson possessed great strength, he was still too young, lacking in practical combat experience, and four fists could not contend with many. Boom. However, the next moment left Lin Jinlong in a state of shock, gasping in disbelief. Lin Yu strolled forward nonchalantly. Any beast that approached within a meter of him met with a mere gesture, exploding on contact. Ignoring the beast's ranks, he dispatched them with a single finger. How is this possible? Lin Jinlong's mind went blank, trembling with excitement. Was this truly his once inept grandson? Slaying alien beasts as if they were mere chickens. Every movement was fluid and remarkable. Had he not seen it with his own eyes, he would never have believed it. Damn it! The cloaked figure sensed something was amiss and decided to take preemptive action. His palm reached out to envelop Lin Jinlong. To him, it was imperative to extract Lin Jinlong's memories before Lin Yu could break through the encirclement, allowing for a swift escape. The pressure Lin Yu exerted was palpable. The cloaked figure did not wish to engage him directly. Just as the cloaked hand was about to descend upon Lin Jinlong, he felt a tightening around his neck. His entire body lifted into the air by Lin Yu. Do not say I did not give you a chance. Lin Yu's voice was frigid. Tell me, how did you come to know my grandfather's patrol route? In the previous life, the death of my grandfather was shrouded in enigma. In this life, Lin Yu is determined to uncover the truth. Should I divulge the secrets? That would be sheer folly. Unexpectedly, the aura emanating from the figure in the black cloak surged violently. Undoubtedly aware that he could not contend with Lin Yu, he resolutely chose self-destruction, aiming to perish alongside him. Snap! Alas, his self-detonation had only just commenced when Lin Yu exerted a slight pressure, effortlessly snapping his neck without hesitation. There was no trace of hesitation. Yet, Lin Yu felt a twinge of regret for failing to extract any valuable information from the lips of this alien. The remaining beasts had long fled in terror. Grandson, how has your strength grown so formidable? What realm have you attained? Lin Jinlong scrutinized Lin Yu with fervor and excitement in his gaze. Fortune smiled upon me. My strength has surged recently, and I barely qualify as a great martial master. Lin Yu found himself at a loss for words. Then how did you arrive in the Forbidden Zone? Lin Jinlong inquired, puzzled, as he did not believe his grandson possessed any prophetic abilities. Due to the continuous breakthroughs in my realm, which necessitate substantial cultivation resources, I ventured into the Forbidden Zone to hunt more beasts. Lin Yu had long prepared his excuse. Lin Jinlong pondered this. As a cultivator, he understood that the higher one's realm, the greater the resources required. Even at the level of a 5-star great martial master, he still lacked resources. Were resources sufficient, he could easily ascend to a 6-star great martial master, or even higher. Each time he procured resources from the Forbidden Zone, a portion was utilized for his own cultivation, while another portion was contributed to the family. For instance, the mid-grade and high-grade spirit stones gifted to Lin Yu by Li Sufeng were primarily earned through Lin Jinlong's arduous endeavors in the Forbidden Zone. It was precisely due to the abundance of resources, coupled with Lin Jinlong's own status as a 5-star great martial master, that the Lin family emerged as the foremost family in Yang City. Grandson, I shall take you to a certain place. Lin Jinlong inhaled deeply, seemingly having made a momentous decision. Are we not returning to the ancient city? Lin Yu was momentarily taken aback. Not for the time being. Lin Jinlong shook his head. Lin Yu did not press further, extracting the beast core from the body of the creature before departing alongside his grandfather. For Lin Yu, regardless of the realm of the beast, As long as there was a beast core, even the smallest mosquito was still meat. Grandfather, where are we headed? Following Lin Jinlong, Lin Yu noticed they were entering a dense forest, gradually becoming more secluded. Recently, during a hunt for beasts, I inadvertently discovered a purple crystal mine. There are formidable beasts roaming near the mine, and I initially intended to report it to the captain, as our squad lacks the strength to defeat those creatures. Lin Jinlong paused momentarily before continuing. Grandson, since you can slay the alien beasts, your strength must be comparable to that of the captain. Thus we can first visit the purple crystal mine. Lin Yu understood. In essence, Lin Jinlong wished for Lin Yu to procure some purple gold stones. The purple gold stones within the mine would surely be abundant, along with various grades. Even if Lin Yu were to remove a portion of the purple gold stone, it would scarcely affect the purple gold mine. At that moment, Lin Jinlong could still report to the team, and it would not be too late. One could say this reflects Lin Jinlong's personal selfishness. In his own words, if one does not act for oneself, one invites divine retribution. Good things should be prioritized for one's own descendants. Once they have enough, then I shall casually take a bit to appease the higher-ups. Listening to Lin Jinlong's words warmed Lin Yu's heart. Along the way, they encountered some strange beasts, all of which Lin Yu effortlessly dispatched. They soon reached the edge of the forest, entering a range of undulating mountains. It must be acknowledged that without sufficient luck, locating the purple crystal mine is quite a challenge. Up ahead, I have observed that the strongest beasts near the mining area possess the strength of a 7-star Grand Martial Master. Lin Jinlong lowered his voice. But before he could finish, his expression changed dramatically. Not good. Unexpectedly, two strange beasts appeared, one in front and one behind. The crucial point was that the aura emanating from these beasts was exceptionally terrifying, merely from the fluctuations of their energy. Lin Jinlong shockingly deduced that both beasts possessed a strength of at least 8-star Grand Martial Master. At that moment, Lin Jinlong was utterly panicked. Had he known such fearsome beasts awaited them, he would never have brought his grandson into this perilous venture. Chapter 34. Continuous surge. With a profound sense of concern for Lin Yu's ability to cope, Lin Jinlong observed as Lin Yu stepped forward, effortlessly positioning himself before a formidable beast. With a casual motion of his hand, he dispatched the creature, one that could be classified as at least a 7-star martial sovereign, without the slightest difficulty. The second beast attempted an attack, but Lin Yu's hand, akin to a razor-sharp blade, pierced through the beast's body. When he withdrew his hand, he had extracted the beast's core with remarkable ease, causing the massive creature to collapse with a thunderous crash. Lin Jinlong was utterly astonished by this spectacle. These beasts were among the more formidable entities within the realm of martial sovereigns. Even a captain would tread cautiously in such encounters. Yet, his cherished grandson had dispatched these two beasts with utter nonchalance. What prowess do you possess now? Lin Jinlong mused. Having previously noted that Lin Yu seemed to possess only the strength of a 1-star martial sovereign, either his grandson had concealed his true capabilities, or he was capable of effortlessly battling above his level, defeating all martial sovereigns as though they were mere trifles. Lin Yu remained remarkably modest in demeanor. Lin Jinlong inhaled sharply, suspecting that his grandson may have been boasting. The disparity in strength between any two adjacent ranks within the martial sovereign hierarchy was vast. Nonetheless, Lin Yu's current strength filled Lin Jinlong with a sense of pride. Grandson, you must seize the time to gather the amethyst mines, ensuring you have ample resources for your cultivation. I will relay the remaining information to the captain. This was the primary purpose behind Lin Jinlong's visit with Lin Yu. For the sake of his grandson's advancement, Lin Jinlong was prepared to go to great lengths. Lin Yu, understanding the importance of this endeavor, accepted the task without hesitation. His own elevation in rank and the third refinement of his 9 nether body demanded an abundance of resources. Amethyst crystals were far superior to ordinary spirit stones. Lin Yu would not allow such an opportunity to slip by. Thus, he ventured into a natural cavern, while Lin Jinlong remained vigilantly outside. The cavern exuded a faint aura of spiritual energy, accompanied by some common low-grade spirit stones. To the untrained eye, it merely appeared to be a dilapidated ordinary mine. However, as Lin Yu delved deeper, a spark of excitement ignited in his gaze. He began to encounter low-grade spirit stones, soon progressing to middle grade, and, in quick succession, high-grade spirit stones. The quality of the stones within the cavern was evidently ascending. Eventually, Lin Yu's eyes fell upon amethyst crystals, albeit of a lower grade. Yet, even these were commendable. With these low-grade amethysts, Lin Yu could significantly enhance his strength, recovering a portion of his overall capabilities. Additionally, it was crucial to note that this amethyst mine extended nearly 100 meters in length. The cumulative effect of these low-grade amethysts would undoubtedly rival that of middle or even high-grade crystals. Selecting a suitable spot, Lin Yu seated himself cross-legged and began to actively absorb the spiritual energy from the surroundings. This initial approach was exponentially superior to that of an ordinary individual. A multitude of pure spiritual energy, concealed within the amethyst, surged into Lin Yu's body. Boom! Lin Yu's body quivered slightly, successfully advancing to the realm of a 2-star Grand Martial Master. An overwhelming wave of spiritual power emerged within him, akin to a colossal tide, defying description. However, this was merely the beginning. The spiritual energy within the amethyst was exceedingly pure, far surpassing that of superior spiritual stones. Consequently, an abundance of spiritual energy continued to flow into Lin Yu's body. His strength relentlessly ascended, 3-star, 4-star, 5-star Grand Martial Master. Within just a few hours, Lin Yu's power surged, ultimately stabilizing at the 5-star Grand Martial Master realm. This level was on par with Lin Jinlong. Nonetheless, in terms of strength, the former could effortlessly overpower the latter. For Lin Yu, the elevation of his realm had concluded, and he began to utilize the amethyst to temper his physique. Thus far, Lin Yu had undergone the tempering of the 9 nether body twice. Each tempering would result in a complete transformation. Lin Yu was confident that should he endure a third tempering, his strength would undoubtedly soar. He fully manifested the 9 nether body while simultaneously employing the 9 nether technique, intertwining the spiritual energy from the amethyst with the essence of the 9 nether body. At that moment, the 9 nether body appeared to awaken, voraciously absorbing the spiritual energy, merging it into every inch of its being. Eventually, his body began to attain its optimal state. Yet, it was still far from sufficient. Lin Yu was acutely aware that each tempering of the 9 nether body required an immense amount of pure spiritual essence. Even though the amethyst mine harbored copious spiritual energy, it remained inadequate for Lin Yu's needs. Boom! With a casual strike, Lin Yu shattered the amethyst mine's wall, causing a cascade of amethyst stones to fall. He glimpsed deeper layers of amethyst, enabling him to absorb even more spiritual energy and reactivate the 9 nether body. This activation finally approached perfection. His body expelled impurities once more, and he noticed that his bones were gradually transforming. Of course, Lin Yu understood that this was merely the beginning. "I am for the 9 nether," Lin Yu silently recited, feeling a chilling aura of spiritual energy gradually seep into his being, an eerie and domineering presence. Yet, this sensation was fleeting, leaving an illusion as if it had never existed. It was complete. Suddenly, Lin Yu's body trembled slightly, feeling as if he had undergone a complete metamorphosis. Looking down, he perceived a dominating essence within every inch of his skin. If, after the second tempering, Lin Yu could effortlessly shatter a Grand Martial Master, then after the third, even if he encountered beings above Grand Martial Masters, the Martial Saints, he would still be capable of overwhelming them. Of course, this absorption had finally reached a state of saturation. Lin Yu recognized that he had absorbed nearly all of the amethyst's essence. To further enhance himself, he would likely need to seek out additional amethyst mines. "Grandfather, I am ready." Emerging from the cavern, Lin Yu observed his grandfather vigilantly stationed a short distance away, evidently anxious about the possibility of a monstrous beast interrupting Lin Yu's cultivation. 5-star Great Martial Sect. What splendid news! Upon discerning Lin Yu's level of cultivation, Lin Jinlong was overwhelmed with elation. After all, he was aware that Lin Yu had previously been merely a 1-star Great Martial Sect. Now, he could effortlessly overpower those at the 7-star and 8-star levels. With Lin Yu now attaining the formidable 5-star Great Martial Sect realm, was it not even more astonishing? "Grandfather, let us return," Lin Yu remarked with a faint smile, not dwelling too much on the situation. At present, he felt a modest sense of satisfaction with his cultivation. The most crucial aspect remained that he had rescued his grandfather, thereby rectifying the regrets of his previous life. Now, he merely needed to accompany his grandfather back to the ancient city, where he could greet the likes of De Shuang before departing. Of course, should De Shuang, and Xiao Shuang wished to leave, Lin Yu would harbor no objections. However, upon their return to the ancient city, a throng of city guards suddenly appeared, surrounding Lin Yu and Lin Jinlong without hesitation. Chapter 35. Do you doubt my strength? At the forefront stood a middle-aged man clad in green, whose prowess matched that of Lin Jinlong, both being 5-star great martial sect masters. Wang Changfeng, what do you mean by this? Lin Jinlong's expression shifted. For the man in green was the vice captain, with whom he had never shared a cordial rapport. Nevertheless, given his superior rank, Lin Jinlong typically maintained a semblance of decorum. Yet, now that Wang Changfeng had brazenly mobilized the city guard, Lin Jinlong could hardly contain his ire. Wang Changfeng, you conspire with the alien races and harm your own comrades. What punishment do you deserve for such treachery? Wang Changfeng sneered, his gaze locking onto Lin Jinlong. Surely, Captain Lin has not allied with the alien races? A wave of astonishment rippled through the crowd. The commotion had drawn a considerable number of onlookers. Having entered the ancient city at the age of 30, Lin Jinlong was now over 70. Under normal circumstances, one would have ascended to a rank of captain or higher by now. However, his failure to advance in rank, coupled with his forthright disposition, had often led to enmity, rendering him the oldest among the vice-captains. Many in the city were acquainted with Lin Jinlong, and to be accused of colluding with alien races was tantamount to a death sentence. Once confirmed, no matter how esteemed one's status or illustrious one's lineage, escape from such a fate would be impossible. Wang Changfeng, your words are mere slander. What evidence do you possess to substantiate this claim of my collusion with the alien races? If you lack proof, then you are guilty of defamation, and slandering a superior is equally punishable by death. Lin Jinlong's complexion turned ashen. While ordinary slander might be inconsequential, the ramifications of such an accusation regarding collusion with alien races would be dire. Slander? Lin Jinlong, as I understand it, 2 days ago, you led the first squad on patrol. Where are the 120 members of that squad? Why have you returned alone? Wang Changfeng's voice dripped with mockery. We encountered an ambush by alien beasts and their formidable warriors during our patrol. The entire first squad perished, leaving only me to survive by sheer luck. I reported this incident through the information platform, Lin Jinlong replied without hesitation. Indeed, after Lin Yu had slain an alien race member, the information had been sealed. Thus establishing contact with the ancient city was already feasible. Lin Jinlong was no fool. When he accompanied Lin Yu to the amethyst mine, he had already reported the attack on the first squad. A squad of 120 men perished, and you, the captain, alone survived? Do you think anyone will believe you? Wang Changfeng's face was a mask of derision. Not only did he disbelieve, but the crowd also buzzed with skepticism, many finding it hard to accept. Lin Jinlong, I must inquire, how many alien beasts did you encounter, and what were their levels? You would do well to speak honestly. Wang Changfeng pressed relentlessly. At that time, we faced over 1,000 alien beasts, including 25 at the level of Great Martial Sect, with the remainder being at the Martial Sect level. As for the alien warriors, their cultivation was at least 6-star Great Martial Sect. Lin Jinlong did not dare to conceal the truth. After all, many details could easily be uncovered through investigation. Indeed, when Lin Jinlong initially reported the situation, he had already outlined the specific strengths of the strange beasts and alien races. Now it is merely a reiteration. With your prowess as a 5-star Grand Martial Sect, how could you possibly survive, except by surrendering to the alien races or colluding with them to betray the human race? This is the crux of the matter. As Wang Changfeng fixed his gaze intently upon Lin Jinlong, not only Wang Changfeng, but the expressions of those around them had completely transformed. This is an exceedingly pragmatic issue. Under such encirclement, even 10 Lin Zhenlongs would find it impossible to escape unless he capitulated to the alien races. It was my grandson, Lin Yu, who arrived just in time to rescue me. Mentioning his grandson, Lin Jinlong's face brimmed with pride. What a farce. Your grandson is indeed remarkable. But as a 5-star Grand Martial Sect, how could he have saved you? Or perhaps, is it that your grandson colluded with the alien races alongside you, which is why they spared your lives? Wang Changfeng's face was a mask of derision. It was evident to him that although Lin Yu possessed the strength of a 5-star Grand Martial Sect, even if he were a 6-star or 7-star Grand Martial Sect, he would find it impossible to escape unscathed from such a situation. How astonishing that he is already a 5-star Grand Martial Sect at such a young age. There were gasps of astonishment from the crowd. Of course, others felt a sense of regret. After all, regardless of Lin Yu's extraordinary talent, if he were to collude with the alien races, his demise would be inevitable and unforgivable. What? Do you doubt my strength? Lin Yu's brow furrowed slightly. Is there even a need for doubt? The evidence lies before us. Everyone, heed my command. Seize Lin Junlong and his grandson. As soon as Wang Chongfeng's words fell, he felt a tightening around his neck, and suddenly, Lin Yu had him by the throat, twisting it. Goodness! An uproar erupted around them. They had not witnessed how Lin Yu had acted. Yet, the fact that Wang Chongfeng, also a 5-star Grand Marshal sect, had fallen into Lin Yu's grasp was astonishing. It is important to note that Wang Chongfeng was a squad leader, possessing considerable combat experience, and among his peers, he was undoubtedly superior to those outside the forbidden grounds. Is my strength sufficient? Lin Yu regarded Wang Chongfeng with a bemused smile. So, it turns out that you sold out your entire team and betrayed the human race to seek assistance from the alien races, enhancing your own power. You and your grandfather deserve nothing less than death. I shall report this to headquarters and annihilate the Lin family, leaving no one alive. Wang Chongfeng was furious. Lin Yu sought to demonstrate his formidable strength to prove he could rescue his grandfather from the encirclement of the alien races and strange beasts. However, in Wang Chongfeng's mouth, it had taken on an entirely different flavor. It seemed that Lin Yu's strength had ultimately stemmed from his allegiance to the alien races, acquiring their assistance, which explained his terrifying power. Initially, I slaughtered a portion of the strange beasts, and I possessed the beast cores as proof. Lin Yu produced a bag from his possession. Inside the bag were numerous beast cores, particularly nearly 20 cores from Grand Marshal sects, which should suffice as evidence. I never anticipated that the foreign race would invest so heavily, sacrificing numerous alien beasts to infiltrate humanity and serve as spies for their kind. Even under Lin Yu's control of life and death, Wang Chongfeng remained utterly disdainful. He continued to target Lin Yu and his companions, calculating that Lin Yu would not dare to kill him. Furthermore, why did you choose to appear only after the alien race and their beasts had eliminated everyone, leaving solely your grandfather behind? It seems rather coincidental, does it not? Wang Chongfeng added. I understand now. Sensing the malevolence in Wang Chongfeng's gaze, Lin Yu suddenly curled his lips in a smirk. Surely, you can no longer feign innocence? I advise you to surrender willingly. Crack. Wang Chongfeng wore a smug expression, but before he could finish his sentence, Lin Yu effortlessly snapped his neck. Chapter 36, Truly Daring to Strike. The sharp sound echoed, jarringly stark against the profound silence enveloping the surroundings. Every soul present, including Lin Junlong, was taken aback. The one slain was not a beast or an alien, but rather the vice-captain of the human guards. How audacious it was for Lin Yu to declare such a killing. From a distance, several figures rushed forth, one of whom wore a grotesque expression. Had his gaze possessed the power to kill, Lin Yu would have been torn to shreds. Each was a formidable expert, and the elder, baring his teeth at Lin Yu, was an 8-star Grand Marshal Master. Wang Jun, the uncle of Wang Chongfeng and the vice-captain here, was now poised to bring misfortune upon Lin Junlong and his companions. Even without Wang Jun, to kill the vice-captain unprovoked is a grave crime. Someone murmured, unable to suppress their regret. Whether or not Lin Yu conspired with alien entities, such a young master was on the verge of execution. Convey my command. Annihilate the Lin family of Yang City Slap. Wang Jun, in his arrogance, had already resolved to eliminate Lin Junlong, Lin Yu, and eradicate the Lin family altogether. Yet, before he could finish his sentence, a fiery pain struck his face. Lin Yu had already sent him flying with a single slap, providing no chance for Wang Jun to retaliate. By the time Wang Jun crashed to the ground, Lin Yu had placed his foot upon Wang Jun's face. All transpired with astonishing swiftness, like a flash of lightning. By the time the onlookers grasped the situation, Wang Jun lay firmly pinned down. Old dog, on what grounds do you seek to annihilate my entire family? Lin Yu glared coldly at Wang Jun. On the grounds of your collusion with aliens, and your unprovoked murder of Vice-Captain Wang Chongfeng. Wang Jun retorted, displaying no fear, his face contorted with rage. Collusion with aliens? Do you possess evidence? If you lack proof, then you are merely slandering me, and I can just as easily execute you. Lin Yu's expression remained impassive, his tone frigid. In that moment, many were momentarily stunned. Whoever can provide evidence to prove my collusion with my grandfather, We will surrender willingly and accept your judgment. If you cannot provide evidence, then it is slander. Anyone who dares to slander me, Lin Yu, shall face death. Lin Yu spoke once more. A murmur of astonishment rippled through the crowd. Upon reflection, it was indeed as he said. Colluding with aliens was a heinous crime warranting the extermination of entire families. Without solid proof, casually accusing another was perilous. And even if the accused retaliated, it would be deemed just. Indeed, collusion with aliens cannot be taken lightly. Some in the crowd found themselves unconsciously agreeing with Lin Yu's perspective. There must be evidence, otherwise it would surely chill the hearts of many. Others suggested proactively. The crowd buzzed with discussion. After all, if Lin Yu could be falsely accused today, tomorrow it could be anyone else. If such a precedent were set, would not all humanity live in fear? Evidence. The entire squad led by Lin Jinlong was annihilated, leaving only Lin Jinlong alive. How do you explain that? Wang Jun inquired without hesitation. When I encountered my grandfather besieged by monstrous beasts, his small team had suffered heavy casualties, leaving only him, the strongest in combat, alive. Thus I came to his rescue. Lin Yu reiterated. Even if you saved your grandfather, where have you both been for the past 2 days? Why did you not return to the city? Wang Jun continued to inquire. Indeed, what could they have been doing during that time? Was there some sort of conspiracy with the alien races? Some began to murmur softly. It is quite simple. My grandfather discovered a purple crystal mine. He believed that with my strength, I could slay the beasts surrounding the mine. Hence I vanquished them and extracted the crystals. As Lin Yu spoke, he casually retrieved a bag. Upon opening it, it revealed a plethora of low-grade purple crystals. So many crystals, exclaimed someone, while others' eyes gleamed with fervor. If we were truly colluding with the alien races, how could we have possibly gathered these crystals? Lin Yu remarked calmly. Moreover, my grandfather has been safeguarding the ancient city for over 50 years, battling these beasts since he was in his 20s and now in his 70s. If he were indeed in league with the aliens, do you think it would take 50 years for anyone to uncover even the slightest clue? Therefore, I must ask, is there any evidence to substantiate that my grandfather is colluding with the alien races? Lin Yu quickly added. Indeed. Elder Lin has devoted 50 years to the protection of the ancient city, and if he were truly colluding with the aliens, why has his cultivation progressed so slowly? If he were in collusion, with even a modicum of resources from the aliens, he would have advanced significantly by now, at least to the rank of a captain, making it far more advantageous for him to act as a spy for them, wouldn't he? There were indeed perceptive individuals among them. Then how do you explain the death of Deputy Captain Wang Changfeng? Wang Jun's expression fluctuated with uncertainty. He ultimately shifted his approach. If my memory serves me correctly, the ancient city has regulations stating that without substantial evidence, to falsely accuse others of collusion with alien races is a serious offense, punishable by execution for the accuser. Is that not so? Lin Yu stated leisurely. In other matters, false accusations may not carry severe consequences. However, falsely accusing someone of colluding with alien races, if successful, could lead to the annihilation of their entire family. Thus, no one would dare to utter such a claim lightly, at least without absolute proof. It is strictly forbidden to do so. Consequently, many nodded in agreement. The situation remains the same. Old man, if you cannot provide evidence, then you too are slandering us. And I shall not hesitate to eliminate you. Lin Yu was resolute. No. Another elderly gentleman in fine robes interjected hastily. Regardless of the circumstances, Wang Jun has rendered service to the ancient city. His misjudgment is understandable, thus he should not be executed. So, does it mean that none of you can produce any evidence? A faint smile graced Lin Yu's lips. Indeed, I cannot provide evidence, but I am nonetheless the deputy captain. Having slain countless beasts, I may lack merit, but I have certainly endured hardships. Bang! Wang Jun had completely resolved to go all in. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, coupled with the captain's plea, it was hard to believe that Lin Yu would dare to take such a drastic action. However, before Wang Jun could finish his words, Lin Yu raised his foot and came down with a fierce stomp. Poor Wang Jun. Who could have never anticipated that Lin Yu would actually resort to violence? With that single step, Wang Jun's entire head was crushed. The onlookers were left utterly astonished. Many rendered speechless by the sheer audacity of it all. Such tyranny. The deputy captain executed a kill without regard for anyone's dignity. Observing Lin Yu's demeanor, it appeared as though he was dispatching a mere stray animal. You are utterly contemptuous. The captain's face turned an ominous shade as he raised his hand, prompting the 100-strong city guards to brandish their specially crafted dark iron crossbows. If coordinated effectively, even a peak martial artist like Lin Yu would find himself in peril. Chapter 37. Do you believe I would slay you too? I wish to inquire about your justification for my execution. What crime have I committed? If you are unable to elucidate, do you believe I would slay you as well? Lin Yu's gaze fell upon the captain, a smile lurking in his eyes. How impressive! A young man, brimming with admiration, dared to threaten even the captain, who would be audacious enough to do so. A typical person would scarcely utter such words. Captain, is it not a capital offense for the Wang family to accuse us of colluding with foreign tribes? At this juncture, Lin Jinlong finally spoke, his expression grave as he regarded Captain Yang Qingtian. Yang Qingtian furrowed his brow and after a pause, replied, Indeed, it is a capital crime. But since it is a capital crime, then is it wrong for my grandson to execute them? If my grandson refrains from slaying them, would that not imply to all that anyone can falsely accuse others of colluding with foreign tribes without evidence? I could even assert that you, Yang Qingtian, are also in collusion with foreign tribes. In defense of his grandson, Lin Jinlong was unyielding, leaving no opportunity for Yang Qingtian to continue. His aggressive stance rendered Yang Qingtian speechless. Yang Qingtian's expression shifted between uncertainty and anger. Indeed, if it cannot be proven that they conspired with foreign tribes, then their slaying of alien beasts and foreign entities, while bringing back purple crystals, would indeed be a significant achievement. Another voice broke the tension, the deputy city guardian. Upon the arrival of the newcomer, everyone bowed respectfully. It was none other than Long Yunfei, one of the 10 deputy city guardians of the ancient city. I hereby announce that former squad leader Lin Chenglong has been promoted to the position of deputy captain, rewarded with 100 purple crystals, and granted a 3-month leave. Long Yunfei continued. With this simple decree, the matters concerning Lin Jinlong and Lin Yu were effectively settled. Who would dare to refute the words of the deputy city guardian? Young man, welcome to join our 22nd ancient city and become a member of this community. Long Yunfei's gaze fell upon Lin Yu. The ability to swiftly slay a master of Wang Jun's caliber, especially at such a young age, was certainly noteworthy. Retaining Lin Yu within the 22nd ancient city would undoubtedly cultivate a formidable force against alien beasts and foreign tribes in the future. The crux of the matter is that should Lin Yu flourish, he may well evolve into a significant power, far surpassing the prospects of this deputy city guardian. Thus, if Lin Yu remembers this favor today and grants him even a slight elevation or benefit later, Long Yunfei would immensely profit from it. In a sense, this was a preemptive investment. If Long Yunfei were to wait until Lin Yu had truly developed, hoping to secure a favor then would be nothing short of a fantasy. I apologize, but I am still a high school senior and unable to choose to join any ancient city, Lin Yu replied candidly. What? He is still a high school senior? This implies he is not yet 20. Astonishing. To have slain a 5-star martial artist at such a young age is simply incredible. Once he enters university and undergoes systematic training, how formidable will he become? As discussions swirled around, even Long Yunfei appeared astonished. He had not anticipated that Lin Yu was still a high school senior, which implied that Lin Yu's future potential was even greater. The Forbidden Ancient City was not a place one could simply join. Various conditions and restrictions were in place. Grandfather, I must return, Lin Yu declared, understanding that he needed to leave the Forbidden Zone and participate in related competitions. Lin Yu, should you encounter any difficulties outside, feel free to seek assistance from my brothers. They can help you with manageable troubles. Long Yunfei handed Lin Yu a business card. De Shuang and Xiao Shuang had also arrived, and together they departed from the ancient city, having gained considerable rewards during their venture. As they exited the Forbidden Zone, Lin Yu gifted each of them 10 pieces of purple crystal. Upon seeing the crystals, Xiao Shuang nearly drooled. The purple crystals were worth their weight in gold. Each could fetch tens of thousands, if not over 100,000. With these crystals, Xiao Shuang and Feng Wu could resolve several issues at home. You little ancestor have finally returned, exclaimed the old principal as Lin Yu arrived back at school. There was no alternative. The National High School student competition was imminent, featuring the finest students from across the country. Should Lin Yu secure a place among the top 10, it would elevate the reputation of 8th Middle School significantly, marking a true achievement. Presently, Lin Yu's triumph as the top high school student in Jiangbei Province had garnered special attention from the Provincial Department of Education and the Yang City Education Bureau, leading to generous support for 8th Middle School. This included funding aimed at enhancing the school's infrastructure and the dispatch of exceptional teachers to bolster its academic strength. In essence, 8th Middle School was undergoing a remarkable transformation. The principal held a firm belief that in the near future, 8th Middle School would undoubtedly rival the 1st and 2nd schools. If Lin Yu were to place within the top 10 in the national competition, 8th Middle School would surpass Yang City's 1st Middle School. Meanwhile, Zhao Jiping had transferred schools, and the details of his new location remained unknown. Given the Zhao family's considerable influence, such a move was hardly surprising. The greatest suffering fell upon Xiao Yeyun. Due to her circumstances, her brother had been slain by Zhao Jiping, leaving the Xiao family a target of ridicule. The family's attitude towards Xiao Yeyun was exceedingly harsh. Each time she returned home, her parents bore grim faces. With no other recourse, she attempted to reside at school as much as possible to minimize her visits home. However, even at school, she faced pointed remarks. Many were aware that Xiao Yeyun had once been Lin Yu's girlfriend, only to betray him by turning to Zhao Jiping. Such a person truly deserves disdain. She is utterly disgraceful, bringing shame upon us women. Lin Yu treated her with utmost kindness, granting her every wish. And with his handsome appearance, how could she dare to betray him so shamelessly? I have heard that Lin Yu initially intended to propose to her. If Lin Yu were to propose to me, even if he were an ordinary person, I would undoubtedly accept. Public opinion overwhelmingly favors Lin Yu. There is no denying that he has become the pride of the 8th high school, and everyone holds him in high esteem. Many girls would eagerly bear his children if given the chance. In such circumstances, even those classmates who share a closer bond with Xiao Yeyun tend to distance themselves from her. Currently, Xiao Yeyun finds herself struggling within the school environment. However, she understands that the college entrance examination is imminent, and she cannot afford to relinquish this opportunity. Should she leave school and forfeit her chance at the exam, she would lack even a high school diploma and would inevitably descend into the lowest echelons of society. She aspires to attend university and yearns for a bright future. Xiao Yeyun, the head of the department, wants to see you. There is a saying that aptly applies to her situation: misfortunes never come singly. Chapter 38. No need to remove the pants. Xiaoyan is not foolish. She is acutely aware of the various rumors circulating within the school that have cast her in an unfavorable light. Coupled with her prior treatment of Lin Yu alongside Zhao Jiping, it is evident that the institution is well aware of her actions. Now, as Lin Yu basks in the limelight, the entire 8th Middle School seems eager to curry favor with him. In such circumstances, expelling her would serve to appease Lin Yu, wouldn't it? Xiaoyan, after discussions among the school leadership, it has been determined that due to concerns regarding your character and conduct, the school has decided to expel you. As of today, you are no longer a student of 8th Middle School. The Director of Education wasted no time, handing Xiaoyan a notice of expulsion without any preamble. I do not agree to this expulsion. I still have the college entrance examination ahead of me, and I am certain I can gain admission to a university. Xiaoyan exclaimed impulsively, her mind racing. This is the school's decision. Your opinion is not being solicited. You may return home now, the director replied, furrowing his brow. What should I do? What should I do? Panic enveloped Xiaoyan entirely. Her boyfriend, that scoundrel, had transferred schools, her family was cold and distant, and everyone at school treated her with derision. Gaining admission to a university seemed her only motivation, yet now, with her expulsion, it felt as though she would be left with nothing, relegated to the lowest echelons of society. Perhaps I can seek Lin Yu's assistance. If he could intercede on my behalf, the school would certainly reconsider my expulsion. A spark of hope ignited in her mind, and she perceived Lin Yu as her lifeline. Xiaoyu, is there anyone else in your dormitory? At that moment, Lin Yu was on the phone with Wang Xiaoyu. No, why? Wang Xiaoyu responded cheerfully upon receiving Lin Yu's call, though she was still perplexed, unable to grasp the meaning behind his words. I'm coming to see you now. Without further elaboration, Lin Yu abruptly ended the call. Coming to the dormitory? And asking if there are others? Wang Xiaoyu murmured, her cheeks flushing a rosy hue. It was no wonder. A boy visiting a girl's dormitory and desiring to be alone with her was a clear indication of his intentions. Her heart raced at the thought. She and Lin Yu had grown up together, and she harbored deep feelings for him, likely since their middle school days. Yet, Lin Yu had always regarded her as merely a close friend, which caused her great dismay. For instance, when he pursued Xiaoyan, she would lament, "I am 100 times more beautiful than Xiaoyan." Could it be that this dense fellow had finally come to his senses? Wang Xiaoyu's heart raced faster. She swiftly leapt from her bed, rummaged through her roommate's perfume, spraying a touch in the dormitory and on herself. However, as she glanced at her reflection, she felt unsettled. Typically, Wang Xiaoyu possessed a carefree, boyish demeanor, her style decidedly androgynous. Gritting her teeth, she began to rummage through her roommate's clothes. After donning her attire, Wang Xiaoyu proceeded to apply her makeup. Upon gazing into the mirror, she felt an overwhelming allure towards her own reflection. Convinced that no one could remain indifferent to her charm, she patted her cheeks with determination and awaited the arrival of Lin Yu. Approximately 10 minutes later, Lin Yu arrived at Wang Xiaoyu's dormitory. To his astonishment, upon seeing Wang Xiaoyu, he was nearly taken aback by her striking appearance. She resembled a bewitching apparition. Her exquisitely made-up face was almost ethereal, complemented by an exceedingly short skirt that intriguingly concealed a pair of jeans beneath. Her upper attire consisted of a fitted white blazer, which appeared almost too snug, suggesting an enticing silhouette. The visual impact was undeniably impressive, yet Lin Yu, well acquainted with Wang Xiaoyu, noted a peculiar enhancement in her figure. What was once an A cup now seemed to have blossomed into a C cup. "Take off that outfit," Lin Yu exclaimed, his words direct and unambiguous. Wang Xiaoyu felt a shiver run through her body igniting with warmth at his brazen request, albeit she recognized the outfit was rather unflattering. However, Lin Yu swiftly added, "This outfit is simply not appealing." The spark of excitement within Wang Xiaoyu was abruptly extinguished. "Xiaoyu, I have something for you," Lin Yu declared, producing a purple crystal seemingly out of thin air. Was he intending to propose with this gem? Wang Xiaoyu's heart raced with anticipation, believing that her trials were finally coming to an end and a new chapter was about to unfold. "Get on the bed," Lin Yu commanded, unabashedly making himself comfortable on her bed and beckoning her to join him. "Lin Yu, it's broad daylight." Though Wang Xiaoyu was inclined to acquiesce, the bright light of day made her feel somewhat uneasy. After all, there were other girls in the dormitory, and her roommate could return at any moment. Moreover, this was to be her first experience. Did it have to occur in a dormitory setting? Yet, she hesitated, not wanting to miss the opportunity. "Daylight is preferable. It allows for clearer visibility," Lin Yu stated with utmost seriousness. Wang Xiaoyu was momentarily taken aback by his audacity. Determined, she resolved to shed her inhibitions and prepare to undress. Having already removed her pink blazer, she contemplated removing her skirt, which would reveal her lingerie. "No need to remove it. This will suffice," Lin Yu interjected, waving his hand dismissively. "Very well then." Wang Xiaoyu steeled herself, shedding her ultra-short skirt and preparing to remove her jeans. "Leave the jeans on," Lin Yu insisted, halting her actions. "What can possibly happen with the jeans on?" Wang Xiaoyu stood frozen, bewildered. "Come on, sit down and don't waste time. Otherwise, your roommate will return, and I won't have the chance to do anything," Lin Yu urged. Seeing her still standing in confusion, Wang Xiaoyu felt an overwhelming heat coursing through her body, and she couldn't shake the impression that Lin Yu had transformed into a particularly audacious rogue compared to his former self. Yet, inexplicably, she found herself drawn to this mischievous scoundrel. Resolutely, she took a seat opposite Lin Yu, both of them perched upon the bed. In an instant, Lin Yu's hand reached toward her abdomen. Was he attempting to assist her in removing her trousers, or did he merely wish to caress her slender waist? Despite her usual carefree demeanor, Wang Xiaoyu was engulfed in trepidation, as she had never encountered such an experience before. Suddenly, a surge of potent spiritual energy flowed through Lin Yu's palm into her dantian. "Focus your mind and follow your instincts," Lin Yu instructed with utmost seriousness. He had acquired a wealth of invaluable resources and was eager to share them with Wang Xiaoyu, even aspiring to personally enhance her abilities. As a torrent of spiritual energy permeated her body, Wang Xiaoyu was enveloped in an indescribable sense of comfort. Chapter 39. How can I attain femininity? Suddenly, a tremor coursed through Wang Xiaoyu's body as her realm ascended. This elevation occurred in an instant, and in the next moment, a more potent spiritual energy surged into her being, as if Lin Yu were nourishing her with an abundance of ethereal essence. Martial Sovereign Realm. Wang Xiaoyu could hardly believe that she had effortlessly advanced to the martial sovereign realm. She steadied herself, clearing her mind of distractions. Lin Yu's voice resonated once more, and immediately, a colossal wave of energy permeated Wang Xiaoyu's form. Simultaneously, Lin Yu's hand shifted and swiftly tapped several intimate areas of her body, including her chest, regions of utmost privacy. Wang Xiaoyu felt as though her body were being cleansed, waves of ecstasy washing over her in relentless succession. 2-star martial sovereign realm. She was elated, having so easily stepped into this new tier. That will be all for today, Lin Yu said gently as he retracted his hand, his complexion slightly pale, clearly indicating that the preceding actions had drained considerable energy from him. What a foul odor, Wang Xiaoyu remarked, catching a whiff of an unpleasant scent. That's the result of your body purging impurities through your pores after I assisted you in cleansing your meridians. You ought to take a bath. Lin Yu replied with a calm smile before rising to depart. Lin Yu, do you find me beautiful? As he was about to leave, Wang Xiaoyu blurted out, feeling a mix of anxiety and shyness. Very beautiful, Lin Yu responded without hesitation. Hearing his affirmative reply, Wang Xiaoyu felt a surge of sweetness within her heart. Then, how about I become your girlfriend? She boldly suggested, seeking to press her advantage. Well, Lin Yu hesitated momentarily. What do you mean? Were you merely flattering me when you said I was beautiful? Wang Xiaoyu glared at him, unyielding even though he was her superior in skill. She would not shy away from asserting herself when necessary. You are indeed beautiful, but you lack a certain femininity. Once you acquire that quality, I shall consider being your boyfriend, Lin Yu said with a slight smile before departing gracefully. You must keep your word. Wang Xiaoyu's eyes sparkled with excitement. At the very least, Lin Yu had not entirely dismissed her, leaving her with a glimmer of hope. What is femininity, after all? Wang Xiaoyu glanced down at her chest, giving it a gentle squeeze as she murmured, if only it were a bit larger, I would surely exude femininity. Xiaomei, I have a question for you. Wang Xiaoyu called her friend, who was not only beautiful but also the object of many admirers, often praised for her femininity. This was the primary reason for Wang Xiaoyu's call. Go ahead, Xiaomei replied casually. How can I attain femininity? Wang Xiaoyu inquired boldly. Hee. With curves that are ample and alluring, can you achieve that? Xiaomei has come to realize that Wang Xiaoyu is in love. While Xiaomei playfully mocks Wang Xiaoyu, Lin Yu has already been intercepted by Xiao Yayun. Lin Yu, considering our past romance, could you possibly speak to the school on my behalf and prevent my expulsion? If I am expelled, I will have nothing left. I implore you, can you help me? Gazing at the sunlit, handsome figure of Lin Yu, Xiao Yayun desperately wished to slap herself, questioning how she could have been so foolish as to betray him. Your expulsion is a matter for the school. I will not interfere with their decisions, Lin Yu replied, his expression devoid of emotion. He harbored no fondness for Xiao Yayun whatsoever. Even believing that expelling her would be too lenient, he hoped for her complete ruin, leaving her with nothing. Lin Yu, I am aware that with your current status, a mere word from you would suffice to ensure the school does not expel me. As long as I am not expelled, I will do anything you wish, even accompany you to bed, or indulge your whims, no matter how twisted they may be, Xiao Yayun pleaded, her face a portrait of desperation. She recognized that she no longer possessed any bargaining chips. Her body was her only asset. Indeed, I once had feelings for you, but now I find you repugnant. I hope you will keep your distance. Lin Yu offered no solace to Xiao Yayun. With that, he turned and walked away. As she watched Lin Yu's retreating figure, Xiao Yayun felt a deep regret, wishing she could slap herself for having chosen Zhao Jiping in the first place. Alas, there is no remedy for regret. Son, I wish to discuss something with you. Lin Yu had just returned home when Li Sufang approached him with a beaming smile. A mother exhibiting such demeanor typically heralds unwelcome news. However, since Lin Yu's birth, his mother had showered him with affection, striving to provide him with the best. What is there to discuss, mother? Please, tell me what it is, Lin Yu replied with a faint smile. In a couple of days, it will be your grandmother's 70th birthday, and I would like to take you back to make her proud, Li Sufang said with utmost seriousness. Grandmother? Lin Yu was taken aback, for he had no recollection of ever having a grandfather or grandmother. Even in his past life, he believed his mother to be an orphan. In fact, you do have grandparents, and your maternal family is quite influential, Li Sufang revealed everything without reservation. It turns out that Lin Yu's grandfather belonged to the illustrious Li family of Taiyuan. Taiyuan, unlike Yang City, is at least 10 times larger and teeming with skilled individuals. The so-called experts in Yang City are mere novices in Taiyuan. For instance, there are about 20 grand martial masters in Yang City, while Taiyuan boasts hundreds. The Li family of Taiyuan is one of the 10 prominent families, albeit the least renowned, yet still formidable. Lin Yu's grandfather, the first generation of the Li family, surpassed the realm of Grand Martial Master, having reached the threshold of semi-divine warrior, a distinction that clearly sets apart martial saints from Grand Martial Masters. In essence, beneath the martial sage, individuals are primarily categorized by their strength. Varied levels of strength signify different ranks. However, when a martial sage unleashes their full potential, an overwhelming aura of authority manifests, known as the martial sage's pressure. Within the radius of this pressure, the sage wields absolute dominion. For instance, if the martial sage's influence extends to 100 meters, then within that sphere, even without direct intervention, the mere presence of their aura can reduce adversaries to mere mist. In this range, not even 1,000 formidable opponents can withstand the lethal force of the martial sage's pressure. This is the essence of the martial sage's formidable nature. Lin Yu's grandfather stands as a half-step martial sage, while Lin Yu's mother has 6 brothers, each of whom is a grand martial sect master. Li Sufang is the sole daughter of the second generation of the Li family, cherished as their jewel. At that time, she was betrothed to a member of the Qian family, one of the 10 great families of Taiyuan. The elder of the Qian family had once bestowed a life-saving favor upon Lin Yu's grandfather. Chapter 40. Will it end so easily? The crux of the matter lies in the fact that the third son of the Qian family, engaged to Li Sufang, is exceptionally accomplished. Just as their wedding was on the horizon, Li Sufang embarked on a journey and encountered Lin Yu's father, leading to an instant connection between them. Ultimately, Li Sufang decisively called off her engagement with the Qian family. Lin Yu's grandfather was infuriated, having previously vowed that should Li Sufang dare to take such a step, she would be expelled from the Li family and all ties would be severed. Mother, have you not been in contact with grandfather's family all these years? Lin Yu pondered. If grandfather's family were indeed so formidable, then logically, when the Lin family faced calamity in the past, mother would have sought assistance from the Li family. At that time, I feared your grandfather might take action against your father, which is why I did not disclose the situation of the Lin family to him. Moreover, my original name was Li Fang. After leaving home, I changed it to Li Sufang. Given that Yang City and Taiyuan City are separated by several provinces, the location is exceedingly remote. Even if your grandfather wished to search, he would be unable to find me, Li Sufang disclosed without reservation. Lin Yu couldn't help but feel admiration. Indeed, with mother having changed her name and grandfather's family unaware of father's circumstances, finding her would be akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. As for whether the Lin family reached out to grandfather's family during their misfortunes, that was a matter of a past life, ultimately unverifiable. Li Sufang's desire to return with Lin Yu was twofold. On one hand, her grandmother had supported her during the time when grandfather sought to cast her out. On the other hand, Lin Yu's newfound success was pivotal. Had Lin Yu remained ineffectual and unable to cultivate, even if Li Sufang longed to return to her maternal home, she would likely have concealed such feelings from him. Your grandfather has a penchant for prodigious talents within the family. Perhaps upon witnessing your exceptional nature, he might forgive me. Therefore, I am wholly reliant on you this time. Li Sufang added. Will my father accompany us? Lin Yu instinctively inquired. Better not. Your father is still merely a lowly martial disciple. Given your grandfather's temperament, upon seeing your father, it is highly probable he would take action against him. For safety's sake, it is best he does not come, Li Sufang retorted dismissively. Regarding her husband's cultivation, Li Sufang remained notably dissatisfied. Though her own prowess was not particularly high, Lin Yu mused that had Li Sufang not married his father, she would have certainly become a grand martial master, supported by the abundant resources of the Li family, just like her uncles. 2 days later, Lin Yu accompanied his mother to Taiyuan City. Compared to Yang City, Taiyuan City was more developed, bustling with activity. Throughout the journey, Li Sufang maintained a commendable demeanor. However, as they arrived at the Li family estate, her expression became somewhat complex. Despite her verbal assurance that the old gentleman might overlook her past transgressions for the sake of Lin Yu's extraordinary talent, she felt no certainty within her heart. As one of the 10 prominent families in Taiyuan City, the Li family's influence was substantial. Those attending the matriarch's 70th birthday celebration were either wealthy or noble. Outside the Li estate, a fleet of luxury cars lined the entrance. Elder brother Li Lei and second brother Li Chang were graciously receiving guests, accompanied by their wives and children. As they welcomed everyone, a man and a woman approached, prompting Li Lei to instinctively step forward to greet them. To his astonishment, he found himself momentarily paralyzed with disbelief. It was his sister. Second brother Li Chang also wore an expression of incredulity. Their sister had departed from the Li family nearly 2 decades prior, and they had even come to suspect that she might have met with misfortune. The overwhelming joy of seeing her again was beyond the capacity of mere words to convey. Sister. Tears welled in Li Sufang's eyes upon seeing her 2 brothers, her voice trembling with emotion. Where have you been all these years? We sent people to inquire about you, but there was no news. The elder brother felt a pang of sorrow for his sister. When Li Sufang initially left the family, they had refrained from searching for her, as their father had been in a furious temper and none dared to provoke his wrath. It was only when the storm had subsided that the brothers dared to send inquiries. Elder brother, I have changed my name. I now go by Li Sufang, she whispered, her voice lacking confidence. No wonder. Second brother Li Chang shot her an irritated glance. By the way, how are our parents? And what about the 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 6th brothers? Growing up, her brothers had always showered her with affection. The thought of not having been in contact with her family for so many years filled her with guilt. Your 3rd brother is busy with business matters and will return shortly. Your 4th brother has opened a large martial arts school, a chain establishment. As for the 5th and 6th brothers, they have entered forbidden territory. Elder brother Li Lei summarized the family situation. Little sister, is this young rascal your son? Second brother Li Chang's gaze fell upon Lin Yu, prompting the unexpected query. It was hardly surprising. The resemblance between mother and son was evident, and Lin Yu had remained by Li Sufang's side throughout. Elder brother, second brother, I forgot to introduce him. This is my son, Lin Yu. He just turned 18 and ranked first in the Yang City Joint Examination and also secured first place in the Jiangbei Province High School competition. Li Sufang's spirit visibly lifted as she spoke of her son. First in the Jiangbei Province High School competition? How remarkable. While Li Lei might have dismissed Lin Yu's achievement in the Yang City examination as trivial, first place in the Jiangbei Province was an entirely different matter, requiring exceptional skill. Li Fang, you audacious little minx, how dare you return? Where have you been hiding all these years? At that moment, a voice intruded, sharp and unexpected. Qian Lingling. Upon seeing her, Li Sufang's brows knitted together in displeasure. Qian Lingling, a member of the Qian family, regarded Li Sufang with the animosity reserved for a foe, her words dripping with contempt. This is quite understandable, for Li Sufang unilaterally called off the engagement and departed from Taiyuan City, an act that profoundly impacted the 3rd son of the Qian family. Subsequently, he retreated into the forbidden grounds, and the specifics of his circumstances over these years remain shrouded in mystery. Many believe that the 3rd son of the Qian family has likely perished within that treacherous domain. However, for the Qian family, he was originally their most gifted member, destined to be the pillar of their future. The resulting turmoil from this situation is something they cannot easily accept. Yet, their inability to locate Li Sufang has left them powerless to exact their vengeance. Nevertheless, the Qian family would still endeavor to create trouble for the Li family by any means necessary. Now that Qian Lingling has encountered Li Sufang, she is not inclined to let the matter rest. Miss Li, today marks my mother's 70th birthday, and I hope you can extend a courtesy to the Li family, said Li Lei with a faint smile. Extend a courtesy? Did your sister consider my 3rd brother's dignity when she unilaterally broke off the engagement? Qian Lingling had no intention of letting the matter go. Chapter 41. A solemn responsibility, what is truly happening? At this moment, other guests took notice of the commotion and began to gather around. The youngest daughter of the Li family, Li Fang, had returned. Whispers circulated in hushed tones. She has actually come back. Years ago, she had humiliated Qian Laosan, rubbing his face in the dirt. The Qian family harbored a profound hatred for her. Now, with her audacious return, how would they possibly let it slide? Some, aware of the intricacies of the past, felt a surge of emotions. What do you intend to do? Li Lei's expression grew increasingly grim. Regardless of the circumstances, today marked their mother's birthday. And after a 20-year absence, his sister had finally returned to celebrate. As the head of the Li family and the brother of Li Sufang, He could not stand idly by as his sister faced humiliation. It's quite simple. Years ago, my third brother was jilted and, unable to endure the shame, entered the forbidden grounds. If this little harlot steps into the forbidden grounds and retrieves my third brother, then all grievances will be absolved. Qian Lingling said with a cold smile. The Qian family's overall strength far surpassed that of the Li family, so even if Li Lei were furious, Qian Lingling remained unfazed. Years had passed, and no one knew whether Qian Laosan was alive or dead. If he is deceased, how can we possibly find him? Li Chong interjected, unable to contain himself. If he cannot be located, he shall remain in the forbidden grounds for eternity. He will emerge only when he is found. Qian Lingling asserted with an air of dominance. Qian Lingling, the annulment of the engagement was indeed my fault. However, prior to the annulment, I had already contacted Qian Laosan privately and sought his forgiveness. I was unaware of the troubles he faced afterward, and for that, I sincerely apologize, Li Sufang expressed earnestly. Lin Yu observed quietly, feeling it inappropriate to intervene in the affairs of the previous generation. Otherwise, given the affront to his mother, he would have long dealt with the aggressor. Certainly, had his mother sought assistance from the family, they would not have remained indifferent. An apology? Will that bring my third brother back? Li Fang, if you do not enter the forbidden grounds, our Qian family will pursue you relentlessly. Qian Lingling glared fiercely at Li Sufang. One should not go too far, Qian Lingling, Li Chong said, his frustration palpable. Their family had already lowered their stance. Yet the other party remained aggressive. Known for his fiery temper, Li Chong could hardly contain himself. Silence. Unexpectedly, before Li Chong could finish his retort, he was interrupted rudely. Father. The newcomer was none other than the patriarch of the Li family, the formidable Li Kuai. Even in his 70s, he appeared vigorous and commanding. How dare you return? Unlike the attitudes of Li Lei and Li Chong, the elder's expression was far from welcoming upon seeing his daughter. Father, I only wish to pay my respects to mother and see her. After that, I shall leave immediately, Li Sufang replied, her stubborn nature evident. After all, it was precisely this obstinacy that had led to her 2-decade absence. Do you truly believe you can leave? Unexpectedly, Qian Lingling wore a mocking expression. At the same time, she approached Li Sufang step by step. As a prominent figure of the Sanqing sect, Qian Lingling was on an entirely different level compared to Li Sufang. Undoubtedly, the Li family boasted numerous formidable experts, such as Li Lei and Li Chong, who far surpassed Qian Lingling. However, it was well understood that if the Li family were to take action against Qian Lingling, the situation would dramatically escalate, potentially leading to an all-out war between the Qian and Li families. Killing is but a trivial matter. I have already apologized for the past, and I was even expelled from the Li family, having had no contact with them for 20 years. Qian Lingling, do not press me. Li Sufang's expression darkened. Today, this matter concerns the Qian and Li families. Do you intend to interfere? Yet, Qian Lingling turned her gaze towards the elder. She was not foolish. While it would be easy to harm Li Sufang, the presence of the Li family members complicated matters. She is no longer my daughter, nor is she a member of the Li family. Thus, do as you please. The elder spoke without a hint of hesitation. This declaration stirred murmurs among the onlookers. For Li Sufang had once been the elder's most cherished daughter. Clearly, the elder had been deeply wounded, and coupled with his strong-willed nature, he could not tolerate any insubordination. Hence his harsh words. Since the elder has spoken thus, I shall take this foul woman's head as an offering for my brother. Qian Lingling's eyes glimmered with a fierce, murderous intent. Dare to lay a finger on my sister and see what happens. Li Chong roared in fury, stepping forward to shield Li Sufang. What? Is your Li family so formidable? Or are you relying on your numbers to intimidate us? Just as Li Chong's words fell, a group approached from a distance, adding to the commotion. Upon seeing this group, the guests began to murmur. The newcomers were all members of the Qian family, including Qian Laoda, Qian Lair, Qian Laosi, and an elder clad in yellow robes. In terms of strength, the Qian family outmatched the Li family. While the Li family had one half-step martial saint, the Qian family boasted two, one being the Qian family's elder and the other the elder in yellow robes before them. Aware that trouble was brewing for the Li family, Qian Laoda hastened to gather his people. Everyone present was astute enough to recognize that the situation was likely to escalate significantly. The Qian family may be impressive, but the Li family is not intimidated. Li Chong scoffed, still protecting Li Sufang without yielding an inch. Come at me if you dare. No one anticipated that the elder would take action. With a swift wave of his hand, he forcefully drew Li Chong towards him, rendering Li Chong's struggles utterly futile against the elder's unwavering grip. I have stated that Li Sufang is no longer a member of the Li family. Anyone from the Li family who dares to meddle in this matter will be expelled. The elder's stance was resolute, his tone icy and devoid of any room for negotiation. Such ruthlessness was beyond ordinary comprehension. However, there are those who believe that the elder's approach is indeed the most prudent. After all, should the situation escalate, it would inevitably lead to an all-out conflict between the Qian and Li families, and it is the Li family that would suffer the most. Each must bear the consequences of their actions. I shall shoulder the burden of the past alone. If you seek my life, then come forth. Despite her lower cultivation level, Li Sufang displayed no hesitation, gazing resolutely at the members of the Qian family. In light of this, I shall render you powerless, casting you into the forbidden grounds, and your fate shall rest solely on your own fortune. Qian Lingling stepped forward, her palm aimed directly at Li Sufang. The many adept warriors of the Qian family behind her cast vigilant glances at Li Lei and his kin, ready to intervene should the Li family dare to retaliate. Chapter 42. If you die, Mother will accompany you down. Boom. At a critical moment, a hand suddenly appeared, intercepting the strike aimed at Qian Lingling. Following this, one could see Qian Lingling retreating in a most disheveled manner. Who is he? Many stood in stunned silence. To be so young, yet able to suppress a 3-star martial sovereign. Could he be the most formidable of the younger generation from the Li family? The crowd murmured among themselves. Perhaps he is Li Suofang's son, someone interjected unexpectedly. This remark served as a reminder to all, as indeed, one could see a resemblance to Li Suofang in his features. The old patriarch and Li Lei were equally taken aback. None had anticipated Lin Yu's strength to be so formidable. Even Li Suofang was astonished by her son's prowess. A 5-star martial sovereign. It was no wonder he exuded such arrogance. Qian Laoda stepped forward, an overwhelming aura enveloping Lin Yu instantly. A 5-star martial sovereign. This was undoubtedly a genius. They were all left in awe, lamenting the situation. Before Lin Yu made his move, no one, including the patriarch of the Li family, had discerned the true extent of his power. He had not drawn attention to it. Frankly speaking, it was Lin Yu's youth that obscured the recognition of his capabilities. Despite the presence of formidable individuals among the younger generation, such a young grandmaster was exceptionally rare. The Li family boasted talents, as did the Qian family, but they were all grandmasters in their 20s. Even so, they were a source of pride for both families. Try to lay a finger on my nephew. At this moment, Li Lei showed no hesitation, his powerful aura erupting as he positioned himself protectively in front of Lin Yu. Setting aside the fact that Lin Yu was his own nephew, the mere reality of Lin Yu's 5-star martial sovereign strength compelled Li Lei to take action. Of course, when Qian Lingling had previously threatened Li Suofang, the Li family had refrained from intervening, having discerned that Qian Lingling dared not resort to lethal measures. Regardless of Li Suofang's myriad faults, she still bore the blood of the Li family, and Qian Lingling would never dare to kill her, unless she was prepared to instigate a full-blown conflict between the Li and Qian families. Now the situation had changed. With Lin Yu displaying the strength of a 5-star martial sovereign, even Li Lei, lacking in discernment, could not allow the Qian family to bully him. Li Kuai, you just stated that the Li family would not intervene in this matter. What? Do your words hold no weight? The elder in the yellow robe spoke up. He was astute, directly cornering Li Kuai with his words. As long as Li Kuai refrained from taking action, the yellow-robed man could easily suppress Li Lei, allowing the remaining Qian Laoda to incapacitate Lin Yu. Indeed, Li Kuai's countenance darkened considerably. He had never imagined that his grandson possessed such horrifying talent, achieving the strength of a 5-star martial sovereign at such a tender age. What was he to do about the words he had spoken in front of everyone earlier? Surely, he could not retract them. Thus, Li Kuai's heart was a tumultuous sea of complexity and conflict. I, Li Kuai, firmly declare that I shall not interfere in the matters between the Qian family and Li Fang. Taking a deep breath, Li Kuai enunciated each word with clarity. The elder generation values face more than life itself. One may perish, yet one's dignity must never be compromised. Ha! Very well. If the young lad can withstand 3 of my strikes without perishing, the grievances between the Qian and Li families shall be deemed settled. With a hearty laugh, old man Qian expressed his amusement. 3 strikes? It would be surprising if he survived even one. Many were acutely aware of this reality. No matter how formidable Lin Yu may be, he is merely a 5-star Grand Martial Master, while Old Man Qian has already attained the status of an 8-star Grand Martial Master. The disparity between them is insurmountable. It is not merely Old Man Qian's rank, but even a 6-star Grand Martial Master could easily overpower Lin Yu. A single tier of difference represents an immense chasm. The members of the Li family were filled with anger and anxiety, yet felt utterly helpless. "Fear not, my son. Should you fall, I shall accompany you." Li Sufang did not beseech her father, nor her elder or second brother. She simply cast a glance of encouragement towards Lin Yu, her tone resolute. Much like her father, Li Kuai, Li Sufang possessed a stubborn nature, akin to a bull that could not be redirected. In her previous life, she had gone to great lengths to save Lin Yu. Yet, even in the face of death, she never reached out to the Li family for aid. At that time, had she revealed her lineage, even if the Zhao family had 10 times the audacity, they would not have dared to act against the Lin family. Regrettably, Li Sufang did not take such action. Her resolve remained steadfast, just as it is now. Lin Yu felt a warm surge within, regardless of her actions. Simply uttering the words of accompanying him in death, maternal love is indeed magnificent and beyond reproach. In this second chance at life, Lin Yu vowed to leave no regrets and to make his mother proud. "Little one, I grant you time. Do prepare your final words." Old Man Qian glanced at Lin Yu with a gaze akin to that reserved for the deceased. The relationship between the Qian and Li families had once been harmonious, but alas, following the engagement annulment and the uncertain fate of Qian San, their enmity had escalated to a point of no return. In such circumstances, the Qian family could not allow a prodigious talent like Lin Yu to survive. A mere child, yet already a 5-star Grand Martial Master. Should he grow stronger, the Qian family would stand no chance against him. The only solution was to eliminate the threat preemptively. Suddenly, Lin Yu, without uttering a word, struck forward with a palm. He had chosen to attack, an act that, in the eyes of others, seemed akin to courting death. As their palms collided, a deafening sound erupted. Yet neither Lin Yu nor Old Man Qian budged an inch. How could this be? A 5-star Grand Martial Master managing to contest with an 8-star Grand Martial Master? Perhaps Old Man Qian, caught off guard, had not unleashed his full power. The guests murmured among themselves, many struggling to comprehend the spectacle before them. Only the venerable Huang Yi Li Lei and the elder among them truly comprehend that even a surprise attack from an 8-star Grand Martial Sect Master should effortlessly annihilate a 5-star Grand Martial Sect Master. Could it be that the esteemed Qian does not wish to easily eliminate Lin Yu? Such a notion is unfathomable. Yet, Qian's heart is overwhelmed with astonishment. Despite not unleashing his full power in that previous strike, he had exerted 7 or 8 parts of his strength, sufficient to obliterate Lin Yu. To his astonishment, the two were evenly matched. With renewed determination, Qian steps forward, unleashing his full might as he delivers a punch towards Lin Yu, resembling a tempestuous wave. The force contained within his fist threatens to reduce Lin Yu to mere pulp. However, Lin Yu's lips curl into a slight smile, without a hint of hesitation. He meets the attack with nonchalance. Boom. This strike is even more ferocious and domineering, causing many to involuntarily retreat from the resulting shockwave. Li Lei and the others feel their hearts plummet. They fear that this time, Lin Yu is surely doomed. Chapter 43. The old man panics. How could this be possible? In the next moment, everyone's pupils constricted violently, their faces etched with disbelief. They discovered that Lin Yu remained calmly standing across from the formidable Qian Laoda, both still evenly matched. Many found it hard to accept the reality. Was it conceivable that Qian Laoda had deliberately held back, making a grand show with little substance? Yet, the overwhelming force felt during their earlier clash was undeniable. Not only were they astonished, but Qian Laoda himself was utterly bewildered. When had a mere 5-star martial grandmaster been capable of contending with an 8-star martial grandmaster? It was simply preposterous. At this moment, Qian Laoda was convinced that even with his utmost effort in a third strike, he could not vanquish Lin Yu. Even if he harbored intentions to eliminate Lin Yu, he found himself powerless. Thus, a myriad of thoughts flashed through Qian Laoda's mind. Since he could no longer eliminate Lin Yu, there was no need to escalate their enmity. In truth, Lin Yu had not exerted his full strength throughout the encounter. After all, his mother bore some responsibility for the situation. Therefore, Lin Yu would not pursue Qian Laoda's demise. If his mother were justified, then not only Qian Laoda, But even the earlier confrontation with Qian Lingling would have resulted in Lin Yu's victory. Would he truly allow the opponent to remain unscathed? Let us consider this. From this day forth, the grievances between the Qian family and the Li family are hereby resolved. The Qian family shall no longer trouble the Li family, Qian Lao suddenly declared. Of course, his decision did not imply that the Qian family feared Lin Yu, nor was it an act of submission. If the Qian family were to fully commit, enlisting the elder of the family and the venerable Huang Pao elder, the second master of the Qian family, they could easily counter the Li family's patriarch and eliminate Lin Yu. However, Qian Lao chose not to take that route. Just as in the years of friction between the two families, they had never resorted to lethal measures. It was a matter of principle. Neither family had reached the point of irrevocable enmity or life-and-death conflict. Thank you. Li Sufang's heart finally settled. To her, Qian Lao's mercy, his decision not to strike Lin Yu down, was a source of immense gratitude. The Qian family departed, leaving Li Sufang with a sense of relief. Elder brother, why didn't you kill that little wretch? On the way back, Qian Lingling still harbored resentment. His strength is no less than mine. At the moment you attacked his mother, he could have easily slain you, yet he refrained. Therefore, my family cannot afford to act ruthlessly. Qian Lao did not conceal the truth and explained the situation in detail. How can this be? Wasn't he merely a 5-star martial grandmaster? Qian Lingling found it hard to believe. The others shared her incredulity. This world has never lacked talent and prodigies, Qian Lao replied succinctly. Indeed, it was true. This world is filled with various masters. There are always greater mountains beyond the mountains, and people beyond people. The Qian family had departed, leaving only the Li family behind. Aside from Li Lei and Li Chong, Li Lao San and Li Lao Si have also returned, along with Lin Yu's grandmother, all of them gazing expectantly at the elder. There is no denying it. The elder is the head of the family. In the past, it was the same. Once the elder made a decision, no one in the Li family could alter it. I once proclaimed that you are no longer a member of the Li family, and neither is your son. No matter how exceptional he may be, he is not one of us. Take your son and leave the Li family at once. We do not welcome you. The elder did not hesitate for a moment. His tone was resolute and merciless. Even if Lin Yu were a prodigious talent, the elder offered no reprieve. He remained as stubborn as ever. Dad, leave. Li Sufang attempted to interject, but the elder brutally interrupted her without granting her a sliver of opportunity. In such circumstances, no matter how formidable Lin Yu's abilities, he was powerless. A clear-minded official finds it difficult to resolve family matters. Moreover, the obstinate elder before him is his grandfather. Suddenly, a lifeless body was forcefully thrown before the crowd. Son, Li Lei's pupils constricted sharply. For the corpse on the ground belonged to none other than Li Xinghe, the Li family's most exceptional talent and Li Lei's eldest son. At the age of 25, Li Xinghe had already attained the rank of Grand Martial Master, serving as the leader of the third generation of the Li family and its beacon of hope for the future. Now, he had been murdered. What was particularly chilling was that the assailant had chosen to deliver the body on the elder's 70th birthday. Their heart was truly despicable. Not only Li Lei, but the countenance of every member of the Li family changed drastically. Whoever dared to kill Li Xinghe and chose this moment to create chaos was either a lunatic or possessed of terrifying strength. Ah, my old friend. It has been a long time. Have you still been thinking of me? A figure approached from a distance, his voice cold yet tinged with a hint of amusement. Li Hong, you are still alive. The elder's expression shifted dramatically upon seeing him. At the sound of that name, the others in the Li family felt a tremor of fear. Li Hong was an old acquaintance of the elder. Years ago, he had entered the Forbidden Land with the elder and his 2 sons in search of treasure. They indeed discovered precious artifacts, yet their value incited Li Hong's murderous intent. Ultimately, Li Hong, alongside his sons, attempted to ambush the elder with the intent to kill him. However, Li Hong had underestimated the elder, who had concealed his true level of power. As a result, Li Hong's sons were slain, and he himself was cast down a cliff. Years had passed since that incident, and it was thought that Li Hong had perished long ago. Yet, to their astonishment, he was still alive and here for vengeance. Alongside Li Hong was another man, bearing a scar across his eye, appearing to be in his 60s or 70s. The presence of Li Hong and this elder left the elder in a state of alarm. Both were at the threshold of martial saint level. If one were to restrain the elder, the other could eliminate everyone in the Li family. As a half-step martial sage, The old man was acutely aware of the profound terror such a being could evoke. In an absolute domain, regardless of the number of adversaries, death was an inevitable certainty. The guests present were merely attending a birthday celebration. Was it possible to usher them away? The old man turned his gaze towards Li Hong, comprehending that the conflict between the two parties had escalated to a point of no return. Certainly, Li Hong replied nonchalantly. For him, his target was the Li family, and he dared not unleash indiscriminate violence upon others. Otherwise, inciting the ire of the authorities in Taiyuan City would lead to dire consequences, no matter his formidable abilities. The guests, not lacking in discernment, promptly began to depart. What are you and this little wildling still lingering here for? Quickly be gone. Seeing Lin Yu and Li Sufang remaining in place, the old man shot a fierce glare at Li Sufang. Lin Yu understood that the old man's outward fury was, in truth, a veiled form of protection. Chapter 44. The verbal marriage contract. Father, I refuse to leave. I shall stand by the Li family through thick and thin. Li Sufang proclaimed without a hint of hesitation, her determination unwavering. I have long cast you out from this family. You share not a shred of connection with the Li clan. The elder's words were cut short as Li Hong interrupted him. Not a fool. Li Hong could clearly discern the elder's intent to spare the lives of Li Sufang and her child. In his mind, all members of the Li family, regardless of their current plight, must perish. Upon hearing this, the elder's heart plummeted. In the face of absolute power, even his grandson, no matter how formidable, was doomed. Father, let us fight them together, Li Lei declared, taking a deep breath. At this juncture, words were superfluous. Only a desperate struggle remained. Fight. With what do you intend to oppose me? Li Hong scoffed, a terrifying pressure emanating from him, instantly locking onto every member of the Li family present. This was the might of a martial saint, a force that could effortlessly dictate the life and death of opponents within its grasp. Even though Li Hong was merely half a step away from becoming a martial saint, he could still exert influence, albeit over a smaller radius than a true martial saint. Nonetheless, it was still immensely formidable. The elder attempted to resist, to help the Li family break free from this oppressive force. But the elder beside Li Hong had already locked onto him completely. Today, I shall slay each one of you before your very eyes. And then I will strip you of your cultivation, leaving you to live in utter solitude for the rest of your days, Li Hong declared, his face twisted in malice. The deaths of his two sons had warped his psyche. He would not easily slay the elder, for he relished the thought of tormenting him, making him wish for death in vain. How dare you? The elder was infuriated. He feared not death, but the thought of witnessing his family being slaughtered right before him would drive him to madness. What have I to fear? Li Hong retorted with scorn, reveling in the elder's distress. He found pleasure in this unfolding drama. At that moment, Li Hong's pupils constricted slightly. To his astonishment, within the confines of his oppressive aura, Lin Yu was advancing toward him step by step. This left Li Hong momentarily bewildered. Within his domain of power, he should possess absolute control. Not even a 9-star Grand Martial Master could stir. Yet here was Lin Yu, completely unhindered, walking leisurely as if he were unperturbed by the pressure. Could it be that he possessed a unique constitution, rendering him immune to this oppressive force? Such thoughts raced through Li Hong's mind. Die? Li Hong dismissed his thoughts, his singular focus now on eliminating Lin Yu. With that, he struck out with his palm, intent on obliterating him, for in the face of overwhelming might, all forms of resistance were utterly worthless. Li Hong was confident that he could reduce Lin Yu to mere pulp. However, in the next moment, he felt a tightening around his neck, and he was lifted off the ground by Lin Yu. No matter how fiercely Li Hong struggled, he could not break free. At that moment, it felt as though he was nothing more than a chick in Lin Yu's grasp. Lin Yu had complete dominion over Li Hong's life and death. How could this be possible? The members of the Li family wore expressions akin to seeing a ghost, especially the elder, who was himself a half-step martial saint, and thus most aware of the power of one at that level. Even a 9-star great martial master would be easily trampled before a half-step martial saint. Yet, how could one explain the scene unfolding before them? The visual shock was overwhelming. A 5-star great martial master was casually gripping the neck of a half-step martial saint. I'll tell you, I am from the Black Mountain sect. You had better. Crack. At that moment, Li Hong thought to issue a threat, but before he could finish his sentence, Lin Yu exerted a slight force and effortlessly snapped Li Hong's neck. The act was swift and clean, devoid of any hesitation. Following that, Lin Yu discarded Li Hong's body onto the ground as one might dispose of refuse. Flee. The remaining individual, witnessing this spectacle, was horrified. He could not fathom how Lin Yu possessed such terrifying strength. However, he now understood that he must escape. If he did not, Lin Yu would surely end his life. Boom. Just as that thought crossed his mind, his body exploded. Even in death, he could not comprehend how Lin Yu had reached him so swiftly. For Lin Yu, it was merely a matter of contracting space within his line of sight. He could reach any point at will. Moreover, killing a mere half-step martial saint was akin to crushing an ant. Transitioning from slaying Li Hong to dispatching another half-step martial saint was but a fleeting moment. Yet for the Li family, the visual impact and the shock they experienced were beyond words. At that moment, the way the Li family regarded Lin Yu transformed entirely. Undoubtedly, the most elated was Li Sufang. She had not anticipated her son to be so formidable. He had saved the lives of everyone in the Li family. In celebration of the elderly matriarch's birthday, all but 2 sons in the forbidden area had returned. Had it not been for Lin Yu, the Li family would have faced total annihilation. "Father, now you must allow my sister to come home," Li Lei said eagerly, regardless of the circumstances. This was a tremendous favor. Even the elder, no matter how stubborn, would have to concede. The elder's expression was complex, his lips moved. Yet no words emerged as he turned to return to the courtyard. "Sister, come home." Li Lei and the others understood that the elder had indeed acquiesced, albeit unwilling to lose face. Due to the death of Li Xinghe, the birthday celebration could not continue, and the family merely gathered for a simple meal. For the elderly matriarch and the family, being together was more important than anything else. "You should investigate the Heishan Gate." The elder still entrusted matters to Li Lei. The mention of the Heishan Gate by Li Hong just before his demise has made the elder somewhat vigilant. In contrast, Li Sufang and several of the sisters-in-law are engaged in lively and gossipy conversation over there. Upon discovering that Lin Yu is single, the sisters-in-law immediately sought to introduce him to potential romantic partners. Meanwhile, the elder of the Li family and his sons are deliberating on another matter altogether. It turns out that there is a marriage pact between the Li family and the Long family of Beihai. 2 years ago, the elder of the Li family and the elder of the Long family ventured into forbidden territories together in pursuit of breaking through to the semi-divine martial sage level, during which the elders saved the life of the elder from the Long family. At that time, the elder of the Long family gifted a half-jade pendant to the elder of the Li family. Thus, they established an oral marriage agreement. The Long family boasts a prodigious talent in the form of Long Linger, who broke through to the great martial sovereign realm at the tender age of 20. Should anyone from the Li family achieve a breakthrough to the great martial sovereign before the age of 30, they would be permitted to approach the Long family to propose marriage. Chapter 45. A Foolish Bird. Originally, Li Xinghe perfectly met the conditions set forth. The old master had also made arrangements with the Long family, and by the end of the year, he would formally propose to them. The Long family had consented. After all, the Li family was one of the 10 great families of Taiyuan, and the old master was a half-step martial saint, making them well-matched in status. Li Xinghe met all the criteria from every perspective. However, the old master, despite his meticulous calculations, could never have anticipated that his most talented grandson, the brightest among the 3rd generation of the Li family, would be slain by Li Hong. In the eyes of the few, Li Xinghe was the only one among the 3rd generation to attain the Grand Martial Master level. For the others, it was nearly impossible to break through to that level before the age of 30. This meant that within the 3rd generation of the Li family, no one else qualified to marry Long Linger. Nonetheless, the Li family understood that Long Linger was exceptionally gifted, having reached the Grand Martial Master level by the age of 20, with her future accomplishments undoubtedly boundless. If she were to marry someone else, it would leave the Li family feeling deeply resentful. After much deliberation, the old master decided to have Lin Yu take Li Xinghe's place and wed Long Linger. Li Sufang wholeheartedly approved of this decision. In her view, no matter whom her son chose, they would surely be superior to Xiao Yeyun or Sun Yueyu, especially Sun Yueyu, who fancied herself a martial master, seemingly quite impressive, yet when compared to Long Linger, was utterly inconsequential. Lin Yu remained unaware that his family would make such a decision regarding his marriage. "I believe we should keep Lin Yu's ability to slay a half-step martial saint under wraps," Li Lei suddenly interjected. "Why?" Li Chang inquired, somewhat perplexed. "The more gifted one is, the more prone they are to becoming targets. At least until Lin Yu grows sufficiently strong, it is prudent to maintain a low profile. Li Lei stated candidly. Li Chong and the others were not foolish, they understood. Li Hong sought revenge, and he had first eliminated Li Xinghe, fearing his potential. If Li Xinghe's potential had been merely that of an ordinary martial master, Li Hong would have undoubtedly targeted the Li family directly. In such a scenario, Li Xinghe would have certainly evaded disaster. Thus, Li Lei and the others did not wish for the outside world to know how formidable Lin Yu truly was. Should the public become aware, the opponents targeting Lin Yu would inevitably become more powerful. Some of the Li family's enemies might even go to great lengths to enlist martial saints to eliminate Lin Yu. Therefore, the entire Li family collectively resolved to conceal Lin Yu's true strength. As for the Li family's decision, Lin Yu did not take it to heart. His thoughts were consumed by the prospect of his fourth body refinement. The third refinement had taken place in the amethyst mine, where the abundance of amethyst had facilitated a remarkable success. Lin Yu understood that to undertake the fourth refinement, merely possessing a batch of spirit stones would not suffice. He must also prepare some elixirs, specifically body refinement pills. These pills were exceedingly precious, and on Earth, very few possessed the ability to concoct them. Moreover, even those who could were often unable to produce anything of quality that would meet Lin Yu's high standards. Thus, Lin Yu decided to personally prepare the materials and concoct the body refinement pill. Naturally, the creation of this pill necessitated the procurement of numerous ingredients. Second uncle, I wish to acquire some rare medicinal herbs. Do you know where I might find them? Lin Yu privately sought out Li Chong. In Lin Yu's estimation, Li Chong, being responsible for the mountain goods business, would likely possess knowledge of certain channels. The Long family in Beihai specializes in various precious herbs and regularly holds large-scale auctions for items such as millennium-old Ganoderma and blood ginseng. You can purchase from the Long family. Li Chong stated earnestly. Very well, I shall make a trip to Beihai, Lin Yu replied without further contemplation. By the way, our Li family maintains a good relationship with the Long family in Beihai. Once you arrive, you may visit their flagship store and mention my name, Li Chong added. Understood. Second uncle, Lin Yu responded, not overthinking the matter. Aware of Lin Yu's intention to purchase herbs, his mother provided him with a substantial sum of money. And his uncles, both the eldest and second, also contributed generously. They all comprehended that with Lin Yu's current capabilities, advancing further necessitated abundant resources. They even gifted him several high-quality spirit stones. The following day, Lin Yu departed from the Taiyuan Li family and headed directly to the Long family trading house in Beihai. Indeed, the Long family trading house was quite renowned in Beihai, situated in the most prosperous area of the city. While Beihai was comparable in scale to Taiyuan, it was also a place teeming with hidden talents. I wish to procure these herbs, Lin Yu stated, handing a note to one of the 7 or 8 young attendants in the establishment, along with a middle-aged man. The note detailed the materials required for concocting the body refinement pill. These are all precious herbs, and several are exceedingly rare. The middle-aged man furrowed his brow, seemingly in a dilemma. As long as it can be arranged, money is no object, Lin Yu added. Let me discuss this with the young boss. The middle-aged man indicated for Lin Yu to wait. He ascended the stairs, and soon a young woman descended. Her beauty was akin to a melodious symphony, bringing a sense of tranquility. With her elegant nose, profound gaze, and sweet smile, she painted a captivating portrait, the kind that stirs emotions and is hard to forget. Even though Lin Yu had encountered many beautiful women, he found himself momentarily dazed upon seeing her, though he quickly regained his composure. Sir, we can generally procure these herbs for you, but the last 3 are rather expensive, and we require a deposit before we can secure them, the young woman said with a smile directed at Lin Yu. He was somewhat taken aback. In his memory, the last 2 or 3 herbs were not readily available for purchase, as they were exceedingly rare on Earth. He had not anticipated that they could be procured. No problem, Lin Yu replied readily, even foregoing any negotiation on the prices indicated for the herbs, opting instead to pay in full. Sir, we only need the deposit. The remaining balance can be settled upon delivery. As Lin Yu prepared to make a one-time payment, the young woman hurriedly interjected, there's no need. I trust in the integrity of the Long family. Lin Yu smiled faintly, reflecting that should the other party intend to deceive him, inciting his ire could easily lead to the downfall of the Beihai Long family. Thank you for your trust in our family. You may collect the medicine tomorrow evening, the young woman said with a subtle smile. The middle-aged man casually inquired, what do you think of that young man? An absolute fool, she replied, incapable of even the simplest negotiation. He is either a spendthrift or lacks common sense. However, such customers are always welcome. She scoffed, holding a low opinion of Lin Yu. The middle-aged man wore a peculiar expression. Chapter 46. Exceptionally handsome in truth. When Lin Yu set out from Taiyuan, his second uncle had already contacted Long Ling'er's father. According to his uncle's suggestion, the two should meet without prior knowledge of each other, a notion that Long Ling'er's father readily endorsed. Consequently, when Lin Yu arrived at the Long family business, Long Ling'er's father specifically instructed the manager and even sent Lin Yu's photograph for identification. Thus, the manager promptly summoned Long Ling'er to attend to him. It appeared that Long Ling'er did not hold Lin Yu in high regard. After departing from the Long family business, Lin Yu proceeded to the Underground Trading Association, a venue dedicated to the procurement of beast cores and spirit stones. After all, where there were buyers for beast cores and spirit stones, there were also sellers. Lin Yu was acutely aware that, given his current state, ordinary beast cores held little value for him. The same applied to spirit stones. Low-grade, mid-grade, and high-grade spirit stones simply could not satisfy his requirements. Otherwise, he would not have ventured to the Long family business to purchase medicinal herbs in preparation for alchemical concoctions. Is your boss available? I wish to sell some items and would like him to appraise them. As Lin Yu entered the Underground Trading Association, he noticed a young woman with her back turned, engrossed in her tasks, and spoke casually. What? Do I not appear to be the boss? The young woman turned around, seemingly displeased, her lips curling slightly. Truly stunning. Upon seeing her face, Lin Yu was taken aback. The young woman was indeed a beauty. Her allure radiated like the sun, dazzling and delightful, evoking a sense of joy. Whether adorned in heavy makeup or lightly brushed brows, nothing could diminish the enchanting aura she exuded. Her graceful figure and light footsteps made her resemble a fairy dancing in the wind, captivating those who beheld her. It was fair to say that she was of the same caliber of beauty as Wang Xiaoyu. Are you the boss? Lin Yu inquired, slightly astonished by her youth. I am Yu Linglong, a minor proprietor of the Tianxia Trading Association. Young sir, how many beast cores do you possess? I can help you appraise them, she replied, her expression dismissive. In her eyes, Lin Yu appeared to be merely a teenager, likely still unkempt, and she assumed he had nothing of value. Being referred to as little brother irked Lin Yu somewhat. However, he chose not to dwell on it. He began to pour out bag after bag of beast cores. It was important to note that Lin Yu had not been idle in the forbidden grounds. On the contrary, he had slain numerous exotic beasts. Wow, Yu Linglong gasped, her eyes widening at the sight of the amassed beast cores. There were no fewer than several hundred cores, encompassing various tiers, all of which were at least martial sovereign level. Please hold on a moment, young sir. I will assist you in determining their value, she said, her demeanor and address shifting markedly. Despite her youth, Yu Linglong was undoubtedly adept at calculations. After a brief interval, she announced, young sir, if I were to acquire all these beast cores, their total worth would be approximately 260 million. This was undeniably a substantial sum. Now, let us convert the value of these spirit stones. Lin Yu did not extract the amethyst, for it remained beneficial to his current cultivation. In contrast, the ordinary spirit stones held negligible value for him. All these spirit stones were mined by Lin Yu himself from the Forbidden Cavern. Initially, when his grandfather took him to the gold and jade mine, the periphery was teeming with various spirit stones, which Lin Yu nearly depleted. The old man had given Lin Yu a spatial pouch, perfectly suited for storing a substantial quantity of spirit stones. Before him lay a veritable mountain of spirit stones, leaving Yu Linglong utterly astounded. Many had come to exchange items, yet seldom did one encounter someone like Lin Yu, who could exchange such a vast number of beast cores and spirit stones in a single instance, an occurrence that might only transpire a few times a year. What was most striking was Lin Yu's youth. She suspected he might still be underage. Have your family any knowledge of these items you possess? The quantity is considerable, and to avert any unnecessary complications, I feel compelled to inquire, Yu Linglong stated. In her eyes, Lin Yu likely belonged to a prominent family, perhaps having taken some items from the family reserves to sell for extravagant purposes. However, the sheer volume raised concerns, while their guild could facilitate the exchange. If Lin Yu's family were to come seeking him, it could lead to troublesome consequences. Rest assured, these are all mine, unrelated to anyone else, Lin Yu replied casually, not contemplating further. Yours? How could one individual acquire so many beast cores and spirit stones? Yu Linglong questioned, her face filled with skepticism. Lin Yu was simply too young. Most of the beast cores were of the martial sovereign level, and she found it hard to believe he could have slain so many high-ranking beasts. After all, each core represented the defeat of a powerful creature. I have stated that all of this belongs to me. How would you have me prove it? Lin Yu frowned, realizing that exchanging for some currency was proving to be quite troublesome. If you truly acquired these beast cores, you must be at least a 6-star martial sovereign. Here's what we can do. Our guild possesses several testing machines. If you can demonstrate that you are indeed a 6-star martial sovereign, then I shall accept your items. Yu Linglong proposed, having scrutinized him closely but unable to discern his true cultivation level, hence devising this method. Within the guild, there existed various machines. Some for testing martial masters, others for martial sovereigns, and yet others for grand martial sovereigns. The different levels represented varying strengths, thus the testing was relatively straightforward. Although termed testing machines, they were essentially enhanced versions of force testers, equipped with additional intelligence and capacity. Absolutely. Lin Yu responded without hesitation, stepping up to a machine labeled for martial sovereign strength testing. Could this little fellow truly be a 6-star or higher martial sovereign? Yu Linglong mused inwardly. Nevertheless, she acknowledged that it was not unheard of for a prodigy as young as Lin Yu to achieve such a rank. If he indeed attained the 6-star martial sovereign level, he would be considered a genius among geniuses. Boom. Lin Yu struck the machine with a punch, and the data surged rapidly. However, as it reached its limit, the machine began to emit smoke and subsequently ceased functioning entirely. Yu Linglong was taken aback, her cherry-like lips agape in astonishment. She never anticipated that Lin Yu could obliterate the testing machine with a single punch. At that moment, the way Yu Linglong looked at Lin Yu was akin to gazing upon a monster. Only by transcending the martial sovereign level, reaching the threshold of the half-step great martial sovereign, could one possibly achieve such a feat, could it not? Is it truly possible now? Lin Yu replied nonchalantly, indeed, it certainly is. Yu Linglong nodded eagerly, like a chick pecking at grains. Before long, the value of the spirit stones was calculated, amounting to a staggering 340 million, combined with the previous 260 million worth of beast cores, bringing the total to 600 million. Simply transfer the funds to my card. Lin Yu instructed without much thought, promptly retrieving a card. Once all transactions were completed, Lin Yu departed with grace. For while 600 million is a colossal sum to others, to him, it was merely a figure. Linger, do you know? Today, I entertained a young brother. No more than 17 or 18 years old, strikingly handsome. The remarkable part is, he shattered a martial sovereign testing machine with a single punch. This is undoubtedly at the half-step, great martial sovereign level. You should have seen how magnificent he looked when he obliterated that machine. During lunchtime, Yu Linglong animatedly recounted her experience in a high-end restaurant. Chapter 47. The handsome fool opposite Yu Linglong sat Long Linger, her dear friend, and one of the enchanting duo of Beihai. They hailed from the illustrious dragon family, the 8th of Beihai, and the esteemed Yu family, ranked 9th. Both were pursuing their studies in the capital. Long Linger attended Zhuke University, while Yu Linglong was enrolled in the Women's Business Institute. During holidays, they would intern within their respective family enterprises. Unlike you, Long Linger began with a mischievous grin. Today I received a customer who was quite the fool. He ordered a plethora of precious medicinal herbs without even inquiring about the prices. I was initially apprehensive that he might haggle, so I marked up each item by 20%. To my surprise, he accepted without hesitation and even paid a deposit in advance. A true golden goose. Long Linger animatedly recounted her experience, oblivious to the fact that the remarkable genius she spoke of, the so-called fool, was none other than Lin Yu. The following day, Lin Yu arrived punctually at the Dragon Trading Company. All the medicinal herbs are ready. You simply need to pay 8,990,000. Long Linger greeted him with a professional smile, delighted to serve her anticipated golden client. Lin Yu meticulously examined the herbs, and he had to concede that they surpassed his expectations. He was thoroughly satisfied. I'll give you 90 million, no need for change. And the remaining 100,000 is a tip. Lin Yu, in good spirits, decided to be generous. What a fool. Long Linger mused internally, although she maintained an outwardly cheerful demeanor. Thank you, sir. Please take care on your way out. By the way, do you have a Dan furnace here? Lin Yu, just as he was about to leave, suddenly remembered to ask. He was willing to take a chance. If they had a Dan furnace, it would be ideal. If not, he would simply seek fortune elsewhere. We do have a Dan furnace, though it's a bit small. Please wait a moment. Long Linger's spirits lifted. She hurried upstairs, recalling that in a corner of the second floor, there was indeed a Dan furnace, albeit covered in dust from years of neglect. Typically, such a prized possession could be gifted to a valued client, but Long Linger, seeing Lin Yu as her golden opportunity, intended to capitalize further on it. When Lin Yu laid eyes on the furnace, his heart raced. He could hardly believe his fortune in stumbling upon such a treasure. Not only was the furnace made of 10,000-year dark iron, which was invaluable in its own right, but utilizing it for alchemy would yield remarkable results. Under normal circumstances, the ability to concoct elixirs was bound by one's cultivation level, yet possessing the 10,000-year dark iron furnace would allow for the transcendence of such limitations. How much for this Dan furnace? Lin Yu inquired, his gaze fixed on Long Linger's face. This furnace is a prized possession of our trading company, so it is worth at least this much. Long Linger playfully held up a finger, showcasing her shrewdness. She perceived that Lin Yu belonged to the category of those who are foolish yet wealthy. The alchemical furnace before her was hardly worth anything, essentially a mere trinket. So she decided to relinquish control to Lin Yu. Given his generosity, he surely wouldn't offer merely 100. At the very least, it would be 1,000. Or even 10,000. 100 million? No problem. I will transfer it to you right now. Lin Yu blurted out, with a soft snicker. Long Linger nearly spewed a mouthful of fresh blood. All right. She endeavored to contain her inner excitement. Such a handsome yet foolish man was a rarity indeed. She had struck gold. What a tremendous gain. Like Long Linger, Lin Yu was equally exhilarated. If one were to consider the true value of this item, it was far beyond a mere 100 million. Even a billion or 100 billion would be insufficient to procure it. Were Lin Yu to possess over 1 billion, should Long Linger raise a finger, he would undoubtedly proclaim 1 billion. Both parties were in high spirits, eager to concoct elixirs. Lin Yu sought out a secluded cave in the outskirts of Beihai, where there was a modicum of spiritual energy and minimal disturbance. Just before he commenced his alchemical endeavors, he received a call from the former principal of the 8th high school. You no longer need to participate in the national high school competition? Lin Yu was taken aback. After all, the principal had previously expressed great anticipation for Lin Yu's participation, hoping he would secure a place among the top 10, thereby bringing fame to the school. This decision was made after discussions among the senior officials of Jiangbei province. Your prowess is deemed too exceptional, hence your quota has been cancelled, of course. This is also a protective measure for you. The principal paused momentarily, continuing, in fact, there are many unparalleled geniuses in the high school division, much like you, who will also forego the national competition. Protective measure for me? Lin Yu was momentarily stunned. Indeed, at not yet 20, having advanced to the great martial sect, and even beyond 5-star status, he was considered a key figure to be safeguarded. The daxia had numerous enemies, and as they matured, they could potentially become the pillars of the nation. Thus, adversaries might attempt to eliminate them before they reach their full potential, prompting daxia to protect them to the best of its ability. The principal expressed his deep sentiments. If Lin Yu participated in the national competition and secured a top 10 position, it would undoubtedly bring glory to the 8th high school. However, compared to Lin Yu's personal safety and the interests of daxia, what did the future of the school matter? Moreover, given your current strength, you could choose from the white tiger, green dragon, black tortoise, or vermilion bird. You need not confine yourself to the guaranteed admission to Hucking University, the principal said earnestly. At that time, all high school students in Yang City were vying for a single guaranteed admission spot at Hucking. Yet, among daxia's 5 premier institutions, Hucking ranked the lowest. The other 4 universities surpassed Hucking in prestige, and with Lin Yu's capabilities, he was no longer limited to Hucking University. I think Hucking University is quite good, Lin Yu replied with a subtle smile. He remained indifferent to such matters. Entering university in the future would merely represent a different form of cultivation. After conversing with the old principal for a while, Lin Yu finally devoted himself to the meticulous art of alchemy. Approximately 3 hours later, he successfully concocted a total of 35 elixirs. Without hesitation, Lin Yu ingested 5 of these potent pills, which transformed into a warm current, swiftly surging towards his dantian. This marked a profound stage of body tempering, signifying Lin Yu's 4th endeavor in this transformative process. Chapter 48. This fool has nothing to do with me. He sought to reinforce every inch of his skin, simultaneously undergoing a profound transformation, renewing himself entirely. Every pore of his body expelled impurities. The nine nether manifested. As his body was refined to its utmost limit, an immensely terrifying power surged within him. Eager to test this newfound strength, Lin Yu directly unleashed the nine nether technique, the first volume of the practical application of this arcane art. Within a radius of several dozen meters, an utter darkness enveloped the surroundings, a manifestation of the nine nether environment, akin to the depths of the underworld. Even the flicker of a flame or the glow of a lamp could not penetrate this profound darkness. For Lin Yu, he was the master of this shadowy domain. In this environment, others were rendered blind and deaf. Thus, possessing the body of the nine nether granted Lin Yu an absolute advantage. Suddenly, as Lin Yu executed the initial manifestation of the nine nether, he sensed a stirring within his heart. What pure spiritual energy! To his astonishment, he discovered a wave of spiritual essence emanating from the depths of the cave. It is noteworthy that Lin Yu had chosen a cave at the mountain's base, not delving into its deepest recesses, merely refining his alchemy at a suitable location within. Now, upon detecting this pure spiritual energy, Lin Yu did not hesitate to absorb it fully. He could absorb the spiritual essence himself, and likewise, within the enveloping darkness of the nine nether, he could absorb freely as well. Through this interaction of darkness and pure spiritual energy, Lin Yu found his absorption growing ever more substantial. This refined spiritual essence surpassed even that of amethyst. The sensation was exhilarating. Lin Yu's body shuddered as he felt invigorated, sensing his strength escalating rapidly. With a stroke of luck, he might achieve a qualitative leap. The more pure spiritual energy he absorbed and the deeper the accumulation, a subtle smile graced Lin Yu's face. Fortune had come, unstoppable. Never did he imagine that a mere choice of a cave would lead to such an opportunity. Suddenly, as he absorbed the energy and entered a state of focus, the great mountain trembled violently. In an instant, countless dark energies erupted from the surroundings, converging at the very heart of the cave where Lin Yu resided. Sealing, Lin Yu's pupils constricted sharply as realization dawned upon him. The pure spiritual energy he had absorbed was intended for the powerful entity sealed within the mountain. Now, with the energy drawn forth, the seal could no longer sustain itself and would break apart. Haha, little one, I owe you a great debt of gratitude. A figure surged forth from the depths of the cave. No one would have anticipated such a presence lurking within. The aura of this being was exceedingly strange and formidable, far surpassing that of a grand martial master, even exceeding that of a martial saint, a grand martial saint, and potentially even higher. To express my gratitude, I shall end your life, allowing you to reincarnate sooner than expected, the malevolent figure declared. The entity flickered, seemingly indifferent to Lin Yu's presence. What manner of being are you, to be trapped here? Lin Yu was somewhat taken aback. It matters not to reveal this. I am a noble of an alien race, undying and imperishable, trapped in a cave for centuries. Once I return, calamity shall befall your human race. The figure remained shrouded in obscurity, indistinguishable from humans, yet exuding a chilling, enigmatic aura that was difficult to fathom. You may perish. The entity lunged directly at Lin Yu. With a dismissive curl of his lip, Lin Yu casually swatted at the creature, resulting in its immediate obliteration. Haha, your strength is commendable. Unfortunately, I am immortal. You cannot harm me. The being exhibited an air of arrogance, completely disregarding Lin Yu. A mere triviality. Lin Yu scoffed. In an instant, he stood before the entity, seizing its throat. Detonate. The alien, displaying remarkable decisiveness, chose to self-destruct. Flames of the nine nether emerged seemingly from thin air, engulfing the alien. The alien let out a blood-curdling scream. These flames did not merely consume the physical form. They scorched the very essence of the soul. The alien struggled desperately to escape, but no matter how fiercely it fought, it remained ensnared in Lin Yu's grasp. Gradually, it weakened. Lin Yu's lips curled into a slight smile. Die. In that moment, a figure materialized behind Lin Yu, having stealthily concealed itself, attempting a surprise attack. In truth, when the cave seal was broken, there were not one but two powerful aliens. One drew Lin Yu's attention, while the other prepared for the ambush. Boom. Lin Yu seemed to have anticipated this, and with a swift motion, he struck downwards. Not good. At that instant, The alien expanded rapidly, its so-called ambush culminating in a self-detonation. To put it plainly, it had maneuvered behind Lin Yu, closing the distance before exploding. Boom. Not only did the alien behind him self-destruct, but the one previously engulfed by the flames of the Nine Nether also chose to detonate without hesitation. They understood the immense power Lin Yu possessed, thus opting for the most decisive course of action. They were determined to perish together. Boom. Simultaneously, the mountains trembled violently, followed by a significant collapse. Linger, look, that mountain has collapsed over there. Nearby, Long Linger and Yu Linglong were enjoying the springtime scenery. Long Linger had struck a lucrative deal through Lin Yu, so she decided to take a leisurely stroll, inviting Yu Linglong along. However, they never anticipated that upon reaching the mountainside near the spring, they would witness the collapse of the mountain not far away. They instinctively assumed it was an earthquake. Someone. Soon after, they spotted a figure staggering forth from beneath the fallen debris. Bursting forth was none other than Lin Yu. At this moment, his complexion was ashen, and his injuries were grievous. As he emerged, he coughed up a mouthful of blood. In his dazed state, he caught sight of two familiar figures before collapsing to the ground. It was indeed him. Long Linger rushed over, momentarily taken aback upon seeing Lin Yu's familiar countenance. Do you know him? Yu Linglong blinked, her expression a mix of intrigue and surprise. She recognized Lin Yu as well. Yet her demeanor was notably more composed compared to Long Linger. Even upon recognizing him, she refrained from voicing it. He's that big fool, Long Linger blurted out without a second thought. Upon hearing this, Yu Linglong was momentarily stunned. However, she was not foolish and quickly pieced together the situation. If her conjecture was correct, Lin Yu must have sold beast cores and spirit stones to her before procuring medicinal herbs from Long Linger. Yet, how did Lin Yu find himself here? What should they do? Long Linger and Yu Linglong exchanged glances. This big fool is of no concern to me. Perhaps you could take him back, Linglong? Long Linger suggested, her carefree nature evident as she expressed her aversion to complications. Chapter 49, Truly Challenging. In terms of simplicity of character, Long Linger bears a resemblance to Wang Xiaoyu. Well, that is settled. Yu Linglong did not refuse, setting aside other matters. At such a tender age, Lin Yu has already attained the strength of a half-step great martial sovereign, ensuring a bright future ahead. Simply put, as long as he remains alive, there is a high probability he will become one of the top powerhouses of the Great Xia, with the life-saving grace bestowed upon him. It is a treasure that cannot be exchanged for gold in the future. In fact, had Long Linger known of Lin Yu's half-step great martial sovereign prowess, she might have had similar thoughts. Upon awakening, Lin Yu found himself in a room. Thanks to his Nine Nether body, his injuries healed remarkably quickly. However, he felt exceedingly weak, lacking any strength whatsoever. In truth, when Lin Yu had fainted from blood loss, the Nine Nether body had instinctively activated its protective measures. At that moment, should anyone have attempted to harm Lin Yu, his body would have automatically resisted any danger, restoring his strength in critical times and entering its most potent state. You are awake. At that moment, a figure entered the room. It was none other than Yu Linglong. You saved me, Lin Yu replied, momentarily taken aback. He recalled a familiar silhouette before losing consciousness. Could it have been Yu Linglong? My sister happened to witness your predicament while out and about, so she brought you back. Yu Linglong nodded instinctively. Thank you. Lin Yu expressed his gratitude, acknowledging the life-saving favor. You need to rest well. Once you have fully recovered, you may leave. If you require anything, do not hesitate to tell me. Yu Linglong smiled gently. Thus, Lin Yu recuperated at Yu Linglong's side. This was her private villa in Beihai, where, apart from Yu Linglong, a few servants attended to their needs. As their bond deepened, Yu Linglong affectionately referred to Lin Yu as little brother, while he called her sister Yu. Yu Linglong's special care and concern enveloped Lin Yu in a warmth reminiscent of home. Without reservation, Lin Yu disclosed to Yu Linglong that he hailed from Yang City and had come to Beihai to procure medicinal herbs. Sister Yu, this pill is for you as a token of my gratitude for your care. He presented her with a pill. A week later, Lin Yu's long-awaited strength returned, and he had made significant progress in his cultivation. In truth, had he taken a medicinal pill during his injury, it would have completely restored his health. However, Lin Yu refrained from doing so, understanding that recovering in a special state would yield greater benefits than merely consuming the pill. What kind of pill is this? Just the scent of the pill invigorated Yu Linglong. As the daughter of a merchant guild, she had encountered numerous fine items. including various medicinal pills. Yet, she had never seen one that could compare to the one Lin Yu held in his hand. This particular elixir possesses the remarkable ability to enhance beauty and rejuvenate the body, along with the potential for profound transformation and the cleansing of one's very essence. Lin Yu did not conceal this fact. So many benefits? Yu Linglong was astounded. Even someone as naive as she could grasp the significance of the elixir. Whether for beautification or any other effect, it could be said that any single benefit was priceless, worth its weight in gold. Can I consume it now? Yu Linglong shared Lin Yu's perspective, believing that only by ingesting something of such quality could it truly belong to her. Certainly, I shall assist you in safeguarding the process. Lin Yu responded with a gentle smile. In terms of appearance, Long Linger and Yu Linglong were evenly matched. However, in the realm of martial arts, Long Linger surpassed Yu Linglong significantly. Currently, Long Linger was a 1-star Grand Martial Master, while Yu Linglong remained merely a 1-star Martial Master. At Yu Linglong's age, possessing the rank of 1-star Martial Master was considered passable, yet when compared to genuine prodigies, the gap was still considerable. Even though Lin Yu provided Yu Linglong with an elixir, her thoughts remained solely on beauty enhancement. Boom. As soon as the elixir was swallowed, it transformed into a fierce and radiant warmth, surging through Yu Linglong's body with unrestrained force. Yu Linglong's body trembled violently, a flicker of pain manifesting on her face. Observing her distress, Lin Yu acted without hesitation, swiftly placing his palm upon her. Simultaneously, a gentle energy flowed into Yu Linglong, aiding her in mitigating the overwhelming force within her body. This elixir had originally been intended for Lin Yu, and given Yu Linglong's lower cultivation level, the process of consumption was inherently challenging. 1-star Martial Master, 2-star Martial Master, 3-star Martial Master, 4-star Martial Master, 5-star Martial Master. Yu Linglong trembled with excitement, never imagining that her cultivation could ascend consecutively. When she first entered her first year, she had just reached the rank of Martial Master. Yet, as she progressed into her second year, she remained stagnant at 1-star Martial Master. The path to advancement had been exceedingly arduous. Now, however, after consuming the elixir, she was able to ascend multiple ranks. Merely advancing a single rank was already impressive, yet now she had surged from 1-star Martial Master to 2-star Martial Master, from 2-star to 3-star, and from 3-star to 4-star Martial Master. Now, she had attained a status of 5-star Martial Master. Of course, this was not the end. A relentless surge of heat coursed through her entire being. She could feel her pores fully expanding, with subtle energy fluctuations emanating from them. The sensation was exquisite, and Yu Linglong instinctively let out a delightful moan, a sound of unparalleled beauty. 6-star Martial Master. Her body quivered once more, her very soul trembling with exhilaration. She was overwhelmed with joy, never expecting she could ascend yet another rank. Although her qualifications had led her to lose hope in her martial pursuits, the consecutive advancements now brought her immense pleasure. Setting aside other matters, each ascension to a new realm not only signifies an enhancement in martial prowess and strength, but also results in an extension of one's lifespan. A great martial sect cultivates a lifespan approximately 50 years longer than that of a martial sect. With that, Lin Yu slowly withdrew his hand. Yu Linglong felt a sticky discomfort enveloping her, particularly unpleasant. Sister Yu, you truly need to cleanse your body thoroughly, Lin Yu remarked, also perceiving the foul odor emanating from her, while simultaneously noticing the embarrassment etched upon her face. Yu Linglong hastily rose and made her way to the bathing area. After approximately 10 minutes, having completed her cleansing ritual, Yu Linglong instinctively glanced at her reflection in the mirror, only to be unable to suppress a gasp of surprise. Alarmed by the exclamation from the living room, Lin Yu's heart tightened abruptly. He swiftly stepped forward, finding himself just outside the bathing area, and promptly pushed open the door to the bathroom. Chapter 50. Blushing with embarrassment, how fair. Upon entering, Lin Yu was suddenly taken aback, confronted by a breathtaking expanse of pristine whiteness, akin to, with an alluringly curvaceous figure that possessed an enchanting charm. Yu Linglong could never have anticipated that Lin Yu would abruptly push open the door. Caught completely off guard, she emitted a piercing scream upon realizing that her bare form had been fully exposed to Lin Yu's gaze. In a fluster, Lin Yu hastily closed the bathroom door, his face flushed with embarrassment. Who could have imagined that Yu Linglong was devoid of clothing? As the saying goes, concern breeds chaos. Upon hearing Yu Linglong's cry, Lin Yu mistakenly believed something was amiss. Moreover, as the bathroom door had not been locked, he inadvertently witnessed her in all her glory. Of course, this could not be blamed on Yu Linglong. Typically, she was alone at home, and thus she had grown accustomed to leaving the bathroom door unlocked. Additionally, having caught a whiff of an unpleasant odor on her body, she was eager to cleanse herself and had not thought to secure the door. After her bath, Yu Linglong habitually glanced at herself in the bathroom mirror, only to be astonished at the sight of her skin, which was as delicate and white as snow, her face smoother and more radiant than ever before. In her excitement, she had inadvertently cried out, leading to Lin Yu's misunderstanding. A few minutes later, Yu Linglong finally opened the door, her cheeks flushed and her demeanor noticeably uncomfortable. "Sister Yu, I truly didn't see anything due to the steam in the bathroom," Lin Yu stammered, desperately attempting to defuse the awkwardness with a rather clumsy excuse. "Do you take me for a 3-year-old? Yu Linglong retorted, pouting. Lin Yu was at a loss for words. He genuinely did not know how to respond. He never imagined that, after having once been an emperor, he would encounter such an embarrassing situation in his second life. "Whatever you saw, you must not tell anyone," Yu Linglong added firmly. "Rest assured, I shall remain tight-lipped." Lin Yu nodded vigorously. "Thank you." As she contemplated the benefits brought by the elixir, her cultivation growth, and her newfound beauty, Yu Linglong felt a profound gratitude towards Lin Yu. "You saved my life. It is only right that I do all of this." Lin Yu offered a gentle smile. "I need to take a call." At that moment, Yu Linglong's phone on the second floor began to ring, prompting her to hurry upstairs. "Linglong, that little scoundrel we saved last time is still with you, right?" The call was from Long Linger, and Yu Linglong could distinctly sense that her friend was agitated. "Yes, he is here." "What is the matter?" Yu Linglong inquired, puzzled. "Tell him to get lost immediately," Long Linger exclaimed, her voice laced with exasperation. "Why? Did he provoke you?" Yu Linglong was bewildered. "I just found out that scoundrel is my fiancé," Long Linger declared, utterly furious. "He is your fiancé? I thought your fiancé was the first son of the Taiyuan Li family, Li Xinghe?" Yu Linglong responded, taken aback by the revelation. As a close friend, she was well aware of Long Linger's situation. Originally, it was Li Xinghe. However, he was tragically murdered. The details of the discussions between the Li family and my family remain unclear. Lin Yu, the grandson of the Li family, has unexpectedly taken Li Xinghe's place as my fiancé. At this point, Long Linger paused momentarily before continuing. "The former Li Xinghe was at least passable. But what is this Lin Yu? He is younger than I, and I have heard that he is utterly useless, incapable of cultivation. Furthermore, he is a notorious sycophant, nearly groveling in his pursuit of a girl named Xiao Yeyun." "How do you know this?" Yu Linglong inquired, puzzled, for she was well aware of Lin Yu's true capabilities. After all, he had shattered the martial testing machine with a single punch. Could that truly classify him as a waste? He must possess at least the strength of a half-step grand martial sovereign, an extraordinary talent at the age of 18. Even when compared to Long Linger, he does not fall short. Both Long Linger and Yu Linglong are 20 this year, and Long Linger had achieved the grand martial sovereign realm at the age of 20. "I have a distant cousin who attended Yang City's 8th high school for half a year and happened to be in the same class as Lin Yu. He knows all about that so-called waste. Through connections, my cousin has transferred to Beihai First High School and came to visit today. Upon learning that Lin Yu is my fiancé, he informed me of Lin Yu's circumstances," Long Linger recounted in one breath. "And what do you plan to do?" While Yu Linglong could have revealed the truth about Lin Yu to Long Linger, the words remained unspoken. "Even if he is not a waste, his foolish behavior precludes any possibility of my marrying him," Long Linger declared without hesitation. It was evident that her impression of Lin Yu was decidedly negative. "However, if your family insists on this union, what will you do? Do you dare defy their wishes?" Yu Linglong countered. This was indeed Long Linger's most vexing dilemma. As scions of a prominent family, their marriages often lack autonomy. "I have a plan, but it requires your assistance," Long Linger exclaimed, a sudden spark of inspiration illuminating her thoughts. "What is this plan?" Yu Linglong inquired, intrigued by how she might be of help. "Currently, Lin Yu resides with you, and you are exceedingly beautiful. All you need to do is intentionally entice Lin Yu, make him fall in love with you, and then he will voluntarily withdraw from the engagement with our Long family. That way, I will be free from this marriage," Long Ling said, a triumphant smile gracing her lips. As two captivating beauties of Beihai, Long Linger had faith in Yu Linglong's allure. When they were together, the number of men pursuing Yu Linglong often surpassed those pursuing her, due to the contrasting temperaments, Long Linger being fiery and spirited, while Yu Linglong exuded gentleness. In the realm of equal beauty, men tended to gravitate towards the more tender-hearted woman. Long Linger was convinced that with just a hint of charm, Lin Yu would inevitably fall hopelessly in love with Yu Linglong. Are you not concerned that I might also become ensnared? Yu Linglong pursed her lips, and for reasons unknown, she felt a flicker of intrigue. Hee, how could you possibly like someone as foolish as Lin Yu? Long Linger simply could not believe it. She added, let us make a deal. If you can win over Lin Yu, I shall bestow upon you a tear of the blue demon. Really? Upon hearing this, Yu Linglong's eyes sparkled with excitement. The tear of the blue demon was a uniquely significant natural sapphire, and from the very first moment she laid eyes on it, she had been enamored. However, it was a gift from an elder of the Long family to Long Linger, who cherished it dearly. Now, in pursuit of her lifelong happiness, Long Linger was willing to make a considerable sacrifice. How am I to capture Lin Yu's heart? As she gazed at the handsome man below, Yu Linglong felt a flutter of emotions stirring within her. Chapter 51. With a dapper appearance, Lin Yu, tidy yourself up, let us dine together. Yu Linglong, having adorned herself with a meticulous makeup, led Lin Yu out. However, instead of heading directly to the restaurant, she took him to a grand shopping mall. There, she deliberately purchased an exquisite outfit for him. After changing, Lin Yu appeared transformed. With his dapper look, he drew the attention of Long Linger, who was left with a rather unfavorable impression. The reason was simple. Lin Yu's striking handsomeness, coupled with his recent remarkable transformation, showcased skin that rivaled many women's. Thus, upon first glance, he bore an uncanny resemblance to a pretty boy, a type Long Linger held in disdain. Moreover, Lin Yu's inability to cultivate further fueled her contempt. Were it not for the delicate balance between the Li and Long families, she might have wished to erase him from existence with a mere slap. Currently, Long Linger harbored only one thought. She hoped Yu Linglong would swiftly secure Lin Yu for herself. The mere idea of marrying such a useless individual was unbearable. Meanwhile, news reached the Long family that Long Linger had indeed dined with Lin Yu, and that she appeared to be enjoying herself. This revelation finally eased the worries of her father. In stark contrast to Long Linger's carefree nature, the Long family began to investigate Lin Yu's background when the Li family suggested he take Li Xinghe's place to rekindle the engagement with Long Linger. If Lin Yu failed to impress the Long family, they would not easily acquiesce, even if he was the Li family's grandson. However, the detailed reports painted Lin Yu as exceptionally talented, having secured first place in the Yang City Joint Examination and also in the Jiangbei Province High School competition. At such a young age, his potential was undeniable. From the results of the Jiangbei competition, it was evident that Lin Yu already possessed strength comparable to a first-star martial sovereign. At 18, he had achieved what took Long Linger 20 years to reach. This 2-year difference was sufficient to demonstrate Lin Yu's superiority. Such prowess marked him as an extraordinary talent. The deceased Li Xing was no match for Lin Yu. The Long family evaluated that as long as Lin Yu remained alive, he would undoubtedly become one of the most formidable experts in the Great Xia. With a son-in-law of Lin Yu's caliber, who would dare to provoke the Long family? Father, why do we not directly inform my sister about Lin Yu's background? Long Linger's brother questioned, somewhat perplexed. You do not understand. If your sister were to learn the truth about Lin Yu, it might hinder their relationship, causing her to lose her sense of self. As it stands, this arrangement is ideal, allowing them to cultivate their feelings gradually, Long Linger's father replied, wisdom gleaming in his eyes. Unbeknownst to them, the meeting between Long Linger and Lin Yu was, in fact, orchestrated to facilitate Lin Yu's connection with Yu Linglong. Lin Yu, what are your thoughts on Linglong? Long Linger suddenly inquired during their meal. She is splendid, strikingly beautiful, and possessing a gentle disposition, truly impeccable. Lin Yu responded candidly. Would you desire such a stunning beauty as your girlfriend? Long Linger inquired earnestly, her impatience palpable. Her primary objective was to ensnare Lin Yu, that useless wretch, and subsequently compile evidence of his association with Yu Linglong. In doing so, even if Lin Yu failed to annul the engagement with the Long family, she could present the evidence to both the Long and Li families. Surely, at that juncture, the Li family would not shamelessly persist in forcing her to marry Lin Yu. In her determination to evade such a fate, Long Linger began to prepare extensively. If Sister Yu were willing, she would naturally welcome it. Lin Yu smiled faintly and remarked casually, "Of course, that is also a matter of courtesy." In Lin Yu's view, he was not sufficiently acquainted with Yu Linglong, and she harbored no romantic inclinations towards him, thus making such a statement inconsequential. "I am willing." To Lin Yu's astonishment, Yu Linglong interjected immediately after his words. The food Lin Yu had just taken a bite of was suddenly expelled from his mouth in surprise, splattering all over Long Linger, who was unable to dodge in time. "You insufferable fool." A wave of irritation surged within Long Linger, compelling her to suppress the impulse to strike Lin Yu. Instead, she wiped the food off her face and fixed her gaze upon him. "Lin Yu, since Linglong has agreed, as a man, you wouldn't dare to go back on your word, would you?" Lin Yu found himself momentarily speechless. What was happening lately? Had the incident in the cave affected his usual composure? Undeniably, Yu Linglong was indeed stunningly beautiful, rivaling the likes of Long Linger, Wang Xiaoyu, Chen Riyun, and Sun Yuuru. Of course, you may take your time to get to know each other. If it feels right, you can pursue further. If not, you can remain friends. Long Linger hastily added, sensing Lin Yu's hesitation and fearing he might be frightened away. In the ensuing days, Long Linger made every effort to create opportunities for Lin Yu and Yu Linglong to be together. Meanwhile, Lin Yu focused on procuring various medicinal herbs. The peril he encountered in the cave had made him acutely aware of his insufficient cultivation. Thus, he made a spontaneous decision to acquire additional herbs to concoct a special body refinement pill, aiming to undergo his 5th body refinement in the shortest time possible. Should he succeed in this endeavor, he believed he would emerge unscathed, even if faced with the crushing force of the mountains. Unlike the last time when he barely escaped with his life. In July and August, Lin Yu remained in Beihai. During this period, he received a call from his parents, informing him of his acceptance to Huqing University, with classes commencing on September 1st. He returned to Yang City only before the start of the semester. Throughout this time, Lin Yu and Yu Linglong maintained a friendship that bordered on romance. Meanwhile, Long Linger successfully gathered evidence of their interactions and encountered a suitor named Jiang Tao. Jiang Tao hailed from a second-tier family in Beihai, whose overall strength was certainly inferior to that of the Long and Yu families, yet still surpassed that of the Lin family in Yang City. Jiang Tao himself possessed exceptional talent, being the same age as Lin Yu, both at 18 years old. The crux of the matter lies in the fact that Jiang Tao emerged as the top scorer in this year's National College Entrance Examination, securing first place amidst fierce competition among the finest talents in high schools across the nation. Throughout the contest, Jiang Tao exhibited remarkable prowess, attaining the formidable rank of a 4-star Grand Martial Master. Moreover, he garnered the attention of a guardian from the Great Xia, who subsequently took him under their wing as a disciple. It is noteworthy that any guardian from the Great Xia possesses strength surpassing that of a Grand Martial Master and holds a position of immense prestige. Even a first-rate family like the Long clan pales in comparison before a guardian's stature. Following his acceptance as a disciple, Jiang Tao's abilities ascended to an even higher echelon, reaching the rank of a 5-star Grand Martial Master. Initially, Jiang Tao and Long Linger attended the same high school, albeit at different grades, during Long Linger's senior year. Jiang Tao was merely a freshman. At that time, Long Linger and Yu Linglong were jointly hailed as the most beautiful girls in the high school division. Chapter 52. What nonsense! From the very first glance, Jiang Tao was captivated by Long Linger. However, due to the disparity in their social standing and his own insufficient strength, he refrained from confessing his feelings. Over the years, Jiang Tao devoted himself to rigorous training, aspiring to meet the standards necessary to pursue Long Linger. With his handsome visage and the prowess of a 5-star Great Martial Master, along with the esteemed title of Guardian's Disciple, he set out to woo Long Linger after completing his college entrance examinations. Ultimately, Long Linger found herself drawn to Jiang Tao's remarkable qualities and consented to his pursuit. What did you say? When Long Linger brought Jiang Tao home to meet her parents, Long Outyin was taken aback. Did you not claim that you were currently involved with Lin Yu? Seeing Jiang Tao and Long Linger together left Long Outyin bewildered. Recently, Long Linger had been maintaining the pretense of a relationship with Lin Yu, procuring numerous precious medicinal materials from the trading company. Long Outyin had assumed these materials were meant for Lin Yu's cultivation, but it seemed they had rather been utilized by Jiang Tao. Father, the truth is, Lin Yu is with Ling Long. Ling Long is worried about our family's disapproval, so she used me as a cover. Besides, Jiang Tao is 1,000 times better than that good-for-nothing Lin Yu. Having Jiang Tao as the son-in-law of the Long family is undoubtedly preferable. Long Linger spoke candidly, leaving Long Outyan momentarily at a loss for words. Indeed, Jiang Tao was exceptionally talented, surpassing Lin Yu in cultivation realm. Moreover, the fact that he had a guardian as a mentor naturally endeared him to the Long family. However, there remained the matter of the engagement with the Li family. Given their long-standing ties, the prospect of unilaterally breaking the engagement was what troubled Long Outyan the most. Uncle Long, that is not an issue. I can have my master negotiate with the Li family, Jiang Tao replied with a subtle smile, having already devised a plan. Very well, with a guardian intervening. Both the Long and Li families will have to show respect. The crucial point was that Lin Yu had not been formally betrothed to Long Linger, while he was involved with Yu Ling Long, whose family was equally formidable. Clarifying this would likely placate both the esteemed Li family and Lin Yu's parents. Indeed, when the Li family and Lin Yu's parents received the news, they were left in a state of bemusement. The engagement between the Li and Long families had dissolved, yet their friendship remained intact. Conversely, through Lin Yu's connection with Yu Ling Long, alliances could be forged between the Li family and the Beihai Yu family, yielding numerous advantages for both the Li family and even the Yang family. The fifth successful body tempering. In the secluded chamber, Lin Yu's face blossomed with a satisfied smile. The fifth tempering was significantly more challenging than the previous four, requiring extensive preparation of materials and time for the process. However, the rewards were substantial. Following the fifth tempering, Lin Yu's 9 nether body finally reached a minor completion stage. His strength, defensive capabilities, speed, and reflexes were all perfected. Though Lin Yu currently remains at the 5th star martial sovereign level, it would not be an exaggeration to assert that if he were to stand still and allow a 9-star martial sovereign to attack him, they would be unable to harm him in the slightest. Conversely, should Lin Yu choose to unleash a single punch, he could effortlessly obliterate a 9-star martial sovereign. Furthermore, the range of Lin Yu's initial manifestation of the 9 nether has now expanded to 100 meters. Previously confined to merely 20 or 30 meters, it has now surged to this significant distance, rendering him as if he were a ruler within that realm. As Lin Yu's 9 nether physique begins to take form, the uniqueness of his body allows the spiritual energy within his dantian to permeate every inch of his skin. It is important to note that one's cultivation level is typically assessed based on the spiritual energy residing in their dantian. The greater the energy, the higher the practitioner's realm. Presently, with no spiritual energy in his dantian, Lin Yu, at first glance, appears indistinguishable from a mere wastrel. When Long Linger first encountered Lin Yu, his possession of the 9 nether physique rendered the spiritual energy in his dantian somewhat obscure, making it impossible for her to ascertain his true power. However, the situation has changed. Upon seeing Lin Yu, Long Linger immediately noticed the emptiness of his dantian, which unmistakably signified that he was a standard waste. I thought you had forgotten your mother since you found a wife. Upon returning home, Lin Yu was greeted by his mother. Mom, please don't misunderstand. Yu Ling Long and I are merely friends. Lin Yu felt it necessary to clarify. Just friends? Who would believe that? You seem utterly enchanted. Li Shufang shot Lin Yu a disapproving glance. It's not at that stage yet. If we were to establish a relationship, I would bring her home, Lin Yu replied candidly. Of course, in this lifetime, Lin Yu had no intention of remaining single. Even if he had been an emperor in his past life, it would not prevent him from pursuing romance. By the way, Xiaoyu has visited a few times, but you were never home. Li Shufang seemed to recall something. How did she perform? The college entrance examination had concluded, and Lin Yu believed that with Wang Xiaoyu's academic prowess, gaining admission to a prestigious university would pose no challenge. She, like you, has been accepted into a school in the capital. I'm not sure which one, but what are your thoughts on this? Li Shufang intently scrutinized Lin Yu. What do you mean? Lin Yu was momentarily taken aback. Can you not see that Xiaoyu has feelings for you? Not only does she like you, but her family also holds you in high regard. Even when you were unable to cultivate, they treated you well. Li Shufang continued. Mom knows that you men prefer gentle and virtuous girls. Xiaoyu is naturally carefree and tomboyish, making it difficult for others to find her endearing. And you might even regard her as a brother, am I right? This was, indeed, a stark truth, whether in this life or the last, in Lin Yu's heart. Wang Xiaoyu was akin to a good brother. Mom, I understand. You need not worry. All along, he had regarded him as a brother. Yet suddenly considering the matter from that angle rendered Lin Yu profoundly uncomfortable. Thus, he merely feigned compliance with his mother's inquiries. What a relief, he thought sarcastically. No one understood their son's thoughts better than Li Sufang. In truth, if Li Sufang were to select a daughter-in-law, Wang Xiaoyu would undoubtedly be her first choice. By the way, here is some pocket money I prepared for you. Remember, once you arrive at school, do not hesitate to spend. If funds are insufficient, do not hesitate to ask your mother for more. Li Sufang produced a bank card. She was thoroughly satisfied with her son Lin Yu. Without him, she might not have regained her standing in the Li family. Moreover, her precious son was the savior of the Li household. Hence, before returning, Li Sufang had procured numerous valuable items from her side, all of which she intended to reserve for her beloved son. Chapter 53. Our daughter is truly one in a million. On September 1st, Lin Yu made his way to the Wang family's residence. Uncle Aunt. Upon entering the Wang villa, he spotted Wang Xiaoyu's parents busily packing their belongings. With a cheerful grin, Lin Yu greeted them. Aunt, I leave Xiaoyu in your care. She is unfamiliar with Kyoto, so please look after her, Wang Xiaoyu's mother earnestly instructed, holding Lin Yu's hand. Rest assured, Aunt. In Kyoto, should anyone dare to bully Xiaoyu, I will not hesitate to confront them, Lin Yu replied earnestly. In his previous life, Wang Xiaoyu had sacrificed herself to avenge him, and in this lifetime, he vowed to ensure her safety at all costs. I trust you, Wang Xiaoyu's mother nodded, feeling a sense of relief. Let us go. Wang Xiaoyu had already packed everything into her spatial bag. Her carefree demeanor was evident. Unlike other girls who might be tearful or reluctant when leaving home, she was the epitome of nonchalance. When will that boy understand our daughter's feelings? Wang Xiaoyu's mother sighed as she watched the pair depart. Our daughter is indeed exceptional. Once she reaches university, there will surely be many suitors. That boy will regret it then, her father added, a hint of jealousy in his tone. A father's worry is perennial, always fearing that his prized daughter might be taken for granted. Wang Xiaoyu's school is adjacent to Huqing University, allowing her to see Lin Yu whenever she desired. Meanwhile, Lin Yu was aware that Long Linger attended Zhuke University, Zhang Tao was at Xuanwu University, and Yu Linglong was enrolled in the Kyoto Women's Business College. Would you like me to help you settle into your dormitory? Lin Yu casually suggested. Sure. To his surprise, Wang Xiaoyu readily agreed and pulled him into the girls' dormitory. Fortunately, the other girls had yet to arrive, allowing Wang Xiaoyu to unpack her belongings from the spatial bag without interruption. Among her items were bedding, several outfits, and some rather whimsical undergarments. Lin Yu couldn't help but chuckle at the cartoon-themed underwear, astonished to discover this playful side of the otherwise carefree Wang Xiaoyu. Once he had helped Wang Xiaoyu organize her things, Lin Yu made his way to his own school for registration. Compared to the Kyoto Martial Arts Academy, Huqing University was undeniably more prestigious. Previously, during the enrollment at the Kyoto Martial Arts Academy, there were very few martial masters among the new students. Most were merely martial practitioners. However, at Huqing University, every student was required to be at least a 7-star martial practitioner, with some being half-step grandmasters and a rare few reaching the ranks of 1-star and 2-star grandmasters. Lin Yu had yet to encounter any 2-star grandmasters among the new students. Indeed, Huqing University provided each student with their own private dormitory, a thoughtful arrangement to facilitate their training. Principal. Here is the enrollment status of the new students from Beiwang University. In the principal's office of Huqing University, a middle-aged man approached a kindly-looking elder, holding a list in his hand. A 4-star martial master for 3-star martial masters, 14 2-star martial masters, and 51-star martial masters. Upon reviewing the freshman profiles from Beiwang University, the old principal's expression darkened considerably. It is worth noting that our Huqing University boasts only 1 3-star martial master, 4 2-star martial masters, and 12 1-star martial masters. As for 4-star martial masters, we have none. Currently, the rankings among the prestigious universities in Kyoto are as follows: Xuanwu, Baihu, Zhuke, Qinglong, and Huqing, with Huqing occupying the last position among the top 5 institutions. Although Beiwang is considered a first-rate university, it still lags behind the top-tier institutions. Nevertheless, the freshman situation at Beiwang University remains superior to that of Huqing University. The Kyoto Education Bureau has established a regulation. If any top-tier institution is surpassed by a first-rate university for 5 consecutive years, the quota of that top-tier institution will be transferred to the first-rate university. In simple terms, if Hucking University loses to Beihwang University this year, then next year, Beihwang will ascend to become a top-tier institution, while Hucking will be relegated to a first-rate university. It is this pressure that drives Hucking University to recruit talent through guaranteed admission quotas from third-tier cities such as Yang City, Nen City, and Chang City. In contrast, the other 4 top-tier institutions typically recruit outstanding talents through provincial competitions or from prominent families. The elite geniuses from these esteemed families do not participate in college entrance examinations or any competitions. They already possess guaranteed spots in top-tier universities. However, none of these top talents choose Hucking University, as it has fallen into disrepute among the prominent families. Lin Yu, a special recruit from Yang City. When the old principal's gaze fell upon this name, he felt a surge of interest. The profile indicated Lin Yu, a 9-star martial master, possesses the strength of a 2-star martial master. It is important to understand that generally, beneath the great martial masters, one finds mere ants. The difference between a 9-star martial master and a 2-star martial master is akin to a step and a half, equivalent to one 1-star martial master. Even 109-star martial masters combined would likely not be sufficient to contend with a 2-star martial master. From this perspective alone, Lin Yu's potential appears promising. The old principal pondered for a moment and marked a red line beneath Lin Yu's name, symbolizing a focus on nurturing and development. However, the principal also comprehended that, given the current strength of their freshmen, defeating Beihwang University would be an arduous task, unless a miracle occurred. Have you heard? Our university has just acquired a set of gravity equipment worth billions. Using it will be absolutely exhilarating. Indeed, only pressure can generate motivation. In order to cultivate talents capable of competing with those from Beihwang University, our institution is truly going all out. As Lin Yu walked through the campus, he heard many tales regarding Hucking University and Beihwang University. However, Lin Yu was most intrigued by the gravity equipment. This device could undoubtedly unleash one's potential. Feeling a surge of excitement, Lin Yu wasted no time and headed directly to the gravity equipment area. He swiped his card to enter. Outside the gravity equipment zone, there were prominent signs indicating that only students and faculty of Hucking University were permitted entry. As a freshman, Lin Yu had yet to obtain his identification card. After a moment's contemplation, he sprang over the railing with agility. Without any hesitation, he ventured into the first gravity equipment zone. He discovered that the gravitational force was rather moderate and had little to no effect on him. Thus, Lin Yu exited the first gravity zone and proceeded to the second. There, he felt a slight increase in pressure, but it remained manageable. Without any delay, he advanced to the third gravity zone. Yet again, he found it lacking in challenge. There were a total of 20 gravity equipment zones, and as Lin Yu navigated through them, he soon arrived at the 10th zone. Chapter 54. A hint of restlessness. It is certain that the 10th gravity chamber exerts a pressure equivalent to that which a first-star Grand Martial Master can endure. Lin Yu did not linger and continued on to the 11th gravity chamber. Previously, in the several gravity chambers he had visited, he encountered students engaged in their training. Under varying environments and pressures, their cultivation indeed progressed at a remarkable pace, yielding excellent results with half the effort. Upon entering the 11th gravity chamber, Lin Yu immediately perceived the heightened pressure, which was more suitable for a second-star Grand Martial Master. He did not tarry, swiftly moving on to the 12th, 13th, and 14th gravity chambers. Upon reaching the 15th gravity chamber, Lin Yu noticed a young woman seated in meditation. She was a 5-star Grand Martial Master. A brief glance revealed her strength to be decent, yet it was clear that her presence in the 15th gravity chamber was a significant leap, as she ought to have been training in the 14th chamber. However, greater pressure also elicited greater potential, and it was evident she was striving for a breakthrough. When she noticed Lin Yu's entrance, she momentarily froze, her expression one of surprise. It is noteworthy that despite her 5-star Grand Martial Master prowess, she felt the overwhelming pressure within this chamber, gasping for breath with each step, as if countless 6-star Grand Martial Masters were exerting their might upon her. The pressure was so intense that her body was nearly drenched in sweat, yet Lin Yu appeared unfazed. exuding an air of tranquility as if the weight of the world did not affect him in the slightest. Lin Yu's gaze swept over her. Her beauty was striking, and her figure was commendable. Wait a moment. He did not dwell on it for long, and prepared to leave when the young woman suddenly spoke. Is there something you need? Lin Yu regarded her with curiosity, as he had just arrived at Hucking University and believed they had no prior connections. Since you are able to enter the 15th gravity chamber, your strength must be formidable. I would like to seek your guidance. The girl radiated a powerful aura. Her eyes filled with anticipation as she fixed her gaze on Lin Yu. Not interested. Lin Yu barely afforded her a glance before turning to exit the 15th gravity chamber. This time, he made his way directly to the 19th gravity chamber. If classified by rank, the 19th gravity chamber was just beyond the scope of a Grand Martial Master. However, it was essential to note that only those at the threshold of Martial Sage could enter the 19th gravity chamber. A Grand Martial Master entering without permission would risk shattering their foundation or even meeting a fatal demise due to the unbearable pressure. To Lin Yu's surprise, the girl emerged from the 15th gravity chamber just as he was about to enter the 19th. She hurriedly cautioned him. Please be careful. The 19th gravity chamber is only for half-step martial sages. Her intentions were undoubtedly noble. Nevertheless, Lin Yu showed no hesitation and stepped directly into the 19th gravity chamber. The pressure here was significantly intensified. He sensed it momentarily, furrowing his brow, yet it still failed to stimulate him. Lin Yu promptly exited, unwilling to waste any more time, and proceeded to the 20th gravity chamber. Only the martial sage can step into the 20th gravity chamber. Beneath the martial sage, merely entering will subject one to an overwhelming pressure that will undoubtedly cause them to explode instantly. It was over. The young girl, witnessing this scene, found her mind blank. She never anticipated Lin Yu's reckless behavior. How intriguing. Within the gravity chamber, Lin Yu felt an immense force, the gravity wildly compounding upon him. At that moment, he decisively relinquished his resistance, allowing the pressure to crush him. In simple terms, Lin Yu was utilizing the gravity to refine his 9-nether body. The greater the pressure, the more invigorated the 9-nether body became. The sensations derived from it could only be comprehended by Lin Yu himself. After approximately half an hour, Lin Yu shook his head, feeling the pressure was still insufficient. How could this be? He had entered the 20th gravity chamber and remained unscathed. The girl, who had been waiting outside the chamber, was left dumbfounded as she observed Lin Yu emerge. Judging by his age, he was not yet 20, a mere youth. Yet possessing the strength of a martial sage, this was nothing short of an international joke. Such unparalleled genius was likely exceedingly rare not just in the Great Xia, but across the entire world. He must be wearing some sort of device. How shameless. Suddenly, the girl seemed to have an epiphany. Cheating, in this context, referred to anyone donning a weight-reducing device, rendering the experience within the gravity chamber indistinguishable from that outside. However, most individuals would refrain from such actions, as they entered the gravity chamber to increase their own pressure, facilitating their cultivation. If one were to wear such a weight-reducing apparatus, it would be utterly meaningless. Many students, while cultivating, often endure the pressure by venturing into gravity chambers that exceed their realm by 1 or even 2 tiers. This entails significant risk but can also ignite latent potential. For instance, the girl herself, possessing the strength of a 5-star Grand Martial Master, would opt to enter a gravity chamber with the pressure of a 6-star Grand Martial Master. School staff, upon noticing any student experiencing difficulties within the gravity chamber, would don weight-reducing devices to assist those students. Where are you, Lin Yu? Let us have lunch together. Just as Lin Yu exited the gravity chamber, he received a call from Yu Linglong. He did not decline, and after agreeing on a location, he hurried over. Yu Linglong, already exceptionally beautiful, had taken great care in her appearance today, donning a white dress that accentuated her pure demeanor. Upon seeing her, Lin Yu felt a stir within him, his desires gradually awakening. Of course, he understood that his attraction to Yu Linglong stemmed not only from her beauty, but also from the lingering effects of the otherworldly beings encountered in the Beihai Cave. When those beings self-destructed, countless malevolent, lascivious, and dark energies surged into Lin Yu's body. Given his strength, he could have easily repelled those energies. Yet, at a crucial moment, he chose not to, instead allowing the energies to permeate every corner of his being. The consequence of such actions is that, with the slightest misstep, Lin Yu could completely descend into depravity, becoming a mere shell of his former self, reduced to a being of an alien kind. However, Lin Yu remains unperturbed. After the sinister energies have fully permeated his body, he channels more than half of his strength to subdue these malevolent forces. To be precise, Lin Yu is refining himself through the very essence of evil. As long as this malevolent energy resides within him, he must allocate a significant portion of his power to contain it, while also maintaining a constant vigilance of the mind. Any lapse in focus could lead to irreversible consequences. In such circumstances, when Lin Yu encounters Yu Linglong, the combination of evil and her inherent beauty incites a surge of desire within him. Chapter 55. He is trash. Unworthy of you. Apart from the malevolent aura within him, Lin Yu had also crafted a gravity ring that he wore on his foot, akin to being shackled with weights exceeding tens of thousands of pounds. For an ordinary great martial master, donning such a gravity ring would render them nearly immobile. However, Lin Yu merely felt a sense of pressure, which was not excessively burdensome. In essence, Lin Yu sought to amplify his own challenges and burdens to further his own development. Observing the desire flickering in Lin Yu's eyes, Yu Linglong felt a hint of joy. During their time together, she found great comfort in Lin Yu's presence. He lacked the childishness often associated with youth, instead exuding a unique maturity and stability. Particularly, the depth in Lin Yu's gaze captivated her. In contrast to Long Linger's boyfriend, Jiang Tao, who emanated an overwhelming aura, Yu Linglong preferred Lin Yu's understated sophistication. Thus far, she had refrained from divulging any details about Lin Yu to Long Linger, including the fact that he possessed at least the strength of a half-step great martial master. "We are in box number 3, Long Linger announced, along with Jiang Tao, who was accompanied by a young man. "Linglong, allow me to introduce Chen Hai, a senior of Jiang Tao, who has been quite attentive to him. We invited him to join our dinner. I hope that is acceptable." Long Linger smiled slightly as she introduced the young man. With their company already present, Yu Linglong felt reluctant to voice any concerns, despite her misgivings. It was no surprise that a student from Xuanwu University would possess the impressive strength of a 6-star great martial master. When Chen Hai laid eyes on Yu Linglong, his expression brightened. Perhaps liberated from the constraints of a betrothal with the Li family and Lin Yu, Long Linger acted without reservations. Previously, she had contemplated having Yu Linglong feign a romance with Lin Yu to provide cover for her own intentions to dissolve their so-called engagement. Now, however, such subterfuge was unnecessary. As she lavished praise upon Chen Hai during the meal, even a fool could discern that Long Linger and Jiang Tao were intent on pairing Yu Linglong with Chen Hai. Admittedly, while Chen Hai's looks were unremarkable, his affiliation with Xuanwu University and his status as a 6-star great martial master rendered him quite exceptional. "Linger, what exactly do you mean?" Yu Linglong inquired, expressing her dissatisfaction as she and Long Linger visited the restroom. "I am merely looking out for your best interests. Initially, you helped me by pretending to date Lin Yu, but now that I am free from that predicament, you need not sacrifice your own happiness. Chen Hai is truly remarkable. Engaging with him would be infinitely better than with Lin Yu. Just enjoy it." A playful smile danced across Long Linger's stunning face. "Linger, I must earnestly convey my feelings. I am fond of Lin Yu, and I shall not pursue a romance with anyone else," Yu Linglong declared with a deep breath, her tone grave and resolute. "Goodness, is it possible? Have you lost your mind? What on earth makes you think of dating someone like Lin Yu? A mere waste of space? Linger, have you lost your senses?" Long Linger was nearly startled by Yu Linglong's decision. "Linger, you mustn't judge based solely on appearances. In truth, Lin Yu possesses remarkable qualities, albeit in a more understated manner," Yu Linglong retorted dismissively. Upon hearing Yu Linglong criticize her boyfriend for being ostentatious, Long Linger felt a pang of dissatisfaction. "All right, even if Lin Yu is indeed talented and modest, may I inquire if he is a grand martial master?" "No," Yu Linglong replied candidly. "In my estimation, Lin Yu's prowess lies merely at the cusp of the Grand Martial Master realm. If he isn't even a Grand Martial Master, then he is utterly unworthy of you. Chen Hai, on the other hand, is a 6-star Grand Martial Master, and by the age of 30, he may very well ascend to Martial Saint. Once he achieves that status, the entire Yu family will bask in his glory. Linglong, you must not be foolish. Keep your eyes wide open." Long Linger genuinely wished the best for Yu Linglong. "My heart belongs solely to Lin Yu. Yu Linglong declared without a trace of hesitation. Stubborn as ever, this infuriates me. Long Linger stamped her foot in frustration. Upon their return to the private room, Jiang Tao and Chun Hai were engaged in animated conversation. According to Chun Hai, Jiang Tao possessed exceptional talent, having topped the college entrance examination. It was anticipated that before his university graduation, he might reach the martial saint realm, becoming one of the most illustrious students in the history of Xuanwu University. By the way, Lin Yu, which university do you attend? At this moment, Long Linger's interest peaked as her gaze fell upon Lin Yu. Huaqing University. Lin Yu replied casually, without much thought. Huaqing University? Long Linger was taken aback. Despite having spent some time with Lin Yu, she could hardly fathom that he was enrolled at Huaqing University. Nowadays, Huaqing University was said to be declining, and there were rumors that if it fell behind Beihuang University in this year's college competition, it would lose its status as a first-rate university, being supplanted by Beihuang University. Shanhai expressed his regret in a rather dismissive tone. In terms of reputation, Huaqing University isn't all that impressive, he remarked. Lin Yu, you seem to lack any remarkable cultivation. How could you possibly gain admission to Huaqing University? Long Linker scrutinized Lin Yu closely, her honesty spilling forth. Indeed, upon closer inspection, Lin Yu's dantian appeared empty, resembling that of an ordinary person. Lin Yu was specially recruited by Huaqing University. Yu Linglong instinctively sought to defend Lin Yu. For being a special recruit was indeed an accomplishment in itself. As far as I know, Huaqing University has faced financial difficulties in recent years, leading many students who could not secure admission to be offered spots if their families provided sponsorship. Is that the case with you, Lin Yu? Jiang Tao inquired with a grin, casting a curious glance at Lin Yu. Though spoken words may suggest otherwise, the implications are unmistakably clear. It is tantamount to an overt declaration to all that Lin Yu has merely purchased a special admission quota to Huaqing University. Otherwise, with his meager capabilities, how could he possibly gain entry into such a prestigious institution? Long Linger has grasped the situation perfectly. After all, in her perception, Lin Yu is exceedingly wealthy, capable of acquiring items worth millions without a flicker of an eyelash. Thus, making a donation of over 100 million to Huaqing University to secure a special admission spot would be a trivial endeavor. Long Linger harbors a profound disdain for those lacking merit who infiltrate universities through alternative means. Consequently, her initial disfavor towards Lin Yu has now escalated into palpable contempt. Regardless of the circumstances, I cannot allow Linglong to associate with Lin Yu. I cannot push her into the flames of misfortune. Long Linger resolved resolutely within her heart. Chapter 56. Earning sufficient wealth. Linglong, allow Chun Hai to escort you back to school. Long Linger suggested enthusiastically after their meal. No need. I wish to accompany Lin Yu for a stroll. Yu Linglong firmly declined, and in front of everyone, she took Lin Yu's arm affectionately and departed from the restaurant. Observing their departing figures, Chun Hai's expression darkened. Regardless of his status as a 6-star martial master, with a promising future ahead, he could not help but compare himself to Lin Yu. What on earth, he pondered, could possibly attract Yu Linglong to someone so lackluster, aside from his handsome appearance? Senior, rest assured, Yu Linglong is merely momentarily bewitched. Lin Yu is not worthy of even carrying your shoes. With a few more opportunities, you shall soon embrace beauty. Jiang Tao remarked, perceptively noting Chun Hai's thoughts and offering a reassuring smile. Upon hearing Jiang Tao's words, Chun Hai felt somewhat alleviated. Linglong, what is the quickest way to earn money in Kyoto? Lin Yu inquired. Having developed a closer relationship with her, he now addressed her by her first name. He had also noticed a detail. Every woman was sensitive about her age. Thus he refrained from calling her Sister Yu as he had previously. In the underground world, martial arts competitions offer substantial rewards for each victory. However, participants must sign a life and death contract before competing, making it exceedingly perilous, Yu Linglong informed. Aware of such matters from her 2 years of schooling in Kyoto. Very well, let us venture into the underground world. Lin Yu's eyes sparkled with excitement. It was an opportunity not only to hone his skills, but also to earn money, which was undeniably advantageous. You don't intend to participate in the martial arts competition, do you? I must warn you, the competition features all manner of experts and is incredibly dangerous. If you are in need of money, I can assist you. Do not take risks, Yu Linglong urged with concern. Rest assured, I shall not act recklessly. Moreover, I am eager to enhance my martial arts prowess. Lin Yu replied with a subtle smile, adding, if you do not take me along, I shall find a way to go secretly. Very well. Yu Linglong reluctantly acquiesced, realizing that witnessing Lin Yu participate was preferable to him sneaking off to compete. Had she known this would transpire, she would not have mentioned the underground martial arts competition to him in the first place. Subsequently, Lin Yu accompanied Yu Linglong for a leisurely afternoon of shopping, and by evening, they made their way to the underground world. The underground world existed within a gray area, essentially a realm unregulated by the law. In this domain, notions of murder and crime held little weight. Nestled beneath a bustling district of Kyoto, entry into the underground world required a fee. Don your masks, Yu Linglong instructed. Indeed, there were rules governing the underground world. All who entered were obliged to wear masks. In essence, those who ventured into this domain maintained an air of perpetual mystery regarding their identities. In the underground realm, anonymity is paramount. All are equal members, distinguished solely by the strength of their fists. Aside from martial arts competitions, various other events exist, yet the martial contests attract the largest audiences. Are you resolute in your decision to participate in the martial arts competition? There exists a designated venue for registration. The competition is governed by strict rules. For instance, should a martial sovereign take the stage, their opponent must also be of martial sovereign caliber. If a contender below the level of martial sovereign ascends, their rival must likewise be of a lesser rank to ensure fairness. A grand martial sovereign, once on stage, will invariably face another grand martial sovereign. The hierarchy among martial sovereigns is left to their own fate. Naturally, during the competition, should a contestant choose to concede, and their opponent, within their capacity, inflicts harm, they will undoubtedly face the retribution of the underground world, potentially with dire consequences. Ultimately, the martial arts competition focuses on defeating the opponent, not on taking their life. Lin Yu, have you made a mistake? How did you acquire a participation token for Grand Martial Sovereigns? Upon seeing the token in Lin Yu's hand, Yu Linglong's demeanor shifted to one of alarm. Even if Lin Yu were a half-step Grand Martial Sovereign, he would not yet be a true Grand Martial Sovereign, allowing him to compete in the master-level tournament. In such a scenario, Lin Yu would possess a 90% chance of victory, with no risk to his life. This had long been Yu Linglong's contemplation. I am now a Grand Martial Sovereign, Lin Yu replied with a faint smile. A Grand Martial Sovereign? You have truly reached that level? Yu Linglong expressed her disbelief. However, she quickly regained her composure. If you are a Grand Martial Sovereign, then participating in the competition is even more perilous for you, as you are merely a one-star Grand Martial Sovereign. Clearly, Yu Linglong perceived Lin Yu as having only recently transcended, at most achieving the rank of a one-star Grand Martial Sovereign. Yet, to enter the martial arts competition, Grand Martial Sovereigns must be at least one star, indicating that Lin Yu's capabilities would place him at the lowest tier in the competition, rendering him highly vulnerable. The competition arena is marked with distinctions for Grand Martial Sovereigns. Any who step onto the platform are entitled to a prize of 10 million. Should a martial sovereign ascend, the reward is merely 100,000, highlighting the vast disparity. As for those below the rank of martial sovereign, the prize amounts to only a few thousand. Of course, if a Grand Martial Sovereign emerges victorious in their first match, they will earn 20 million. A second victory yields 40 million. A third grants 80 million. And so forth. With these rewards dispensed by the underground world, rest assured, I will be fine, Lin Yu reassured with a serene smile, then took a step forward. Arriving at the Grand Martial Sovereign's arena, he sought to amass sufficient wealth to procure more resources for cultivation, alchemy, and other endeavors. I am Yang Xiong. May I have your name? His opponent boomed, a towering figure whose dantian revealed him to be a one-star Grand Martial Sovereign. Unnamed, Lin Yu replied. Lin Yu casually concocted a name and, without hesitation, unleashed a punch. With a sickening thud, Yang Xiong was sent flying, crashing onto the arena floor, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Lin Yu had shown remarkable restraint. Otherwise, a mere display of his strength could have reduced his opponent to a pulp. In the inaugural match, the unknown victor triumphed, claiming a prize of 20 million. A nearby referee announced the result. How effortlessly he had secured such a fortune. Would you like to continue, sir? If you descend from the stage now, you may collect your 20 million prize. However, you may also choose to continue competing. Be aware, though, that should you falter, You will only receive the original prize of 10 million. The referee elaborated with utmost respect. Regardless of the circumstances, the Grand Martial sect commanded a degree of reverence. Especially with everyone adorned in masks, no one dared to offend another lightly, given the uncertainty of their identities. Proceed. Lin Yu declared from the arena, unperturbed and composed. Chapter 57. Heartfelt screams of excitement. This fellow is driving me insane. Watching Lin Yu on the arena, Yu Linglong stamped her feet anxiously, fearing for Lin Yu's safety. Moreover, having already won the match, he should know when to stop and come down quickly. I wish to have a word with you. As soon as Lin Yu's voice faded, a figure darted onto the stage like a bolt of lightning. The opponent was equally imposing, clasping his fists in greeting, the prodigal. This, like Lin Yu, was an assumed name. A 2-star great martial sovereign. Lin Yu discerned his opponent's cultivation level. Boom. However, Lin Yu was solely focused on earning money. Hence, he stepped forward and unleashed a sudden punch, sending the so-called prodigal flying. Wow, that was incredible. Another opponent dispatched in a single move. A wave of astonishment rippled around the arena. 2 consecutive matches resolved with a single strike had certainly drawn considerable attention. How is this possible? Yu Linglong was dumbfounded, yet her overwhelming joy and excitement were beyond words. She had never anticipated Lin Yu to be so formidable. Previously, she had thought Lin Yu quite impressive, but now she realized she had underestimated him. No matter the circumstances, Lin Yu's prowess only brought her greater happiness. If conditions permitted, she would have rushed onto the stage to embrace him fervently. Sir, do you wish to accept another challenge? Should you choose to conclude your challenges now, you will receive a reward of 40 million. However, if you decide to continue and emerge victorious, your reward will rise to 80 million. Alas, should you fail, you will only walk away with 10 million. The referee's gaze fell upon Lin Yu. As a seasoned official, he had witnessed various scenarios and was uncertain whether Lin Yu would opt to accept further challenges. What puzzled both the referee and others was their inability to discern Lin Yu's exact cultivation level. I am willing to continue accepting challenges, Lin Yu replied nonchalantly. This sum of money was insufficient. He required a substantial amount for purchasing medicinal herbs. Thus the more, the better. Very well, who among you wishes to challenge the nameless? The referee scanned the crowd below the arena. Meanwhile, Lin Yu pondered a pressing question. What if no one stepped forward to challenge him? Yet he still desired to earn more money? I shall take up the challenge. An elderly figure with a stooped posture ascended to the stage. Yet his face remained obscured by a mask, leaving Lin Yu unable to discern his appearance. However, judging by the condition of his dantian, Lin Yu could ascertain that his opponent was a 4-star Great Martial Sovereign. Compared to the previous 2-star Great Martial Sovereign, this opponent's strength was evidently far superior. It was likely that other 3-star Great Martial Sovereigns wished to compete, yet they recognized Lin Yu's formidable nature and hesitated to step onto the arena. Thus, a 4-star Great Martial Sovereign boldly accepted the challenge. Nameless, you still have the option to withdraw from the competition, the referee reiterated, glancing once more at Lin Yu. The opponent's intentions were good, yet Lin Yu paid it no heed. Just don't let anything go awry. Beneath the arena, Yu Linglong was engulfed in anxiety. She had just overheard someone mention that Lin Yu's opponent was, astonishingly, a 4-star Great Martial Sect Master. A 4-star Great Martial Sect Master is no trivial opponent. A moment's negligence could lead to Lin Yu's demise. Come on, let us observe Lin Yu. At this moment, he appeared unperturbed, as if he held no one in esteem. Very well, I am eager to witness just how formidable you truly are. With a thunderous roar, the hunchbacked elder unleashed his aura. In an instant, with a swift motion, he was sent flying by Lin Yu with little resistance. There was no need for hesitation. It was resolved with a single punch. Lin Yu demonstrated to everyone that the might of one's fist determines supremacy. Consequently, the elder was sent sprawling by a mere slap from Lin Yu. Another strike? Below the arena, an eerie silence enveloped the crowd. Remarkable. How impressive. In a heartbeat, exclamations erupted from the spectators. Many were utterly exhilarated, as if Lin Yu's victory in the match represented their own triumph. How could this be? To defeat a 4-star Great Martial Sect Master in a single move, am I dreaming? Yu Linglong's heart surged with excitement, though her inherently reserved nature kept her composure. Had it been Long Linger or Wang Xiaoyu, they would have already been in an uproar. The referee, too, was taken aback, He could not discern Lin Yu's exact cultivation level, but judging by his aura, it was evident that Lin Yu was quite young. In any other city, such an occurrence would have caused a sensation. However, the capital was different. Among the several top-tier academies, there were those who surpassed the 4-star great martial sect, and not just a single one. Perhaps within the underground world, many were students from these elite institutions. The referee turned to Lin Yu and inquired once more, "Does Mr. Wuming wish to continue the competition?" "Indeed, I wish to proceed. A mere 80 million is far from satisfactory. I seek more." Intriguingly, in a shadowy corner of the underground world, two figures stood without masks, signifying their roles as overseers of this realm. They had witnessed the earlier battle and were intrigued. "Who dares challenge Mr. Wuming?" the referee called out. This time, silence enveloped the crowd. A great martial sect master is no trifling matter. In a small place like Yang City, any great martial sect master is a rare and esteemed figure. "I shall give it a try." At that moment, a woman clad in purple ascended the arena. A 6-star great martial sect master. Lin Yu cast a glance at her, discerning her cultivation. "A 6-star great martial sect master. Do you believe Wuming can prevail?" murmured a voice from the crowd. "That seems unlikely. I estimate Wuming to be rather young, probably around 20 years of age. Even if a 20-year-old possesses strength, there are limitations," someone opined. "This wretched fellow has truly succumbed to the allure of wealth." Yu Linglong stamped her petite foot, realizing in that moment that Lin Yu was destined for defeat. Her only fervent wish was that Lin Yu would not encounter any peril. "The competition begins," the referee declared with a resounding voice. Boom. Lin Yu stepped forward, and almost no one could discern how he had moved. In the blink of an eye, he was already before the woman in purple, and with a powerful punch, he struck down. In an instant, the spectators witnessed the woman in purple being sent flying. Upon landing, she coughed up blood. There was no doubt about it. The woman in purple had been vanquished. This was undeniably a ruthless display, devoid of any compassion. For Lin Yu, the pursuit of wealth took precedence, rendering all else secondary. Moreover, this was merely the beginning. He intended to continue competing to further amass his fortune. Chapter 58. Utterly impressive, absolutely astounding. "Mr. Nameless, do you wish to continue participating in the competition?" The judge turned towards Lin Yu. "Proceed." Lin Yu responded decisively. At this moment, Lin Yu had already amassed a staggering sum of 160 million in prize money. This fellow has gone mad, perhaps consumed by greed. Yet, he might just perform a miracle. As the saying goes, in a realm of the strong, there are even stronger contenders. In Kyoto, hidden talents abound. Who dares to claim invincibility? Below the platform, discussions erupted. Yu Linglong found herself at a loss for words to express her emotions. Just moments ago, she had witnessed a 6-star grand martial master being defeated in a single blow. Does that signify? Long Linger's boyfriend, renowned as the top scorer in the college entrance examination, an unparalleled genius, and even a master of a guardian, currently only possessed the strength of a 5-star grand martial master. Then there was Chen Hai. They all hoped to matchmake her with Chen Hai. Yet he was merely a 6-star grand martial master. The crucial point is that Lin Yu was only 18 years old, a freshman, while Chen Hai was already a senior. Moreover, Lin Yu had instantaneously vanquished a 6-star grand martial master, which was tantamount to swiftly overcoming Chen Hai. Thus, what value does Chen Hai hold? Contemplating all this, Yu Linglong felt an unexpected sweetness and pride within her. Naturally, her vanity as a woman was immensely gratified. This chap, he simply does not know when to stop. Observing Lin Yu linger on the platform, Yu Linglong felt somewhat speechless. Soon, she realized a possibility. Perhaps Lin Yu was in need of money. Having spent time with Lin Yu, he had never revealed his true prowess. He had always been exceedingly low-key. Even during his initial venture selling goods at the trading company, he had maintained a humble demeanor. At that time, she had doubted Lin Yu's capabilities, only for him to unleash the strength of a half-step grand martial master. "Mr. Nameless, there is another rule in our competition. If a contestant's accumulated prize money exceeds 100 million, any challenger who defeats them will claim all of the contestant's accumulated winnings. Therefore, do you wish to continue in the competition?" The judge spoke again, concerned that Lin Yu might be unaware of this particular rule. Previously, when Yu Linglong explained the competition rules to Lin Yu, she had indeed overlooked this stipulation. However, at that moment, she had not considered it deeply. In her view, given Lin Yu's strength, Merely winning a single match after stepping onto the platform would be commendable. The notion of consecutive victories seemed utterly implausible. Hence, she did not relay this rule to Lin Yu. Of course, it was precisely because of this rule that once a competitor amassed over 100 million in winnings and chose to persist in the competition, they would often attract even more formidable opponents. This was the current situation. Below the platform, some were already stirring with anticipation, while others began to reach out, likely contacting familiar experts to join the contest. Proceed. Lin Yu's response remained calm and unperturbed. Very well. Who among the audience dares to challenge Mr. Nameless? The referee nodded slightly, his gaze shifting towards the arena below. I shall take my turn. A towering figure, resembling a small mountain in stature, emerged from the crowd. His imposing presence and physique indicated that he was a master of brute strength, known for his straightforward yet powerful attacks, with little variation in technique. 7-star martial sovereign. The opponent did not conceal his prowess. A mere glance at his dantian revealed his rank as a 7-star martial sovereign. Although this was just one level above the 6-star martial sovereign, the disparity in strength could be immense. For instance, earlier, Lin Yu had effortlessly defeated a 6-star martial sovereign in an instant, showcasing that even the top-tier 6-star martial sovereigns could achieve remarkable feats, let alone a 7-star martial sovereign. By the way, what rank is Wuming? Someone suddenly interjected. Up to this point, aside from the assessment of his strength, Lin Yu had only allowed the staff to glimpse his true realm when he displayed his dantian. Once he stepped onto the stage, however, his dantian appeared hazy, making it impossible for anyone to discern his actual level. It was certain only that Lin Yu was indeed a martial sovereign. Those who possessed strength beyond the rank of martial sovereign were prohibited from participating in the competitions. If they dared to enter, they would incur the wrath of the underground world's hidden powers, risking even their lives regardless of their rank. Naturally, some competitors concealed their true abilities. For example, a 9-star master might feign a lower rank, leading challengers to underestimate him, resulting in lower-ranked opponents stepping into the arena. Such strategists could then triumph over their foes, reaping considerable rewards. However, true masters of concealment were exceedingly rare. Among 10,000 contestants, having even one who could hide their strength would be remarkable. The common methods of concealment were often easily pierced by higher-ranked experts, who could see through to the opponent's true realm in an instant. Individuals like Lin Yu, with a body of the 9 nether, who could effectively hide their strength, were virtually unheard of. There might be only a handful throughout the vast realm of Daxia. Haha, I am Dahan. I advise you to concede now, or I might lose control of my strength and reduce you to a pulp, the contestant declared, raising his fist and grinning at Lin Yu. Very well, I am eager to witness the extent of your power. Lin Yu replied with a calm smile. Goodness, this fellow is exceedingly arrogant, believing he can confront Dahan solely through strength. The crowd gasped in astonishment. From what I know, Dahan's raw power can rival that of an 8-star martial sovereign. One could not help but exclaim, this is it. Upon hearing this, Yu Linglong silently mourned for Lin Yu for 3 minutes. Yet, as long as he remained unscathed, nothing else mattered. Charge! Dahan bellowed, unleashing a terrifying aura as a tidal wave of formidable strength surged towards Lin Yu. Boom! Without hesitation, Lin Yu's fist met the oncoming force. There were no elaborate techniques involved. It was merely the purest clash of strength. At the moment of collision between the two forces, a resounding noise erupted. Immediately, the spectators witnessed the mountain-like figure being sent flying like a withered leaf, crashing heavily to the ground below. The surroundings fell silent in an instant, only to be followed by waves of astonished gasps. By heavens, he is undoubtedly an 8-star Great Martial Master. He may very well be a 9-star Great Martial Master. This fellow is a wolf in sheep's clothing, concealing his true power with remarkable finesse. A substantial fortune awaits him. The crowd buzzed with excitement, many already regarding Lin Yu as a 9-star Great Martial Master. To put it plainly, a 9-star Great Martial Master, often in need of funds, deliberately hides his strength, defeating several lower-ranked Great Martial Masters to earn some money before exiting the stage. Such occurrences are rare, yet they do happen. After all, bullying the weak is hardly a noble pursuit. Yu Linglong struggled to suppress her inner exhilaration, feeling her heart race. In her eyes, Lin Yu on the stage was nothing short of a walking embodiment of charisma. Were it not for the circumstances, She would have dashed onto the arena to plant a kiss on Lin Yu. He was simply too handsome, utterly captivating. Chapter 59. When silent, one surprises. When grounded, one soars. Mr. Wuming, your accumulated prize money has now reached 320 million. Do you wish to continue participating in the competition? The judge smiled benignly. The underground world is affluent and will not be perturbed by such sums. Moreover, gaining the favor of an 8 or 9-star Grand Martial Master through this means would indeed be a lucrative endeavor. Proceed. Lin Yufeng, calm and collected, pondered that continuing to multiply his winnings would be quite advantageous. Was this fellow not a tad too greedy? The insatiable nature of mankind can lead to one's downfall. Soon enough, he might find himself lamenting his choices. Upon hearing that Lin Yu intended to continue competing, many in the audience shook their heads. After all, at this juncture, Lin Yu's prowess had essentially been determined to be at the level of an 8 or 9-star Grand Martial Master. Thus, any challenge he faced would likely come from an opponent of equal or superior skill. In such circumstances, Lin Yu's chances of victory were markedly slim, risking the loss of his hard-earned prize. Yu Linglong was speechless, though her sentiments leaned more towards joy. Despite her somewhat introverted nature, she possessed an inner strength, and Lin Yu's performance exuded a certain masculinity. What did it matter if he lost? Her man was not in want of mere coins. If necessary, she could easily part with her own savings to support him. I shall. As Lin Yu's words fell, a hearty voice resonated through the arena. The speaker stepped forward, swiftly ascending to the stage. It was none other than him. He was the blade without trace, a master of the sword. Although he was only at the 8-star Grand Martial Master level, he had previously triumphed over a 9-star Grand Martial Master in the arena. He was undoubtedly a top-tier swordsman. Clearly, this blade without trace was a well-known contender. Despite his masked visage, the prominent sword at his back made his identity apparent to many. Indeed, he drew forth his blade, declaring, "I am blade without trace. Now reveal your weapon." Thus far, in the preceding matches, no competitors had utilized weapons, making this swordsman the first to do so. Typically, when one adversary wields a weapon, it is customary for the other to follow suit, as an unarmed fighter often finds themselves at a disadvantage. I do not require a weapon. Lin Yu shook his head. Was he attempting to display bravado? To forego a weapon? That would certainly lead to his swift demise at the hands of blade without trace. Excessive confidence can easily veer into arrogance. Perhaps he was indeed a 9-star Grand Martial Master. I wager on Wuming's victory. Below the stage, the crowd continued to murmur. At present, nearly everyone in the underground world had been drawn to this spectacle. Even competitors from other stages had begun to divert their attention to Lin Yu's match. Everyone was eager to see just how far Lin Yu could advance. Very well, tread carefully. The long blade, silent yet decisive, gleamed with a flicker of sharpness. In the next moment, it swept horizontally, effectively sealing off all escape routes. In simple terms, the long blade had encircled Lin Yu. Unless Lin Yu could vanish into thin air, there was no way to evade the lethal strike of the long blade. It could be said that the moment the long blade was unleashed, it was a killing blow, executed without hesitation. However, in the blink of an eye, Lin Yu astonishingly disappeared from the sight of the long blade. He had pinpointed the precise flaw in the long blade's technique, and in a breath's time, he evaded its strike, appearing right before the wielder. By the time the long blade aimed to retract, it was already too late. Both the wielder and the blade were sent flying. One strike was all it took to vanquish the long blade. The accumulated reward reached an astounding 640 million. The judge on the stage was taken aback, unable to fathom the sheer might Lin Yu possessed. The audience erupted in excitement below the stage. This individual was undoubtedly a 9-star Great Martial Master. He appeared quite youthful. What could his age possibly be? Whispers filled the air. A 9-star Great Martial Master. Yu Linglong felt a wave of dizziness wash over her. In the entire underground world, she alone knew the true nature of the Nameless One. At merely 18 years of age, possessing the strength of a 9-star Great Martial Master, who would believe such a tale? Perhaps there were such prodigies in the vast realm of Daxia, but they were exceedingly rare. In comparison to the top scholar Jiang Tao, Lin Yu was leagues ahead. He wouldn't even be worthy of carrying Lin Yu's shoes. Ironically, that fellow had deemed Lin Yu a waste, and had even sought to introduce the 6-star Great Martial Master Chen Hai to her. At this moment, if Jiang Tao and Chen Hai stood before her, Yu Linglong would assertively declare. Open your eyes and behold. This is an existence worthy of your utmost admiration. In summary, Yu Linglong was in splendid spirits, a sensation comparable to the pinnacle of human exhilaration. In her heart, Lin Yu was the epitome of perfection. No one could rival him. Mr. Nameless, do you wish to continue the competition? The judge inquired respectfully, for it was now certain that Lin Yu was indeed a 9-star great martial master. Once a 9-star great martial master takes that crucial step forward, their power becomes formidable. At the very least, in the judge's eyes, Lin Yu commanded his respect. Yet another one who plays the fool to catch the wise. Oldly, it seems you will incur some losses this time, remarked two elders standing in a corner of the underground world. One of them was Li Han, the head of the underground realm, while the other was his former partner, Yi Changkong. Naturally, their interest in Lin Yu was merely piqued. Come here for a moment, Li Han beckoned to a staff member, the very one who had previously assessed Lin Yu's realm. What is the realm of the Nameless One? Li Han inquired casually. According to the earlier examination of his Dantian, he is a 5-star great martial master. The staff member hurriedly responded. How could this be possible? Upon hearing the staff member's reply, both Li Han and Yi Changkong spoke simultaneously. Can a 5-star grand martial artist truly defeat an 8-star grand martial artist? What an absurd notion. Li Han finds it hard to believe, and so does Yi Changkong. However, the examination must be infallible. If he truly is a 5-star grand martial artist, then he is indeed a prodigy of exceptional talent. After a moment, Li Han ventured a thought. Perhaps during the examination, he concealed several levels of his prowess. Yi Changkong concurred with this perspective. Indeed, he must have hidden his true capabilities. Li Han reflected on this and nodded in agreement. Undoubtedly, in their eyes, only this explanation seemed most plausible. Proceed. Lin Yu remained as composed as ever. He was eager to discover the limits of his own potential. When he does not make a sound, he astonishes. When he does not soar, he ascends to great heights. This is the kind of man that Yu Linglong admires. Yu Linglong's heart fluttered. Chapter 60. So overbearing, so masculine. The accumulated prize money had reached an astonishing 640 million, yet he still wished to continue. Did he not fear losing it all? Someone could not help but voice their concern. Do you believe a 9-star martial grandmaster would be troubled by a mere few billion? Came an immediate retort. Upon hearing this, many suddenly came to a realization. For an ordinary individual, 640 million is indeed a substantial sum. However, for a 9-star martial grandmaster, it is hardly significant, at least not enough to cause any real harm. Is there anyone brave enough to challenge Mr. Wuming now? The referee respected Lin Yu's choice, casting a glance towards the audience. At that moment, the crowd below fell noticeably silent. After all, a 9-star martial grandmaster is no trivial figure. In relative terms, such masters are quite rare. I shall. Soon enough, someone stepped forward. The figure appeared somewhat stooped, and their voice was slightly hoarse, an indication of age. It seemed to be an elder. I am called Songhai. The elder announced his name upon ascending the stage. It turned out to be the esteemed elder Songhai, who, it was said, had broken through to the 9-star martial grandmaster level 30 years prior. Regrettably, due to a great battle, his foundation had been damaged, leaving him forever trapped at this level, a lamentable fate indeed. Although he remained confined within the realm of 9-star martial grandmaster, his combat experience was extraordinarily rich, capable of overwhelming ordinary 9-star martial grandmasters. It was estimated that this time, Wuming would surely be defeated. Some murmured in quiet tones, expressing their optimistic view of Songhai. They instinctively believed that Wuming would succumb. Even in defeat, it would be a glorious one. Yu Linglong also thought Lin Yu would lose. However, in her eyes, even in defeat, he would retain honor. After all, an 18-year-old 9-star martial grandmaster, if unmasked, would likely instill fear in many. Yu Linglong had no intention of revealing Lin Yu's secret of being a 9-star martial grandmaster to anyone. She believed that the fewer people who knew, the lesser her competition for men in the future would be. In that moment, a flurry of thoughts crossed Yu Linglong's mind. Phantom Ghost Hand. The elder Songhai, upon making his move, unleashed a formidable technique. His hand reached towards Lin Yu, transforming into countless phantoms, rendering it nearly impossible to defend against. Compared to the previous long knife without trace, the phantom ghost hand was even more enigmatic and powerful. If long knife without trace were to face Songhai, Defeat would be inevitable. However, all the phantoms appeared laughable in Lin Yu's eyes. He saw through the illusions and stepped forward, arriving directly before Songhai. Akin to the earlier breakthrough against the knife's enveloping range. Boom. With a simple punch, Songhai staggered backwards several steps, ultimately landing on the ground in a rather disheveled manner. Of course, Songhai understood that this strike had not been delivered with full strength. Otherwise, his fall would have been far more severe. I have been defeated. The expression on Songhai's face was intricate as he cast a glance at Lin Yu. By the standards of competition, he could not deny that this nameless individual was indeed superior to him, and by a significant margin. Once again, with a single move, this nameless figure showcased an extraordinary prowess that rendered him almost idol-like in Lin Yu's eyes. In Lin Yu's estimation, this nameless one had distilled all techniques into a singular, unparalleled strike. Should one manage to withstand this blow, they could claim victory over him. It was apparent to Lin Yu that this nameless individual was a concealed master of remarkable skill. Speculations about the age of this nameless figure abounded, with various opinions circulating. Yu Linglong's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm as she contemplated numerous possibilities. Yet she had never envisioned that Lin Yu could emerge victorious. Defeating a 9-star Grand Martial Master in a fair contest seemed unfathomable. Her throat felt parched with anticipation. I must continue. This time, Lin Yu preempted the referee's inquiry and spoke up himself. Another challenge? The referee was momentarily taken aback, instinctively uttering a remark, but quickly recognized the inappropriateness of his response. As the referee, he was obliged to uphold the principles of fairness and impartiality. Regaining his composure, he directed his gaze toward the audience and proclaimed in a clear voice, Mr. Nameless is willing to accept further challenges. Currently, Mr. Nameless' accumulated prize money has reached a staggering 28 billion. Whoever can defeat Mr. Nameless will claim the entire sum. 28 billion was no trifling amount. Even a 9-star Grand Martial Master would find it tempting. A wave of emotions swept over the crowd. Though their predominant sentiment was one of eager anticipation for the emergence of an even stronger contender, this was already shaping up to be a confrontation of elite prowess. Many spectators felt that their venture into the underground world had indeed been worthwhile. Mr. Nameless, you may take a moment to rest, as there are challengers still en route to face you. At that moment, perceiving the stillness in the audience, the referee finally spoke up. Still en route. What does that mean? Lin Yu was left perplexed. Our underground world maintains connections with numerous formidable masters, including yourself, Mr. Nameless. Should you declare that you will no longer accept challenges, you may take home the sum of 28 billion. Additionally, you may leave a contact number. And should someone later ascend the stage unchallenged, we will notify you. If you are interested, you may come to face them. The referee elaborated. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu's spirits soared. It seemed the individuals making their way here were indeed elite masters. Of course, as long as no one takes the stage, you may announce the conclusion of the competition at any time and claim the 28 billion. The referee added. But what if I choose to continue fighting and there are no contenders in the underground world capable of besting me? Am I to stand here indefinitely? Lin Yu questioned, voicing his inner doubt. That is utterly implausible. Since the establishment of our underground challenges, there has never been an undefeated champion. The referee asserted with confidence. This response illuminated Lin Yu's eyes. He was eager for the arrival of stronger opponents. I am very much looking forward to it. After Lin Yu spoke, he closed his eyes and began to meditate. Surely, he would not continue to challenge indefinitely? That would be impossible, unless he had lost his mind. No one believed Lin Yu would persist in his endeavors, for Kyoto has never been devoid of formidable talents. Even if Kyoto lacked such individuals, the underground world could summon experts from across the vast nation of Great Xia. Under the pressure of numerous skilled challengers, remaining undefeated would prove exceedingly difficult. Lin Yu sat cross-legged in a corner of the arena, lamenting the absence of worthy opponents. Otherwise, he could have fully explored his potential. This insufferable man exuded an overwhelming dominance and charisma, mused Yu Linglong internally. She yearned for her friend Long Linger to come and share in this elation. However, she restrained her impulses. Despite their close friendship, if Long Linger were to discover the extent of Lin Yu's formidable abilities, would she not abandon Jiang Tao and seek to rekindle her engagement with Lin Yu? In such a case, there would be no time for tears. Chapter 61. Pretentiousness is also an art. To ensure discretion, no one is to know the true circumstances surrounding Lin Yu. After about half an hour, a figure clad in blue appeared on the stage. The blue-robed swordsman, having amassed a staggering 25,600,000,000, was renowned for his invincibility in swordsmanship during the tournament. Upon his arrival, some immediately recognized the identity of the swordsman. He was a master of the blade, far superior to the previous opponents he had vanquished with ease. If you can withstand a single strike from me, I shall consider myself defeated, the blue-robed swordsman stated calmly, his gaze fixed on Lin Yu. Lin Yu was nearly taken aback by his words. Was it impossible to refrain from being ostentatious? Come on. This time, Lin Yu refrained from initiating the attack. It should be noted that in the preceding matches, he had resolved every confrontation with a single punch. Many present found this unexpected behavior disconcerting. The blue-robed swordsman was a master of swordplay. What Lin Yu was doing seemed akin to courting disaster. Someone could not help but voice their thoughts. It was common knowledge that within the martial arts realm, swordsmanship was the sharpest of all disciplines. Many claimed that sword cultivators possessed the most formidable offensive capabilities. Thus, few were inclined to passively endure the strikes of a swordmaster. How intriguing! He dares to receive a sword strike with his bare hands. Knight Chong Kong's expression revealed a hint of astonishment. I too find this surprising, Li Hun remarked, his eyes reflecting newfound interest. Even in their unarmed state, facing the blue-robed swordsman's proactive assault would undoubtedly impose some pressure. After all, the swordsman's overall strength was exceptionally formidable. A full-force strike in swordsmanship could potentially slay even a half-step martial saint. Unless, of course, the individual on the stage possessed strength that surpassed that of a half-step martial saint. With a swift motion, the blue-robed swordsman launched his attack. In an instant, his sword seemed to rend the very fabric of space, obliterating all in its path. The sword technique was imperceptible, devoid of any discernible trajectory, rendering it unfathomable. Many spectators could scarcely comprehend how the blue-robed swordsman executed his strike. When the sword descended, it struck at a blind spot. The blue-robed swordsman believed he had seized upon Lin Yu's vulnerability, confident that this stroke would severely wound him. Of course, had he wished, he could have easily slain Lin Yu. However, the swordsman refrained, understanding that this was a competition, not a life-or-death struggle. He was merely seeking to earn some extra rewards. How could this be? In the next moment, the blue-robed swordsman widened his eyes in disbelief. The arena fell into a hushed silence, as if all present were stunned by the unfolding scene. Lin Yu remained rooted in place, while the swordsman's blade was firmly grasped between Lin Yu's two fingers. The blue-robed swordsman was utterly bewildered. Even if Lin Yu had evaded the attack or shattered the sword with a punch, any such resolution would have been acceptable. Yet, this particular method of deflection was the most astonishing of all. Who would dare to catch a sword with merely two fingers? Even the blue-robed swordsman himself would not have the audacity to attempt such a feat unless one's swordsmanship surpasses that of the opponent by an entire realm. Victory is deemed unattainable. Yet, Lin Yu achieved this remarkable feat at this very moment. The entire arena seemed to be encapsulated by merely two fingers. I concede. The swordsman in the blue robe appeared to be drained of all energy, compelled to acknowledge his defeat. You have not been vanquished by me, but rather by your own limitations. Lin Yu's gaze fell upon the blue-clad swordsman as he spoke with a measured calmness. The swordsman paused momentarily, deep in contemplation, and in an instant, a tremor coursed through his body. The elusive truths he struggled to grasp suddenly crystallized in his mind. Thank you. To everyone's astonishment, the blue-robed swordsman removed his mask and bowed respectfully to Lin Yu, a gesture imbued with sincerity, expressing gratitude for the insights Lin Yu had imparted regarding the art of the sword. Though merely a single phrase, it often surpassed years of arduous training for the blue-clad swordsman. In this contest, the nameless Mr. achieved victory, earning a staggering prize of 2,600,000,000. Might I inquire, Mr. Nameless, will the competition proceed? The judge's gaze rested upon Lin Yu, tinged with admiration. It was noteworthy that throughout the competition, Lin Yu had scarcely rested and, crucially, had sustained no injuries. Many would emerge victorious, yet battered, ultimately conceding due to the severity of their wounds. Continue. Lin Yu did not even blink. A prize of 2,600,000,000 was at stake, yet he still wished to press on. Should he falter, the heartache would be unbearable. If it were me, I would certainly seize the moment and withdraw. Many expressed envy. Such a bountiful reward would tempt even the most powerful of martial sections. Moreover, Lin Yu had thus far dispatched his opponents with a single strike, relishing the ease with which he secured his winnings. Yu Linglong found herself at a loss for words. Initially concerned about Lin Yu's potential defeat, she later feared he might lose control. Now, she was utterly numb. She never anticipated Lin Yu's prowess to be so formidable. The blue-robed swordsman, a master of exceptional swordplay, was effortlessly bested by Lin Yu with but 2 fingers. Oddly, it appears he intends to bankrupt you. Yi Changkong regarded Li Han with a playful smirk. They were not naive. It was clear Lin Yu sought to hone his skills through this competition. One might say he was reaping the dual rewards of self-improvement and financial gain. Should Lin Yu continue his undefeated streak, even the underground world would struggle to withstand his might. I was prepared for this. Li Han's lips curled slightly. Prior to orchestrating the underground competition, they had contemplated countless scenarios. While earning some money from the underground world was feasible, the notion of completely depleting it was sheer folly. Who will challenge Mr. Nameless? The judge surveyed the audience. Many shook their heads. Not only did they lack the requisite cultivation, but even those who were sufficiently skilled were reluctant to expose themselves to humiliation. The strength Lin Yu exhibited was overwhelming, and many recognized that he had likely ascended to the pinnacle of the 9-star great martial sovereign realm. In this scenario, it seems that only a half-step martial sage can subdue Lin Yu. According to the competition regulations, a half-step martial sage is eligible to participate. Many have speculated that only such an individual can decisively defeat Lin Yu. Should he face another defeat, the stakes will escalate to an astounding 5,120,000,000. Even in the underground world, where wealth abounds, such a loss would be acutely felt. Tung Ziqing is determined to challenge Mr. Wuming. Before the eyes of the multitude, a middle-aged man adorned with a silver mask ascended the platform. Tung Ziqing, a half-step martial sage, once a pinnacle existence among the 9-star Grand Martial Masters, is reputed to be the foremost expert beneath the martial sage. His presence was truly unexpected, eliciting gasps of astonishment. It is rumored that after the last competition, he joined the underground world, though the veracity of this claim remains uncertain. Regardless of his affiliations, his prowess and charisma are undeniably commendable, garnering admiration from many. Money is at stake. In Lin Yu's eyes, Tung Ziqing resembles a harbinger of fortune, a deity of wealth, a bringer of prosperity. Lin Yu even contemplated whether to deliberately hold back, sustaining some injury, only to narrowly triumph over his opponent, thereby enticing more challengers to step forward, which would ultimately lead to greater financial gain. Indeed, the art of showmanship is a skill unto itself. Chapter 62. The Might of the Saint with Every Ounce of Strength. Tung Ziqing unleashed his saintly aura. Even a half-step martial saint possesses this formidable presence, albeit with a slightly reduced range. However, the saintly might emanating from Tung Ziqing was enough to envelop the entire arena, indicating that even without direct action, he could easily overpower his adversary. If faced with an ordinary Grand Martial Master, a mere thought from Tung Ziqing could inflict grave injury. Against a martial master, he could reduce his opponent to a mere mist of blood. Such is the extraordinary power of saintly might. It appears that the enigmatic figure before him is not merely a half-step martial saint. As the saintly aura enveloped Lin Yu, it was evident that he himself radiated no formidable energy, leading many to draw conclusions. In a comparison of 2 half-step martial saints, the one wielding the saintly aura could effortlessly slay the other who did not. Thus, it is customary for half-step martial saints to unleash their saintly might at the outset of a confrontation. The spectators, noting Lin Yu's lack of such an aura, concluded that he had yet to reach the half-step martial saint realm. Many felt a sense of regret. For Lin Yu's premature exit from the competition would mean the forfeiture of a substantial prize. Even Yu Linglong believed that Lin Yu was destined for defeat, now only hoping that he would emerge without severe injuries. With a thunderous crash, Tung Ziqing advanced, akin to a mountain descending upon him. Lin Yu retaliated with a swift strike, and both warriors recoiled a step or two. A surprising equilibrium? Some were astonished, while others felt they finally grasped Lin Yu's true capabilities. After all, he had dispatched previous opponents with a single blow, leaving no room for assessment of his actual strength. Now, as Lin Yu faced Tung Ziqing without a decisive victory in a single strike, it became apparent that their powers were closely matched, most likely equivalent to that of a half-step martial saint albeit with slight distinctions within that tier. Come again. Tung Ziqing's eyes gleamed as his saintly aura fused seamlessly with his techniques, launching a fierce assault towards Lin Yu. Each strike was thunderous and swift as lightning, and the two figures moved in a relentless dance of combat. After exchanging over 100 blows, it seemed impossible to discern a victor. Yet, Lin Yu appeared to have found an opening, and with a powerful punch, Tung Ziqing was sent flying. Gasping, Tung Ziqing clutched his abdomen, and a shudder coursed through him as he coughed up blood. I have been defeated, he thought with a wry smile, recognizing that he had lost the strength to continue. Regretfully, he was merely a half-step martial saint. Had he taken that crucial step further, he might have easily triumphed over Lin Yu. Thank you for your graciousness. Lin Yu, sweating profusely and panting heavily, maintained a steady heartbeat beneath his exterior. It seemed evident that this mysterious opponent possessed the strength of a half-step martial saint. The crowd below buzzed with conversation. Indeed, the prowess of Tung Ziqing was unmistakable, thus one could deduce the capabilities of his opponent. It was truly astonishing that he managed to defeat a half-step martial saint. Yu Linglong's eyes sparkled with excitement. If it were to be disclosed that Lin Yu was merely 18 years of age, it would undoubtedly terrify countless individuals. Mr. Wuming, your prize money has now accumulated to 5,200,000,000. If you choose to conclude the match at this moment, you may claim this sum. However, should you decide to continue, you will face a new challenge, the referee stated with utmost seriousness. A new challenge? What does that imply? Lin Yu inquired, slightly taken aback and bewildered. According to the rules of the underground arena, if a contestant was undefeated within their realm, they were permitted to challenge opponents of a higher level. For instance, if no one beneath the martial saint level could defeat you, further challenges would be rendered futile. The referee paused briefly before continuing. Therefore, you have two options. Either accept the prize money and leave the arena, or you may face a challenge from a one-star martial saint. Should you triumph, you will receive 2 billion. However, if you fail, you will walk away with nothing. 2 billion. Upon hearing this reward, Lin Yu's eyes gleamed with enthusiasm. Currently, what he lacked most was financial resources. Acquiring such a sum would enable him to procure numerous valuable resources. Please, do not accept. Yu Linglong silently prayed, though she refrained from voicing her thoughts out of respect for Lin Yu's autonomy. This was a testament to Yu Linglong's wisdom. Unless one were utterly foolish, who would dare to challenge an opponent of such a significant disparity in realms? The crowd buzzed with speculation. The overwhelming majority believed that Lin Yu would inevitably forego the continuation of the challenge. Moreover, judging by Lin Yu's earlier display of strength, he appeared to be only slightly superior to Tung Ziqing. Thus, when faced with a martial saint, Lin Yu would likely meet defeat. Very well. I wish to give it a try. After a moment's hesitation, Lin Yu gritted his teeth and made his decision. Goodness, this fellow is extraordinarily audacious. A wave of astonishment swept through the onlookers as they struggled to believe their ears. Wasn't 50 billion enticing enough? Why risk it all for 200 billion? We respect Mr. Wuming's choice, the referee replied with a slight smile. Regardless of whether Lin Yu emerged victorious or not, the referee held a deep admiration for him. As the referee's words faded, a figure materialized upon the stage, unmistakably a one-star martial saint. Without a mask, it was clear that he hailed from the underground realm. This also underscored the integrity of the competition. He is the Deputy Hall Master of the underground world. I have encountered him before. It is said that the minimum requirement for a Deputy Hall Master is to be at the martial saint level. The murmurs from the crowd intensified. I am Mengbai, the Deputy Hall Master of the underground world's capital district, a one-star martial saint. I humbly request your guidance. Mengbai appeared to be in his 40s or 50s. Yet upon reaching the martial saint level, it was entirely normal for individuals in their 70s or 80s to appear much younger. Who among those at the martial saint level is easily trifled with? It seems I shall have to exert my utmost strength. Lin Yu smiled faintly, and then his aura erupted violently, his expression betraying a hint of strain. From this alone, it was evident that Lin Yu seemed to be fighting for his life. This realization led to the understanding that during his previous battle with Tung Ziqing, Lin Yu must have held back, not revealing his full power. Unfortunately, his current opponent was a formidable half-step martial saint, so even if Lin Yu unleashed all his strength, it would likely be in vain. Boom! Lin Yu's figure moved like lightning, each strike resonating with thunderous force. The entire arena trembled, causing those nearby to retreat in haste. Astonishingly, the crowd gasped in disbelief. Lin Yu, in his full eruption, was not at a disadvantage. Even if Meng Bai had yet to unleash his holy might, it shouldn't have come to this. Such incredible speed. However, it soon became apparent to some that Lin Yu's velocity was indeed remarkable. In the blink of an eye, he had shifted from in front of Meng Bai to behind him. After an intense exchange of 200 rounds, a resounding crash echoed as Meng Bai took a half-step back, forcibly pushing Lin Yu back 7 or 8 meters, resolved to no longer hold back. Intent on a swift conclusion as his holy might surged forth. Lin Yu, sharing Meng Bai's resolve, bit his tongue and spat out a mouthful of blood, immediately following with a powerful punch. To the onlookers, it was as if Lin Yu had summoned every ounce of strength he possessed. Chapter 63. This is truly a life-or-death struggle. With a loud thud, Meng Bai was sent flying by Lin Yu, landing on the ground below and spitting out a mouthful of blood. It can be said that Lin Yu's timing was impeccably executed. From the initial series of attacks to the sudden ambush, it was a seamless performance. Everyone was left in a state of shock. They could hardly believe that Lin Yu had triumphed over the one-star martial saint, Meng Bai. A one-star martial saint, being a deputy hall master of the underground world, would never go easy on anyone. Regardless of the means by which Lin Yu defeated the one-star martial saint, victory was still victory. I concede. Meng Bai cupped his fists in salute to Lin Yu. Had this encounter occurred on a real battlefield, the moment he was knocked down could very well have led to his demise at Lin Yu's hands. Yu Linglong was at a loss for words to describe her emotions. Her gaze fell upon Lin Yu, leaving her somewhat parched and breathless. The spectators below were buzzing with conversation, utterly astonished. A battle fought beyond one's class, with a grand martial master defeating a one-star martial saint, was an exceedingly rare occurrence. Surely, only the most exceptional talents could achieve such a feat. 200 billion. An instantaneous fortune of 200 billion. Congratulations to the nameless gentleman for winning a bonus of 200 billion. The referee wore a genuine smile, sincerely congratulating him. In the underground world, wealth was abundant, and such sums were of little concern. Moreover, if such a prodigy were to develop a favorable impression of the underground world, even a small favor in the future could lead to immense benefits for them. In truth, the underground world organized such arena competitions not only to provide martial artists with a platform for honing their skills, but also to assist those in need of financial resources. In this manner, they could garner goodwill from numerous martial arts experts, a mutually beneficial arrangement for the underground world. Furthermore, the spectators were required to pay a certain fee, ensuring that the underground world would never engage in a losing endeavor. Can I continue to compete? Lin Yu inquired earnestly, his gaze fixed upon the referee. The referee was momentarily taken aback, and the spectators were left dumbfounded, questioning their own ears. Had they misheard? Was it merely an illusion? He wished to continue the competition. Mr. Nameless, I must inform you that if you choose to continue, you may do so. However, your opponent will be a two-star martial saint. Should you emerge victorious, you would receive 400 billion, but if you lose, there would be no prize for you. The referee felt it necessary to caution. At this juncture, the referee was reluctant for Lin Yu to continue. Engaging in another match would effectively mean forfeiting the 200 billion already won. With the certainty of defeat looming, would he truly proceed? Yu Linglong's face beamed with delight. She found Lin Yu to be extraordinarily impressive, utterly remarkable. In such circumstances, securing 200 billion was more than sufficient. 200 billion. Even if their Yu family were to produce such an amount all at once, it would surely cause them some discomfort. In the eyes of the spectators, Lin Yu was merely inquiring, for how could he possibly be foolish enough to compete again? Yet, Lin Yu touched his nose and declared earnestly, I still wish to challenge. The referee gaped in astonishment. He was genuinely taken aback by Lin Yu's audacity. A competition was indeed on the horizon. The referee instinctively glanced towards the nearby underground world office. Since Mr. Wu-Ming desired a contest, the underground world could certainly oblige. Master Li, as a two-star martial sage, you perfectly meet the criteria. A clear voice suddenly resonated. It was none other than Li Han. As soon as his words fell, a middle-aged woman of striking beauty emerged from an office. The distinction between a two-star martial sage and a one-star martial sage may seem but a minor tier. However, everyone understood that even a slight elevation in rank constituted an insurmountable chasm. Crucially, The previous defeat of one-star martial sage Meng Bai was attributed to his inability to unleash his sacred might in time. Moreover, Lin Yu possessed an uncanny speed. Had Lin Yu lacked such extraordinary swiftness, or had he been subjected to the overwhelming sacred pressure from the outset, would he have stood a chance? Thus, no one believed Lin Yu could emerge victorious against the two-star martial sage. It seemed that only within the underground world could such formidable challenges be presented. In other factions, finding even a single martial sage was a daunting task. Martial sages were beings of dominion. In our city, we might not even have one. At this moment, the crowd beneath the arena buzzed with chatter. Even though the underground world hosted competitions daily, witnessing a martial sage in action was a rare event, perhaps occurring only once a year. Yet, Lin Yu had just challenged a one-star martial sage and was now daring to confront a two-star martial sage, a feat indeed remarkable. Be cautious. Master Li smiled faintly, seemingly indifferent. As his palm descended, the oppressive might of a martial sage manifested instantaneously. The fusion of his hand and the pressure was suffocating. Spectators around the arena instinctively retreated, gripped by the illusion that proximity could result in their instant transformation into a mist of blood should they be caught in the wave of pressure. Master Li expertly contained his oppressive aura within a certain range. Boom. Faced with Master Li's assault, Lin Yu did not flinch. Instead, he launched an offensive. Their powers clashed, with Lin Yu being forced to step back several paces, while Master Li mirrored the action. Boom, boom. Each of Master Li's strikes was met with Lin Yu's resolute defense. The two engaged in a fierce exchange, battling for 300 to 400 rounds, yet neither gained the upper hand. Suddenly, someone noticed a detail amidst the tumult. A trickle of blood flowed from the corner of Lin Yu's mouth, indicating he had sustained injuries. He had undoubtedly pushed himself to his limits in this confrontation with Master Li. It was likely that he had already been wounded when defeating Meng Bai earlier. His defeat seemed inevitable. The crowd murmured anxiously, while Yu Linglong watched with bated breath. To her, the outcome of Lin Yu's battle was inconsequential as long as he remained unharmed. Boom. Suddenly, Lin Yu's figure appeared on the left, and in the blink of an eye, he was on the right. This created an illusion, as if Lin Yu possessed the ability to split himself. Master Li's pupils slightly contracted, and in that very moment, Lin Yu's fist came crashing down. Immediately after, Master Li staggered backward. 18 strikes. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Yu unleashed a flurry of punches, each one more ferocious than the last, akin to waves crashing upon one another. Each blow was more formidable than its predecessor. With the final strike, Master Li was forced to retreat several steps before being sent flying. Thud. Of course, as Lin Yu triumphed over Master Li, he coughed up a mouthful of blood, appearing gravely injured. A mutual defeat. My goodness, he managed to defeat a two-star martial saint. This indeed was a gamble of his very life. The crowd buzzed with chatter, believing that Lin Yu had exhausted his fighting capability. Yet, this was a feat worthy of pride. Only Lin Yu himself knew that when he bit his tongue earlier, the wound was rather deep, and now his tongue throbbed with pain. Chapter 64. Remarkable achievement, Heavenly Father. He actually managed to defeat a two-star martial sage. At this moment, Yu Linglong found herself at a loss for words to describe her emotions. She had believed she had overestimated Lin Yu, yet now she realized she had grossly underestimated him. An 18-year-old grand martial scholar defeating a half-step martial sage was already impressive. Overcoming a one-star martial sage was truly extraordinary. Now, to vanquish a two-star martial sage, this was nothing short of exceptional, a remarkable feat indeed. Yu Linglong yearned to pull Long Linger aside to share her thoughts. Jiang Tao and Chun Hai were nothing in comparison, combined. They likely wouldn't even measure up to Lin Yu's prowess. However, she restrained herself. Lin Yu was her cherished gem, and she would never share him with anyone. This young man had struck gold. Many were filled with awe. Regardless of the circumstances, Lin Yu's victory over Master Li meant his prize would double, amounting to a staggering 400 billion. Such wealth equated to the entire assets of an average second-tier family, a colossal sum. Undoubtedly, Wu Ming had struck it rich, and many looked on with envy. Yet, they could do little more than admire from afar, with no means to alter their own fortunes. Congratulations, Mr. Wu Ming, for winning a prize of 400 billion. The referee's gaze returned to Lin Yu, tinged with a mix of admiration and respect. I wish to continue competing, Lin Yu declared earnestly. The surroundings fell into an eerie silence, with nearly everyone regarding him as though he were an oddity. Had he lost his mind? After securing 400 billion and already suffering significant injury, how could he dare to challenge further? According to the rules, his next opponent would be a 3-star martial sage, and there was little expectation that Wu Ming could prevail. Mr. Wu Ming, I urge you to reconsider, the referee implored, emphasizing Lin Yu's current state. Continuing this challenge is tantamount to certain defeat and could even cost you your life. It was clear that the referee was entirely aligned with Lin Yu's perspective. Almost everyone present believed he would not triumph again. The wisest course for Lin Yu would be to seize the moment and withdraw. I have made up my mind, Lin Yu replied resolutely, without a hint of hesitation. The referee's expression was one of perplexity, yet he had no authority to dictate the outcome. At this juncture, the only person who could intervene was the overseer, Li Han. Do you understand that your opponent will be a 3-star martial sage? In the annals of our great Xia, there has never been a grand martial scholar who has defeated a 3-star martial sage. Li Han began, his voice steady. Hence, I advise you to know when to stop. I still wish to explore my potential. Lin Yu grinned, his spirit undaunted. Since that is the case, I shall indulge you in the underground world. However, I must ask you to wait a moment while we summon a 3-star martial saint from elsewhere. Li Han finally spoke. At this juncture, since Lin Yu was intent on pursuing his course, Li Han naturally decided to accompany him to the end. Chong Kong, do you think this fellow stands a chance of victory? Li Han's gaze shifted to Yi Chong Kong beside him, who unexpectedly remarked, I have a feeling that this guy will prevail. How could that be? Even the most formidable genius of the great Xia cannot achieve that. Li Han expressed his astonishment. I can only describe him as cunning, Yi Chong Kong noted, resorting to the word cunning to characterize Lin Yu. Yet, even if he is cunning, he is merely a great martial master. Li Han replied nonchalantly. Indeed, were Lin Yu not a great martial master, then anything would be possible, unless he were, in fact, a martial saint. Throughout the ordeal, Lin Yu had been masquerading as a Na'vi underdog. Should that be the case, it would indeed be tantamount to courting death. Gushu Han has arrived. This individual was also a figure within the underground world, possessing a modest reputation. Thus, when Gushu Han appeared, he immediately captured the attention of many. Clearly, he was already aware of the underground world's purpose. Wu Ming, I offer you one last opportunity. You may forfeit the match and leave with 4 billion, but should you persist, you may end up with nothing, the referee stated once more. From a personal standpoint, the referee was rather empathetic. In his view, Lin Yu was destined for defeat without a shadow of a doubt. I still wish to challenge him, Lin Yu shrugged, appearing utterly indifferent. As soon as he finished speaking, he added, by the way, if I win, the prize would be 8 billion, correct? His face was filled with anticipation. This fellow was undoubtedly fixated on monetary gain, many thought instinctively. They finally understood why he had managed to endure thus far, simply for the sake of earning more. However, having faced a 2-star martial saint just moments ago, he had already suffered tremendously, spitting blood. How could he possibly contend with a 3-star martial saint? In fact, some believed that given Lin Yu's current state, he would struggle even against a 1-star martial saint. No one seemed to hold any hope for Lin Yu. How desperate must he be for money? Yu Linglong was equally filled with emotion. She found herself at a loss for words. However, she had come to terms with the situation. Even if Lin Yu were to fail in his challenge, he would merely lose the prize. At the very least, Lin Yu possessed the strength to defeat a 2-star martial saint, which was invaluable. As long as you can defeat Gushu Han, then you shall receive an 8 billion prize. The referee nodded. Young man, you appear quite confident in yourself. Gushu Han regarded Lin Yu with a smile that was neither entirely sincere nor disingenuous. Truth be told, Gushu Han was profoundly astonished. A formidable figure at the Grand Martial Sovereign level has astonishingly triumphed over the 1st and 2nd star martial saints. This is undoubtedly the mark of an extraordinary genius. Or more aptly, a prodigious talent. Now, he dares to challenge a 3rd star martial saint. Such audacity borders on madness. Perhaps it is this very madness that distinguishes a prodigy from an ordinary individual. Regardless, Gushu Han holds a deep admiration for Lin Yu. Yet, admiration aside, Gushu Han would not show any mercy in combat. I wish to test my mettle, Lin Yu grinned, then soared into the air, his fist merging with the void. This punch exuded an essence reminiscent of the Grand Path. Gushu Han's pupils abruptly constricted. He sensed that Lin Yu's attack was impeccable. No matter how he attempted to evade, he remained within the range of Lin Yu's assault. Without a moment's hesitation, Gu Shuhan unleashed his sacred might, attempting to suppress Lin Yu with his superior realm. Boom! To Gu Shuhan's astonishment, his sacred might had no effect whatsoever on Lin Yu. Chapter 65. Who is not a perfect man? The explosive force of this punch nearly expelled the previous night's meal from Gu Shuhan. He was sent flying, and Lin Yu offered him no respite, shadowing him closely. Following swiftly, a second punch was unleashed. Bang! This time, Gu Shuhan was heavily struck down to the arena floor. Damn! Gu Shuhan was extremely frustrated, feeling that he had not yet fully unleashed his potential. Despite enduring 2 successive heavy blows, he had not sustained any serious injuries. Yet, inexplicably, he found himself defeated. According to the rules, falling off the arena signified total failure. Had it not been for the diminished effect of Shengwei on Lin Yu, he would never have lost so swiftly. At least, this was Gu Shuhan's conviction. Why was this happening? It was utterly illogical. In this moment, many were left in a state of bewilderment. Previously, during his battle with the 2-star martial saint, the encounter had lasted hundreds of exchanges, leaving him severely injured, yet barely victorious. By normal reasoning, facing a 3-star martial saint should have led to his utter humiliation. Yet, the roles had completely reversed. It was the 3-star martial saint who was being trampled. At that instant, everyone's gaze towards Lin Yu shifted dramatically. Perhaps he was indeed a martial saint, merely masquerading as a weaker fighter, concealing his true strength. Someone ventured this thought aloud. Indeed, if he were a grand martial master, how could he easily defeat a martial saint? This was a 3-star martial saint, after all. Soon, murmurs began to circulate. It was no wonder. It had never been heard that a grand martial master could effortlessly vanquish a 3-star martial saint. Thus, it was only natural for doubts to arise. Even Yu Linglong harbored a hint of skepticism. If Lin Yu had engaged in a mutual destruction with the 3-star martial saint, it would have been more acceptable. Yet, to resolve the matter in merely 2 moves was beyond comprehension. I am open to any form of testing you wish to conduct, Lin Yu declared with composure. Upon hearing this, those who had previously held doubts were momentarily taken aback. In this era of advanced technology, it was indeed possible to ascertain an individual's exact level of prowess through instruments. Lin Yu's willingness to make such a statement hinted at the possibility of him truly being a grand martial master. However, no one could ascertain his precise level. Given this, let us arrange a live test, suggested Li Han, stepping onto the arena. As the head of the underground world, he had finally made his presence felt. This was prompted not only by Lin Yu's exceptional display, but also to silence any detractors. The truth would reveal itself. The apparatus was swiftly brought to the arena. Lin Yu placed his hand upon it. Perhaps he was at the threshold of becoming a martial saint. It was certain that he was at least a half-step martial saint, and an unparalleled prodigy at that. Otherwise, how could he have defeated 1-star, 2-star, and 3-star martial saints? As Lin Yu calmly accepted the test, the crowd's doubts began to dissipate. They surmised that Lin Yu's strength was indeed formidable. According to the test, the tester's strength is rated as a 5-star Grand Martial Master. At this moment, the cold, mechanical voice echoed throughout the arena. Could the machine be malfunctioning? How could it possibly indicate a 5-star Grand Martial Master? If that nameless individual were indeed a 5-star Grand Martial Master, I would willingly consume excrement. No one believed that Lin Yu possessed the strength of a 5-star Grand Martial Master. Even Li Han was incredulous, as was Yu Linglong, both wearing expressions of utter astonishment. What a ludicrous jest! A mere 5-star Grand Martial Master defeating a 3-star Martial Saint? If one were to draw a comparison, the 3-star Martial Saint would be akin to a fully capable, normal individual, while the 5-star Grand Martial Master would be no more than an embryo, not even a newborn. Under such circumstances, how could one possibly defeat a 3-star Martial Saint? This transcended mere genius. It was the epitome of prodigious talent. The instrument could not have erred. Thus, at that moment, everyone's gaze towards Lin Yu transformed. Even Li Han regarded Lin Yu with a fervent glimmer in his eyes. It was evident to even the most naive that Lin Yu's potential was immense. Regrettably, they were unaware of Lin Yu's actual age. Otherwise, their fervor would have reached even greater heights. So, may I take the 8 billion? Initially, Lin Yu had intended to continue challenging others to amass more wealth. But under the current circumstances, he deemed it prudent to depart. Otherwise, he might attract unnecessary trouble. Besides, 8 billion would suffice for a considerable period. He could return once the funds were depleted. Were Li Han to grasp Lin Yu's thoughts, he would surely be beside himself with rage. This fellow treated their underground world as an automatic teller machine without a hint of hesitation. Li Han, however, was exceedingly generous. He would never allow a trivial sum of money to mar relations with someone of unequivocal potential. Mr. Nameless, would you be willing to leave your contact information? In the future, should someone reach their limits in a challenge, you are more than welcome to join. By simply providing your contact details, you would be regarded as a VIP in our underground world, receiving a monthly stipend of 10 million. Additionally, any purchases made in the underground world would come with discounts. Li Han offered proactively. Indeed, that sounds agreeable. It would be foolish to forego wealth. Although the stipend is merely 10 million, even the smallest mosquito is still meat. Thus, Lin Yu did not decline. With 8 billion secured, Lin Yu departed the underground world alongside Yu Linglong. Naturally, the legend of the nameless individual in the underground world spread like wildfire. A 5-star Grand Martial Master defeating a 3-star Martial Saint. This was truly a miracle among miracles, an event so unbelievable that it defied credulity, yet it had indeed occurred. There was no room for doubt. At this juncture, night had fallen, and under the moonlight, Yu Linglong's expression was exceedingly complex. Suddenly, she halted in her tracks. "What's wrong?" Lin Yu inquired, slightly taken aback. To others, he was extraordinarily formidable. A prodigy among prodigies. Yet for Lin Yu, he felt that his journey had only just begun. In comparison to the formidable masters of the future, Lin Yu felt as insignificant as an ant, and thus he harbored no sense of pride. Rather, a weight of pressure settled upon him. For he recognized that his journey ahead was still long and fraught with challenges. There remained a multitude of endeavors awaiting his attention. In his previous life, even upon attaining the esteemed rank of the 9 Nether Emperor, he could not avert his demise. Therefore, in this lifetime, he must tread with utmost caution, laying a more solid foundation. Furthermore, beyond Xiao Yeyun, the Zhao family, and Sun Yueru, there were numerous regrets lingering in his heart. He had encountered many individuals in his past life, and countless tasks awaited his fulfillment. Due to the loss of his mother, Lin Yu had failed to establish contact with the Li family, leaving him without any connection to the Long family, let alone the opportunity to meet Yu Linglong. Under the moonlight, Yu Linglong appeared as a goddess of perfection, her expression a tapestry of complexity as she gazed at Lin Yu. In her eyes, he was indeed the epitome of an ideal man. Suddenly, she took the initiative to step forward, embracing Lin Yu before boldly kissing him. Chapter 66. Do you really like that little trash? Without a hint of hesitation, it was simply affection. Yu Linglong had known Lin Yu for some time, yet there had been no intimate gestures between them. At most, they had merely held hands, and that was merely for show. In essence, both Yu Linglong and Lin Yu were acutely aware that they were not in a romantic relationship. To Lin Yu, Yu Linglong was merely a friend. While Yu Linglong perceived their relationship as being slightly more than friendship, yet less than that of lovers, existing in a gray area. However, the tumultuous experiences within the underground world had profoundly impacted Yu Linglong. It is no exaggeration to say that in her heart, the gray area no longer existed. Even if Lin Yu were to suggest taking their relationship further, Yu Linglong would agree without a second thought. This was not due to her descent into depravity, but rather because Lin Yu was exceptionally outstanding, surpassing the average person by leaps and bounds. As long as Lin Yu remained alive, he was destined to become a pinnacle figure in the Great Xia. Consequently, the Yu family would also rise in stature, emerging from Beihai to become a prestigious family at both the provincial and national levels. Moreover, Yu Linglong would bask in glory simply by virtue of having such an extraordinary man by her side. In such circumstances, even the typically composed and somewhat introverted Yu Linglong could not resist taking the initiative. Thus, she kissed Lin Yu. Lin Yu was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated that Yu Linglong would kiss him so boldly. With his capabilities, he could have easily evaded the kiss, yet he chose not to, as doing so would likely hurt Yu Linglong's feelings. Therefore, he opted to go with the flow, especially since Yu Linglong was undeniably attractive. Following the kiss, there was a slight awkwardness between them, yet their bond had undeniably deepened. At the very least, on the way to school, Yu Linglong took the initiative to link her arm with Lin Yu's, indicating a significant shift toward intimacy. Linglong, where did you go last night? After returning to her dorm, Yu Linglong called Long Linger privately. In fact, during their time in the underground world, Long Linger had attempted to contact her. But Yu Linglong had simply turned off her phone under those circumstances. I went out for a stroll. Naturally, Yu Linglong would not divulge the details regarding Lin Yu. Linglong, what do you think of Chen Hai? Long Linger was straightforward, as their relationship was very close, leaving no need for veiled inquiries. I have no feelings for Chen Hai. Yu Linglong understood Long Linger's intentions, thus she responded decisively. What a joke. Even before the events in the underground world, she had never considered Chen Hai. Moreover, after witnessing Lin Yu's domineering side during the underground competition, even harboring the slightest thought about Chen Hai would be a transgression. Linglong, Chen Hai is a 6-star Grand Martial Master, young and exceptionally talented. I have also heard that the Chun family is a prominent family, well matched with the Yu family. Long Linger felt compelled to persuade Yu Linglong. Well matched? Are you and Jiang Tao a match made in heaven? Yuling felt a twinge of discomfort in her heart. Long Linger nearly choked on Yuling's words, but her mind stirred with suspicion as she queried, Linger, you can't possibly have developed feelings for that little waste, Lin Yu. Can you? One could say that Long Linger was quite astute. In her eyes, if Yuling harbored no feelings for Lin Yu, she would certainly not exhibit such aversion towards Chen Hai. After all, Chen Hai was exceptionally talented and deserved Yuling in every regard. Yes, I have developed feelings for Lin Yu. If previously Yuling had concealed her emotions, not expressing them so transparently, now she was unequivocal and forthright. Linger, are you out of your mind? Lin Yu is nothing but garbage, a worthless sycophant. How can you possibly like him? If you pursue a relationship with him, you will ruin your life. Long Linger was genuinely alarmed. She regretted her earlier actions. In her view, had she not encouraged Yuling to feign a relationship with Lin Yu to facilitate her own withdrawal from an engagement, Yuling would not have become so entangled with him. Thus, Lin Yu would not have had the opportunity to whisper sweet nothings to her dear friend, who now found herself ensnared. I have expressed my affection for Lin Yu. Regardless of his shortcomings, I like him. As your close friend, I seek your blessing, just as I would bless you and Jiang Tao. If you insist on introducing Chen Hai to me, be wary of the consequences. Yuling was earnest. Long Linger was at a loss for words. She could only take it one step at a time. Upon arriving at school, Lin Yu received a call from Long Linger. He was bewildered, unable to comprehend why she was reaching out at such a time. Lin Yu, didn't you ask me to look for the Dark Spirit Stone last time? I have found it. Through the phone, Lin Yu sensed that Long Linger was not in good spirits, given the prestige of the Long family business. He had tasked her with sourcing some rare medicinal materials, including cultivation resources. Really? How much does it cost? Lin Yu felt a surge of excitement. The Dark Spirit Stone was a precious rarity, often found only by sheer luck. In his previous life, he had stumbled upon it by chance. He was pleasantly surprised to learn that Long Linger had managed to acquire it so quickly. Lin Yu, you must understand that the Dark Spirit Stone is invaluable and exceedingly rare. I can gift it to you without charge, but I hope you will agree to one condition. Long Linger took a deep breath, ready to make a sacrifice for her dear friend. What condition? Lin Yu asked, his brow furrowing. I wish for you to keep your distance from Yuling and cease bothering her. If you agree to this, I will gift you the Dark Spirit Stone. And in the future, I can offer you the best discounts on any purchases from the Long family business. Long Linger believed this proposal to be quite enticing. You have no authority to dictate my choices. Consequently, without a moment's hesitation, Lin Yu blurted out his response. It is evident that Long Linger's words incensed him. For the sake of love, and to annul her engagement, she had gone to great lengths. Yet now, when similar matters of the heart are at stake between herself and Yu Linglong, Long Linger resorts to every means to obstruct and undermine them, which greatly displeases Lin Yu. Lin Yu, do not be ungrateful. Upon hearing his words, Long Linger was instantly enraged. Earlier, she had no retort to Yu Linglong's demeanor, as they were, after all, good sisters. However, the situation differed when it came to Lin Yu. In Long Linger's eyes, he was merely a worthless, pathetic sycophant. How dare such a character bare his teeth at her? Having provoked her, he would be swiftly dealt with. Chapter 67. The audacity to disconnect one's own call. Lin Yu, weary of further discourse, decisively terminated the call. Lin Yu, do not blame me for the warning. Long Linger seethed, only to be taken aback as she realized that Lin Yu, that insignificant waste, had indeed dared to sever their communication. Cursed be this turn of events. Long Lingyur's countenance darkened. She had never anticipated that Linyu, a mere underling, would possess the audacity to hang up on her. As she initiated another call, Linyu swiftly added her to his blacklist. Out of sight, out of mind, the faint vestiges of goodwill he once harbored had dissolved into nothingness. Upon returning to his dormitory, Linyu commenced his cultivation. Although the battles within the Dark Realm had not satiated his thirst for challenge, the rewards were far from negligible. Yet the spiritual energy was alarmingly sparse. Shaking his head, Linyu lamented the scarcity of spiritual essence in the world, which severely hampered his progress. A sudden epiphany struck him: the spiritual vein. In the recesses of his past life's memories, he recalled a location nestled among the undulating mountains on the outskirts of Kyoto, where a spiritual vein had been unearthed. The pursuit of this vein had drawn forth numerous hidden masters within the Great Xia, resulting in considerable casualties. Calculating the timeline, he deduced that the vein had yet to be discovered. This realization implied that if he ventured there, the vein could indeed become his. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Linyu found no inclination to continue his training in the dormitory. He promptly made his way to the outskirts. The mountainous terrain surrounding Kyoto was vast and expansive. Standing atop a peak, he gazed across the seemingly endless expanse of mountains. According to his recollections, the spiritual vein was situated within a rather unremarkable mountain at the center of this range. As the night deepened into silence, Linyu's form glided through the shadows like a specter. He traversed one mountain after another, swiftly approaching the approximate location. His primary objective now was to seek clues to the spiritual vein, confident that the energy in its vicinity would be abundantly rich. A waterfall. The sound of rushing water invigorated him. The entrance to the spiritual vein lay beneath the pool at the base of the waterfall. Delving into the depths of the pool would lead him to the vein. Everything aligned perfectly with his memories. Without a moment's hesitation, he leaped down the waterfall. To Linyu, the waterfall was of little consequence. Splash! He plunged into the pool below, only to be rendered speechless in the next instant. At the heart of the pool sat a breathtakingly beautiful woman, her bare form gracefully seated in a meditative position. Even while submerged, she appeared to float effortlessly. Cursed be this moment. Luo Shuixian felt an overwhelming urge to choke back blood. Recently, she had sensed a profound surge of spiritual energy emanating from the depths of the pool, particularly on nights of the full moon when the energy was most potent. Thus, she had chosen this late hour to practice her family's esoteric techniques within the waters. Her method was strictly passed down to women, and it required complete nudity during the practice. However, Luo Shuixian was no fool. She had set up barriers hundreds of meters away before entering the pool, ensuring her privacy. Any living creature that draws near inevitably triggers an alarm. At that moment, she can confront anything with composure. However, Luo Shuixian, despite her meticulous calculations, never anticipated that someone would leap down from above the waterfall. Death, as she felt the piercing gaze of a stranger upon her. Luo Shuixian was consumed by a mix of shame and fury. Without a moment's hesitation, her palm struck towards Linyu. Boom! Linyu offered no resistance, allowing her hand to descend upon him. To kill? Luo Shuixian was taken aback, gazing at the tranquil surface of the water. A wave of regret and remorse washing over her. She had acted too recklessly. The man had jumped from the waterfall, unaware of her meditative state. Even if he had seen her form, it was hardly a capital offense. In her rage, she had failed to moderate her strength, resulting in a single slap that ended his life. This was not her intention. Now, it was too late for regret. I'm sorry. Luo Shuixian silently mouthed the words, her face etched with remorse, before departing the pool. Beneath the depths of the water, Linyu remained motionless. To speak candidly, he felt quite embarrassed upon seeing her unclothed form, unsure of how to respond. Thus, when her palm came crashing down, he seized the moment, using the force to plunge deeper into the water. This maneuver effectively spared them both from further awkwardness, allowing her to mistakenly believe she had slain him. Once she had departed, Linyu exhaled a sigh of relief. Now, he could quietly seek the spirit vein and absorb its energies. As he had surmised, the depths of the pool were indeed rich in spiritual energy, yet they were still far from the true spirit vein. If the vein were exposed, Luo Shuixian would have sensed it long ago. Boom! Linyu struck down with his fist. The entire bottom of the pool trembled violently. Boom, boom. Lin Yu unleashed a barrage of blows, each infused with remarkable power. The force rippled to the bottom, where cracks finally began to form. Narrowing his eyes, Lin Yu detected the fluctuations of the spirit vein. Now, he unleashed his full strength, delivering a heavy blow directly onto the spirit vein. Boom. Lin Yu beheld the spirit stone, or rather, the spirit vein that coalesced around it. He reached out with his palm, channeling his formidable strength through the vein, and forcibly extracted it from the depths of the pool. To be precise, this was merely a fragment of the vein. Yet for Lin Yu, this portion was sufficient to refine his 9 nether body once more. In his grasp, the vein resembled a small dragon, shimmering with a translucent luster. Indeed, this spirit vein was far superior to the amethyst. It represented the purest essence of spiritual energy, a culmination of the world's finest. Now, Lin Yu surrounded himself with the vein, resembling a spirit serpent entwined around him. Devour all, absorb. Lin Yu, unrestrained, unleashed the ancient technique known as the devouring art, akin to the star absorption technique, but infinitely more formidable. Countless strands of spiritual energy surged wildly into Lin Yu's being. Not only did he engage in the consumption of all things, but he also revealed his 9 nether body. At the moment the 9 nether body manifested, Lin Yu appeared, from an external perspective, as an abyss. Innumerable streams of spiritual energy flowed into his body, vanishing in an instant. Yet, Lin Yu alone understood that all that energy converged into every inch of his skin, cleansing and tempering his physique. It was no wonder that the 9 nether body was extraordinary. Had it been an ordinary constitution, mere moments of absorption would have led to saturation. Even a tenth of the spiritual vein would be sufficient to cause a fatal explosion for an average person. However, Lin Yu had absorbed a quarter of the spiritual vein and remained in a state of profound tranquility. Gradually, the abyss within him became resplendently transparent. As time progressed, the initial darkness of the 9 nether transformed into a crystalline clarity, growing ever more luminous. Chapter 68. A tinge of disappointment, the 6th successful body tempering. Lin Yu felt a surge of excitement. This time, the process was far easier than in previous attempts. It could be said that his personal realm had not yet ascended, remaining at the 5-star Grand Martial Master level, but his actual combat prowess had at least doubled. With a spontaneous release of power, he could exert over 100,000 pounds. Any martial saint standing before him could be effortlessly crushed with a mere slap. Of course, this was purely the raw strength of his physical form. If he were to combine this physical power with the 9 nether body and the 9 nether techniques, his strength would undoubtedly soar to a terrifying new height. However, Lin Yu understood that regardless of how significant this increase might be, he was still far from his peak. Contemplating the horrific extraterrestrial beasts, the alien races, and the calamities facing humanity in the future, Lin Yu realized that everything had only just begun. He must seize the time to diligently cultivate. The reason Lin Yu chose to continue his university studies was to afford himself ample time to restore his strength while striving to reach a new pinnacle. Especially in the initial stages, a solid foundation was paramount. Only after attaining absolute power could he venture into forbidden zones and unleash his might. To enter such places now and reveal all his trump cards would be sheer folly, a reckless path to destruction. Lin Yu was acutely aware that both within the forbidden zones and in the outer world, many powerful beings from alien races had infiltrated. Aside from the differences in cultivation techniques, there was little to distinguish the alien races from humans. Humans often discerned the presence of aliens through the strange aura emanating from them. In fact, in his past life, there existed a considerable number of top-tier experts among the alien races who had not practiced their own techniques, but rather those of humanity, seamlessly blending in. Aliens could be found at every level of human society, even among the highest echelons of the most elite martial practitioners. This was precisely what made the alien races so formidable. While extraterrestrial beasts consumed humans to enhance their cultivation, the alien races were exponentially more powerful and inscrutable. In his previous life, at a critical moment, Lin Yu had been vanquished by the combined efforts of the immortal kings of the alien races. Now, in this new life, could he turn the tide? In the days that followed, Lin Yu extracted all the spiritual veins and placed them into his Chinkoan bag. He would not leave the spiritual veins at the water pond, for if they were discovered prematurely, it would be too late to lament. Thus, carrying them with him was the most prudent choice. Lin Yu, please come to the principal's office. In the morning, upon returning to school, Lin Yu soon received this notification. The principal was seeking him? Lin Yu was somewhat puzzled. The old principal's summons was a matter of necessity. The freshman exchange event between Beihuang University and Huqing University was set to take place in 3 months. Should Huqing University be defeated in this exchange, their prestigious status would be supplanted by Beihuang University. Among the first-year students at Beihuang University, there was a 4-star martial master and 4 3-star martial artists. However, Huaqing University possesses only a solitary 3-star warrior, which starkly contrasts with the substantial prowess of Beihuang University. In these trying times, the venerable principal can only resort to desperate measures, hoping to unearth exceptional talents among the new students. Subsequently, he intends to provide these prodigies with an intensive 3-month training program, with the aspiration that some may achieve successive breakthroughs, thereby equipping the institution with the means to contend against Beihuang University. Regardless, Lin Yu has previously secured first place in the Jiangbei Province High School competition. Although records indicate that Lin Yu is approximately at the threshold of the Great Martial Master realm, possessing the strength of a 1-star Great Martial Master, the principal is keen to observe him in person. Naturally, this gathering includes the vice principal, the director of education, and several other senior officials, all of whom regard the fate of Huaqing University with utmost seriousness. Prior to meeting Lin Yu, the principal and his colleagues had already encountered several other new students, all of whom shared similar circumstances, either being recommended students or exceptionally talented individuals who gained admission through unconventional channels without participating in the college entrance examination. As Lin Yu stepped into the office, the principal's gaze fixated upon his dantian, only to be taken aback by the realization that there was no spiritual energy within it. Lin Yu, as you were a recommended student and did not partake in the college entrance examination, the school lacks detailed records of your martial realm. You are now required to undergo a realm assessment with the apparatus, the director of education interjected. Could it be that the events of the underground world leaked out last night? Lin Yu's mind stirred with apprehension. It was likely that whispers of the 5-star Great Martial Master sweeping away 1-star, 2-star, and 3-star martial saints circulated throughout the underground world. Should he be tested and found to possess the strength of a 5-star Great Martial Master, it would undoubtedly draw parallels to the enigmatic figure known only as the Nameless. To be prudent, Lin Yu resolved to conceal his true strength. Fortunately, he had successfully completed the 6th round of body tempering the previous night. Had he relied solely on the foundation of the 5th round, he would have been unable to mask his realm before the device. Previously, during the underground arena contest, Lin Yu's actual strength would have been revealed by the apparatus. With the successful completion of the 6th round of body tempering, coupled with the unique attributes of his 9-nether body, Lin Yu could conceal most of his spiritual energy deep within his muscles, even merging it with every fiber of his being. Contemplating these factors, Lin Yu approached the testing apparatus with a tranquil demeanor. Soon, the device enveloped him, and the spiritual energy that had been dispersed throughout his body began to converge towards his dantian under the apparatus's influence. Half-step Great Martial Master. Upon witnessing the result, the senior officials exchanged glances. Such an achievement would undoubtedly be deemed exceptional in an ordinary university. However, within the context of Huaqing University, it scarcely alleviated their challenges. Huaqing University has only 1 3-star Great Martial Master, 4 2-star Great Martial Masters, and 12 1-star Great Martial Masters. With over 200 half-step Great Martial Masters, Lin Yu's standing could only be considered mediocre. Well, you may take your leave, the principal remarked, a hint of disappointment evident in his tone. The esteemed former principal. It must be acknowledged that Lin Yu is indeed the top student from the high school division of Jiangbei Province. His prowess is formidable enough to vanquish a 1st-star Grand Martial Master and even contend with a 2nd-star Grand Martial Master. Thus, I personally propose that Lin Yu be included in the training roster. At that moment, the director of education spoke up, and the principal nodded in agreement. Currently, the established training roster for Huqing University comprises 20 individuals. When the time comes for the exchange with Beihuang University, 10 participants will be selected for the exchange, with 10 serving as substitutes. There are a total of 17 individuals above the Grand Martial Master level, leaving a deficit of 3. which necessitates selecting from the more than 200 semi-grand martial masters. Should anyone manage to ascend directly from semi-grand martial master to grand martial master, they will be granted direct entry into the roster. At that instant, the director of education's phone rang, and he instinctively answered the call. Are you certain? Very well. Splendid. This is wonderful news. Proceed immediately with her enrollment procedures. All tuition and fees will be waived, and she will be assigned to the finest accommodations the school has to offer. Additionally, a reward will be provided, the specifics of which will be determined after discussions among our school's administration. Rest assured, we will fulfill any of her requirements. The director's demeanor was vibrant with enthusiasm as he conveyed this information. Chapter 69. I am your father, Old Tao. What on earth is happening? The deputy principal inquired hastily after the director of education ended the call. I have just received news that a female student from Longton City has missed the college entrance examination due to a 6-month leave of absence. Both of her parents are alumni of our prestigious Hucking University, and she has applied for admission, hoping for an exceptional acceptance. The director of education responded promptly. Is she particularly outstanding? The old principal had already grasped the situation. Under normal circumstances, missing the entrance exam, coupled with the conclusion of admissions, would render it nearly impossible for a student to secure a place at Hucking University through extraordinary measures. Such a feat would require the student to be exceptionally talented, at least at the threshold of the great martial master realm. However, judging by the director's demeanor and the conditions promised, it was evident that this student must surpass even that level. Her name is Luo Shuexian, a 4-star great martial master, capable of challenging 5-star great martial masters. The director of education beamed with delight. Excellent. This is splendid news. Upon hearing the specifics, not only the old principal, but also other high-ranking officials at the university were filled with immense joy. Currently, the strongest freshman at Beihuan University is a 4-star great martial master, and our Hucking University does not have anyone who can rival such a level. In this context, the emergence of a 4-star great martial master is nothing short of a monumental surprise for Hucking University. Principal, I believe we should cultivate this student as a seed candidate. The director of education proposed eagerly. Indeed, we must prioritize her training. If we can also uncover 2 or 3 more 3-star great martial masters among our new students, the outcome of the upcoming exchange competition could be unpredictable, the principal responded, invigorated. As for what conditions Luo Shuexian might propose, that was a minor concern. With only 3 months remaining until the freshman exchange competition, Hucking University's primary focus was to train 20 new students. This included various cultivation resources, the university's unique cultivation techniques, and the teachers' imparted wisdom. True to its reputation, Hucking University boasts that every instructor is at least a martial saint, with the director of education being a great martial saint. The dean, reputedly, has surpassed even the great martial saint realm. Naturally, Lin Yu, as a prospective candidate, was also included in the training regimen. The school granted Lin Yu and the other 19 selected students 3 days to prepare before they would enter the university's specialized training base. Lin Yu, where are you? Something has happened here. Hurry to our school cafeteria. Lin Yu received a call from Wang Xiaoyu during lunchtime. Upon hearing that there was trouble, Lin Yu wasted no time and rushed towards the Kyoto Martial Arts Academy. Don't say I didn't give you a chance. Now lick all the sauce off me, or you shall not leave. A tall girl with a slender face, fair complexion, and wine-red hair had already gathered a crowd in the academy's cafeteria. Opposite the tall girl stood Wang Xiaoyu, who was currently surrounded by several male and female students. Earlier, while getting her meal, she had accidentally spilled soup on the tall girl. Instinctively, Wang Xiaoyu offered her apologies. However, the tall girl was unyielding, insisting that Wang Xiaoyu clean the soup from her clothes with her tongue. Although Wang Xiaoyu had significantly improved her abilities, she could discern that both the tall girl and the students accompanying her were equally formidable. A wise man does not court trouble. In this precarious situation, Wang Xiaoyu promptly reached out to Lin Yu, whom she regarded as exceptionally powerful. How about this? I can compensate you with a new outfit, Wang Xiaoyu suggested, taking a deep breath. After all, she recognized her fault, and it would be best to resolve this amicably. I will also offer you 2 choices. Either lick the soup clean or become the girlfriend of the monkey. The tall girl gestured towards the boy beside her, who had a rather unappealing appearance. Wang Xiaoyu fought against the urge to retort and replied, I'm sorry, but I already have a boyfriend. Dump your boyfriend and get with the monkey. His family background is impressive and truly deserving of you. Being with him will bring you endless fortune. Chimed in a stout boy next to the monkey, grinning. Yes, the monkey is quite skilled in bed. I guarantee you'll enjoy it, another voice chimed in, prompting laughter from the crowd. Wang Xiaoyu's expression darkened. She suspected that this group had been waiting to target her and even doubted whether the soup was spilled intentionally by the tall girl. The onlookers continued to gather, their gazes revealing a mix of trepidation towards the tall girl and the monkey's group, clearly indicating that they were not to be trifled with. No one stepped forward to assist Wang Xiaoyu. Wang Xiaoyu, if you get with the monkey, that would be quite an elevation for you. Don't be ungrateful. As Wang Xiaoyu hesitated to respond, the tall girl grew increasingly impatient. Wang Xiaoyu's expression shifted slightly. She had not revealed her name since the incident began, so how could they possibly know it? How could you possibly consider this sort of person as a girlfriend? At that moment, a voice lazily interjected. Who the hell is so bold as to speak to the monkey like that? The crowd erupted in surprise. The monkey and his companions were all senior students at the Martial Arts Academy, each possessing formidable strength, known as the school's troublemakers and influential figures. On her first day at school, Wang Xiaoyu had been voted the most beautiful freshman. When the monkey first laid eyes on her, he was smitten. However, knowing his own lack of attractiveness, he had conspired with the tall girl and others to employ such tactics. Historically, whenever they had set their sights on a girl, they would use similar methods, ensuring that they would bed the girl swiftly and, once bored, discard her. It had proven to be a foolproof strategy. In this moment, no one could have anticipated that someone would dare to provoke them. Who the hell are you? The monkey furrowed his brow, his expression unfriendly. I am your father, Lin Yu retorted with a dismissive smirk. Upon entering the cafeteria, he immediately witnessed them bullying Wang Xiaoyu, which was tantamount to striking at Lin Yu's most sensitive spot. He would not let this affront go unchallenged. Damn it! With a sudden movement, the burly figure, a 3-star martial master, charged at Lin Yu, cursing as he approached. However, before he could react, Lin Yu effortlessly sent him flying with a single slap. What a master! The tall girl and the other 5 or 6 individuals had their pupils slightly constrict in surprise. To dispatch a 3-star martial master in an instant suggested Lin Yu was at least of 4-star martial master caliber. Chapter 70. I possessed the capital of arrogance. They coordinated seamlessly, effectively surrounding Lin Yu. Kid, I advise you to recognize the situation. The monkey, the most formidable among them, was a 6-star martial master, and he threatened Lin Yu. Bang! Just as he uttered those words, he felt a sudden constriction around his neck, followed by a forceful impact that slammed him to the ground. Without granting the monkey any time to react, Lin Yu firmly pressed his foot against the monkey's head. No matter how the monkey struggled, he remained at Lin Yu's mercy, instantly subdued and silenced, intimidating all others present. The tall girl among them realized that Lin Yu was not to be trifled with. Allow me to introduce him. This is my boyfriend, Lin Yu, a student from Huaqing University, the champion of the Jiangbei Province High School competition. Who among you dares to covet my boyfriend? Come at me. Wang Xiaoyu confidently looped her arm through Lin Yu's, making the introduction with a flair. The tall girl and her companions were taken aback. Setting aside Lin Yu's status as the champion of the Jiangbei Province High School competition, the mere fact that he was a student at Huaqing University was enough to instill fear in them. They considered themselves the most exceptional students of the Kyoto Martial Arts Academy. However, even at their senior year, the monkey's strength merely qualified him as a 6-star martial master. Such an achievement would hardly guarantee admission to Huaqing University. The disparity between the two was vast. Attempting to snatch the girlfriend of a Huaqing University student was akin to courting death. Hey, it's all a misunderstanding. Had we known your boyfriend was from Huaqing University, we wouldn't have dared to entertain such thoughts. At this moment, the individual whom Lin Yu had slapped had risen from the ground, wearing a forced smile. Xiaoyu, let us go. Lin Yu dismissed him with indifference. Get lost. Unexpectedly, as Lin Yu prepared to leave with Wang Xiaoyu, the monkey suddenly produced a concealed weapon from his pocket, aimed at Lin Yu's back, and activated it. Rainflower needle. No one anticipated that the monkey concealed such a vicious weapon. Many classmates believed that, despite Lin Yu's formidable strength, it would be nearly impossible for him to evade the attack while facing away. Moreover, the range of the rainflower needle was extensive. Even if Lin Yu could dodge, Wang Xiaoyu standing beside him would be unable to escape. Of course, The monkey was blinded by rage. Relying on his powerful background, he often acted with impunity, instilling a certain level of fear even among his teachers. He was accustomed to bullying others, who dared to challenge him lightly. Now, being humiliated beneath Lin Yu's foot was an unbearable disgrace for the monkey, who longed to exact a brutal revenge. When Lin Yu finally lifted his foot, granting the monkey freedom, his first thought was to kill Lin Yu and reclaim his honor. Thus, the monkey unhesitatingly drew the rainflower needle. In that moment, he gave no thought to the consequences. Even if Wang Xiaoyu were to be collateral damage, it mattered not. Lin Yu had to die. In the critical moment between life and death, Lin Yu, without a moment's hesitation, embraced Wang Xiaoyu tightly. He willingly faced the onslaught of the torrential rain's piercing needles, for this was the sole means to save her. He had truly lost his mind. Witnessing this scene, many students were left in stunned silence, including a tall girl who wore an expression of disbelief. None had anticipated that Lin Yu would shield Wang Xiaoyu with his own body, thereby granting her a fleeting chance at survival. After all, the relentless rain's needles, at such close range, could easily penetrate Lin Yu's body and enter Wang Xiaoyu. The tall girl suddenly felt that the monkey was despicably shameless. Conversely, she was moved by Lin Yu's actions. If a man were to treat her in such a manner, she would have no regrets in death. Damn it, weren't you quite arrogant? Now you find yourself facing demise at my hands. The monkey's face contorted with malice. As the rain's needles pierced Lin Yu's form, the monkey believed that not even a deity could save him now. Thus, he reveled in his arrogance and excitement, believing that his family background would allow him to resolve any ensuing issues, regardless of the consequences of his actions. I am indeed arrogant, for I possess the means to be so. Then, a voice cut through the chaos. He was still alive. Apart from Wang Xiaoyu, the others gasped in shock. To be struck by the rain's needles and yet remain alive was utterly unfathomable. How is it possible? How can you still be alive? The monkey was left speechless, his disbelief evident as he muttered to himself, his expression bordering on madness. With a resounding thud, Lin Yu's response to the monkey was straightforward, a single slap that obliterated him. Previously, out of consideration for their camaraderie as classmates and the lack of significant conflict, Lin Yu had refrained from using excessive force. However, he never anticipated that his mercy would embolden the monkey to such an extent that he would dare to strike first. Fortunately, Lin Yu had undergone rigorous physical training, rendering him nearly impervious to harm. Had it not been for this, Wang Xiaoyu would have faced grave danger. Under these circumstances, if the monkey were not eliminated, must he truly be allowed to linger? You killed the monkey? The tall girl exclaimed in horror, utterly unprepared for Lin Yu's sudden act of violence. Indeed, I have slain the monkey. You may inform his family. Should they seek retribution, I shall gladly oblige. Lin Yu shrugged nonchalantly. He was aware of the monkey's connections, yet it mattered little to him. He had never regarded the opponent as a threat. After enduring repeated provocations, the time had come to send the monkey to meet his demise. Do you realize that the monkey is a scion of the esteemed Ho family from the capital? Even as a student of Huaqing University, you cannot escape your fate, the tall girl stated earnestly. Although she had grown more favorable toward Lin Yu, it did not guarantee his survival. Let us depart. Lin Yu, feeling disinclined to engage further, grasped Wang Xiaoyu's hand and prepared to depart. However, they were intercepted at the entrance of the cafeteria by several figures. Vice Dean. Upon recognizing the individuals, Wang Xiaoyu felt a slight tension, yet she initiated a greeting. Alongside the Vice Dean were several faculty members, all of whom had fixated their attention on Lin Yu. Anyone who dares to harm a student within my institution, regardless of their identity, must face the consequences. The Vice Dean's expression was stern, clearly having rushed over upon learning of the incident. Vice Dean. It was a monkey who attempted to kill my boyfriend and me with the rainfall pear blossom needle, only to be countered by my boyfriend. The monkey deserves severe punishment, while my boyfriend acted within his rights. At this moment, Wang Xiaoyu was determined to defend Lin Yu, striving to argue her case vigorously. Chapter 71. When it is time to kill, one must not show mercy. The monkey's ambush using the rainstorm pear blossom needles was indeed a fault of the monkey. Clearly, the vice president was aware of the situation. Upon hearing this statement, Wang Xiaoyu felt a slight sense of relief. She instinctively believed that the vice president was reasonable and would not pursue the matter regarding Lin Yu any further. However, in the next moment, the vice president added, nevertheless, The monkey did not kill you, but it is a fact that your boyfriend killed the monkey. Therefore, he must provide an explanation for this matter. If you wish to kill me, then come. Lin Yu shrugged nonchalantly. You are a student of Hucking University. I have already notified your director of education, who will arrive shortly, and I believe he will support our university's decision, a teacher interjected. Judging by the current situation, the vice president and his colleagues were not in haste to take action against Lin Yu. After all, Lin Yu was also a student of Hucking University. Unprovoked slaughter of a student from Hucking University would undoubtedly lead to unnecessary complications. Compared to Hucking University, the Kyoto Martial Arts Academy was simply not on the same level. Hence their reluctance to act rashly. Had the positions of the two universities been reversed, it is likely that the vice president would have already taken action against Lin Yu, perhaps even resorting to lethal measures. What crime has our student committed to warrant such a commotion? Soon, Director Tao from Hucking University arrived. Upon seeing the vice president and several teachers surrounding Lin Yu, his brow furrowed, and his tone was noticeably displeased. Director Tao, here is the situation. A student from your Hucking University has killed one of our martial arts academy students, and we require an explanation, the vice president stated. Previously, when the martial arts academy's teacher contacted Director Tao, they did not elaborate on the details. There must be surveillance footage. I would like to review it first. Director Tao pointed to the cameras located in various corners of the cafeteria. To ascertain what transpired, all they needed to do was replay the footage. Since Director Tao requested to view the surveillance, the vice president and his colleagues had no grounds to object. They promptly led Director Tao to the monitoring room. Through the footage, Lin Yu observed that a tall girl had intentionally approached Wang Xiaoyu, resulting in Wang Xiaoyu's soup spilling onto her. This was followed by the monkey's disgraceful antics and the subsequent lesson Lin Yu administered to the monkey. As Lin Yu departed, the monkey launched a sneak attack from behind using the rainstorm pear blossom needles. At one particular moment, both Director Tao and the vice president's pupils constricted in shock when they witnessed Lin Yu actually using his body to block the rainstorm pear blossom needles. Students might not comprehend the lethality of the rainstorm pear blossom needles, but they were all acutely aware of its danger, especially Director Tao, who, even with his strength at the threshold of a great martial sage, would not dare to withstand such an attack with his body. Was it possible that this young man possessed some extraordinary form of soft armor? This was the instinctive reaction that surfaced in the minds of Director Tao and his colleagues. To endure the torrential rain of needles with mere flesh is pure nonsense. With Lin Yu's strength, he would have long been shot down. Director Tao, how do you propose we handle student Lin Yu? The vice principal looked towards Director Tao. Our student acted in the spirit of heroism, and having subsequently helped your school rid itself of such scum, he ought to be rewarded by your institution. Director Tao spoke leisurely. What did you say? The vice principal and his colleagues could hardly believe their ears. Are you saying that this murderer not only goes unpunished, but is to be rewarded? Are you blind? The scoundrel from your school deserves to die. Director Tao showed no regard for the vice principal. This was a clear display of protecting one's own. Upon hearing this, Wang Xiaoyu felt a weight lift from her heart. Lin Yu's lips curled slightly upward. He had anticipated such a defense from Director Tao. He had even prepared himself, should they persist in their collusion, to unleash a massacre. On the surface, it seemed that the vice principal held the power over Lin Yu's fate, yet in reality, their lives rested in Lin Yu's hands. Director Tao, are you being a bit unreasonable? Have you not seen that a student from my school has been killed? Moreover, that student hails from the Ho family. The vice principal's expression darkened. He specifically pointed out the monkey's influential background, hoping to pressure Director Tao into abandoning Lin Yu. Lin Yu did right. If your martial arts academy refuses to reward him, then Hucking University shall, regardless of the scoundrel's pedigree, even if they possess tenfold influence. Any attempt to harm Lin Yu must consider Hucking University's stance. Director Tao declared proudly. Upon hearing this, the vice principal's expression soured, yet he felt powerless. Anyone who dares to harm Lin Yu would be opposing all of Hucking University. The Ho family is formidable, but in comparison to Hucking University, they are on an entirely different level. If there are no further matters, I shall take Lin Yu and leave. Director Tao was disinclined to say more. The vice principal's face shifted between anger and despair. In terms of combat prowess, even the strongest fighter from their martial arts academy could not contend with Director Tao. Thus, he could not impede Director Tao at this moment, allowing him to escort Lin Yu away. This time, Lin Yu did not speak to Wang Xiaoyu. However, he believed that after this incident, no student from the martial arts academy would dare to bully her again. For Wang Xiaoyu, he would not hesitate to eliminate the monkey, let alone the other students from the martial arts academy. You troublemaker, although you provoke chaos, in the future, when faced with similar situations, you must act decisively. When it is time to kill, do not show mercy. On the way back to Hucking University, Director Tao admonished him with utmost seriousness. On the surface, it appeared as a reprimand, yet the content seemed to encourage Lin Yu towards violence. Director Tao's message was quite simple: as long as one is in the right, one may act as they wish. Certainly, had Lin Yu's strength been insufficient, it is highly probable that he would have met his demise today. Even if Director Tao had arrived in time, the outcome could not have been altered. Thank you, Director. Lin Yu must express his heartfelt gratitude, and this expression of thanks must resonate from the depths of his soul. Lin Yu, as I arrived at the entrance of the school, I was greeted by a familiar figure approaching me. It was none other than Yu Linglong. She was at the entrance of Hucking University, preparing to call Lin Yu, when unexpectedly, Lin Yu returned from outside. You rascal, quite the charmer, Director Tao remarked, glancing between Yu Linglong and Lin Yu. Clearly recalling the earlier incident with Wang Xiaoyu, he patted Lin Yu on the shoulder, advising, take it easy. Having spoken, Director Tao departed with an air of nonchalance. Lin Yu found himself in a state of bemusement, realizing that such matters defied explanation. The more one attempted to clarify, the more convoluted it became. Chapter 72. Wealthy and generous Yu Linglong presented Lin Yu with a selection of medicinal herbs. It is worth noting that the Yu family business specializes in acquiring the inner cores of exotic beasts, various spiritual stones, and an array of precious items, including herbs. From their very first encounter, Yu Linglong recognized Lin Yu's pressing need for a multitude of cultivation materials. Following the events of the Underground World competition, her resolve only solidified, prompting her to unhesitatingly procure a considerable quantity of rare herbs from both her own business and collaborating merchants. Thank you. How much do I owe you? I will transfer the amount, Lin Yu remarked, observing the herbs, all of which were essential for his needs, and he understood the effort Yu Linglong had put forth. Yu Linglong shot him a playful glare, her meaning unmistakable. Even though Lin Yu had once held the title of emperor in his previous life, such a look stirred something within him. After parting ways with Yu Linglong, Lin Yu visited several large merchants in the capital to acquire various precious herbs. Having recently amassed an impressive fortune of 800 billion, he now reveled in his newfound wealth. With these herbs in hand, Lin Yu commenced the alchemical process, preparing for the 7th refinement of his 9-nether body. He was determined to refine his physical form to a state of perfection before seeking to elevate his cultivation level. Given Lin Yu's current foundation, ascending to a higher realm would be a trivial pursuit. However, he understood the paramount importance of a solid foundation. Those who could battle across realms, or even several, often had bright futures ahead and were regarded as prodigious talents. Completion. Within his dormitory, Lin Yu successfully concocted the elixirs, gazing upon the 12 crystalline perfect body refinement pills with a satisfied smile. Without a moment's hesitation, he consumed 7 or 8 of the pills in quick succession, akin to devouring beans. After all, good things only truly belong to oneself once consumed. As the 8 perfect body refinement pills were swallowed, they transformed into 8 torrents of overpowering heat, surging throughout his body in an instant. Yet it was still insufficient. Currently, Lin Yu's physical endurance vastly exceeded that of ordinary individuals, and he frowned, dissatisfied with the effects of the 8 pills. He proceeded to consume the remaining pills, which similarly morphed into streams of heat, permeating every inch of his skin, seemingly merging with his spiritual energy to refine his physique. Still not quite enough. Lin Yu's brow furrowed deeply. This was a critical moment. If he could not refine his body in time, the effects of the 12 pills within him would be squandered by more than half. With no other option, he retrieved a substantial collection of precious herbs from his cosmos bag. Initially, these herbs were intended for crafting higher-tier elixirs, but he lacked a few key ingredients, which had delayed the process. However, there was no time to dwell on that now. Lin Yu hastily placed all the herbs into the alchemical furnace. Though this hastily concocted elixir would suffer a significant reduction in efficacy due to the missing ingredients, it was a necessary compromise. Lin Yu worked with urgency, and within mere minutes, the semi-finished concoction was produced. To be precise, it could scarcely be deemed a true elixir. It was merely a fusion of the herbs, rendered convenient for consumption. Lin Yu opened his mouth and directly ingested the substance. With the essence of the nine nether fire and his body serving as a furnace, he commenced the refining process. Employing the most unrefined method, Lin Yu's nine nether physique resembled a furnace within which the flames of the nine nether ignited. These flames enveloped the herbs he had just gathered, thoroughly refining them. Simultaneously, the spiritual energy and medicinal properties concealed throughout his body merged with the nine nether fire, accelerating the refinement of the herbs. When the materials were completely transformed, they coalesced into a formidable energy that infused every part of his being. He exhaled a sigh of relief. The painstakingly collected herbs had been consumed in one go, barely sufficient for his seventh body tempering. It is worth noting that merely purchasing those herbs would have cost over 20 billion. If all the required materials had been gathered, the expenditure would have soared to 30 billion. Indeed, the total value of the herbs used for this round of body tempering exceeded 300 billion. For an ordinary family, undertaking the seventh body tempering would be nothing short of a fantasy. Thus, to some extent, the journey of cultivation and body tempering demands not only unparalleled talent, but also substantial wealth. Lin Yu's grandfather and many others chose to venture into forbidden areas for cultivation and to hunt exotic beasts, all in pursuit of greater resources. It is the combination of resources and innate talent that fosters a symbiotic relationship. If one possesses only talent without resources, the endeavor of cultivation may ultimately prove futile. As age advances, even the most extraordinary genius may dwindle into mediocrity. As Lin Yu reached the limits of his seventh body tempering, a faint golden glow enveloped his physique. He understood that only by manifesting a radiant golden hue could he deem the first stage of the nine nether body as perfected. It was likely that he would need to succeed in the eighth or even ninth body tempering to achieve the golden brilliance. Nevertheless, even in his current state, Lin Yu's physical prowess was overwhelmingly dominant. He stood his ground, allowing the martial saint to attack him. Even the strikes of a half-step great martial saint could not inflict the slightest harm upon him. At that moment, the explosive force Lin Yu could unleash surpassed 200,000 pounds, doubling the strength he had attained after the sixth body tempering. 3 days passed, neither too many nor too few, and upon exiting his dormitory, Lin Yu received news to assemble at the school's cultivation area. The cultivation zone at Hucking University possessed distinctive characteristics, divided into several tiers, each with a unique environment. When Hucking University was initially established, it was strategically located in an area rich in spiritual energy. Additionally, several powerful individuals had constructed spirit-gathering formations to prevent the dissipation of this energy. 20 new students, accompanied by 2 instructors, one specializing in martial arts and the other in theoretical teachings, gathered in the cultivation area. Within this space, various martial arts manuals were available for students to peruse at will, alongside insights and experiences shared by teachers and senior students. Upon entering the cultivation zone, Lin Yu felt the abundant spiritual energy invigorate his spirit. The training area is expansive, and both teachers, along with other students, have already arrived. Hurry over. You are the last one we are waiting for. Observing Lin Yu's leisurely and languid demeanor, the adept martial arts instructor, Teacher Luo, could not help but urge him on. It is him. As Lin Yu joined the ranks, Luo Shuixian cast a casual glance, her heart suddenly jolting with recognition. The events of that fateful night lingered vividly in her memory. She recalled her bare form being scrutinized by this very individual before her. The school has gathered the 20 most exceptional freshmen for what they call special training. In truth, it is a unique environment designed for you. Various cultivation techniques are available for observation, and you may also practice your own methods. Should you encounter any uncertainties, both Teacher Luo and I shall be here to illuminate your queries. The female instructor, appearing to be in her 30s, exudes a refined elegance and possesses a captivating charm. Chapter 73. The more, the merrier. Naturally, upon reaching the realm of martial sage, one can maintain a youthful appearance well into their 50s, appearing as if in their 20s or 30s, provided they take good care of themselves. By the way, my name is Su Qing, and I am responsible for elucidating the intricacies of martial arts. The female instructor added, Teacher, I have already reached the pinnacle of 1-star martial disciple. but I find myself lacking in cultivation resources. A seemingly simple-minded, portly student confessed his current predicament. In truth, cultivation resources are often the most scarce for practitioners. I too am in need of cultivation resources. Can the school provide them? Several others chimed in. They were all aware that they would represent the new students in an exchange with Beihang University, making it imperative to request some cultivation resources from the school. At the corresponding stage, the school can indeed provide you with cultivation resources. However, you must understand that an over-reliance on such resources can hinder your future development. Therefore, if you can achieve breakthroughs independently, you should strive to do so. Su Qing paused slightly before continuing. Furthermore, should you require any specific resources, I will personally assist you in selecting them, ensuring they are better suited for your cultivation, and these resources may only be utilized here. It was evident that the school was concerned that some students might waste resources. If the resource allocation were improper, leading to misfires in their cultivation, it would be too late to lament. Overall, the environment and resources provided by the school were quite commendable. Some students began to peruse various cultivation techniques, while others approached Su Qing to voice their perplexities regarding martial cultivation. In any case, both Su Qing and teacher Luo were martial sage level, possessing experiences far superior to those of the current students. Thus, when the students listened to Su Qing's explanations, it was as if a veil had been lifted, granting them sudden clarity. There were even students who disclosed their realms, on the verge of breaking through to refine purple crystals. After all, not every student possessed a formidable background. It was entirely normal for them to lack resources. Su Qing assessed the students' situations and promptly provided them with purple crystals. Additionally, there were students who specialized in swordsmanship. For those who had not yet delved deeply into the understanding of the sword path, this responsibility was entrusted to teacher Luo. Can I request resources? For Lin Yu, the cultivation environment, techniques, and strategies were of little consequence. He already possessed the most supreme martial arts and had endured countless battles, having mastered techniques to an extraordinary level. The only thing he lacked was resources. If provided with ample resources, he could potentially restore himself to his peak state. However, any request he made for specific resources would likely raise suspicion. For instance, the elixirs he had concocted in the dormitory were so potent that even a great martial disciple would be unable to withstand their power, leading to catastrophic consequences. A martial sage might barely endure one, but exceeding that would spell disaster even for them. Lin Yu felt a pang of frustration. If he were to request resources, his true strength would inevitably be revealed. Moreover, once one's true capabilities are unveiled, it is likely that the school will cease to allocate resources, as with the current prowess. Dominating the freshmen of Beihang University suffices. Hucking University is certainly not a gullible entity. It would be unthinkable for them to squander resources on oneself. Teacher Su Qing, I require a substantial quantity of amethyst crystals, for they will enable my ascent from a half-step Grand Marshal sect to a one-star Grand Marshal sect. Even the smallest mosquito is still a morsel, and Lin Yu believed it prudent to procure some resources. 100 amethyst crystals, along with 2,000 high-grade spirit stones, will be ample for your advancement. Without hesitation, teacher Su Qing produced the amethyst and spirit stones. Prior to Lin Yu's turn, several other half-step Grand Marshal sect practitioners had already come to collect their resources, all sharing the same aspiration of transcending to the one-star Grand Marshal sect. Haha, teacher Su, my physique is rather unique. Hence the resources I require may be even greater. Lin Yu gazed at Su Qing with eager anticipation. How much resources could one half-step martial sect require to advance? Before teacher Su could respond, teacher Luo interjected. The more, the better, Lin Yu asserted with utmost seriousness. You little rascal, your appetite is rather large. I have an abundance of amethyst crystals here. As long as you can absorb them, I shall provide you with as many as you desire. Teacher Luo chuckled. Both teacher Su Qing and teacher Luo were acutely aware of a fundamental principle. Regardless of how formidable a half-step Grand Marshal sect may be, their capacity to absorb spiritual energy is finite. Once they reach their limit, no matter how many amethyst crystals or even supreme-grade purple gold are offered, they would be unable to absorb any further. It can be said that upon reaching this saturation point, a half-step Grand Marshal sect would inevitably transition to the one-star Grand Marshal sect. Upon entering this new realm, Time is required for cultivation and accumulation. Only when the moment is ripe will one further absorb resources. Naturally, ascending through each level necessitates increasingly superior resources. In the case of lower-grade resources, the quantity required becomes exponentially daunting. For instance, at Lin Yu's current cultivation level and strength, ordinary spirit stones and amethyst crystals yield negligible effects. 100 amethyst crystals represent saturation for a half-step Grand Martial sect. Perhaps 1,000 amethyst crystals would suffice for a one-star Grand Martial sect. Yet, for a master like Lin Yu, determining the exact amount of amethyst crystals required for saturation eludes even him. Should Lin Yu be compelled to purchase amethyst crystals for his training, he would feel a pang of regret. Thus, he sought to utilize the school's amethyst crystals. Teacher Luo, why not procure all the amethyst crystals? I shall utilize as much as I can for my cultivation and return the surplus to you. Lin Yu remained hopeful. You rascal, take them for your cultivation. Teacher Luo intended to reprimand Lin Yu further, yet Teacher Su Qing interrupted. She too felt that Lin Yu was somewhat verbose and overly self-assured. However, she had previously stated that as long as students are in need, the school can provide any amount of resources, with the stipulation that they must absorb these resources within the training facility. With a flourish akin to magic, Teacher Su conjured a plethora of amethyst crystals before Lin Yu. Indeed, one cannot help but admire the abundant resources at Hucking University. Before me lies a collection of amethyst, a multitude of exquisite specimens that rise like a small mountain. Upon initial inspection, there appear to be tens of thousands of these precious stones. Clearly, this amethyst is designated for the training of 20 students over the course of 3 months. In addition to the amethyst, it is reasonable to assume that there are also exceptional spirit stones, various medicinal herbs, and more. Very well. You shall remain here to thoroughly absorb the essence of the amethyst. Take in as much as you can. However, the instructor hopes that you will attain the realm of a one-star Grand Martial Master. With that, Su Qing spoke a few words before departing with Teacher Luo. They still needed to assess the conditions of the other students. I shall not be courteous in this matter. Observing their retreating figures, Lin Yu smiled faintly. Chapter 74. The heartless sale of grandfather's fields. Lin Yu sat cross-legged, embodying the adage that one is indifferent when selling one's grandfather's fields. He reveled in the absorption of the spiritual energy contained within the amethyst crystals, the essence of all things devoured and assimilated. This was the devouring technique. Remarkably effective for absorbing spiritual energy. No matter how much energy there was, it could be instantly consumed entirely. It was evident that the spiritual energy within the amethyst crystals surged into Lin Yu at a visibly rapid pace. As time progressed, the crystals, having lost their spiritual essence, gradually transformed into ordinary stones. Although the energy housed within the amethyst could not compare to that of spiritual veins, even the smallest morsel was still sustenance. Lin Yu, with unwavering resolve, absorbed all the spiritual energy, integrating it into every inch of his being. Thousands of amethysts swiftly turned into commonplace stones. Yet, this was far from sufficient. Perhaps spurred by the energy within the amethyst, Lin Yu sensed a profound yearning for spiritual energy within his body, which took him by surprise. After all, during his time in the dormitory, he had consumed 12 pills consecutively and a considerable amount of herbs, culminating in the successful 7th refinement of his physique. Now, the energy amalgamated within his body rendered the prospect of an 8th refinement utterly impossible. Even if the number of amethysts were to increase tenfold, or even several dozen times, achieving the 8th refinement would be a formidable challenge. Nonetheless, while insufficient for the 8th refinement, it was still adequate for a slight elevation in his realm. After a moment's contemplation, Lin Yu resolved to elevate his standing a notch. All the recently absorbed spiritual energy surged into his dantian, alongside the spiritual power originally from his 5-star Grand Martial Sect status, coalescing within. 5 stars appeared in his dantian. A torrent of spiritual energy flooded in, and after concentration, it culminated in the emergence of the 6th and 7th stars. This signified that Lin Yu had ascended from a 5-star Grand Martial Sect to a 6-star and then a 7-star Grand Martial Sect. Yet, this was still insufficient. Once the ascent commenced, it could not be halted. There existed within him an insatiable desire to transcend his current realm. Lin Yu reached into his spatial pouch and grasped a spiritual vein, absorbing its energy with abandon. The energy from the spiritual vein was far purer than that from the amethyst, making the absorption process significantly smoother. 8-star Grand Marshal Sect, 9-star Grand Marshal Sect. With continuous absorption, Lin Yu's realm finally stabilized at the 9-star Grand Marshal Sect after fully consuming one spiritual vein. Of course, during his previous venture in the mountains, Lin Yu had acquired an entire spiritual vein, which he had subsequently divided into 20 finer strands upon extraction. After absorbing one strand, only 19 remained in his spatial pouch. The intense craving within him had dissipated, prompting Lin Yu to cease his absorption of the spiritual vein. He understood that the elevation of his realm was fundamentally governed by restraint. If it were someone else, absorbing such a considerable amount of amethyst and a single spiritual vein in one go would likely have propelled them from the Great Marshal Sect to the Marshal Saint realm. This highlights that Lin Yu requires an extraordinary amount of spiritual energy to ascend to each new realm, far exceeding that of an ordinary individual. Did you truly absorb all this amethyst? Teachers Su Qing and Luo, upon returning and witnessing the mountain of small stones, wore expressions of disbelief. Even they, possessing the Marshal Saint realm, would find it impossible to absorb such a large quantity of amethyst in such a short time. Yet, the transformation of amethyst into these small stones was undeniably real. You have advanced to a 1-star Great Marshal Sect. Su Qing quickly noticed a detail. Of course, all of this was intentionally revealed by Lin Yu, absorbing tens of thousands of amethyst stones only to elevate by half a minor realm. What was there to be proud of? Teacher Luo appeared somewhat exasperated. Su Qing realized this as well. Not to mention tens of thousands of amethyst. Even absorbing 1,000 would be beyond Lin Yu's capacity. Forcing himself to absorb 10,000 would likely lead to his body bursting. So how exactly did Lin Yu manage to absorb tens of thousands of amethyst? Come on, absorb another 1,000 amethyst for me to see. Hearing is one thing, but seeing is believing. Su Qing retrieved 1,000 amethyst stones from her bag and placed them before Lin Yu. Since he could absorb tens of thousands at once, absorbing another 1,000 should pose no problem. In front of Su Qing and Teacher Luo, Lin Yu placed his hand on the amethyst. In an instant, the stones transformed into ordinary rocks, their spiritual energy all entering Lin Yu's body. Su Qing and the others were astounded to discover that after a considerable amount of spiritual energy surged into Lin Yu, only a tiny fraction converted into spiritual power, merging into Lin Yu's dantian, while the remainder dissipated into nothingness. You are what is known as a waste body. Su Qing and Teacher Luo finally grasped the situation. Typically, when a person absorbs spiritual energy, it integrates into their dantian, enhancing their cultivation. However, it is impossible for anyone to fully convert all the energy into their dantian. A normal martial practitioner can usually convert around 70% of spiritual energy into spiritual power, with any remaining dissipating as waste. Those of exceptional talent can effectively utilize about 80%, with the remainder being wasted. The prodigious ones can achieve at least 95% conversion, with any surplus also wasted. In Su Qing's eyes, Lin Yu seemed to absorb less than 1% of the spiritual energy, with the rest squandered. Thus, this constitution is classified as a waste body. Every attempt to advance would require him to exert dozens of times the effort compared to a normal person, while others need only a fraction of resources to progress smoothly. Lin Yu would require dozens, if not hundreds, of times the resources to ascend. Yet, there is a silver lining to being a waste body. Upon reaching any realm, individuals often become extraordinarily formidable within that realm. In typical families, if a child is deemed a waste body, they would simply be abandoned. Lin Yu, a seemingly worthless individual, has surprisingly managed to cultivate to the threshold of the Great Marshal Sect. It is evident that Lin Yu hails from a well-off family. This matter undoubtedly warrants a report to the principal. Teacher Luo's expression is somewhat complicated. Expending several tens of thousands of purple crystals in one go is no trivial affair. The most pressing concern is whether a student like Lin Yu, whom many deem as lacking potential, truly requires such specialized training and nurturing. Encountering such a situation on the very first day of training is indeed quite disheartening. A so-called worthless individual has consumed an exorbitant amount of purple crystals? In the principal's office, the elderly principal is overwhelmed with frustration, teetering on the edge of a breakdown. If those tens of thousands of purple crystals had been invested in a prodigy, Perhaps nurturing a 3-star or 4-star great martial sect member would have justified the expense. The crux of the matter is that these crystals merely elevated a half-step great martial sect member to a 1-star level, which is nothing short of a colossal waste. It is not just a matter of humanity. Even a pig, with such an abundance of purple crystals, could have successfully ascended. Chapter 75. A Genius Indeed Principle. I personally propose that we allow Lin Yu to withdraw from the training base and select another student to take his place, remarked Teacher Luo, expressing his perspective. The situation at Hucking University is quite dire, and Teacher Luo hopes to cultivate promising candidates to prepare for the upcoming freshman exchange in 3 months. If you can provide several tens of thousands of purple crystals to compensate for the school's losses, then Lin Yu may exit the training base, the old principal replied, somewhat disheartened. Are you suggesting we continue his training then? Teacher Luo, feeling a headache coming on, questioned the necessity of training such a student. Isn't wasting tens of thousands of purple crystals sufficient? The old principal was visibly irritated. This left Teacher Luo dumbfounded. If they neither permitted Lin Yu to exit the training base nor allowed for the expenditure of purple crystals on his training, what exactly was to be done? In truth, even the old principal was troubled. Lin Yu had become akin to a chicken rib, neither palatable nor easily discarded. Let us observe for a while. But he must be prohibited from accessing any training resources. The old principal ultimately decided, adding, of course, he may browse martial arts texts at his leisure. In the ensuing time, Su Qing and Teacher Luo shifted their focus to the other 19 students. These students were well aware of Lin Yu's limitations, understanding that substantial resources were required for any hope of cultivation. Among them, Luo Shuixian stood out as the most formidable, being a 4-star Grand Martial Master, followed by Sun Yu, a 3-star Grand Martial Master. In terms of overall strength, they could not be compared to Beihuan University, which boasted 1 4-star Grand Martial Master and 4 3-star Grand Martial Masters. Efforts bear fruit. Within 2 months at the training base, 4 individuals had consecutively broken through to the 3-star Grand Martial Master level. Notably, Luo Shuixian ascended from a 4-star to a 5-star Grand Martial Master within a month, while Sun Yu progressed from a 3-star to a 4-star Grand Martial Master. As for those who, like Lin Yu, were on the verge of becoming Grand Martial Masters, they had all advanced to the 1-star level just 3 days prior to entering the training base. In the span of 2 months, they all reached the 2-star Grand Martial Master level, with some reaching the pinnacle of 2-star, poised to step into the 3-star realm at any moment. Indeed, with the school's abundant resources and the meticulous training provided by the instructors, such continuous progression is to be expected. After all, those who gain admission to Hucking University are all extraordinary talents. During this period, the old principal and other higher-ups from the school visited the base, imparting various experiences and insights. As the exchange approached, the first tier of new students from Hucking University was finally determined. The 10 representatives included Luo Shuixian, 5-star Grand Martial Master, Sun Yu, Fan Xiao, 4-star Grand Martial Master, Wu Hong, Li Chao, Zhang Chuxiong, Xiao Wenchao, Tan Lin, Yuan Shi, 3-star Grand Martial Masters, and Wang Yongjia, pinnacle of 2-star Grand Martial Master. This constituted the official team representing Hucking University's freshmen for the exchange. Additionally, there were 10 substitutes, 9 of whom were 2-star Grand Martial Masters, and 1 a 1-star Grand Martial Master, with Lin Yu being the most conspicuous among them. Observing Lin Yu at the rear of the team, the old principal felt a twinge of regret. Had it been another individual, after 3 months of training, they would have likely become a 2-star Grand Martial Master, perhaps even ascending to a 3-star level. Yet, lamenting now was futile. In the final days, the focus was on practical combat training. The seemingly inconspicuous Lin Yu emerged as the most dazzling presence in the entire base. The reason was remarkably simple. Each member of the squad was extraordinarily strong, capable of competing within their realms, with some even able to battle above their level. For instance, Luo Shuixian, possessing the early stage of 5-star Grand Martial Master, could contend with those at the mid-stage, and even withstand attacks from late-stage 5-star Grand Martial Masters for a considerable duration. The other situations were similarly impressive. Sun Yu, at the mid-stage of 4-star Grand Martial Master, could unleash her full potential to match the early stage of 5-star Grand Martial Masters. During the training assessment of Lin Yu, Teacher Luo and the others decided to pit him against a 2-star Grand Martial Master. Remarkably, despite the latter exerting all their strength, they could not even graze Lin Yu's attire. How was this possible? Su Qing and Teacher Luo were utterly astonished. Wang Yongjia, you give it a try. Teacher Luo gestured to a formal team member, a pinnacle 2-star Grand Martial Master who had previously displayed skills comparable to that of an early 3-star Grand Martial Master during actual combat. Yet, the outcome remained unchanged. No matter how aggressively Wang Yongjia attacked, Lin Yu effortlessly evaded each strike. After dozens of attempts, not a single blow landed on Lin Yu. Su Qing and Teacher Luo exchanged bewildered glances. Tan Lin, your turn. Su Qing called upon another team member, tall and robust, a mid-stage 3-star Grand Martial Master known for his speed. Compared to his predecessors, Tan Lin moved like lightning, his strikes thunderous. Despite his relentless assaults, he too failed to connect, each attempt narrowly missing its target. Lin Yu smirked inwardly, even with his eyes closed. He could easily evade such attacks merely by discerning their sounds. How could this be? Witnessing this scene, Su Qing was completely shocked. It was important to note that Tan Lin was indeed a 3-star Grand Martial Master, renowned for his swiftness, while Lin Yu was merely a 1-star Grand Martial Master. Under normal circumstances, Tan Lin should have dispatched Lin Yu in an instant. The current situation was utterly perplexing. Wu Hong, you go. Wu Hong, a voluptuous beauty and peak 3-star Grand Martial Master, ranked 4th in strength. Learning from the experiences of her predecessors, she unleashed her aura, enveloping Lin Yu. Clearly, Wu Hong intended to utilize her aura to lock onto Lin Yu, combining it with her pressure for a decisive strike. Unfortunately, lacking the might of a Grand Martial Saint rendered her efforts insufficient. Wu Hong poured all her strength into a series of lightning-fast attacks, yet the result was the same. Throughout, Lin Yu exhibited agile movements, evading every one of her strikes. It was simply inconceivable. Sun Yu, you try, Teacher Luo said, astonished. Sun Yu has attained the rank of a 4-star Martial Grandmaster, comparable to an early-stage 5-star Martial Grandmaster, with an attack style that is undeniably formidable. However, Sun Yu possesses an ordinary appearance and a petite stature, relying primarily on speed in her assaults. Under typical circumstances, she should be able to completely suppress Lin Yu. Yet, each of her strikes falls just short. Teacher Luo, do you think this might be the legendary talent for martial arts? Su Qing inquired, glancing at Teacher Luo. The concept of martial arts talent is entirely independent of one's physical constitution. Even if Lin Yu is deemed a waste in terms of physique, it does not diminish his innate martial arts aptitude. His footwork appears to have reached an exquisite level. His martial arts intuition is remarkable, allowing him to navigate solely by instinct, judgment, and his own understanding of subtle movements. Even when faced with opponents several realms above him, he can effortlessly evade and maintain an undefeated stance. This is nothing short of genius. Chapter 76. The ultimate challenge. Ever since Lin Yu expended several tens of thousands of purple crystals, Teacher Luo had harbored a strong aversion towards him. However, now he found that the little fellow before him possessed a certain charm. Luo Shuixian, it's your turn to take a shot. As Sun Yuezhou struggled to make any headway, Su Qing subtly gestured to Luo Shuixian to step forward. Damn it. At last, I have the chance to teach you a lesson. The moment Luo Shuixian laid her eyes on Lin Yu upon entering the base, she recognized him as the lecher who had once scrutinized her form. Such matters were not to be spoken aloud, but she kept this in her heart. Now that she had a legitimate opportunity to reprimand Lin Yu, she felt a thrill of excitement. After all, she was a 5-star Grand Martial Artist, while Lin Yu was merely a 1-star Grand Martial Artist, a disparity of 4 realms. Moreover, with her profound understanding of speed and footwork, she had already attained a state of micro-stepping, ensuring her absolute confidence in delivering a blow to this rogue. Luo Shuixian launched a rapid series of punches, her fists creating an illusion of thousands, enveloping Lin Yu in an instant. This was an unparalleled martial technique, one that she had only recently mastered. For an average practitioner, comprehending such a technique would take over a year, yet she had accomplished it in merely a week. The brilliance of this martial art lay in its extensive coverage. Though it comprised a single punch, it could manifest into countless forms. No matter how formidable one's martial prowess, it would be exceedingly difficult to withstand. As her fist descended, Lin Yu adeptly evaded, seemingly able to pierce through all illusion. I refuse to be bested by this. Luo Shuixian, now slightly vexed, pressed closer, her movements ethereal, her footwork merging with the void. Within a 10-meter radius, she could traverse the distance in a single step, a feat akin to shrinking the earth to mere inches. An ordinary individual would likely be unable to react in time. Yet, each time her fists struck, they fell just shy of hitting their mark. The fact that a 1-star Grandmaster could hold his ground against a 5-star Grandmaster was nothing short of miraculous, leaving Su Qing deeply moved. She exchanged glances with Teacher Luo, both understanding one another's thoughts. With a competitor like Lin Yu, it signified that, regardless of the match, he could remain undefeated. After exchanging 100 moves, Luo Shuixian found herself utterly at a loss. The members of the team were left dumbfounded. Previously, they had looked down upon Lin Yu, considering him the weakest link in the team due to his 1-star Grandmaster status. Furthermore, his initial expenditure of several tens of thousands of purple crystals on his first day at the training base had incited considerable dissatisfaction among the team members. They deemed him a waste, squandering so many crystals all at once. However, their perception of Lin Yu had evidently transformed. Among the team, who else could match Luo Shuixian's prowess? What do you mean? The old principal received the news with astonishment, quickly followed by elation. He was not foolish and understood the implications. If Lin Yu were to duel against the strongest contender from Beiwang University, it would likely result in a draw, substantially increasing Hucking University's chances. We must focus on training his footwork, ensuring he remains undefeated. The dismal mood that Lin Yu had experienced after wasting several tens of thousands of purple crystals has now dissipated like smoke. With 3 months of training concluded, the representative of new students from Huaqing University will visit Beiwang University tomorrow. In terms of both ranking and influence, Huaqing University is indeed a prestigious institution. However, Beiwang University, as a top-tier university in the country, is regarded as a step below. Hence, it would have been more fitting for Beiwang University to send representatives to Huaqing University for this exchange. Unfortunately, for several consecutive years, Beiwang University has decisively outperformed Huaqing University, leading many to believe that it is only a matter of time before Huaqing University is overshadowed. During this period, Lin Yu has not been idle. He has taken advantage of the Kyoto Trading Company and enlisted the help of Yu Linglong to procure an array of premium materials. Having already utilized a substantial portion of his wealth, amounting to hundreds of billions, he has acquired various medicinal herbs essential for his purposes. In the evening, as Yu Linglong dined with Lin Yu, she handed him the herbs. By the way, I'm planning another trip to the underground world. Would you like to join me? Lin Yu inquired instinctively. Sure, Yu Linglong replied without hesitation. Lin Yu's intention to visit the underground world stemmed from a phone call he received a couple of days ago from Li Han, the head of the underground realm. Today marks the commencement of the decade-long Premier Challenge event in the underground world. This so-called Premier Challenge offers a staggering starting prize of 1 billion. The minimum challenge level is a 1-star martial sage, with no upper limit on the difficulty. With his wallet nearly depleted, Lin Yu could hardly afford to miss this lucrative opportunity. As Yu Linglong and Lin Yu donned their masks and entered the underground world, the slogans displayed everywhere sent a shiver through Yu Linglong. In that moment, she finally grasped Lin Yu's motivation for coming here. Are you planning to participate in this Premier Challenge? She asked, her expression tinged with concern. Although Lin Yu is indeed formidable, having previously defeated a 3-star martial sage, the Premier Challenge bears no restrictions on levels. His opponents could be martial sages or even stronger. As the saying goes, in literature, there is no first. In martial arts, there is no second. Among the strong, there are even stronger. She genuinely worried for Lin Yu's safety. I want to give it a try. Lin Yu nodded affirmatively. If you're short on funds, I can find a way. If you need resources, I can have the trading company assist you. Please don't take risks, all right? Yu Linglong took a deep breath and spoke earnestly. In essence, she was still worried about Lin Yu. Don't worry, I will exercise caution. Regardless, Yu Linglong's concern warmed Lin Yu's heart. The Premier Challenge in the underground world is unlike any other, attracting a vast audience. Today, the tickets for spectators are exceedingly pricey. Anyone wishing to enter the underground world must pay 10 million. Even so, the venue was teeming with people. Long Ling and her boyfriend Jiang Tao were also present. To Long Ling the mere 10 million ticket price was but a trifling sum. As the inviter, Lin Yu is also considered one of the regular competitors, and he along with his companion Yu Linglong, does not require a ticket. The renowned Nameless has arrived. A person of renown casts a shadow, and when Lin Yu makes his entrance, he immediately attracts attention. This is also related to the mask he wears. Those who have participated in underground competitions and have excelled, such as Lin Yu, Chang Dao Wuan, Song Hai, and Tung Ziqing, have their masks permanently affixed. Others are not entitled to possess such masks. Thus, one can discern Lin Yu's identity merely by observing his mask. Unfortunately, today the lowest rank is Martial Saint, and Nameless may not gain an advantage. Nevertheless, he has triumphed over a 3-star Martial Saint with the might of a 5-star Great Martial Master. Who in the entirety of the Great Xia can rival his prowess? The crowd buzzes with discussion. Such extraordinary capability? Long Linger is equally astonished. She comprehends that a 5-star Great Martial Master defeating a 3-star Martial Saint transcends the realm of ordinary prodigies. Instinctively, Long Linger glances towards Nameless, only to be momentarily stunned. Chapter 77. Perhaps a bit older, although Lin Yu and Yu Linglong donned masks, their figures were unmistakable. Upon seeing them, Long Linger felt an immediate sense of familiarity, particularly with Yu Linglong. As close friends who often spent time together, she could almost ascertain at first glance that it was indeed Yu Linglong. However, Long Linger refrained from approaching her directly. Instead, she discreetly dialed Yu Linglong's number. "Sorry, the phone you have dialed is powered off." Unfortunately, Yu Linglong had turned off her phone prior to entering the underground world. It appeared that she, like everyone else, had come to witness the prestigious competition. Long Linger pouted slightly, not dwelling on the matter, and stood at a distance from Yu Linglong. What could the relationship between Linglong and the mysterious figure be? Long Linger couldn't help but glance at Lin Yu. Those nearby had mentioned that the enigmatic individual was with Yu Linglong, implying that this masked figure, who bore a striking resemblance to Lin Yu, could not possibly be him. Reflecting on Yu Linglong's rejection of Chen Hai, Long Linger instinctively concluded that her friend must have developed a connection with the mysterious one. After all, the latter was far more impressive than Chen Hai. Surely, anyone with a boyfriend of such extraordinary caliber would feel a sense of pride. Today marked the biennial top-tier challenge in the underground world, where participants must possess a minimum strength of Martial Saint or higher. The prize money commenced at 1 billion, doubling with each victory. Who would emerge as the first competitor to take the stage? Given the unusual circumstances, the host for this event was the organizer, Li Han, a Martial Saint of exceptional rank. "I shall go." Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Yu strode towards the arena. As the saying goes, the first bird to show itself gets shot, but for Lin Yu, he aimed to present the most formidable stance and sweep away all challengers. Yu Linglong was momentarily taken aback. She had anticipated Lin Yu's eagerness. "Welcome, Mr. Mysterious, as the first contestant of this challenge. Regardless of the outcome, you shall receive 10 billion in prize money." Li Han's eyes lit up. Lin Yu's willingness to step forward first was a gesture of support for the underground world, leaving Li Han quite pleased and with a favorable impression of him. The mysterious figure had previously defeated a 3-star Martial Saint, thus to challenge him, one would need to possess at least a 3-star rank. The crowd murmured in speculation. After all, it would be utterly embarrassing for a 1-star Martial Saint to step up at such a moment. Long Linger couldn't help but feel a sense of awe that Linglong was acquainted with such an exceptional man. "I am here to challenge." A masked individual ascended the stage, not concealing his prowess. For faintly glowing spheres of spiritual energy in his dantian indicated he was a 4-star Martial Saint. Could Lin Yu withstand such a formidable opponent? Many harbored doubts about Lin Yu's chances, particularly since his previous display of strength had only barely allowed him to overcome a 3-star Martial Saint in merely a span of 2 or 3 months. It is improbable for one's strength to have significantly enhanced. "I am Long He, a 4-star Martial Saint." As expected, the masked individual introduced himself. Nameless. Out of courtesy, Lin Yu stated his name as well. "Very well, I hereby declare the match to commence." Li Han positioned himself to the side. With a thunderous impact, Long He unleashed not the might of a Martial Saint, but a straightforward punch, imbued with at least 100,000 pounds of force. Without hesitation, Lin Yu responded with a punch of his own, eager to experience the thrill brought forth by his recent surge in power. Regrettably, he could not utilize his full strength. Otherwise, a careless move could result in fatal consequences. With a sickening thud, Long He was sent sprawling like a cannonball, crashing to the ground and spitting blood, unconscious. The arena was enveloped in a profound silence, as all present were rendered speechless. A 5-star martial sovereign had effortlessly dispatched a 4-star martial saint in an instant. A colossal question mark loomed in everyone's minds. Yu Linglong trembled with excitement. Moments ago, when she witnessed the 4-star martial saint challenge, anxiety gripped her heart. She believed Lin Yu was destined to fail and feared he might sustain injuries, praying only for them to be minor. Yet, to her astonishment, Lin Yu had dispatched the 4-star martial saint in a single blow. The sensation was beyond description. He was certainly not Lin Yu. Long Linger was resolute in her conviction, even daring to assert that if the nameless individual on the platform were indeed Lin Yu, she would willingly consume excrement. Nonetheless, she envied Yu Linglong for her acquaintance with such an exceptional master. Perhaps it was merely a matter of age. Long Linger speculated that this nameless figure must be at least over 40 to possess such strength. Contemplating her friend's choice of a man over 40, she felt a twinge of sympathy for her companion. Congratulations to Mr. Nameless, who has secured a 1 billion reward, in addition to the fixed prize of 1 billion, thus totaling 2 billion. Anyone who can defeat Mr. Nameless will claim the entire sum. Li Hun quickly regained his composure, casting a complex gaze toward Lin Yu. Realizing that Lin Yu intended to continue competing, Li Hun promptly declared, "I shall take my turn." As soon as his words fell, another masked individual ascended the stage. Given that this was a premier competition held once every decade, the underground world had mobilized various connections to invite numerous martial saints, and even those of higher realms, ensuring that the event would remain lively. 5-star martial saint. The masked figure revealed his prowess without reservation, for the mask had already concealed his identity, rendering his specific strength irrelevant. Wild Wolf, 5-star martial saint. He succinctly proclaimed as a sharp dagger appeared in his grasp. Nameless. Lin Yu replied, succinct and decisive. The match commenced. Li Hun requires no excessive introduction. The audience below held their breath in anticipation, with an entrance fee of 10 million. Witnessing such a match was undoubtedly worth it. What they yearned to see was precisely this kind of frenzied confrontation. Yet, could the individual before them still conjure miracles? Hiss! The dagger appeared in an instant, only to vanish just as swiftly. The figure of the wild wolf emerged beside Lin Yu, seemingly evaporating into thin air in the eyes of many. In the next moment, the wild wolf plunged his dagger through Lin Yu's body. However, to the discerning eyes of true masters, the wild wolf had merely struck at an illusion. Boom! Without a hint of suspense, as Lin Yu evaded the wild wolf's assault, his hand grasped the wild wolf's neck, and with a forceful motion, he smashed him down onto the arena. The tremendous power caused the platform to tremble violently. The wild wolf lay motionless on the ground, rendered unconscious by the sheer impact. Another instant defeat? Many were left utterly astounded. Chapter 78. He is merely an ant. Eliminating a 4-star martial saint in a mere instant was already impressive, yet now he has effortlessly dispatched a 5-star martial saint. This transcends mere prowess. It is simply extraordinary, remarkably extraordinary. The gazes of those around Lin Yu transformed entirely. Yu Linglong's heart raced, filled with pride, admiration, and a hint of playful arrogance. In an instant, he had bested a 5-star martial saint. Linglong felt as though she had discovered a treasure. Long Linger felt a tinge of emotion, yet she bore no envy, for she believed her own boyfriend, Jiang Tao, to be equally remarkable. Yu Linglong's partner was undoubtedly older, and by the time Jiang Tao reached the same age, he might surpass Yu Linglong's boyfriend in capability. As for Yu Linglong's boyfriend, possessing only the strength of a 5-star martial sect, Long Linger found it hard to believe. Many individuals possess means to conceal their true strength, and it was evident that the man on stage was among them. This match concludes with Mr. Nameless as the victor, with total prize money accumulating to 4 billion. Li Hun announced from the arena, his tone unruffled. From Lin Yu's previous participation, Li Hun discerned that Lin Yu was in dire need of funds. The so-called competition was merely a vehicle for profit. In their underground world, money was the one thing they never lacked. Just today, the entrance fee alone was 10 million, complemented by underground broadcasting rights, ensuring that the underground realm would profit immensely. Li Hun even anticipated that Lin Yu would endure a bit longer, drawing greater attention. Who will challenge Mr. Nameless next? Li Hun scanned the audience, noting that a 5-star martial saint had been dispatched, leaving only those of higher rank. I shall. An elder emerged from the crowd. Clearly, Lin Yu could not discern the opponent's precise cultivation level, as the individual was evidently concealing their strength. "I am Long Xiaodian, a 7-star martial saint," the elder proclaimed, announcing his rank. At that moment, many gasped in astonishment. A 7-star martial saint, 2 tiers above the previous 5-star martial saint. In terms of ranking, a 7-star martial saint is considered an advanced martial saint. "Do you think Nameless can withstand this challenge? The odds are heavily against him," murmured the crowd. "What a pity. I suspect Nameless is quite young. Given enough time, he might yet succeed." The audience buzzed with speculation, perceiving Lin Yu as devoid of any chance of victory. Though defeated, there is honor in the struggle. "If I possessed Nameless strength, I would undoubtedly command respect." Nameless' girlfriend is truly stunning. It was evident that some had noticed Lin Yu's association with Yu Linglong. "How can you determine her beauty when she's wearing a mask?" came a voice of confusion. After all, they believed that defeating so many formidable opponents implied that Lin Yu must be of considerable age. "Just look at her physique. It's remarkable. Moreover, judging by her gait, I surmise she is still quite innocent," a fellow remarked with enthusiasm. "Undoubtedly, in certain respects, he can be considered a seasoned expert. Perhaps this is not an unnamed girlfriend. Could she possibly be an unnamed daughter?" Some instinctively ponder this notion. Indeed, it is quite plausible. Otherwise, how could one refrain from engaging? A few individuals were increasingly intrigued. The competition has commenced. On the stage, the contest has officially begun. Li Hun stepped back, providing space for Long Xiaodian and Lin Yuding. The pressure of authority. Unlike the previous participants, Long Xiaodian instantly unleashed an overwhelming aura of sanctity, effectively confining Lin Yu and leaving him no respite. This indicates that Long Xiaodian is exercising caution as a lion would when hunting a rabbit, employing his full strength. He certainly does not wish to suffer a setback in a minor skirmish. "If you truly are a 5-star martial master, even if you fall short of the sacred realm, I could effortlessly vanquish you," Long Xiaodian remarked with a faint smile. "Please, do try to defeat me." Lin Yu grinned, exuding an air of ease. To speak candidly, he eagerly anticipated encountering a formidable opponent. Pressure breeds motivation. This young man is exceedingly arrogant, successfully provoking a great master. Some observed with a hint of regret. Of course, others appreciated Lin Yu's cool demeanor, striking with thunderous intensity. However, some understood that battles among martial saints rarely escalate to lethal force. After all, the pressures of the Forbidden Lands are immense. Humanity must unite to combat the beasts and alien races. Martial saints constitute the backbone of strength, each one a treasured asset. How intriguing, the Buddha's hand seal. As the saying goes, with a mere gesture, one can summon clouds and rain. Applied to Long Xiaodian. This is by no means an exaggeration. As soon as Long Xiaoyan's hand moved, it seemed to envelop the entire arena. In plain terms, no matter where Lin Yu attempted to evade, he remained within Long Xiaoyan's striking range. Coupled with an absolutely domineering force, spectators could not help but feel concern for Lin Yu. "Please, let nothing go awry," murmured Yu Linglong, genuinely anxious about any potential mishaps involving Lin Yu. It appears Linglong is serious and has invested her true feelings. Witnessing Yu Linglong's reaction, Long Linger instinctively concluded that such emotion would not be present without deep affection. As Long Xiaoyan's hand descended, Lin Yu pointed with a single finger. To counter the overwhelming Buddha's hand seal with merely a fingertip was nothing short of astonishing. If it were to land, would his finger not be severed? Perhaps the unnamed one had focused all his power into that singular point. Below the arena, discussions continued among the onlookers. However, more individuals were intently fixated on the fierce battle unfolding above. With a soft sound, the Buddha's hand seal and Lin Yu's finger made contact, and the crowd was astounded to witness Lin Yu's finger effortlessly pierce through Long Xiaoyan's palm. Long Xiaodian winced in pain, taking a half step back. Within just one exchange, Lin Yu had gained the upper hand and had yet to follow through with an attack. Some spectators felt a pang of regret. Had they been in Lin Yu's position, they surely would have seized the moment to strike and defeat Long Xiaodian. 1,000 hands of the Tathagata, 10,000 Buddhas pay homage. With a thunderous roar, Long Xiaodian unleashed his fury, his palm once again descending with formidable force. As his hand emerged, an ethereal imprint of Buddha enveloped the arena, instilling a sense of suffocation in all present. Even the observing referee, Li Hun, bore a solemn expression. Momentarily hesitating before retreating a half step, his figure vanishing from the stage in an instant. This provided Long Xiaotian and Lin Yu with an unrestrained opportunity to exert their prowess. In the face of such an onslaught, could a mere finger suffice? Even if Lin Yu were to employ all 10 of his fingers, it would likely prove futile. In the realm of absolute power, it is the strength of one's fist that determines supremacy. Yu Linglong held her breath, her heart racing with anxiety, fearful that Lin Yu might be reduced to mere pulp beneath the overwhelming force. Such might. Below, Jiang Tao reflected with deep emotion. He had recently ascended to the rank of a 6-star martial master. In just 3 months since the beginning of the semester, this achievement was commendable. Yet, compared to the titans battling above, he felt like an insignificant ant. Chapter 79. Is he your boyfriend? It is not an exaggeration to say that any individual on the arena, without the need for physical confrontation, could easily annihilate Jiang Tao with mere pressure. Of course, Jiang Tao, sharing sentiments akin to Long Linger, believes that had he reached the same age as his opponents, he would undoubtedly surpass them in prowess. Thus, he does not feel envy, merely a sense of reflection. The Buddha's palm seal has enveloped the arena, rendering many unable to perceive Lin Yu's figure. In truth, Lin Yu remains unchanged, still executing a single-pointed gesture. His finger seems to perceive all illusions, accurately pinpointing the exact location of Long Xiaoyan's palm. With a resounding thud, this finger descends, and Long Xiaoyan's palm explodes into a mist of blood. Lin Yu refrains from further assault, standing quietly in place. As all illusions dissipate, Long Xiaotian gazes at his severed hand, his expression a complex tapestry of emotions. I have been defeated, Long Xiaotian finally utters slowly. He is not foolish. Just moments ago, Lin Yu could have easily seized the opportunity to utterly obliterate him, but chose not to. Under such circumstances, it is utterly pointless for Long Xiaotian to persist any longer. To defeat a 7-star martial saint in just 2 moves. Could this nameless individual truly be of the great martial sect? Absolutely impossible. He must be at least a martial saint. Unfortunately, there is no means to test this with instruments. The crowd buzzes with speculation regarding Lin Yu's strength. There is no choice. Thus far, all have reported their precise realms, save for Lin Yu, which has left many utterly captivated. However, within the realm of conventional thought, it is sheer nonsense to assert that a great martial sect could defeat a 7-star martial saint. Yet, during the last assessment, Lin Yu was merely a 5-star great martial sect. Could it be that in the brief span of 3 months, Lin Yu has ascended instantaneously to the martial saint realm? If this were true, it would be horrifying and extraordinarily abnormal. Has he truly managed to defeat a 7-star martial saint? At that moment, Yu Linglong's mind was in disarray. She was acutely aware of Lin Yu's actual age. It was precisely this knowledge that rendered her utterly astonished. Yu Linglong was certain that had others known Lin Yu's age, they too would be astounded. Indeed, the entirety of the great Xia would be shaken. At such a tender age, to defeat a 7-star martial saint at 18. This is simply extraordinary. Yu Linglong felt a twinge of anxiety within her. When she was with Lin Yu previously, she felt it was just right. However, following the underground competition, she felt a mounting pressure, sensing that Lin Yu was far too exceptional. He epitomized the ideal son-in-law. Yet now, the disparity in excellence has surpassed what Yu Linglong can bear. She feels unworthy of Lin Yu. Should the outside world discover Lin Yu's terrifying strength, particularly his potential, countless women from esteemed families would surely seek to be with him. The Yu family is formidable, but there are many clans throughout the Great Xia that surpass the Yu family. To speak candidly, if one were to rely solely on familial background to claim Lin Yu, Yu Linglong would scarcely stand a chance. Hence, her heart is fraught with unease. Linglong, you have indeed stumbled upon a treasure. A voice whispered in Yu Linglong's ear. Linger, Yu Linglong was startled. Although she wore a mask, she could easily recognize Long Linger. No wonder we introduced you to Senior Chen Hai, whom you dismissed. It turns out you know such an impressive figure. Long Linger teased. Upon hearing Long Linger's words, Yu Linglong could surmise that Long Linger was unaware that the nameless figure on stage was Lin Yu. Otherwise, Long Linger would likely be filled with regret. In truth, Yu Linglong understood very well that Long Linger was the ambitious sort. Long Linger had once declared that her future husband must be the most exceptional. Undoubtedly, Jiang Tao was indeed remarkable, a top scorer in the college entrance examination, a 5-star grand martial artist at merely 18. And now he had reached the 6-star grand martial artist realm. Such prowess could certainly be deemed genius, even bordering on the monstrous. Yet, only Yu Linglong comprehended that this so-called genius and prodigy paled in comparison to Lin Yu. Not only did Lin Yu surpass Jiang Tao in strength, but he was also far more handsome. Unless one were a fool, everyone would choose Lin Yu given the chance. Unfortunately, in Long Linger's eyes, Lin Yu remained but a waste. Ultimately, Long Linger was still influenced by a distortion of information. By the way, Linglong, he is your boyfriend, isn't he? Long Linger unexpectedly interjected. Yes. Yu Linglong nodded earnestly. Regardless of her perceived inadequacy beside Lin Yu, she would never permit Long Linger to harbor thoughts about him. Thus, she felt it imperative to assert her stance. By the way, how old is he, and where is he from? We should have a meal together sometime. Long Linger continued. Yu Linglong's heart raced slightly. You will understand in due time. Yu Linglong did not wish to elaborate, yet she also refrained from fabricating lies, knowing that Long Linger would eventually find out. Hence, she opted for this vague explanation. Long Linger was perplexed, unable to grasp the meaning behind Yu Linglong's ambiguous words. Now announcing, the match is won by Mr. Nameless, and his prize has been elevated to 8 billion. At this moment, Li Hun had returned to the competition stage. Noticing that Lin Yu remained motionless, Li Hun understood Lin Yu's intent. He evidently wished to continue. Therefore, Li Hun proceeded to say, I wonder which contestant will challenge the Nameless one next? The 7-star martial saint had already been bested by the Nameless figure. Thus, it was clear that any ordinary martial saint would not dare to step up and embarrass themselves. A brief silence fell over the crowd. I shall face Mr. Nameless. Yet, someone did ascend the stage, clad in a black robe, wielding a staff, moving with a gait that suggested they might stumble at any moment. Nevertheless, everyone understood that to challenge the Nameless figure at this juncture signified the challenger was undoubtedly a master, at least of the 7-star martial saint caliber or higher. To step onto the arena with a low level of cultivation is merely an act of disgrace. I am Wang Chunlei, an 8-star martial saint. The old man in the black robe proclaimed his name and prowess. An 8-star martial saint, how formidable! Many began to murmur amongst themselves. In a typical city, an 8-star martial saint would be regarded as a colossal figure. The distinction of merely one realm above a 7-star martial saint translates into a vast disparity in strength. It is no exaggeration to assert that an 8-star martial saint could effortlessly annihilate a 7-star martial saint in an instant. May I inquire, Mr. Nameless, how old are you? No one anticipated that the old man in the black robe would pose such a question. For many, if one were to inquire about anything, it would surely pertain to specific realms of cultivation. What do you think? Lin Yu did not respond directly. Wang Chunlei was left speechless. Intuitively, your age must be quite youthful. Wang Chunlei regarded Lin Yu with profound scrutiny. Chapter 80. Alas, 81 years old. How old are you? Lin Yu inquired in response. I am 81 years old, Wang Chunlei replied with a faint smile. Indeed, achieving the rank of an 8-star martial saint at the age of 81 is quite remarkable. From the perspective of age alone, an 8-star martial saint at 81 is still in their prime. I am not much younger than you, Wang Chunlei remarked, turning his gaze towards Lin Yu, who courteously acknowledged this. That makes sense. Upon hearing this, many found the revelation within an acceptable range. Typically, those who ascend to the rank of martial saint, particularly at higher levels, tend to be in their 70s or 80s. Some even surpass a century, which is entirely normal and acceptable. If one were merely in their 40s or 50s, they would likely be an extraordinary prodigy, a rarity indeed, even among martial saints. They would likely be of the 6-star rank or lower. 81 years old? How astonishing! Long Ling exclaimed, her expression one of disbelief. Previously, she had surmised that the individual on stage must be of considerable age. However, according to Yu Linglong's criteria for a partner, she had expected him to be around 40 or 50. Yet, she could never have anticipated he would be 81. Even for a high-ranking martial saint, such an age seems excessively advanced. Yu Linglong herself was only 20 years old, and that was in nominal years. In reality, she was just 19. Finding a boyfriend at 81 years of age at such a young stage in life certainly explained Yu Linglong's earlier hesitation when queried about her boyfriend's true age. Clearly, even her close friend felt awkward disclosing his actual age. Are you truly 81? Wang Chunlei found this hard to believe, as Lin Yu's aura and physique did not reflect that of an 81-year-old. Enough talk, let us proceed. Lin Yu beckoned Wang Chunlei with a gesture. For him, the pursuit of wealth took precedence. Defeating Wang Chunlei would grant him 160 billion, a sum that would suffice his needs. Wang Chunlei smirked enigmatically and suddenly swung his staff toward Lin Yu. Though it appeared merely as a staff, the force behind it was immense, akin to a mountain pressing down. Lin Yu narrowed his eyes and, without hesitation, struck back with his fist. Boom! The collision of fist and staff erupted in a thunderous sound. Wang Chunlei's body jolted, nearly losing his grip on the staff. The overwhelming force sent vibrations through his palm. Without a moment's pause, Lin Yu unleashed a flurry of punches, each one imbued with formidable strength. Each blow landed solidly on the staff, and in the blink of an eye, the two engaged in a fierce exchange of at least 100 rounds. Descend! Wang Chunlei bellowed, as the staff emitted a crimson light. This was a manifestation of Wang Chunlei's unique cultivation technique. When fully unleashed, everything reaches its zenith: power, speed, and techniques, all rendered flawless. This is the moment of Wang Chunlei's extreme eruption. Some even felt the surrounding atmosphere merging with him. This is what they call the harmony of time, place, and people. Witnessing this scene, many were filled with emotion. Just like in battle, if one can harness the harmony of time, place, and people, then when the full force erupts, the combined strength will be amplified. With an apparent combat strength of 80, one could unleash an impressive 120. Wang Chunlei exemplified this phenomenon. When his staff struck down, many believed it was his pinnacle moment. Boom! Lin Yu delivered a punch, devoid of any embellishment, unadorned yet powerful, striking the staff with a thunderous sound. In the next instant, everyone saw Wang Chunlei, along with his staff, sent flying. Upon landing, he spat out blood, his face pale. Lin Yu also staggered back a few steps, panting heavily, seemingly having exhausted all his strength. The unnamed contender was still marginally stronger than Wang Chunlei. Many sighed at this revelation. It was evident to all that Lin Yu's victory over Wang Chunlei had been quite arduous. This was a stark contrast to previous encounters, where Lin Yu would often secure victory with a single strike, or at most, two. The battle with Wang Chunlei had been incredibly taxing. Had Wang Chunlei been even slightly stronger, Lin Yu might have found himself in dire straits. Who else is left? Lin Yu wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and glanced down at the ring. Regardless, it remained a fact that he had defeated an 8-star martial saint. Such a display of might was astonishing. However, the lament of age lingered, for he was 81. Long Linger felt a pang of pity, believing Yu Linglong to be somewhat unfortunate. She could not fathom why Yu Linglong would choose a man of such advanced years. Was it merely due to his superior cultivation? Unbeknownst to Yu Linglong, Long Linger's thoughts were elsewhere. Her eyes sparkled with admiration. She found the figure on stage to be strikingly handsome, exuding unparalleled charisma. Who in the world could rival Lin Yu? Just look at his commanding presence. It was as if he ruled the heavens, embodying masculinity that sent shivers through the heart. What woman could resist a man of such overwhelming charisma? Has the unnamed challenger lost his mind? Even wounded, he is willing to continue accepting challenges? The crowd buzzed with speculation. Many believed he should choose to concede. At this moment, wouldn't he accepting 160 million be enticing? Perhaps the unnamed contender sought to seize this opportunity to hone his skills, disregarding wealth as trivial. Whispers floated through the air. For who could defeat an 8-star martial saint and consider the trifles of the underground world? When faced with life or death circumstances, one often discovers untapped potential. No one knew where Lin Yu's true potential lay. At least during the last competition, he had not unleashed all of it. Many remained puzzled about the true level Lin Yu had attained. I shall come forth. Since Lin Yu remains on stage, challengers are inevitable. Indeed, an elderly man, stooped and seemingly on the verge of collapse, made his appearance. Many spectators harbored doubts. Would a mere gust of wind topple this frail figure? The old man wobbled his way to the platform. I am the martial madman, a 9-star martial saint, here to seek your guidance. The stooped elder spoke with courtesy. Regardless, Lin Yu had earned the respect of his opponents through sheer strength. His current performance undeniably attested to the fact that he was not merely a name without substance. Very well, Lin Yu replied with a faint smile, stepping forward to stand before the martial madman. With a resounding crash, Lin Yu unleashed a punch, sending the martial madman soaring through the air. Was that all? Many rubbed their eyes, feeling that the old man's display fell short compared to the previous 8-star martial saint. Wang Chunlei, could it be that this martial madman was nothing but a hollow title? Do not hold back. Unleash your full power. Lin Yu calmly observed the martial madman, having discerned the elder's concealed strength with just a single strike. Chapter 81. The remarkable 18-year-old youth and his complete power. Many were left in a state of bewilderment. Li Han was also somewhat astonished. In his estimation, the combat prowess exhibited by the martial madman undoubtedly reached the level of an 8-star martial saint. Could it be that Wu Ming was mistaken? A sense of confusion lingered among the crowd, especially since some spectators were martial saints themselves. They could palpably sense the ferocity of the martial madman. Ha ha ha. Very well, I shall indulge your request. As Lin Yu's words fell, the martial madman broke into a laugh, his expression tinged with excitement. Look, no sooner had he spoken than an astonishing aura erupted from his being, and his formerly hunched form straightened remarkably. Most crucially, muscles began to manifest on his body, akin to an elderly man rejuvenating before their eyes. Had the martial madman not been wearing a mask, the transformation would have appeared even more vivid and striking. From age to youthful, his skin radiated vitality and strength. Undoubtedly, the martial madman had reached his pinnacle state. Kill. The martial madman soared into the air, his body merging with the void, and when he unleashed his punch, it seemed as though the very fabric of space was torn asunder. The onlookers were left utterly astonished and horrified. This was indeed the terrifying power possessed by the martial madman. Were it anyone else, the sheer force of their presence alone could pulverize their opponent into dust. Quite intriguing, Lin Yu remarked, a smirk playing on his lips. Boom. Subsequently, Lin Yu charged forward. Boom. Boom. The two figures danced upon the arena, each strike causing the platform to tremble violently, creating an illusion that it might collapse at any moment. How exhilarating. The spectators were electrified, their excitement palpable. It was typically a challenge to witness a martial saint, yet now they were treated to a fierce battle between top-tier martial saints. The exorbitant ticket price was undoubtedly justified. This was true mastery. Even if one could not see all the details, the thrill was undeniable. A middle-aged man expressed his awe, not lacking in wealth, but lamenting his own insufficient martial prowess. From his vantage point, the arena appeared to contain but two ephemeral figures. He could not grasp the elusive forms, yet he was thoroughly satisfied. Incredible! Someone shouted in excitement. Is Wu Ming really 81 years old? Something feels amiss. Another murmured. Indeed, I too sense that Wu Ming cannot possibly be 81. Others echoed, sharing the sentiment. The reasoning was straightforward. At that moment, the martial madman had entered his most formidable state, while Lin Yu remained unyielding, showing no signs of frailty or stoop. In short, the mere presence of the two was disconcerting. If this individual could conceal his realm, then it was perfectly reasonable for him to mask his age as well. Someone suddenly interjected. Only Yu Linglong understood the truth in her heart. He is the man she adores, an extraordinarily impressive 18-year-old youth. Should the mask be lifted, it is likely that every woman in the underworld would be captivated. Regardless of the circumstances, Yu Linglong's heart has completely melted. No matter how remarkable he may be, he is ultimately an 81-year-old man. Linglong, you must ponder this carefully. Observing the excitement on Yu Linglong's face, which unmistakably bore the marks of youthful infatuation, Long Linger expressed her concerns, unable to restrain herself. Deep down, Long Linger genuinely wished for Yu Linglong's happiness, yet she knew that this 81-year-old man could never provide it. Boom. At that moment, a tremendous noise erupted from the arena, followed by the sight of the martial madman being unceremoniously thrown out. The martial madman glanced down at his chest, where a fist imprint was visible. I have lost, he said, shrugging his shoulders in resignation. He understood better than anyone that had Lin Yu's attack been even slightly more forceful, it could have pierced his heart, sealing his fate. Thus, Lin Yu had shown him mercy. Under such circumstances, continuing the match seemed utterly unnecessary. He had indeed triumphed over a top-tier martial saint. And Yu Linglong felt as if she were in a dream, a torrent of emotions flooding her heart. Since the beginning of the match, Wu Ming had not taken a moment's rest, demonstrating remarkable prowess. Some had noticed this detail. Typically, challenges allow for breaks, Yet Lin Yu was an exception. When it was mentioned, others began to pay attention to this nuance. In this bout, Wu Ming emerged victorious, winning a staggering prize of 320 billion. Mr. Wu Ming, will you continue to compete? Li Hun's gaze fell upon Lin Yu. At this juncture, it was essential to seek Lin Yu's opinion. For it was evident that should the competition persist, the next contenders would be no less than 9-star martial saints, perhaps even of a higher caliber. Continue. Lin Yu replied without a moment's hesitation. The pursuit of wealth must take precedence. Do you think Mr. Wu Ming was merely playing the fool in his last match? Someone in the audience remarked unexpectedly. A segment of the audience had witnessed the previous bout, where Lin Yu had defeated a 3-star martial saint at the cost of sustaining severe injuries. Now, he effortlessly vanquished an 8-star martial saint, and upon reflection, the implications became clear to all. Just how formidable was Wu Ming's true strength? Many were left perplexed, as until now, no one had ascertained Lin Yu's genuine capabilities. Who among you dares to challenge Mr. Wu Ming? Li Hun surveyed the audience. At this moment, any individual brave enough to ascend the stage would undoubtedly be a heavyweight figure. I shall give it a try. As many doubted that anyone would have the courage to challenge, a deep voice resonated. It belonged to a stout man, his exact age indiscernible. However, his aged voice suggested he was quite advanced in years. Of course, many could not discern the depth of his cultivation. In truth, upon reaching a certain level of cultivation, concealing one's prowess becomes a trivial matter. I, Feng Yuxiu, stand at the threshold of a half-step great martial sage. With this proclamation of my cultivation level, astonishment ensued. A half-step great martial sage. How extraordinary. At long last, a formidable figure has emerged. It is said that the number of half-step great martial sages is exceedingly rare. Those who manage to step into the realm of great martial sages can ascend to the status of guardians. In an instant, a flurry of discussions erupted among the crowd. For instance, Jiang Tao's master possesses the might of a great martial sage. Even a half-step great martial sage is beyond the imagination of ordinary individuals. A half-step great martial sage can effortlessly dominate those within the martial sage realm. To many, it seems the great battle may soon come to an end. Feng Yuxiu, the martial enthusiast, is known to unleash a power that can even trouble a great martial sage when fully manifested. Suddenly, someone exclaimed in surprise. No one anticipated that this competitor would reveal his true name. Since you are aware of my identity, I find no reason to remain concealed. With decisive grace, Feng Yuxiu removed his mask, unveiling a weathered visage. Chapter 82. I hope you can cooperate within the esteemed circles of Kyoto. Even a mere half-step martial saint is regarded as a formidable pillar, hence, none dare to underestimate their prowess. Even Li Hun, the underworld's leader, must show utmost reverence in the presence of Feng Yuxiu. Can you remove your mask? Feng Yuxiu inquired, casting a curious glance at Lin Yu. He too was intrigued by the true appearance, age, and realm of Lin Yu. The others held their breath, eagerly awaiting Lin Yu's response. After all, this proposition came from a half-step martial saint, and few would dare to decline. If you can defeat me, I shall comply with any request of yours. Lin Yu replied with a faint smile, embodying an air of nonchalance. His implication was unmistakable. Should Feng Yuxiu fail to best him, then all discussions would be moot. Very intriguing. I am eager to witness just how formidable you truly are, Feng Yuxiu chuckled. He brought his hands together, and a magnificent lion's silhouette emerged behind him. This was a hallmark of the half-step martial saint. In battle, a martial saint often emanates a sacred aura, granting them absolute dominion within its bounds. However, at the level of great martial saints, even half-step ones typically cultivate their own ethereal manifestations. For instance, monks often choose the figure of the Buddha, who, during combat, appears to bolster the monk's prowess, forcing the opponent to contend not only with the monk's attacks, but also with those of the Buddha, essentially facing two masters. At times, the phantoms conjured by a great saint can surpass the might of their corporeal form. Feng Yuxiu's immediate invocation of such a technique underscored the gravity with which he regarded Lin Yu. The lion, king of all beasts, commands respect even among extraordinary creatures, exuding a powerful presence that left many spectators breathless. Attack! Feng Yuxiu commanded, and the lion mirrored his movement. They struck in unison, launching a dual assault upon Lin Yu. At that moment, Lin Yu found himself enduring the onslaught of two half-step martial saints, their coordination impeccable. In awe, the crowd murmured, "This is incredible. I have never witnessed such a manifestation. Its potency is beyond imagination. A half-step martial saint. What a privilege this 10 million entry fee has granted us." Speculation rippled through the audience. Do you think Wu Ming can withstand the onslaught of a half-step martial saint? Eyes gleamed with anticipation, each individual consumed by excitement. Fearful of missing the unfolding spectacle. Could a half-step martial saint truly be resisted? Yu Linglong felt a surge of anticipation within, albeit tinged with a sense of disbelief. If 18-year-old Lin Yu were able to withstand such an assault, would it not border on the fantastical? Yet Lin Yu had already achieved miracle after miracle, having swept through 8-star martial saints with remarkable ease. In summary, Yu Linglong was anxious, her small hands clenched tightly. "Give me 20 years, and I too shall become a half-step martial saint," Jiang Tao declared, brimming with confidence. His words were spoken aloud, intended for Long Linger. As a man, he possesses his own pride and wishes to convey to Long Linger that he is not inferior to Feng Yuxiu. On the contrary, at such an advanced age, Feng Yuxiu has only reached the level of half-step great martial saint. Given himself 20 years, he would only be 38, younger and more formidable than Feng Yuxiu. "I believe you can undoubtedly achieve this." Long Linger also harbors immense faith in Jiang Tao. Considering that Jiang Tao is merely 18 years old, yet has already attained the rank of 6-star great martial sect, his future is resplendent with promise. Her gaze then fell upon Yu Linglong, and a pang of sympathy arose for her dear friend. Choosing an 81-year-old man, regardless of his prowess, carries a blemish. If this were to spread, it would surely become a source of ridicule. Could it be that her choice of an elder is connected to the current predicament of the Yu family? A sudden realization struck Long Linger. She recalled that her family had recently mentioned that the Yu family seemed to be facing a significant crisis. A core junior of the Yu family had offended a powerful figure, placing the family in grave danger. Should this peril remain unresolved, the Yu family could face utter downfall, and perhaps even complete destruction. With these thoughts in mind, and upon reflecting on Yu Linglong's current choice, Long Linger began to understand. However, Jiang Tao, being merely a 6-star great martial sect member, was unable to assist Yu Linglong in any meaningful way. In the arena, Lin Yu remained composed, effortlessly countering Feng Yuxiu's relentless assaults. It appeared he was multitasking. Observers noted a remarkable detail. While Lin Yu deftly dealt with Feng Yuxiu, his other hand was simultaneously engaging the illusory lion. Suddenly, Lin Yu pointed decisively at the lion. With a resounding impact, the lion seemed to suffer a grievous blow, trembling violently before its projection erupted into fragments. At that very moment, Lin Yu delivered a powerful punch towards Feng Yuxiu, who was sent flying like a kite severed from its string. A profound silence enveloped the arena, leaving many in a state of disbelief. Just moments ago, the combatants appeared evenly matched, yet in the blink of an eye, the half-step great martial saint Feng Yuxiu had been vanquished with apparent ease. Particularly striking was Lin Yu's calm demeanor on the stage, as though this triumph posed no challenge to him. To effortlessly defeat a half-step great martial saint. Could it be that Wu Ming's strength had ascended to the level of a great martial saint? How could this be, when the last test indicated his power was merely at the 5-star great martial sect level? A wave of speculation began to ripple through the crowd. If one were to suggest that Wu Ming had initially been at the great martial saint level, concealing his true strength to participate in the great martial sect competition, could there be merit to such a theory? If this were the case, then Wu Ming would be in violation of the competition regulations and subject to punishment from the underworld. Before long, some began to grasp the implications. Unless Lin Yu had genuinely possessed the strength of a great martial sect during the last competition, or at most, was merely a half-step great martial saint. Otherwise, Lin Yu would be in violation of the regulations of the underworld, facing accountability and the necessity of reclaiming all the prize money from the previous competition. In truth, Li Han had long recognized this predicament. Given its emergence in discussions among many, Li Han understood the imperative to resolve the matter. Otherwise, in future arena matches, anyone could conceal their true capabilities, participate, and claim rewards, leading to utter chaos. Mr. Wu Ming, your prize money now stands at an astonishing 640 billion. According to the regulations, I am not permitted to inquire into your specific realm. However, Doubts have been raised regarding your previous performance, suggesting you deliberately concealed your strength. Li Han took a deep breath and continued, expressing his hope for your cooperation in revealing the realm you occupied during the last competition and the one you currently possess. Of course, should everything align with the regulations, I shall personally decide to elevate your prize from 640 billion to a grand 1,000 billion. As a gesture of support and gratitude, it must be acknowledged that Li Han is an astute individual, exceptionally skilled in maneuvering situations. Chapter 83. Very well. I shall satisfy you. Li Han could sense that Lin Yu participated in the competition primarily for monetary gain. Therefore, expressing gratitude to Lin Yu through financial means seemed to be the most appropriate approach. The audience held their breath in anticipation, as no one was privy to Lin Yu's precise cultivation level thus far. Even Yu Linglong was only aware of Lin Yu's age, remaining oblivious to the specifics of his prowess. There was an undeniable feeling that Lin Yu was far beyond a mere 5-star Grand Martial Master. In fact, he likely surpassed even the Grand Martial Master level, perhaps approaching that of a Martial Saint. After all, how could he have defeated a half-step Martial Saint otherwise? Indeed, I can disclose to all of you that during my last competition, my actual strength was that of a 5-star Grand Martial Master. Presently, I have ascended to the level of a 9-star Grand Martial Master, or rather, I am infinitely close to a half-step Martial Saint. Lin Yu remarked with a faint smile. How could that be? How could he merely be a 9-star Grand Martial Master? Could a 9-star Grand Martial Master truly defeat a half-step Martial Saint? The leap in levels was staggering. The surrounding crowd buzzed with speculation. Typically, while battles across levels do occur, those spanning 2 levels are infrequent, and encounters crossing 3 levels are exceedingly rare. Yet, Lin Yu's feats transcended mere level jumps. He had, in effect, vaulted over 10 minor realms, akin to surpassing a major realm entirely. Such accomplishments were well beyond the realm of ordinary conjecture. After Lin Yu spoke, all his spiritual energy returned to his dantian, and soon, 9 star-shaped energies of the Grand Martial Master were visible to the onlookers. Should you harbor any doubts, feel free to utilize the ultimate machine for verification. Lin Yu added. With that simple statement, he dispelled all uncertainties. The so-called ultimate machine could ascertain one's capabilities, no matter how formidable. However, such advanced instruments were quite costly, with only a few available in the Great Xia Kingdom. Each examination incurred exorbitant fees. Nevertheless, for the underground world, it was but a trifling expense. Li Han understood well that Lin Yu's declaration implied he was unafraid of scrutiny, further reinforcing the truth of his claims. Lin Yu indeed possessed the realm of a 9-star Grand Martial Master. Shall I pose a second question? Li Han ventured once more. Feel free to ask. Though I do not guarantee a response, Lin Yu replied, displaying his astuteness. He was not inclined to reveal all his secrets. Are you truly 81 years of age? Li Han inquired again. Many in the crowd wore expressions of anticipation, as this was a question that intrigued them deeply. There was a prevailing sense that Lin Yu appeared youthful, yet his formidable strength suggested otherwise. Logically, he should not be so young. This contradiction left many puzzled. I am not 81. However, the specifics of my age remain a secret, Lin Yu replied with a slight smile. It seems he cannot be merely 81. With such combat prowess, capable of defeating a half-step Martial Saint, he must be over 100 years old. It is highly likely that he has studied special techniques to suppress his realm while enhancing his strength. Someone suddenly realized. Some ancient beings can indeed return to the realm without violating the competition's regulations, murmured a few. Lin Yu was utterly speechless. He never anticipated that everyone would speculate about their ages exceeding a century. To appear youthful is often a reflection of higher cultivation, which grants a more youthful physique. Some great martial saints appear akin to individuals in their 30s or 40s, which is hardly extraordinary. At that moment, Lin Yu found himself at a loss for words. Yet he had no intention of explaining. Mr. Wuming, do you still intend to participate in the competition? Li Han inquired, a smile gracing his lips as he regarded Lin Yu, who, at this juncture, commanded considerable respect. After all, in this world, strength reigns supreme. Lin Yu likely possessed the power to vanquish a great martial saint, thereby deserving of such respect. 100 billion is ample for me to spend for a while. Lin Yu shrugged. To be candid, he genuinely wished to continue competing. However, he believed that one should not monopolize the benefits, which led him to choose to withdraw. Nonetheless, Many perceived Lin Yu's strength to be at the pinnacle of the half-step Great Martial Saint level, or perhaps a one-star Great Martial Saint. Therefore, he declined to participate in the competition. Regardless, the fact that Lin Yu had fought to such an extent was already impressive. What? You intend to run off with some money? Competing against the younger generation? How shameless. Unexpectedly, just as Lin Yu was about to step down, a raspy voice interrupted. Upon hearing this, Li Hun frowned slightly. The underground world operates under specific rules, allowing anyone to choose to fight or withdraw from the competition, which is reasonable. The other party's obstruction of Lin Yu was clearly unjust and a provocation to the underground world. What do you want? Lin Yu directed his gaze at the challenger. A two-star Great Martial Saint, indeed a formidable figure, hence the arrogance. It's simple, let us duel. If you lose, the 100 billion is mine. If you win, I shall give you 100 billion. The challenger stated nonchalantly. How impressive. A true master has finally emerged. Some were astonished, thinking, who isn't a master? No one expected a formidable contender to appear midway. To many, Lin Yu's withdrawal from the competition signified the limits of his prowess. Now, with someone boldly challenging him, it implied their absolute confidence in defeating Lin Yu. Lin Yu, disinterested in the challenger, instead addressed Li Hun. If I continue the competition, will there still be a prize? Indeed, according to the regulations, should you choose to continue, the prize of over 600 billion will double. However, since your current amount has grown to 100 billion, should you emerge victorious, the underground world will reward you with a doubling of that, amounting to 200 billion, not including any private wagers, Li Hun responded. His spirits lifted. He was eager to ascertain the true limits of Lin Yu's capabilities. Very well, I shall oblige you. Lin Yu turned to the provocateur, shrugging lightly. The challenger was clad in blue, his exact age indiscernible. Only his strength remained unmasked, the two-star Grand Martial Sage. Very well, if both of you have no objections, I hereby declare the commencement of the match. Li Hun stood invigorated. I am the black-hearted elder, the two-star Grand Martial Sage. I never anticipated that the elder in blue would introduce himself. The black-hearted elder, it is indeed he. This nefarious individual, infamous for his wicked deeds, is still alive. Could it be that virtuous individuals do not live long, while malevolent ones endure for millennia? The crowd erupted in astonishment. No one would have imagined that the challenger to Lin Yu would be the black-hearted elder. The black-hearted elder is a nefarious cultivator and scrupulous in his methods, having taken countless lives in his relentless pursuit of resources during his cultivation. He ranks 10th on the wanted list of the Great Xia. Capturing the black-hearted elder would yield a substantial reward. Naturally, there are rules in the underworld as well. Fighting is prohibited outside the arena. Chapter 84. To put it bluntly, it's all about that little matter in the pants. Referee, if I were to eliminate this old fool, where would I claim my reward? Lin Yu did not rush into action. Instead, he cast a glance towards Li Hun. Li Hun, taken aback, had not anticipated Lin Yu's candidness. If you truly manage to slay the heartless elder, you shall receive a bounty of 10 billion. At that point, leave the corpse of the Dark Elder, and my underworld will compensate you handsomely. Li Hun stated decisively. I never expected you to wish for my demise, but that works out well. I can eliminate you as well. The heartless elder chuckled ominously. This is dire. Yu Linglong's heart raced with anxiety. If that were the case, Lin Yu would surely be in grave danger. During the earlier match, both sides had exercised extreme restraint. Thus, even when facing stronger opponents, Lin Yu's life was not at stake. Now, with the emergence of a heartless elder, Lin Yu's blatant desire to kill would undoubtedly provoke a fierce response. Regardless of Lin Yu's prowess, this heartless elder was a two-star Grand Martial Sage, far beyond the level of the previous half-step Grand Martial Sage. Consequently, Yu Linglong's heart was filled with dread. If given the choice, she would forego any reward, so long as Lin Yu could safely descend from the arena. Come on, come to kill. Lin Yu beckoned to the heartless elder, his tone dripping with arrogance. Is he mad? Such provocation towards the heartless elder, stimulating the Dark Elder in such a manner would only hasten his demise. Many shook their heads in disbelief. In their minds, Lin Yu's actions were nothing short of a reckless pursuit of death. Even Li Hun could not help but furrow his brows, deeming Lin Yu's behavior excessively reckless. Since you are so eager to meet your end, then allow me to grant your wish. Darkness descends. With a sweeping gesture, the heartless elder enveloped the entire arena in an impenetrable blackness. No matter how skilled one might be, the surroundings were engulfed in utter darkness. Even Lin Yu was momentarily taken aback, for the effect of the Elder's technique bore a striking resemblance to his own Nine Nether Realm. When Lin Yu invoked the Nine Nether Realm, he could easily control everything within a designated range. However, the Heartless Elder, through the descent of darkness, had mastered the surroundings with remarkable cunning. In my domain of darkness, I am the sovereign. I hold dominion over your life and death, echoed the voice of the Heartless Elder from within the shadows. Sovereign, do you think you are impressive? Lin Yu's voice emerged, laced with amusement, from the depths of the arena's darkness. In the next instant, the Heartless Elder felt a tightening around his neck, as Lin Yu effortlessly lifted him into the air. At that moment, the Elder flailed helplessly like a chick, struggling in vain. The onlookers were astonished, their disbelief palpable. What a joke! The Heartless Elder was a formidable 2-star Grand Marshal Sage, not some insignificant figure, yet he was being so thoroughly humiliated. Just moments before, many had worried for Lin Yu's safety. Yet, with a single move, Lin Yu had dispatched the Heartless Elder. Please, spare my life. I can offer you everything. The old man, with a heart as dark as his soul, pleaded desperately. As a 2-star martial saint, he possessed his own dignity. Yet when faced with the specter of death, all semblance of pride faded into insignificance. For him, preserving his life outweighed all else. What treasures do you possess? Lin Yu inquired, his eyes gleaming with intrigue, for his participation in the arena was ultimately driven by the pursuit of wealth. All my treasures are contained within this. Without hesitation, the old man produced a bag of holding. Lin Yu released his grip, and before the gathered crowd, he opened the bag to reveal a trove of rare and precious materials. Indeed, a significant bounty. Transfer all the funds to my account, Lin Yu instructed, handing the old man a card. Below the arena, the onlookers exchanged bewildered glances, the surreal nature of the unfolding events rendering them almost dreamlike. Had they not previously questioned Li Han about the rewards for slaying the old man? A notification chimed on Lin Yu's phone. 250 billion had been transferred. Delightful. You may leave now. Lin Yu waved dismissively. The old man's crimes held no relevance to him. The pursuit of profit took precedence. A murmur of recognition rippled through the crowd. They understood his insatiable greed. Flaws are inherent to all. In truth, the more flawless one appears, the less likable they tend to be. Li Han felt a surge of satisfaction. As long as one loved money, it could be wielded as a tool when needed. Are you still competing, Mr. Nameless? Li Han's gaze fell upon Lin Yu. The old man's earlier provocation hardly constituted a challenge. No need. Just ensure the funds are deposited. Lin Yu replied, content that such wealth would sustain him for a considerable time. He and Yu Linglong slipped backstage, exiting the underground world via a secret passage, effectively evading any potential tracking of their true identities. Should we send someone to follow and uncover the truth about Nameless? One subordinate suggested. Yet his words were cut short by Li Han's icy glare. Linglong, what troubles you? On their way back to school, Lin Yu noticed Yu Linglong appeared preoccupied and instinctively inquired. It's nothing. She quickly shook her head. If you regard me as an ally, then confide in me. What is troubling you? Lin Yu pressed, his gaze earnest. Previously, Yu Linglong had seemed in good spirits, but upon exiting the underground realm and checking her phone, a change had overtaken her demeanor. After a moment's hesitation, she finally handed her phone to Lin Yu. Linglong, the Han family has issued an ultimatum. Either you marry their second son as compensation, or they will annihilate the entire Yu family. For the sake of the Yu clan, I must endure this. What does the Han family's second son mean? Lin Yu asked, a look of astonishment crossing his face. Yu Linglong proceeded to recount the entire story. A few days prior, the brother of Yu Linglong, the sole heir of the Yu family, encountered a stunning barmaid while reveling in a bar in the northwestern region. In his pursuit of the enchanting woman, he found himself competing with another suitor. A verbal altercation escalated into a physical confrontation, resulting in Yu Linglong's brother inadvertently causing grievous harm to the other man's groin. Under ordinary circumstances, this incident would not have posed a significant threat, as the Yu family possesses the strength to manage such situations effortlessly. However, they now face a formidable adversary. For the other party is none other than the second son of the Han family of the Northwest. Renowned as one of the 10 most powerful families in the region, the Han family boasts over a dozen masters at the Marshal Saint level, and possibly even a Grand Marshal Saint. In stark contrast, the Yu families might culminate at merely a half step into the martial saint realm, rendering them vastly inferior in combat prowess. While the Yu family contemplated offering financial reparations, the Han family is not in want of wealth. Upon discovering that the Yu family has a daughter, celebrated as one of the most exquisite beauties of Beihai and possessing a keen business acumen, the Han family directly proposed that Yu Linglong wed their second son. In essence, the matter revolves around a trivial dispute of dignity. Chapter 85. Is a substitute student still frolicking? The Han family has granted us 3 days to deliberate. After this period, they will send representatives to our home to propose a union. Should they fail to retrieve the desired individual, the entirety of the Yu family shall face annihilation. Yu Linglong divulged everything. I initially perceived this as a minor inconvenience. Thus, I offered, I shall accompany you home to resolve all troubles. Lin Yu responded with a faint smile, asserting that matters solvable by sheer force were hardly worth concern. Yet, Yu Linglong remained apprehensive. The Han family likely possesses formidable martial saints. Lin Yu dismissed her worries decisively. What of a martial saint? Stunned, Yu Linglong realized at that moment that Lin Yu had yet to fully unveil his prowess. A 2-star martial saint would be effortlessly vanquished by Lin Yu. Thus, how formidable could he truly be? Could he genuinely sweep through the ranks of martial saints? Contemplating this, Yu Linglong's heart fluttered. She yearned to find a hotel room to express her gratitude to Lin Yu. After parting ways with Yu Linglong, Lin Yu returned to his dormitory and extracted vital medicinal herbs from his spatial pouch. Coupled with recently acquired materials, their combined worth exceeded a staggering 1 billion. He meticulously refined these herbs into elixirs, consuming them one by one as if they were mere snacks. Lin Yu sought to employ these potions for the 8th refinement of his physique. The entire process was excruciating. The elixirs transformed into overwhelming energy, fervently stimulating every inch of his skin. During this ordeal, Lin Yu possessed the capability to utilize the 9 nether body to shield himself with energy. However, he chose not to. Instead, he solely relied on his physical form to endure and experience this ultimate trial. By the end, his skin oozed blood, and his body felt on the brink of explosion. Success. The 8th refinement of his physique was accomplished. At last, Lin Yu's body trembled violently as all energy coalesced within him, merging into every fiber of his skin, ultimately achieving tranquility. Upon closer inspection, his skin radiated a faint golden hue. Compared to the 7th refinement, this golden tint was more pronounced, gradually transitioning towards a deeper gold. The 9 nether body had, at the very least, doubled in strength compared to before. Should he encounter an opponent of the martial saint realm, Lin Yu could stand resolutely, allowing his adversary to attack without fear of harm. This was the overwhelming nature of Lin Yu post-refinement. This day, you shall represent our esteemed institution in an exchange with Beiwang University. A defeat would mean the loss of our prestigious status as a top-tier university to Beiwang. Therefore, as the principal, I implore your utmost efforts. The following morning, a vice principal along with Director Tao personally led the delegation. Naturally, Teacher Luo and Teacher Su Qing accompanied them as well. However, prior to their departure, the old principal arrived. In previous years, during the freshman exchanges, Hucking University had suffered complete defeats at the hands of Beiwang University. Everyone understood the significance of this exchange for Hucking University, yet they were aware of the formidable strength of Beiwang's newcomers, leaving them with no choice but to fight with all their might. Fortunately, the new students of Hucking University possess commendable strength and are certainly capable of putting up a fight, unlike in previous years when they were utterly overwhelmed by Beiwang University. Upon the arrival of Hucking University's representatives at Beiwang University, the president, accompanied by senior officials, personally welcomed them, demonstrating due respect for a prestigious institution. However, should Hucking University suffer defeat once more, the balance of power between the two institutions may very well shift. Director Tao led Lin Yu and the others into Beiwang University's training facility, where the competition was set to unfold. The spiritual energy present here was on par with that of Hucking University's training grounds. Upon witnessing the 10 representatives from Beiwang University, Director Tao faltered, his mind momentarily blank. Beiwang University fielded only 10 new representatives, without any substitutes. Among them were 3 5-star Grand Marshal ancestors and 7 4-star Grand Marshal ancestors. How could they possibly compete against such formidable opponents? Hucking University had merely one 5-star Grand Marshal ancestor and two 4-star Grand Marshal ancestors, with the remainder being below 4-star status. Although 3-star Grand Marshal ancestors could engage in challenges beyond their rank, the students of Beihang University were no pushovers. It was likely that their 7 4-star Grand Marshal ancestors could also challenge 5-star counterparts. As the president of Hucking University processed this information, his face drained of color, nearly succumbing to faintness. The strength of Hucking University was clearly not suited for an exchange. It was destined to be a display of utter domination. Vice President Lee. Director Tao, here is the list and information regarding our exchange students, the president of Beihang University stated, handing the document to Director Tao and his colleagues. This list served to verify that the new students from Beihang University were indeed legitimate, dispelling any notions of impropriety. Naturally, Hucking University also possessed relevant lists and student records, confirming their eligibility. Beihang University entrusted Hucking University with the format of the competition, which essentially signified their unwavering confidence. Regardless of the method Hucking University chose to employ for the contest, defeat was a foregone conclusion. Vice President Lee and Director Tao felt a pang of bitterness. It was humiliating for a top-tier institution to be so easily dismissed by Beihang University. Yet, the reality dawned upon them that Hucking University's new student exchange had already been lost. The only remaining objective was to salvage some dignity by winning 1 or 2 matches. Vice President Lee, Director Tao, please come here. At that moment, as Vice President Lee and the others were engulfed in despondency, they noticed Lin Yu beckoning them. Vice President Lee was taken aback, swiftly overcome by an urge to reprimand him. How could a mere substitute student still be so buoyant at a time like this? Vice President Lee, this is Lin Yu. During the strength assessment, his speed was remarkably elusive, allowing him to remain undefeated against any opponent. Noticing the unusual expression on Vice Principal Lee's face, Su Qing hurriedly offered an explanation. Well, let us first ascertain his intentions. Upon hearing Su Qing's words, Vice Principal Lee felt somewhat reassured. He immediately approached alongside Director Tao, with Su Qing and Teacher Luo following closely behind. Vice Principal Lee, Director Tao, given the formidable presence of Beihang University, our Hucking University appears destined for defeat, Lin Yu stated with utmost seriousness. Upon hearing this, Vice Principal Lee nearly spat blood. Was it necessary to articulate the obvious? Even a fool could discern that. However, I possess a strategy that could secure victory for our institution, Lin Yu added with a hint of confidence. You have a plan? Both Vice Principal Lee and Director Tao furrowed their brows, suspecting that Lin Yu was merely boasting. Su Qing was also taken aback. In her recollection, Lin Yu was typically composed. Why, at such a critical moment, did he seem to be losing his composure? Chapter 86. The beautiful woman's anger. Our school can propose a team battle against Beihang University, where victory is determined by the last person standing from either side, Lin Yu stated earnestly. Team battle? Vice Principal Lee's interest was piqued. In a one-on-one challenge, no matter what strategies Hucking University employed, defeat was inevitable. Even if Lin Yu managed to draw against Beihang University's strongest newcomer with his peculiar movement techniques, it would not suffice. However, in a team battle, if Lin Yu could endure until the end, evading all attacks from Beihang University's representatives and maintaining a draw, Hucking University could indeed turn the tide. In the eyes of Vice Principal Lee and Director Tao, this might be a glimmer of hope for Hucking University. As long as they could achieve a draw, it would be considered a victory. Very well, let us proceed with this approach. Ultimately, Vice Principal Lee and Director Tao nodded in agreement. They quickly negotiated terms with Beihang University. All participants entered the training base, which served as the battleground, and the match would conclude once one side was entirely defeated. Naturally, Beihang University was brimming with confidence. With merely 3 5-star martial masters united, they could easily sweep Hucking University aside. They even speculated whether Hucking University might adopt evasive tactics to delay the match and ultimately secure a draw. However, Beihang University was unconcerned. After all, this was their training base, and their students were intimately familiar with the terrain. No matter where Hucking University's students attempted to hide, they could be effortlessly located. During their preliminary training, Beihang University had even formed teams for team battles, reinforcing the belief among their higher-ups that victory was a foregone conclusion, devoid of any suspense. Hucking University perhaps believed that this method would allow for a more dignified defeat. Otherwise, in a one-on-one match, a score of 10-0 would be a significant embarrassment. The higher-ups of Beihang University exchanged jovial banter, their voices unrestrained, allowing Vice Principal Li and Director Tao to overhear every word. Their expressions darkened, yet they felt powerless to change the situation. Lin Yu, I hope you can hold on until the end. The school will surely reward you, Vice Principal Li said, patting Lin Yu on the shoulder. If I win, what kind of reward can the school offer? This was Lin Yu's primary concern. If you achieve victory, the school will fulfill any request you make, Director Tao blurted out. Of course, neither Director Tao nor Vice Principal Li genuinely believed that Lin Yu could emerge victorious. What a ludicrous notion. If Lin Yu were to win, they would willingly offer their heads for him to kick like a ball. All students from both sides entered the training base, which featured dense jungles and hills, resembling a miniature world. Each team's members scattered into the underbrush. Should any student concede or be defeated, they would be permitted to leave the training base. Approximately 10 minutes later, 3 or 4 students emerged one after another. They were all from Hucking University. After another 10 minutes, a few more students appeared, including the esteemed Wu Zong, Luo Shuixian. Luo Shuixian had been decisively defeated by 3 5-star martial artists from Hucking University, rendering the competition utterly predictable. Currently, within the training base, only one 3-star martial artist, the voluptuous Wu Hong, and a special personnel, Lin Yu, remained. Upon entering the training base, Lin Yu selected a tree trunk, reclining upon it with his eyes closed, contemplating that he would leisurely deal with any North Wilderness University students who sought him out. To be candid, given his current prowess, confronting the students from North Wilderness University would be somewhat of an unfair advantage. However, Lin Yu did not anticipate that, instead of encountering the students from North Wilderness University, it would be Wu Hong who approached. Wu Hong had changed into attire that closely resembled the color of the tree trunk. Thus, when she leapt onto the trunk, her presence became nearly undetectable. Her intentions were straightforward. Although her martial skills were lacking, her ability to conceal herself was exceptional. She planned to remain hidden until the students from North Wilderness University grew impatient and were compelled to seek a truce. If Lin Yu represented the first line of defense for Hucking University, then Wu Hong served as its second line of defense. Lin Yu then realized that even if he did not seek out Vice Principal Li, they would still propose a team battle approach. Since their strongest was merely a 3-star martial artist, any one of them could easily defeat them. There was no need for them to gather. They could disperse and swiftly locate the 2 timid opponents. The students from North Wilderness University altered their strategy. In their view, the outcome of the competition was devoid of suspense. Consequently, the 10 of them moved in different directions, attempting to uncover the whereabouts of Wu Hong and Lin Yu. To his surprise, someone soon discovered Lin Yu. The opponent, a 4-star martial artist, regarded Lin Yu with disdain. To be precise, apart from the previously mentioned 5-star martial artist Luo Shuixian, he did not take anyone else seriously. Wu Hong, come down. We have been spotted. Lin Yu called out as he leapt from the tree trunk, gesturing towards Wu Hong not far away. Damn it! Wu Hong seethed with frustration, feeling a surge of blood rise within her. She had concealed herself so effectively that the opponent had not noticed her, yet Lin Yu had inadvertently revealed her presence. What an utter failure! The handsome young man paused, genuinely surprised that he had not detected Wu Hong. Now, it seemed that they could resolve this all at once. Thus, the freshman exchange would come to an end. You need not lift a finger, simply concede and leave the base, he declared, exuding an air of certainty. Let us go. We should exit, Wu Hong replied, feeling disheartened. While her concealment skills were remarkable, her combat abilities were wholly inadequate. Admitting defeat would spare her the embarrassment of a confrontation. Boom. As a result, Lin Yu stepped forward and delivered a powerful punch, causing the slender young man to soar through the air like a projectile. What on earth? Wu Hong exclaimed, unable to contain his astonishment at the scene before him. With just a single move, Lin Yu had dispatched a 4-star martial arts master. Could this truly be considered a mere waste? What was happening? When the dejected young man appeared at the exit of the base, the faculty and students of Beihang University were left in disbelief. The individual known as Lin Yu possessed formidable strength, as the slender student candidly admitted. Unfortunately, He could no longer inform the students within the forest. Otherwise, they might have forewarned the competitors to be wary of Lin Yu. However, they did not dwell on this, as it was not uncommon for a dark horse to emerge unexpectedly. "I'll climb the tree to assist you." Wu Hong quickly ascended into the branches. In his view, at a critical moment, he could be of aid to Lin Yu. Soon, the second competitor arrived, a burly figure with exceptional tracking abilities. It was time to conclude the match and head out for a meal. Upon spotting Lin Yu, the opponent broke into a wide grin. Chapter 87. A direct confrontation. Fiercely assertive. With a resounding thud, a simple yet powerful punch contorted the opponent's face, sending their body crashing to the ground. Lin Yu emerged victorious. Perched on a tree trunk, Wu Hong watched this spectacle, swallowing hard, utterly impressed. Such prowess could surely rival that of the Celestial of Luo Shui. The second contestant stepped out of the base, causing the higher-ups of Beihuang University to furrow their brows. Nevertheless, they remained unfazed. In their view, perhaps Hucking University had a dark horse, but one that could only defeat a 4-star grand martial artist. Once they encountered a 5-star grand martial artist from Beihuang University, any notion of a dark horse would dissipate like mist. Thus, they simply needed to bide their time for the outcome. More participants arrived, having just defeated the second contender. Lin Yu soon faced 5 challengers, each a 4-star grand martial artist, who had come as a group. Clearly sensing something amiss, they had chosen to act in unison, determined not to afford Lin Yu any opportunity. "It's over, you should flee." Wu Hong gasped, feeling a chill run down her spine as she urgently warned Lin Yu. Yet, he stood resolutely in place, seemingly unperturbed. Was he paralyzed with fear? This thought instinctively crossed Wu Hong's mind. The 5 swiftly surrounded Lin Yu. "Kid, to avoid a beating, you might as well concede." They dismissed him entirely. "Wait a moment." Lin Yu shook his head. "What do you mean?" The 5 were momentarily taken aback. 3 more were approaching rapidly. Lin Yu glanced into the distance where 3 5-star grand martial artists were hastening towards them. Exercising utmost caution as they spread out in a triangular formation, ready to provide immediate assistance should any one of them encounter peril. "Wu Hong, they have all arrived. Let us resolve this in one go so we can return." Lin Yu suddenly turned his gaze upward toward the tree trunk. Damn it! Wu Hong couldn't help but curse. The brazen young woman was truly incensed by Lin Yu's actions. After all her efforts to remain concealed in the tree, not a soul had noticed her presence. If they could hold on a little longer, there was still hope for Hucking University. At the very least, she was their last line of defense. Yet, Lin Yu had inadvertently exposed her position. Under these circumstances, continuing to hide felt increasingly awkward. Thus, Wu Hong leapt down from the tree, glaring furiously at Lin Yu, even feeling an urge to confront him head-on. "There's someone hiding above?" The 5 competitors, along with the newly arrived 3 5-star grand martial artists, were momentarily stunned. Even though they were more powerful than Wu Hong, they had to acknowledge that her stealthy tactics were indeed exceptional. "Let us take them all on together." Lin Yu, however, remained nonchalant, waving at the 8 challengers. Had he truly been struck dumb with fear? The 8 were collectively bewildered, never anticipating such a response from Lin Yu. United, even against a 6-star grand martial artist, they believed victory was assured. Boom. As the 8 individuals stood motionless, Lin Yu suddenly unleashed a punch. Before one of them could even react, he was sent flying. Boom. Following swiftly, the 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, and 8th were all struck in succession, 8 punches in total. Regardless of whether they were 4-star or 5-star martial artists, the outcome remained unchanged. Each was dispatched with a single blow. "By heavens!" Wu Hong exclaimed, covering her ample chest in shock, her astonishment prompting another outburst. To defeat 8 opponents single-handedly was utterly audacious. How could this be possible? She recalled Lin Yu being merely a 1-star martial artist. When did a 1-star martial artist become so formidable? Once the 8 contenders landed, Lin Yu refrained from further assault. They took a considerable time to struggle back to their feet, realizing that, had they been adversaries, Lin Yu could have easily annihilated them. Thus, they acknowledged their defeat. "Are you an 8-star martial artist?" One student could not help but inquire. To him, Lin Yu seemed undoubtedly beyond a 6-star rank, possibly having attained the 8-star level to exhibit such prowess. No, Lin Yu shook his head. It turned out he was a 7-star martial artist, undoubtedly at the pinnacle of that level. At this moment, Everyone instinctively assumed that only a peak 7-star martial artist could vanquish them all in an instant. Let us depart. Lin Yu cast a glance at Wu Hong, who followed him outside, with the students from Beihuang University trailing behind them. As they emerged, Vice Principal Li and the others felt a chill run down their spines. Their collective exit signified the end of the competition. Huaqing University had been defeated. The disparity in strength was too great. Such a loss was to be expected. It seems we have found them. The senior officials of Beihuang University smiled faintly. In their view, locating the competitors from Huaqing University assured their victory. However, as Lin Yu and his companions drew near, both schools quickly sensed an anomaly. Observing Wu Hong's exuberant demeanor contrasted starkly with the downcast expressions of the Beihuang University students, far from the countenance of victory. Vice Principal Li, Director Tao, we have triumphed. Lin Yu single-handedly took down all 7 of them. You have no idea. He is actually a 7-star martial artist, incredibly formidable. Wu Hong animatedly recounted. A 7-star martial artist. Director Tao and the others were left speechless. The senior officials of Beihuang University were equally taken aback. They had never anticipated that such an exceptional student lay hidden among the competitors from Huaqing University. Well, you Huaqing University truly possess remarkable capabilities. Beihuang University concedes defeat. The principal of Beihuang University wore a grim expression. Had Huaqing University not concealed a 7-star martial artist, they would have undoubtedly emerged victorious under normal circumstances. It is precisely due to the complacency exhibited by Beihuang University that they have opted for a team battle approach. The crux of the matter lies in the fact that Beihuang University has its own informants within Huqing University, who conveyed that the strongest among them is merely Luo Shuixian, a 5-star Grand Martial sect. As for Lin Yu, this student is nothing more than a 1-star Grand Martial sect, and merely a substitute at that, which has gone unnoticed by all. It can be said that Lin Yu has concealed his true capabilities from the upper echelons of Huqing University, let alone those of Beihuang University. Vice President Li, in high spirits and elated, made a proposal. However, Beihuang University insisted on another team battle with Huqing University, restricting participation to students from the 1st to the 4th year. Should you emerge victorious, Beihuang University will forever acknowledge Huqing University as a prestigious institution. Otherwise, the title of top university shall rightfully belong to us. The president of Beihuang University stated this with utmost seriousness. Vice President Li was taken aback, never having anticipated such a bold and aggressive challenge from Beihuang University. Chapter 88. Never failing under normal circumstances. If Huqing University were to triumph in this exchange competition, it would breathe a sigh of relief, albeit reluctantly. For the past several years, Huqing University had been comprehensively overshadowed by Beihuang University. This allowed Beihuang University to persistently challenge Huqing, with the potential to ultimately displace it from the ranks of elite institutions. However, the approach taken by the president of Beihuang University was akin to a decisive resolution. This matter was beyond my jurisdiction. I needed to report to the president. Vice President Li found himself unable to provide an answer. No problem. We at Beihuang University await your response, the president of Beihuang said, a slight smile gracing his lips. Agreeing to their terms does not imply that Huqing University is easily intimidated. Upon hearing Vice President Li's report, the old president showed no hesitation. This competition was seen as a gain. At this juncture, it was a battle of valor between 2 armies, and retreat was never an option for the old president. This, of course, meant that both universities would need to select their 10 most exceptional students. They agreed to convene a week later. A week hence, Huqing University and Beihuang University would engage in a grand battle of elite students, marking a significant showdown between the 2 institutions. Many were filled with profound reflections upon receiving this news. Within the circles of Kyoto, it was well known that Beihuang University was determined to secure its position among the top-tier universities. Over the years, Beihuang had employed various means and invested substantial resources to attract a multitude of outstanding students, all aimed at overpowering Huqing University. Naturally, Huqing University's series of policy missteps had resulted in the loss of numerous talents, marking the beginning of its decline. Had it been the 4 great academies, Qinglong, Baihu Xuanwu, and Zhuke, Beihuang would not have dared to provoke them, even with 10-fold audacity. Many young prodigies from prominent families had been recruited by these 4 academies. Had Hucking managed to secure even 2 or 3, it would not have found itself in such a dire predicament. 7-star Great Martial Sect. Indeed, indeed. Were it not for you, our Hucking University would have faced utter annihilation in this new student exchange, the old president exclaimed with glee in his office. Regardless of the outcome of the upcoming competition, Hucking University had at least regained some dignity in this exchange. I wish to access the second-level library of Hucking University, and I also seek to train within the third-level secret realm, Lin Yu declared without hesitation. You are aware of the second-level library and the third-level secret realm? The old president gasped in astonishment. It is common knowledge that Hucking University boasts a colossal library, ranking among the top 3 nationwide. However, few are aware that beneath this library lies a highly clandestine second-level library, which houses a wealth of martial arts literature, historical anecdotes, and insights into cultivation. Historically, only students who have exhibited extraordinary excellence have been granted access to this second-level library. In general, it is only those students who are on the verge of graduation and rank among the top 5 who meet the criteria. The third tier of the secret realm is particularly exceptional. Entry is strictly prohibited for those below the martial sage realm. The matters pertaining to the third tier of the secret realm are known only to a few high-ranking officials within the school. Lin Yu learned of it through the former president of Hucking University in his past life, who had shared this knowledge with him during their time fighting side by side. The former president had shown great favor towards Lin Yu. Regardless of whether he was directly admitted to Hucking University, Lin Yu's ambitions would always align with it. Principal Qing Feng had informed him of this. Lin Yu speculated that the former president might currently be in the forbidden area, which made his mention of Qing Feng quite permissible. You are a disciple of Principal Qing Feng. The former president's eyes suddenly brightened, realizing the source of Lin Yu's remarkable talents. Principal Qing Feng's prowess has always been unparalleled among his predecessors, exhibiting truly formidable strength. He has taken several disciples, each possessing exceptional talents. Before Lin Yu, there was a young man who claimed to be a disciple of Principal Qing Feng, bearing a letter written by the principal himself, seeking entry into the second tier of the library and the third tier of the secret realm for cultivation. The former president finally understood why Lin Yu possessed the strength of a 7-star great martial master, yet chose to enter Hucking University. Had it not been for Principal Qing Feng, Lin Yu could have easily opted for prestigious institutions like Xuanwu or Qinglong. With this token, you may seek out Lao Tu. He will escort you into the second tier of the library and the third tier of the secret chamber, the former president said, patting Lin Yu on the shoulder. Thank you, Principal, Lin Yu exclaimed, invigorated by the prospect. Lao Tu, the head librarian, impressed Lin Yu upon their first encounter, as Lao Tu's strength surpassed even that of the former president. During the following 2 days in the second tier of the library, Lin Yu immersed himself in a plethora of books. On the third day, he departed the library to meet Yu Linglong at the airport, and together they journeyed to the Yu family in Beihai. The Yu family faced considerable turmoil, creating quite a stir. Numerous individuals who had business dealings with the Yu family unilaterally annulled their contracts. Protests erupted across Beihai and nationwide, and despite the Yu family's dispatch of several experts, they suffered significant setbacks, leading to the closure of numerous businesses. The Yu family was acutely aware that these troubles were instigated by the Han family, yet they found themselves powerless to act. The Han family's influence in the Northwest was formidable, with countless experts at their disposal, and many clans had intricate connections with them. It is no exaggeration to say that a mere word from the Han family could incite many to seek the downfall of the Yu family. However, the reason the Yu family was still afforded a measure of breathing room was that they awaited a final response from them. Young Master Han, Elder Han, could you possibly wait until my daughter graduates before she marries into the Han family? The mother of Yu Linglong lowered her stance within the Yu family's hall. To put it plainly, for the sake of the Yu family, they were prepared to sacrifice their daughter Yu Linglong's happiness. No, today I shall take Yu Linglong away, and this very night I shall share a chamber with her. The second young master of the Han family did not even bat an eyelash. He has never failed to acquire any woman he desires. Yu Lin had merely injured his lower body in a contest for a woman, and now he intends to enjoy the company of Yu Lin's sister. Contemplating this, the second young master of the Han family felt a surge of excitement. Time was swiftly passing. If Yu Linglong did not appear soon, he would not hesitate to show his ruthless side. Glancing at the agreed-upon time, the second young master furrowed his brow, his impatience growing. I have already informed Ling Long. She has booked a 10 o'clock flight and will return shortly. Yu Linglong's father hastily explained. Chapter 89. This is my boyfriend very well. Let us wait for another half hour. The second young master of the Han family begrudgingly acquiesced, adding with a smirk, however, for every minute Yu Linglong is late, your Yu family shall owe an additional 10 billion as her dowry. If she is 10 minutes late, it will escalate to 100 billion, and so forth. His languid tone provoked a pallor among the members of the Yu family. Yet, faced with the formidable Han family, they found themselves utterly powerless. Under such circumstances, it appeared that the Yu family was not only offering their daughter to the second young master of the Han family for free, but also paying him a substantial sum of money, which was an affront of the highest order. Mrs. Back. At that moment, the voice of the steward echoed from outside. She is stunning. The second young master of the Han family instinctively glanced over, his eyes ablaze with desire. Having heard previously that Yu Linglong was one of the unparalleled beauties of Beihai, he found her even more enchanting than he had imagined upon seeing her in person. The mere thought of engaging with such a woman was exhilarating. Mom, Dad, this is my boyfriend. As Yu Linglong entered the hall, she immediately spotted the second young master of the Han family. However, she paid him no heed and instead affectionately took Lin Yu's arm, introducing him with warmth. At this declaration, the faces of the Yu family turned ashen. It was akin to prodding a hornet's nest. The second young master of the Han family had been seeking to create trouble for them, and Yu Linglong's actions were like dousing flames with gasoline. It seemed that even if they were to offer Yu Linglong to him, he would not simply let the matter rest. Boyfriend? Haha. It appears your Yu family has grown quite reckless. Or do you believe the Han family from the northwest to be easily trifled with? The second young master of the Han family chuckled, his gaze laced with derision. The Northwest Han family is nothing to be concerned about. Lin Yu interjected unexpectedly. Having been privy to the Yu family's predicament, he felt no need for discretion and refused to conceal his intentions. It's over. Lin Yu's reaction sent the Yu family into a state of panic. Yu Linglong's earlier words had already incensed the second young master of the Han family, and now Lin Yu's provocations had only fanned the flames, plunging the Yu family into an abyss with no chance for reprieve. You are utterly doomed, kid. Your family will be annihilated, and I shall eradicate your entire lineage. The second young master of the Han family's face turned a deep shade of anger. How could he endure such humiliation directed at the prestigious Han family? Annihilate my lineage? Lin Yu pointed at himself, a hint of amusement dancing in his eyes. Show me how you intend to do that. The members of the Yu family sighed inwardly, baffled by Yu Linglong's choice of companion, whose foolishness was beyond comprehension. They believed that since Yu Linglong had brought Lin Yu along, she must have had some preparation. Yet, Lin Yu was so young. How could he possibly contend with the Han family? His only potential support lay in whatever background he might possess. However, even the mightiest background would be of little use if he faced the Han family alone, especially while provoking their second young master. Was he not courting death? Elder, eliminate him. The second young master of the Han family could not be bothered with idle chatter. Even if Lin Yu had a formidable background, the Han family was undeterred. I had long found this young man displeasing. Elder Han stepped forward, his palm aimed directly at Lin Yu. For Elder Han, eliminating a young man like Lin Yu was as effortless as slaying a chicken. Even if he could not discern Lin Yu's cultivation level at present, it was of little consequence. No matter how formidable Lin Yu might be, could he truly rival a martial saint? Elder Han was indeed a triple-star martial saint. With Elder Han's prowess, he could easily sweep through the entire Yu family. With a resounding clash, Lin Yu met the attack head-on. At the moment their palms connected, Elder Han's pupils dilated in horror. Realizing the gravity of the situation too late, he was overwhelmed by a tremendous force that coursed through his body, and in an instant, his form erupted into a mist of crimson. The grand hall of the Yu family fell into a deathly silence. Except for Yu Linglong. Everyone else was rendered speechless by the shocking scene. They had not anticipated that the young Lin Yu possessed such terrifying power, capable of slaying a triple-star martial saint as easily as one would a mere dog. Only Yu Linglong understood the depths of Lin Yu's strength. In the underground world, he had effortlessly trampled the likes of the two-star martial saint, the black-hearted elder. Had the black-hearted elder not procured his reputation through wealth, he would have long since fallen to Lin Yu's hand. How could you possibly be this strong? The second young master of the Han family was stunned. He had initially thought that bringing along a triple-star martial saint would enable them to dominate the entire Yu family, but instead, they had unleashed a terrifying adversary. I warn you, my Han family is one of the 10 great families of the Northwest. We possess a martial saint. If you dare to harm me. The young master, fearing Lin Yu's ferocity, hastened to issue his warning, emphasizing the Han family's formidable legacy. Unfortunately, before he could finish his sentence, Lin Yu's hand had already seized the young master's throat. I grant you a chance. Speak your last words. Lin Yu's lips curled into a faint smile. My grandfather is a 5-star martial saint, and he cares for me. You dare. At this juncture, the young master of the Han family was utterly panicked. He could think of no last words other than invoking the most powerful figure he knew, hoping to instill fear in Lin Yu. Indeed, upon hearing that the young master's grandfather was a 5-star martial saint, the members of the Yu family felt a shiver run down their spines. But alas, before the young master could articulate his thoughts further, Lin Yu effortlessly snapped his neck. With a casual gesture, he discarded the young master's lifeless body to the ground as one would toss aside a dead dog. It was over. Witnessing this scene, Yu Linglong's father turned pale. With the young master of the Han family slain, it was inevitable that the Han family would seek retribution against the Yu family. Previously, when his son had merely injured the young master, the Han family had been so aggressive. Now, with Lin Yu having taken a life, it amounted to a grievous calamity. Swiftly conceal the elite scions of the family through various means. Transfer as much of the family's assets as possible. From this moment forth, it appears that the Yu family shall no longer thrive in Beihai. The venerable patriarch of the Yu family has spoken. He is the foremost expert of the Yu lineage, possessing the strength of a half-step martial sage. He understands that, given the circumstances, further words are futile. The only recourse is to hope to leave a flicker of hope for the Yu family, at the very least to prevent the complete annihilation by the Han family. Father, my son is exceptionally gifted. Arrangements can be made for him abroad, urgently interjected Uncle Yu Linglong. My daughter is also remarkably intelligent and adept in commerce. Another uncle of Yu Linglong chimed in with equal urgency. At this moment, their foremost concern is the preservation of their children. While their own fates have long been cast aside, no one reproaches Lin Yulu for his rashness. After all, the die has been cast. Complaints are futile. Should they provoke Lin Yu, the god of slaughter, it is conceivable that he could decimate the entire Yu family even before the Han family arrives. Chapter 90. Who else but me in this world? At this moment, Lin Yu retrieved a mobile phone from the pocket of the second son of the Han family, deftly unlocking it with the fingerprint of its owner. I have slain your son. If you seek vengeance, hasten to the Yu family and summon your strongest warrior without delay. Lin Yu declared with utmost seriousness. The members of the Yu family stood in stunned silence, taken aback by Lin Yu's audacious proclamation. While they were preoccupied with devising escape plans and safeguarding their assets, Lin Yu boldly challenged the most formidable expert of the Han family. Was he truly so reckless as to invite death? Lin Yu, the second son of the Han family, mentioned that his grandfather is a 5-star martial sage. Do you truly believe you can contend with him? Despite acknowledging Lin Yu's formidable prowess, Yu Linglong couldn't help but harbor some trepidation. The mere thought of facing a 5-star martial sage was enough to send shivers down her spine. The others in the Yu family exchanged glances, their confidence in Lin Yu waning. The distinction between a martial sage and a great martial sage was a profound one. To slay a martial sage did not guarantee the ability to vanquish a great martial sage, especially considering that the martial sage Lin Yu had just defeated was merely a 3-star. Do you have any better option than to place your unconditional faith in me? Lin Yu retorted, addressing the Yu family. The Yu family members looked at one another, realizing that they were now inextricably tied to Lin Yu's fate. How remarkable it was that someone so young could have slain a martial sage. Such talent was indeed rare, even in the vast realm of the Great Xia. As they regained their composure, the Yu family members recognized this truth. Lin Yu's youth seemed almost surreal, yet if he could indeed defeat a great martial sage, the implications would be explosive. While Lin Yu stepped away to wash his hands, Yu Linglong seized the opportunity to share with her family the details of Lin Yu's participation in the Underground World's arena battles. She also revealed his background, disclosing that he was the former fiancé of Long Linger, who had called off their engagement. If the Long family were to become aware of his capabilities, they would undoubtedly be filled with regret. Yu Linglong's father expressed his deep sentiments. We must keep Lin Yu's genius under wraps. It is imperative that others remain unaware. The elder of the Yu family spoke with utmost seriousness. Why? Came the puzzled responses. To them, the more formidable Lin Yu appeared, the more it could potentially intimidate those who harbored ill intentions toward the Yu family. Presently, Lin Yu had not fully matured. He was like a precious gem. If others remained oblivious to his existence, he would belong entirely to Linglong. However, should his prowess become known, the number of suitors vying for his hand would multiply, leaving Linglong's prospects uncertain. The elder revealed the crux of the matter. If all else fails, we can arrange for Linglong and Lin Yu to consummate their relationship, ideally resulting in a child. This way, Lin Yu would be bound to our Yu family. Yulinglong's second uncle blurted out his thoughts, nearly choking Yulinglong with his words. Her small face flushed with embarrassment. However, it must be said that others also largely agreed with her uncle's suggestion. Upon learning that Lin Yu had once defeated a 2-star great martial saint, the hearts of the Yu family were finally at ease. Although the elder of the Han family possessed the strength of a 5-star great martial saint, Lin Yu's boldness in challenging him indicated that he was undoubtedly capable of contending with such power. As evening descended, the Yu family was dining with Lin Yu when suddenly, the main gate of the courtyard was forcefully shattered. Who killed my grandson? Come out and face me. The intruder was none other than the elder of the Han family. His presence was overwhelmingly domineering, akin to a sovereign ruling over all, and behind him stood 7 or 8 experts from the Han family, all of whom were great martial saints. Boom. No sooner had the elders spoken than everyone felt a flicker of movement, and before they knew it, he was thrown violently to the ground. Before he could regain his footing, Lin Yu had already delivered a vicious stomp to the elder's head. Bang! With that one strike, the elder's head burst open like a watermelon, blood and flesh splattering everywhere. The Yu family members were collectively dumbfounded, their mouths agape in sheer astonishment. They had contemplated various scenarios, including a fierce clash between Lin Yu and the elder of the Han family. Yet they could never have anticipated the sheer terror of Lin Yu's strength. This was not a battle, it was a one-sided massacre. A 5-star great martial saint was reduced to the status of a mere chick in Lin Yu's presence. In stark contrast to the Yu family's bewilderment, the many experts from the Han family were equally stunned. The elder was a 5-star great martial saint, not someone to be trifled with. To exaggerate slightly, all of them combined would not even be sufficient to serve as a mere snack for the elder. Yet, in a single encounter with Lin Yu, the elder was vanquished in an instant. Under such circumstances, who would dare challenge Lin Yu? Only someone with a severely compromised intellect would do so. Who else? Lin Yu directed his gaze at the others, a provocative expression on his face. At that moment, Yulinglong's eyes sparkled with admiration. This was the man she adored, domineering and exuding masculinity, particularly with that aura of invincibility that words could scarcely encapsulate. The Yu family members were equally exhilarated. With such a talented young man, they felt as though they had stumbled upon a treasure. An 18-year-old capable of swiftly dispatching a 5-star great martial saint would surely send shockwaves throughout the entire Great Xia dynasty. No matter what, the Yu family was determined to cling tightly to this formidable ally. Suddenly, a glimmer of cold light flashed, and several great martial saints instinctively reached for their throats almost simultaneously. They felt an itch in their throats, and upon touching them, blood erupted uncontrollably. Their eyes widened in terror. In mere moments, Lin Yu had sealed the throats of all of them with a single stroke of his sword. No one would have anticipated that Lin Yu's greatest strength lay not in brute force, but in his mastery of swordsmanship. With a single stroke, he could vanquish all adversaries. In truth, Lin Yu's actions were influenced by the memories of his past life. In that previous existence, during the fierce conflict between humanity and the alien races, numerous members of the human race betrayed their kin at critical junctures, aligning themselves with the invaders. Among them was the Han family, one of the 10 prominent families in the Northwest who divulged vital human secrets to the enemy and even aided them in the slaughter of human elites. Such transgressions were utterly unforgivable. However, at this moment, betrayal had yet to unfold, and the losses had not yet commenced. Thus, Lin Yu preemptively took action, preparing for the storm ahead. The events of today were to remain confidential. Any individual daring to disclose them would face immediate expulsion from the Yu family, as declared by the elder of the Yu clan. Chapter 91. The most dazzling figure in the venue. The old man was not foolish. He had already realized that once this matter became public, Lin Yu would undoubtedly become the coveted prize that everyone would scramble to possess. For the time being, as long as the incident remained undisclosed, all would be well. The only version known to the public was that the formidable masters from the Han family in the northwest had emerged, and at a critical moment, a mysterious expert had come to the aid of the Yu family, vanquishing all assailants. This not only concealed Lin Yu's identity, but also conveyed that the Yu family possessed a powerful ally. Anyone contemplating an affront against them would need to think twice. With the issues concerning the Yu family resolved, Lin Yu spent a night at their residence before returning to Kyoto alongside Yu Linglong. In truth, the Yu family hoped that Yu Linglong would share a bed with Lin Yu that night. However, they understood that haste could spoil the broth, and that matters required a gradual approach. Of course, after Lin Yu's departure, he entrusted the Yu family with the task of seeking rare treasures and provided them with a list of his requests. Once Lin Yu and his companions had left, the Yu family began to exert their utmost efforts in the search. "Boss, you returned just in time." Upon Lin Yu's return to school, Zhang Chuxiong greeted him with a beaming smile. During Lin Yu's impressive display of prowess at the Beiwang University base, all participants from Hucking University had felt a surge of pride, and Zhang Chuxiong was among them. Following the conclusion of the exchange competition, Zhang Chuxiong and Tan Lin regarded Lin Yu as their leader, whether Lin Yu welcomed it or not. The competitors had collectively decided to refer to him as boss as a sign of their respect. "What do you mean?" Lin Yu was slightly taken aback, puzzled by the sudden proclamation. "We're hosting a social gathering between our school and the freshmen from Kyoto Film University. That place is teeming with beautiful women. Hee. With your handsome appearance and formidable strength, you would undoubtedly become a heartthrob," Zhang Chuxiong chuckled. Kyoto Film University is considered a prestigious institution among many, although it does not stand on the same pedestal as Hucking University. Even if Hucking University were to lose its top-tier status to Beiwang University in the future, it would be incomparable to Kyoto Film University, perhaps buoyed by the recent victory in the freshman exchange competition. The old principal was in good spirits and had arranged this event to invigorate the atmosphere among the new students. It was widely acknowledged that Kyoto Film University was brimming with handsome men and beautiful women. Hucking University was not solely comprised of eager boys. The girls were equally filled with youthful anticipation. Lin Yu had little interest in such affairs, yet he could not resist the enthusiasm of Zhang Chuxiong and the others, and thus, he accompanied them to the school auditorium. Indeed, it was hard to deny the abundance of beauty on display. The caliber of the female students at Film University was evidently several levels higher than that of their counterparts at Hucking University, at least in terms of appearance. However, when it came to martial prowess, the opposite would hold true. Nonetheless, Hucking University boasted its own top beauty, such as Luo Shuixian, the most stunning girl there, who, combined with her status as a 5-star Grand Martial Master, was undeniably the center of attention wherever she went. If it is said that the male students of Hucking University are drawn to the beauty of the female students from the Film and Television University, then the female students from the Film and Television University are equally attracted to the martial prowess of the male students from Hucking University. Whether they are handsome or not is of little consequence. What truly matters is their formidable strength. Look, Zhang Chuxiong and Tan Lin have arrived. Many girls have already inquired about the roster for the new student exchange competition, and some have even seen what Zhang Chuxiong and the others look like. Thus, as soon as Zhang Chuxiong and Tan Lin made their appearance, a throng of beauties gathered around them. They were acutely aware that each of these young men possessed the strength of a great martial master. At 18, a great martial master is remarkably impressive, and once they mature, they are destined to become exceptional figures. Knowing such individuals ensures that one will not have to fear being bullied in the future. In times of danger, having such friends means that a mere show of strength could resolve any issue. Allow me to introduce you to our leader. Hailing from Yang City and currently the top newcomer among us. Even if Lin Yu wishes to remain low-key, Zhang Chuxiong and the others do not afford him that opportunity. In their eyes, it is only fitting that Lin Yu, as the leader, should make the first selection among this gathering of enchanting beauties. You are from Yang City. Our class's flower is also from Yang City. By the way, Sun Yuanju, come over here, there is someone from your hometown. A petite beauty exclaimed excitedly. Sun Yuanju. Lin Yu never anticipated that Sun Yuanju would attend the Kyoto Film and Television University. Ever since he eliminated her boyfriend, Han Lin, He had not seen her again. Even though she was once his betrothed, Lin Yu held no fond memories of her. Moreover, he had dealt considerable damage to her family, particularly after vanquishing the formidable Sun Tongtian. The Lin family had once been the second most prominent family in Yang City, but since Lin Yu's upheaval in the Sun household, their martial strength significantly waned, causing many families to stir with ambition. Today, the Sun family has lost its former glory, diminishing from the second most prominent family in Yang City to a second-tier status. Everyone understands that the root cause of this decline lies with Sun Yuanzhu. Had she not called off the engagement and sought to seize the Lin family's jade pendant, none of these events would have transpired. Lin Yu's performance in the provincial high school martial arts competition has only deepened the regret within the Sun family. Sun Yuanzhu herself has endured considerable inner turmoil. The students at her school have pointed fingers at her, many mocking her for failing to recognize the gem in Lin Yu, choosing the despicable Han Lin over such a treasure. In summary, Lin Yu has become an indelible shadow in Sun Yuanzhu's heart. Although Lin Yu was initially granted a recommendation to Huqing University, in the eyes of Sun Yuru, it was highly improbable that he would choose Huqing over the more prestigious institutions of Xuanwu, Qinglong, Baihu, and Zhuke. However, Sun Yuru could hardly fathom that Lin Yu would indeed opt for Huqing University, where she unexpectedly encountered him during this gathering. Before her stood a visibly slender Sun Yuru, who appeared even more exquisite than before. Do you know? My esteemed leader has now ascended to the rank of a 7-star martial grandmaster. At the onset, he single-handedly vanquished all the formidable freshmen of Beihuang University, an astonishing feat indeed. Zhang Chuxiong, ever the loudmouth, seemed eager for the entire world to recognize Lin Yu's prowess. Unsurprisingly, upon hearing this proclamation, the gazes of the girls converged upon Lin Yu, their eyes sparkling with admiration. Chapter 92. Let everyone know you are a pervert at the age of 18. One can attain the rank of 7-star martial master, which is simply terrifying. I have heard that the top scorer of the college entrance examination, Jiang Tao, is merely a 5-star martial master. A girl with an oval face could not help but exclaim. The top scorer indeed enjoys a prestigious reputation. Hee. Our leader was directly admitted to Huqing University without taking the college entrance examination. Had he participated, he would undoubtedly surpass Jiang Tao. What a farce it is to compare the so-called top scorer with our leader. They are unworthy even to hold our leader's shoes, boasted Zhang Chuxiong. Yet, this brash demeanor appeared exceedingly attractive in the eyes of the girls. Listening to Zhang Chuxiong's introduction of Lin Yu, Sun Yuanzhu maintained a calm exterior. Yet her heart was tumultuous, filled with bitterness. Had she not called off the engagement back then, the Sun family would not have fallen into such dire straits. This exceptional man before her would have been her fiancé. Standing beside Lin Yu, she would have basked in the admiration and respect of many. Alas, all of this had become a mere illusion. It was evident that Lin Yu had no interest in Sun Yuanzhu. Everyone was astute. When they observed Lin Yu standing before Sun Yuanzhu with an utterly indifferent expression, they grasped this truth. Lin Yu, may we converse privately? To everyone's surprise, Luo Shuixian approached at that moment. During their time at the base, she had been diligently focused on her training, leaving no opportunity for a private conversation with Lin Yu. Undeniably, Luo Shuixian was extraordinarily beautiful. Even among this gathering of film university beauties, she outshone them all. At that moment, they realized that Lin Yu's disinterest in Sun Yuanzhu was likely connected to Luo Shuixian, who was undoubtedly more stunning. Is there something you wish to discuss? Lin Yu inquired as he and Luo Shuixian moved to a secluded corner of the hall, a hint of confusion in his voice. You were the one who came rushing down from the waterfall that night, weren't you? Luo Shuixian gazed intently at Lin Yu. Indeed, that was I. Lin Yu nodded, adding, however, do not misconstrue. I had no knowledge of your training in the nude. The latter statement nearly sent Luo Shuixian into a rage. The implication was clear. Lin Yu had seen her unclothed during her training, or else how would he have known? Shouldn't you share some of the benefits you gain with me? Luo Shuixian inhaled deeply, suppressing her rising emotions, on the verge of an outburst. What benefits? Lin Yu was momentarily taken aback. If I am not mistaken, you must have come for the spiritual vein beneath the pond. Before your arrival, the spiritual energy there was abundant during my training sessions. However, after you came, the energy vanished. I inspected the pond's bottom and found traces of extensive damage, which must be related to you, Luo Shuixian elaborated. One could not help but acknowledge Luo Shuexian's astute judgment. I did indeed gain some benefits. However, we are not related by blood, so why should I share them with you? Lin Yu responded with firmness. Delicious morsels that grace one's lips should never be spat out. You have scrutinized my form and severed my path to cultivation. Thus, you must offer recompense. Should you refuse, I shall proclaim your indiscretions to the world, revealing you. Lin Yu, as a lecher. Luo Shuexian's demeanor was particularly earnest. Observing her expression, it was clear that if Lin Yu denied her, she might indeed spread such rumors far and wide. Very well, I shall bestow upon you 10,000 high-grade spirit stones as compensation. Does that suffice? Lin Yu, wishing to avoid complications, acquiesced. 20,000. Luo Shuexian decisively raised the stakes. No problem. Lin Yu, without a moment's hesitation, agreed. Upon hearing Lin Yu's prompt response, Luo Shuexian felt a pang of regret, realizing she had undervalued her request. Alas, it was too late to retract her words. Presently, Lin Yu was flush with wealth, particularly from the lucrative underground competitions. He even intended to return some surplus resources to the Yang family for their cultivation. By the way, I do not possess that many high-grade spirit stones on hand. I can simply transfer the equivalent in cash to you. Lin Yu was quick to act. Luo Shuexian swiftly provided her bank account number, and Lin Yu promptly completed the transaction. Very well, from this moment forth, we are even. With the transfer finalized, Lin Yu felt a sense of relief. After all, it was somewhat inappropriate to have so brazenly gazed upon Luo Shuexian that fateful night. By the way, how much money do you have left in your account? As Lin Yu prepared to depart, Luo Shuexian hurriedly inquired. What concern is that of yours? Lin Yu was not foolish enough to divulge his financial status to her. I have recently invested in a business endeavor, seeking to establish a commercial enterprise, but I find myself in need of funds. Would you consider investing a sum, thereby becoming a shareholder? Year-end dividends would be forthcoming, Luo Shuexian elaborated. Yet before she could finish her thought, Lin Yu had already walked away, too disinterested to engage. This infuriated me. Watching Lin Yu's retreating figure, Luo Shuexian stomped her foot in exasperation. This woman is a miser. Such was Lin Yu's assessment of Luo Shuexian whenever money was mentioned. A glimmer ignited in her eyes. However, this left Lin Yu pondering. Was her need for cultivation resources truly inadequate? As far as he knew, Luo Shuexian had initially chosen to attend Hucking University specifically for its generous scholarship offerings. Her enrollment not only exempted her from tuition and living expenses, but also granted her a substantial monetary allowance from the institution. Lin Yu shook his head. His own cultivation demands required far more resources and finances. Thus it was prudent to limit interactions with someone so enamored with wealth. Upon returning to Zhang Chuxiong's vicinity, they were engaged in discussions about the goddess of the Film and Television University. The esteemed goddess had not attended today's social gathering. It was said that her beauty rivaled, and perhaps even surpassed, that of Luo Shuexian, exuding an equally captivating aura. Yet, this top-tier beauty was already in a relationship with a senior from Qinglong University, a formidable figure possessing the prowess of a martial saint. To attain such a level during university years is indeed quite impressive, marking him as a top-tier genius. The senior not only possessed the formidable cultivation of a martial sage, but also hailed from an illustrious and distinguished lineage, which was the crux of the matter. The name of that young woman was equally enchanting, as she was called Second Dream. Zhang Chuxiong felt a wave of nostalgia wash over him. Whenever he mentioned a beauty, his spirits soared as if he had been invigorated by a potent elixir. Second Dream. When Lin Yu heard this name, his body quivered involuntarily. Memories surged forth like a tide, flooding his mind. He could hardly fathom that the woman who had shared life and death with him in the Forbidden Realm, gradually forging a bond and ultimately sacrificing herself to shield him from a lethal blow, was none other than the goddess of the Film Academy. The moment he had met her marked the nadir of his own existence. It was a time when he had yet to encounter his master. At that juncture, stripped of his powers, he had been as helpless as a mere mortal, easily devoured by any ferocious beast. She possessed only the cultivation of a one-star martial disciple. Yet her visage bore the marks of a twisted fate. Chapter 93. No malicious intent at that time. Her entire visage was utterly ruined, rendered grotesque beyond measure. Even the most fearsome of beasts would recoil at the sight of her face. Lin Yu was cast into the Forbidden Realm, and his counterpart shared a similar fate. Upon entering this desolate place, she was in a state of unconsciousness, her body battered and bruised, a mere shadow of her former self. Perhaps it was the bond of shared misfortune that compelled Lin Yu to care for her, and under his diligent guardianship, she clung to life. Upon regaining consciousness, she began to tend to Lin Yu, hunting ferocious beasts within the confines of the Forbidden Realm to amplify her strength. She never divulged her past to him. They warmed each other's hearts and gradually grew fond of one another. She did not disdain Lin Yu for being a weakling, nor did he cast her aside for her perceived lack of beauty. Thus, they found companionship in one another. They were indeed an extraordinary pair, and when they encountered a vicious beast, she valiantly shielded him with her life. In her final moments, she revealed her name to Lin Yu, Second Dream. To be candid, aside from knowing her name, Lin Yu was utterly oblivious to her identity. He even speculated that Second Dream might merely be a nickname. The prospect of locating Second Dream in the Daxiao was nearly impossible. Lin Yu had contemplated that, according to the timeline, he would be cast into the Forbidden Realm a year hence, and at that juncture, he would, within a fortnight, encounter the similarly cast Second Dream. Before that time, he could only rely on fortune, hoping to find her ahead of schedule to avert her tragic fate, at the very least preventing her from being disfigured and tormented. However, Lin Yu's calculations failed to account for the astonishing revelation that Second Dream was, in fact, the goddess-like Belle of the Film Academy. Where is Second Dream? Lin Yu instinctively inquired. At this utterance, Zhang Chuxiong and the others were taken aback. Truly, our leader is remarkable, if one must pursue. It must be the most beautiful maiden. I, for one, am in awe. Zhang Chuxiong expressed with admiration. She did not attend the social gathering, but I advise you to steer clear of her. Her boyfriend is a martial saint, warned a girl with an oval face, feeling it necessary to caution Lin Yu. Though Lin Yu was a 7-star Grand Martial Master, the chasm between a 7-star Grand Martial Master and a martial saint was vast. Thank you, I understand. Lin Yu replied with a faint smile. If he could not discern her whereabouts, then he would seek her out directly when the time came. This lifetime had presented him with an opportunity to alter Second Dream's destiny. How could he allow it to slip away? Thus, the following midday, Lin Yu ventured alone to the Film Academy. As the top belle of the institute, a few inquiries soon led him to her. She had long hair cascading down her shoulders, swaying in the breeze, her light brown eyes glimmering with a playful sparkle, her exquisite features reminiscent of a porcelain doll. She was truly stunning, a beauty akin to that of a celestial being. It was hard to believe that anyone could associate the enchanting woman before him with the grotesque figure from the Forbidden Realm. However, upon the first glance at the ethereal figure before him, Lin Yu recognized that she was the woman from his past life, who had shared hardships with him and ultimately sacrificed her life to protect him. When Lin Yu beheld the Second Dream, she too caught sight of him. Yet, she merely cast a fleeting glance in his direction before preparing to pass by. Consequently, Lin Yu stepped directly in front of her, effectively blocking her path. What do you intend to do? The Second Dream furrowed her brows. Having long experienced the attention of many suitors due to her beauty, she had encountered this scenario before. However, since her recent relationship with a senior who wielded martial prowess, those once eager to pursue her had all but retreated. The entire Film Academy's male population combined would scarcely match her boyfriend's strength, thus instilling fear in any potential contenders. She was taken aback by the sudden appearance of someone seemingly unafraid of danger. Lin Yu yearned to embrace the Second Dream. Yet reason cautioned him against such an impulsive act, as it might easily startle her. Might we find a private place to converse? Lin Yu inquired with a smile. The Second Dream's eyebrows knitted more tightly together. How about we talk by the lakeside? Rest assured, I harbor no ulterior motives, Lin Yu quickly added. The Second Dream pressed her lips together, intrigued to discern what trickery this fellow might be up to. Upon reaching the lakeside, Lin Yu's gaze lingered on the Second Dream's exquisite visage as he slowly began. I am Lin Yu, a freshman at Hucking University. Hearing this introduction, the Second Dream's internal vigilance diminished slightly, for at the very least, Lin Yu did not appear to be a rogue. If I were to say that we once knew each other, shared a bond, and loved one another, would you believe me? Lin Yu spoke again. You must be mad. The Second Dream shot him a disdainful glance before turning to leave. You have a small birthmark on your backside, a tiny red spot on your abdomen, and when anxious, you feel the urge to urinate. You particularly loathe cilantro, and as a child, you experienced baldness, with the crown of your head still devoid of hair. Lin Yu declared in one breath. These were the secrets of the second dream. He recalled how she had divulged everything to him during their time together. Some secrets were known only to her. Even her parents remained unaware. Thus, apart from Lin Yu and the second dream, no one else in existence was privy to them. In her eyes, she believed that she alone held these secrets. Therefore, when Lin Yu recited them in one breath, the second dream's expression shifted. A mixture of panic and heightened wariness enveloping her features. Are you skilled in any dark arts? Or perhaps mind reading? The second dream, it seemed, did not believe Lin Yu's claims of their past connection. Instead, she surmised that he belonged to the sort who wielded sorcery, deducing her inner secrets merely by observing her. Rest assured, I harbor no ill intentions. My desire is solely to protect you. Here is my mobile number. Whenever you find yourself in peril or face insurmountable challenges, do not hesitate to reach out to me. I, Lin Yu, will risk everything to assist you. Lin Yu handed a slip of paper to Second Dream, inscribed with his number. He understood that revealing the entirety of his past life would yield no benefit, for no one would believe such truths. Conversely, excessive disclosure might frighten Second Dream, prompting her to recoil and evade him. At present, his only recourse was to silently safeguard her, attentively monitoring her circumstances. He aimed to ensure that should an emergency arise, he could act swiftly, leaving no room for regret. Curiously, the secrets Lin Yu had previously divulged rendered Second Dream profoundly uncomfortable. Upon witnessing Lin Yu's departure, she instinctively discarded the slip of paper. Chapter 94. A profound gain. As Lin Yu journeyed back to school, he pondered his recent encounter with Second Dream. He realized that his approach might have been rather abrupt, and his words could have startled her. I am nameless. I wish to request a favor from you, should you be willing. Lin Yu's acquaintances were few, particularly those capable of handling unique matters. He thought of the leader of the underground world in Kyoto, confident that this person could effortlessly resolve many issues. Mr. Nameless, please proceed, Li Han responded, somewhat taken aback, yet pleasantly surprised by Lin Yu's initiative to call him. Li Han was no fool. Through the previous two competitions, he had witnessed Lin Yu's formidable prowess and understood that as long as Lin Yu lived, he would inevitably rise to become a powerful figure in the future. Before Lin Yu fully matured, it was an opportune moment to forge a connection. Once he reached his full potential, even Li Han, the head of the Kyoto Underground, would likely be disregarded by Lin Yu. If he could do something for Lin Yu and establish rapport, it would be a most advantageous endeavor. Please investigate the true identity of Second Dream from the Film University, as well as the circumstances of her companions. I require detailed information, Lin Yu stated directly. He hoped to uncover clues within the detailed reports that could assist Second Dream. Absolutely, Li Han promptly agreed. With the resources of the underground world, he could trace even the most distant ancestors of Second Dream. Thank you, Lin Yu replied succinctly before ending the call. Upon returning to school, he made his way to the library, retrieving the items provided by the principal, which granted him access to the second floor of the library. This floor was abundant in various martial arts techniques and rich historical records. Lin Yu meticulously examined several documents, and after some time, he departed the second floor and ascended to the third layer of the secret realm. The old principal was keenly aware of Lin Yu's every move. Upon learning that Lin Yu had only spent half a day on the second floor, he expressed disappointment. After all, the diverse martial arts techniques and insights available there were invaluable, beyond monetary purchase. Typically, one would expect Lin Yu to remain on the second floor for at least a month to gain any substantial understanding. Half a day would scarcely scratch the surface. Thus, in the old principal's view, Lin Yu appeared somewhat impatient. As Lin Yu stepped into the third layer of the secret realm, he felt invigorated. This place was not only rich in spiritual energy, but also exuded a remarkably unique aura, chaotic energy. Soon, Lin Yu discerned that this extraordinary essence was the ultimate spiritual energy. Or rather, the primordial chaotic energy, the progenitor of all spiritual energies. This chaotic energy was exceedingly rare in the world. Even a single wisp was equivalent to the essence of tens of thousands of strands of spiritual energy. It was said that such chaotic energy only emerged at the dawn of creation. In the myriad realms of existence, there exists an essence of chaos, which often heralds the emergence of an entirely new world. It is no exaggeration to assert that this chaotic essence is a priceless treasure, serving as an unparalleled tonic for any practitioner of cultivation. However, on Earth, due to the significantly low prowess of cultivators. Those capable of discerning the chaotic essence are exceedingly rare. This serendipity has favored Linyu. Choosing an appropriate position, Linyu began to fervently absorb the spiritual energy of the heavens and the earth, extracting the concealed chaotic essence within. Although this extraction process demands considerable time, the rewards are profoundly substantial. After a continuous week of diligent effort, Linyu finally amassed a rich concentration of chaotic essence, an achievement that could rival, if not surpass, his previous acquisition of a spiritual vein. Yet, feeling that progress was somewhat sluggish, and perceiving the absence of others in the third secret realm, Linyu decided to take decisive action and set up a formation. This gathering formation was not an offensive array, rather, once activated, it would enable the rapid convergence of surrounding spiritual energy, accelerating the process of absorption several-fold. Indeed, upon activating the formation, the spiritual energy began to coalesce into the array at a visibly remarkable pace, transforming from mere energy into a dense mist, signifying its essence. Naturally, Linyu's primary concern remained the portion of chaotic essence within this spiritual energy. A thought suddenly flickered in his mind. From where did this chaotic essence originate? If it were merely dispersed within the spiritual energy, it would not be overly concerning. However, if there existed a source of chaotic essence within the secret realm, it would undoubtedly be a significant windfall. Motivated by this notion, Linyu commenced a search within the secret realm. To enhance his efficiency, Linyu unleashed the essence of the nine hells, enveloping the surroundings in darkness. Within this shadowed domain, he could perceive the faint traces of both spiritual and chaotic essences. After a few hours of diligent searching, Linyu paused, his eyes gleaming with surprise. He had detected chaotic essence seeping from beneath the ground not far away. If his conjecture proved correct, the chaotic essence within the secret realm must emanate from this very location. To validate his hypothesis, Linyu halted and struck the ground with a powerful punch. The earth trembled, and a fissure appeared. Indeed, more chaotic essence surged forth from below, revealing the existence of a spring of chaotic essence underground. This was an extraordinary discovery. Elated, Linyu rejoiced, as he had been fretting over the scarcity of resources for his ninth refinement. Now, this chaotic essence was an unexpected boon, perfectly suited for his ninth body refinement. With these thoughts in mind, Linyu settled into a cross-legged position and directly employed the devouring technique, voraciously absorbing the chaotic essence from beneath the earth. This method of absorption was remarkably vigorous, yielding even greater efficacy. An overwhelming influx of chaotic essence surged into Linyu's body, proving to be purer than the spiritual energy from both the ambient surroundings and the violet crystals. A wisp of chaotic energy enveloped Linyu, altering his physique. As time progressed, an increasing influx of this chaotic essence surrounded him. Linyu harnessed this energy to refine his body and strengthen his sinews. Initially, the surface of his body shimmered with a golden hue, which gradually transformed into a resplendent crimson gold as time unfolded. Yet, this evolution did not cease at crimson gold. It continued to advance, revealing a faint purple tint. Linyu understood that this signified a progression towards purple gold, and once his form attained this hue, he would reach an astonishing pinnacle of existence. The ninth cycle of body refinement concluded, although his exterior had not yet achieved the purple gold state. After 3 days and nights, Linyu's ninth refinement of the nine nether body reached a flawless condition. In this state, should Linyu desire, he could effortlessly ascend to the saint realm at any moment. It is no exaggeration to assert that, relying solely on his current physical prowess, he could transcend several realms and vanquish adversaries without the need to draw upon any energy. Chapter 95. Cowards and Weaklings. Who will be the first to meet their doom? Alas, the chaotic essence beneath the earth had been completely absorbed. Had there been more chaos lingering, Linyu would have embarked on his 10th body tempering. Approaching the spirit-gathering array, Linyu discovered that the spiritual energy within had already transformed into spiritual liquid. He promptly collected the liquid into a small vial before dismantling the array and departing with a sense of fulfillment. "You certainly have impeccable timing," remarked the library director, observing Linyu's emergence with a hint of nostalgia. "What is the matter?" Linyu inquired, slightly taken aback. "Today marks the day of our school's exchange with Beihuang University, taking place at our school S base. Many are attending to witness the event. You might want to take a look as well, the library director explained. In the previous freshman exchange competition, it was Hucking University that visited Beiwang University, and this time the roles were reversed. Both sides recognized the significance of this exchange, selecting their most formidable talents for the occasion. Hucking University was represented by 10 students, 1 5-star Marshall Saint, 3 4-star Marshall Saints, and 6 3-star Marshall Saints, showcasing the institution's strongest hand. Only the most gifted could achieve such rapid advancements in power upon entering university. However, in the lead-up to the competition, Hucking University had provided these elite participants with extensive training and ample resources, enabling them to elevate their capabilities to a new level. It was rumored that even the esteemed principal had taken a personal interest in the proceedings. A decree had been issued prohibiting anyone from entering the base, leaving only the 10 competitors and the school's senior officials inside. As Lin Yu arrived at the school base, he encountered Zhang Chuxiong and his companions. "Lin Yu, come here," Zhang Chuxiong called out. Just as his words fell, Director Tao, stationed at the entrance, gestured for Lin Yu to approach. Subsequently, Lin Yu was granted entry by Director Tao. Witnessing this scene, Zhang Chuxiong's expression turned sour. After all, Lin Yu had been the pivotal hero of the last freshman exchange, single-handedly turning the tide. Soon, the principal and vice principal of Beiwang University arrived, accompanied by their 10 top students, equally formidable in their prowess. Upon entering the base, both parties exchanged student profiles, a gesture underscoring the fairness of the exchange. 1 7-star Marshall Saint, 2 5-star Marshall Saints, 2 4-star Marshall Saints, and 5 3-star Marshall Saints. When the principal's gaze fell upon the opposing students, his countenance shifted dramatically. It was not just the principal. Even the other senior officials of the school bore expressions of dismay. The emergence of 2 5-star Marshall Saints was within the realm of expectation, manageable with proper tactical distribution. Yet, the sudden appearance of a 7-star Marshall Saint posed an insurmountable challenge. Together, the 10 participants from Hucking University would scarcely suffice to withstand the onslaught. Was there any point in continuing this exchange? Perhaps conceding outright would be the wisest course of action. Apologies, but our school's 7-star Marshall Saint was originally intended to be our trump card for the impending National University Championship. In order to contend with your esteemed Hucking University, we are compelled to unveil such a decisive weapon prematurely. The president of Beiwang University wore a look of regret, though the smirk at the corners of his mouth betrayed his true feelings. "President, will the competition still proceed?" Director Tao inquired, his demeanor rather disheartened. At this juncture, he believed it unnecessary to continue. "Let us concede defeat." The old president wore a bitter and resigned expression. Despite his reluctance, it was futile. In this scenario, what difference would it make if they refused to concede? The opponent's use of the 7-star Marshall Saint could very well lead to Hucking University being utterly vanquished, with a single individual potentially defeating all of Hucking's competitors. The disparity in strength was far too great to justify continuation. "President, I wish to give it a try." At that moment, a voice unexpectedly broke the tension. "What are you doing here, making a fuss?" Director Tao was left in a state of bemusement. Among the competitors, the weakest was a 3-star Marshall Saint, while Lin Yu's strongest was merely a 7-star Grand Marshal Master. The gap between a 3-star Marshall Saint and a 7-star Grand Marshal Master was insurmountable. The old president shot Lin Yu a glance, fully aware that he was a disciple of Qing Feng. Yet what difference did that make? Participating in the competition would still lead to their humiliation. If I were to win the competition, what reward would the school grant me? This was Lin Yu's primary concern. "If you can triumph, the school will fulfill your every desire," the old president replied instinctively. Yet the crux of the matter was that Lin Yu stood no chance of victory. After uttering these words, the old president turned his gaze toward Beiwang University, prepared to approach and concede defeat. Although admitting defeat was humiliating, he felt compelled to bow to the circumstances. Perhaps today would mark the most disgraceful moment for Hucking University. At that moment, the competitors from Hucking University were equally conflicted. They too recognized the prowess of Beiwang University's contestants and understood their inevitable defeat. "Our president has declared that I alone shall represent Hucking University in this competition." Just as the old president approached the president of Beiwang University to announce their concession, Lin Yu spoke up suddenly. "What does this mean?" Upon hearing his words, everyone from both Hucking University and Beiwang University was taken aback. They gazed at Lin Yu as if he were a fool, with the martial saints stepping aside. What was the point of a mere grand martial master making such a claim? In essence, he was stating that he would challenge all 10 of Beiwang University's contestants alone, and there was no need for them to hide in the thickets. If they could defeat him in unison, then victory would belong to Beiwang University. Lin Yu spoke with an air of nonchalance. Hearing this, the old president was utterly bewildered by Lin Yu's audacity. Of course, he did not become overly excited. After all, regardless of Lin Yu's actions, the outcome would remain unchanged. President Bai, your actions are rather pointless. The president of Beiwang University expressed his displeasure. In his perspective, the approach adopted by Hucking University equates to a concession. However, when disseminated, it would morph into a narrative of 10 competitors from Beiwang University mercilessly assaulting a freshman from the great martial sect, which would undoubtedly tarnish their reputation. Beiwang University does not require such tactics. They aspire to triumph over all competitors from Hucking University in a dignified manner. Naturally, should Hucking University choose to forfeit outright, Beiwang University would be amenable to that as well. Lin Yu, stop your nonsense, Director Tao admonished with a sharp glare. Director Tao believed that Lin Yu's actions would only exacerbate Hucking University's humiliation, as Beiwang University might conclude that Hucking University lacked even the courage to concede. Consequently, Lin Yu ascended the platform at the base, boldly pointing at the competitors from Beiwang University. You lot from Beiwang University are nothing but cowards and weaklings. Who wishes to meet their demise first? The old principal nearly spat out a mouthful of blood in disbelief. Chapter 96. This lad is truly handsome. The countenance of the North Wilderness University contingent darkened profoundly. In that case, let one of you go up and grant him his wish. The president of North Wilderness University was evidently displeased. They had come to trample the competitors of Hucking University. How could they endure such humiliation? As soon as the president's words fell, a 3-star martial saint leaped onto the stage. You worthless fool, he hurled at Lin Yu, entirely dismissing a grand martial master. To a martial saint, a mere grand martial master was inconsequential. Boom. With a single strike, the crowd was left agape. The 3-star martial saint flew away like a cannonball, crashing heavily to the ground beneath the arena. How could this be? Gasps echoed from both North Wilderness and Hucking University. None could believe their eyes. A 3-star martial saint was actually vanquished by Lin Yu. A grand martial master? I shall take my turn. A 5-star martial saint stepped forward, immediately ascending the stage. In his eyes, the previous 3-star martial saint must have been careless. Now, he would exert his utmost effort. Boom. Both adversaries unleashed their power simultaneously. The 5-star martial saint summoned every ounce of strength, while Lin Yu refrained from utilizing the energy within his dantian, relying solely on his raw physical prowess. And he had not even exerted his full strength. After all, this was a friendly competition. Both sides were expected to hold back. In the next moment, the spectators witnessed the 5-star martial saint being hurled away. Puffed. As he landed beneath the arena, he coughed up blood, clearly injured. What in the world? The usually composed president could not help but curse, though his emotions were more a mix of excitement and anticipation. If one could dispatch a 5-star martial saint in an instant, could he also contend with a 7-star martial saint? How could a freshman, whose strength was merely that of a grand martial master, possess such astonishing abilities? The North Wilderness contingent was bewildered. They felt it was impossible, even witnessing it firsthand. It seemed like a dream. Yet, this surreal occurrence was indeed unfolding. Sun Chong, it's your turn. The president of North Wilderness University gestured towards the 7-star martial master. Although everyone could join in, North Wilderness University had to maintain its dignity. It was unthinkable to send all their competitors at once, as that would be utterly disgraceful. Thus, they dispatched only their strongest contender. Sun Chong nodded solemnly, fully aware of the immense pressure on him. He could neither afford to lose nor merely draw. Regardless of Lin Yu's strength, he was determined to unveil his true form and utterly defeat him. Rip! As a master of the sword, Sun Chong unleashed his prowess, and the sword light shimmered like a dream. The sword aura intertwined with the oppressive might of the martial saint, enveloping the entire arena in a shroud of sword energy. In such a scenario, even fellow 7-star martial saints would find it taxing. Upon witnessing this scene, the North Wilderness University crowd sighed in relief. With Sun Chong in this state, defeating Lin Yu should pose no problem. Boom. At that moment, The crowd witnessed Lin Yu stepping forward, seemingly unperturbed by the oppressive aura and the sword energy. In a mere stride, he stood face to face with Sun Chong, the distance between them almost non-existent. Under such circumstances, Sun Chong's so-called swordsmanship was rendered entirely ineffective. In the next instant, he was sent crashing down from the stage by Lin Yu's punch. A profound silence enveloped the training base, as both the school officials and competitors were left in a state of bewilderment, unable to fathom the outcome. The prestigious Beihuang University had meticulously prepared 10 seed players, believing they could easily dominate Hucking University. Yet, Lin Yu single-handedly swept them aside. In everyone's mind, those beneath the martial saint were mere ants, and it was nearly impossible for a great martial sect to challenge a martial saint. Occasionally, there might be a 9-star great martial sect or a half-step martial saint daring to challenge a 1-star or 2-star martial saint, provided the challenger possessed extraordinary talent. However, it had never been heard of a great martial sect challenging a 7-star martial saint. This was unprecedented. Haha, splendid. The old principal was the first to react, his face brimming with pride. The sensation of having traversed a barren path only to discover a hidden glade was exhilarating. The others from Hucking University also regained their composure, realizing they had triumphed in what had seemed an inevitable defeat. Previously, during the freshman exchange competition, Lin Yu had vanquished all competitors from Beihuang University, and now, he had once again repeated this feat, defeating all of Beihuang University's elite contenders single-handedly. The secrets that Lin Yu harbored were now of little consequence. What mattered most was his victory. Wait a moment. At this juncture, the principal of Beihuang University suddenly interjected. A deal is a deal. What's this, old Jew? Do you intend to weasel out? The old principal directed a gaze at the head of Beihuang University. From start to finish, Lin Yu had defeated the contenders from Beihuang University with complete integrity, leaving the old principal with no qualms. Old Bai, do you truly believe it is normal for a great martial sect to defeat a 7-star martial saint? The principal of Beihuang University earnestly countered, his gaze fixed upon the old principal. Upon hearing this, not just the old principal, but everyone present shared the same incredulous reaction. Unusual. What do you imply by that? Naturally, the old principal stood firmly in support of Lin Yu. I suspect that Lin Yu has been possessed by an ancient entity, and thus, I must conduct an examination. The principal of Beihuang University stated with utmost seriousness. The crowd was momentarily taken aback, having overlooked such a possibility. Indeed, throughout the annals of history, many ordinary individuals have been transformed into unparalleled masters through possession by ancient beings. If Lin Yu were indeed under such influence, then his decisive victory over a 7-star martial saint would be entirely plausible. The only perplexing aspect remained. The ancient entity was not a fool. Engaging in such actions under the scrutiny of many seemed rather foolish. The old principal instinctively glanced at Lin Yu, contemplating the possibility of him being possessed. No problem. Feel free to conduct your examination. As a result, Lin Yu merely shrugged, his expression one of calm indifference. Observing Lin Yu's nonchalance, Principal Beihuang found himself momentarily taken aback. Had he misjudged the situation? Yet, for the sake of Beihuang University, the principal felt compelled to proceed with verification. Lin Yu relaxed his mind, allowing the principal to conduct his examination. After a lengthy pause, Principal Beihuang appeared as though his vitality had been drained, shaking his head with a complex expression. Undoubtedly, this signified his acknowledgement that Lin Yu had not been possessed. Old Zhu, my apologies, but in this exchange competition, our Huaqing University has emerged victorious. Henceforth, Beihuang University shall always remain in our shadow, the old principal remarked, a smile barely concealed on his face. After years of being overshadowed by Beihuang University, the experience had been far from pleasant. Accepting defeat graciously, he bid farewell. Principal Beihuang felt no shame in departing, leading his faculty and students away from the base, arriving in high spirits only to leave in disappointment. This young man is truly impressive. As his gaze fell upon Lin Yu, the old principal found him increasingly agreeable. Principal, do the words you spoke prior to the competition still hold weight? Lin Yu approached the old principal, his face filled with anticipation. What did I say? The old principal inquired, bewildered. Chapter 97. Otherwise, we shall not hold back. Principal, you wouldn't want to play tricks, would you? Lin Yu was momentarily taken aback. Just moments ago, he had made considerable efforts for Hucking University. What is it that you desire? The old principal inquired with a smile, gazing at Lin Yu. I wish to access the 4th level of the library. Lin Yu blurted out without a second thought. How about this? As I understand, you hail from Yang City's 8th middle school. I can grant your school 1 guaranteed admission spot each year. That should suffice, correct? The principal stated with utmost seriousness. Principal, you previously assured me that no matter what conditions I proposed, you would comply. Lin Yu was astonished to find the old principal reneging on his promise. Did I truly make such a promise? Can anyone attest to it? The principal's expression was one of confusion. Instinctively, Lin Yu glanced towards Director Tao, who was present at the scene alongside him and the principal. However, Director Tao immediately averted his gaze, leaving Lin Yu speechless. Very well then. But we require 2 guaranteed admission spots for our 8th middle school, Lin Yu sighed. It seemed entering the 4th level was unattainable. So he resolved to secure as many benefits as possible for his alma mater. Absolutely, the principal readily acquiesced. When the news reached 8th middle school that they would receive 2 guaranteed admission spots at Hucking University each year, the entire school erupted in jubilation. Not only were guaranteed spots from Hucking University rare, but even spots from prestigious universities were hard to come by. This was, after all, a guarantee from Hucking University, 2 spots at that. The very notion of a single guaranteed spot had once set the entire Yang City High School division into a frenzy. The principal of 8th middle school was overwhelmed with emotion, tears welling in his eyes. He was profoundly grateful to Lin Yu, recognizing that this achievement was due to Lin Yu's efforts. Securing 2 guaranteed spots undoubtedly came at a significant cost. Upon exiting the training base, Lin Yu opened his phone to find a message from Li Hun sent 2 weeks prior. While he was cultivating in the 3rd-level secret realm, he was unable to receive messages. Opening the content of the message revealed that Di Erming did not come from a well-off family, with detailed information provided. Additionally, there was information about those surrounding Di Erming. Lu Hai, Di Erming's boyfriend, was the 2nd son of the esteemed Lu family in Kyoto. He was known for his brutal nature, skilled in deception, and had a penchant for tormenting women. The number of women he had left crippled exceeded 10. As Lin Yu perused this information, his expression darkened. Di Erming's tragic plight was likely intertwined with Lu Hai. Currently, Lu Hai was a 4th-year student at Qinglong University, nearing graduation. With these thoughts in mind, Lin Yu resolved without hesitation to visit the film university once more. He learned that Di Erming and her boyfriend had left for her 18th birthday celebration, and it seemed her boyfriend intended to propose to her. With all her dormitory companions in attendance, Lin Yu arrived at the film university only to be met with this news. Where's the location? Lin Yu felt a sense of restlessness within. It appeared that Lu Hai had concealed his intentions remarkably well. Both parties had reached the stage of proposing, making it quite challenging for Second Dream to reconsider her choice. The Yunwu restaurant. The young woman spoke without much thought, casually mentioning the name. Upon receiving the precise address, Lin Yu hastened towards the Yunwu restaurant. During his journey, he called Li Han to request detailed information about Lu Hai. Li Han understood immediately. He had surmised that Lin Yu harbored feelings for Second Dream, which naturally positioned Lu Hai as Lin Yu's rival. How old could he possibly be to fancy an 18-year-old girl? After hanging up, Li Han found himself perplexed. Nevertheless, he complied with Lin Yu's request and sent over the detailed information on Lu Hai. Although Lu Hai hailed from the prestigious Lu family in Kyoto, Li Han did not regard the so-called Lu family with any respect. Second Dream, will you marry me? Within the Yunwu restaurant, the handsome and charming Lu Hai was already half kneeling on the ground, holding a diamond ring and gazing affectionately at Second Dream. Marry him, marry him. The surrounding crowd, comprised either of Lu Hai's friends or Second Dream's classmates, erupted in cheers. Judging purely by appearances, Second Dream and Lu Hai indeed resembled a pair of strikingly attractive individuals. Lu Hai was exceptionally tall and handsome. Coupled with his prestigious background from the Lu family and his affiliation with Qinglong University, he was undeniably impeccable. Furthermore, his gentle demeanor was a significant reason for Second Dream's affection toward him. It was likely that any other girl would find it difficult to decline such a proposal. A shy smile appeared on Second Dream's face as she extended her small hand. The implication was clear. She was accepting Lu Hai's proposal, inviting him to place the engagement ring on her finger. Just then, a voice suddenly broke through the moment. What the hell? Who dares to cause a scene? The crowd erupted in confusion, none expecting someone would dare to disrupt Lu Hai's proposal. This was nothing short of a slap in the face for Lu Hai. When Lu Hai and his companions spotted Lin Yu, they regarded him as a complete stranger. Only Second Dream's roommates recognized Lin Yu instantly, recalling their last gathering between Hucking University and the Film Academy, where they had formed a lasting impression of him. Upon seeing Lin Yu, Second Dream frowned slightly. She finally understood why Lin Yu had been so enigmatic. It was simply because he harbored feelings for her and was aware of her relationship, thus lurking in the shadows to create chaos. Second Dream felt a strong aversion toward Lin Yu's actions. Lin Yu, you are not welcome here. I kindly ask you to leave. Second Dream spoke first, not wishing to involve herself in any relationship with him. Lu Hai's gaze fell upon Lin Yu, a fleeting glimmer of menace flashing in his eyes. I possess a dossier concerning Lu Hai, a man of profoundly twisted character, adept at masquerading his true self, particularly deriving pleasure from the torment of women. The number of those who have met their demise at his hands exceeds 10. Second Dream, should you choose to wed him, your fate will undoubtedly be tragic. Lin Yu spoke without a hint of hesitation, directly presenting his phone to Second Dream. The screen displayed information sent by Li Han, meticulously detailing Lu Hai's profile. Do you truly believe I would succumb to your malicious slander? Second Dream retorted, choosing not to examine the evidence, instead taking a deliberate step back, thus creating a palpable distance from Lin Yu. Were it anyone else, Lin Yu might have simply brushed off the encounter, indifferent to the life or death of the other. However, Second Dream was an exception. He could not bear to witness her willingly plunge into the abyss. Classmate, I implore you to depart at once, or we shall not hesitate to act. A group of boys approached, their voices laced with menace. Chapter 98. Truly a ruthless individual. Get away. A terrifying aura suddenly erupted from Lin Yu, causing the few boys attempting to approach him to stagger back as if struck by an unseen force. At that moment, Lin Yu was in an exceedingly foul mood. Damn it, are you seeking death? Lu Hai, infuriated, watched as his meticulously arranged proposal scene was ruined by Lin Yu, his heart seething with rage. It should be noted that Lu Hai not only hailed from a prestigious family, but was also a martial saint, having reached this exalted level at a young age, far surpassing the majority of his contemporaries. With a swift motion, Lu Hai aimed a palm strike at Lin Yu, his aura surging like a tempest. Suddenly, in a display that left onlookers bewildered, Lin Yu had already sent Lu Hai flying with a single strike. Unbelievable. He is simply too formidable. After all, Lu Hai is a martial saint. Gasps of astonishment rippled through the crowd, taken aback by Lin Yu's overwhelming power. Without granting Lu Hai any reprieve, Lin Yu placed a foot upon Lu Hai's face. The humiliation was unbearable, causing Lu Hai's face to flush with rage as he struggled futilely beneath Lin Yu's weight. You either die or leave Second Dream. Choose. Lin Yu refrained from crushing Lu Hai, primarily out of consideration for Second Dream's feelings. Were he to kill Lu Hai, it would undoubtedly leave a lasting scar on Second Dream's heart. Do you dare to kill me? The Lu family is a top-tier family in the capital. If you harm me, I will annihilate your entire lineage. Even while under Lin Yu's foot, Lu Hai retained an air of arrogance, dismissing Lin Yu entirely. So be it. Then you shall perish. A glint of murderous intent flashed in Lin Yu's eyes. What exactly do you intend to do, Lin Yu? I warn you, if Lu Hai dies, Second Dream will not survive either. Second Dream's unwavering gaze was fixed upon Lin Yu. Witnessing her earnest expression, Lin Yu felt a sudden tremor of concern. If Second Dream shared a temperament akin to that of his junior sister, then should he take Lu Hai's life, she might very well resort to self-harm. This dilemma left Lin Yu in a quandary. His intentions were to protect Second Dream, yet he struggled to convey this, especially since she did not believe him. Fine, I shall not kill him. Lin Yu took a deep breath, frustration evident in his demeanor. Upon hearing this, a smirk crept onto Lu Hai's lips, his eyes glimmering with a mixture of triumph and malice. Given the opportunity, he would stop at nothing to eliminate Lin Yu. Just as Lu Hai's thoughts turned malevolent, Lin Yu stomped his foot down, and Lu Hai was suddenly struck with excruciating pain in his most vulnerable area. The unexpected agony left Lu Hai reeling. While Lin Yu had spared his life, he had obliterated a crucial part of his dignity. The spectators around them felt an icy chill run down their spines, each one acutely aware of the gravity of the moment. Anyone who encounters such a kick would surely feel a pang of agony. Lu Hai clutched his groin, emitting a heart-wrenching wail. Lin Yu swaggered out of the cloud and mist restaurant. He had resolved not to intervene any longer, since intervention proved futile and might even provoke a backlash. It was far more prudent to decisively eliminate Lu Hai, thereby eradicating future troubles. The key was not merely to kill, for there was no need for Second Dream to accompany Lu Hai to his demise. Truly, he was a ruthless individual. Observing Lin Yu's departing figure, many felt a deep sense of reflection. Lin Yu, tonight is my 20th birthday. Do you have time? As Lin Yu prepared to return to his school dormitory, he received a call from Yu Linglong. Of course I have time. Where are you? I will come to find you. Lin Yu did not hesitate in the slightest. Yu Linglong had assisted him greatly, and he was well aware of her feelings for him. Now, on her 20th birthday, he was determined to attend. I'm at Orchid Pavilion. Yu Linglong provided the address. Orchid Pavilion was a rather elegant establishment, deemed a high-end venue. Lin Yu, what brings you here? To his surprise, upon arriving at Orchid Pavilion, Lin Yu encountered Jiang Tao, Long Linger's boyfriend, as well as Jiang Tao's senior, Chen Hai. When Jiang Tao spotted Lin Yu, his brows involuntarily furrowed, his expression filled with disdain. In Jiang Tao's eyes, Lin Yu was utterly unworthy of the captivating Yu Linglong. Jiang Tao and Long Linger had long been intent on pairing Yu Linglong with Chen Hai. Jiang Tao had envisioned that Chen Hai would present a precious gift on Yu Linglong's 20th birthday, seizing the opportunity to win her heart. However, he had not anticipated Lin Yu's sudden reappearance after a period of absence, which naturally irked both Jiang Tao and Chen Hai. Lin Yu cast a casual glance at Jiang Tao, feeling a surge of irritation and an impulse to confront him, yet ultimately suppressed it. There was no need to waste energy on such trivial matters. Within the private room, besides Yu Linglong and Long Linger, there were several of Yu Linglong's female classmates. What is he doing here? Long Linger furrowed her brows slightly upon seeing Lin Yu. Her sentiments mirrored those of Jiang Tao. Indeed, it was apt to say that birds of a feather flock together when applied to Long Linger and Jiang Tao. Linglong, happy birthday. May you celebrate this day for many years to come. Jiang Tao was the first to present a gift, producing a jade bracelet that gleamed with a translucent brilliance, indicative of its considerable value. Thank you. Yu Linglong smiled graciously, accepting the jade bracelet. Given the Yu family's background, receiving a jade bracelet was of little consequence. Linglong, this is my gift. Chen Hai then revealed a box, opening it before the watchful eyes of all present. How beautiful! As the box opened, several young women instantly lit up with excitement. This is a diamond necklace, each stone remarkably large, clearly indicating that this exquisite piece is of considerable worth. Chen Hai, this gift is far too precious. I simply cannot accept it. Yu Linglong hastily gestured to decline. The value of the gift is inconsequential. It is merely a token of my heartfelt intentions. I implore you to accept it. Chen Hai continued to gaze earnestly at Yu Linglong. He had invested considerable effort into acquiring this gift, hoping that through it, he might win the affections of the enchanting maiden. How could he possibly let this opportunity slip away? Lin Yu, what gift do you have for me? Unexpectedly, Yu Linglong did not reach for the diamond necklace, her attention shifting instead to Lin Yu. This action left Chen Hai feeling quite displeased. Lin Yu pondered for a moment before producing an item from his possession. Goodness, how could this be? As Lin Yu revealed his gift, a chorus of gasps erupted from the crowd. For the diamond necklace he presented was even larger, its brilliance surpassing that of Chen Hai's offering. Thank you, I absolutely adore it. Yu Linglong exclaimed with delight as she eagerly grasped the diamond necklace. Chapter 99. One's own man should not be defamed by others. Upon witnessing this scene, Chen Hai felt an immense sense of displeasure. The diamond necklace he had gifted was dismissed by Yu Linglong as excessively extravagant, and she ultimately refused to accept it. In stark contrast, she seized Lin Yu's diamond necklace without a moment's hesitation, adorning herself with it as if to declare to all that he was in an entirely different league than Chen Hai. Dragons pair with dragons, and phoenixes with phoenixes. Even a mouse's offspring will burrow, Chen Hai thought, bewildered. Linglong, I truly cannot comprehend why you would choose Lin Yu, a mere wastrel, when I am clearly the one who suits you best. Jiang Tao could no longer contain himself. His words left no room for Lin Yu's dignity. Long Linger furrowed her brows slightly, feeling that Jiang Tao's remarks were somewhat excessive. However, upon further reflection, she considered that sometimes a heavy hammer is required to strike a resonant gong, and perhaps Jiang Tao's approach could yield unexpectedly positive results. If it could help Yu Linglong recognize who was truly right for her, that would outweigh all else. Ling Long, I will tell you one last time. The person I like is Lin Yu. No matter what he is like, my affection remains unchanged. Yu Ling Long declared without the slightest hesitation. Chen Hai felt an acute sense of embarrassment and simmering frustration. In his view, he outclassed Lin Yu in every aspect, believing himself to be the most suitable for Yu Ling Long, and he could not fathom why she would choose Lin Yu over him. Enough, enough. Let us not dwell on this any longer. Let us eat. Long Linger finally broke the awkward atmosphere. Lin Yu remained unperturbed, seemingly unaffected by Jiang Tao's disparaging remarks. Jiang Tao shot Lin Yu a cold glare, knowing he could not confront Yu Ling Long directly, and thus redirected his ire towards Lin Yu. Lin Yu, however, chose to disregard him, taking a seat beside Yu Ling Long. Jiang Tao sat next to Long Linger, while Chen Hai hesitated briefly before ultimately choosing to sit beside Jiang Tao. Logically, given the earlier circumstances, it would have been best for Chen Hai to leave. Yet he refrained, perhaps believing that he was vastly superior to Lin Yu and thus had no reason to depart. Eat this. During the meal, Yu Ling Long did not shy away from showing her affection for Lin Yu. She eagerly served him the delicious dishes, even going so far as to peel shrimp for him and placing the succulent meat in his bowl. Bang! Jiang Tao could no longer bear the sight. He slammed his hand on the table and stood up abruptly. Jiang Tao, what are you doing? Yu Ling Long's expression shifted at the sight of his fury. Although Jiang Tao was Long Linger's boyfriend, that did not grant him the liberty to act as he pleased in her presence. Lin Yu, can you not behave like a man? Jiang Tao directed his ire at Lin Yu without responding to Yu Ling Long. And what, pray tell, constitutes a man? Lin Yu replied with an air of nonchalance. Quite simple. At the very least, not like a worthless leech reliant on women, Jiang Tao retorted with a mocking expression. Rely on women? Lin Yu was utterly bewildered. Indeed, regardless of her family background or martial prowess, you are unworthy of Yu Ling Long. You are but a toad. Yet, you have captured Yu Ling Long's sympathy, yearning to indulge in the exquisite swan, which is truly shameless. Jiang Tao, too, had thrown caution to the wind. If my memory serves me right, your family is rather ordinary. So does your infatuation with Long Linger, your pursuit of her, not equate to a toad aspiring to court a swan? Lin Yu countered. He does not, for between Jiang Tao and me, there exists mutual affection. Jiang Tao offered no reply. Instead, Long Linger spoke on his behalf. My relationship with Lin Yu is also one of mutual consent. As soon as Long Linger finished speaking, Yu Ling Long swiftly defended Lin Yu. One cannot permit others to malign her man. Ling Long, you shall surely regret this, Long Linger admonished earnestly. Yu Ling Long's classmates remained silent, as they were not well acquainted with Lin Yu's situation. However, to them, Lin Yu's handsome appearance was at least a redeeming quality. I appreciate your good intentions. Perhaps you should focus on nurturing your own relationship, Yu Ling Long remarked, her lips curling in disdain, at a loss for words. Let us hasten to dine, lest the food grow cold, interjected one of Yu Ling Long's classmates, breaking the impasse. The atmosphere lightened once more. By the way, shall we head to KTV together? After a hearty meal, a girl suggested. I have no objections, Jiang Tao replied, casting a glance at Lin Yu. I too have no qualms, Lin Yu shrugged. The group concluded the birthday celebration and made their way to a nearby KTV. Lin Yu, you scoundrel, stop right there. To their astonishment, just as they arrived at the KTV entrance, a rotund woman appeared. Upon spotting Lin Yu, she rushed towards him. Jiang Tao and Chen Hai chose silence, observing the unfolding drama, particularly Chen Hai, who hoped for the situation to escalate. After all, this was all part of their orchestrated plan. What do you intend to do? Yu Ling Long, witnessing the scene, hurriedly intervened. Step aside. I merely wish for Lin Yu to take responsibility for the child in my womb, and you are not involved. The pregnant woman exclaimed with fervor. Upon hearing this, Yu Ling Long's classmates erupted in hushed discussions, utterly shocked that Lin Yu could be such a person. Yu Ling Long furrowed her brow, sensing something amiss. Lin Yu, you promised to marry me, yet now that my belly has grown, you evade me at every turn. What do you mean by this? As Yu Ling Long momentarily diverted her attention, the pregnant woman circumvented her and charged directly at Lin Yu, pointing an accusing finger and shouting in agitation. To her astonishment, as the pregnant woman finished her declaration, she suddenly felt a constriction around her neck. As Lin Yu lifted her off the ground. Lin Yu, what are you doing? Long Linger's expression turned grave at the sight of Lin Yu laying hands on a pregnant woman. The others also wore looks of distress. In their eyes, Lin Yu was nothing short of a scoundrel. After all, he had left a woman in distress, only to vanish without a trace. And now he was resorting to violence against a pregnant woman. What else could he possibly be but a rogue? Can you tell me who incited you to act in such a manner? Lin Yu fixed his gaze upon the expectant mother, enunciating each word with deliberate clarity. No one instigated me. Your intent to silence me is evident, you scoundrel. I was truly blind to have ever harbored feelings for you. The pregnant woman's face was awash with indignation. At that moment, Long Linger and the others appeared pallid with fury. Lin Yu, if you do not release her, do not blame me for being impolite. Long Linger prepared to charge at him, intent on delivering a stern lesson. Wait just a moment. However, Yu Linglong restrained Long Linger. The opportunity was yours, and since you have squandered it, you may as well perish. Lin Yu's gaze was chillingly fierce. Chapter 100. This is utterly ruthless. Gradually, the grip tightened. A sense of suffocation began to envelop her. The pregnant woman initially brimmed with confidence, convinced that Lin Yu would not dare to take her life. However, panic soon set in as she struggled to breathe. It became all too apparent that Lin Yu was indeed capable of murder. Lin Yu, in broad daylight. Do you truly intend to kill? Chen Hai's expression darkened as he lunged at Lin Yu. With a swift motion, Lin Yu delivered a resounding slap, sending Chen Hai careening backward. Long Linger and the others were left completely dumbfounded, their faces etched with disbelief. In their eyes, Lin Yu was nothing more than a quintessential failure. Previously, Jiang Tao had incessantly labeled him a loser, and Lin Yu had refrained from retorting, which only further fueled their contempt. Yet, no one anticipated the terrifying strength Lin Yu possessed. Chen Hai was a great martial master, recently elevated to the rank of 7-star Great Martial Master. How could such prowess be so effortlessly overwhelmed by Lin Yu? Long Linger was in a state of confusion. She had always believed her boyfriend, Jiang Tao, to be the most exceptional and impressive individual, especially since the beginning of the school year, when Jiang Tao had advanced a level, achieving the status of a 6-star Great Martial Master, which had become a source of immense pride for Long Linger. An 18-year-old 6-star Great Martial Master was exceedingly rare, especially one who was also a top scorer in the college entrance examination. In this context, Long Linger's vanity had been greatly satisfied. She had urged her close friend Yu Linglong to end her relationship with Lin Yu on multiple occasions, convinced that the worthless Lin Yu was unworthy of Yu Linglong, even scheming to pair Chen Hai with her. After all that, she found herself to be the greatest joke of all. The powerful Chen Hai, who surpassed her boyfriend, had been easily dominated by Lin Yu, an unvarnished slap in the face of her beliefs. The opportunity was given to you, yet you failed to cherish it. Lin Yu's gaze fell once more upon the pregnant woman, his eyes icy, concealing an unmistakable intent to kill. Please, don't kill me. I'll tell you. The pregnant woman finally succumbed to fear, genuinely terrified that Lin Yu would end her life. Speak. Lin Yu's expression remained impassive, his grip unwavering. He understood that dealing with such individuals required the most forceful approach. Otherwise, even the slightest chance for them to breathe could result in baseless accusations against him. Someone paid me to falsely accuse you, to frame you as a scoundrel. The pregnant woman, overwhelmed, blurted out the information without hesitation. Who is it? Lin Yu inquired again, his impatience evident. I don't know. I truly don't know, she replied, shaking her head vigorously, her face a mask of despair. It was undeniable that her accuser had acted with meticulous caution, leaving no trace behind. Lin Yu released his grip and strode directly towards Chen Hai. What was he about to do? The crowd exchanged glances, momentarily stunned. Meanwhile, the pregnant woman, having regained her freedom, wasted no time fleeing, terrified that Lin Yu might change his mind and turn his wrath upon her once more. With all eyes upon him, Lin Yu struck again, plain and unembellished. Even a mere slap seemed effortless for Chen Hai to evade in the eyes of all. Yet, unexpectedly, Lin Yu delivered another slap that sent Chen Hai flying. With a resounding crash, Lin Yu seized Chen Hai's collar and forcefully slammed him to the ground. Without granting Chen Hai a moment to react, Lin Yu placed his foot upon Chen Hai's face. The entire sequence unfolded seamlessly. At that moment, Jiang Tao's gaze brimmed with apprehension. If Lin Yu could easily trample Chen Hai, then he could effortlessly do the same to him. Long Linger finally recognized Lin Yu as a concealed master. Once his fiancée, she had deemed Lin Yu a worthless waste and opted for the top scorer, Jiang Tao. In her pursuit of Jiang Tao, she devised ways to annul her engagement to Lin Yu. Now, witnessing this scene unfold before her eyes, Long Linger felt her inner world shatter. Yu Linglong remained largely unperturbed, for if Lin Yu could overpower even a Grand Martial Sage, then the mere Grand Martial sect was insignificant. An effortless feat if my conjecture holds true. That pregnant woman was likely orchestrated by you. Wasn't he she? Lin Yu loomed over Chen Hai. Certain matters require no evidence. Any person with a modicum of intelligence could deduce that the incident involving the pregnant woman likely implicated Chen Hai. Lin Yu had been wronged, his reputation tarnished. Thus Yu Linglong would inevitably sever ties with a scoundrel like him. In that eventuality, the one who would benefit most would be Chen Hai, the suitor. Hence, Chen Hai stood as the prime suspect. Do you possess any evidence? As the situation escalated, Chen Hai clung to his last shred of defiance. Fixing a fierce gaze upon Lin Yu. I need no evidence. Your mere implication suffices, retorted Lin Yu, disdain evident in his expression. How utterly tyrannical. The eyes of Yu Linglong's classmates sparkled with intrigue. As women, they often found themselves drawn to men like Lin Yu, who acted with authority and displayed formidable prowess. What do you intend to do? Chen Hai, pinned beneath Lin Yu's foot, was consumed by humiliation. I wish for your demise. Lin Yu's lips curled into a slight smirk, and in an instant, he lifted his foot only to bring it crashing down with tremendous force. Boom. In a moment of desperation, Chen Hai unleashed his full potential, executing a sudden roll that allowed him to evade Lin Yu's foot. Even so, Lin Yu's foot struck the ground with a thunderous impact, sending shockwaves through the earth. Long Linger and others broke into a cold sweat. This was extraordinarily ruthless. Had Chen Hai been a fraction slower, his head would have surely been turned to pulp beneath Lin Yu's foot. You can evade once, but can you evade twice or thrice? Lin Yu scoffed, his face rife with mockery and his eyes filled with lethal intent. Spare me, spare me. I confess, that pregnant woman was indeed hired by me. I enlisted a friend to act on my behalf. In a moment of life and death, Chen Hai gritted his teeth and divulged everything. Chen Hai is not foolish. Lin Yu's intent to eliminate him stems solely from the belief that the pregnant woman was under Chen Hai's direction. Yet, Chen Hai refuses to acknowledge this, prompting Lin Yu to take decisive action against him, purely to satisfy his own rage. Faced with the specter of death, Chen Hai casts aside his reservations and admits to everything, driven by the instinct to survive. Upon hearing this confession, Yu Linglong's classmates reacted with disdain, murmuring among themselves in disbelief at Chen Hai's actions. Who would have thought that he could stoop so low? If Lin Yu were not formidable and merely a weakling, would he not be wrongfully condemned to death? Worthless, pathetic. Lin Yu's expression was one of contempt, rendering him too apathetic to retaliate. Long Linger felt a profound disappointment. She had previously regarded Chen Hai favorably and had gone to great lengths to facilitate a connection between him and Yu Linglong. Now, Chen Hai's actions filled Long Linger with revulsion. Jiang Tao's expression was complex. He alone understood that the scheme to frame Lin Yu had originated from his own suggestion. However, at this juncture, Chen Hai had not revealed Jiang Tao's involvement. Chapter 101. Making a splash, even if he were to speak of it, Jiang Tao would not admit it. With events having unfolded to this extent, no one had the heart to continue their evening at the KTV. Classmate Yu Linglong chose to return to school accompanied by Lin Yu. I cannot shake the feeling that Yu Linglong is destined for unhappiness. Jiang Tao escorted Long Linger back to school, and along the way, he unexpectedly remarked, "Why do you think that?" Long Linger, somewhat perplexed, inquired. Her thoughts were still lingering on the earlier incident, where Lin Yu, with his domineering demeanor, had decisively dealt with Chen Hai, exuding a certain masculinity. Unlike Yu Linglong, Long Linger possessed a naturally strong disposition. Even in seeking a boyfriend, she aspired for someone exceptional. Lin Yu's earlier display of dominance had profoundly impacted her, evoking an inexplicable feeling within her. She couldn't help but think that had she not called off the engagement, she would still be Lin Yu's fiancée. It is quite simple. Despite our long acquaintance with Lin Yu, none of us knew he was a martial arts master. One can see that he possesses a profound intellect. Do you not find such a person somewhat intimidating? Jiang Tao expressed with a sense of reflection, his gaze intentionally or unintentionally directed towards Long Linger. In truth, Long Linger had previously been Lin Yu's fiancée, having looked down upon him as a wastrel. which led her to initiate the annulment of their engagement, a fact Jiang Tao was quite aware of. However, now that it had come to light that Lin Yu was an unparalleled master, even surpassing Jiang Tao himself, it naturally unsettled him. Hence, Jiang Tao uttered such remarks, ultimately aiming to tarnish Lin Yu's reputation. Long Linger remained silent. Her reticence only heightened Jiang Tao's discomfort, yet he was unable to express his feelings, fearing it would only alienate her further. Linger, there is a major issue at home. You must return at once. And please, bring your boyfriend Jiang Tao with you. As they arrived at the gates of Zhuke University, Long Linger received a phone call from her mother. The Long family was in trouble. More precisely, they had been schemed against. Beyond their commercial endeavors, the Long family also operated a maritime trade company. Given the favorable geographical conditions of Beihai, with its thriving port shipping, the Long family's maritime company routinely facilitated the transport of goods. Recently, a young master named Sun had approached them, commissioning the Long family to send a shipment of exceedingly precious jade to the East China Sea. However, upon arrival, the goods, which had been anticipated as exquisite jades, inexplicably transformed into ordinary stones. This incident quickly escalated. It is essential to note that these were premium jades, each piece valued at an exorbitant sum. If merely one piece of jade had encountered an issue, the Long family, with its considerable resources, could easily manage compensation. However, the problem arose when an entire shipment of jades was compromised, rendering the situation extremely grave. The value of the entire shipment was incalculable, with preliminary estimates suggesting a worth of at least 70 to 80 billion. Even for the affluent Long family, compensating such a substantial sum would undoubtedly be a significant blow. However, the other party unexpectedly put forth a demand. According to the contract stipulations, should any issues arise with the goods, the Long family would be obliged to compensate tenfold. Even a single compensation would strain the Long family, let alone a tenfold amount, which could potentially lead to their bankruptcy. We are talking about a staggering sum of 7 to 8 trillion. Who could afford such a loss? In light of this predicament, the Long family found themselves in a state of panic. They could only mobilize all their connections to ascertain the true nature of the jadeite issue and seek mediation to possibly lessen the compensation. The Long family considered Jiang Tao, particularly his formidable mentor, the strongest among the Long family, slightly superior to the Yu family, had only recently attained the rank of a one-star martial saint. Should we perhaps enlist the assistance of the Yu family? One voice dared to speak up within the Long family hall, even though it was the dead of night. The Long family remained wide awake, acutely aware of the gravity of the situation. A single misstep could spell disaster for them. The Yu family, could they truly assist us? Long Linger's mother furrowed her brow. She was not merely a housewife, but a woman of considerable standing within the Long family. You must be aware that the Yu family recently crossed paths with the Han family, which possesses formidable strength, being one of the 10 most powerful families in the Northwest, with numerous martial saints and even grand martial saints among them. Yet, in the end, the conflict between the Yu and Han families was resolved quietly. The elder Long spoke slowly. Might it be that the Yu family offered sufficient incentives? Long Linger's uncle could not help but interject. Recently, there has been much speculation regarding the Yu family, because they have completely concealed the existence of Lin Yu. No one knows how the Yu family managed to resolve their issues. Of course, many believe that the Yu family must have paid an exorbitant price for the Han family to relent. Otherwise, the Yu family would have long been annihilated. In the past, when the Yu family faced danger, they sought the Long family's assistance. However, in the face of the powerful Han family, the Long family found themselves powerless. Even if the Yu family had indeed provided the Han family with ample benefits, we could also offer the Han family something in return to gain their support. Long Linger's father blurted out. No, such an approach could very well lead us to invite a wolf through the front door only to have a tiger enter through the back, ultimately resulting in our own loss. The elder Long shook his head. I believe the most prudent course of action remains to rely on Master Jiang Tao. If he can persuade his mentor to intervene, all our problems could be swiftly resolved. The elder concluded. Those who come with ill intentions do not bring goodwill. The Long family recognized that the matter involving young Master Sun and the jadeite bore an air of intrigue. Naturally, upon receiving the news, Long Linger promptly accompanied Jiang Tao to Beihai. For Jiang Tao, this presented an excellent opportunity to showcase himself. As the top scorer of the college entrance examination, Coupled with his mentor's status as a guardian of the great Xia, it was likely that everyone would afford him a measure of respect. Upon returning to the Long family that evening, Jiang Tao was accorded a high level of hospitality. The following day, young Master Sun had already arrived at the Long family estate. Young Master Sun was adorned in exquisite garments, exuding an air of remarkable sophistication. Merely casting a glance in his direction imparted an intangible weight upon those present. Accompanying him was an elderly man, slightly stooped with age. "Here is the appraisal report for my jade," young Master Sun declared. "I now demand that your esteemed Long family compensate me at 10 times the assessed value." He produced a document, prominently featuring the evaluation of the jade. It is no exaggeration to assert that this report had existed prior to entrusting the jade to the Long family shipping company. "Young Master Sun, the issues concerning the jade are indeed our Long family's responsibility. We are prepared to offer you compensation at the original value, along with a precious millennium-old sandalwood flower as a gesture of goodwill. How do you find this proposition, young Master Sun?" At this moment, Long Linger's father interjected. Chapter 102. Who else is baring their teeth? The millennia-old purple sandalwood flower is a treasure that is rare and invaluable. I have stated my terms, tenfold compensation, not a penny less. Yet, to my astonishment, young Master Sun did not even bat an eyelid, dismissing the so-called millennia-old purple sandalwood flower entirely. Hearing this, the expression on Long Linger's father's face darkened. He instinctively glanced at Jiang Tao, clearly signaling that it was time for Jiang Tao to intervene. "Young Master Sun, might you grant me some consideration? Let us proceed as Uncle Long suggests, for tenfold compensation is indeed excessive." Jiang Tao spoke up. "Who are you?" Young Master Sun furrowed his brow, not daring to offend Jiang Tao, who had suddenly appeared. After all, it was prudent to exercise caution until he understood the other's identity and background, a principle he adhered to in his dealings. "This is my boyfriend, Jiang Tao, this year's top scorer in the college entrance examination and a student at Xuanwu University. His master is one of the protectors of our great Xia," Long Linger proudly introduced. This was indeed Jiang Tao's most significant credential. "Is that all?" Young Master Sun scoffed, unimpressed by what he perceived as a lackluster background. "Young Master Sun, I implore you to consider my master's reputation and give the Long family a chance," Jiang Tao stated earnestly. "Your master is of no consequence." Young Master Sun retorted with utter disdain. The Long family was taken aback, and Jiang Tao was left speechless. They had not anticipated that young Master Sun would disregard even the protector of Great Xia. "Forgive me for not introducing him earlier. This is my bodyguard, Old Huang, who was once one of the protectors of Great Xia. He is now retired. Jiang Tao, should your master retire, he could serve as my bodyguard," young Master Sun declared once more. This simple statement sent chills down their spines. The notion that a protector could serve as a bodyguard was indicative of young Master Sun's formidable status and background. Mere wealth could hardly entice a protector of Great Xia to serve another. To become a protector typically required strength surpassing that of a martial saint. The Long family had initially resolved that should negotiations fail, they would resort to force. However, in light of the current situation, they dared not act with aggression. The mightiest among the Long family paled in comparison to the protectors of Great Xia. Each protector not only possessed the cultivation of a martial saint, but also boasted extensive combat prowess, far exceeding what could be amassed through mere resources. Enough talk. The Long family should prepare to compensate swiftly, for my patience is wearing thin, young Master Sun stated, his annoyance palpable. The Long family stood in stunned silence, feeling utterly helpless against young Master Sun's aggressive stance. "I believe there is something amiss regarding this shipping incident. The Long family must conduct a thorough investigation. If it is indeed our responsibility, we shall compensate as per the contract. However, if it is not our fault, but rather the work of someone with malicious intent, then the Long family will not be taken for fools," Old Master Long finally spoke. His words were direct and unmistakable. "The old man, do you truly suspect that I have tampered with matters? Has your mind been clouded?" The countenance of young Master Sun instantly shifted, his finger pointed accusatorily at Lord Long, his mouth spewing curses. He regarded the elder with utter disdain. The reason for his arrogance lay in the fact that young Master Sun possessed ample grounds for such behavior. Seeking demise. Even if Lord Long had the most temperate disposition, being berated by a junior like young Master Sun would inevitably provoke his ire. With a swift motion, His palm struck toward young Master Sun, intending to impart a lesson. Boom. Before Lord Long could even comprehend the situation, he felt a blur before him, and his entire being was sent flying. Thud. The assailant granted no time for Lord Long to react, delivering a decisive kick to his dantian. A violent tremor coursed through Lord Long's body, his face turning ashen. His lifetime of cultivation was abruptly nullified by a guardian accompanying young Master Sunday. In that moment, the Long family finally grasped the truth. Young Master Sun indeed had a formidable protector. To employ a guardian of such caliber indicated the terrifying power of the Sun family. Who else dared to bare their teeth? Young Master Sun surveyed the faces around him, a scornful smile gracing his lips, entirely dismissing these individuals. Were it not for his recent need for pocket money, coupled with the desire for the Long family's complete downfall, he would not have acted thus. He requested merely a few days to liquidate their assets and compensate for his losses. At this juncture, Long Ling-er's father lowered his stance. He was not foolish. He recognized that young Master Sun was not someone to be trifled with. Considering the circumstances, it was evident that young Master Sun likely had ties to the Sun family of the Northeast. The Northeast Sun family was not to be underestimated, transcending mere familial or aristocratic boundaries. Even among noble clans, they were of the utmost rank. Though the Long family held significant stature in Beihai, they were not in the same league as the Northeast Sun family. Under these conditions, the Long family had no choice but to humble themselves. Very well. I shall grant you 3 days more. If, within that time, you cannot gather enough, the Long family shall no longer need to exist. Young Master Sun coldly declared before turning to leave. Watching young Master Sun's retreating figure, Long Ling-er's father hesitated, understanding that further words were futile. The Long family would only have a glimmer of hope if they could find someone even more formidable. This is utterly intolerable. We must report to the Night Brigade and request their intervention, Long Ling-er exclaimed, vexed. Since the enemy dared to come, they must have been well prepared. Seeking the Night Brigade would surely yield no results. Long Ling-er's father shook his head. Everyone present was astute enough to grasp this reality. However, Long Ling-er, in her frustration, had spoken rashly. We must prepare for both scenarios. On one hand, seeking stronger allies to help the Long family avert disaster, or on the other, liquidating all assets. For the Long family stands to lose everything. The elder Long finally spoke. At this moment, he had suffered grievous injuries, rendered nearly incapacitated. Yet he remained resolute in his duty to the Long family. Upon hearing the words of old Master Long, the members of the Long family were rendered ashen-faced. My master has some old friends. I'll request him to bring them over to provide support. Even if young Master Sun is formidable, he is now retired and should show my master some respect, which might help to resolve the issues at hand. For the sake of the Long family, Jiang Tao is willing to go all out. Upon hearing Jiang Tao's words, Long Ling-er felt a surge of happiness. The spirits of the Long family members were also lifted. If the problem could truly be resolved, it would be nothing short of splendid. However, the Long family dared not place all their hopes on Master Jiang alone. They must seek out an even stronger presence. Only then could the Long family harbor a glimmer of hope. By the way, second brother, what news do we have from the Yu family? Long Ling-er's father turned to his younger brother. Chapter 103. Not worth mentioning, the response from the Yu family has yet to arrive, which left the second son of the Long family feeling somewhat helpless. How could this be? Long Ling-er's father furrowed his brow. Given the relationship between the Long and Yu families, the Yu family should at least inform the Long family, even if they could not persuade the Han family from the northwest, by any means necessary, at any cost. It is imperative to ascertain how the Yu family managed to sway the Han family and cease their troubles with them. The elder of the Long family spoke slowly. In the eyes of the Long family, the Yu family's eldest son had committed a grave offense, yet somehow received the Han family's forgiveness, indicating the existence of some extraordinary means. However, when it comes to overall strength, the Long family is far superior to the Yu family. Whatever the Yu family can achieve, the Long family can surely replicate. If they could enlist the Han family's assistance, even the Sun family from the northeast would have to show some respect and deference to the Han family. Understood, nodded the second son of the Long family. Subsequently, the Long family undertook a series of arrangements, having also contemplated the worst-case scenario, should they reach the final step. The Long family would have no choice but to conceal some assets to prepare for a future resurgence. Master Jiang Tao promptly provided a response. Faced with the formidable Sun family from the northeast, even he felt powerless. Nonetheless, Master Jiang suggested attempting to find others to mediate and negotiate. "Brother, we have found something out," the second son of the Long family announced upon his return in the evening, his expression somewhat peculiar. "What is it?" Long Linger's father perked up, and the others in the Long family gazed at him with anticipation. Initially, the Han family had demanded that the Yu family marry off Yu Linglong to their young master, but ultimately, the young master of the Han family, along with numerous experts from the Han family, had been dealt with by the Yu family, leading to the Han family's complete capitulation. The second son of the Long family spoke with a complex expression. "How could this be? Does the Yu family possess a peak saint-level expert?" The elder of the Long family responded incredulously. Others shared his disbelief, as they were aware that the Yu family's strongest member was merely a half-step martial saint. To compel the Han family to concede, at least a peak martial saint would be necessary. Even an ordinary martial saint would not be regarded with any seriousness by the Han family. When the Han family wreaked havoc upon the Yu family, they had deployed their most formidable experts, namely the great martial saints. The second son of the Long family added, "As one of the 10 prominent families of the Northwest, they must possess at least a martial saint-level expert. It is entirely possible they have enlisted a great martial saint." Long Linger expressed astonishment. After all, inviting a great martial saint is no trivial matter. It undoubtedly requires significant sacrifice. Yes, the Yu family indeed has a peerless expert assisting them, and interestingly, this expert is known to our Long family, and in all fairness, our relationship with them is even closer than that of the Yu family. The second son of the Long family continued. "How is that possible?" The members of the Long family were left in stunned silence. "Who could it be?" Long Linger inquired eagerly. "Indeed, if that is the case, then the Yu family could solicit the assistance of this unparalleled master, just as the Long family could." However, the members of the Long family were utterly perplexed. After all, if such an extraordinary master truly existed, they should have anticipated it long ago, thus sparing themselves from this predicament. "He is Lin Yu, formerly the betrothed of Linger." The second elder of the Long family sighed deeply before uttering this name. When he mentioned Lin Yu, a sense of regret washed over him. Lin Yu, how could it be? Was he not a useless individual? Many members of the Long family were taken aback. The reason the Long family initially agreed to the annulment of the engagement between Long Linger and Lin Yu was twofold. On one hand, Jiang Tao was exceptionally talented, having achieved top marks in the college entrance examination, and at the tender age of 18, he possessed the strength of a 5-star grand martial artist, with a bright future ahead. On the other hand, Lin Yu was deemed a failure, incapable of cultivation. Yet, he was not a mere failure, to be precise. He was an extraordinary prodigy, and the information Linger had received was gravely inaccurate. The second uncle of the Long family shook his head and continued. Lin Yu participated in the Yang City joint examination and secured first place, subsequently achieving the same feat in the provincial college entrance examination. His prowess is formidable. Given such excellence, why did he not attain the title of top scorer in the entrance examination? Someone queried, puzzled. However, a portion of the assembly had already begun to awaken to the truth. You should understand that in the college entrance examination, there are indeed some exceptionally powerful candidates, including prodigies from prestigious families who disdain participating in such tests to prove themselves. They can directly enter top-tier institutions. Lin Yu is no different. His strength is so profound that he chose not to partake in the entrance examination. The second uncle of the Long family elaborated. Even if he is that strong, he is still merely 18 years old. It is inconceivable that he could rival a grand martial saint, let alone that mysterious and powerful master. Long Linger expressed her dissatisfaction, feeling quite uncomfortable within. In truth, after Lin Yu effortlessly vanquished Chen Hai, Linger's feelings began to shift. Always competitive, she had forsaken Lin Yu for the top scorer Jiang Tao, only to suddenly realize she had traded away a watermelon for a sesame seed, a tremendous mockery for her. While I cannot elaborate further, it is indeed a fact that Lin Yu defeated the grand martial saint of the Han family and slew many of their formidable experts. This is irrefutable, the second uncle of the Long family affirmed. In reality, the members of the Long family understood that since the Yu family had disclosed this information to their second uncle, there was no need for concealment. After all, it sounded utterly incredible. Even if fabricated, such a tale would be implausible. If Lin Yu truly assisted the Yu family in resolving their troubles, then why did the Yu family not inform us from the very beginning? Some members felt a sense of confusion. Upon hearing this, several individuals instinctively cast their gazes toward Long Linger. It is quite simple. Lin Yu is exceptionally talented, and the Yu family is reluctant to let others know. After all, Lin Yu, at the tender age of 18, has already triumphed over the great martial sage and is destined to become one of the most prominent figures in the Great Xia. Should others become aware of his prowess, it is likely that Yu Linglong of the Yu family may not truly secure Lin Yu for herself. The elder spoke, adding, Lin Yu was originally engaged to Linger, but that engagement has now been annulled. The Yu family fears that once our family recognizes Lin Yu's capabilities, they may harbor ulterior motives. Furthermore, Lin Yu has been jilted by our Long family, and he must feel quite discontented. Even if we acknowledge his extraordinary talents and extend an invitation for assistance, he may not readily acquiesce. Upon hearing these words, the members of the Long family fell into a contemplative silence. Among them, Jiang Tao found himself in the most awkward position. He prided himself on being a peerless genius, having once pursued Long Linger with fervor, only to realize that, in comparison to Lin Yu, he pales into insignificance. Chapter 104. A regret that feels like a torment. The one who likely regrets the most is Long Linger. She forsook the extraordinary Lin Yu and chose Jiang Tao instead. If word of this spreads, Long Linger will undoubtedly become the subject of ridicule. Her inner world is on the brink of collapse. How could this happen? Long Linger's soul feels as though it is being scrutinized. Initially, even upon realizing that Lin Yu could defeat Chen Hai, her regret was but a mere whisper. After all, Jiang Tao was not without merit. With his qualifications and strength, surpassing Chen Hai would merely be a matter of time. Thus, it seemed Jiang Tao might not fall short of Lin Yu in the future. However, the current situation is starkly different. No matter how formidable Jiang Tao may be, he remains merely a grand martial master. It is evident to any fool that the comparison between a grand martial master and Lin Yu, who has triumphed over a grand martial sage, is utterly unfounded. She had once taken the initiative to call off her engagement with Lin Yu, even going so far as to use Yu Linglong to entice Lin Yu into becoming her boyfriend. In the end, she achieved her desire. She had severed ties with Lin Yu and was now with Jiang Tao. At that time, she hoped for Yu Linglong's happiness and even considered introducing Chen Hai to her. She often derided Lin Yu, openly declaring that he was unworthy of Yu Linglong. Her antics must appear exceedingly laughable in the eyes of both Lin Yu and Yu Linglong, resembling a capering monkey in their view. Long Linger was reminded of another incident involving the nameless fighter from the underground arena in the capital. Back then, they had all worn masks, and Long Linger immediately recognized Yu Linglong. When she saw the nameless fighter beside Yu Linglong, she instinctively assumed he was Lin Yu. Yet, when the nameless fighter displayed his terrifying prowess, defeating both the martial sage and the grand martial sage, she concluded that he could not possibly be Lin Yu. At one point, she even imagined the nameless fighter to be an old man, an octogenarian, and felt a surge of sympathy for Yu Linglong, believing she should not pursue a relationship with someone so aged, regardless of their strength. In truth, the nameless fighter was Lin Yu. The more remarkable his performance in the arena, the happier Yu Linglong became. Were she in Yu Linglong's shoes, possessing a boyfriend capable of defeating both the martial sage and the grand martial sage at the tender age of 18, she would surely feel elated. As these thoughts coursed through her mind, Long Linger was consumed by regret. She had fancied herself exceptionally clever, only to be met with the resounding slap of reality. Now, with family gathered, she pondered what course of action to take. In the dead of night, the principal members of the Long family convened in a modest sitting room, the patriarch gazing at them intently. We could seek someone to approach Lin Yu, as long as he is willing to assist our family through this crisis. We shall accept any conditions he may impose, the second son of the Long family blurted out. If you were Lin Yu and had been jilted by my family, would you agree to lend your aid? The elder Long retorted. The members of the Long family fell silent. In truth, this represents the greatest barrier between them and Lin Yu. It is well understood that Lin Yu's rejection by the Long family was a profound humiliation. Lin Yu's silence does not imply indifference. Now, the Long family wishes for Lin Yu's assistance, yet if they were in his position, they would undoubtedly refuse to help. We can facilitate Lin Yu's involvement through the Li family. Long Ling-er's father spoke up. The Long family shares a close bond with the Li family. And since the Li family has familial ties with Lin Yu, the situation will become considerably more manageable. Should Lin Yu wish to decline, he could easily concoct an excuse. Furthermore, even if he reluctantly aids the Long family due to the Li family's influence, should he choose to respond passively, the Long family's predicament may become even more dire. The elder Long sighed heavily. Father, what then shall we do? Is there any other course of action? The second son of the Long family, feeling anxious, instinctively sensed that the elder must have a plan. As the saying goes, to untie the bell, one must find the bell ringer. Our relationship with Lin Yu is strained. He harbors resentment towards the Long family, and the root of the issue lies with Ling-er. Had it not been for her decision to end the engagement, our rapport with Lin Yu might have been better than that with the Yu family. In fact, when the Yu family encountered danger, they sought our assistance. The elder Long articulated a truth that resonated with all present. Are you suggesting that Ling-er should seek out Lin Yu, apologize, and implore him for forgiveness? If he forgives her, he would naturally lend his support to our family? Long Ling-er's father quickly grasped the implication. They were all astute individuals, and the connection was almost instantaneous. Indeed, only Ling-er could effectively resolve this dilemma. The elder Long nodded in agreement. Everyone turned their gaze towards Long Ling-er. There is something I have yet to disclose to the family. Long Ling-er understood that she could no longer conceal the truth. Otherwise, it could lead the Long family into an irretrievable abyss. She revealed how she had plotted against Lin Yu and had tirelessly sought to pair Chun Hai with Yu Linglong, laying everything bare. If Lin Yu were truly inept, then Long Ling-er's actions would not have been misguided. The crux of the matter is that Lin Yu is not incompetent. Long Ling-er had repeatedly humiliated him, and even if he were an ordinary person, he would likely feel a sting of anger. The atmosphere in the conference room grew tense. Regardless of the circumstances, Ling-er must apologize to Lin Yu. Additionally, I will reach out to the Li family to explore any potential for reconciliation. The elder Long finally made a decision. This could be considered a dual approach. However, we have overlooked another individual. At this moment, Long Ling-er's father interjected unexpectedly. All eyes turned towards him. Lin Yu's initial assistance to the Yu family was merely out of regard for Linglong, indicating that she holds a certain influence over him, one that may rival that of the Li family. Ling-er, since you and Linglong are close friends, you should seek her help. Long Ling-er's father articulated his thoughts. Others nodded in agreement. Yet, Long Ling-er felt the bitterness most acutely. Lin Yu was once her fiancé, and now, when the Yu family faces trouble, it is she who must seek Linglong's assistance. However, the Long family found themselves in a predicament that left no room for indulgence and temper. Thus, immediately after the meeting concluded, Long Ling-er reached out to Yu Linglong. Have you heard the news? When Yu Linglong received Long Ling-er's call, her emotions were rather complex. Linglong, as good sisters, could you possibly persuade Lin Yu to extend a helping hand to my family? Long Ling-er felt a profound discomfort within, yet she understood the necessity of adopting a humble demeanor. I can certainly request Lin Yu's assistance, though he may not acquiesce. However, I am aware that Lin Yu has always lacked cultivation resources, and your Long family possesses an abundance of them. If you could provide him with sufficient resources, he might just agree. Yu Linglong hesitated momentarily before speaking. There's no such thing as a free lunch in this world. Chapter 105. What are you even? Just step aside. Long Ling-er is not Yu Linglong, so why should Lin Yu take action? It is essential to understand that if Lin Yu intervenes, it would essentially mean offending the Sun family of Northeast China, which likely possesses formidable Grand Marshal saints. Lin Yu's chances are far from guaranteed. Absolutely no problem. Long Ling-er readily agreed. All right, I shall give it a try. Await my news. Ultimately, Yu Linglong acquiesced. The Long family is offering cultivation resources, imploring me to lend my assistance. Lin Yu was momentarily taken aback when he received Yu Linglong's call. Prior to this, he had also received a call from his grandfather, who similarly hoped Lin Yu could assist the Long family in overcoming their predicament. Of course, his grandfather advised Lin Yu to act within his limits, emphasizing that he must not overexert himself if his strength was insufficient. It was evident that his grandfather had reservations about Lin Yu's capabilities. After all, how formidable could an 18-year-old Lin Yu truly be? It would be miraculous if he could barely contend with a martial saint. Very well, I shall visit the Long family. In the end, Lin Yu agreed. Currently, he had undergone 9 refinements of the 9 nether body. If he could achieve the 10th, It would elevate his strength to an entirely new level. Concurrently, Lin Yu contemplated whether he should step into the realm of the martial saints. Regardless of the scenario, both options required substantial cultivation resources, which was why Lin Yu consented to assist the Long family. Moreover, based on various circumstances, it appeared that the Long family had not offended the Sun family. Rather, the Sun family merely sought to usurp the Long family's enterprises. The avarice displayed by the Sun family was distasteful to Lin Yu. Linger, my master has brought a grand martial saint expert. As it turned out on the third day, before Lin Yu's arrival, good news arrived from Jiang Tao's side. It was revealed that Jiang Tao's master, Qin He, had previously saved the life of another guardian. That guardian had fortuitously advanced from a 9-star martial saint to a grand martial saint 2 years prior, and was now a 4-star grand martial saint, with an astonishing rate of advancement that distinguished him among guardians. Thus, Jiang Tao's master had brought this 4-star grand martial saint, named Su Tao, to support the Long family. Furthermore, Su Tao, as a guardian, had undergone numerous battles, endowing him with exceptional combat prowess. He could not be regarded as an ordinary 4-star grand martial saint. It would not be an exaggeration to say that typical 4-star or 5-star grand martial saints might not stand a chance against Su Tao. Excellent. The arrival of Qin He and Su Tao invigorated the entire Long family. They accorded the highest level of respect to the Long family, and a spark of hope glimmered in Long Linger's eyes. It is worth noting that in the past 2 or 3 days, many within the family had expressed dissent towards her. In the eyes of many, had Long Linger not called off her engagement, Lin Yu would have been the Long family's son-in-law, and who would dare to challenge the Long family then? The situation had changed. With the emergence of Jiang Tao's master and the 4-star grand martial saint, it was likely that everyone would regard Jiang Tao with newfound respect. After all, such formidable backing could be considered a resource for Jiang Tao as well. The master of the house, Lin Yu, and Yu Linglong have arrived. Just as the Long family warmly entertained Qin He and Su Tao, the steward entered the hall to report the situation. Quickly, please invite them in. At present, Long Linger's father was occupied with hosting Qin He and his companions, making it impossible for him to personally greet Lin Yu and Yu Linglong. Naturally, Lin Yu paid it no mind. Master Long, what purpose do these young individuals serve? Upon Lin Yu and Yu Linglong's entrance into the hall, Qin He merely cast a fleeting glance at them, showing no particular interest. In truth, prior to arriving at the Long residence, Qin He had already heard about them from Jiang Tao. It was precisely because he understood the context that he had invited Su Tao along, to lend support to his disciple. This is Lin Yu. He has come to lend our Long family a helping hand. Long Linger's father said with a faint smile, introducing Lin Yu. What use can a mere half-step martial saint possibly have? Qin He retorted dismissively. Indeed, Lin Yu did not conceal his strength. He currently stood at the threshold of the martial saint realm. Both Qin He and the Long family could discern Lin Yu's true level of power. Mr. Qin, do not underestimate Lin Yu's youth. His capabilities are comparable to those of a martial saint. Recently, when the Yu family faced threats from the Northwest Han family, it was Lin Yu who repelled them. Long Linger's father felt compelled to clarify. The Northwest Han family's strongest member should be at the 8-star martial saint level. How could a half-step martial saint possibly transcend multiple realms to defeat an 8-star martial saint? Qin He remained skeptical. Indeed, a half-step martial saint may manage to defeat a 1-star to a 3-star martial saint, but beyond that, such a feat is altogether implausible. Many things are better seen than heard. Su Tao added his perspective. However, I witnessed Lin Yu triumph in an underground arena competition against martial saints and great martial saints. Long Linger could not help but interject. This is a fact that cannot be denied, even if one wishes to, she asserted. The so-called underground arena competition was merely a spectacle designed to capture public attention. It is not beyond the realm of possibility for a half-step martial saint to best a great martial saint, or even a martial god. Provided it serves to generate profit and draw the crowd's gaze, Su Tao remarked leisurely. Ultimately, both Qin He and Su Tao remained unconvinced of Lin Yu's prowess, believing his abilities to be exaggerated. Lin Yu, calm and unruffled, refrained from offering any explanations. The Long family, however, began to lean toward believing Su Tao's assertions. To speak candidly, they too found it hard to accept that Lin Yu could transcend multiple realms to defeat a great martial saint. At 18, A half-step martial saint defeating a great martial saint. Such a tale would be met with disbelief. Consequently, they felt Lin Yu's strength had indeed been inflated. Fortunately, Jiang Tao had invited his master and the skilled Su Tao. Otherwise, relying solely on Lin Yu's words could have led to significant trouble for the Long family. The Long family felt a pang of apprehension. It seems you Long family truly refused to die until you reached the Yellow River. At that moment, the voice of young Master Sun echoed from outside. Certainly, besides young Master Sun, there were 3 or 4 others present, among whom was an elderly man in purple attire, exuding an exceptionally powerful aura. Young Master Sun was not naive. When the Long family failed to provide a response, he realized they must have secured a formidable ally. Consequently, unlike his previous visit where he was accompanied by only one expert of the Saint Realm, this time he brought along several companions. The great martial sage. When the elderly man in purple fixed his gaze upon Su Tao, he immediately discerned his strength. However, after merely casting a glance at Su Tao, he dismissed him entirely. Young Master Sun noticed the change in the elderly man's expression and felt a surge of confidence. I am Jiang Tao, this year's top scholar in the college entrance examination. My master is a guardian of the Great Xia, and your Sun family is a prominent clan in the northeast. Might I implore you to show me some consideration and spare the Long family this time? Jiang Tao was the first to speak. What are you in the grand scheme of things? Begone. Young Master Sun did not even spare Jiang Tao a glance. Chapter 106. Is this a death wish? The expression on young Master Sun's face resembled that of someone encountering a cockroach. What a farce it was to regard the top scorer of the college entrance examination as anything of worth. In his eyes, they were less than refuse. What? Young Master Sun, do you hold us, the guardians of the Great Xia, in such disdain? At that moment, Su Tao spoke up. As a 4-star Grand Martial Saint, he possessed his own sense of pride. The guardians of the Great Xia represent the very foundation of our realm. How could I dare to belittle them? However, can you alone speak for all the guardians of the Great Xia? Young Master Sun merely scoffed. As a 4-star Grand Martial Saint and a representative of the guardians, I hope your Sun family can spare the Long family this time. What do you think? Su Tao, eschewing any further pleasantries, transitioned swiftly to the crux of the matter. As long as my family's patron consents, I have no objections. Young Master Sun replied with an air of calm. Faced with a 4-star Grand Martial Saint, he refrained from being reckless and deftly passed the ball to the elderly figure in purple beside him. The so-called patron was an immensely powerful being within the family. Only the strongest were deemed worthy of such a title. When the Long family failed to provide young Master Sun with a definitive answer within 3 days, he surmised that they must have sought formidable reinforcements. Thus, he had deliberately brought along the family's patron, a formidable expert second only to the venerable Sun Elder. I am eager to witness the true strength of your family's patron. A glint of cold light flashed in Su Tao's eyes as the pressure of the Grand Martial Saint erupted, bearing down upon the elderly figure in purple. Boom! To his astonishment, the elder in purple disregarded the oppressive force and launched a fist directly at Su Tao. At the moment the fist unleashed its power, it seemed as if nothing else existed in the world. Su Tao's pupils constricted slightly, and he felt an unsettling sensation that there was no avenue for evasion. This is bad. As their fists clashed, Su Tao's complexion changed dramatically. He sensed an overwhelming force that exceeded his capacity to endure. His body betrayed him, staggering backwards several steps as he coughed up blood. In stark contrast, the elder in purple remained unfazed, as if nothing had transpired. A 6-star Grand Martial Saint. When Su Tao's gaze fell upon the elder's dantian, he finally discerned the elder's true rank. Before the elder had made his move, his dantian had appeared shrouded in a gray haze, obscuring any clear assessment. I have been defeated. Regarding the matter of the Long family, I am afraid I am powerless. Su Tao understood that the elder had shown him mercy. As merely a 4-star Grand Martial Saint, had the elder chosen to strike with full force, ending his life would have been a trivial endeavor. In such circumstances, remaining with the Long family would only serve to bring humiliation upon himself, prompting his decisive departure. The members of the Long family were left in a state of shock. Their most formidable reliance had been effortlessly vanquished. Did this not render the Long family as mere prey, ready to be slaughtered by the Sun family? Jiang Tao, my master has done his utmost. Will you remain with the Long family, or depart with me? Qin he asked, his expression marred by bitterness. If even Su Tao had conceded, what use was there in staying for their master and disciple? Master. Zhang Tao was deeply conflicted. He glanced at his master and then at Long Linger. He harbored feelings for Long Linger, yet felt powerless to assist her. Master, I wish to share life and death with the Long family. Ultimately, with a firm resolve, Zhang Tao made his decision. Upon hearing his words, Long Linger felt a warmth within her heart. Regardless of Zhang Tao's strength, his sincerity towards her was undeniable. Very well. I shall take my leave first. Qin He did not pressure Zhang Tao, but before departing, he cast a meaningful glance at young Master Sun, clearly indicating that if it came to dire measures against the Long family, he hoped young Master Sun would spare Zhang Tao's life. Rest assured, I seek only wealth, not bloodshed. However, if the Long family is truly unwilling to part with their riches, then there is little I can do. Young Master Sun shrugged, finally ready to take the stage. The sensation of controlling the fates of others, life and death, was rather exhilarating, especially witnessing the Long family's panic and despair, which brought him immense satisfaction. If you wish to seek wealth, then go elsewhere. The Long family is under my protection. Unexpectedly, as soon as young Master Sun finished speaking, an abrupt voice broke the tension. Young Master Sun was taken aback, almost doubting his own ears. Even the esteemed four-star martial saint Su Tao had departed. Yet at this moment, a mere young man of half-step martial saint dared to step forward. Was he truly courting death? Lin Yu, do not embarrass yourself, Senior Su. A four-star martial saint has already conceded. What right do you have? Zhang Tao spoke coldly. In his view, if the Long family lowered their stance, perhaps young Master Sun would leave them a glimmer of hope. However, Lin Yu's actions would only serve to exacerbate the conflict. Is he also someone you, the Long family, invited to confront me? Indeed, young Master Sun's expression darkened. Previously, in the presence of Su Tao and Qin He, he maintained a respectful demeanor, for they were guardians of the great Xia. Even the Sun family would not dare to insult them lightly. Yet, Lin Yu, a mere youth, was not worthy of his attention. Lin Yu, please depart. The Long family does not require your assistance. Long Linger stated decisively. In truth, when the elder in purple defeated Su Tao, showcasing the prowess of a six-star martial saint, no one believed Lin Yu could surpass him. It was evident that young Master Sun was displeased with Lin Yu's interference. Thus, at this juncture, if the Long family disregarded Lin Yu, it would indirectly appease young Master Sunday. In a sense, Long Linger's approach was not entirely misguided. The members of the Long family regarded Lin Yu with increasing disdain. Indeed, Lin Yu, the Long family does not require your aid. Please take your leave. The head of the Long family echoed. There was no alternative, for Lin Yu was too young and possessed only half-step martial saint capabilities. Many in the Long family believed Lin Yu's supposed strength was grossly exaggerated. Lin Yu, let us go. Yuling Long was somewhat irked. When they needed her, it was a matter of imploring like a beggar, yet when they did not, they cast her aside as if she were not. Since the Long family had no use for her, so be it. Lin Yu sighed deeply. Just as everyone assumed he would leave in disgrace, his gaze fell upon young Master Sun. Feel free to plunder. I shall not intervene. After uttering these words, he grasped Yuling Long's hand and retreated to a corner. His stance was unmistakably clear. Lin Yu was now merely a spectator. Noticing Lin Yu's astuteness, young Master Sun seemed disinclined to engage further. The Long family's businesses, including the Long family trading and shipping, shall be transferred to my name. If your family consents, then the previous matters can be overlooked. Young Master Sun spoke leisurely. At this proclamation, the faces of the Long family members turned exceptionally grim. Their primary enterprises were indeed the trading and shipping companies. Should these two entities fall into young Master Sun's hands, the Long family would effectively be hollowed out. Chapter 107. Let your girlfriend accompany me for 3 days, young Master Sun. While your Sun family in the northeast is formidable, my Dragon family is not to be underestimated. We too possess masters of the martial sage realm, albeit confined within the forbidden grounds, having rendered significant contributions to humanity. I kindly implore you to show mercy. At this moment, old Master Long suddenly spoke up. Had Lin Yu from his previous life heard such words, he would have likely scoffed in disbelief. For many are easily deceived by the superficial appearances of certain families. Take the Lin family of Yang City, Lin Yu's own lineage, for instance. On the surface, the strongest among them appears to be old Master Lin, a grand martial sect master, who currently serves within the Forbidden Grounds. The other descendants remain rather mediocre, having stayed in Yang City. In truth, the Lin family's ascendance to the position of the foremost family in Yang City was not solely due to Old Master Lin's status as a Grand Martial Sect Master. If possessing a single Grand Martial Sect Master were sufficient to claim the title of the first family, then the entirety of the Great Xia would be rife with such families. The Lin family had once produced many talented experts, yet those prodigies chose to enter the Forbidden Grounds to enhance their cultivation. Although Lin Yu has a father, an uncle, and a little aunt, he also has several other uncles and aunts who were prodigies themselves, having entered the Forbidden Grounds long ago and met their demise. Old Master Lin is no exception. He too had siblings who can be considered as Lin Yu's grandparental generation, and many of them have also perished in the Forbidden Grounds. It is said that Lin Yu's grand uncle once reached the pinnacle of the Grand Martial Sage realm before falling in battle. Only when Lin Yu's grand uncle ascended to the Grand Martial Sage realm did the Lin family earn the title of the foremost family in Yang City. The Dragon family shares a similar tale. Before Old Master Long's Dantian was destroyed, he was regarded as the strongest within the Dragon family. In fact, the majority of the Dragon family's talents and elites have already entered the Forbidden Grounds. They do so not only to protect the Great Xia, but also to elevate their martial prowess. For instance, Old Master Long's brother is also a Grand Martial Sage, with prowess that surely rivals that of the Sun family's offerings. Typically, due to various constraints, experts who enter the Forbidden Grounds find it exceedingly challenging to return to the mundane world. The higher one's cultivation realm, the graver their responsibilities, making their return increasingly difficult. Conversely, those below the Martial Sage realm, such as martial artists, martial sect practitioners, and Grand Martial Sect Masters, generally face lesser obstacles in returning. However, for those of the Martial Sage and Grand Martial Sage realms, special circumstances must be met for their return. Moreover, the Great Xia has regulations in place. Before the age of 30, martial cultivators possess innumerable possibilities. They may choose to remain in the mundane world for cultivation or enter the Forbidden Grounds. Should they surpass the age of 30 and reach the Grand Martial Sect realm, they are typically compelled to be dispatched to the Forbidden Grounds to engage in battles against foreign tribes and beasts. Some families maintain a substantial number of Grand Martial Sect Masters and even Martial Sages because they have already had experts of the same caliber enter the Forbidden Grounds. For instance, with Old Master Lin as a Grand Martial Sect Master, any future members of the Lin family who cultivate to the Grand Martial Sect realm and are over 30 years of age may refuse to enter the Forbidden Grounds. The Xia authorities cannot impose mandatory requirements. However, should an individual ascend from the realm of the Grand Martial Sect to that of the Martial Saint and reach the age of 30, while the Lin family lacks any Martial Saints serving within the Forbidden Grounds, then this Martial Saint must be compelled to serve in the Forbidden area. Conversely, if the Lin family has a Martial Saint engaged in service there, other Martial Saints of the Lin family may remain in the secular world. Once they elevate to the Grand Martial Saint realm, they too will be mandated to serve in the Forbidden Grounds, unless the Lin family possesses another Grand Martial Saint already serving there. For instance, the Sun family in the Northwest boasts Grand Martial Saints, and Grand Masters, primarily because they have at least one Grand Martial Sect member, one Martial Saint, and one Grand Martial Saint serving in the Forbidden Grounds. Should a Martial Saint perish in battle, and the Sun family lacks a Martial Saint within the Forbidden area, the Xia authorities will promptly compel the Sun family to dispatch a Martial Saint to serve in the Forbidden Grounds. If a Grand Martial Saint of the Sun family falls in the Forbidden area, the remaining Martial Saints within the secular world must fulfill their duty to serve in the Forbidden Grounds. In essence, the number of experts within the Forbidden Grounds far exceeds those in the secular realm. Some families may struggle to find even one Grand Martial Sect member within their lineage. Yet they may have Grand Martial Sect members, Martial Saints, or even Grand Martial Saints serving in the Forbidden area. Old Master Long, I have not driven your family to extinction. I have at least left you a lifeline. Your Long family has a Grand Martial Saint in the Forbidden Grounds, just as my Sun family does, so do not attempt to intimidate me with such tactics. Young Master Sun dismissed the matter entirely. For the Sun family to grow powerful, they require abundant resources and must absorb formidable forces. Likewise, he needs substantial funds and various rare materials to elevate his cultivation. Should he exhibit undue kindness, he might find himself devoured to the bone in the end. Upon hearing this, old Master Long's expression darkened, for he comprehended young Master Sun's implication. In a certain sense, the adversary was not resorting to outright plunder. They merely sought lawful compensation through various means. Had they employed sheer martial force for direct coercion, the Long family would at least be able to seek assistance from the authorities. Unfortunately, that is no longer an option, as the authorities will not intervene within reasonable bounds. This mirrors the situation of the Han family targeting the Yu family previously. The Han family did not act without cause against the Yu family. Ultimately, it stemmed from the fact that the eldest son of the Yu family injured the Han family's young master, prompting the Han family to retaliate against the Yu family. Very well, I agreed to transfer the Long family's trading business and shipping company to young Master Sun's name. Old Master Long took a deep breath. At this juncture, he had no choice but to concede. Haha, good. Those who recognize the times are indeed wise. Young Master Sun beamed with satisfaction, finally attaining his desires. Subsequently, the Long family would proceed with the necessary formalities, and at this point, they dared not play any tricks, lest the consequences be even more severe. Lin Yu, is it? It is time for us to settle our accounts. No one anticipated that young Master Sun would begin targeting Lin Yu. What does this imply? Lin Yu appeared somewhat taken aback. My boyfriend has not wronged you, she asserted. Yuloa, she exclaimed without thinking. Just now, your boyfriend provoked me, and thus he must make amends. Otherwise, anyone will feel emboldened to challenge me in the future, young Master Sun stated languidly. What kind of compensation are you suggesting? Lin Yu remained composed. Jiang Tao, however, observed with a cold gaze, finding satisfaction in witnessing Lin Yu's predicament. It's quite simple. Let your girlfriend accompany me for 3 days. Once I have had my fill of amusement and my spirits are lifted, we shall consider our accounts settled, young Master Sun smirked. It was then that everyone realized young Master Sun's true aim was Yulaw. Chapter 108. Do not attempt to forge a connection with me. We are not acquainted. Upon hearing these words, Yu Linglong's expression changed dramatically. What a pity. Lin Yu shook his head in lament. The onlookers were momentarily taken aback, unable to comprehend the meaning behind Lin Yu's statement. Originally, I merely sought to extract some funds from you, yet you seem intent on courting death. It appears I must grant your wish, Lin Yu added. Haha, you wish to kill me? Have you lost your mind? Young Master Sun laughed unabashedly, his mirth laced with derision and disdain. Even the 4-star martial sage, Su Tao, had retreated in defeat. How dare a mere half-step martial sage display such audacity? One could only wonder who had bestowed upon him such misplaced courage. The members of the Long family observed with cold indifference, particularly Jiang Tao, whose eyes sparkled with anticipation. It is worth noting that, despite Lin Yu's inferior strength, he remained a half-step martial sage, far superior to Jiang Tao. Furthermore, Lin Yu bore the title of Long Linger's former betrothed. In the eyes of outsiders, Long Linger's choice in a partner reflected poorly on her, as she had opted for a man beneath Lin Yu's caliber, which would undoubtedly irk Jiang Tao. Should Lin Yu meet his demise, all would be well. With a swift motion, the elder in purple attire directed a strike toward Lin Yu, dismissing him entirely. After all, the disparity in their powers was vast. To the elder, Lin Yu was but an insignificant insect. However, in that fleeting moment, Lin Yu's fist pierced through the elder's palm, shattering his arm and body, reducing the elder to a mist of blood. An eerie silence enveloped the hall. Young Master Sun rubbed his eyes, questioning the reality of the spectacle before him. Many from the Long family wore expressions akin to those who had just encountered a ghost. Yu Linglong's mouth fell agape in shock, though her predominant feelings were those of exhilaration and excitement. Jiang Tao stood frozen, a myriad of curses swirling in his mind. How could this be possible? Long Linger too found it hard to believe. Suddenly, old Master Long rose, his face a mask of astonishment. It is your turn. Lin Yu's gaze fell upon young Master Sun, his tone nonchalant. At that moment, young Master Sun was gripped by panic, regretting his earlier advances toward Yu Linglong. He hastily proclaimed, My grandfather is an 8-star martial sage, and I have a great-grandfather who has surpassed that level while residing in the Forbidden Land. If you dare to kill me, they will not let you go. Fearing his leverage might be insufficient, young Master Sun added. The Long family will be entirely at your disposal. Whatever you desire, I can provide. I implore you, spare my life. Yet alas, in the midst of his pleas, a wave of excruciating pain coursed through his body, and he exploded on the spot. There was no suspense from beginning to end. Indeed, if even a 6-star martial sage could be obliterated in an instant, what chance did someone of young Master Sun's ilk possess? No one was surprised. The strong must not be insulted. Young Master Sun's previous actions were tantamount to courting death. What significance did old Master Sun's status as an 8-star martial sage hold in the face of such power? With Lin Yu's recent prowess in swiftly vanquishing a 6-star Grand Martial Saint, it is likely that his overall strength rivals that of the venerable old Master Sunday. As for the Sun family's patriarch, whose strength surpasses that of the Grand Martial Saint, one must ponder when he might return from his service in the Forbidden Grounds. The crux of the matter lies in whether the Daxiao authorities would permit anyone to eliminate such a prodigy as Lin Yu. Generally, in Daxiao, when martial artists engage in combat, the authorities tend to remain uninvolved. To put it plainly, they aim to cultivate the martial spirit among the people of Daxiao, endorsing a survival of the fittest mentality. If all were merely delicate flowers nurtured in a greenhouse, complacent and unambitious, they would surely meet their demise when faced with otherworldly beasts and foreign tribes in the Forbidden Grounds. As long as one does not resort to indiscriminate slaughter, the Daxiao authorities typically turn a blind eye. The members of the Long family were utterly bewildered. They finally came to realize that Lin Yu's assistance to the Yu family in resolving the matter with the Han family was no embellishment. According to their initial agreement, the Long family was to provide a batch of cultivation resources. However, due to the Long family's unsatisfactory conduct, Lin Yu deemed it necessary to increase the demand by 20-fold. Is that acceptable? Lin Yu's gaze fell upon Old Master Long. Absolutely, no problem at all. Compared to the contributions of the Long family's commercial enterprises and shipping companies, the request for a mere 20 times the resources was exceedingly generous. Lin Xianzi, do not attempt to forge a connection with me. We are not well acquainted. The father of Long Linger instinctively interjected, but was quickly cut off by Lin Yu. We're leaving. Lin Yu had little patience for further dialogue with the Long family and promptly turned to depart, with Yu Ling Long closely following. Indeed, the previous actions of the Long family had been profoundly disheartening. Were it not for Lin Yu's regard for his relationship with the Long family and his grandfather, he would have shown no interest in intervening. Yu Linglong's heart raced as she beheld the strikingly handsome and exceptionally formidable man beside her, akin to a walking embodiment of raw magnetism. The thought of pinning him down ignited her imagination, and she felt an overwhelming warmth enveloping her. While Lin Yu was undeniably impressive, the Northeastern Sun family was not to be trifled with. Should they inform Old Master Sun in the Forbidden Grounds, once he emerged, Lin Yu would undoubtedly face death. Silence. Jiang Tao spoke at length, providing a detailed analysis. His implication was straightforward. Regardless of Lin Yu's impressive abilities, his demise was inevitable. However, before he could finish his statement, he was rudely interrupted by Long Linger's grandfather. Initially, he had thought this top scholar was commendable, but now, in comparison to Lin Yu, he seemed utterly inconsequential. He could not fathom how his granddaughter could possibly be enamored with such a figure. One must learn to recognize shame and strive for improvement, rather than denigrate others. The old man showed no concern for Jiang Tao's feelings and coldly remarked. Faced with the elder's reprimand, Jiang Tao felt a wave of discomfort wash over him. He wished to rid himself of this old man. Yet, he maintained a facade of sincerity. Grandfather, I understand. I will dedicate myself to training, striving to surpass Lin Yu at the earliest opportunity. Observing Jiang Tao before them and recalling the formidable Lin Yu, the Long family members felt a profound unease, yet found themselves powerless to change their circumstances. Who led Long Linger to such folly? Choosing this peculiar individual, the Long family exhibits remarkable efficiency. By the following day after Lin Yu's return to school, Long Linger had already delivered the first batch of medicinal herbs to him. Long Linger's gaze towards Lin Yu was imbued with complexity, as if she had words teetering on the edge of her lips, yet she refrained from voicing them. Lin Yu, however, remained oblivious, wholly focused on his ambition to undertake the 10th body tempering, simultaneously preparing to ascend to the martial saint realm. Lin Yu, the ranking competition of our esteemed Daxia's top academic institutions is about to commence. As the representative of Huaqing University, I hope you can secure a commendable position for us, at the very least avoiding the bottom ranks. Do you possess the confidence? The old principal summoned Lin Yu privately. Furthermore, he had previously mentioned the National College Martial Arts competition. Naturally, as one of the 5 premier universities of Xia, they could directly engage in the contest. According to past regulations, each of the 5 institutions would dispatch 3 seed contestants to participate in the ranking competition. Chapter 109. Unable to restrain his expletives, 15 contestants were ranked, with the first place awarded to the institution of the top contender. Consequently, that institution would be deemed the foremost. The second place would similarly reflect the institution of the runner-up. Should both the first and second places be claimed by the same institution, the third place would determine the next ranking. In recent years, Hucking University consistently found itself placed 13th, 14th, and 15th in these competitions. The other 4 prestigious universities had little regard for Hucking University, due to its poor standings. Top talents from the Great Xia region invariably opted for the leading 4 institutions, leading to an ever-widening gap in prowess. With Hucking University's strength diminishing and gradually being surpassed by Beiwang University. Should Lin Yu manage to secure a new ranking for Hucking University this time, it is conceivable that some exceptional candidates might consider enrolling next year. One cannot expect the horse to run while withholding its fodder. Such a notion is wholly impractical. Lin Yu expressed this sentiment with eager anticipation directed toward the old principal. Our resources are rather limited, especially at your level of cultivation, where they become even scarcer. How about this? I can personally offer you 100,000 purple crystals. What do you think? The old principal felt a pang of reluctance. You are too stingy. 100,000 purple crystals barely suffice for my needs. I am already on the verge of becoming a martial saint, and I desire to break through to that realm. Thus, if the resources you provide can enable me to ascend to a 1-star martial saint, that would be sufficient. Lin Yu began to negotiate terms. If an ordinary person were to present such conditions, the old principal would dismiss them outright. For most, the resources required for advancement are not substantial. Indeed, 100,000 purple crystals would likely suffice for a half-step martial saint to achieve full martial saint status. However, Lin Yu was no ordinary individual. His ability to battle across several small realms was well understood by the old principal, who knew that the resources required for such an extraordinary prodigy would far exceed those needed by mere mortals. Yet, considering Lin Yu's contributions to Hucking University, the old principal gritted his teeth. Very well, I can only provide you with the resources necessary for your advancement to a 1-star martial saint. Deal. Lin Yu beamed with delight. Soon after, the old principal escorted Lin Yu to a secluded cave located in the back mountain of the school. A spiritual vein. Lin Yu was astounded to discover a hidden spiritual vein within the cave, its presence obscured by an array of formations, rendering it undetectable unless one approached closely. This spiritual vein was larger and purer than the one Lin Yu had previously acquired from the mountains. The vein sprawled beneath the earth, appearing crystalline and translucent. Remember, emerge immediately upon reaching 1-star martial saint, the old principal instructed, still somewhat apprehensive. Typically, only students who had made exceptional contributions to the school were permitted to cultivate within a spiritual vein. In recent years, no student had qualified for such an honor. The old principal also harbored hopes that Lin Yu would perform remarkably in the prestigious university ranking competition, though his expectations were tempered with caution. Indeed, the 4 esteemed academies are far beyond the comparison of the northern wilderness. I merely hope not to suffer an embarrassing defeat. After the departure of the old principal, Lin Yu opened himself to an insatiable absorption of energy, with countless streams of pure spiritual essence rushing into his body. This was truly exhilarating. It is worth noting that Lin Yu possessed his own spiritual vein, yet he had been hesitant to fully exploit it, only consuming a fraction at a time. However, the circumstances had changed. He even activated the devouring technique, enabling him to absorb energy at a rate exponentially surpassing that of ordinary individuals. As the pure spiritual essence flowed into his body, he commenced an intense refinement of his physical form. Lin Yu was not in a rush to elevate his realm. Instead, he focused on the 10th refinement of his 9-nether body. Upon successful refinement, his power would experience a tremendous surge. In truth, Lin Yu's strength could no longer be measured by mere realms. A substantial amount of spiritual energy was being compressed, purified, and then permeated into every part of his 9-nether body. One could observe the subtle impurities gradually seeping through his pores. The surface of his flesh began to evolve into a pristine golden purple hue. It was evident that an abundance of spiritual energy was flooding into Lin Yu's body. He even allowed the energy to seep into his meridians, refining his physique and expanding his channels. Once the meridians were expanded, the speed at which spiritual power could be unleashed during combat, as well as the latent strength, would increase significantly. Time passed, and a layer of filth appeared on his exterior, which emanated a foul odor upon closer inspection. Naturally, Lin Yu's exterior was enveloped in spiritual energy and a golden-purple sheen, rendering his visage indistinguishable from the outside. Crack! Lin Yu's body trembled slightly, as if breaking free from a cocoon, with his surface radiating an even more brilliant golden purple that began transitioning to a rose gold hue. Surrounding Lin Yu, a lotus flower seemed to manifest, its petals shimmering in rose gold, as he appeared to be seated gracefully within it. Lin Yu did not pause. He continued to absorb and evolve. The nine-nether body, darkness descended. Lin Yu silently chanted, and in an instant, darkness enveloped everything around him. In this abyss, Lin Yu was the true sovereign. The 10th body refinement was successful. Lin Yu felt a surge of excitement, as his strength had at least increased tenfold. However, his realm remained unchanged, still at the threshold of the martial saint stage. After successfully refining his body, Lin Yu then absorbed spiritual energy into his dantian, preparing for ascension. In comparison to body refinement, ascending realms was far simpler. In a mere breath, Lin Yu effortlessly broke through, stepping into the saint realm. The energy of a one-star saint manifested within him. Beneath his feet, half of the spiritual veins had been consumed. One could only imagine the old principal's reaction upon witnessing such depletion. He might very well vomit blood. The consumption of such vast amounts of spiritual veins would suffice to elevate an ordinary individual from the threshold of the martial saint to a peak great martial saint, perhaps even to a half-step martial god. A full week had elapsed for Lin Yu to progress from a half-step martial saint to a one-star martial saint. A notably slow ascent. To his surprise, the old principal had remained vigilantly stationed outside all along. As Lin Yu made his entrance, the old principal scrutinized him with a gaze filled with complexity. He was simultaneously concerned about Lin Yu's excessive consumption of spiritual veins and hopeful that Lin Yu would ascend to an even higher realm. To his dismay, the old principal could not restrain his expletives as he erupted in fury within the cave, hastily rushing outside, only to discover that Lin Yu had already slipped away. Little did the old principal anticipate that Lin Yu had absorbed half of the spiritual vein. He felt an overwhelming urge for retribution. Hi, let us raise a toast. In a luxurious presidential suite of a high-end hotel in Kyoto, the enchanting second dream, clad in alluring attire, gracefully approached Lu Hai with a wine glass in hand. Gazing at the stunning figure and angelic visage of second dream, Lu Hai was consumed by a surge of desire. Yes, he thought, fixated on the singular intention of finishing his drink and claiming this extraordinary beauty. Chapter 110, A Family of Scoundrels. Another drink. With one glass down, Second Dream swiftly poured herself a second. Although Lu Hai was somewhat impatient, he was unable to resist Second Dream's playful charm and willingly downed the second glass. After 3 consecutive drinks, Second Dream finally paused. I'll go take a shower. You undress and wait for me on the bed. I promise to take good care of you, she said with a sultry smile directed at Lu Hai. Upon hearing her words, especially in light of her alluring demeanor, Lu Hai was overcome with excitement. A few minutes later, Second Dream emerged from the bathroom. At that moment, Lu Hai lay asleep on the bed, deep in slumber. The seductive expression had vanished from Second Dream's face. Instead, her countenance was icy, her eyes ablaze with murderous intent. You wretched creature, you can die, she hissed as she brandished a dagger, plunging it toward Lu Hai's heart. Bang! The hotel room door was violently smashed open. Mr. Nameless, something has happened to Second Dream. That night, Lin Yu, who was being dragged out shopping by Wang Xiaoyu, received a call from Li Han. Lin Yu's heart tightened, and he inquired urgently, what has happened? Second Dream attempted to assassinate Lu Hai in the hotel and was subsequently captured by the Lu family. She has now been taken to their residence. Li Han explained in detail. Furthermore, regarding Second Dream, some newly uncovered information reveals that she has a half-sister, whose tragic fate involved being raped by Lu Hai and ultimately taking her own life. When Second Dream's mother remarried, her sister followed her mother and changed her surname, which is why her sister's information was overlooked during previous investigations, Li Han added. Had Second Dream and her sister lived together, Lin Yu would have certainly learned of this crucial detail earlier, and he would have shown no mercy to Lu Hai during their last encounter. It dawned on Lin Yu that Second Dream's relationship with Lu Hai was a facade, with the true intention being Lu Hai's assassination. Currently, Lu Hai had been castrated by Second Dream, and with only 2 legitimate male heirs in the Lu family, one already in seclusion, Lu Hai was considered the sole heir. The Lu family would not let Second Dream escape unscathed. Mr. Nameless, the Lu family possesses a 7th-rank martial saint. You must exercise extreme caution. Li Han was undeniably dedicated, having recognized the significance of Second Dream to Lin Yu. After hanging up, he summoned a subordinate, instructing them to closely monitor the Lu family's movements. Without a doubt, the first to storm the Lu residence to rescue Second Dream would likely be the enigmatic Nameless or someone associated with him. Li Han made another call. Captain, Nameless has defeated a martial saint with abilities beneath his own. His potential is truly formidable. He is likely headed to the Lu family and may encounter peril. I hope you can lend your assistance to Nameless, Li Han urged his superior. He understood well that with unparalleled prodigies, it was essential to cultivate a relationship before they fully matured. Acting at this juncture would be akin to providing timely aid in a snowstorm. When that enigmatic Nameless truly matures, no matter the machinations of the underground world, it is likely that the Nameless will not take them to heart. Lin Yu bid farewell to Wang Xiaoyu and hurried to the Lu family estate. The atmosphere in the Lu family's hall was exceedingly grave. Lu Hai had been castrated, but fortunately, due to the prompt arrival of the Lu family members, they had summoned a renowned physician from the capital who was currently attending to him. With a stroke of luck, Lu Hai's predicament might still be salvaged. I shall have this scoundrel torn to shreds. At this moment, the Second Dream was bound, and Lu Hai's mother bore a countenance filled with resentment. A woman's greatest concern is her beauty. I propose to ruin her appearance and cast her into the forbidden ground, allowing her to become prey for the beasts therein. Lu Hai's father was even more ruthless. She is so beautiful. It would be a pity to simply abandon her in the forbidden ground. I suggest that the younger members of the family and those male servants take their turns with her until she is utterly ruined, and then we can cast her into the forbidden land. Lu Hai's second uncle spoke up. Unlike other families, the Lu clan is known for their brutal methods and unscrupulousness. They may bully others, but they will not allow others to bully them. Hence, the reputation of the Lu family in the capital is far from favorable. Were it not for their fear of an unparalleled powerhouse residing within the forbidden ground, along with an elder in seclusion, the Lu family would have likely faced annihilation long ago. The Second Dream remained expressionless. To her, even if Lu Hai were not killed, the fact that he had been castrated was ample revenge for her sister. Thus, whether she lived or died was of little consequence. It is known that the Second Dream shared a close bond with her sister, and despite their parents' divorce, with her sister having followed their mother, they maintained frequent contact. Upon learning of her sister's plight, the only thought in the Second Dream's mind was vengeance. Upon discovering Lu Hai's identity and strength, the only course of action left for the Second Dream was to become his girlfriend, catching him off guard. Master, madam, the injury to young Master has been properly treated and will not affect his ability to carry on the family line. At this moment, the butler hurried into the hall, his face alight with excitement. Haha, wonderful. Upon hearing this, Lu Hai's father was overjoyed, and the others in the Lu family sighed in relief. Damn it. The Second Dream's expression shifted dramatically upon hearing this news. Without fully castrating Lu Hai, she could not find peace. I believe we should keep this little vixen around for a while. Once our son recovers, he can have his fun with her. A father knows his son best. And Lu Hai's father made this suggestion. A whole family of scoundrels. However, before Lu Hai's father could finish his sentence, a sudden voice erupted. Damn it. You're saying bang. Someone was furiously enraged. Unfortunately, before they could complete their words, they were struck down. Seeking death, the Lu family possessed many formidable experts, and upon witnessing the unprovoked violence, they were incensed. Several masters lunged forward simultaneously. Tear. A glimmer of cold light flashed by, and the 3 or 4 skilled fighters felt a sudden sharp pain in their throats, followed swiftly by a torrent of blood. All were silenced by a single stroke to the throat. Who are you? Uncle Lu Hai inquired, his expression filled with caution. Although these 4 warriors were merely great martial sect practitioners, they had failed to perceive the assailants' movements before meeting their demise, which instilled a profound sense of dread in the onlookers. "I am your father," declared the newcomer, taking a single step forward and casually delivering a blow that left Uncle Lu Hai obliterated in an instant. It could be said that he had indeed accomplished the feat of slaying one with each step. "You dare to create disturbances in my Lu family," exclaimed the elder Lu, his countenance ashen with fury. The primary cause of his alarm was the assailant's astonishing speed. Even the 8-star Great Martial Saint, Lu, found himself unable to react in time. Regrettably, the newcomer paid no heed to the elder's words, walking directly to the side of Second Dream and proceeding to untie her bonds. Chapter 111. Just an old dog, Lin Yu. "What brings you here?" Second Dream exclaimed in astonishment, utterly taken aback that Lin Yu had single-handedly stormed the Lu family. "You are my woman. How could I allow anyone to bully you?" Lin Yu responded with an air of dominance. Second Dream was nearly choked by his words. Their acquaintance was still fresh, and she found it hard to believe in the declarations Lin Yu made. Nevertheless, in this dire situation, his arrival moved her deeply. "I am grateful for your presence, but the Lu family is beyond your capacity to handle. You must leave quickly. I do not wish to implicate you," Second Dream urged anxiously. "Having killed, do you think the Lu family will let this slide?" Lin Yu shrugged. Indeed, the commotion Lin Yu had created far surpassed that of Second Dream. She had merely castrated Lu Hai, who had since been treated and faced no further issues. In stark contrast, Lin Yu had entered the Lu residence with lethal intent, claiming 6 lives, one of whom was Lu Laoye's own son. "You are quite clever. To slay those of the Lu family means not only your demise, but that of your relatives as well." Lu Laoye seethed, his aura rising dangerously. The oppressive presence of a great martial saint locked onto Lin Yu, promising torment. Even if Lin Yu were to be sliced into 1,000 pieces, it would not quell his wrath. "Wait." A sudden voice pierced through the tension, and a middle-aged scholar clad in white appeared in the Lu family's hall. The ability to materialize silently and disregard Lu Laoye's pressure indicated the formidable strength of this newcomer. "Yi Hai, do you also wish to stand against my Lu family?" Lu Laoye's expression shifted, revealing a trace of trepidation upon seeing the scholar. "This young man has connections to my underground world. Might Lu Xiong spare him this once? For my sake?" Yi Hai said with a smile, his gaze fixed on Lu Laoye. Lin Yu suddenly comprehended. This individual must have been invited by Li Han, aiming to rescue him. Perhaps in Li Han's eyes, Nameless was powerful but insufficient to confront the Lu family, hence the call for a master. Regardless, Lin Yu felt a sense of satisfaction with Li Han's intervention. At least he had the courage to act when it mattered. Such decisiveness was rare among many. Of course, with Yi Hai's appearance, Lin Yu's facade as Nameless could no longer be sustained. In truth, Yi Hai was astounded upon seeing Lin Yu. According to the information provided by Li Han, Nameless was of indeterminate age and at most half a step into the martial saint realm. Yet he had managed to defeat a great martial saint. Such prowess was undoubtedly worthy of being hailed as an exceptional prodigy in the Great Xia. However, Yi Hai never anticipated that Nameless would be so youthful. Regardless, he was determined to save this extraordinary talent. "I grant you face. But who will grant my Lu family face?" Lu Laoye's expression darkened ominously. With several of his family's experts slain, he was far from willing to let this matter rest. "This matter is of no concern to me. In any case, I have secured the little one." Yi Hai maintained an expression of indifference. "You." Lu Hai's face flushed crimson. "Are you aware that my father is currently in seclusion? Once he emerges, even if he is not a martial deity, he will at least be on the brink of that realm, and the underground world must weigh its options." Lu Laoye took a deep breath and spoke of the Lu family's heritage, let alone the elder of the Lu family. Even if the guardian of the Lu family's forbidden grounds were to return, what then? Unfortunately, Yi Hai showed no sign of yielding. Upon hearing this, Second Dream's heart, which had been suspended in anxiety, finally settled. Yet she was equally astonished, as she had not anticipated Lin Yu's close ties to the underground world. The members of the Lu family fell into silence. In terms of strength, the underground world far surpassed the Lu family. If the underground world were resolute in protecting Lin Yu, the Lu family would truly be powerless. How audacious! Do you truly believe that the Lu family is without defenders? Unexpectedly, a raspy voice abruptly rang out. Upon hearing that distinctive voice, the eyes of the Lu family members lit up with surprise. At a critical moment, the elder of the Lu family had emerged from seclusion. Yi Hai furrowed his brow. He had not anticipated the elder's appearance, which posed a significant challenge. After all, while he could suppress Lu Laoi, facing the elder of the Lu family would likely be perilous. The elder, stooped in stature and bearing an aged visage, exuded no discernible aura. Yet Yi Hai understood that the other had returned to a state of primal essence. Even if he had not attained the martial deity realm, he had surely grazed its threshold. I shall grant you face for the sake of your association. You may depart, but the young one must remain. The elder of the Lu family spoke calmly, entirely disregarding Yi Hai. Lu Laoi, I too am acting under the orders of the peak and the president to escort him back. I implore you to show some consideration. Yi Hai responded with measured composure. Get lost. To Yi Hai's astonishment, as soon as his words fell, the elder of the Lu family waved his hand. A surge of formidable energy surged toward Yi Hai. With a loud thud, the immense force propelled Yi Hai backwards several steps. Once he steadied himself, he found himself spitting blood. A breakthrough. Witnessing this scene, the Lu family was filled with elation. Yi Hai was the helmsman of the underground world, a figure of distinction even among the great martial saints. Now, the elder of the Lu family had effortlessly vanquished Yi Hai, signifying that he had taken a pivotal step forward. Yi Hai wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, acutely aware that the elder had shown restraint in that last strike. Otherwise, a single blow would have certainly obliterated him. Though begrudging, Yi Hai felt powerless. At this juncture, he retrieved an object from his bosom. If you dare to signal for help before Liang Tian arrives, I shall surely slay you. The elder of the Lu family spoke coldly. That was a special signal. Once released, the president of the underground world would undoubtedly rush to the scene immediately. The elder recognized this, thus issuing a direct threat. His intention was quite simple, to eliminate Lin Yu. Once Lin Yu is eliminated, no matter how much the underworld values him, it will be of no consequence. They certainly will not antagonize the Lu family over a deceased individual. My apologies. Yi Hai cast a glance at Lin Yu, acknowledging he had done all he could. For Yi Hai understood that should a signal be released, with the old patriarch's prowess, he would undoubtedly annihilate both himself and Lin Yu before the president could arrive. In such a scenario, forcibly sending out a signal would be nothing short of foolish and utterly pointless. It matters not. He is merely an old dog, unworthy of my regard. Lin Yu shrugged nonchalantly. Seeking death, old Master Lu was seething with rage. The very mention of his father had been belittled by Lin Yu as merely an old dog. Yi Hai was equally taken aback by Lin Yu's audacious remarks. Old Master Lu unleashed his full power, determined to reduce Lin Yu to mere pulp, with the old patriarch standing guard. Even if Yi Hai wished to intervene and save Lin Yu, he would find himself utterly powerless. Chapter 112. The greed of this fellow as Lord Lu charged toward Lin Yu. The latter effortlessly raised a hand and obliterated the 8-star Grand Martial Saint, reducing him to a mist of blood that enveloped the Lu family hall. The atmosphere was eerily silent. Even Yi Hai was taken aback by the spectacle. Regardless of Lin Yu's prior prowess, he had never before slain a formidable opponent like Lord Lu. In terms of strength, Yi Hai and Lord Lu were nearly equal, and according to Li Hun's reports, Lin Yu's combat power was slightly inferior to that of Lord Lu. This was precisely why Li Hun requested Yi Hai's intervention, hoping he could rescue Lin Yu from the clutches of the 8-star Grand Martial Saint. However, Yi Hai had not anticipated that, at such a crucial moment, the Lu family's patriarch would emerge. Otherwise, he believed that he alone could ensure Lin Yu's safe retreat. Yet, he could never have imagined that Lin Yu would dispatch Lord Lu with the ease of slaughtering a mere dog, instantaneously eliminating an 8-rank Grand Martial Saint. This was enough to make one question if they were witnessing an illusion. Damn it, I shall flay you alive and tear your body asunder. Lord Lu's face twisted with rage. Having just emerged from seclusion, he had reached the threshold of the martial god realm, a truly formidable existence, only to witness his son being annihilated before his very eyes, sending him into a fury beyond measure. In that moment, no matter who approached him, nothing could quell his desire to kill Lin Yu. The violence of a half-step martial god was palpable. Devoid of any oppressive aura, their techniques were masterful and their strength unparalleled. Such power. At that moment, even Yi Hai felt utterly powerless to assist Lin Yu. Charging in would only lead to his own demise. Confronted by the ferocious energy of the half-step martial god, Yi Hai felt a suffocating pressure and instinctively retreated. Although the half-step martial god was only a level or two above his own rank as a Grand Martial Saint, The actual disparity in strength felt like an unfathomable chasm. When Lord Lu lunged at Lin Yu, Yihai witnessed a body explode before his eyes. Rubbing his eyes in disbelief, his immediate thought was, "Is this a ghost?" Even having seen it firsthand, Yihai struggled to accept the reality of the situation. It was too bizarre. How could one possibly defeat a half-step martial god in a single exchange? The outcome should have been reversed. The entire Lu family, without exception, was gripped by terror. "Grandfather, leave that little wretch alive. I wish to torment him thoroughly." At that moment, Lu Hai emerged from the courtyard, cursing and grinding his teeth, filled with deep-seated hatred for the second dream. Upon entering the hall and witnessing the scene before him, he was momentarily taken aback. "You little beast. If it were not for you, how could our Lu family attract such calamity?" A middle-aged man lunged at Lu Hai. Had the elder Lu or Lord Lu not perished, this man would never have dared to act so recklessly. The situation has transformed dramatically. Confronted by Lin Yu, the formidable harbinger of death, the middle-aged man's instinctive reaction was to eliminate Lu Hai. By slaying Lu Hai, he could at least appease Lin Yu and perhaps secure his own survival. With a thunderous crash, Lu Hai was sent hurtling through the air. "I too shall rid myself of this wretched scoundrel." Another member of the Lu family lunged forward, sharing the same treacherous intent as the middle-aged man. They believed that whoever dispatched Lu Hai would be spared. A faint smirk graced Lin Yu's lips as he observed the spectacle of Lu family members turning against one another. The scene was undeniably gratifying. "You cannot kill my son." Lu Hai's mother instinctively stepped forward to intervene. Unfortunately, she was swiftly silenced. Her neck brutally snapped. Almost immediately, the Lu family members, like ravenous wolves, pounced upon Lu Hai. Although Lu Hai possessed formidable combat prowess, having reached the standard of a martial saint, it mattered little in the face of numerous adversaries from his own family, each filled with resentment towards him. They attributed the deaths of their two most esteemed experts to Lu Hai, and thus sought to exact a gruesome vengeance upon him. Many, fearful of being outpaced and subsequently slain by Lin Yu, hurried forth with reckless urgency, injured and hindered in movement. Lu Hai soon found himself besieged by his family's elite fighters, and he quickly fell into a state of near defeat. With a decisive stroke, a relatively low-ranking family member seized the opportunity and cleanly severed Lu Hai's head from his body. As Lu Hai fell, a heavy silence descended upon the crowd, each person casting anxious glances at Lin Yu. Yihai sighed inwardly. Were this another family, even with the loss of their pillar, the remaining members would still display a semblance of dignity and courage. Yet, the Lu family before him seemed utterly spineless, prompting Yihai to regard them with disdain. "Where is your family's treasury?" Lin Yu inquired abruptly. "I know, I can lead you there. Our Lu family possesses an array of rare treasures, ancient artifacts, and exquisite paintings, all housed in the vault." A voice quickly responded. Lin Yu held little interest in the lives of the remaining Lu family members. Moreover, he was not the type to indiscriminately slay the innocent. This fellow is greedy. Previously, Li Han had made such an observation about Lin Yu, which Yihai had been reluctant to accept, as avaricious practitioners were relatively rare. However, witnessing Lin Yu's current demeanor confirmed Yihai's belief. Casting a glance at the side, Yihai suspected that Lin Yu might also possess a penchant for indulgence. Upon entering the Lu family's vault, Lin Yu swiftly stripped it of its treasures, leaving it in disarray. Yihai was left in awe at the sight. Having gathered the spoils, Lin Yu departed with second dream. Yihai refrained from mentioning anything further, and after parting ways with Lin Yu, he understood that he must report the existence of the enigmatic Lin Yu, a mere 18-year-old capable of slaying a half-step martial god. A revelation that would undoubtedly astound the entire Great Xia. If one could bind Lin Yu to the chariot of the underground world, then the future of that realm could indeed advance significantly. Despite the formidable reputation of the underground world, only Yihai and his associates are acutely aware of the strength of their adversaries. The forces of different strata often collide with more dominant powers. In summary, the position of the underground world is far from favorable. Lin Yu, thank you. At the entrance of the film university, the gaze of Second Dream fell upon Lin Yu. Her expression a tapestry of complexity. She understood that there is no such thing as a free lunch. Lin Yu, risking his life to assist her, must have ulterior motives. Yet, deep down, she recognized that apart from herself, nothing else could genuinely pique Lin Yu's interest. "All these treasures belong to you." Lin Yu produced a small spatial pouch. a collection from the Liu family's vault, containing numerous precious artifacts and cultivation resources. While these resources held little value for Lin Yu, they would undoubtedly benefit Second Dream, who was at a lower cultivation level. By the way, your cultivation realm is currently lacking. Let us arrange a time and place where I may assist you in enhancing your abilities. Unbeknownst to Second Dream, Lin Yu harbored no ulterior motives. He simply wished for her well-being. Chapter 113. No good man, how about we rent a room at a nearby hotel? Second Dream unexpectedly suggested. Sounds good. Lin Yu responded without a second thought. To him, enhancing Second Dream's cultivation was an effortless task. However, a flicker of disappointment darkened Second Dream's eyes. Indeed, Lin Yu's assistance seemed motivated solely by his desire for her body. His talk of finding a suitable time and place to cultivate was merely a pretext. Ultimately, his true intention was to bed her. Her suggestion to book a room was a test of Lin Yu's intentions, and he had unwittingly revealed his true self. Second Dream chose not to voice her thoughts. In her mind, she felt indebted to Lin Yu and was willing to offer her body, albeit with a slight discomfort. I'll take a shower first. After securing the hotel room, Second Dream decided to wash up, as it was customary to cleanse oneself before such activities. No need. Just sit on the bed, Lin Yu replied, still oblivious to the implications. He casually pulled out a pill and handed it to Second Dream. Take this. This was the body-refining pill Lin Yu had concocted, which had proven effective for Wang Xiaoyu. However, to Second Dream, it seemed different. Upon seeing the pill, her first thought was that it resembled an aphrodisiac. Perverted, she thought, feeling a surge of irritation. Yet, recalling Lin Yu's assistance, she gritted her teeth and swallowed the pill. If it was to be wasted, so be it. After all, she owed him. Boom. As soon as she ingested the body-refining pill, a warm current surged through her, almost tearing her apart. Second Dream's delicate body trembled violently, and her first reaction was, is the effect too strong? Lin Yu's hand had already made contact with her. A robust energy flowed continuously into Second Dream, aiding her in advancing her cultivation while cleansing her body of impurities. Soon, dark impurities began to seep from her pores. 1-star martial sovereign, 2-star martial sovereign, 3-star martial sovereign. Second Dream was momentarily bewildered. With the aid of the pill and Lin Yu's support, her cultivation was advancing at an astonishing pace. The heights she yearned for were achieved so effortlessly. 5-star martial sovereign. This was simply beyond her expectations. She never imagined that Lin Yu would help her elevate her cultivation first, all for the sake of intimacy. All right, your body can only handle so much for now. When I concoct better pills in the future, I will assist you further. Lin Yu wiped the sweat from his forehead. The effort to elevate Second Dream's cultivation had cost him some of his own energy. Now, take a shower and rest well. I'll take my leave, Lin Yu said, bidding farewell before opening the door and departing. Second Dream was left in shock. She had anticipated that Lin Yu would seduce her, yet he had genuinely helped her enhance her cultivation instead. However, Second Dream could not comprehend why Lin Yu, a person she barely knew, would extend such kindness towards her. The words Lin Yu had previously uttered seemed too enigmatic for her to accept. Was he merely biding his time to exploit her later? Observing her own exquisite, yet slightly voluptuous figure, Second Dream felt a blush creep onto her cheeks. The Film Academy was indeed a haven of beauty, and her status as the campus belle was undoubtedly justified by her flawless appearance. Yet, she struggled to understand why Lin Yu's efforts warranted such attention, as 2 of her would surely suffice for him. Unburdened by such thoughts, Lin Yu, having reaped considerable rewards from the Liu family that day, deemed it adequate for his 11th body refinement. Thus, after departing the hotel, he made his way to the outskirts of Kyoto, the very site where he had previously acquired the spiritual vein. Although the vein was no longer present, the scenery remained remarkably serene. With the same waterfall in sight, Lin Yu leaped boldly into the cascade. The next moment, he found himself in an awkward predicament, having landed directly beneath the waterfall, only to be greeted face-to-face with Luo Shuixian. Their first encounter had also occurred by this waterfall, where she had been practicing in the nude. Once again, she was exposed, her face flushed with embarrassment. On this night of the full moon, her cultivation method was rather unique, requiring the absorption of the essence of the sun and moon, along with the cooling effects of the waterfall to temper her heated body. Thus, she had ventured from her dormitory to practice beneath the waterfall. As customary, Luo Shuixian had set up a rudimentary array around her, capable of detecting any intruders. Yet, she could never have anticipated Lin Yu's sudden reappearance, tumbling down without warning, leaving her no time to react and exposing her completely. This is a public place. One should not be so indecent, Lin Yu exclaimed, promptly turning away while muttering under his breath. Upon hearing his words, Luo Shuixian felt an overwhelming urge to strangle him. Lin Yu took a few steps back to maintain a respectful distance, ensuring his back was turned to her. For he was not a lecher, and despite her beauty, his resolve remained steadfast. "Are you dressed yet?" After a brief moment, Lin Yu inquired before turning around, feeling it necessary to ask. "Get lost." Luo Shuixian, usually poised and demure, found herself cursing for the first time in her life. Lin Yu nearly choked on her words. No matter her frustration, she still needed to put on her clothes. He felt utterly innocent. Had he known that Luo Shuixian preferred practicing in the nude, he would have never ventured to this cursed place. Next time, he vowed to seek a different location altogether. "My clothes are at your feet." Luo Shuixian was so agitated she felt as if she might vomit blood. Ironically, the garments she had shed lay right beneath Lin Yu. As Lin Yu lowered his head, he inadvertently caught sight of Luo Shuixian's delicate pink undergarments, rendering him somewhat embarrassed. Perhaps it was best for him to leave. Not only did Luo Shuixian feel the awkwardness, but Lin Yu himself was also too bashful to remain. What a scoundrel! Watching Lin Yu's figure vanish swiftly, Luo Shuixian seethed with anger. She even suspected that Lin Yu had done this on purpose. Ever since he had witnessed her last time, she had refrained from practicing here. It was only due to the occurrence of the full moon that she ventured back. What a coincidence it seemed that just as she had disrobed, Lin Yu appeared unexpectedly. Once could be deemed a coincidence, but could two instances also be mere chance? In Luo Shuixian's perspective, there was a high probability that Lin Yu was indeed deliberate in his actions. To put it plainly, this lecherous man was undoubtedly lusting after her physique. No man was to be trusted. Chapter 114. Suspected collusion with foreign races Chu. On his way back to school, Lin Yu sneezed, and his intuition suggested that Luo Shuixian was most likely speaking ill of him. It is often said that both petty individuals and women are difficult to nurture, a statement that holds true in this instance. Awakening naturally from sleep, Lin Yu made his way to the school library around 10 o'clock the next morning. This privilege had been granted to him by the old principal, allowing Lin Yu to organize his schedule freely in light of the impending competition among the 5 top universities, thereby temporarily exempting him from attending classes. Thus, he chose the library as his first destination. By 11 o'clock, Lin Yu headed to the Kyoto Martial Arts Academy, where he presented all the prepared resources to Wang Xiaoyu. "Have you recently struck it rich?" Wang Xiaoyu exclaimed in astonishment, her eyes wide with disbelief. The accumulation of spirit stones and amethyst stones resembled a small mountain, sufficient for her training for quite some time. Lin Yu remembered the deeds of Wang Xiaoyu from his previous life, and thus felt compelled to support her endeavors wholeheartedly, assisting her in reaching the pinnacle of martial arts. Of course, Lin Yu was well aware of Wang Xiaoyu's feelings, yet he regarded her solely as a younger sister, devoid of romantic inclinations. Otherwise, during that occasion in the dormitory when he helped her enhance her cultivation, something might have transpired. Strictly speaking, Yu Linglong could barely be considered Lin Yu's girlfriend. Their relationship had not yet reached that level. He approached his encounter with Second Dream in a manner of letting fate take its course. Particularly after resolving Second Dream's troubles and preventing the tragedies of her past life from recurring, that was more than sufficient for him. Lin Yu had no intention of actively pursuing Second Dream. In his vision, he would quietly protect her, and that would suffice. "Your current task is to focus on your cultivation, and as for the resources, feel free to use them as you wish. I can provide you with ample supplies." Lin Yu couldn't help but ruffle Wang Xiaoyu's hair affectionately. "Sigh, I used to be the one protecting you, and now our roles have reversed. It feels quite strange." Wang Xiaoyu lamented, her brow furrowed. Indeed, there was a time when Lin Yu was deemed a complete failure, unable to cultivate, and often bullied. During those moments, Wang Xiaoyu would always stand by his side, the first to defend him against any aggressors. No one anticipated that Lin Yu, previously silent, would suddenly soar to remarkable heights. "By the way, I heard that a certain ancestor of the Zhao family has returned from the Forbidden Area and is reorganizing the family. You need to be cautious," Wang Xiaoyu abruptly stated, as if recalling something important. Anyone who could emerge from the Forbidden Area, aside from those trained under the great martial sect, was undoubtedly formidable and not to be trifled with. You mean Zhao Gongming? A glint of cold light flashed in Lin Yu's eyes. He was no stranger to this individual. Zhao Gongming was a rather peculiar figure within the Zhao family, possessing extraordinary talents and adept at various connections, while also holding a special position within the official ranks of the Great Xia. In a past life, the opponent had caused me considerable trouble from the shadows, even vanishing into thin air when I attempted to eliminate them. It remains uncertain whether they sought refuge in a forbidden area or fled abroad. Regardless, in the end, Lin Yu, was unable to terminate their existence. It seems I must return ahead of schedule. Contemplating this, I find myself indifferent to the old rogue, Zhao Gongming. Should our paths cross, I could easily overwhelm him. However, my parents and family are a different matter. If Zhao Gongming were to enact any malevolent schemes against them, I would find myself regretting it far too late. Are you Lin Yu? As I parted ways with Wang Xiaoyu and arrived at the entrance of Huqing University, I was abruptly halted by two uniformed officials. Your grandfather is suspected of colluding with foreign entities and has been apprehended. Consequently, all members of the Lin family must undergo stringent scrutiny. We kindly ask for your cooperation. They displayed their credentials. Zhao Gongming had taken action. My instincts suggest that this incident is highly likely tied to him. Yet, I also comprehend the gravity of the situation. In the Great Xia Empire, there are strict regulations. Martial artists may engage in lethal confrontations if enmity exists. For instance, my slaying of numerous experts from the Liu family, as well as those from the Zhao family and the esteemed Sun family, went unpunished. In essence, killing in Great Xia is not deemed a grave offense. Otherwise, Zhao Jipeng would not have dared to recklessly hurl me from the building. As long as one is not indiscriminately killing without reason, even a plausible justification suffices to strike down an opponent. The authorities often turn a blind eye. It is only when one engages in wanton slaughter, exhibiting a penchant for bloodshed, that the Great Xia officials would intervene. However, there exists an exception: collusion with foreign entities. Anyone found guilty of such treachery faces the death penalty, and their family is also affected. At the very least, family members may have their martial prowess stripped away, becoming ordinary citizens. In severe cases, entire clans may be implicated, even extending to 3 generations. Thus, the predicament faced by the Lin family is undoubtedly of utmost seriousness. Of course, should the captors dare to resist, the consequences would be dire. The relevant departments of the Great Xia maintain a vast array of formidable experts. Regardless of my cultivation level, there are corresponding masters capable of suppressing me. In my past life, my grandfather passed away before the Lin family's crisis unfolded. In this life, due to my intervention, he survived. However, I never anticipated that he would become embroiled in such grave matters as colluding with foreign entities. All members of the Lin family were swiftly taken away and detained within the Shadow Brigade of Yang City. Generally, the Night Brigade maintains normal order, while the Shadow Brigade operates at a higher echelon, tasked specifically with matters of the forbidden areas, whereas the Night Brigade handles mundane affairs. However, once a case involves both forbidden zones and the secular world, it is uniformly assigned to the Shadow Brigade. The minimum rank within the Shadow Brigade is that of a Grand Martial Sect, with Shadow Team leaders often being at the Martial Saint level. The Shadow Squad leaders are at the Great Martial Saint level, while the Shadow Brigade leaders achieve the realm of Martial Deity. Such a lineup suffices to demonstrate the terror of the Shadow Squad. Zhao Gongming currently holds the position of Vice Captain within the Shadow Team, and it is his subordinates who uncovered Lin Jinlong's collusion with foreign entities. Consequently, Zhao Gongming has directly petitioned higher authorities to lead a team from the Forbidden Zone to Yang City to apprehend family members associated with Lin Jinlong. Where are we headed? Lin Yu did not resist. At least, the moment for defiance had not yet arrived. Even if Lin Yu possessed formidable strength, it would be unwise to recklessly eliminate members of the Night. This was not akin to the Ru family, where one could strike down their foes without any moral qualms. We are bound for Yang City. Your grandfather, Lin Jinlong, has also been transported from the Forbidden Zone to Yang City, where the high-ranking officials will render the final judgment upon your Lin family. The dark-clad member maintained an impassive expression, though one could discern a glimmer of regret in his eyes. Chapter 115. There is no turning back. At this juncture, it is undeniably clear that Lin Yu has no future ahead of him. In his perspective, Lin Yu's admission to Huqing University is a testament to his remarkable talent. Had it not been for his grandfather's collusion with foreign tribes, Lin Yu's achievements would undoubtedly have been monumental. Deputy Captain Zhao and Deputy City Guard Han. This is the information regarding the Lin family. Within the shadows of Yang City, a dossier was presented to Zhao Gongming and Han Shou. As they scrutinized the documents, particularly the detailed account of Lin Yu, both Zhao Gongming and Han Shou felt their pupils slightly constrict. Although the information was not exceedingly comprehensive, one fact stood out. At the tender age of 18, Lin Yu had defeated a representative from Beihuang University, possessing the strength to vanquish a 7-star martial saint. This revelation was truly terrifying. At the age of 130, Zhao Gongming had only reached the level of a 9-star martial saint. In comparison, his years felt wasted. This Lin Yu must be dealt with decisively. In a hushed tone, Zhao Gongming spoke, "We must act swiftly." Without a moment's hesitation, Han Shou nodded gravely. "Rest assured, I will ensure that all necessary arrangements are made. Everything will be handled rigorously and expeditiously, leaving them no time to react." The fate that befell the Zhao family necessitated the eradication of the Lin clan. Simultaneously, Lin Yu's act of slaying Han Lin during the competition had irreparably offended the Han family. The man before them, the deputy city guard, was none other than Han Lin's father, who was poised to avenge his son. Thus, Zhao Gongming and Han Shou were united in purpose. Zhao Gongming represented the forbidden domain, while Han Shou symbolized the secular world. Mom, Dad. When Lin Yu was brought to Yang City, he found himself in the presence of his family, all confined within the same room. "Son, your grandfather would never conspire with foreign tribes. They must have made a mistake. You need not worry. Everything will be fine." Lin Huairan reassured Lin Yu. "Indeed, I too believe that our father would never engage in such treachery." Lin Yu's uncle, Lin Huai, echoed his brother's sentiments. "Do not harbor any false hopes. Lin Jinlong has been found in collusion with foreign tribes. Correspondence has been uncovered, verified to match his handwriting. Furthermore, there are witnesses among Lin Jinlong's subordinates. The evidence is irrefutable. No one can exonerate Lin Jinlong." A sudden voice interjected. The speaker was a one-eyed elder, exuding a formidable aura. "And who might you be?" Lin Huairan glared at the stranger. "I am Zhao Gongming, the head of this entire case. Here to announce the relevant execution orders," Zhao Gongming declared coldly, casting a disdainful glance at the Lin family. The death of the Zhao family would be avenged by the complete annihilation of the Lin clan. "Zhao Gongming, you are that ancestor of the Zhao family. You are clearly seeking personal vengeance." Lin Huai suddenly realized. In a fit of rage, he attempted to lunge at Zhao Gongming. Crack! In response, Zhao Gongming pressed a button on the remote control in his hand, and Lin Huai seemed to be struck by a surge of electricity, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. As the Lin family was captured, each member was shackled with specially designed high-voltage handcuffs. Regardless of their martial prowess, the electric current coursing through their bodies rendered them powerless. Thus, Zhao Gongming harbored no concerns about the Lin family's resistance. "I hereby declare that Lin Jinlong has colluded with foreign tribes and is sentenced to death. The rest of the Lin family shall have their cultivation abolished, their assets confiscated, and they will be relegated to the lowest echelons of society, exiled to the slums." Zhao Gongming stated coldly. Each punishment was exceedingly severe. Once their cultivation was revoked, the possibility of resurgence would vanish, and stripped of their wealth, they would be left destitute. The slums, a veritable den of chaos, would likely spell the end for them without cultivation or resources. "Where's my father?" Lin Huairan fixed a piercing gaze on Zhao Gongming. He had resolved that, even in death, the family would perish together. Lin Jinlong has already been hung on the walls of the 22nd ancient city in the 18th Forbidden Zone. Rest assured, once he is dead, I will ensure each of you reunites with him, Zhao Gongming replied, his expression chilling. "So, you are determined to annihilate the Lin family?" Lin Yu stepped forward. "One might say that. What can you do about it?" Zhao Gongming replied with a smug demeanor. Suddenly, with a thunderous crash, Zhao Gongming was hurled backward. The immense force caused the entire wall to collapse. "Damn it!" Zhao Gongming exclaimed, utterly astonished. He had never anticipated that, despite his formidable strength as a 9-star martial saint, he would find himself utterly powerless before Lin Yu. Without a moment's hesitation, he decisively activated the high-voltage switch. "Activate!" As the current surged through his body, Lin Yu let out a furious roar and, with astonishing strength, shattered the electronic handcuffs. How is this possible? Zhao Gongming stared in disbelief, unable to trust his own eyes. These specially crafted electronic handcuffs were far more powerful than the iron ones. Even a martial god would have to yield when restrained. Yet, Lin Yu had managed to break free with sheer force, an utterly unfathomable feat. Bold Lin Yu. You dare to resist. In the blink of an eye, over a dozen figures appeared, encircling Lin Yu. All were members of the Knight Brigade, with ranks no lower than martial sect, including martial saints, their expressions fraught with vigilance. Simultaneously, a cacophony of hurried footsteps echoed from outside. In an instant, thousands of city guards rushed in, forming layers around Lin Yu. Upon witnessing this scene, Lin Yu understood that the opposition had long been prepared. In essence, it was clear that the Lin family was expected to submit. Any hint of defiance would lead to even graver consequences. Ultimately, there would be no room for hope for the Lin family. Come then. I am eager to see just how formidable you are, whether you can turn white into black. Lin Yu stretched languidly, realizing that there was no turning back now. Son, pay no heed to us. Flee swiftly into the Forbidden Zone, where a glimmer of hope still exists, Li Sufang implored, her voice rising in urgency. To her, the life of her son was paramount above all else. As long as he could survive, what did it matter if the Lin family were completely annihilated? However, she was acutely aware that remaining in the mundane world would render Lin Yu unable to conceal himself, given the limitations of contemporary technology. Yet, the scenario was vastly different within the Forbidden Zone. There, strange beasts and alien races roamed freely. Finding a place to hide within such a realm was akin to scaling the heavens. Thinking of escaping? Han Shou scoffed, waving his hand dismissively. The city guards promptly raised their weapons. They wielded specially designed high-voltage pulse guns, capable of incapacitating any individual, be it a martial sage or a great martial sage. Upon impact, these high-voltage pulse guns were specifically crafted to counter formidable martial artists. Chapter 116. Fierce and stern under ordinary circumstances. Martial arts experts might evade the attacks of high-voltage pulse guns due to their agility. However, the situation has drastically changed, surrounded by the city guard. Even the most skilled cannot hope to soar through the skies. This is precisely why Zhao Gongming and Han Shoucai felt confident they had Lin Yu cornered. The Lin family, in collusion with foreign tribes, is guilty of heinous crimes. Lin Yu's attempt to flee has prompted me to order his immediate execution to prevent him from alerting the outsiders. Han Shoucai declared. In essence, both Han Shoucai and Zhao Gongming perceive Lin Yu as the greatest threat posed by the Lin family, making his elimination the most prudent choice. Upon hearing this pronouncement, the faces of the Lin family members turned ashen. They were acutely aware of Han Shoucai's malicious intent. Execute him on the spot. A flash of murderous intent flickered in Lin Yu's eyes. Death. Two of Han Shoucai's trusted aides aimed their high-pressure pulse guns at Lin Yu, adjusting the voltage to its maximum capacity. When the pressure reached its peak, it became lethal. These two were loyal subordinates of Han Shoucai, eager to prove their worth by eliminating Lin Yu. However, before they could activate their weapons, a sudden flash caught their attention, and they were obliterated on the spot. Damn it! The city guard erupted into chaos. No one had anticipated that Lin Yu would dare to kill so brazenly. It was known that the two victims were high-ranking officials within the city guard, and Lin Yu's audacity in slaying them altered the very nature of the confrontation. Excellent. Zhao Gongming and Han Shoucai reveled in their exhilaration. Regardless of the circumstances, executing official personnel in public constituted a grave offense. Thus, they found themselves unburdened. The larger the commotion Lin Yu created, the graver his fate would become. Immediate execution without discussion. Han Shoucai retreated while issuing commands. Having witnessed Lin Yu's terrifying prowess, he remained exceedingly cautious, wary of becoming Lin Yu's next victim, lamenting his fate too late. Regrettably, before he could finish speaking, his neck tightened, and he was lifted into the air. In that instant, silence enveloped the surroundings. Whether members of the city guard or the shadow team, everyone was astounded by Lin Yu's overwhelming display of power. To swiftly dispatch two captains from the city guard could be comprehended, as Lin Yu had previously caught them off guard. Yet, the current scenario was starkly different. Han Shoucai stood surrounded by others, yet Lin Yu effortlessly controlled his life and death, instilling fear in all present. Lin Yu, should you dare to kill me, the Daxia government will never forgive you. Han Shoucai's tone was harsh, masking his inner turmoil. Speak. Why have you sought to frame my Lin family? Lin Yu's gaze was cold and unyielding, his instincts warning him of the collusion between Han Shoucai and Zhao Gongming. I am merely conducting official business. I have no intention of targeting your Lin family, Han Shoucai proclaimed, feigning righteousness. Since you allege that my grandfather conspired with foreign clans, I must personally meet him. Until I encounter my grandfather, none of you shall lay a finger on the Lin family. Lin Yu understood that only by venturing into the forbidden grounds could he unravel the truth behind the matter. Your grandfather's collusion with outsiders is indisputable. I command you to release Vice City Guard Han immediately or face dire consequences. Zhao Gongming's countenance was ominous. Meanwhile, the elite of the Shadow Team had raised their weapons, poised to strike Lin Yu at a mere command. I insist on seeing my grandfather. Lin Yu remained obstinate. Eliminate him. Unexpectedly, as Lin Yu's words fell, Zhao Gongming decisively issued the order. Whoosh! Countless glimmers of cold light surged toward Lin Yu, leaving him no time to react. Indeed, not only Lin Yu, but even Han was within the range of the assault. Zhao Gongming's intent was straightforward, to slay Han alongside Lin Yu. Even if Han were to perish, all blame could be cast upon Lin Yu. You dare! Han's expression changed dramatically. He recognized that the shadows had no regard for his life. At such close quarters, utilizing the enhanced version of the Rainstorm Pear Blossom Needles, Lin Yu could easily be struck down, let alone Han, who was under Lin Yu's control. Han's mind was a blank slate. Boom. Unexpectedly, with a sweeping motion, Lin Yu sent all the Rainstorm Pear Blossom formations flying. Death. A figure, like a specter, appeared behind Lin Yu, thrusting a sword menacingly. He believed this strike would undoubtedly seal Lin Yu's fate. Bang. Yet, as if Lin Yu had eyes on the back of his head, he countered with a swift slap. The unfortunate assailant had no chance to react, disintegrating into a mist of blood. Killing a mere member of the Shadow Team posed no moral dilemma for Lin Yu. If one does not transgress against me, I shall not transgress against them, regardless of the adversary's status, should they seek to end my life. Lin Yu would show no mercy. Zhao Gongming, you are a traitor deserving of death. Lin Yu, I can escort you to the forbidden grounds to ascertain the truth. Unexpectedly, Zhao Gongming's actions provoked Han's fury. Han shouted at Zhao Gongming in rage. Are you serious? Lin Yu's spirit lifted. If a peaceful resolution were possible, he preferred not to unleash carnage upon his own. I swear by the heavens. Fearing Lin Yu's disbelief, Han raised his hand, declaring loudly, all city guards, cease your assault immediately. Monitor the Shadow Team. Anyone who dares to act recklessly shall be executed. In a bid to save his life, Han chose to align with Lin Yu. Han's timely insight relieved Lin Yu, prompting him to relax his grip. To hell with it. In the moment Lin Yu released his hold, countless shards of cold light erupted from Han's sleeve. The Rainstorm Pear Blossom Needles. Only then did everyone realize that deep within Han's sleeve lay the enhanced version of the Rainstorm Pear Blossom Needles. In such close proximity, no matter how formidable Lin Yu may be, it is unlikely that he could evade his fate. All the torrential raindrop-like needles struck directly into Lin Yu's body. Haha, how could someone of your caliber dare to challenge me? It is simply a quest for death. Han Shou laughed unabashedly. His expression was rife with mockery, disdain, and triumph. He feigned assistance towards Lin Yu merely to garner his favor and lower his guard. Under normal circumstances, Han Shou would have found it impossible to succeed in a surprise attack. Curse that beast. As Lin Yu fell prey to the ambush, Li Sufang's eyes reddened with fury. The members of the Lin family were equally enraged, yet they were all bound, unable to act. Moreover, the city guards and the shadows were watching with predatory eyes. Even if the Lin family members could move, it would be tantamount to courting death. Wretch, I shall take great pleasure in tormenting you. Han Shou cast a menacing glance at Li Sufang, his face twisted with malice. Just as the words left his lips, a hand pierced through Han Shou's body. Lin Yu had forcefully extracted Han Shou's heart. Chapter 117. Fury Unleashed. How could it be? How could he still be alive? Han Shou's mind was a blank canvas. Overwhelmed by disbelief, the rainflower needles had struck with stealth, and at such a close distance. Even if Lin Yu were a martial saint, a great martial saint, or even a martial god, death should have been inevitable. However, unbeknownst to Han Shou, Lin Yu possessed the 9 nether body and had undergone 10 successful body refinements, reaching a minor completion stage. Even when the rainflower needles targeted Lin Yu's face, they could not inflict even the slightest harm upon him. as the needles pierced his body. An invisible barrier surrounded Lin Yu, effectively thwarting all attacks. Such audacity! To dare to assassinate the vice city guard is utterly unforgivable. Witnessing this scene, Zhao Gongming felt a surge of exhilaration, quickly followed by fury. At any cost, he must be killed. Kill him. The city guards raised their pulse guns, aiming wildly at Lin Yu, seeking their own demise. In Lin Yu's eyes, the only target was Zhao Gongming, who lurked amidst the throng. A flicker of cold light flashed, and the foremost city guards instinctively clutched at their throats. Before they could grasp their necks, blood erupted from their throats. A swift strike sealed their fates. Devoid of any suspense, Lin Yu would not show mercy. Anyone who sought his life would meet their end, regardless of their prowess. With his second step, yet another group of city guards fell. Of course, there were also shadowy experts among them. None could discern how Lin Yu executed his strikes. Whether facing one opponent or 10, a single sword stroke sufficed. Hurry, hurry! A multitude of city guards, numbering in the thousands, rushed towards the commotion. Li Qingshou, Lin Yu's grandfather, was accused of colluding with foreign entities, while Lin Yu slaughtered city guards and shadows. According to the laws of the Great Xia, beheading was warranted. Upon seeing this influx of city guards, Zhao Gongming felt invigorated. No matter how formidable one's martial skills, facing an army would likely lead to certain death. Zhao Gongming was resolute in his desire to eliminate Lin Yu. Li Qingshou furrowed his brows. He was unaware of the particulars. When he received the report, he only knew that the vice city guard had been slain, along with numerous city guards. Thus, he hastened to the scene, regardless of the circumstances. Even if Lin Yu were wrongfully accused, or if the elder of the Lin family had not colluded with foreign entities, the sheer number of lives Lin Yu had taken warranted death. Form ranks and execute him. A glimmer of murderous intent flashed in Li Qingshou's eyes as he decisively issued the command. Following his directive, the city guards advanced with lethal determination. Though their individual cultivation may not have been high, their coordinated efforts still posed a formidable threat. I offer you one last chance. Those who stand in my way shall perish. Lin Yu's demeanor remained chillingly resolute. At this juncture, to still be arrogant was tantamount to courting death. Li Qingshou's anger simmered. A myriad of swords shall return to their origin. As soon as the words left the lips of the city guard Lin Yu waved his hand decisively. Countless strands of sword energy erupted from his being, each strand embodying an unparalleled mastery of the sword. Where the sword energy passed, no one could withstand it. In the blink of an eye, the ground was littered with corpses. Thousands of city guards had been ruthlessly slain by the sword energy. How could this be? Li was left in shock. Just moments ago, a strand of sword energy had grazed his throat, leaving a shallow wound, indicating that Lin Yu had shown mercy. Otherwise, the sword energy could have effortlessly severed the city guard's head as if it were a mere ball to be kicked. Damn it, he fled. Lin Yu focused his gaze and was taken aback to see that the old Zhao Gongming had taken the opportunity to escape. I entrust the members of the Lin family to you. If I return to find even a single hair harmed, I shall ensure the annihilation of your entire family. Lin Yu cast a deep glance at Li, delivering a harsh ultimatum. Lin Yu understood that he needed to hasten to the forbidden area. Only from his grandfather's lips could he uncover the truth of the entire matter. Although confident in his formidable strength, he had no desire to provoke the entirety of the Great Xia martial realm. The ancient figures concealed behind the Great Xia were increasingly powerful and unless absolutely necessary. Lin Yu wished to avoid entanglements with such beings. After delivering his words, Lin Yu took a decisive step and departed the scene. The 18 Forbidden Zones. Lin Yu had ventured there once before, on a quest to rescue his grandfather. Now, his purpose was nearly the same. With the endorsement from Hucking University, Lin Yu's entry into the forbidden area was remarkably smooth. Utilizing his abilities, he reached the 22nd ancient city in just a matter of hours. Grandfather. Lin Yu spotted his grandfather from a distance. His grandfather was nailed to the city wall, his body marred with injuries. And seeing this scene brought tears to Lin Yu's eyes. In his memories, his grandfather had always showered him with affection during his childhood. Later, his grandfather had entered the forbidden zone for the sake of their entire family, sending most of the resources he acquired back to support the family members' cultivation, leaving himself with very little. If resources had been ample, his grandfather's cultivation would have long since ascended. Even during Lin Yu's previous visit to the forbidden zone, his grandfather had risked bringing him to the amethyst mine. It was understood that such significant matters should first be reported to the ancient city, from where the experts would then be dispatched to extract the amethyst. By taking Lin Yu to the mine without permission, his grandfather risked severe punishment if discovered. Furthermore, upon Lin Yu's departure from the Forbidden Zone, his grandfather had given him the majority of the collected resources. Lin Yu had believed that his grandfather could have retained those resources for his own cultivation. However, in his grandfather's own words, he felt he was too old and lacked potential, while Lin Yu was still young and represented the family's hope, prompting his grandfather to wish to leave the best for him. After several months, Lin Yu could scarcely fathom that his grandfather would meet such a tragic fate. Regardless, Lin Yu could not bring himself to believe that his grandfather would conspire with foreign tribes. Halt! What are you attempting to do? Beneath the city walls stood a dedicated guard force. The guardians of the forbidden grounds were infinitely more formidable than the mundane city guards. As they observed Lin Yu advancing towards the ramparts, they instinctively prepared to intervene. Without so much as a glance in their direction, Lin Yu leaped and landed beside his grandfather, deftly removing the nails that had been driven into his grandfather's limbs. Such audacity! Lin Jinlong colluding with foreign tribes deserves death 1,000 times over. Who dares? Bang! One guard, acting on instinct to obstruct him, met a swift demise as Lin Yu pointed a finger, causing the individual to explode in an instant. In that moment, Lin Yu's murderous intent surged like a tidal wave. In his previous life, he had risked everything to protect humanity. In this life, his family took precedence above all else. Anyone who dared to threaten them would face his wrath. Grandfather! Lin Yu sensed the faintness of Lin Jinlong's aura and hastily retrieved a medicinal pill. As he pried open Lin Jinlong's mouth, his eyes instantly turned crimson, emanating a terrifying aura of vengeance. Chapter 118. Death without witness. Lin Jinlong's tongue had been severed, signifying that even if he bore grievances, he could no longer articulate them. After consuming a medicinal pill, the once feeble Lin Jinlong experienced a remarkable revival. However, when his gaze fell upon Lin Yu, his pupils dilated in alarm, revealing a sense of urgency. He yearned to convey something, yet words eluded him. Grandfather, you wish for me to leave swiftly, do you not? Lin Yu surmised Lin Jinlong's thoughts. Indeed, upon hearing Lin Yu's words, Lin Jinlong fervently nodded. He was anxious about Lin Yu being implicated and recognized that Lin Yu's appearance in the ancient city would undoubtedly lead to an ambush. Do not worry, grandfather. I shall seek justice for you, even if it means annihilating the entire ancient city. At that moment, Lin Yu had resolved to act. His grandfather had endured years in the forbidden grounds to resist foreign tribes, only to meet such a fate. Lin Yu would not let this transgression go unpunished. He was Lin Jinlong's grandson. He would not falter. Just then, a multitude of formidable experts surged forth from the ancient city, encircling Lin Yu and Lin Jinlong. Leading them was a burly man. Many had witnessed Lin Yu's previous uproar in the ancient city, thus recognizing him now. Who severed my grandfather's tongue? And who uncovered the evidence of his collusion with the foreign tribes? Step forward. Lin Yu remained remarkably composed. As the saying goes, the guilty feel the weight of their misdeeds. Those who had cut Lin Jinlong's tongue were undoubtedly fearful of his potential revelations. The individual who discovered the evidence of Lin Jinlong's treachery was either a fabricator of lies or a participant in the deception. Either way, their culpability was apparent. Seize him. Regrettably, the burly man had little interest in engaging Lin Yu in dialogue. In his eyes, both Lin Yu and the treacherous Lin Jinlong were deserving of death. Thus he issued a decisive command. Nearly 100 guards from the ancient city surged forward. With a mere flick of his hand, Lin Yu dispatched the foremost guards, reducing them to mere mist before they could even react. By heavens, the remaining guards were taken aback, many halting in their tracks. Yet, a portion of them, driven by valor, charged forward. Alas, they met the same fate as their predecessors, falling victim to Lin Yu's effortless strikes. To Lin Yu, eliminating these guards was akin to slaughtering chicks. Utterly deranged, colluding with foreign tribes and brazenly slaughtering the defenders of my ancient city, your sins are unforgivable. Within the ancient city, a multitude of formidable figures emerged, their strength surpassing the previous guards, including those at the Martial Saint level and even the Great Martial Saint level. They constituted the backbone of the ancient city's defense. Lin Yu's grandfather, a great martial sect leader, held the position of team captain. Typically, a captain's strength reached the pinnacle of the great martial sect, with some exceptional captains potentially achieving Marshal Saint status. Naturally, the vice-captains were all at least of Marshal Saint caliber. The city guards represent the realm of the great Marshal Saints. Thus, this is the configuration of martial prowess in the ancient city. Eliminate them. A master of the Marshal Saint realm coldly issued the command. Kill. A multitude of ancient city guards roared in unison, forming a peculiar formation as they surged toward Lin Yu. This formation was capable of unearthing the latent potential within individuals. Even though these guards possessed only the strength of martial disciples, their combined formation would elevate their power to the pinnacle of martial disciples. Moreover, among the guards were formidable martial disciples, and when united, they could rival the Marshal Saints. Faced with such a multitude of experts, even Lin Yu, as a Marshal Saint, would be at risk of demise. Yet, Lin Yu stood unwavering, and as the guards drew near, he casually struck, reducing them all to a crimson mist. Regardless of how formidable their assault or meticulous their defense, the outcome remained unchanged. Kill. Several masters of the Marshal Saint realm simultaneously charged forth. Clearly, upon witnessing Lin Yu's terrifying prowess, they realized that the ordinary guards posed no threat to him, prompting their decisive action. In an instant, the first two Marshal Saints had no time to react before being obliterated into blood mist. The 6 remaining Marshal Saints were left aghast, hastily retreating. When they had initially advanced, their auras were interconnected, and their combined strength could indeed rival that of the great Marshal Saints. They had believed they could easily slay Lin Yu, only to find, in the blink of an eye, 2 of their own vanquished by him, leaving them utterly astonished. Lin Yu, however, chose not to pursue the advantage. Otherwise, none would escape alive. I demand to know who severed my grandfather's tongue. Who unearthed the evidence of my grandfather colluding with foreign tribes? If you can prove my grandfather's betrayal, I, Lin Yu, shall willingly surrender. Lin Yu remained remarkably composed. I am Gu Tong, the city guard of the ancient city. It was my subordinate, Tang Wenbin, who discovered the evidence of your grandfather's collusion with foreign tribes. He promptly reported to Captain Yang Qingtian, who then immediately informed Captain Zhao Gongming of the Shadow Division, who was specifically responsible for the interrogation. At this moment, an elder of the great Marshal Saint realm stepped forward and continued. During the interrogation conducted by Zhao Gongming, your grandfather attempted to take his own life, biting off his own tongue. However, he had already signed a confession admitting to his collusion with foreign tribes. I require the presence of Tang Wenbin, Yang Qingtian, and Zhao Gongming. Lin Yu's expression remained stoic. He had interacted with both Yang Qingtian and Zhao Gongming. Yet this Tang Wenbin was a name he was hearing for the first time. Tang Wenbin had perished in battle just days prior while on a mission, besieged by savage beasts. Captain Yang Qingtian had yet to return from his own assignment, and as for Zhao Gongming, he was in the secular world apprehending members of the Lin family, not within the forbidden grounds. Lin Yu's countenance darkened. What difference did this make if there were no witnesses? At that moment, Lin Zhenlong suddenly inscribed 3 characters in the earth. Where's Long Yunfei? Lin Yu's spirit was invigorated. He still held a memory of Long Yunfei. The individual in question is one of the 10 deputy city guards of the ancient city. Previously, he had advocated for justice on behalf of both himself and his grandfather, leaving a profound impression on Lin Yu. Long Yunfei, alongside Tang Wenbin, had also perished while on a mission. Gu Tong spoke again, expressing his suspicion. Anyone connected to my grandfather has encountered misfortune. Do you not find this peculiar? Lin Yu furrowed his brow, voicing his inner doubts. In the forbidden grounds, it is commonplace for members of humanity to meet their demise. Thus, it is not surprising. Moreover, your grandfather's collusion with foreign races could imply that these entities are exacting vengeance on him by specifically targeting those who discovered his secrets, which would explain the plight of Tang Wenbin and Long Yunfei. A gaunt deputy city guard coldly interjected. This is a letter revealing your grandfather's treachery with the foreign races. Gu Tong, however, produced a letter. Letters can be forged. Lin Yu retorted without even glancing at it. Chapter 119. Dare to lay a hand on my student, I offer you an opportunity. If you can substantiate that your grandfather did not conspire with the alien races, then perhaps it may suffice. Gu Tong fixed his gaze upon Lin Yu, adding ominously, should you fail to provide such proof, I shall compel the elders to emerge from seclusion and execute you, regardless of the consequences. Undoubtedly, Lin Yu had committed a grave offense by ruthlessly slaying so many individuals. Thus, if he could not demonstrate that Lin Jinlong was innocent of collusion with foreign entities, the denizens of the ancient city would not rest until justice was served. City guard, may I inquire what motives my grandfather would have for allying with the alien races? Lin Yu asked candidly. Based on testimonies and the 200,000 purple crystals, along with the supreme cultivation technique discovered within your spatial pouch, it is evident that he sought resources for cultivation and ascension, thereby betraying humanity and conspiring with the alien races. Gu Tong provided an exhaustive explanation. In truth, within the confines of the Forbidden Grounds, many human experts had forged alliances with alien races for the sake of cultivation resources and techniques. Such occurrences were not unusual. 200,000 purple crystals, is it? Without hesitation, Lin Yu opened his spatial pouch. The onlookers gasped in disbelief as countless purple crystals, exquisite spiritual stones, and even several veins of spiritual energy unfolded before them. The sheer quantity far exceeded the initial claim of 200,000 crystals, suggesting that, when combined with various rare treasures, the total was at least in the realm of several million purple crystals. All of this was earned during my time in the mundane world. To be precise, I have already expended a significant portion. What remains is merely a fraction of my resources. Do you truly believe my grandfather would conspire with alien races for a paltry sum of 200,000 purple crystals? Lin Yu calmly countered. Where did you acquire such resources? Gu Tong frowned, perplexed. Such an abundance of resources could indeed suggest dealings with alien races. I annihilated the Liu family of the capital and seized their entire stockpile. I also dealt with the Han family in the northwest and the Sun family in the northeast, while rescuing the foremost family of the North Sea, the Long family, and the second-rank Yu family. Much of this bounty was bestowed upon me by them, all of which can be verified. As for the spiritual veins, I discovered them within the Kyoto mountain range. Lin Yu paused momentarily before continuing. Additionally, under an alias in the underground world of Kyoto, I participated in arena competitions, amassing tens of billions in funds, which I subsequently used to procure vast quantities of resources from various merchants in Kyoto. All of this can be corroborated. I had even entrusted someone to deliver 200,000 purple crystals to my grandfather. Indeed, as a grandson, possessing such an abundance of resources, gifting his grandfather 200,000 purple crystals was but a trifling task. The crux of the matter lay in Lin Yu elucidating the origins of all his resources. Whether from the Liu family or other esteemed clans, these were prominent families within the mundane realm, and the underground world was equally verifiable. This indicated that Lin Yu had no need to fabricate lies. Even if you possess a vast wealth that could affirm Lin Jinlong's 200,000 purple crystals, what of the supreme cultivation technique? Surely, you did not bestow that upon him? Gu Tong interjected once more. Lord City Guardian, if I were to possess a supreme technique, then the one my grandfather holds would be deemed mere trash in comparison. Tell me, would my grandfather conspire with foreign tribes for a technique of such lowly worth? Lin Yu spoke with a calm demeanor. You possess a supreme technique? Gu Tong's expression shifted, while the others looked on in astonishment. I am currently capable of reading the first half of the unparalleled technique. You may compare it with my grandfather's. Lin Yu stated with unwavering confidence. He closed his eyes, meditated deeply, and clenched his fists in contemplation, reciting the Taoist incantation. 36 strikes of the teeth, 2 hands embracing Kunlun, sounding the heavenly drums left and right. 24 degrees of awareness, gently swaying the heavenly pillar. The red dragon stirs the waters. 36 beats of the drum, divine water. This was the essence of the Taoist supreme technique. The practice of this technique was remarkably straightforward. However, as one delved deeper, the extraordinary aspects of the technique would unveil themselves. It could be asserted that the technique possessed by Lin Yu's grandfather paled in significance compared to this Taoist supreme technique. Had you been in my grandfather's position, would you ally with foreign tribes for a worthless technique? Lin Yu inquired once more. Silence enveloped the group, as even the most naive could perceive that something was amiss. Immediately inform Yang Qingtian and Zhao Gongming to return. Gu Tong's expression grew grave. After all, colluding with foreign tribes was an unforgivable crime, and falsely accusing others of such collusion was equally heinous, a sin beyond absolution. The gravity of the situation was immense. Even if Lin Jinlong were innocent, the bloodshed of thousands of city guards and the massacre within the ancient city warranted a death sentence in atonement. Unexpectedly, At that moment, a voice pierced through the tension. Xie Changkong. Gu Tong's expression shifted as he recognized the newcomer. I have just received word that Lin Yu has slain thousands of city guards and over a dozen members of the Shadow faction. As the captain of the Shadow Brigade, I have come to claim Lin Yu's life. It was none other than Xie Changkong, the superior of Zhao Gongming and the captain of the Shadow Brigade. All members of the Shadow team, save for Zhao Gongming, have perished. Thus, you must have received Zhao Gongming's report. Where is he? Lin Yu's expression remained impassive. His whereabouts are of no concern to you. You must die now. Xie Changkong's face was devoid of warmth. Xie Changkong, if you were falsely accused and someone sought to strip you of your powers, would you surrender without a fight? At that moment, another figure rushed in. The old principal. Lin Yu never anticipated the arrival of the esteemed principal of Huaqing University. Clearly, he had received news and recognized the gravity of the situation. Hastening to Lin Yu's defense, both Xie Changkong and the old principal were masters of the martial god realm. This matter is not negotiable. He must pay for his indiscriminate slaughter of innocents. Xie Changkong's stance remained obstinate. The old principal's irritation was palpable. If your Shadow Brigade could ascertain the truth and found no grounds to accuse Lin Yu, how could he possibly resist? If guilt were to be found, the responsibility lies with your Shadow Brigade. If Zhao Gongming were to err, I would personally execute him. However, such a rationale cannot absolve Lin Yu of his guilt. Xie Changkong's demeanor was icy, his gaze imbued with a chilling intensity. I strongly advise you to refrain from meddling in affairs that do not concern you. Xie Changkong audaciously issued a warning to the old principal. What consequence could arise from my meddling? Do you truly believe that your Shadow Brigade can suppress all dissent? The old principal, now incensed, wasted no time in retorting. Dare to lay a finger on my student, and you shall see. In terms of status, Xie Changkong is the captain of the Knight Brigade, wielding the prowess of a martial deity. His position is akin to that of the esteemed Jinyui from ancient times. Undeniably formidable. Yet, the old principal's standing is not to be underestimated either. Chapter 120. The standard protector of the young. It is no exaggeration to state that Huqing University annually cultivates numerous exceptional talents for the Great Xia, with these individuals permeating various sectors of the realm. As the president of Huqing University, who among the graduates would not afford him a modicum of respect? Under such circumstances, the venerable president remains undaunted by Dongfang Liu. The investigation has unveiled the truth. Lin Jinlong has been wrongfully accused. Therefore, I intend to escort Lin Yu and Lin Jinlong away. Who dares to hinder me shall face my wrath. The old president declared once more, embodying the quintessential protector of the youth. Witnessing this scene, Lin Yu felt a warmth swell within him. He comprehended the immense pressure the old president was under. In a fit of rage earlier, he had indeed eliminated several individuals, which, if pursued rigorously, could be deemed a grave offense. Yet, one cannot simply submit to capture and allow oneself to be slaughtered, can one? I shall see how formidable you truly are. As the tension between the old president and Dongfang Liu escalated, threatening to erupt into violence, another figure emerged, not from the outside, but from within the ancient city. Elder, Gu Tong exclaimed upon seeing the elderly man, momentarily taken aback, yet his expression bore a hint of reverence. In terms of sheer martial prowess, Gu Tong had reached the pinnacle of the great martial saint, even teetering on the brink of the martial god realm. However, every ancient city within the Forbidden Grounds had regulations. Once anyone entered the martial god realm, they would ascend to the ranks of the elders. Elders possess vast resources for cultivation and can engage in prolonged seclusion for training. They only intervene when the Forbidden Grounds face peril. Thus, when Gu Tong contemplated subduing Lin Yu, he also weighed the necessity of involving an elder. Crucially, each ancient city harbors more than one elder. The greater the number of elders within an ancient city, the higher its status. The elder approached Dongfang Liu, casting a glance towards the old president, signifying a clear alliance between them. In fact, this elder had previously served in the Shadow Brigade and shared a close friendship with Dongfang Liu. Hence, in this critical moment, the elder naturally stood resolutely by Dongfang Liu's side. Let us engage in battle. Whoever dares to harm my student must first step over my corpse. The old president emanated an aura of terrifying intensity. The elder exchanged glances with Dongfang Liu. Under no circumstances could they afford to strike down the old president. Should they proceed in such a manner, they would undoubtedly face dire consequences. Dongfang Lu, you shall restrain this old fool while I take the head of this young lad. The elder swiftly decided. All three were at the martial god realm, making this strategy of having Dongfang Lu contain the old president rather effective. In the elder's estimation, as long as the old president was occupied, eliminating Lin Yu would be as easy as slaying a mere dog. Of course, all three possessed initial stage martial god capabilities. Indeed, once one reaches the martial god realm, the distinctions among them become less pronounced. Only the initial, intermediate, and advanced stages of the martial god realm exist, culminating in the state of complete perfection. Strictly speaking, 1-star to 3-star can be classified as the initial stage, 4-star to 6-star as the intermediate stage, and 7-star to 9-star as the advanced stage. Anything beyond 9-star is considered the state of complete perfection. Upon entering the martial god realm, each ascent to a minor level is as arduous as climbing to the heavens. Thus, it is common for individuals who enter this realm to find themselves at the initial stage. Lin Yu, I will hold them off. You must seize the opportunity to lead your grandfather out of the forbidden zone. Once we return to the school, no one will dare to lay a finger on you. The old principal's expression was grave. He could not allow the enemy a moment's respite, even if it meant facing two adversaries alone or engaging in a mutual destruction scenario. He was unafraid, fully committed to the fight. Attack! Dongfang Lu lunged directly at the old principal, exerting all his strength to restrain him. Meanwhile, the elders circumvented the principal, seeking to avoid direct confrontation, aiming instead to eliminate Lin Yu. However, with the principal steadfastly guarding Lin Yu, the elder found it challenging to find an opening. Do not waste your efforts. This young man has slain so many. Even if you wish to protect him, it is futile. He must die. Dongfang Lu's aura surged as he firmly held the old principal in check, intending to create an opportunity for the elder. The old principal, anxious yet powerless, recognized that their strengths were closely matched. The opportunity arrived. Suddenly, the elder's eyes gleamed as he detected a gap, stepping forward to confront Lin Yu directly. He aimed to seize the moment and eliminate Lin Yu in one fell swoop. Seeking death, unexpectedly, at this critical juncture, the old principal resolutely abandoned Dongfang Lu and charged towards the elder. It must be noted that this action was exceedingly perilous, as it left his back entirely exposed. Should Dongfang Lu wish to harm the old principal, he would likely inflict severe injury, if not death. However, Dongfang Lu hesitated. The old principal had nurtured countless talents for the great Xia. Many of the core forces within the Forbidden Zone hailed from Hucking University. To speak candidly, while it was acceptable for Dongfang Lu to restrain the old principal, he could not bear to harm him. Thus, the old principal seized this chance to repel the elder, who sought to ambush Lin Yu. If my student perishes, I shall take one of you down with me, even if it costs my life. As Dongfang Lu and the elder began to encircle him once more, the old principal steeled himself. With the old principal's strength, protecting Lin Yu posed a considerable challenge. Yet, sacrificing himself to take down an adversary was not an insurmountable task. Indeed, Dongfang Lu and the elder both frowned at this turn of events. They had no desire to engage in a life-or-death struggle with the old principal. Let us entrust this matter to the Arbitration Council of the Forbidden Zone. If they deem Lin Yu responsible, then you must not interfere. However, if they conclude that Lin Yu's actions were compelled by circumstance and thus do not warrant accountability, we shall refrain from taking action against him, for we bear no personal grievances against him. At this moment, Dongfang Lu finally spoke up. Standing from a perspective of fairness and reason, the old principal's expression fluctuated between light and darkness. If you disagree, then we would rather perish together than allow Lin Yu to live. Dongfang Lu added emphatically. Very well, I consent. The old principal gritted his teeth and agreed decisively, having run out of alternatives. Indeed, the Arbitration Committee of the Forbidden Zone is a relatively independent entity, often employed to resolve matters occurring within the forbidden grounds, typically ensuring just outcomes. This is precisely why the old principal acquiesced. In that case, I shall take the person with me, the old principal stated once more. That is unacceptable. Should he receive news of unfavorable arbitration and flee beforehand, what then? Dongfang Lu immediately countered. I guarantee with my own head, if Lin Yu escapes, I shall accept his punishment in his stead. The old principal showed no hesitation whatsoever. Chapter 121. True feelings revealed in times of crisis. Dongfang Lu and the elder exchanged glances, ultimately nodding in agreement. At this juncture, to harbor any doubts about the old principal would be a sign of disrespect towards him and the entire Hucking University. Let us proceed. The old principal held unwavering confidence in Lin Yu. Thus he took Lin Yu and Lin Junlong out of the forbidden area. Throughout their journey, no one hindered their passage. Lin Yu was indeed fortunate. Had it not been for the old principal's relentless protection, he might have met a dire fate. Many were deeply moved. After all, it is no small feat to earn the fervent defense of a university president. In this esteemed institution, had it been an ordinary school, the collective strength of all involved would likely not suffice to contend with the martial god. With the arbitration committee having already made a decision regarding your situation, no one else would dare to act against the Lin family. You may return home with your grandfather, make the necessary arrangements, and then return to school. The old principal advised cautiously as they exited the forbidden area. Thank you. Lin Yu's expression of gratitude was genuine. Although he did not regard the initial stage of the martial god as a significant threat, he was fully aware of the old principal's unyielding efforts to protect him, and this was firmly etched in his memory. Grandfather, I will concoct a potion to restore you to your former self. Though your tongue may be severed, as long as you are alive, everything can be revived. With abundant resources at his disposal, Lin Yu began preparing various materials upon returning to the Lin family estate. First, he contacted Long Linger, as the Long family still owed him a considerable amount of materials. I will do my utmost, Long Linger assured him affirmatively. Next, Lin Yu reached out to Yu Linglong. Lin Yu, there are rumors circulating that your grandfather has colluded with foreign tribes, and that you have captured and slain thousands of city guards in Yang City. Is this true? As soon as the call connected, Yu Linglong's anxious voice filled the line. How do you know about this? Lin Yu was momentarily taken aback. This news has spread widely. Lin Yu, you must not act impulsively. If necessary, retreat to the forbidden area. I believe in your innocence. Right now, preserving your life is paramount. Yu Linglong spoke with utmost seriousness. Do not worry, I am fine now. My grandfather has not colluded with foreign tribes, and the entire Lin family is safe. Lin Yu reassured Yu Linglong. And what about you? Will you be in danger? Yu Linglong was not naive. The safety of the Lin family did not necessarily guarantee Lin Yu's safety. After all, he had slain thousands of city guards and over a dozen shadows, not to mention the lives taken in the ancient city within the forbidden area. Intuition told Yu Linglong that Lin Yu was likely to face significant trouble. As for my interrogation, it has already been entrusted to the arbitration committee. Lin Yu did not conceal this fact. It's over. Upon hearing this, Yu Linglong's heart quaked. She had long been aware of the notorious reputation of that institution, where few emerged unscathed. Linglong, please help me gather several materials. Lin Yu specified a few particular items. Certainly. Yu Linglong did not say much. At this juncture, everything could only be left to fate. Lin Yu called Li Hun once again, hoping to procure some materials through him. Like Yu Linglong, Li Hun was well aware of Lin Yu's circumstances. Undoubtedly, after the incident with the Liu family, Li Hun had come to grasp Lin Yu's true identity. I will find someone to mediate for you. Knowing that Lin Yu was now facing arbitration, Li Hun felt a twinge of concern. However, considering Lin Yu's extraordinary talents, he had already made up his mind. A youth capable of slaying a martial god at the tender age of 18 would, if nurtured properly, likely become unmatched in the Great Xia. Thus, Li Hun resolved to spare no effort to protect Lin Yu. He immediately reached out to Yihai. Upon receiving the call, Yihai promptly contacted President Liang Tian. It was evident that the underground world was beginning to mobilize. Meanwhile, the old principal was not idle. Leveraging all his connections to secure Lin Yu's safety, he even approached the president of Beihuang University. You owe me a favor. Although the two institutions had previously been rivals, and Beihuang University had failed to ascend to the ranks of the elite due to Lin Yu's influence, upon hearing of Lin Yu's plight, the president of Beihuang University agreed to assist. In truth, the sequence of events was clear to all involved. At that moment, Lin Yu found himself at a crossroads. He could either surrender and allow others to cripple his cultivation, rendering him powerless, or, if he were an ordinary individual, even a martial god, regardless of his age, the president of Beihuang University would deem any act of defiance as a path to certain death. Yet Lin Yu was no ordinary youth. At 18, he had already vanquished a martial saint, showcasing boundless potential. Now, it was rumored that he could even slay members of the Shadow Squad, a testament to his terrifying prowess. Of course, The Shadow Squad concealed the fact that their captain, Zhao Gongming, had fled in disgrace. This was indeed an ignoble incident. Had they been aware, both presidents could easily deduce that Lin Yu possessed the strength to defeat a grand martial saint. In the shortest time possible, Yu Linglong gathered all the materials required by Lin Yu. Among them was one item reportedly acquired at a high price from the Long family. The Long family. A glimmer of cold light flashed in Lin Yu's eyes. He had entrusted Long Linger with the task of collecting medicinal herbs, yet she had failed to procure a single one out of over a dozen types. According to her explanation, the herbs were exceedingly rare and difficult to find in a short span. However, Yu Linglong managed to gather all the necessary herbs within just 2 days. It is worth noting that, in terms of herb collection, the Long family was far superior to the Yu family. Had the Long family not been aided by Lin Yu, they might have been devoured by the Sun family of Northeast long ago. Unexpectedly, as the situation unfolded, the Long family chose to act in such a manner. If Lin Yu's conjecture was correct, the Long family must have believed they were on the brink of arbitration. Thus, with no future in sight, they naturally felt no obligation to provide those materials. In times of adversity, true feelings are revealed, and the actions of the Long family have certainly provided Lin Yu with such insight. Do not worry, Lin Yu. All the students at our school have united in a petition on your behalf. You shall face no consequences, a comforting voice reassured him. Lin Yu was taken aback by the fact that Luo Shuixian sought him out personally. Thank you, was all he could muster in response. I have inquired, and there exists a 90% likelihood that your meridian may be rendered useless. Therefore, you need not fear. At most, I will shield you. Should anyone dare to bully you, I assure you that I will make them pay dearly, Wang Xiaoyu exclaimed as she called Lin Yu. Her exuberance, albeit somewhat overwhelming, truly touched Lin Yu's heart. If you wish, I can take you back to our quaint village and accompany you through the years. Just as he hung up with Wang Xiaoyu, a message from Second Dream arrived. Chapter 122. Survive, and all past grievances will be forgiven. The message conveyed is succinct yet unmistakable. Upon hearing these words from Second Dream, Lin Yu felt a sense of gratification within, at the very least. His efforts had garnered some reward. In comparison to the Long family, Second Dream's approach was infinitely more favorable. Nonetheless, many individuals hastily distanced themselves from Lin Yu, fearing any repercussions that might arise from association with him. Lin Yu effortlessly concocted a few elixirs, one of which he administered to his grandfather. If the elixir given to Lin Jinlong during their time in the ancient city was deemed life-sustaining, then this one was transformative, capable of even regenerating a severed tongue. The verdict of the arbitration was announced. 3 days later, the old principal summoned Lin Yu privately, his countenance grave. What was the outcome? Lin Yu remained largely indifferent. At worst, he would lay all his cards on the table and fight valiantly, as long as the top-tier experts from the depths of the Forbidden Land did not return. He feared no one. They intend to exile you to the dark Forbidden Zone for a month. If you survive, all past grievances will be wiped clean. The old principal's expression was somewhat despondent. He had leveraged numerous connections, yet to no avail. The calamity Lin Yu had instigated was too significant. In Yang City alone, he had mercilessly slain thousands of city guards and over a dozen shadows, which constituted a grave offense. Had it not been for the old principal and his contacts within the underworld attempting to mediate, even multiple death sentences would have seemed insufficient for Lin Yu's transgressions. However, the Dark Forbidden Zone is an extraordinarily unique place, distinct from regular forbidden zones. It is teeming with aberrant beasts, foreign races, and even humans. Those humans exiled there have committed heinous crimes deserving of death. It is said that sunlight rarely graces the Dark Forbidden Zone, and the cultivation practices there are predominantly malevolent, rendering it suitable for the survival of foreign races. Humans exiled to the Dark Forbidden Zone often become prey for the aberrant beasts and foreign races. Of course, some may be retained as slaves by those races. Beautiful women might be reduced to mere tools for the carnal desires of foreign men, while handsome men could become the favored companions of foreign women. Some assert that the Dark Forbidden Zone is akin to hell on earth. The existence of this domain is a consensus reached between humans and foreign races. For instance, the number of humans allowed into the Dark Forbidden Zone correlates with the special cultivation resources provided to humans by the foreign races. Certain powerful humans exiled to the Dark Forbidden Zone can slay countless aberrant beasts and foreign entities without consequence. On the contrary, Their formidable prowess tends to excite the higher echelons of foreign races. Thus far, none of the humans who have entered the dark forbidden zone have returned alive. To the average person, exiling a human to the dark forbidden zone is tantamount to a death sentence. Do not worry about me. I shall view this month purely as an opportunity for self-discipline, Lin Yu replied with a serene smile. While conventional human experts find the dark forbidden zone devoid of suitable cultivation resources, for Lin Yu, it is akin to a fish in water. He possesses the 9 nether body, which endows him with an innate affinity for the dark and the malevolent. With the verdict rendered, the Lin family could safely return to Yang City. To spare his family from undue worry, Lin Yu chose not to disclose the nature of the verdict. Was there truly no alternative? At the headquarters of the underground world, the helmsman Yi Hai cast a glance at President Liang Tian. I have exhausted all connections. The situation is dire, and he must endure alone within the dark forbidden realm. Liang Tian shook his head in resignation. While he held great faith in Lin Yu, the circumstances were such that even a martial deity would be powerless. Now, all that remained was to pray for Lin Yu to survive a month in the dark forbidden realm, though the likelihood of such an outcome was exceedingly slim. A deep sigh escaped Yi Hai. He understood that the underground world had done its utmost. Upon learning the method of execution, he realized that Lin Yu's chances of survival were virtually non-existent. What a pity! Despite being on the verge of the martial deity realm, Yi Hai found himself devoid of any influence. The depths of the great Xia were unfathomable. Before venturing into the forbidden realm, Lin Yu commenced his 11th body tempering session. The benefits he had previously garnered from the Liu family, coupled with the materials he had collected recently, were sufficient for this endeavor. The old principal recognized the urgency of cultivation and hoped Lin Yu could enhance his strength before entering the dark forbidden realm, wishing for him to escape calamity, though the chances of survival were alarmingly meager. At present, Lin Yu had attained the 1-star martial saint realm. He had successfully completed the body tempering process 10 times, and his 9 nether body had reached an intermediate stage of minor success. For the time being, he did not intend to elevate his realm further. His focus remained on refining his physique, aspiring to achieve a state of complete minor success. In such a condition, his physical combat prowess would be terrifying. His first task was to concoct pills, no longer mere body tempering elixirs, but rather enhanced versions akin to the Great Reversion Pill. For those below the Great Martial Saint realm, consuming such a pill would result in an inability to withstand the immense energy contained within, leading to instant annihilation. This is the terrifying aspect of the Great Reversion Pill. However, if one could forcibly endure the energy surge, their bodily strength would undoubtedly ascend to a higher tier. 100. He successfully crafted 100 Great Reversion Pills in one go. Stretching his limbs, Lin Yu casually tossed a few pills into his mouth. Boom. As the pills entered his system, he felt them transform into formidable energies rampaging within. At that moment, Lin Yu instinctively concealed all his own energy. Each surge was an exquisite indulgence for his body. A mere handful of Great Reversion Pills was insufficient. Lin Yu continued to ingest them. Dozens of pills turned into an equal number of overwhelmingly potent energies. It felt as though dozens of supreme beings were engaged in combat within him. A sensation so exquisite it defies description. Only Lin Yu, possessing the 9 nether body and immense strength, could endure such overwhelming energy surges. Even a peak martial deity would likely perish instantly under such an onslaught. With each strike, subtle impurities emerged from every pore. The 9 nether body. I am of the 9 nether. Darkness descends. Lin Yu was harmonizing the incantations of the 9 nether technique, thereby achieving a flawless fusion of body and method. Surrounding him was an abyssal darkness, reminiscent of hell itself. In a sense, the 9 nether body could be likened to a hellish form, with the 9 nether symbolizing the abyss. When cultivated to its zenith, the master of the 9 nether body resembles a sovereign of the underworld. In a previous life, Lin Yu had attempted to fathom the ultimate depths of the 9 nether, but encountered ominous signs and ultimately abandoned his pursuit of the ultimate derivation. Chapter 123. The enchanting beauty. In this lifetime, Lin Yu has been granted a second chance. He aspires not only to reach the pinnacle of his realm, but also to fully harness the potential of his 9 nether body. With a resounding boom, upon consuming 100 pills, Lin Yu felt as though his body had transformed into a furnace, every cell ablaze and trembling. He even suspected that, if he were to speak, He would exhale the very essence of the great rejuvenation pill. As Lin Yu unleashed the Nine Nether technique, the surroundings appeared as if the apocalypse had descended, yet his form radiated a resplendent rose-gold hue. He seemed vividly alive, resembling a luscious rose in full bloom. Crack! His physical body appeared to undergo a metamorphosis, and a faint smile finally graced Lin Yu's face. The successful 11th tempering of his 9 nether body signified its advancement to a state of minor perfection. At this moment, Lin Yu felt that combat required no energy. His mere physicality sufficed. In truth, for martial artists, prior to attaining the martial sage realm, physical strength is paramount. However, upon reaching the martial sage level, energy often takes precedence. Should one ascend to the martial god realm, they could slay their adversaries without even exerting their pressure or engaging directly. Thus, many cultivators regard the physical body as merely a prerequisite. Witnessing a martial sage or martial god relying solely on their corporeal strength in battle would be considered a farce. Upon exiting the school's secret realm, Lin Yu did not bid farewell to the old principal, but instead made his way directly to the dark forbidden zone. For the average individual, entering such a place is tantamount to certain death. Yet, for Lin Yu, it represented a trial. He required the challenges posed by the dark forbidden zone to refine himself, striving for ultimate perfection, ideally pushing the 9 nether body to break through once more. The exterior of the dark forbidden zone is safeguarded by human prohibitions and formations. The otherworldly beings and creatures within cannot possibly escape. At such a young age, committing a grave crime. When Lin Yu revealed his identity, the expression of the guardian of the forbidden zone grew peculiar. Anyone who enters this domain is akin to a death row inmate. Lin Yu remained unfazed. Once the entrance to the forbidden zone opened, he walked in with remarkable composure. The guards were astounded by his nonchalance. Had they ever encountered someone so undeterred? As they watched Lin Yu's silhouette vanish, one guard could not help but remark, "Perhaps he is a fearless soul, for only the most irredeemable individuals would be dispatched to such a place." Another guard chimed in, Lin Yu. Lin Yu. Yes, it dawned on me. He is the 18-year-old who slaughtered thousands of city guards in Yang City and eliminated over a dozen shadows." One guard muttered to himself, and in an instant, his expression altered dramatically as he blurted out. The other guards stared in disbelief. At merely 18, he had decimated thousands of city guards and slain over a dozen shadows. How extraordinary is that? It is known that to become a shadow, one must at least attain the martial sage realm. Regardless of his prowess, his glory, or his innate talent, once he enters the abyss of darkness, the outcome remains the same, inevitably facing death. The first guardian sighed deeply. As Lin Yu stepped into the dark abyss, a shadow lunged towards him. With a swift motion, Lin Yu struck without even glancing, piercing through the assailant's body. In his palm rested a beast core from a formidable creature of the great martial sovereign realm. The thrill of close combat was exhilarating. A second beast emerged, formidable as expected from the abyss of darkness, reaching the martial saint realm. Yet, Lin Yu did not flinch. His hand pierced through the beast's body effortlessly, retrieving the warm beast core within. This was intriguing. The human race had indeed sent a charming young man into the depths. Ahead appeared a figure, a foreign woman accompanied by over 100 beasts, predominantly at the great martial sovereign and martial saint levels, exerting immense pressure. The woman herself was a presence at the threshold of the martial god realm. At your age, you must be a prodigious talent among your people, yet you have been exiled to this dark abyss. If my conjecture is accurate, you lack any notable background and have been completely abandoned by your kin. She spoke again. Lin Yu regarded her with indifference. I offer you a chance. Align with me, and I shall help you advance your cultivation. Allowing you to redeem your honor in the future, the foreign woman proposed, her gaze laden with meaning. And what are you? Lin Yu retorted, disdain etched across his face. Dismissing her entirely. Do not presume to insult me. The foreign woman seethed, anger ignited within her, for she saw potential in him, and his handsome visage was suited for servitude. Her irritation grew as Lin Yu failed to recognize her intentions. In an instant, without a word, Lin Yu snapped her neck. He had no desire to waste. If beasts possessed cores, then the foreign races had inner Dan. The value of beast cores paled in comparison to that of inner dawn. For others, the abyss of darkness represented a death trap. For Lin Yu, it was a leisurely paradise, a treasure trove from which he could freely extract resources. The beasts and foreign entities he encountered fell before him in mere moments. The ancient city of foreign races. In the distance, an ancient city imbued with a sense of desolation came into view, shrouded in malevolence and darkness, evoking an illusion of stepping into hell itself. This was the ancient city of the foreign races, easily distinguishable from those of the human realm. Without hesitation, Lin Yu advanced toward the ancient city. As he crossed its threshold, his aura transformed into darkness. Possessing the 9 nether body, upon releasing the 9 nether chi, Lin Yu appeared indistinguishable from the foreign races. After all, in terms of appearance, the foreign and human races were remarkably similar. The ancient city of diverse races was bustling with activity, filled with a myriad of shops, taverns, and trading houses, all contributing to an extraordinary atmosphere. Among the throngs, Lin Yu observed members of the human race. However, a distinction remained between humans and the other races. Some humans bore no trace of the dark aura. They appeared to be afflicted by its invasion. Their expressions a mixture of anguish and peculiar unease. Others seemed to have cultivated the techniques of the alien races, evidently acclimatized to the environment of the ancient city. Every human wore a collar around their neck, a symbol of servitude, signifying their inferior status compared to their alien counterparts. These humans were predominantly strikingly handsome, with the inferior specimens likely having been eliminated by the other races long ago. This girl, I shall offer 500 dark spirit stones for her. Suddenly, a commotion erupted ahead. Lin Yu noticed a crowd of aliens gathering. I will bid 1,000 dark spirit stones. Came another voice shortly thereafter. Dark spirit stones differed fundamentally from regular spirit stones. While the latter contained spiritual energy, the former was infused with dark energy. Nonetheless, dark spirit stones were exceedingly popular among the aliens, serving a purpose akin to that of spirit stones among humans. What a beautiful woman! As Lin Yu drew nearer, his pupils constricted slightly. Chapter 124. Who Seeks Death? Before us stands a servant of the auctioneer's clan, a girl of approximately 17 or 18 years, whose beauty resembles a melodious symphony, refreshing the spirit. Her graceful nose, enchanting eyes, and alluring cherry lips create a captivating portrait. She is the kind of girl who stirs the heart and lingers in memory. Even Luo Shui Xian and Di Meng pale in comparison to her. Adorning her neck is a collar, signifying her status as a servant of an alien race. Yet her gaze is vacant, as if her soul has departed, leaving behind merely a beautiful shell. The onlookers, all of alien descent, are filled with excitement, eager to possess this stunning girl, for like humans, they too have an appreciation for beauty and would undoubtedly find delight in such company. The bidding among the aliens escalates, each vying to claim this exquisite maiden. Suddenly, amidst the fervent bidding, a voice pierces the air and silence envelopes the surroundings. Even amongst the aliens, there exists an adherence to the principles of trade. Unless one possesses sufficient strength to challenge the architects of the ancient city's rules, violence and plunder would lead to its ruin. However, outside the confines of this alien city, one could indulge in any form of slaughter. Young fool, have you lost your senses? The alien merchant, a being of the sacred realm, regards Lin Yu with disdain, primarily due to his youth. Before the merchant can utter another word, Lin Yu's hand pierces through his dantian, extracting a bloody core with force. The swift execution leaves the surrounding aliens in shock. Many stare at Lin Yu in terror, for in the realm of aliens, strength dictates supremacy. One can transcend the rules if their power is formidable enough. Youth, to kill at the slightest provocation, is rather tyrannical. An elder alien remarks coldly. This elder is a Grand Marshal Saint, specifically a 7-star Grand Marshal Saint, far superior to the deceased merchant. In response, Lin Yu's answer is succinct, with a casual strike. He obliterates the elder with overwhelming force. The remaining aliens, their faces etched with fear, are awestruck by Lin Yu's ruthless display of power. There is no hesitation or idle chatter. A mere disagreement results in immediate execution. The dark evil sovereign has issued a decree. Any who dare to engage in combat within the city, for any reason, shall face the death penalty without mercy. Not far off, 100 alien soldiers appear, swiftly surrounding Lin Yu, led by a squad leader who speaks coldly. Unlike humans, the leaders of human cities are often referred to as city lords or guards, while the aliens designate theirs as evil sovereigns. This squad leader possesses considerable strength. Having attained the sacred realm, clearly surpassing the capabilities of a squad leader from a human city. Lin Yu, uninterested in idle chatter, unleashed a punch that shattered his opponent. His actions were nothing short of madness. A wave of astonishment rippled through the onlookers. All the foreign beings were left in shock at the sight before them. Lin Yu's prior slaying of ordinary foes had already astonished them, but now he had audaciously slain even the captain of the enforcement squad. A blatant affront to the Dark Lord. Even the previously vacant-eyed maiden felt a stir of emotion in her gaze. The foreign soldiers promptly sounded the urgent alarm, a signal only used in the face of formidable adversaries or dire situations. Lin Yu stood with his hands clasped behind his back, quietly observing as the foreign beings and their subordinates retreated, fearful of being ensnared in the unfolding chaos. Who would dare to stir trouble in the Dark City? Such recklessness was tantamount to courting death. Before his presence was even felt, a ferocious aura swept through the air. It was a formidable warrior at the initial stage of the martial deity realm, Deputy Dark Lord Muller. Many of the foreign beings recognized the individual. Known for his volatile temperament and penchant for bloodshed, the Deputy Dark Lord took pleasure in executing even minor transgressions, often claiming the inner cores of those he felled for his own cultivation. Devouring human essence was among his favorite pastimes. With a sudden surge, Muller had scarcely regained his footing before a figure appeared before him, and in an instant, he was brutally obliterated. Amidst the crimson mist, Lin Yu held a pale golden inner core, far more valuable than that of an ordinary foreign being, a testament to the martial deity realm's might. He had even slain the Deputy Dark Lord. The spectators were left speechless. A chill coursed through their bodies. This was sheer tyranny, utterly devoid of reason. Were it not for the dark aura enveloping Lin Yu, they might have doubted his identity as a human elite. To kill within my dark city, such audacity. The very fabric of the void seemed to tear apart as several figures materialized before Lin Yu. Leading them was an elder clad in purple robes, a peak martial deity, flanked by 6 foreign beings, each at the same realm. The Dark Lord. He was the sovereign of the Dark City, the strongest among them. It was he who had once seized control of the Dark City with unparalleled strength, establishing its rules. Regardless of status, all were compelled to adhere to the laws of the Dark City. Otherwise, there would be no mercy. Through his governance of the Dark City, the Dark Lord had amassed immense wealth and resources for cultivation. Regrettably, he had never transcended the martial deity realm. From this day forth, I shall be the sovereign of the Dark City. Who dares to object? Lin Yu spoke coolly. He had no intention of slaughtering all the foreign beings. Rather, he understood that what he truly needed was resources, not endless bloodshed. Only by restoring himself to his peak would he possess the power to obliterate the ancient city at a mere whim. Haha, little one. You are utterly mad if you think you can provoke. The evil lord wore an expression of derision. However, Lin Yu was disinclined to engage in idle conversation. With a swift motion, he reached out, and in a mere breath, he tore the peak martial god apart. Who seeks death? Lin Yu produced a golden inner Dan, his gaze sweeping the surroundings. We pay our respects to the evil lord. The surrounding foreign tribes knelt in submission, for at that moment, who would dare to bare their fangs? Their minds were consumed by a singular thought, utterly terrifying. Indeed, the most formidable being of the Dark City had been effortlessly torn apart by Lin Yu in a single glance, had one not witnessed it firsthand. Who would dare to believe? Where's the treasury? This was Lin Yu's foremost concern. Under the guidance of the other sub-evil lords, Lin Yu swiftly located the treasury of the Dark City. Jackpot! Upon seeing the mountain of wealth piled high, Lin Yu gasped in astonishment. The treasury was brimming with an array of heavenly materials and earthly treasures, the sheer quantity far exceeding imagination. Chapter 125. A hint of overnight wealth. It is no exaggeration to assert that the treasures amassed within the vaults of the 10 ancient cities of humanity pale in comparison to the singular treasury before me. This vault brims with an array of dark spirit stones, dark spirit fruits, and a portion of the human race's violet crystal stones, as well as other rare materials and treasures from the earth. Henceforth, I command you all to gather these invaluable resources from every corner. The more you collect, the better. Within a month's time, the one who gathers the most shall be declared the new Dark Lord, while the one who gathers the least shall meet their demise. Lin Yu's gaze fell upon the 6 vice lords before him, and he spoke with an icy demeanor. The 6 vice lords were nearly startled into flight. Such tyranny was both overwhelming and exhilarating. The fear of death loomed over them, for none of them wished for such an end. All aspired to become the Dark Lord, yet each was gripped by a profound fear of mortality. Thus, with Lin Yu's decree freshly delivered, they were driven into a frenzy. Each vice lord commanded a multitude of soldiers and experts. Relying solely on their authority was insufficient. They unleashed every available resource, not only scouring the Dark City for treasures, but also venturing into other realms of the Dark Forbidden Land. The entire expanse of the Dark Forbidden Land erupted into fervor. For Lin Yu, the acquisition of these rare materials was paramount. The fate of the foreign races was of little consequence. He took residence within the Dark Lord's mansion and retreated to a secluded chamber for cultivation. The abundance of resources bestowed upon him evoked a sensation akin to sudden wealth. Lin Yu, disinterested in concocting elixirs, chose instead to forcibly absorb the dark spiritual energy contained within the treasures. The chamber was enveloped in darkness, instilling a profound sense of eerie dread. As time progressed, Lin Yu diligently refined his body. The sheer volume of resources allowed him to effortlessly transcend from minor achievements to completion, directly entering the initial stage of the Nine Nether Body. After half a month of relentless effort, he underwent his 12th body refinement, pushing his physical limits to the brink. The resources were significantly depleted, yet the Nine Nether Body advanced to the intermediate stage. However, ascending to the next level seemed nearly impossible. Lin Yu recognized that the refinement of the Nine Nether Body had reached a critical threshold. Thus, he required resources of a higher caliber. The ordinary resources at his disposal were virtually futile. Now, he could only await the surprises that his 6 vice lords might deliver. Why were you exiled to the Dark Forbidden Land? Lin Yu's gaze fell upon the young woman. Since his arrival at the Dark Lord's mansion, this enchanting maiden had also been brought within its confines. Yet, she wore a mask of indifference, cold as ice. Throughout the fortnight since her entry into the mansion, Lin Yu had been engrossed in his secluded training, leaving no room for communication with her. Now, with a sudden inquiry, he noticed her delicate form tremble slightly. She was not foolish. She understood that being cast into the Dark Forbidden Land was akin to sealing her fate. Her exquisite beauty spared her from death at the hands of the foreign races. Yet she comprehended that becoming a servant to them would lead to a fate more tragic than death itself. If given the choice, she would rather take her own life than endure the humiliation inflicted by her captors. However, a lingering wish remained unfulfilled. She still yearned to survive and seek vengeance for her family. Should you harbor grievances within your heart, do not hesitate to voice them. Should it please me, I might intercede on your behalf. Lin Yu spoke with a calm demeanor. Is that truly possible? The girl's eyes sparkled with hope. I trust you are aware that foreign entities can infiltrate human society and enter your worldly realm. Moreover, if I so desire, I can cultivate you into an unparalleled master and return you to the mundane world of humanity. In essence, all possibilities are within reach. Lin Yu's words brimmed with unwavering confidence. Had another uttered such claims, the girl would have dismissed them outright. Yet, Lin Yu was different. She had witnessed his overwhelming prowess firsthand. A pinnacle deity of martial arts, such a formidable being was effortlessly vanquished by Lin Yu, a testament to his extraordinary strength. My father is Sun Hui, the Deputy General of the Northern Wilderness Marquis. I was betrothed to the Mu family from a young age. Yet the third son of the Northern Wilderness Marquis coveted me. He fabricated accusations of collusion between the Mu family and foreign races, leading to the annihilation of the entire Mu lineage. He then sought my hand in marriage, only to be rebuffed by my father, the girl recounted, her voice trembling with emotion. Enraged, he dispatched experts to forcibly abduct me, intending to violate me. In a critical moment, my father intervened, grievously wounding the third son and rescuing me. At this juncture, her eyes blazed with fury. However, the Northern Wilderness Marquis immediately declared that my son family had colluded with foreign races, leading to the extermination of my entire family. Furthermore, several of my untrained young relatives were exiled to the Dark Forbidden Lands, condemned to a fate worse than death, reduced to food and servants for the foreign entities. A chilling glint flickered in Lin Yu's gaze. The human realm also harbored many traitors, including his own Lin family, which had been falsely accused of collusion with foreign races. Had he not emerged valiantly, his own fate might not have been much better. Of course, the Northern Wilderness Marquis' slanders were more severe, as the Northern Wilderness itself was akin to a forbidden zone. Thus, Once accused of collusion with foreign races, entire families often faced extermination. Had the Sun family resided outside the Forbidden Lands, they might have merely been stripped of their cultivation. In the Great Xia, aside from large forbidden zones, there were over 100 ancient cities established to repel foreign entities, fortified in all directions. For instance, the northern wilderness region, once part of Great Xia's territory, became a forbidden zone due to the emergence of foreign beings. Consequently, an army was established in the northern wilderness, commanded by the Northern Wilderness Marquis. In Great Xia, there were 10 marquises, each with remarkable military achievements and formidable strength, commanding hundreds of thousands of troops. When the Northern Wilderness Marquis accused others of colluding with foreign races, who would dare to advocate for their defense, I shall assist you in locating your siblings who have been exiled to the dark Forbidden Lands. Lin Yu pondered briefly before arriving at a decision. However, given the passage of time, the likelihood of the girl's siblings surviving was exceedingly slim. Is it true? I can depict each of them. The girl seemed to grasp a lifeline. Based on the images she provided, Lin Yu promptly dispatched his subordinates to initiate the search. Soon, news returned. The girl had more than 20 siblings, of whom only an 8-year-old sister remained alive. The rest had either been devoured long ago or, unable to withstand the humiliation, had taken their own lives. Gazing at the delicate little girl before him, who resembled a porcelain doll, Lin Yu felt a pang of sorrow. Had fate not intertwined their paths, she might have ultimately become a mere instrument for the desires of an alien race. The young girl's name was Sun Bing, while her sister was named Sun Shui. The Sun family, once a lineage of hundreds, now consisted solely of these two sisters. The reason for their survival lay only in the fact that the third son of the Northern Wasteland Duke had taken a fancy to Sun Bing. Had she foreseen such an outcome, she would have surely accepted the proposal when the Duke's son first came to court her. Alas, there exists no remedy for regret. The month-long deadline approached swiftly, and the 6 vice-demonic leaders arrived bearing a wealth of resources. Lin Yu had previously emphasized that even resources for human cultivation were essential, and they would be on par with those of the alien race in terms of quality. Chapter 126. I can certainly serve you well alone within the Forbidden Zone. The various alien races typically regard the cultivation resources of the human race with indifference. Thus, the 6 vice-evil lords astonishingly amassed a considerable quantity of precious materials and exquisite ores belonging to humanity. Most exhilarating for Lin Yu was the revelation that one of the vice-evil lords, known as Wolf Fong, had procured an entire vein of purple crystal essence. Should this vein be obtained by the human race, it would undoubtedly incite a tremendous uproar, transcending mere monetary value to become an invaluable treasure. Initially, Lin Yu had planned to depart from the City of Darkness in a month's time. However, upon witnessing such an abundance of precious materials, he decided to alter his plans. He appointed Wolf Fong to the position of Evil Lord and himself retreated into a secluded chamber to commence his cultivation. Before entering the chamber, he publicly announced the exchange of all inferior dark resources he possessed for superior ones. As the resources of a dignified Evil Lord, the exchange rate far exceeded the normal standards, swiftly depleting his lower-tier resources. Consequently, Lin Yu was left with only high-grade materials. He further declared that anyone capable of providing superior resources, if they aligned with his needs, would be granted an immediate elevation in their cultivation realm. The excitement was palpable among the alien races. If I am at the pinnacle of the great martial saint realm, can you elevate me to the initial stage of the martial god realm? One inquired eagerly. Absolutely, there is no problem at all. Any realm can be advanced by one level. Lin Yu replied with remarkable assurance. The reason for his confidence lay in a unique elixir he had formulated, which, despite its significant side effects, guaranteed an elevation in cultivation level upon consumption, albeit with greater drawbacks than benefits. These elixirs were perfectly suited for the exchange of resources he required. As the news spread, a fervor enveloped the entire dark Forbidden Zone. Most astonishingly, an alien of the late martial god realm arrived bearing a cache of resources that Lin Yu sought. Upon consuming the elixir provided by Lin Yu, the individual immediately ascended from the late martial god realm to the threshold of the great martial god realm. This advancement, surpassing even the previous evil lord's prowess, sparked a tremendous commotion. Langia and several other vice-evil lords were envious, eagerly assisting Lin Yu in the search for various rare materials. Unfortunately, The Dark Forbidden Zone operated independently. Had it been connected to other zones, Lin Yu would have amassed even more resources. Nevertheless, utilizing the resources at hand, Lin Yu underwent his 13th body refinement, further enhancing his physical form. The nine-nether body reached the stage of consummate perfection. Without pausing, he proceeded to the 14th body refinement. With an abundance of resources at his disposal, Lin Yu accelerated his refining process. The resources consumed during this 14th refinement were nearly equivalent to the total expended during the previous 13. Aside from the purple crystal essence, all other resources were entirely depleted, culminating in a successful body refinement that elevated Lin Yu's nine-nether body to full maturity. This milestone signified the completion of the first upgrade of Lin Yu's nine-nether body, manifested by a faint azure glow enveloping the surface of his skin. From the very beginning, it transitioned from a pale golden hue to a rich gold, then to a radiant rose gold, and now it has finally entered the next phase. Previously, the series of colors predominantly represented a form of invulnerability, impervious to both blade and flame. Now, however, the azure hue symbolizes vitality. When cultivated to its utmost limit, even if any part of Lin Yu's body were to be severed, it would regenerate. Achieving the pinnacle of the azure state means that, unless the soul is extinguished, the mere attempt to annihilate Lin Yu's corporeal form would be nigh impossible. It is no exaggeration to assert that with each stage of the nine-nether body, a distinct color emerges, reflecting the unique abilities acquired through its evolution. The first stage, from the initial refining to the completion of the 14th refining, has allowed the nine-nether body to progress from its nascent phase to a state of great accomplishment, rendering it impervious to blades and flames. Naturally, the second stage involves a new refinement that demands even greater resources. The nine-nether body will commence anew from its initial stage, culminating in another state of mastery. Once completed, even if the physical form is destroyed, it can regenerate. However, achieving the second stage is as daunting as scaling the heavens, given the immense resources required. It is estimated that even if the abyss of darkness were completely excavated, gathering such an abundance of resources would remain a formidable challenge. It is time to depart. According to the decree, Lin Yu is allowed to remain in the Forbidden Land for 1 month. If he survives this month, upon returning to the edge of the Forbidden Land, the human race will lift the restrictions, permitting his exit from the abyss of darkness. Of course, should Lin Yu possess sufficient strength, he could venture deeper into the Forbidden Land from the opposite end, ultimately exiting through another forbidden zone. For an alien race within the Forbidden Land, accomplishing this is not particularly challenging. However, upon leaving the Forbidden Land and entering the domain of humanity, he would be beset by powerful human experts. Conversely, for the human race to traverse the abyss of darkness and enter another forbidden zone is a mere fantasy. Were such capability to exist, it would undoubtedly attract the attention of unparalleled masters within the Forbidden Land, and with Lin Yu's current strength, he would only be courting disaster. This explains why, after entering the abyss of darkness, Lin Yu disguised himself as an alien and concealed his identity. Simply put, his own strength is not yet formidable enough. Recently, Sun Bing has been plagued by a sense of unease. Although the evil lord has helped her locate her sister, she understands that this is, after all, an alien evil lord. How could there be no ulterior motives? Aside from her body, she fears that there is little else of value to the alien lord. Nevertheless, Sun Bing has resolved to accept her fate, resigning herself to whatever may come to her body, hoping to serve the alien lord well in the hopes of one day escaping the Forbidden Land and avenging herself. To her dismay, the evil lord has summoned both sisters at once, leaving Sun Bing in a state of panic. Evil lord, my sister is still young. I alone can surely serve you well, Sun Bing pleaded with a look of innocence towards the imposing figure of the evil lord before her. Do not indulge in fanciful thoughts. I am prepared to lead you away from this dark, forbidden realm. Lin Yu's gaze swept over Sun Bing's figure, and indeed, it was rather alluring. Leaving the dark, forbidden land, Sun Bing was momentarily taken aback, but for her younger sister Sun Shui, it was inconsequential. Wherever her sister was, she would be as well. Lin Yu did not offer an explanation and directly led the Sun sisters away. Entering the second forbidden zone merely required the possession of the evil lord's token. At the barrier, no one impeded their passage. Lin Yu also caught sight of the second ancient city of the alien race. He could sense the presence of unparalleled strong beings within. His intuition warned him that, given his current strength, he lacked the confidence to confront the formidable entities residing in the second ancient city. To be prudent, Lin Yu chose to remain exceedingly discreet and simply guided the Sun's sisters through the ancient city, reaching the borderlands where the alien and human races converged. During this time, Lin Yu encountered harassment from the alien beings, who were covetous of Sun Bing's beauty. He swiftly dealt with them, extracting the inner cores from their bodies. You. As Lin Yu exited the alien territory, the dark aura surrounding him gradually dissipated, revealing a strikingly handsome visage. Sun Bing was astonished upon witnessing this transformation. Are you going to disguise yourself as a human and take us back to the mundane world? Sun Bing quickly grasped the situation. Remembering that Lin Yu had previously mentioned his intention to venture into the secular realm. You are mistaken. I do not disguise myself as a human. I am, in fact, of the human race. Lin Yu felt it necessary to clarify. The reason he had withheld this information from Sun Bing earlier was due to concerns over unforeseen circumstances. Chapter 127. I am willing to serve you for a lifetime. The fewer people who know this secret, the better. Having arrived at the border between the human realm and the alien tribes, if I were to continue forward in the guise of an alien, I would undoubtedly attract the ire of formidable human warriors. To avoid any unfortunate misunderstandings, Lin Yu naturally reverted to his true appearance. However, Sun Bing was at a loss for words. A human disguising as an alien and even becoming the malevolent leader of the alien tribes. Who would believe such a tale? I am Lin Yu, hailing from the Lin family in Yang City. My grandfather was wrongfully accused of colluding with the alien tribes within the Forbidden Zone. In a fit of rage, I killed thousands of guards from Yang City, and as a result, I was punished to spend a month in the dark Forbidden Zone. At this juncture, Lin Yu felt no need to conceal the truth any longer. Sun Bing's eyes widened in astonishment. All this time, she had perceived Lin Yu as an alien. Though she harbored hopes of leveraging the alien leader's power to slay the Northern Wilderness Marquis, she felt a persistent barrier within her heart. For, to some extent, she too was entangled in collusion with the alien tribes. Now, however, the situation had changed. Lin Yu was not an alien, and thus everything could be re-envisioned. Can you avenge my Sun family? Even if it is merely to clear our name. I would dedicate my life to serving you, as your servant or maid. Sun Bing's breath quickened. She was acutely aware of her own advantages, particularly her exquisite beauty. To avenge her family, she would not hesitate to sacrifice herself. Moreover, Lin Yu, like her, belonged to the human race, and his grandfather's wrongful accusation of collusion with the alien tribes resonated deeply with her own family's plight. I can assist you, but the idea of servitude is unnecessary. Lin Yu replied nonchalantly. By the way, we are currently exiled in the dark Forbidden Zone. Even though we have arrived here, we lack the proper identification to enter the secular world. Sun Bing's expression darkened as she seemed to contemplate something. Indeed, to leave the Forbidden Zone, one must possess the appropriate credentials or documents. If anyone could easily escape the Forbidden Zone, it would throw the balance between the Forbidden Realm and the secular world into chaos. Do not worry, I can handle it, Lin Yu stated confidently. With his identity as a human, he effortlessly traversed the area occupied by humans and soon reached the edge of the Forbidden Zone and the secular world. Here, there were designated checkpoints. Anyone wishing to enter the secular realm must present relevant proof. This measure was to prevent aliens disguised as humans from infiltrating the secular world, as well as to prohibit human warriors who did not meet the criteria from returning. Lin Yu approached the checkpoint and promptly declared his identity. You are Lin Yu. Weren't you exiled to the dark Forbidden Zone? The personnel input his information and was taken aback. After all, it was nearly a miracle for anyone exiled to survive. Initially, few believed Lin Yu would emerge alive from the dark Forbidden Zone after a month. I am Lin Yu. It's no issue for me to leave from here, is it? Lin Yu smiled slightly. Not at all. The staff member was momentarily taken aback, but instinctively nodded in agreement. As long as one could survive for a month within the Forbidden Realm, departing from it thereafter was permissible. What about your identity information? The staff member's gaze shifted to Sun Bing and Sun Shui. Although the Sun sisters, like Lin Yu, had been exiled to the dark Forbidden Land, their circumstances were starkly different. Lin Yu needed only to endure for a month before he could leave, whereas the Sun sisters were condemned to remain in the dark Forbidden Land for eternity, effectively cast aside by humanity. This realization left Sun Bing feeling anxious. She understood that if they could not escape, Lin Yu would certainly not stay in the Forbidden Realm to accompany her. If I recall correctly, our human race has a stipulation that if one slays a sub-evil lord or a stronger entity within the Forbidden Realm, those exiled in the dark Forbidden Land below the martial god realm may be pardoned, correct? Lin Yu had already prepared for this. Upon hearing his words, the staff member was momentarily startled. Please hold on. After speaking, he made a phone call, and soon, a middle-aged man arrived. Who among you has slain a sub-evil lord? Upon focusing on Lin Yu and the Sun sisters, the middle-aged man furrowed his brow slightly. He had hurried over after hearing news of a sub-evil lord being slain. However, both Lin Yu and the Sun sisters appeared far too youthful. Even Lin Yu, the strongest among them, was merely at the one-star holy realm. The notion of him killing a sub-evil lord was laughable, considering that the minimum strength of a sub-evil lord was at the early stage of the martial god realm, placing them in entirely different leagues. This is the inner core of the sub-evil lord. Lin Yu, uninterested in further discussion, produced an inner core, the pale golden core. A rarity among the alien races, only appeared in those of the martial god realm. The mere presence of this core was sufficient to validate his claim. It was utterly impossible to forge. You truly have slain a sub-evil lord. The middle-aged man's astonishment was palpable, and his gaze toward Lin Yu grew peculiarly intense. Indeed, Lin Yu affirmed, adding, both of them have been exiled to the dark Forbidden Land. Slaying a sub-evil lord should warrant their pardon, correct? Absolutely. But since there are two of them, to annul their exile, two sub-evil lords must be slain. The middle-aged man hesitated before responding. I have also slain an evil lord. Lin Yu contemplated for a moment before producing another inner core. This one shone even more brilliantly than the previous. You killed an evil lord? The middle-aged man was taken aback. If he had previously harbored doubts due to Lin Yu's youth, he was now thoroughly astonished. The minimum strength of an evil lord was at the late stage of the martial god realm, and slaying such a formidable being was an incredibly daunting task. Moreover, evil lords typically resided within the ancient cities of alien races. Thus, even for the formidable martial god of the human race, slaying a malevolent sovereign is no trivial endeavor. The adversaries I vanquished were none other than the principal and vice sovereigns of the City of Darkness. Should you harbor doubts, feel free to investigate for yourself. Lin Yu spoke with utmost candor. The middle-aged man fell into contemplative silence. Given Lin Yu's audacity to assert such a claim, there exists a high probability that it bears truth. Very well, I shall promptly attend to the necessary documentation for them. The middle-aged man responded with utmost respect. The processing of the paperwork was remarkably swift. Quickly report Lin Yu's status to the higher-ups. Following Lin Yu's departure with the Sun sisters, the middle-aged man reacted with alacrity. Lin Yu is no longer among us. Even if you disregard your own interests, you must consider the well-being of your esteemed Yu family. In a CAF located in the capital, Long Linger was earnestly persuading Yu Linglong. Initially, Lin Yu had been exiled to the dark Forbidden Land for a total duration of 1 month. Chapter 128. Finally, wishes fulfilled. If Lin Yu could endure for a month, he would be able to safely exit the Forbidden Area. However, it has already been over 2 months, and everyone assumed that Lin Yu had perished within the dark confines. In this context, the Han family from the northwest emerged. Although Lin Yu had eliminated several of the Han family's top experts when they sought trouble with the Yu family. As one of the 10 prominent families in the northwest, the Han family's foundation far surpassed that of the Yu family. The Han family's experts promptly approached the Yu family, demanding compensation for their losses. Their request was straightforward. The Yu family was to compensate the Han family with all their assets. Should the Yu family refuse, the Han family threatened to annihilate them. Faced with this predicament, the Yu family sought connections in hopes of navigating through the crisis. Shenhai's family was also among the significant families in the northwest. Previously, their strength paled in comparison to the Han family. But after Lin Yu had decimated numerous Han experts, the Chen family had successfully supplanted the Han family, becoming one of the 10 notable families. Shenhai asserted that if one were willing to be his girlfriend, the Chen family could resolve all the Yu family's troubles. Long Linger interjected once more, noting that the Chun family possessed 4 martial saints, one of whom had reached the esteemed rank of 5-star martial saint. Initially ranked 11th among the Northwest families, the Chen family had successfully replaced the Han family due to the latter's losses at Lin Yu's hands. Currently, The Han family was under the control of a distant elder, a 6-star martial saint. The strongest among the Yu family remained the elder, who, despite some improvement, was merely a 2-star martial saint. The disparity in power between a 2-star and a 6-star martial saint was immense, which emboldened the Han family. Of course, had the Qin family intervened, the Han family would not have dared to act so aggressively. Long Linger remarked on Chun Hai's exceptional qualities, noting that he had reached 8-star martial disciple status, and his ascension to martial saint or even grand martial saint would be effortless. All right, I will agree to him, Yu Linglong suddenly declared. She had no choice. She could not stand by and watch the Yu family face destruction. Sacrificing herself to preserve the entire Yu family was her only option. Very well. I will inform Chun Hai right away. Long Linger's eyes brightened as she immediately dialed Chun Hai. It was settled. When Chun Hai received the news, he felt invigorated. All his struggles and schemes were aimed at acquiring Yu Linglong. Now, he sought not only to have her as his girlfriend, but had also envisioned that all matters concerning the Yu family would ultimately fall under his dominion. Cease all actions against the Yu family for the time being, Chun Hai sent a message out. The so-called visit of the Han family to the Yu family in Beihai was all part of Chun Hai's intricate plan. In essence, Chun Hai aimed to push the Yu family into a corner, only to later offer his assistance through Long Linger, using it as leverage to compel Yu Linglong into a relationship with him. In the evening at the Tianhai Hotel, we shall celebrate in earnest. Chun Hai swiftly sent a message to Long Linger. His intentions were quite straightforward. He aimed to seize the moment, to revel in the evening's festivities, and subsequently engage in more intimate encounters with Yu Linglong. Have you truly perished? Even if you have, I shall never seek another man in this lifetime. A crisis has befallen my family, and now there is no one who can assist us through these dire straits. Chun Hai, willing to extend his support, suggested that I become his girlfriend, yet I was reluctant to accept. Lin Yu emerged from the forbidden zone, his phone buzzing incessantly with incoming messages. Upon reading Yu Linglong's text, his expression darkened gradually. It was utterly unexpected. The Han family dared to resurface, and Chun Hai remained unyielding in his ambitions. How could Long Linger, that despicable wretch, assume the role of a madam? Did they truly believe they had eluded their fates? Yu Linglong detailed every event in her messages, including Chun Hai's invitation for dinner at the Tianhai Hotel. Beyond Lin Yu, it seemed there was no one else for Yu Linglong to confide in. Later that evening, when Yu Linglong and Long Linger arrived at the private room of the Tianhai Hotel, Jiang Tao and Chun Hai were already present. Jiang Tao, the top scorer of the college entrance examination, had achieved the formidable realm of 7-star martial master, standing equally with Chun Hai. Chun Hai's gaze fell upon Yu Linglong's exquisite visage, his eyes ablaze with fervor. Perhaps feeling in command of the situation, he felt no need to conceal his desires. The banquet was lavish, complemented by fine red wine. Jiang Tao and Long Linger frequently extolled Chun Hai's virtues. Initially, Long Linger and Jiang Tao had sought to facilitate a union between Chun Hai and Long Linger, not only due to Chun Hai's commendable qualities, but also because of the Chun family's considerable influence. Linglong, I have booked a room at the hotel. Do stay the night, and let us converse at length. After several rounds of drinks, Chun Hai gazed at Yu Linglong with a smile, his intentions unmistakably evident, even somewhat brazen. Just as Yu Linglong had acquiesced to being his girlfriend, he was already contemplating the prospect of sharing a room with her. Yu Linglong's brows furrowed slightly, a subtle indication of her discontent. Linglong, I believe this is quite splendid. You both can engage in meaningful dialogue and deepen your bond. Sensing the change in Yu Linglong's expression, Long Linger grasped her hand and spoke encouragingly. Of course, if you are unwilling, then I, Chun Hai, shall not impose. Observing Yu Linglong's silence, Chun Hai's demeanor soured. After uttering these words, he abruptly stood, feigning an intention to depart. I am willing. At this juncture, Yu Linglong understood that there was no turning back. With a determined resolve, she acquiesced. Upon hearing her words, Chun Hai was overwhelmed with joy, finally achieving his desires. I am unwilling. Unexpectedly, another voice rang out, disrupting the moment. Within the private room, upon recognizing that familiar voice, Yu Linglong's body trembled violently. Long Linger, Jiang Tao, and even Chun Hai wore expressions of sheer astonishment. Lin Yu, are you not dead? Long Linger's expression resembled that of one who had seen a ghost. Among the multitude present, It could be said that Long Linger harbored the most intricate emotions. Despite her close friendship with Yu Linglong, the depths of Long Linger's heart were profoundly complex. Both hailed from esteemed lineages. She was from the foremost family of Beihai, while Yu Linglong belonged to the second. They were often referred to as the unparalleled beauties of Beihai. Their shared backgrounds fostered numerous common interests. Eventually, Long Linger excelled in martial arts and gained admission to Zhuke University, leading others to regard her more favorably than Yu Linglong, who had merely enrolled in a less prestigious institution. However, the pivotal moment arrived when Long Linger forsook her fiancé Lin Yu in favor of the top scorer Jiang Tao. No one could have anticipated that Lin Yu was, in fact, an extraordinary prodigy, far surpassing Jiang Tao. Chapter 129. The Ignorant with Jiang Tao's Prowess. He was unworthy even to serve as Lin Yu's shoeshiner. Within the upper echelons of Beihai, many found amusement in the unfolding spectacle, while others engaged in discussions, deriding her for being blind to opportunity, letting go of a watermelon to chase after sesame seeds. One must understand that Long Linger had always been haughty. How could she endure such talk? Nevertheless, Lin Yu's status as Yu Linglong's boyfriend had become an established fact. Long Linger was tormented internally, yet felt utterly powerless. Until the Lin family encountered a crisis, whereupon Lin Yu astonishingly slaughtered thousands of city guards. At last, Long Linger glimpsed a glimmer of hope. Her heart had twisted. She yearned for Lin Yu's demise, for then Yu Linglong would be deprived of a partner more exceptional than herself. Even when Chun Hai made his entrance, Long Linger actively facilitated his association with Yu Linglong. Long Linger was not naive. She had some inkling of Chun Hai's true nature. He was nothing more than a quintessential hypocrite. If Chun Hai surpassed Jiang Tao in merit, how could Long Linger possibly introduce him to Yu Linglong? Yet, just as everything seemed destined to fall into place, the supposedly deceased Lin Yu re-emerged. Were you not disheartened? Lin Yu's gaze fell upon Long Linger, a bemused smile playing on his lips. What does your existence matter? Linglong has already agreed to be my girlfriend. Boom. Before Chun Hai could finish his sentence, Lin Yu pointed decisively, and Chun Hai's pupils dilated in horror. He had no chance to struggle before he exploded into a cloud of blood mist. It was likely that Chun Hai, even in death, could not fathom how ruthlessly Lin Yu had acted, dispatching him without a moment's hesitation. Insolent fool! How dare you covet my woman? Lin Yu scoffed disdainfully, observing his demeanor. It was as if slaying Chun Hai was no different from crushing an ant. Both Jiang Tao and Long Linger trembled in unison. If Lin Yu could kill Chun Hai, he could just as easily eliminate them. Lin Yu, I was unaware of your survival. Had I known you were alive, I would never have introduced Chun Hai to Linglong. The troubles faced by Linglong's family were only for her benefit. I hope you can understand, Long Linger implored fervently. What are you? Lin Yu merely cast a dismissive glance at Long Linger, his eyes brimming with contempt and mockery. That gaze drove Long Linger to the brink of madness. Yet she dared not express a hint of dissatisfaction. Lin Yu, do not be angry. Linger truly acted for my sake, Yu Linglong interjected, fearful that Lin Yu might direct his ire towards Long Linger. Thus, she hastily grasped Lin Yu's hand. Inform the Chun and Han families. Summon their most formidable individuals to Kyoto within the hour. Should I fail to see them, then the existence of both the Han and Chun families shall be rendered unnecessary. Lin Yu directed a cold stare at Jiang Tao. Given the close ties between Chun Hai and Jiang Tao, Lin Yu trusted that Jiang Tao could reach out to the Chun family. Lin Yu, this matter has nothing to do with the Chun family. Slap. Jiang Tao instinctively opened his mouth, but alas, before he could finish, Lin Yu's slap sent him flying. Do you dare to believe I could end your life? Lin Yu raised his eyebrows. Jiang Tao trembled at the thought. He was far too timid to express any defiance, quickly pulling out his phone. Witnessing her boyfriend's cowardice, Long Linger felt a pang of disappointment within. Was this truly the so-called prodigy she had chosen? In the presence of Lin Yu, this so-called genius was utterly insignificant. An hour had passed, and despite the urgency of traveling from the northwest to Kyoto, a private jet made it feasible. Lin Yu felt a twinge of hunger and ordered some dishes, while Yu Linglong stood by his side, pouring wine for him, gazing at him with unbridled joy. To Yu Linglong, Lin Yu was her entire world. When Lin Yu encountered trouble, she felt as though her universe had collapsed. Long Linger and Jiang Tao stood awkwardly in the private room, contemplating their departure but hesitating due to Lin Yu's silence. The notion of returning to their previous relationship with him seemed utterly impossible. Within the hour, members from the Chun and Han families arrived. The head of the Chun family, Chun Hai's father, along with Chun Hai's grandfather and an uncle, were present, as well as a distant relative from the Han family. Additionally, they had invited a prominent figure from the northwest, Ma Tong, the young master of the foremost family in that region, who wielded considerable influence. Both the Chun and Han families had assured that if Ma Tong could help them navigate their troubles with Lin Yu, they would henceforth regard him with utmost respect. For Ma Tong, being acknowledged as the leader of two families was a rather appealing prospect, and he believed Lin Yu would grant him respect, as the Ma family of the Northwest was not to be trifled with. "Greetings, Lin. I am Ma Tong from the Northwest. Might I ask for a favor?" Ma Tong approached Lin Yu with a smile, exuding charm and elegance. "What are you even worth?" Lin Yu brusquely interrupted, not even granting Ma Tong a glance. "Who is the head of the Han family?" Lin Yu inquired, directing his gaze towards Ma Tong's entourage. Ma Tong's expression darkened. Who in the Northwest dared to disregard him? He had anticipated that his appearance would resolve all issues, only to be met with a public humiliation. "I am Han Shuheng, currently overseeing the Han family." Bang! The six-star martial Saint Han Shuheng, with a stubborn resolve, stepped forward. In truth, the Han family had no desire to provoke the Yu family. They were merely unable to withstand the Chun family's instigation, particularly from the heir, Chun Hai. Poor Han Shuheng barely got his words out before he met a violent end. The members of the Han family, the Chun family, and even Ma Tong were taken aback, blood splattering across their faces. "From this day forth, you shall be the head of the Han family." Lin Yu pointed at a quaking young man, speaking in a calm tone. I cannot. I am merely a martial sovereign." The young man's face was filled with dread as fortune came too swiftly for him to comprehend. In a typical family, the martial sovereign holds significant power. However, within the esteemed Han clan, even the demise of the martial saint does not diminish the presence of the grand martial sovereign. The martial sovereign is of little consequence. I assert your capability, whether you possess it or not." Lin Yu remained as tranquil as a still lake. Thank you, sir." The young man, filled with gratitude, nodded vigorously, tears of appreciation welling up in his eyes. "Who is the head of the Chun family?" Lin Yu inquired as he scanned the others. Chun Tonglin's body trembled suddenly, memories of past lessons vividly replaying in his mind. He, too, was merely a martial saint. And in that moment, the illustrious head of the Chun family found himself hesitant to speak. The five-star martial saint, the esteemed elder of the Chun family, could not restrain himself from voicing his thoughts. Though he bore the title of a five-star martial saint, anxiety gnawed at his heart. After all, he had heard tales of Lin Yu's prowess in defeating the half-step martial god of the Liu family. In comparison, this five-star martial saint felt utterly insignificant. With a sudden clash, Chen's elder could hardly anticipate Lin Yu's swift action. It was executed with little warning. By the time he comprehended the situation, his body had already been obliterated. Chapter 130. Utterly domineering recommends someone else to take over as the head of the family, Lin Yu stated, his eyelids remaining unperturbed. How utterly domineering. Ma Tong felt a chill run down his spine, goosebumps rising all over his body. He had just considered becoming a mediator? It was akin to a mouse sleeping in a cat's den, utterly oblivious to the peril. The most terrifying among them was Chun Hai's father, Chun Tonglin, for he was the head of the Chun family. Overwhelmed by fear, he hesitated, and as a result, the elder's words were swiftly silenced by Lin Yu. To put it bluntly, Lin Yu was a harbinger of doom for family heads. The crux of the matter was that he himself was the head of the Chun family. What was he to do now? With a thud, Chun Tonglin unexpectedly knelt before Lin Yu, proclaiming, "My son, Chun Hai, has offended you. He deserves death. As the head of the Chun family, I beseech you to spare us. I can assure you that from this day forth, the Chun family shall honor you above all, and half of our income shall belong to Mr. Lin." After speaking, Chun Tonglin anxiously awaited Lin Yu's response. "You are the head of the family?" Lin Yu was at a loss for words, realizing he had inadvertently eliminated the wrong target. In truth, since returning from the Forbidden Realm, Lin Yu's thirst for blood had intensified. However, he felt no remorse. It was only through ruthless measures that one could instill fear. He intended to convey to all that anyone who dared to harm those close to him would meet their end. "I prefer to engage with intelligent individuals. Return to your position as head of the family." Lin Yu waved his hand dismissively. The more cowardly and fearful a person was, the easier they were to manipulate. Observing Chen Tonglin's cowardly demeanor, it was evident that even if he were given 10 times the courage, he would not dare to act boldly again. This was what true masculinity looked like. Long Linger witnessed the entire scene, her heart stirred with fervor. Lin Yu's domineering methods rendered the head of the family as inconsequential as a mere dog. All the so-called martial saints and great martial saints were effortlessly obliterated. Who dared to defy him? The individuals who had just approached were regarded as significant figures in the Northwest, each one brimming with arrogance. Yet before Lin Yu, they not only refrained from speaking, but also dared not breathe audibly. For instance, Chen Tonglin, whose own father would likely flatter and ingratiate himself before him, now knelt before Lin Yu like a subservient child. Even after Lin Yu had slain Chen Tonglin's son and father, he still complied obediently. This exemplified true manhood, domineering and unrestrained. Who dared to oppose him would be met with swift execution. There was no need for petty squabbling. As the saying goes, if one can act, one should speak less. This phrase fit Lin Yu perfectly. Regarding Ma Teng from the Northwest, Long Linger had heard of him through Chen Hai. She recalled the admiration that shone in Chen Hai's eyes when he spoke of Ma Teng, the premier young master of the Northwest. He had achieved the realm of 9-star martial saint at the tender age of 28, a prodigious talent. No one in the Northwest dared to disrespect Ma Teng. It was said that his ascension to the martial god realm would be effortless, and thus no one would dare to offend a future martial god. There were even claims that Ma Teng would easily break through to the realm of the great martial god. Long Linger recalled that even her boyfriend, Jiang Tao, held a certain admiration for Ma Teng. However, now, as Ma Teng stood before the 18-year-old Lin Yu, he didn't dare to take a breath. What a farce. This so-called Ma Teng of the Northwest was worth less than mere dust. Lin Yu departed with Yu Linglong, not even bothering to greet Long Linger and the others. As she watched their retreating figures, Long Linger was engulfed by a sense of humiliation and regret. Why had she ever chosen Jiang Tao? Alas, she now found herself bereft of the opportunity to make a different choice, and her heart swelled with unwillingness. You brat, you're still alive. The old principal was overwhelmed with excitement upon seeing Lin Yu. The stipulated duration was a month, and upon its conclusion, the old principal specifically inquired about the exit from the dark forbidden zone, discovering that no one had emerged from it. This realization left him disheartened. Little did he expect that, after more than 2 months, Lin Yu would return alive. I remember promising you that I would participate in the Elite Academy ranking competition, so I had to come back. Lin Yu grinned widely. Excellent. With you here, our school is certain not to come in last this time. The old principal beamed. In his eyes, Lin Yu's overall combat prowess was on par with a 7-star Grand Martial Saint, and with a stroke of luck, he might even secure first place in the rankings. Of course, there were formidable talents at other institutions as well. After all, Lin Yu was merely a freshman, at the tender age of 18. For instance, Xuanwu University had a peerless genius, Nia Feng, who enrolled 4 years ago and possessed the strength of a half-step martial saint at just 18. A truly terrifying prodigy. Over the 4 years, no one knew what level he had achieved, and he was undoubtedly a secret weapon for Xuanwu University. Similarly, Qinglong University boasted a genius known as Qing Xian, who allegedly entered the Forbidden Zone to hunt foreign tribes at the age of 17, acquiring a mysterious inheritance with unfathomable strength. Zhuke University had a remarkable young woman, Hong Luan, whose birth was heralded by auspicious signs. The Princess of the South adopted her as a daughter, and the Master of Sky Island took her as a disciple, showcasing her immense power. Baihu University also had a youthful powerhouse, a Yi, who reportedly lived in the Forbidden Zone since childhood, leaving it at 18 to enter the secular world, possessing a unique bloodline that would surge in power when awakened. It could be said that none of the 4 prestigious academies could be underestimated. At present, the precise strength of these 4 young masters remained elusive. However, according to the old principal's estimates, each of them was at least above the level of Grand Martial Saint. In previous years, any one of them would have been the prime candidate for first place, surpassing any previous cohort, yet they all converged in this particular year, leaving the old principal quite reflective. In his view, given 4 years, Lin Yu would undoubtedly sweep through the 5 academies by the time he reached his senior year. In plain terms, Lin Yu was still too young and lacked sufficient strength. The other 4 had each spent 3 to 4 years at university. and it is well known that many individuals experience explosive growth and strength after entering college. At this juncture, they find themselves at the pinnacle of their capabilities, further complemented by the school's dedicated cultivation, akin to a mutual pursuit. The competition among the 5 prestigious universities is scheduled for tomorrow morning, with the event set to be broadcast live on television. Lin Yu first ensured that the sisters, Sun Bing and Sun Shui, were well prepared, and subsequently made a phone call to his family. The Lin family rejoiced upon learning that Lin Yu was alive. The participants representing Xuanwu University are Nie Feng, Xiong Chan, and Zhang Kaifeng. The competitors from Zhuke University include Hong Wan, Guyan, and Meng Hai. From Baihu University, the contestants are A Yi, Li Ming, and Chen Dao. The representatives of Qinglong University are Qin Xian, Li Na, and Su Songliang. Finally, Huaqing University is represented by Lin Yu, Zhang Yu, and Sun Liang. Though the competition has yet to commence, the names of the participants have already been revealed on television, accompanied by photographs of 15 contestants. Chapter 131. Good people do not live long. Calamity lasts for 1,000 years. Lin Yu, is he still alive? In the auditorium of the Film University, the institution was orchestrating a live broadcast of the competition for its students. Upon seeing the name that appeared on the screen, Sun Yuer's pupils abruptly contracted, her expression one of disbelief. Was it not said that Lin Yu had been condemned to the dark forbidden zone for a month and had perished there? I always knew he would not succumb to death. In stark contrast to Sun Yuer's complex emotions, upon seeing Lin Yu's name, Second Dream's eyes sparkled with life. Ever since she learned of Lin Yu's predicament, she had been somewhat melancholic, for he had once saved her life and avenged her. I knew it all along. Good people do not live long, while calamity endures for a millennium. Within the Kyoto Martial Arts Academy, students were similarly gathered to witness the competition. When Wang Xiaoyu beheld Lin Yu's name and visage, a broad smile broke across her face. I believe among the male competitors, Lin Yu is the most handsome. At Yulinglong's institution, they too were watching the contest, albeit Yulinglong was accompanied by 3 roommates, one of whom, Zhang Li, instantly took a liking to Lin Yu. Hearing such praise, Yulinglong felt a surge of joy within. Unlike other institutions, students from the 5 great academies also tuned in to the competition, each eagerly anticipating their respective school's triumph. The competition format involved arena battles, strictly prohibiting the use of any weaponry. Should one party concede, the other must cease immediately, or face severe penalties. Naturally, should control falter, there was little that could be done, thus the competition remained perilous. 15 contestants drew lots for their matchups, with one person receiving a bye. As fate would have it, Lin Yu drew the bye in the first round. His luck, as always, remained exemplary. The former principal of the 8th High School was filled with emotion. Today, the 8th High School had surpassed the 1st High School in prestige, attracting students of exceptional quality. Relevant authorities had begun to direct resources towards the 8th High School. Thus, it had undergone a profound transformation. Yet, the old principal understood that all of this was largely due to Lin Yu. When news of Lin Yu's troubles reached him, the old principal felt a great unease. He recognized his own limitations and knew he could not assist Lin Yu. Now, seeing Lin Yu's name on the competition roster filled the old principal with immense joy. In his heart, Lin Yu would always be the pride of the 8th High School. He recalled that during the Yang City Joint Examination, Lin Yu had also received byes multiple times. It was astonishing that in this prestigious academy ranking event, Lin Yu had again received a bye. Of course, this competition only allowed for one bye. However, once granted, it indicated that Lin Yu had secured at least a place among the top 8. With one contestant receiving a bye, the remaining 14 vied for the top 7 positions. Unquestionably, Lin Yu had advanced to the top 8. Who would have thought? Huqing University also organized a viewing for all faculty and students. In previous competitions, Huqing University had invariably secured one of the last 3 positions. As many would say, it was a standard embarrassment. This time is different. A minimum of 8th place is assured. However, the other 2 competitors have directly faced defeat. It is no surprise that this is a competition among the nation's elite academies, where, aside from the 2 underperformers from Huqing University, the lowest-ranked participants are all formidable martial artists, at least 5-star Grand Martial Masters, which is truly astonishing. This televised competition has left many in a state of shock. In previous contests, The minimum rank was always at the Martial Master level. This year's event has proven to be even more thrilling than before. It appears that Hucking University remains in 5th place. Although the former principal is aware of Lin Yu's exceptional abilities, witnessing the prowess of competitors from other institutions has left him feeling disheartened. Particularly among the seeded candidates from the 4 major universities, they have concealed their true strengths. Yet instinct tells the principal that their minimum capabilities likely reach 8-star or 9-star Grand Martial Master levels. For ordinary universities, the most accomplished graduates typically attain the Grand Martial Sect level. In key universities, the strongest graduates often barely achieve 1-star or 2-star Martial Master levels. Graduates from top-tier institutions, upon completion, generally possess strengths around 3-star or 4-star Grand Martial Master levels. However, this competition has already revealed the presence of 7-star, 8-star, and 9-star Grand Martial Masters. Some even speculate that a half-step martial deity might emerge from this contest. It is well known that within universities, only the principal is likely to reach the martial deity level, while vice principals usually rank as 8-star or 9-star Grand Martial Masters, and ordinary instructors are at the Martial Master level. This signifies that the exceptional graduate strengths are now comparable to those of their teachers and the school's high-ranking officials. At the conclusion of the first round, various universities were abuzz with discussion. Some believed that the first place would likely go to I, while others thought it might be Hongwon. That Qing Xian is truly impressive, defeating a 6-star Grand Martial Master with a single move. It's remarkable. I could just picture having children with him. Xuanwu University's Nie Feng is also quite formidable and exceptionally charming. He moves like a shadow, leaving no trace behind. It's an exhilarating feeling. Each competitor has garnered considerable support. A group of admirers, blinded by infatuation, seems to overlook Lin Yu's appeal. Hearing nearby girls cheering for other competitors has left Wang Xiaoyu feeling frustrated. Lin Yu indeed lacks support, especially since he had a bye in the first round. In the afternoon, the second round commenced. Lin Yu drew Xuanwu University's seeded player, Nie Feng. This is a semi-final match. A victory would guarantee a top 4 placement for the academy. However, many are primarily concerned with the showdown between Lin Yu and Nie Feng. If Lin Yu triumphs, Hucking University will advance to the semifinals, while Xuanwu University will find itself at the bottom. Xuanwu University has indeed been fortunate to draw Lin Yu from Hucking University. Many are filled with admiration and envy. To numerous observers, any of the top 4 seeded candidates who faced Lin Yu would likely secure an easy victory, especially since, according to the records, Lin Yu's strength appears to be at the 1-star Martial Master level. However, despite Lin Yu's continuous refinement of his 9-nether body and the remarkable surge in his strength, his realm remains largely unchanged. To be precise, Lin Yu is indifferent to his own realm. Yet, in the eyes of outsiders, Lin Yu, a mere 1-star martial saint, is akin to a target for easy points. Whoever draws Lin Yu can effortlessly advance to the top 4. The other 3 seed competitors have not drawn each other, likely an internal agreement established beforehand. After all, it is only during the semifinals and finals that the seed competitors truly matter. Allowing them to engage in a fierce battle for the top 4 would be utterly unreasonable. Naturally, the other 3 seed competitors have, without a doubt, dispatched their opponents with a single strike. Consequently, many have come to realize that the 3 seed competitors possess strength exceeding that of 8-star Great Martial Saints. The exact extent of their abilities remains uncertain. Moreover, even if one were to ascertain their specific realms, accurately gauging their strength would still be elusive. They are all prodigies, geniuses, and it is entirely normal for them to engage in battles beyond their level. The upcoming match will feature Xuanwu University's Nie Feng facing off against Hucking University's Lin Yu. The television cameras focus intently on the arena. Chapter 132. A heart full of regret. The atmosphere was electric as Nie Feng ascended the arena, met with a resounding cheer from the students of Xuanwu University. In stark contrast, the morale of the Hucking University students was palpably lacking. Lin Yu will prevail. Within the auditorium of the Martial Arts Academy, Wang Xiaoyu, shedding all semblance of ladylike decorum, began to shout. It seemed there was no suspense remaining. Lin Yu and Nie Feng were simply not of the same caliber. In the Film University auditorium, someone shook their head. Despite Lin Yu's handsome visage and the previous camaraderie between their institution and Hucking University, they too were convinced of Lin Yu's impending defeat. Sun Yuru wore a complex expression. Even in defeat, Lin Yu had already attained the rank of a one-star martial saint, a prodigious talent destined for a brilliant future. To represent Hucking University in the elite rankings was an honor in itself. Thus, merely stepping onto this competitive stage, broadcasted live on television, had already surpassed the aspirations of many, rendering him a victor in its own right. She couldn't help but recall her former boyfriend, Han Lin, whose grave must surely be overgrown by now. Rumor had it that Han's father, Vice City Guard Han, had also fallen to Lin Yu's prowess. The crowd continued to chant, "Niefeng will prevail." Lin Yu remained composed. "Be careful, Junior." Niefeng's lips curled into a slight smile. No sooner had the words left his mouth than his figure vanished. He moved like a shadow, his presence instantaneously erased, an aspect of Niefeng's terror that left others in awe. Not only was it challenging for opponents of the same rank to catch his movements, but those from higher tiers would also find it nearly impossible. Yet, just as everyone anticipated Niefeng would swiftly dispatch Lin Yu, the unexpected occurred. Everyone froze in disbelief. Lin Yu stood firmly in place, having captured Niefeng in his grasp. In that moment, Niefeng resembled a fledgling chick, struggling futilely to escape Lin Yu's hold. How could this be? The crowd was left astounded. If their positions were reversed, it would have seemed entirely normal for Niefeng to effortlessly control Lin Yu's fate. Was it possible that apart from his stealth, Niefeng possessed no other advantages? Once ensnared, was he merely a trivial opponent? Speculations ran rampant. Impossible. Niefeng is a seed player for Xuanwu University. Even if his strength falters, he should at least be at the Grand Martial Saint level, with a minimum ranking of 7 stars. Someone asserted with conviction. Indeed, Xuanwu University boasted 3 competitors, with Niefeng as the seed player, alongside Xiong Chun and Zhang Kaifeng. Xiong Chun was a 4-star Grand Martial Saint, while Zhang Kaifeng was a 6-star Grand Martial Saint. By this reasoning, Niefeng must surely be stronger than a 6-star Grand Martial Saint. Otherwise, how could he have attained the status of a seed player? How could this happen? The president of Xuanwu University and several high-ranking officials were all visibly stunned. They were acutely aware of Niefeng's capabilities as their seed player, a trump card whose true strength remained a well-guarded secret from others. Yet was all too clear to them. They even believed that with Niefeng's strength, he had a significant chance of winning the championship. Niefeng was a remarkable figure at the 9th-star Grand Martial Sage level, and with his unique abilities, he could easily contend with those at the half-step Martial God level. Yet, astonishingly, he was instantaneously defeated by Lin Yu, leaving them all in a state of shock. "I have lost." Niefeng's expression was complex, yet he had no choice but to concede. At this moment, Lin Yu had complete control over his life and death, rendering any further struggle futile. "I hereby announce that Lin Yu from Hucking University has emerged victorious in this competition, officially entering the top 4. The referee declared loudly. He won, truly won. The old principal of Hucking University was overwhelmed with excitement, and others felt the same. After years of being at the bottom, they were finally at least second to last, shedding the identity of being at the very end. It was an exhilarating feeling. Wonderful, wonderful. A cheer erupted within the 8th middle school. It is worth noting that Lin Yu had now become an idol in the hearts of all students at 8th middle school. His image adorned the honor roll and various lists of excellence. The old principal longed to erect a statue of Lin Yu for the students to admire. When Lin Yu entered Hucking University, he was merely a Grand Martial Sect disciple. Yet, in less than 6 months, he had managed to defeat a Grand Martial Sage. Such a pace of cultivation was terrifying. A Grand Martial Sage, a realm unattainable for many in their lifetime. An 18-year-old Grand Martial Sage was, in the eyes of the girls, akin to a walking embodiment of charm. "I want to have a child with him," some girls exclaimed, their eyes sparkling. Had he truly reached such heights? In the auditorium of the film university, Sun Yuru bore a complex expression. She felt immense regret. Wasn't the partner she sought supposed to be handsome, charming, and a martial arts prodigy? Comparatively, the Han Lin of the past was nowhere near the caliber of the present Lin Yu. Why? In a third-rate university in a remote area, Xiao Yiyun silently watched the match. The most outstanding student at her school was merely a martial sect disciple. In their view, anyone representing the 5 major academies in the competition was a paragon, a being of exalted status. As she watched Lin Yu effortlessly control Niefeng's fate on the screen, Xiao Yiyun found it difficult to articulate her inner turmoil. She had once been Lin Yu's girlfriend, only to conspire with Zhao Zhipeng against him. In the end, she was nothing more than Zhao Zhipeng's plaything, a situation both laughable and tragic. If only time could be rewound. She would swear to the heavens that she would wholeheartedly cherish Lin Yu. Lin Yu was simply too handsome. I have made my decision. Henceforth, my idol shall be Lin Yu. Listening to the discussions around her, Xiao Yiyun's inner complexity was beyond words. If she were to reveal that she had once been Lin Yu's girlfriend, would anyone believe her? Why did it have to be this way? Long Ling Er's expression was exceptionally grim. The boyfriend of my own choosing lacks even the qualifications to participate in the recent match. Meanwhile, Lin Yu effortlessly advances to the semifinals, practically slapping me in the face with his success. I knew he would excel. Yu Linglong was overjoyed. The first day of competition has concluded. The semifinals will commence tomorrow morning, followed by the finals in the afternoon. Upon Lin Yu's return to school, the old principal greeted him with delight. Today, the principal chose not to attend the match, as he anticipated that Hucking University would likely finish at the bottom once again, making attendance a source of embarrassment. Witnessing Lin Yu's advancement to the semifinals brought immense satisfaction to the principal. I've made up my mind. If you reach the finals tomorrow, I shall introduce you to my granddaughter. The principal exclaimed with a beaming smile. If she resembles you, then perhaps not. Lin Yu scrutinized the principal's unremarkable face, feeling a twinge of apprehension. Do not be disdainful. My granddaughter ranks 180th on the Great Xia Wind and Cloud list and 3rd on the Great Xia Beauty list. Should she take an interest in you, consider it a stroke of fortune for your entire lineage. The principal's pride shone through as he mentioned his granddaughter. Chapter 133. Arrogance and Overbearing Attitude. Lin Yu. Do you have time today? Just after leaving the principal's office, Lin Yu received a call from Wang Xiaoyu. I have time. What is the matter? Lin Yu responded without a moment's hesitation. Although he harbored a fondness for his past life's second dream and cherished Yu Linglong, the significance of Wang Xiaoyu was irreplaceable. In Lin Yu's heart, he regarded Wang Xiaoyu more as a sister. They were simply too familiar with each other, even though he was aware of her affections. He could never cultivate romantic feelings towards her. My parents are coming from Yang City to Kyoto to see me. They will arrive around noon and want to treat us 3 roommates to a meal. You must come too, Wang Xiaoyu stated bluntly. Of course, Lin Yu replied with a faint smile. In his previous life, it was not only Wang Xiaoyu who treated him well, her parents did as well, regarding him as their own son. After Wang Xiaoyu's tragic demise, her father sought vengeance against Zhao Zhipeng's father, only to ultimately meet his end in a failed assassination attempt. Wang Xiaoyu's mother, upon receiving the news, gathered her husband's remains and purchased a large coffin, placing him, her daughter, and herself within it. Reflecting on these memories, Lin Yu felt a profound sense of nostalgia. In his heart, Wang Xiaoyu's parents were as significant as his own. Old Wang, with Lin Yu's current excellence. Our daughter may not be worthy of him anymore. On the plane, Wang Xiaoyu's mother expressed her helplessness. Her daughter had harbored feelings for Lin Yu since elementary school, and those sentiments had remained unwavering over the years. Naturally, the couple could discern that Lin Yu seemed to regard Wang Xiaoyu as a sister, leaving their daughter with unreciprocated affection. Our daughter is at least a great beauty. How could she be unworthy? Old Wang protested immediately. However, he acknowledged Lin Yu's remarkable capabilities. Initially, they had thought him to be a martial arts failure unable to cultivate, so if their daughter fancied him, he should have been secretly pleased. They were taken aback to discover he even had a sudden outburst of talent. Old Wang felt quite moved. As the saying goes, a man pursues a woman across a mountain. A woman pursues a man through a thin veil. Perhaps with a little effort, their daughter might indeed succeed. Wang Xiaoyu's mother held a flicker of hope. Old Wang, I think I ate too much this morning. My stomach feels a bit uneasy. As the plane began its descent, Wang Xiaoyu's mother felt dizzy. Don't worry, we just need to hold on a little longer. Old Wang gently patted his wife's back. The plane soon landed, and the couple disembarked together. As they reached the exit of the plane, Wang Xiaoyu's mother suddenly felt a tremor in her body and succumbed to nausea. To her dismay, the contents of her stomach splattered onto the shoes and trousers of a nearby woman. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Wang Xiaoyu's mother quickly apologized. Is merely apologizing sufficient after ruining my pants and shoes? The woman before them was a stunning beauty with an alluring figure. She wore an expression of disdain and revulsion, flanked by 2 men clad in black, likely her bodyguards. each possessing formidable power that had reached the peak of the martial sect. They appeared to be quite formidable. "How much for your pants and shoes?" "I shall compensate you for a new set," Old Wong hastily proposed. In his view, it was better to avoid trouble when out and about. Changing clothes now was hardly an option. The woman, whose beauty was reminiscent of a serpent, looked particularly displeased. She had meticulously prepared to meet her beloved, only to have her appearance marred, and the foul odor was enough to make her feel nauseous. "Speak, how should we compensate?" "We shall do so without haggling," Old Wong declared, resolute. "No need for monetary compensation. Just lick clean the filth from my girlfriend's pants and shoes." Just as Old Wong finished, another voice unexpectedly interrupted. A young man with bleached hair approached, followed by an elder, presumably a retainer. "Darling." The serpent-like woman's eyes brightened upon seeing the young man. "Isn't this a bit excessive?" Old Wong's expression soured. He had made considerable concessions, yet the demands were unacceptable. "Excessive?" The young man suddenly radiated a formidable aura, revealing that he had reached the pinnacle of the martial sect. Old Wong and his wife were also martial practitioners, with Old Wong being slightly stronger. Yet he was merely a 3-star martial sect, far inferior to his opponent. "You can either die or lick it clean. The choice is yours," the young man asserted with audacity. "What do you intend to do?" At that moment, Wang Xiaoyu and 3 female classmates arrived. Their school was conveniently close to the airport, so Wang Xiaoyu had brought them along to greet her parents, hoping to surprise them. Upon witnessing her parents in distress, Wang Xiaoyu felt a surge of urgency. "What a beautiful young lady." The young man perked up upon seeing Wang Xiaoyu. It was evident that she was no less attractive than his girlfriend, and being younger, she likely had an air of innocence. In such circumstances, the young man's thoughts took a turn. "Beautiful lady, I shall grant you some leniency. Either clean the grime from my girlfriend, or let your parents perish, or you can spend a day with me. The choice is yours," he said with a wicked smile. "In broad daylight, you dare to bully others? Is there no law?" Wang Xiaoyu retorted, incensed. She took out her phone, preparing to call the police. "Law? Feel free to call. I would love to see who dares to interfere with Gongsun Lin's affairs." The young man scoffed dismissively. Gongsun Lin, one of Wang Xiaoyu's classmates, turned pale upon hearing that name and quickly tugged at Wang Xiaoyu's sleeve. "Xiaoyu, Gongsun Lin is one of the 4 young masters of Kyoto. The Gongsun family is a prominent clan and not to be trifled with." Upon hearing this, Wang Xiaoyu's face fell. She had heard of the 4 young masters of Kyoto, all hailing from illustrious families. Every individual possesses an impressive background. Even if they have taken lives, they face no repercussions. In any case, ordinary people would instinctively avoid the 4 illustrious young masters of Kyoto to steer clear of trouble. Now, I present you with an opportunity. You may call upon the person you deem most formidable. Should they fail to surpass me, the consequences will be dire. Gongsun Lin exuded unrestrained arrogance. "Lin Yu, I find myself in a predicament at the airport. Could you come?" Wang Xiaoyu pondered for a moment before dialing Lin Yu's number. To her, Lin Yu epitomized greatness, the most extraordinary presence in her life. If Lin Yu could not remedy the situation, she would have no choice but to accept her fate. "All right, I shall be there immediately." Lin Yu exhibited not a trace of hesitation. "I am pressed for time. If you do not arrive within 10 minutes, I shall reserve a room, and you all will accompany me then." Gongsun Lin's eyes sparkled with fervent anticipation. Chapter 134. Who dares to show their teeth? He intends to play with both Wang Xiaoyu and the snake spirit woman simultaneously. It's over. Li Jia, Wang Xiaoyu's roommate, felt a deep despair settle in her heart. In her view, in the small confines of Kyoto, everyone must yield to Gongsun Lin. It seems Wang Xiaoyu is doomed. Even if Lin Yu were to arrive, it would likely be futile. After all, the Gongsun family is immensely powerful and would scarcely regard Lin Yu. Moreover, can he even reach here in 10 minutes? As the countdown approached 10 minutes, Gongsun Lin smirked slightly, contemplating whether she would comply with him or if he would resort to force. To him, Wang Xiaoyu was merely a lamb awaiting slaughter. At that moment, Gongsun Lin instinctively reached out toward Wang Xiaoyu. "Try to lay a finger on her," a chilling voice suddenly interrupted. "Lin Yu, you finally arrived." Spotting Lin Yu, Wang Xiaoyu felt as though she had found her anchor. "Lao Tan, if he dares to step forward, eliminate him." Gongsun Lin hardly regarded Lin Yu as a threat. No sooner had he spoken than a powerful aura erupted from the elder beside him. It was the oppressive presence of a martial sage. indicating that the Gongsun family was undeniably formidable. Lao Tan's intent was simple. A mere display of martial sage pressure would likely send Lin Yu into a state of sheer terror. So powerful. The faces of the three girls in Wang Xiaoyu's dormitory paled as they sensed the overwhelming pressure. Yet, to their dismay, they encountered Lin Yu. Without even glancing, Lin Yu casually struck out, and the unfortunate Lao Tan exploded into a mist of blood. Damn it! Gongsun Lin, who was poised to forcibly take Wang Xiaoyu away, nearly jumped in shock. The guardian beside him was no ordinary individual, but a genuine martial sage. Yet, without so much as a moment to react, he was obliterated. I warn you, I am a direct descendant of the Gongsun family. Should you dare to lay a hand on me, just as Gongsun Lin attempted to threaten Lin Yu. He found his throat constricted, his body suspended in midair. Crack! Lin Yu exerted a slight force, effortlessly snapping Gongsun Lin's neck. It was crisp, clean, and decisive. The snake spirit woman nearly wet herself at the sight. The scion of the Gongsun family, along with a formidable warrior, had been slain in a single encounter. The snake spirit woman understood that either this man was a complete lunatic or he was utterly unafraid of the Gongsun family. Xiaoyu, tell me, who else has bullied you? I shall eliminate them. Lin Yu seemed insatiable for bloodshed. Recently, his murderous intent had intensified, particularly after experiencing the Dark Forbidden Zone, where he absorbed a considerable amount of dark energy, leaving him somewhat affected. Hearing this, the snake spirit woman trembled in fear, worried that Wang Xiaoyu would expose her. It's nothing, let us go. Wang Xiaoyu pressed her lips together and chose not to reveal the snake spirit woman's identity. The Dark Forbidden Land incident made Wang Xiaoyu realize that Lin Yu must not be allowed to take too many lives. Should he cross that line, and another judgment befall them, it would be too late for her to weep. She has truly matured. Although she was aware that Lin Yu had grown more formidable, witnessing his domineering side left the elder Wang couple profoundly moved. They chose an upscale restaurant near the school for their gathering. Uncle, Aunt, this is my token of respect for you. As they settled into their seats, Lin Yu produced a spatial pouch he had meticulously prepared. This is far too much. Elder Wang gasped at the sight of the densely packed spirit stones, purple crystals, and various rare treasures within the pouch. The Wang family, though not insignificant, found that the value of these items far exceeded their total assets by 100-fold. Uncle, this is my offering to you. I currently possess an abundance of cultivation resources, far more than I can utilize. Lin Yu, anxious that they might refuse his gift, added, moreover, I have some spirit stones to share. He placed a few valuable purple crystals on the table, smiling gently. The three young women gasped in astonishment. They were witnessing what true wealth looked like. Yet for Lin Yu, these cultivation resources were merely a drop in the ocean. During his time as the evil lord in the Dark Forbidden Land, he had acquired an overwhelming amount of resources. Now, having undergone 14 rounds of tempering, he had nearly perfected the first stage of the 9 nether body and progressed into the second stage. The so-called top-grade spirit stones and purple crystals held little significance for him. He required far superior treasures. Thus, he willingly shared these resources with those in need. Xiaoyu, as your cultivation level rises, you must remain discreet. True growth is what ensures stability. That Gongsun Lin you killed has a powerful background. His family will undoubtedly seek revenge. After dinner, you should hurry back to school, where you will find some protection. Elder Wang expressed his concerns for Lin Yu's safety. Indeed, it's difficult to contend against many foes. I think you should forego your meal and return now. Wang Xiaoyu, initially dismissive of such worries, suddenly realized the gravity of the situation upon hearing her father's warning. There's no time to waste. Lin Yu shrugged nonchalantly. Suddenly, with a resounding crash, the door of their private room burst open. Lin Yu, how dare you harm my nephew? I don't care how formidable you are. The intruder was Gongsun Lin's uncle, the most skilled individual among the second generation of the Gongsun family, who had achieved the pinnacle of the martial saint realm at only 45 years of age. Upon hearing that his nephew had been slain by Lin Yu, he was consumed by rage and sought nothing less than to sever Lin Yu's head as a trophy. Regrettably, the Gongsun family remains oblivious to the affairs of the Liu clan. Had they been aware, they would undoubtedly have acted with greater caution. After all, the strength of the Liu family in the capital is on par with that of the Gongsun family. With a formidable half-step martial deity from the Liu family having fallen to Lin Yu, what grounds does the Gongsun family have for pride? Alas, Before Gongsun Peng could finish his words, a chopstick was propelled into his mouth, emerging from the back of his head, stained with blood and brain matter. Lin Yu, you have gone too far. One of the elders from the Gongsun family remained oblivious to Gongsun Peng's demise, continuing his incessant chatter. Suddenly, with a mere gesture from Lin Yu, the elder exploded on the spot. In a single encounter, Lin Yu had dispatched 2 of the Gongsun family's elite. The head of the Gongsun family looked on in horror, while the others felt their scalps prickle with fear. In truth, at the time of Gongsun Lin's murder, the Gongsun family was convening an internal meeting. Upon hearing of Gongsun Lin's death, the members of the Gongsun clan were consumed by rage. They immediately set out to locate Lin Yu, with the upper echelons of the family nearly emptying their ranks in pursuit. Who could have foreseen that Lin Yu would slay with such ease? Dispatching 2 of the Gongsun family's top experts, a martial saint in Gongsun Peng and a grand martial saint elder, in an instant, who would still dare to show their teeth in defiance? Chapter 135. The 18-year-old brat, what audacity! The Wang couple was utterly astounded. Wang Xiaoyu was left speechless. As for her 3 roommates, they too were overwhelmed with excitement. How remarkable, how outrageous, how domineering. What pretentiousness from the Gongsun clan, ruthlessly suppressing all in their path. The prestigious families of Kyoto are but mere shadows of their former selves. In truth, the Gongsun clan had acted with reckless impulsiveness. Had they conducted a thorough investigation into Lin Yu's background, they would have discerned that even without knowledge of Lin Yu's annihilation of the Liu family's elite, they should have been aware that Lin Yu represented Huqing University in the ranking competition. From this alone, it is evident that Lin Yu's prowess surpassed at least that of a 7-star great martial saint. Moreover, Lin Yu had previously taken action against the Yu and Long families, dealing with the Han and Sun families as well. The Han family of the Northwest and the Sun family of the Northeast, though formidable, likely do not pale in comparison to the Gongsun clan. Regrettably, the Gongsun clan was blinded by arrogance, believing themselves invincible. With their family elite gathered, could they truly not vanquish an 18-year-old brat? Do not say, I did not offer you a chance. Summon your most formidable individual, and I shall grant you 10 minutes. If no one arrives to assist you within this time, you shall all meet your demise. Lin Yu's words were delivered with a casual air. Upon hearing this, the members of the Gongsun clan felt a chill run down their spines, for nearly all the high-ranking members were present. Should Lin Yu eliminate them all, it would amount to the complete eradication of the Gongsun clan. Earlier, when Gongsun Lin had boasted at the airport, he too had given Wang Xiaoyu 10 minutes to summon the strongest individual. In the end, Wang Xiaoyu had called upon Lin Yu. Now, Lin Yu extended a similar opportunity to the Gongsun clan. Without hesitation, the Gongsun patriarch took out his phone and dialed a number. Elder, our family is facing a crisis of extermination. Much like the Liu family, the Gongsun clan had a powerful figure, the elder Gongsun, whose strength was on par with that of elder Liu. Within 10 minutes, a figure appeared at the door of the private room. The members of the Gongsun clan regarded him as their salvation and bowed in respect. Pray tell, what has transpired? Elder Gongsun did not rush to action. The Gongsun patriarch, unwilling to conceal the truth, recounted the events that had led to this moment. This wretched brat deserves to die? When did the Gongsun clan become such tyrants? Initially, it was anticipated that Elder Gongsun would act decisively. Lin Yu was taken aback by the approach of reason. But he killed my 3rd uncle and my brother. The Gongsun patriarch remained resentful. The esteemed Gongsun clan had suffered the loss of 3 members. Who could swallow such indignity? If you seek vengeance, pursue it by all means. Nevertheless, I stand by my words. If one resorts to bullying, then death is their just fate. Elder Gongsun was resolute. The members of the Gongsun clan were left dumbfounded. No one could have anticipated this outcome. They all relied on the intervention of the venerable Gongsun. If the old man refrained from taking action, who would dare to make a move? They might as well return home. The old man wore a face of disdain. Young man, your prowess is commendable. This predicament is indeed the fault of the Gongsun family, and thus, their demise at your hands is deserved. Rest assured, I bear you no grudge. The enmity between our families is hereby nullified. Should anyone dare to trouble you, feel free to eliminate them. Before departing, the old man clasped his fists in salute towards Lin Yu, expressing his admiration for him. Consequently, against all odds, the members of the Gongsun family obediently followed the elder back home. Despite the elder's cultivation being at the semi-divine warrior level and serving as the steadfast anchor of the Gongsun clan. In his youth, he was known for his fierce aversion to wickedness, particularly towards those who bullied the weak. Had he encountered Gongsun Lin's brazen conduct, he would likely have intervened personally, upholding justice even against his own kin. Inside the private room, Lao Wang and the others exchanged bewildered glances. They had not anticipated the elder's remarkable understanding. This revelation brought them considerable relief. In their eyes, the elder was undoubtedly the strongest within the Gongsun family. Lin Yu was formidable, but he might not stand a chance against the elder. After all, experience often prevails. How wonderful it would be if our Xia had more elders like him. Lao Wang sighed deeply. Lin Yu was equally taken aback. Reflecting on the Ru family, he remembered two elderly figures, each more formidable than the last, both believing themselves to be invincible. To put it plainly, the Ru family could bully others, but should anyone dare to bully a member of the Ru family, they would deserve a fate worse than death. This was precisely why Lin Yu had eradicated the Ru family's top experts in one fell swoop. Old man, why let Lin Yu go in such a situation? Our Gongsun family is, after all, a prestigious clan in the capital. We cannot allow ourselves to be ridiculed. Smack. Upon returning home, the head of the Gongsun family remained unwilling to accept the situation. However, before he could finish his statement, he was sent flying by a slap from the elder. Have you lost your mind? Did you not think to investigate Lin Yu's background before taking action? Haven't you heard that the Ru family's patriarch, a semi-divine warrior, was swiftly defeated by Lin Yu? Or do you wish for me to be similarly dispatched? The elder glared fiercely at the head of the Gongsun family. His aversion to wickedness was one aspect. Discovering Lin Yu's rampage against the Ru family was the crux of the matter. Even if the elder were not inherently vengeful, he would undoubtedly concede when the time called for it. The Ru family, that semi-divine warrior, was defeated by Lin Yu? The head of the Gongsun family was left speechless. The others were drenched in cold sweat. None of them had anticipated Lin Yu's terrifying strength, capable of annihilating a semi-divine warrior. The Gongsun family's reputation stemmed solely from having such an elder in their midst. If the elder were to be vanquished by Lin Yu, even if Lin Yu chose not to confront the Gongsun family, it was likely that other clans would gradually carve them up. At this moment, Lin Yu was accompanying the elderly Wang couple and Wang Xiaoyu on a leisurely stroll. Wang Xiaoyu's roommate had already returned to school, as they wished to grant the Wang family some privacy. Lin Yu, with your formidable martial prowess, you mustn't bully Xiaoyu, remarked Mr. Wang, with a hint of nostalgia as they walked along the pedestrian street. Hee, even if I were to be exceptionally skilled, it is Xiaoyu who bullies me. I would never dare to cross her, for she embodies the very essence of a fierce tigress. Lin Yu replied with a cheerful grin. Who is a tigress? You little rascal, I'll take you down. Wang Xiaoyu playfully lunged at Lin Yu, who promptly took off running. Observing the playful antics of Lin Yu and Wang Xiaoyu, the Wang couple exchanged knowing smiles. In our great nation of Daxia, we are not bound by monogamy. If it comes to it, regardless of how many wives Lin Yu may have, we could simply entrust Xiaoyu to him, thus saving ourselves some trouble. Mrs. Wang suddenly interjected. Chapter 136. This kid is truly remarkable. The following day, the competition resumed, featuring the 4 finalists: Hong Wan from Zhuke University, a Yi from Baihu University, Qing Xian from Qinglong University, and Lin Yu from Huaqing University. The semifinals commenced, with Lin Yu facing off against a Yi from Baihu University in the very first match. A Yi had already reached the threshold of a half-step martial god, capable of unleashing a full force that could rival an early-stage martial god, leaving little doubt that Lin Yu was destined for defeat. Lin Yu's previous victory had been merely a stroke of luck, having encountered Nie Feng, an opponent skilled in speed but lacking in combat prowess. It was evident that numerous institutions within the Great Xia dynasty were abuzz with discussions surrounding this university ranking competition. While it might not captivate the average person, all universities in the Great Xia dynasty were mandated to organize student viewings for educational purposes. Many institutions even required students to submit reflections after witnessing the matches. As the semifinals approached, excitement filled the air, with spirited debates on who would emerge victorious. I think Lin Yu is exceptionally handsome, one individual remarked unexpectedly. Xiao Yeyun silently observed the video in the auditorium, her expression a tapestry of complex emotions. Reflecting on the time when Lin Yu was barely a martial artist, she recalled how she had exploited his situation. Now, he had soared to heights that demanded her admiration. Judging by his current capabilities, Lin Yu had undoubtedly attained a level akin to that of a Grand Martial Saint. The thought that she might only reach the rank of Grand Martial Sect in her lifetime seemed laughable. If she were still Lin Yu's girlfriend, with his resources at her disposal, her progress would surely accelerate, even if she could not make leaps in her own cultivation. Having a boyfriend like Lin Yu would be a matter of great pride. It was not just students from their third-rate school. Many girls from prominent universities had likely become Lin Yu's admirers. Lin Yu, I believe in you. You are destined for greatness. In the cafeteria of the Martial Arts Academy, Wang Xiaoyu raised her hand, cheering enthusiastically. Her roommates and close friends also rallied behind Lin Yu, eagerly anticipating his victory. Yu Linglong shared the same sentiments as Wang Xiaoyu. Watching the man on the stage, she reminisced about the moment she first met Lin Yu. In a sense, her initial fondness for him was not entirely genuine. Had he not been a genius or a formidable young warrior, she might not have developed feelings for him at all. In this regard, she and Wang Xiaoyu differed fundamentally. Regardless of whether Lin Yu was a peerless expert or a mere underachiever, Wang Xiaoyu's affection for him remained unwavering, highlighting a quintessential distinction between the two. However, due to the depth of her emotional investment, Yu Linglong's feelings for Lin Yu had grown profound. Simply put, even if Lin Yu were to lose all his martial prowess and become a mere shell of his former self, Wang Xiaoyu would still harbor affection for him. He cannot possibly win. In Zhuke Academy, Long Linger fixated intently on the competition stage, her eyes reflecting a myriad of emotions. The fiancé who should have belonged to her had now become the boyfriend of her closest friend. Contemplating her current boyfriend, Jiang Tao, and then glancing at Lin Yu, the center of attention on stage, Long Linger felt an unsettling sense of imbalance within herself. Certainly, Jiang Tao gritted his teeth, seemingly having made a momentous decision to leave the campus for another place. Have you thought this through? A chilling voice echoed in Jiang Tao's mind. No need for contemplation. I am willing to exchange, as long as it elevates my realm. Everything else is inconsequential. Jiang Tao felt a surge of madness. In truth, he was not foolish. Observing the way his girlfriend looked at Lin Yu made him deeply uncomfortable. It felt as if 1,000 wild horses were galloping through his heart. Witnessing Lin Yu's resplendence, Jiang Tao lost his balance entirely. Thus, in a bid to catch up to Lin Yu, or rather to surpass him, Jiang Tao made a significant decision. Lin Yu and I from Baihu University stood silently. The competition begins now. With the referee's declaration, an astonishing aura erupted from I. The pressure of a half-step martial god was terrifying, instilling fear. Most alarming was I's ascent into the air, his fist descending like Mount Tai, directly crushing towards Lin Yu. In a frenzied strike, Lin Yu remained unmoved, causing I's pupils to constrict slightly. What appeared to be a simple blow was imbued with immense power. Remarkably, it could not budge Lin Yu in the slightest, leaving I in disbelief. A roar escaped I, imbued with a frenzied, domineering, and beastly essence. His eyes glowed a fierce red. He understood that Lin Yu before him was no weakling. Thus, he had to reach his pinnacle state in the shortest possible time. In a sense, I unleashed his fury, causing his strength to surge wildly, doubling, tripling. With each increment, I's combat prowess ascended. Boom, boom. I's attacks grew more rapid. Yet Lin Yu remained as steadfast as a mountain, enduring I's relentless onslaught unchanged. Initially, many spectators deemed I exceptionally formidable, as each strike seemed capable of shaking mountains and splitting rivers. They believed Lin Yu's defeat was merely a matter of time. However, as time wore on, an unsettling realization dawned upon them. I continued his assault, while Lin Yu steadfastly defended, maintaining a delicate equilibrium between them. Upon closer inspection, it appeared that I was frantically leaping about, while Lin Yu remained unhurried. A fool could discern the outcome. Kill! I bellowed, his aura surging once more. Look! Behind I, an illusion of a strange beast appears. Came a startled cry. Upon closer examination, a colossal phantom of a bizarre creature loomed behind I, merging with him. Anyone could sense I's burgeoning strength. Such incredible speed. In an instant, I lunged forward, and the majority of spectators could scarcely follow his trajectory, as he had already reached Lin Yu. Boom. Uft. Once again, a singular strike was delivered, yet this time, the contest was far from even. The entire body of I was sent sprawling through the air, crashing heavily onto the ground, promptly followed by a spurt of blood. Astonishingly, he emerged victorious. Upon witnessing this outcome, Xiao Yun's expression became intricate. Long Linger's visage turned ashen, her heart laden with disquiet. Nonetheless, a tremendous cheer erupted within the confines of Hucking University. After all, Lin Yu represented Hucking University, and his triumph signified that the institution would finish either first or second in this collegiate ranking tournament. Previously relegated to the last position, they had finally risen to prominence. This lad was truly remarkable. Even the typically composed president of Hucking University could not restrain himself from uttering an expletive in this moment. Within the campus of the 8th Middle School, exuberant cheers filled the air. It was utterly splendid. Within the Lin family estate, the atmosphere was one of jubilation. Not only had he survived, but he had also managed to defeat a formidable opponent at the cusp of divinity. Quite intriguing. In a lavish mansion, a young man in his 30s wore a faint smile upon his lips. Chapter 137. Contentment beside him stood an extraordinarily beautiful woman. Yet her face was contorted and her eyes brimming with malice. Do not be angry. Rest assured, I shall offer his severed head as a tribute to your family, the youth said, gently caressing the woman's smooth visage. In his perspective, given his status, eliminating Lin Yu was as effortless as crushing an ant. It mattered not that Lin Yu currently possessed merely the strength of a half-step martial god. Even if Lin Yu attained the great martial god realm, he would still be easily vanquished. It was precisely because he regarded Lin Yu with such indifference that he had previously assigned others to deal with him. He had initially believed that banishing Lin Yu to the dark forbidden zone would ensure his demise. To his astonishment, Lin Yu had emerged from the depths of darkness, his powers surging dramatically. Thank you, third young master. The stunning woman nestled obediently in the youth's embrace. The second match featured Hong Luan from Zhuke University competing for the finals against Qing Xian from Qinglong University. Qing Xian practiced a unique martial art that allowed him to transform into a true dragon apparition during battle, exhibiting an overwhelming might. Hong Luan was equally formidable, manifesting a phoenix apparition of her own. The clash of the dragon and phoenix left the audience in awe. Qing Xian is incredibly powerful. Possessing the physique of a true dragon and the ability to embody one, he would easily defeat any opponent, were it not for Hong Luan, some spectators lamented. Indeed, Hong Luan is remarkable as well. Her innate fire attribute can incinerate all, and it is said that at her peak, she can achieve rebirth through fire, becoming immortal. If Lin Yu from Hucking University were to face Hong Luan, he would be reduced to ashes in an instant, others noted, mentioning Lin Yu. Undeniably, the battle between Qing Xian and Hong Luan was terrifying. Many believed it to be the pinnacle confrontation of the young generation in the Great Xia dynasty, representing its youthful combat prowess. Some felt that Lin Yu was fortunate. Had he drawn Hong Luan or Qing Xian in the lottery, his chances of victory would have been nil. Even an ordinary martial god would likely flee in defeat against them, though they both possess only half-step martial god strength. Their ability to fight beyond their level is astonishingly effortless. Ultimately, the match concluded with Hong Luan emerging victorious by the narrowest of margins. Many regarded Qing Xian as deserving of honor despite his loss, asserting that a rematch could yield an unpredictable outcome. After the battle, numerous spectators speculated that the afternoon matches were rendered unnecessary, as it was clear that Hong Luan would undoubtedly triumph, and Qing Xian would also prevail against Yi. The anticipated rankings were Hong Luan in first place, Lin Yu in second, Qing Xian in third, and Yi in fourth. You have already proven yourself exceptional. Remember, during the afternoon matches, if you sense danger, you may concede immediately. Securing second place is more than satisfactory for me, the old principal advised Lin Yu. In the principal's eyes, Lin Yu's safety took precedence over all else. After all, achieving second place had far exceeded expectations. Certainly, Zhuke University has celebrated in advance for achieving first place in the university rankings. It is said that banners were displayed, and the entire campus was filled with a jubilant atmosphere. In the afternoon match, if only Sister Hong Luan could eliminate Lin Yu. This was the thought that lingered in Long Linger's mind. In fact, there were others urging Hong Luan in the same vein. The rules of the competition state that once Lin Yu concedes, I cannot continue my assault. Hence, if you wish for me to eliminate Lin Yu, I find myself unable to comply. In the lounge, Hong Luan wore a stern expression, her brows furrowed. Hong Luan, the third young master has proclaimed that should you succeed in defeating Lin Yu, then our elder brother's position could advance significantly, saving him a decade of struggle. Before her stood her brother, Hongli. Moreover, if you unleash your ultimate move from the outset, denying Lin Yu any opportunity to concede, you could still vanquish him. Any negative repercussions I can help mitigate, Hongli added. All right, I understand. Hong Luan's frown deepened. Satisfied with this response, Hongli departed. He was well aware that his sister had effectively acquiesced to his wishes. The afternoon match commenced as scheduled, broadcast live from the arena, with school officials and notable figures present to witness the event. Be exceedingly cautious, Yu Linglong thought anxiously. In fact, prior to the competition, she had contacted Lin Yu, expressing sentiments akin to those of the old principal. Should the situation become dire, Lin Yu could concede immediately, sparing himself from a fierce confrontation with Hong Luan. After all, Hong Luan was already 21 years old and in her final year. If Lin Yu were granted 3 years, he could undoubtedly triumph over a 21-year-old Hong Luan. Therefore, conceding would not be a source of shame for him. Wang Xiaoyu was equally tense, her beautiful eyes fixed unwaveringly on the screen. Could he possibly win? Second Dream's eyes sparkled with anticipation. What maiden does not harbor romantic dreams? Who does not admire a youthful hero? Lin Yu had once saved her life, and thus she naturally wished for him to emerge victorious. Initially, to express her gratitude, she had contemplated offering herself to Lin Yu, only to have him decline. His actions had greatly enhanced Second Dream's fondness for him. In contrast to Second Dream's eager anticipation, Sun Yue's feelings were a tumultuous mix. She understood that even if Lin Yu secured second place, it would still be a remarkable achievement. The entire Lin family might ultimately flourish because of him, potentially ascending to prominence or even becoming a prominent clan. The Sun family, with its mediocre standing, would surely benefit from having a son-in-law like Lin Yu, rising to greatness. Regrettably, the Sun family had failed to seize this opportunity, or more precisely, she had not managed it well. Recently, Sun Yue had heard rumors that Lin Yu seemed interested in Second Dream from their school. Second Dream was more beautiful, the top flower of the film and television university. Contemplating this, Sun Yue felt a profound discomfort. She could not shake the feeling that something that rightfully belonged to her had been snatched away by another. Indeed, Sun Yuru overlooked the moment when she chose Han Lin and directly annulled her engagement with the Lin family. Sister, brother Lin is truly remarkable. In a commercial residence in Kyoto, Sun Bing and her sister Sun Shui were also watching the match. Sun Shui beamed with joy at the sight of Lin Yu. However, Sun Bing understood that Lin Yu had concealed his true strength during the competition. A person capable of effortlessly vanquishing a deputy evil master could hardly be merely at the half-step martial god realm. Nonetheless, Sun Bing harbored some trepidation. After all, she and Lin Yu were not related by blood. The fact that Lin Yu had rescued the two sisters from the dark forbidden land was already an immense favor. Would Lin Yu venture to seek the North Wilderness Marquis for their sake? The North Wilderness Marquis held a position of great power and formidable strength. Were she in Lin Yu's shoes, she would not dare to provoke him. Why would Lin Yu take such a risk? Chapter 138. Victory and Prudence. There is no such thing as a free lunch. A glint of determination flickered in Sun Bing's eyes. The afternoon match commenced as scheduled. Although the prevailing sentiment suggested that Lin Yu was destined for defeat, the finality of the competition drew a considerable audience. The odds for betting on Yu versus Hong Luan were set at a staggering 100. Prior to the match, Zhang Chuxiong had taken the initiative to inform Lin Yu. Is it true that no matter the wager, the house would lose? Lin Yu felt a surge of excitement. No one would ever complain about a surplus of wealth. The entity managing the betting was one of the largest financial institutions in the Great Xia. With ample resources, they would honor any wager, regardless of its magnitude, without hesitation. Zhang Chuxiong, without a moment's pause, declared, "Well then, I have 300 billion in this card. I will bet on my victory." Lin Yu produced the card that had been acquired from his underground victories, as well as spoils taken from the Liu family in a previous raid. 300 billion? Zhang Chuxiong was nearly overwhelmed by the sheer enormity of the sum. Such a colossal figure could only be wielded by the most affluent families or esteemed lineages. Should Lin Yu falter, that entire amount would belong to the house. Conversely, if Lin Yu emerged triumphant, he would gain an astonishing 3 trillion, an unfathomable amount of wealth, equivalent to the fortunes of 100 prominent families or multiple esteemed lineages. The house was formidable, yet the prospect of disbursing such a sum could very well lead them toward insolvency. Would they truly proceed? Lin Yu was indifferent to the stakes. If he was to gamble, he would do so with audacity. His appetite for risk had evolved beyond mere trifles. He was no longer interested in paltry sums. That is indeed excessive, Zhang Chuxiong remarked, struggling to articulate his feelings. Nonetheless, he took the card to the betting area. How much? When Zhang Chuxiong revealed the staggering amount, the betting supervisor was momentarily speechless, questioning whether he had misheard. 300 billion, all on Lin Yu to win, Zhang Chuxiong reiterated. The sum was simply too vast. The supervisor insisted he must consult with higher authorities. Even though it was widely believed that Hong Luan was the likely victor, the enormity of the wager left the supervisor feeling increasingly uneasy. Should Lin Yu prevail, the entire financial institution might face collapse. Reluctantly, he embarked on a series of consultations with his superiors. After approximately 10 minutes, the supervisor received a definitive response. Accepted. In essence, if Hong Luan won, the 300 billion would be forfeited to them. If Lin Yu triumphed, the house would owe him 3 trillion. This was utterly insane. News of this transaction spread rapidly, creating a significant uproar. Who would be foolish enough to wager 300 billion at once? It was sheer madness. The world of the wealthy was unfathomable. 300 billion could provide a lifetime of indulgence. Various opinions circulated. Do you truly possess such confidence in yourself to stake 300 billion on your own victory? On the competition stage, Hong Luan regarded Lin Yu with a peculiar expression. How did you know? Lin Yu found himself utterly perplexed. For the outer bets shrouded in secrecy rendered the situation enigmatic. Thus far, aside from Lin Yu and Zhang Chuxiong, no one else was privy to the fact that the 300 billion was wagered by Lin Yu. Who, apart from you, would be foolish enough to bet on your victory? Hong Luan remarked with a smirk. Lin Yu nearly choked on her words. Shall we engage in an additional wager? Lin Yu scrutinized her from head to toe, a devilish grin gracing his lips. What sort of wager? Hong Luan inquired, bewildered. Let us gamble our spatial bags. Should I prevail, all items within my spatial bag will belong to you, and should you win, all of your possessions will be mine. What say you? Lin Yu stated with utmost seriousness. If your spatial bag holds nothing of value, wouldn't I be at a disadvantage? Hong Luan retorted, eyeing Lin Yu with suspicion. I can assure you, the contents of my spatial bag are certainly worth no less than 300 billion. Lin Yu replied nonchalantly. Very well, let us wager. Hong Luan, not one to miss an opportunity, decided to place all her bets on Lin Yu's victory. At the Martial Arts Academy, upon learning that this final match had external bets, Wang Xiaoyu hesitated not a moment and wagered everything she had. I have 300 million. I shall bet it all on Lin Yu's victory. Similarly, Yu Linglong also placed her entire bet on Lin Yu. I bet on Hong Luan to win. Long Linger naturally refused to back Lin Yu, and Jiang Tao echoed the sentiment. I bet on Hong Luan to win, wagering 180 million. The old principal also joined the fray, staking 180 million. His entire savings. Confident in Hong Luan's assured victory, he decided to take this bold risk, even dipping into his reserve funds. Now, let the match commence. The referee announced the beginning of the competition, marking the finals of this prestigious academy's ranking tournament. With but a single strike, Hong Luan was certain to effortlessly defeat Lin Yu. Perhaps with one blow, she could turn him to ashes. Spectators buzzed with conversation, convinced that the outcome was a foregone conclusion, merely eager to witness how many moves Lin Yu could withstand under Hong Luan's prowess. If I were you, I would concede defeat. At least that way, you may survive. Hong Luan's gaze fell upon Lin Yu's face, a placid smile adorning her lips. As the saying goes, anything is possible, one must try to know. Lin Yu's lips curled upward slightly. If you seek your demise, then I shall oblige. Having said this, Hong Luan lost interest in further banter. Earlier, she had been instructed to eliminate Lin Yu. Now, she resolved to be ruthless. Flames of fury. With a slight movement, Hong Luan transformed into a phoenix, flames engulfing her surroundings. In an instant, she appeared as a blazing inferno, encasing Lin Yu entirely. What the hell? Lin Yu isn't even attempting to evade. Gasps filled the air. No one anticipated such a turn of events. Standing still, allowing the flames to consume him. Was he out of his mind? Even if Lin Yu were a formidable martial deity, the flames would surely incinerate him alive. Thus, no one held high hopes for Lin Yu. Even Wang Xiaoyu, Long Linger, and Second Dream, those individuals associated with Lin Yu, believed he had overestimated himself. No matter how formidable Lin Yu might be, he could hardly escape death. The flames of destruction instilled terror in the hearts of many. During the fierce battle between Hong Yuan and Qing Xian, the latter could only defend himself, never allowing the flames to consume him. What a pity! Hong Yuan felt a wave of regret. Regardless, Lin Yu's strength was undeniably formidable. If he survived, a bright future awaited him. Alas, Lin Yu had offended a powerful figure who was not to be trifled with, prompting Hong Yuan to silently express her apologies. The flames swiftly enveloped Lin Yu. Many believed the outcome was sealed. As time progressed, the flames gradually dissipated. How could this be? In the next moment, Hong Yuan widened her eyes in disbelief, her expression akin to that of someone witnessing a monstrous sight. Chapter 139. The poor in spirit. The lean and form Lin Yu stood quietly on the arena, seemingly untouched by the ferocious flames that had just engulfed him. Determined, Hong Yuan took a deep breath, and the flames erupted once more, fiercer than before. In her view, when the temperature reached its zenith, it could incinerate everything in existence. Boom. Yet, in the next moment, Hong Yuan felt herself seized by the collar. And before she could react, she was heavily slammed down onto the ground. Without granting her a moment's reprieve, Lin Yu's foot was already pressed firmly against her face. The crowd surrounding the arena erupted in astonishment. The students from various prestigious academies were left utterly dumbfounded. To them, the outcome should have been reversed. No one anticipated that Lin Yu would so decisively overpower Hong Yuan, defeating her in a single move. Who could believe such a thing? Even President Hua Qing found himself at a loss for words to describe his emotions. While he was certainly elated that Lin Yu emerged victorious, he had placed all his bets on Hong Yuan, convinced she would win. Now, the old president was left in a state of bewilderment. Many who had wagered on Hong Yuan's victory were equally stunned. Was this truly a man? Hong Yuan, a stunning beauty, was being trampled beneath his feet. Some spectators felt a pang of sympathy. In terms of appearance, Hong Yuan belonged to the realm of unparalleled beauties, rivaling the likes of Second Dream, Yu Linglong, Longlinger, and Wang Xiaoyu. To many, she was a goddess. Undoubtedly, countless young men yearned to pursue her. Yet now, this exquisitely beautiful visage lay beneath Lin Yu's foot, devoid of any semblance of tenderness. If circumstances allowed, many would have rushed forward to defend her honor. Of course, the South Princess wore a rather grim expression. After all, Hong Yuan was her adopted daughter. To strike a blow to her face was akin to a blatant affront to the South Princess herself. Ha ha, wealth has come my way. Within the Martial Arts Academy, Wang Xiaoyu exclaimed with unrestrained excitement. Fortune had smiled upon her, and there was no stopping it. She had wagered all her money on Lin Yu, betting on his victory. With odds of 1 to 100, she instantly became a wealthy woman. Like Wang Xiaoyu, Yu Linglong had also placed her bets on Lin Yu. Compared to Wang Xiaoyu, Yu Linglong was considerably wealthier, having wagered a staggering 300 million, thus winning 3 billion in return. Damn it! Witnessing such an outcome, the moneylender nearly fainted from shock. Even though many had bet on Hong Yuan, the total stakes were insufficient to cover the payouts, leaving him to supplement over 20 billion. After all, a portion of the crowd was willing to take a gamble on Lin Yu's victory. To those who bet, they must accept the outcome. The spatial pouch belongs to me. Lin Yu gazed intently at Hong Yuan. I have some personal belongings in my spatial pouch. May I retrieve them first and then return to you? Hong Yuan felt utterly frustrated. Under the weight of Lin Yu's foot, she felt an overwhelming urge to explode with rage. The thought of losing everything to Lin Yu further deepened her frustration, almost to the point of bloodshed. However, when Hong Yuan recalled that the spatial bag contained her personal belongings, a sense of shyness washed over her. Hence, she boldly suggested, "No way, everything belongs to me." Lin Yu was not inclined to acquiesce to Hong Yuan's demands. He added, "Of course, if you have any personal items, you may retrieve them from the spatial bag in my presence. Should I deem them of no value, you may take them." There was no alternative. Caution was paramount. After all, he had worked hard to obtain what he had, and if Hong Yuan feigned distress, she might abscond with invaluable treasures, resulting in significant losses. Thus, Lin Yu imposed these restrictions. "Scoundrel!" Hong Yuan exclaimed, snatching the spatial bag and fiercely hurling it at Lin Yu's face. As he received the bag, Lin Yu swiftly lifted his foot. "Boss, you've struck gold this time," Zhang Chuxiong exclaimed as he descended from the arena, his face alight with excitement. 300 billion, 100-fold return in one go. Just thinking about it is thrilling. Yet, he expressed concern. With such a sum, I worry the moneylender might renege on the deal. Should they attempt to default, they will have to reckon with my fists. Lin Yu was unfazed. If necessary, he would simply demolish the moneylender's premises to retrieve the funds. Hee, I heard our principal staked everything to bet on Hong Wan winning. If things go awry, you could have the principal collect the debt, and then we might share a little finder's fee. Zhang Chuxiong chuckled. Lin Yu's eyes sparkled. This truly was a splendid idea. The principal had aided him considerably, and offering a portion of the funds would be a reasonable gesture. Furthermore, the principal had connections that proved invaluable. Had it not been for those connections, after his designation to the Dark Forbidden Zone, others would have already targeted the Lin family. However, with the principal's protection, no one dared to touch them. Given the principal's stature and the written agreement, the moneylender would undoubtedly think twice before attempting to cheat him. You want me to help you collect a debt? When Lin Yu approached the principal to share his thoughts, the principal was momentarily taken aback. As long as you assist me in retrieving the debt, I can offer you 1%. Of that 1%, 1/3 will be yours personally, and 2/3 will go to the school, Lin Yu proclaimed with bravado. Although it seemed a mere 1%, that amounted to an impressive 300 billion, far from a trivial sum. 1%? That seems rather paltry. The principal scoffed, perceiving Lin Yu's debt as inconsequential, and felt that compromising his dignity to collect it would be utterly unworthy. How about 2%? Surely, that would be more acceptable? Lin Yu rarely displayed such generosity. Let us set a price, 10%. The principal, clearly in dire financial straits, felt compelled to find a way to secure some funds. Moreover, just moments ago in the arena, Lin Yu had wagered against Hong Wan and won a substantial amount. Principal, you are quite unreasonable, Lin Yu retorted, aghast. 10% would equate to 30 trillion. What a staggering figure that was. Very well, let us calculate it at 10%. However, you must ensure to reclaim the amount owed to me. Reflecting on the kindness the former principal had shown him, Lin Yu gritted his teeth and reluctantly acquiesced. By the way, how much did you wager in total? It was only then that the principal realized he had yet to inquire about the specific sum. It's all here. Lin Yu, without further ado, presented the receipt to the principal. The principal glanced at it briefly before slipping it into his pocket. In truth, he only noted the figure of 3,000, overlooking the final digit representing 100 million. From the principal's perspective, if it were merely 3,000, Lin Yu would have no need to approach him. Thus, it must be 30 million, 100-fold of that would amount to 3 billion. For a student, possessing 3 billion is no trifling matter. Extracting 10% from that would yield 300 million, which is a substantial sum, deemed reasonable as a reward for his efforts. Naturally, the principal believed that even if Lin Yu were to visit a bank to withdraw the funds, the institution would undoubtedly honor the transaction. Chapter 140. Striking it rich, a mere 30 billion is but a drop in the ocean for a money house. With over 20 trillion at stake, even if we withdrew every last cent from our establishment, it would still fall short. It seems our money house is on the brink of bankruptcy. At this moment, the head of Taiha Money House was in a state of utter despair. Should we refuse to pay, our reputation would be irreparably tarnished. Conversely, if we acquiesce, Taiha Money House may very well face insolvency. A truly exasperating dilemma. Father, if it comes to that, we might consider negotiating with them for an installment plan. Granting us a bit of breathing room, proposed the young master, Chao Lin. Let us give it a try. Chao Xiong replied with a wry smile, recognizing that they had no other recourse but to grasp at straws. Of course, both Chao Xiong and his son understood that anyone capable of wagering 300 billion in a single go must possess a formidable stature. Therefore, they never entertained the notion of defaulting on their obligations. They lacked both the means and the audacity to do so. Assist me with the currency exchange. The principal arrived, accompanied by the vice principal and several school officials, all present to witness Lin Yu's competition. With the contest concluded, the group was preparing to return to Hucking University. They made a brief stop as the principal sought to retrieve funds. Upon learning that Lin Yu had invested 30 million and reaped a 100-fold return, the vice principal and others felt a pang of envy. This was no trivial sum. Just a moment. The counter staff took the principal's receipt, and in the next instant, their countenance shifted dramatically. The owner and young master have arrived. The staff hurriedly ascended to the upper floor. What is the meaning of this? The principal was utterly bewildered. Wasn't it merely a withdrawal of 30 billion? Why the fervor? Sir, is this receipt yours? Shortly thereafter, both Chao Xiong and his son descended the stairs, the former wearing a broad smile as he respectfully regarded the principal. Indeed, is there an issue? The principal was perplexed. Please, you are invited to the VIP room. Given the throng of people, Chao Xiong dared not discuss matters openly. If word were to leak out, it could precipitate a crisis at the money house. Is it really necessary to make such a fuss over a simple withdrawal? The principal mused inwardly. Nevertheless, he and the other leaders followed Chao Xiong and his son into the VIP room. Old principal, you are the head of Hucking University, correct? Chao Xiong had recognized the principal the moment he laid eyes on him, as the university's senior officials donned apparel emblazoned with the Hucking University insignia, and the principal's garments bore clear indications of his rank. This realization offered Chao Xiong a modicum of relief. While the principal's status was undeniably elevated, he presumed there would be room for reasoned discourse. Indeed, I am the principal of Hucking University. How does that pertain to my currency exchange? The principal remained baffled, unable to decipher the intentions behind the other party's actions. I wish to discuss whether this withdrawal could be executed in several smaller transactions, preferably in dozens of installments, rather than all at once, Chao Xiong implored, his expression full of hope. Why would that be necessary? The principal, still confused, could not fathom the need to divide a mere 30 billion into multiple withdrawals. To be frank, if you were to withdraw all your money at once, our exchange simply does not possess that much cash. Moreover, even if we could gather such an amount, it would signal our imminent collapse. Therefore, I sincerely hope the principal can assist us in this matter, Chao Xiong said earnestly. Of course, if the principal has any conditions, please feel free to express them. Chao Xiong quickly added, are you truly in such dire straits? The principal was bewildered. After all, he had just pledged over 100 billion, which, of course, belonged to the exchange. Now, the exchange was lamenting its poverty. Was that not exceedingly unreasonable? Surely, this did not befit one of the premier exchanges of the Great Xia dynasty. It is simply that the amount you wish to withdraw is exorbitantly high, Chao Xiong replied with a hint of helplessness. Is this some truly considered excessive? The principal was rendered speechless. If it were any other exchange, they might deem such an amount too high to withdraw, yet Taiha Exchange was different. It was large and influential, boasting a century-long legacy. One would expect that even 300 billion could be effortlessly procured. Chao Xiong was nearly choked by the principal's words. Has the principal become so audacious? Is 30 trillion no longer a concern? How about this? We will transfer 1% to you first. Gathering the remaining funds may take some time, Chao Xiong said somewhat apologetically. Nevertheless, he still gazed at the principal with eager respect. Is the exchange truly in such a downer? The principal was somewhat taken aback. It is not that we are in decline. A situation like yours is exceedingly rare. So I ask for your understanding, Mr. Chao? Chao Xiong adopted a significantly deferential stance. Let us proceed with 10% for now. When you have the remaining funds ready, please call me. The principal was not concerned about Chao Xiong defaulting on the debt, who would tarnish their reputation over a few billion, unless they were utterly foolish. Any exchange worth its salt would possess assets in the trillions. So much. I fear we will need at least until tomorrow to gather that 10%, Chao Xiong lamented. Are you jesting? A mere 3 billion, and you require until tomorrow? If that is the case, the exchange might as well close its doors. The principal was incensed. Previously, he held Taiha Exchange in high regard, but now, it seemed to be nothing extraordinary. 3 billion? Chao Xiong was slightly taken aback, amused and exasperated. My dear sir, if it were merely 3 billion, I could transfer it to you instantly. Not to mention 3 billion. Even 30 or 300 billion could be deposited into your account at this moment. What do you mean by that? The principal was utterly confused. A total of 30 billion, and to put the other party in such a predicament, yet suddenly resorting to boasting? Was he treating himself as a fool? Sir, what you are attempting to exchange is 30 trillion. 10% of that amounts to 3 trillion. Chao Xiong felt a surge of frustration. How much did you say? The principal's pupils dilated in shock, utterly astonished by Chao Xiong's statement. Today, you placed a wager of 300 billion, betting on Lin Yuan with a ratio of 1 to 100. As fate would have it, Lin Yu emerged victorious. According to the rules, I am obligated to pay you 300 trillion, Chao Xiong articulated in one breath. The former principal's mind was a whirlwind of confusion. He had staked his entire capital of over 100 billion in a single gamble. Yet, Lin Yu had simultaneously wagered 300 billion. Where on earth did he acquire such wealth? Even if the entire Lin family were sold, it would hardly amount to much. It was no wonder that when I previously sought a mere tenth of his effort fee, Lin Yu appeared pained. Not to mention a tenth. Even a thousandth of that fee would constitute a substantial sum. The crux of the matter is that Lin Yu ultimately acquiesced. This signifies that I stand to receive 30 trillion as a reward for my efforts, with a portion allocated for my personal gain. In that moment, the principal found himself at a loss for words to convey his feelings. I am about to strike it rich. The principal could scarcely contain the exhilaration bubbling within him. Chapter 141. The Forbidden Domain's might, sir. What did you say? Chao Xiong could not quite grasp the words. I mentioned that I can grant you time to raise the funds. However, to ensure security, I will appoint a dedicated supervisor. Should you dare to engage in deceitful practices, I assure you that Taihe Bank shall find no foothold in the great Xia dynasty. The principal was in high spirits, as good news often invigorates the soul. At that moment, Chao Lin interjected, there is, in fact, another approach. What method do you propose? The principal, caught off guard, responded promptly. Considering the staggering sum of 30 trillion, even if we were to present it, Taihe Bank would be nearly drained. I suggest we offer 70% of Taihe Bank's shares as collateral for the 30 trillion. What is your opinion, esteemed sir? Chao Lin proposed eagerly. An astute suggestion. But do hold on for a moment. The principal immediately dialed Lin Yu, elucidating the situation, including the advantages of possessing a bank. A bank is not merely a place for deposits. It encompasses a myriad of operations and can even procure rare materials and treasures. In a certain sense, the bank's influence surpasses that of noble clans. Take, for instance, the Han family in the northwest, the Sun family in the northeast, and the Liu family in the capital. Compared to the bank, they are not even in the same league. Despite the respect shown by Chao Xiong and his son towards the principal, one must ponder how they would react if another individual were to take the lead. Chao Xiong himself is a martial deity, and the bank is staffed with over 10 individuals of the same caliber. At critical moments, substantial funds can even summon the presence of a grand martial deity. Only Lin Yu possesses the audacity to invest 300 billion in one go. Were it someone else, such reckless audacity would be inconceivable. Lin Yu met with Yi Hai. For no matter the circumstances, Yi Hai had once extended a hand during Lin Yu's tribulations. Subsequently, Lin Yu escorted Yu Linglong to Taihe Bank, which had come to be regarded as Lin Yu's own enterprise. He desired Yu Linglong to manage the bank on his behalf. In the realm of commerce, Yu Linglong could undoubtedly outshine Lin Yu by several streets. Naturally, Lin Yu instructed Yu Linglong that should she encounter any difficulties, she could seek assistance from the principal or Yi Hai. Once all arrangements were made, Lin Yu ventured into the Forbidden Domain, embarking on his training. Currently, Lin Yu had attained the 1-star Martial Saint realm, and his 9-nether body had entered its second stage, which was the Azure phase. This training excursion primarily aimed at elevating his realm, enhancing his capabilities through the crucible of combat, and hastening his recovery of strength. While one might witness martial deities in school competitions and grand martial deities in the dark Forbidden Domain, the true might of those wicked lords is undeniable. Lin Yu was acutely aware that the so-called martial deities and grand martial deities are but insignificant beings. Even the secondary kings and royal tiers are merely the bottom rung. Regardless of whether they belong to the human race or other factions, the apex powers reside deep within the Forbidden Domain. In his previous life, Lin Yu had once participated in a grand conflict against the foremost experts of the other races. The immortals among them could obliterate an ancient city of humanity with but a mere gesture. Regardless of the number of martial deities, secondary monarchs, or king-level experts within the ancient city, all are ultimately rendered to dust, overwhelmed by a singular force. Though one may possess formidable strength, few in the mundane world pose a genuine threat. Yet, upon venturing into the depths of the forbidden grounds, even a seemingly insignificant formidable entity could effortlessly crush one into oblivion. Thus, Lin Yu felt an intense urgency to enhance his prowess. He could not afford to cultivate in a methodical manner at school, for the so-called prodigies within the campus were not his aspirations. The formidable beings of foreign races would not spare him simply due to his youth. On the true battlefield, age holds no significance. Lin Yu proceeded to the first forbidden zone, registered his identity, and successfully entered its confines. Breathing in the air within the forbidden grounds, he experienced an unprecedented sense of freedom, with every cell in his body pulsating with excitement. The first Forbidden Zone is home to 100 ancient cities, which serve as bastions for humanity against the encroaching alien beasts and foreign races. However, upon stepping outside the ancient cities, the slaughter between humans and beasts, as well as among the foreign races, commences. Furthermore, internecine conflicts arise among humans over resources scattered throughout the forbidden grounds. Opting not to enter the ancient city, Lin Yu delved straight into the inner depths of the Forbidden Zone. The alien beasts and foreign entities near the first ancient city were relatively weak, often remnants that had slipped past the defenses of the second ancient city. Similarly, the beasts and foreign races surrounding the second ancient city were certainly less formidable than those near the third. The further one ventures, the stronger the alien creatures and foreign races become, and the same applies to humanity. Lin Yu's grandfather had once attained the rank of Grand Marshal Sovereign, serving as a squad leader in the 22nd ancient city. Had he reached the 25th, even a Grand Marshal Sovereign would only be a team leader. By the time one reaches the 30th ancient city, a Grand Marshal Sovereign would merely be considered an excellent soldier. At the 50,000th ancient city, the lowest rank would require one to be a Martial Saint, with team leaders being martial deities, mid-level commanders as Grand Martial deities, and the captains as secondary monarchs, while the city lords would be of kingly stature. Naturally, the number of such high-ranking individuals is exceedingly scarce, having been drawn from the 1st to the 49th ancient cities. Should a team leader fall, humanity will endeavor to appoint a martial deity from the 50,000th ancient city. If none are available within the first Forbidden Zone, they shall seek candidates from other Forbidden Zones or even from the mundane world. In the event of casualties in the 51st ancient city, selections will be made from the 1st through the 50th ancient cities. The utmost concern for humanity remains the potential demise of city lords. Each loss is felt profoundly. Currently, the Great Xia dynasty, along with dozens of Eastern nations, safeguards a total of 100 Forbidden Zones, each containing 100 ancient cities. This signifies that within each Forbidden Zone, not only Great Xia warriors are present, but also practitioners from other nations. Similarly, in the West, dozens of nations boast over 100 Forbidden Zones, each with numerous ancient cities. In the farthest reaches of the South and North, there exist over a dozen nations, each possessing relatively few Forbidden Zones for defense. Lin Yu has now arrived at the 51st ancient city. In his previous life, he only reached the vicinity of the 51st ancient city after the age of 30. This time, he has accomplished it a full 12 years earlier. Suddenly, in the dense jungle, a strange beast approached, only to be swiftly pierced through its body by Lin Yu, who extracted its beast core. A martial saint, Lin Yu accurately assessed the creature's realm. Of course, whether it was a few-star martial saint was of little consequence to him, unless unforeseen circumstances arise. The beasts inhabiting this area are predominantly at the martial saint level or above. The foreign races may possess a slightly higher tier, potentially reaching the great martial saint realm, with the highest possibly attaining the rank of king. Should any ascend beyond the rank of king, the safety of the human race in the 51st ancient city would be severely compromised. Within this region, humans hunt the strange beasts and foreign races, while conversely, the beasts and foreign races relentlessly pursue the elite of humanity, causing a perpetual exchange of roles. Chapter 142. The Freedom to Hunt Indeed. Deep within the Forbidden Lands lies an ancient city of foreign races, where numerous exotic beasts and formidable masters congregate. Viewed from above, the ancient city of these foreign entities is situated several hundred kilometers from the human city. Stretching across this vast expanse are dense jungles and rolling hills. The battleground between humans and the exotic beasts, as well as the foreign races, is the intermediary territory where they engage in mutual slaughter. Large-scale assaults on the ancient cities are relatively rare, unless a powerful entity emerges from either the exotic beasts or the human ranks. For instance, in the 49th ancient city, the strongest human is of the sub-king level. Should a king-level master arise among the foreign races, it is highly likely that an attack on the 49th city would ensue. Once the 49th city detects the presence of a king-level expert among the foreign races, they will undoubtedly seek assistance from the 50th city immediately. If they can hold out until the arrival of the king-level master from the 50th city, the exotic beasts will surely retreat empty-handed. However, if they cannot endure until that moment, and the ancient city falls, the 49th city will descend into a hellish nightmare. Countless humans will be slaughtered, and many will be captured, reduced to servitude under the foreign races. Thus, in such an environment within the Forbidden Lands, everyone is taught with tension. Their days are consumed with relentless training, apart from the necessities of eating and sleeping. Consequently, the rate of advancement for typical geniuses in the Forbidden Lands often far exceeds that in the mundane world, though the mortality rate is equally high. Unexpectedly, a mere one-star martial saint dares to act alone. A chilling voice suddenly echoed. With a swift motion, the head of the foreign entity, a being of great martial saint realm, was sent soaring into the air, disregarding Lin Yu entirely. In the wake of this swift demise, Lin Yu seized the inner core of the foreign race. His primary objectives were to hone his skills and gather resources throughout this journey. Over the course of the following month, Lin Yu continued to slay exotic beasts and foreign entities, encountering human masters along the way, with whom he exchanged brief greetings. While some attempted to invite Lin Yu to form a team, he declined each offer, preferring the freedom of solitude. 5-star martial saint. During this time, Lin Yu remained industrious, utilizing beast cores and foreign inner cores, along with other resources, to achieve successive breakthroughs. He ascended from a 1-star martial saint to a 5-star martial saint. To avoid unnecessary complications during his hunts, he donned a human skin mask and referred to himself as Nameless. To further enhance his strength, Lin Yu ventured near the 51st ancient city after a month and a half. Here, the prowess of both the exotic beasts and foreign races had escalated to a new level, with the weakest beings being of great martial saint realm, and encounters with martial gods and great martial gods becoming commonplace. Capturing her to present to the evil lord would surely earn a substantial reward. Suddenly, the sounds of combat echoed nearby. While every ruler of a foreign city is called the evil lord, the strength of each evil lord varies significantly. This is akin to the supreme commander of the ancient city of the human race being equivalent to the city lord. The first ancient city and the 100th ancient city both have a city lord, yet their strengths differ immensely. Lin Yu approached stealthily, quickly discerning the situation. What a captivating beauty! Upon gazing at her visage, Lin Yu felt a tremor of his spirit. If the likes of Second Dream, Yu Ling Long, and Long Linger were rated at 9 points, this enchanting lady undoubtedly attained a score of 9.5. Her countenance seemed to be a masterpiece meticulously sculpted by the heavens, exuding an alluring mystery that left one utterly entranced. She appeared to be in her early 20s, wielding the cultivation of a grand martial god, thus qualifying her as a prodigious talent among the human race. However, beside the beauty lay several corpses of human experts, presumably her companions, who had fallen victim to the alien race. An abundance of alien corpses littered the ground. Currently, the stunning woman faced 6 formidable aliens, all at the late stage of Grand Martial God. A wound had marred her chest, from which Lin Yu discerned the presence of poison, severely impairing her combat prowess. Damn it! Xia Hoqing's complexion turned ashen. She understood all too well that the aliens had refrained from killing her solely due to her beauty. The lecherous lord of the 51st ancient city was notorious for his fondness for human beauties, with the number of those who had perished at his hands exceeding 3 figures. A testament to his depravity, Xia Hoqing had come to realize that she was trapped in a dire predicament, thus she resolved to take one down with her. You there? Xia Hoqing quickly targeted a tall alien expert, attempting to leap at him. To her dismay, as she began channeling her inner energy, the poison in her abdomen surged throughout her body almost instantaneously. Her strength waned, and she fell forward. Ha ha ha. Our toxin is specially crafted. The more you exert yourself, the quicker it spreads. If I am not mistaken, you likely lack even the strength for self-destruction now. Observing this scene, the aliens erupted in laughter. Capturing such an extraordinary beauty would surely earn them bountiful rewards from their lord. Now, as they were all at the late stage of Grand Martial God, taking a step forward might even lead them to the pinnacle of Grand Martial God, or perhaps a half step into the next king level. If fortune favored them, they might ascend to the next king realm. Given that their lord had already reached the apex of king level and was on the verge of a critical breakthrough. My dear, come here first. One of the aliens lunged toward Xia Hoqing's chest. Even if they were to ultimately deliver her to their lord, they believed it permissible to gain some advantage beforehand. Boom. However, before he could even touch Xia Hoqing, his body erupted in an explosion. Xia Hoqing was taken aback, while the remaining 5 aliens were struck with terror. 4. Unbeknownst to them, a masked figure had materialized before them. "Who are you?" One alien's face contorted with wariness. Boom. Regrettably, before the words could be fully articulated, this foreign being, much like the previous one, met with a sudden and explosive demise. Flee. Without the slightest hesitation, the remaining four formidable beings swiftly dispersed in four distinct directions. They displayed remarkable intelligence. From the mere act of Lin Yu's assault, they discerned that his strength was extraordinarily formidable, likely reaching a level akin to that of a secondary monarch. Thus, they resolutely opted for flight, each selecting a different path. This way, even if Lin Yu were to be exceptionally powerful, he could only eliminate one of them, allowing the others a chance at survival. How could this be? Although the four foreign powerhouses were in a frantic retreat, their heads simultaneously soared into the air. Witnessing this scene, Xiao Qing was struck with astonishment. It was essential to understand that these were four formidable late-stage martial gods, not mere insignificant beings. The most terrifying aspect was the simultaneous execution of strikes from four directions. How was such a feat even possible? At this moment, Xiao Qing's consciousness began to fade, and soon she succumbed to complete unconsciousness. Chapter 143. The benefactor Lin Yu effortlessly expelled the toxins from Xiao Qing's body, tore her clothing, and administered a rudimentary bandage. Soon, Xiao Qing gradually regained consciousness, her gaze landing on Lin Yu's face as she managed a faint smile. "Thank you. It's merely a trivial effort. Since you have awakened, I shall take my leave," Lin Yu replied, turning to depart without further thought. "Wait," Xiao Qing instinctively called out as her savior prepared to leave. "Is there something else?" Lin Yu inquired, somewhat puzzled. "Senior, you have granted me the gift of life. I wish to know your name," Xiao Qing said earnestly. Deep within, she understood that without this enigmatic masked figure, her fate would have been dire indeed. Given the prowess exhibited by the masked man, she surmised he must be an esteemed elder. "Nameless," Lin Yu replied casually, then took a step forward and vanished from sight. "Nameless?" Xiao Qing repeated quietly, her expression peculiar. Under normal circumstances, any cultivator who had reached the secondary king realm should be renowned in the 51st city. Yet, she was certain she had never heard this name before. With the toxins expelled, her injuries had nearly healed, and she rose to her feet. Upon returning to the 51st city, Xiao Qing immediately reported the events that transpired in the forbidden area to her uncle, as the deaths of numerous martial deities necessitated an explanation. "Uncle, could you assist me in investigating whether there exists a secondary king-level expert named Nameless within our forbidden area?" Xiao Qing implored, recalling the individual who had saved her life. Her uncle, Xiao Dun, the lord of the 51st city, possessed formidable strength at the late king level, his power unfathomable. Given his position, uncovering the identity of an individual should not prove overly challenging. It is impossible to find anyone by the name of Nameless within our forbidden area. Xiao Dun quickly provided his answer. "How could that be?" Xiao Qing exclaimed, incredulous. "Perhaps he hails from the mundane world, or Nameless may merely be a pseudonym. Thus, searching for him is akin to finding a needle in a haystack," Xiao Dun stated frankly. Xiao Qing fell silent, her mind racing back to the stranger's extraordinary skills, particularly the moment when the heads of four late-stage martial deity aliens were severed simultaneously, an image profoundly etched in her memory. The alien ancient city. In pursuit of enhancing his cultivation, Lin Yu resolved to venture into the alien 51st ancient city. He altered his appearance once more, enveloped in the aura of the Nine Nether, rendering him nearly indistinguishable from the alien populace. The 51st alien ancient city bore some resemblance to the former dark forbidden ancient city, albeit with a significantly smaller population. However, the ancient city was teeming with formidable experts. Martial saints and martial deities were ubiquitous, while those beneath the martial saint rank were notably scarce. These lowly beings of other races are primarily engaged in menial tasks. Lin Yu harbors no interest in these lesser beings. Rather, he yearns to contend with formidable adversaries, such as the Deputy Evil Lord and the Evil Lord himself. Additionally, the ancient city's treasury stands as his paramount objective. A sudden voice echoed through the air, commanding the attention of all those above the grand martial god level. "I summon you all to gather in the square for an important mission. Should you succeed, the reward shall be no less than 10 million dark spirit stones." The voice, though not loud, resonated throughout the ancient city, reaching the ears of all. Lin Yu paused in surprise. What task could possibly require the assembly of all grand martial gods and above? Driven by curiosity, he made his way to the square. In the center stood a figure cloaked in black, exuding an aura of immense power akin to that of a legendary beast, instilling a profound sense of pressure upon all present. This individual was undoubtedly a pinnacle-level master, among the most formidable in their rank. Flanking this master were another pinnacle-level expert and 7 sub-pinnacle-level beings. Such an assembly was indeed formidable. Additionally, there were over 100 individuals of Grand Martial God status or higher present in the square. Salutations, Evil Lord. Upon the sight of the cloaked figure, the assembly bowed in respect. Evidently, this being had attained the peak of the king level, serving as the ruler of the 51st ancient city. I have just received intelligence that a specialized human force is set to escort a shipment of Xian Huang stones back to the mundane world, the Evil Lord stated coldly. Xian Huang stones. A wave of astonishment swept through the crowd of otherworldly beings. These stones are coveted by both humans and other races alike, recognized as the finest of spirit stones. Securing Xian Huang stones would allow even a grand martial god to make significant advancements in power. Annually, fierce battles erupt between humans and other races over these precious stones, resulting in countless casualties. The scarcity of Xian Huang stones is well known, and the mere fact that a shipment is being escorted suggests a substantial quantity. Evil Lord, where are the Xian Huang stones? Let us raid them at once. An eager martial god of the other race implored. According to intelligence, the escorting team is a covert unit, each member possessing exceptional skills, and they are supported by scouts. If we send too many, we risk detection before we even approach. Therefore, we shall deploy only our elite, our finest. The Evil Lord paused, then added, we can seize the Xian Huang stones before they even realize what has transpired. Furthermore, the Evil Lord elaborated. Among the escorting team is a special individual, the 9th princess of the Moon River Empire, renowned as the most beautiful woman in the realm. This enchanting figure is mine to claim. Remember, should anyone dare to harm a single hair on her head, I shall have them flayed alive. Indeed, the Evil Lord's lecherous nature is evident, even amidst such a serious matter. The 9th princess of the Moon River Empire. Lin Yu's heart stirred at the mention of her name. He too had heard whispers of her beauty. The comprehensive strength of the Moon River Empire is slightly inferior to that of the Great Xia dynasty. The Emperor of the Moon River Empire has 8 sons and only 1 daughter, the 9th princess, who is undoubtedly the apple of his eye. It is indeed surprising that the esteemed 9th princess has appeared here and has been discovered by the malevolent leader of a foreign tribe. If my conjectures are correct, it must be an internal traitor from the human race who has divulged this information. Remember, the Xian Huang stone, regardless of how much you seize, half belongs to you, while the remaining half must be surrendered. Finally, the malevolent leader added a remark that was undeniably enticing. Each great martial deity seemed invigorated, as though they had received a surge of energy. With over 100 great martial deities present, their combined combat prowess is indeed formidable. Most crucially, there are also 2 royal-level and 7 sub-royal-level entities among them. Though few in number, they are swift in their actions. Lin Yu is certain they have undoubtedly acquired internal intelligence. Chapter 144. The Moon River Empire, the 9th Princess. Their course of action was remarkably clear. In less than half a day, they reached the ambush site. Ahead appeared a cavalry unit, numbering around 20 to 30, predominantly composed of formidable warriors at the great martial god level. The coveted Xianhuang stone was conspicuously absent, likely secured within the spatial bags of these individuals for ease of transport and rapid escape in case of unforeseen circumstances. Behind the cavalry stood a carriage, which, if conjectured correctly, harbored the 9th princess of the Moon River Empire. Commenced the operation. With the command from the Evil Lord, over 100 adept warriors surged forth simultaneously, encircling the cavalry in a matter of moments. Damn it! The elder leading the cavalry was struck with a pallor upon witnessing this turn of events. As a mid-tier king-level expert, he recognized that the adversaries before him were indeed formidable. Everyone, fight individually and break through. The elder commanded with resolute determination. However, as soon as a human warrior made a move, he was swiftly surrounded and slain by 2 or 3 alien experts. The entire sequence unfolded with alarming rapidity, devoid of any suspense. Observing this scene, The elder felt his heart plummet. The alien forces outnumbered them at least 4 to 5-fold, rendering any hope of escape nearly impossible. Form a defensive formation and send a distress signal. The elder decisively altered his strategy. With no chance of breaking through, their only option was to hold their ground. If the top experts from the 51 human cities could arrive in time, they might still evade disaster. The 20 to 30 warriors immediately began coordinating with one another. Do not allow them time to form a formation. Eliminate them. The aliens were not foolish and quickly deduced the elder's intentions. One of the aliens, a peak great martial god, hastily advanced, declaring his intent. In the blink of an eye, a flash of sword light cleaved through the air, and the head of the peak great martial god rolled away before he could even comprehend the situation, his eyes widening in disbelief. It was the white-clad scholar who had been guarding the carriage, a royal-level protector of the 9th princess, embodying the spirit of a solitary hero capable of halting 1,000 foes. With a sinister grin, the evil lord signaled to another assistant, and they flanked the guardian. To them, the number of adversaries or the methods employed mattered little. Their singular goal was to eliminate the opponent as swiftly as possible. The clash was rapid. The guardian was evidently a master of the sword, yet faced with the evil lord and his assistant, he had scarcely any opportunity to draw his blade. In a swift maneuver, the evil lord, exhibiting his uncanny prowess, sent the guardian flying. As the guardian struck the ground and coughed up blood, the aliens believed the outcome was sealed. The humans, on the other hand, were left in a state of desolation. The mightiest among them have been severely wounded. What use are the others? 9th princess, step forth and allow me to behold you. The malevolent leader's gaze fell upon the carriage, a devilish smile gracing his features. To behold the unparalleled beauty of the imperial princess is indeed a sumptuous delight, especially since there would be ample opportunity for further amusement. Should one wish to lay hands on the princess, they must first tread over my corpse, declared the guardian with unwavering resolve. As a kingly expert, he possessed his own dignity. Uncle Chin, do not force yourself. Make haste and escape while you can. They should not be able to impede you, came a melodious voice from within the carriage. Even without witnessing her in person, the pure, crystalline sound, akin to pearls dropping onto a jade plate, stirred one's spirit. Clearly, the 9th princess recognized the dire situation. Even struggling would be futile. If it came to confrontation, killing one would suffice, and 2 would yield profit. The elite of the human race understood well that should they fall into the hands of the alien race, their fate would often be worse than death. Thus, it was better to fight desperately. I shall strike first, the vice leader of the dark faction sneered, dismissing the human experts before him entirely. Suddenly, before he could finish his taunt, a hand emerged from behind, forcibly extracting his inner core. The vice leader's pupils dilated in shock. He attempted to turn, but was rendered powerless. Are you mad? The other alien experts were equally incredulous, unable to fathom that a comrade would betray the vice leader. Boom. Unfortunately for them, Lin Yu raised his hand and obliterated the nearest alien warrior. Who are you? What do you intend? The malevolent leader glared at Lin Yu, still oblivious to his human lineage, primarily due to the enigmatic aura of the 9 hells, which concealed all traces of his humanity. Die? Lin Yu's response was rather straightforward. He stepped forward, instantly appearing before the malevolent leader. Engaging for the first time with a peak king-level expert, Lin Yu did not possess complete confidence. The 2 sides clashed repeatedly, surprisingly evenly matched. What are you waiting for? All of you attack him. Slay him, roared the malevolent leader, as the other 7 sub-king-level experts lunged at Lin Yu in unison. Uncle Chin, should we lend him a hand? Observed the 9th princess from the carriage, unable to restrain herself as she witnessed Lin Yu besieged by so many top-tier experts. Let them tear each other apart, Uncle Chin replied, shaking his head. Indeed, to him, Lin Yu was also an alien. All aliens were inherently malevolent. Better for them all to perish entirely. As the 9 hells began to manifest, darkness descended. Lin Yu realized that with mere physical prowess, he could not hope to slay a peak king-level expert. In such circumstances, he had no choice but to unleash his ultimate move. In an instant, the world dimmed. The malevolent leader and his 7 vice leaders were enveloped in darkness. Within that obscurity, they could not discern east from west, their faces etched with astonishment. Boom. A subdemon lord of the secondary king rank was caught off guard and was obliterated by Lin Yu. Following this, A series of explosive sounds echoed through the darkness. All 7 secondary king-level experts fell to Lin Yu's blade. The demon lord remained vigilant, yet the eerie darkness effectively severed his senses. Suddenly, he was struck by an excruciating pain. At an unknown moment, Lin Yu had approached him and extracted his inner core with brutal precision. What? Resort to mutual destruction? The demon lord's face contorted with unwillingness, yet soon he succumbed to death. As the darkness dissipated, Lin Yu stood quietly amidst the aftermath. Having eradicated both the demon lord and his deputy, the alien martial deities fled in haste. They were not foolish enough to remain, for doing so would be tantamount to courting death. The human experts wore expressions of wariness, perplexed by Lin Yu's motives. Was he intent on monopolizing the Xianhuang stone? With a resounding declaration, all swords returned to their origin. A torrent of sword energy surged forth from Lin Yu's being. Those alien martial deities attempting to escape were swiftly pierced by the sword energy, falling like dumplings into boiling water. Chapter 145. An unsettling name upon witnessing the scene. The human experts were enveloped in a chilling aura, astonished by Lin Yu's domineering tactics. Fear not, for I, like you, am of the human race, Lin Yu declared as he dissipated the ethereal aura surrounding him, revealing his human form. You are also human? The crowd was taken aback, their expressions a blend of shock and elation. If Lin Yu were indeed human, then everything fell into place. It was only natural for humans to vanquish their alien foes. Thank you, esteemed elder, for saving my life. The 9th princess descended from her carriage, her beauty transcending mere words. She resembled a goddess from the brush of a classical master, radiating both allure and grace. Each detail of her visage was meticulously crafted, showcasing her unique personality and refined taste. It was evident that the 9th princess's beauty rivaled that of Xiahou Qing, earning her a perfect 9.5 in the realm of stunning maidens. Reflecting on the prior encounter, it was no surprise, as the malevolent lord had proclaimed her the most beautiful woman of the Moon River Empire. While her title undoubtedly enhanced her allure, it was her innate beauty that truly set her apart. At that moment, adorned in a mask, Lin Yu appeared to the 9th princess and her companions as a venerable elder of the human race. In truth, there existed solitary human cultivators within the Forbidden Lands, unaffiliated with any ancient city, solely devoted to their own cultivation and the extermination of alien beings, phantoms of independence, emerging and vanishing without a trace. Spare me your verbal gratitude. I prefer tangible rewards. Lin Yu scoffed, disdainful of those who merely spoke without action. The 9th princess, momentarily taken aback, found herself confronted with an elder who was refreshingly straightforward in his demands. Esteemed elder, please articulate your desires. Whatever I can provide, I shall do so without hesitation. Her tone remained respectful, for she understood that without this elder's intervention, she would have been captured by the aliens, and all others would have perished. All the Xianhuang stones belong to me, Lin Yu asserted, unyielding. At this juncture, these resources were paramount for his cultivation. Possessing this batch of Xianhuang stones would allow him to break through to a new realm and refine his physique in one fell swoop. The 9th princess blinked, seemingly taken aback by Lin Yu's avarice. Very well, she acquiesced, nodding earnestly. If it were not for this elder's intervention, all the Xianhuang stones would have fallen into alien hands, so surrendering them now was not an unacceptable proposition. All present removed their spatial bags, tossing them to Lin Yu, including the 9th princess. Lin Yu accepted the bags without a glance, securing them before turning to depart. He held firm in his belief that the 9th princess and her companions would not engage in deceit. Wait, as Lin Yu was about to leave, the 9th princess interjected suddenly. What is it? Lin Yu queried, an inexplicable familiarity washing over him. Esteemed elder, you are my savior, and I wish to know your esteemed name, she implored, her expression filled with anticipation. Why are women so inquisitive? I am called Nameless, Lin Yu replied. Lin Yu shook his head and stepped forward, vanishing into thin air. Anonymous? The 9th princess silently pondered this name, feeling it somewhat insincere. Lin Yu did not linger on such thoughts. He hurried towards the ancient city of the other races. At present, the formidable leaders of the evil faction within the 51st ancient city had been nearly eradicated, and it was believed that the human race would soon receive word and hasten to their aid. Lin Yu aimed to cleanse the 51st city of all its resources before they could arrive, for he required a substantial amount to further his cultivation. Without the command of the evil lord, no one dared to act. This is the evil lord's token. A decree has been issued to gather all cultivation resources within the city and send them to the evil lord's residence. Anyone who defies this order shall face merciless consequences. Lin Yu was well prepared. Simply resorting to slaughter would not suffice. That method was far too slow for resource collection. Instead, Lin Yu employed the same strategy he had used in the dark ancient city, utilizing the minions of the evil lord to efficiently gather resources. During this time, Lin Yu cleared out all the heavenly materials and earthly treasures from the evil lord's treasury. In terms of quantity, these resources could not compare to those from the dark ancient city, but in quality, they were exceptionally fine, which was precisely what Lin Yu urgently needed. From his previous battle with the evil lord, Lin Yu had roughly assessed that his strength was comparable to that of a peak king-level expert. Certainly, if he employed other means, he could effortlessly sweep away king-level opponents. However, this was still insufficient for Lin Yu. Thus, while the evil lord's subordinates collected various resources, Lin Yu commenced his cultivation within the evil lord's residence, striving to elevate his realm. As of now, Lin Yu had reached the 5-star martial saint realm. With such an abundance of resources, he felt liberated to enhance his abilities. Within just a day, he broke through to the realm of a 1-star great martial saint. With this elevation in realm, his combat prowess naturally surged. At this moment, should he confront the peak king-level evil lord once more, Lin Yu was utterly confident he could eliminate that old fiend in an instant. With plenty of resources still at his disposal, Lin Yu resolved to refine his body first. After all, if he could fully cultivate the second stage of the 9 nether body, it would be akin to acquiring an additional life. No matter how formidable his opponent, they would find it nearly impossible to slay him easily. Lin Yu began concocting pills, dedicating half a day to the task before retrieving the Xianhuang stone. He consumed several premium body refining pills in quick succession, and then fervently absorbed the energy contained within the Xianhuang stone, initiating his 15th body refinement. True to its nature, the Xianhuang stone offered a more refined energy than any previous attempts. As this energy coursed through his body, it ignited every muscle within him, akin to the explosive power of countless unparalleled experts erupting within. This sensation was remarkably invigorating. Lin Yu did not resist. He allowed the energy to temper his flesh. To his surprise, the 14th refinement had produced minimal impurities. Now, as he embarked on the 15th refinement, it had only just begun. Yet a significant amount of impurities began to seep out from his pores, gradually making their way to the surface, and in considerable quantity. Additionally, a faint azure glow enveloped Lin Yu's body. The radiant beams gradually converged above Lin Yu's head, as if destined to form a particular shape. Lin Yu was acutely aware that only upon achieving the pinnacle of the second stage of the 9 nether body would the azure light coalesce into a blue lotus. The formation of the blue lotus would signify the conclusion of the second stage of body refinement. Simultaneously, he would attain a corporeal form approaching immortality, rendering his physical body nearly invincible. After expending a significant portion of the Xianhuang stones, along with a plethora of resources, the 15th round of body refinement was only barely completed. The 9 nether body had taken a step forward. Lin Yu rubbed his temples. In this life, compared to the last, the process of body refinement seemed exceedingly arduous. In his previous life, such an abundance of resources would not merely have sufficed for the 15th round of refinement. It could have easily propelled him to the 20th round, or perhaps even beyond. Yet now, he could barely sustain the 15th round. It was evident that to cultivate the 9 nether body to its ultimate limit, the required resources would be staggering. Even though the Forbidden Lands were replete with treasures, Lin Yu was uncertain if he could procure what he needed for his own cultivation. Chapter 146. Take action, speak less. The advantage lies in the fact that, after undergoing the 15th body tempering, my combat prowess is now at least equivalent to that of 20 temperings in my previous life. This indicates a significant enhancement in overall combat strength. It also suggests that by initially suppressing my realm and diligently laying a solid foundation, I am on the right path. Suddenly, a series of violent noises erupted from outside. My lord, it is dire. The human race has commenced their assault on our ancient city, and the evil lord has yet to return. We implore you to lead us in resisting the human army. A panicked alien commander rushed in. In his eyes, Lin Yu was their pillar of support. With a swift motion, Lin Yu responded simply. A single finger pointed, and the alien commander was instantly transformed into a mist of blood. The unfortunate fellow, even in death, was filled with confusion, unable to comprehend why Lin Yu had chosen to end his life. Lin Yu felt somewhat disheartened, as he had initially intended to thoroughly loot the 51st ancient city of the aliens, but it seemed he would have to abandon that plan. Fortunately, he had gathered quite a bit beforehand, so his disappointment was not overwhelming. Before the human army could encircle the 51st city of the aliens, Lin Yu stepped forth and vanished within the ancient city. He refrained from further hunting of the aliens or engaging in any trials. He concluded this journey of training. From his entrance into the Forbidden Land to his departure, a total of 4 months had elapsed. He had entered around late October, and now it was already February. Lin Yu left the Forbidden Land to return home for the new year. Upon exiting, his phone buzzed with numerous notifications, including messages from Wang Xiaoyu and missed calls from others, with the most frequent messages coming from Yu Linglong. I am truly sorry. I did not adequately supervise Taihe Bank. When the call connected, Yu Linglong's voice was filled with remorse. It is essential to note that Lin Yu had placed absolute trust in her to oversee and manage Taihe Bank. While Yu Linglong possessed considerable ability, she was still quite inexperienced compared to the cunning old fox, Chao Xiong, of Taihe Bank. They were not on the same level at all. It turned out that shortly after Lin Yu entered the Forbidden Land, Chao Xiong and his son began plotting. Their plan was quite simple. Since the majority of the shares in Taihe Bank belonged to Lin Yu, regardless of how much profit they generated, it ultimately remained Lin Yu's. Thus, they conspired with their subordinates to initiate an asset transfer. Cooking the books and transferring assets was a relatively easy task, and by the time Yu Linglong became aware of the situation, a significant portion of the assets had already been relocated. Moreover, Chao Xiong and his associates established Tianlong Bank, effectively replacing Taihe Bank with a new facade, even managing to lure away some of Taihe Bank's original clients to Tianlong Bank. Yu Linglong found herself utterly powerless in this situation. Even the dean was unable to intervene. After all, the opposition had not resorted to force to bully her. Consequently, what once belonged to Lin Yu at Taihe Bank had nearly become an empty shell. In stark contrast, Tianlong Bank flourished in business. Thus, Yu Linglong felt a sense of inadequacy regarding her performance. No worries, I can handle it, Lin Yufeng replied with an air of calm. For reasons unknown. Upon hearing his words, Yu Linglong felt an inexplicable trust. After ending the call, Lin Yu arrived at the headquarters of Tianlong Bank in Kyoto. Sir, are you here to deposit money or to conduct some business? The lobby manager approached him as soon as he entered. Have Chao Xiong come to see me. Lin Yu stated directly. Are you looking for our chairman? May I ask if you have an appointment? The lobby manager hesitated, instinctively inquiring. Just tell him Lin Yu is here. He will naturally come to meet me, Lin Yu replied coolly. The lobby manager was filled with doubt, but still made the call to Chao Xiong. Chao Xiong did arrive. Upon receiving the call, his pupils slightly contracted. Prior to making any moves, he had thoroughly investigated everything, knowing that Lin Yu had staked 300 billion and that all shares of Taihe Bank belonged to him. Simultaneously, Chao Xiong had looked into Lin Yu's background. He discovered that aside from possessing a slightly higher martial prowess, Lin Yu did not have any significant identity or background. Conversely, Lin Yu had made numerous enemies, having slain thousands of city guards and been exiled to the dark Forbidden Lands, where he miraculously survived. Based on various intelligence reports, Lin Yu's strength was estimated to be at the early stage of the martial god realm. After all, Lin Yu's last opponent was the half-step martial god, Hong Luan. Defeating Hong Luan would indeed be consistent with Lin Yu's martial prowess at the early stage of the martial god realm. However, Chao Xiong was different. He originally had around 10 martial god offerings at Taihe Bank, and recently, a powerful grand martial god had joined their ranks, greatly enhancing Taihe Bank's strength. Thus, Chao Xiong decided to take decisive action, executing a clever maneuver to transfer all of Taihe Bank's assets to Tianlong Bank. Even if the president of Huqing University intervened on Lin Yu's behalf, Chao Xiong was unafraid. For the sake of the Chao family's enterprise, he was willing to confront the president. In his view, the martial god president was Lin Yu's greatest trump card and support. Therefore, Chao Xiong did not take Lin Yu seriously, and his series of audacious actions appeared utterly reckless. Now that Lin Yu had arrived, it was within Chao Xiong's expectations. After all, losing such a substantial sum would agitate anyone. Let us go. I am curious to see what a corner dog looks like. Chao Xiong hung up the phone, a playful smile spreading across his face. With 8 martial god offerings and a grand martial god offering, he felt unperturbed even if the king of heaven himself appeared. Thus, Chao Xiong, along with his son and offerings, made their way to Tianlong Bank. You are Lin Yu. In reality, it was the first encounter between the Chao father and son and Lin Yu. Upon seeing the somewhat youthful figure before him, who seemed to barely have matured, Chao Lin sneered in disdain, completely disregarding Lin Yu. Bang! As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Yu casually struck, and before anyone could react, Chao Lin was obliterated into a mist of blood. Chao Xiong was left in shock, as were the offerings around him. None of them anticipated that Lin Yu would act without warning, striking with such ferocity that there was no room for retreat. Chao Xiong had even devised a plan to counter Lin Yu when the time came to demand his shares. Ultimately, devoid of any financial resources, he intended to play the rogue. Naturally, Lin Yu could take legal action against him, but he remained unperturbed, having an arsenal of excuses at his disposal. However, Lin Yu had no intention of engaging in discourse. His principle was to minimize talk and maximize action. He was determined to eliminate him. His own son had been slain, and Chao Xiong's eyes blazed with fury. He roared in rage. Suddenly, the offering from the initial stage of the great martial god lunged at Lin Yu like a leopard, only to explode upon reaching him. It created the illusion that the offering was eager to meet its demise. You have 10 minutes to expel what you have ingested, or I shall obliterate the entire Chao family, Lin Yu stated, his gaze unwavering. Chapter 147. Unyielding and Unreasonable. It is not merely a matter of eliminating Chao Lin or Chao Xiong, but rather the entire Chao family. The Chao family consists of dozens of individuals, and with collateral branches included, the number exceeds 100. Chao Xiong stared intently at Lin Yu, yet Lin Yu remained as tranquil as still water. Do you realize this is beneath the emperor's feet? You dare to kill at will. With a growl, Chao Xiong, gritting his teeth, attempted to intimidate Lin Yu with the weight of official authority. It is worth noting that Chao Xiong's network is indeed formidable. He believed that no matter how powerful Lin Yu might be, he would ultimately bow before his vast connections. Unfortunately, Lin Yu was disinclined to engage in idle chatter with Chao Xiong. With a casual gesture, Chao Xiong was reduced to a mist of blood. Relay this message to the Chao family. Before nightfall, all assets of Tianlong Bank must be returned to Taihe Bank. If even a single cent is missing, I will annihilate the entire Chao family. Lin Yu cast a cold glance at the 8 divine guardians. Just as he prepared to depart, he added, if even one person from the Chao family attempts to abscond with funds, I will execute you all. Such unyielding dominance and utter disregard for reason. The 8 divine guardians dared not utter a sound. They were genuinely frightened. Lin Yu's decisive methods instilled a deep sense of dread within them. There was no room for reason, or rather, there was no reason to be had. Look at Chao Xiong and his son, within a mere encounter. They had not even the chance to utter a word before Chao Lin was dispatched. Chao Xiong's attempts to threaten with the authority of the great Xia dynasty were effortlessly dismissed. Slaying a divine guardian was as simple as dispatching a chick. In Lin Yu's presence, the 8 guardians were rendered inconsequential. Thus, none dared to bare their teeth. With the deaths of Chao Xiong and his son, chaos ensued within the Chao family. Swiftly, Tianlong Bank transferred its funds to Taihe Bank. By evening, all funds had been successfully redirected to Taihe Bank. Initially, it had taken Chao Xiong and his son over 2 months of painstaking effort to arrange the transfer to Tianlong Bank. Yet now, in a matter of just half a day, everything was resolved. Lin Yu, do you have time this evening? We need your assistance with a troublesome matter. And the reward is 500 billion. Just as Lin Yu wrapped up matters with Taihe Bank, he received a call from Li Han. It turned out that a mysterious master had appeared on the underground arena, directly ascending to the Ultimate Challenge platform. This so-called Ultimate Challenge platform imposes no restrictions on martial prowess. Regardless of one's cultivation level, anyone may enter the Ultimate Challenge arena, provided the opponent does not withdraw. Thus, the challenge can continue indefinitely. Even the most novice of warriors may issue a challenge. Naturally, the prize money varies according to the challenge level. If merely a warrior challenges, the maximum reward might be a few hundred. However, if a martial saint challenges, the prize increases, and the rewards for a martial god are even greater. In Li Han's words, since the opponent ascended the platform, they had accepted over 100 challenges, accumulating prize money into the thousands of billions. Very well. I shall make my way there. Reflecting on the assistance he received from Li Han, Lin Yu felt that engaging in some modest tasks was not a burden. He promptly made his way to the underground realm, where he was personally welcomed by Li Han. "Brother, it seems you may have come in vain this time," Li Han remarked, a bitter smile etched across his face upon seeing Lin Yu. "Why?" Lin Yu inquired, perplexed. "Just moments ago, our leader, Yi Hai, arrived. He has recently broken through to the martial god realm and challenged a formidable opponent known as the unbeaten divine dragon. However, in a single strike, he was grievously injured. The strength of this unbeaten divine dragon is at least at the mid-level of the martial god realm." Li Han recounted the events in detail. Previously, Yi Hai was at the pinnacle of the great martial saint level, so his advancement to the martial god realm was not unexpected. Li Han believed Lin Yu's strength to be at the early stage of the martial god realm, a conclusion drawn from Lin Yu's victory over Hong Wan. Thus, Li Han sought Lin Yu's assistance against the unbeaten divine dragon. However, upon returning from matters elsewhere, Yi Hai, upon learning about the arena's situation, decided to take matters into his own hands. To everyone's astonishment, Yi Hai was defeated. In Li Han's view, since both Yi Hai and Lin Yu were at the early stage of the martial god realm, if Yi Hai could not triumph, neither could Lin Yu. Nevertheless, there was no cause for alarm. Their leader had already requested the headquarters to dispatch a divine offering. The offerings in the underground realm were predominantly at the martial god realm, including one who had reached the pinnacle of that level. Li Han expressed confidence that they would resolve the issue, and all they needed to do was observe from the sidelines. Evidently, with Yi Hai stepping in, the situation would be much more manageable. In terms of strength, the underground realm was on par with the Taihe Bank, though the nature of their operations differed. Moreover, the underground realm boasted a greater concentration of martial arts experts. For instance, their leader and hall masters were all proficient fighters, while in the Taihe Bank, only the offerings were formidable, with many others being ordinary individuals. Very well, Lin Yu responded without further ado. Soon, the offering from the underground realm arrived. A pinnacle expert of the late martial god stage. "If I win this match, the funds will escalate to 20 trillion. The underground realm 1T default, will it?" The unbeaten divine dragon, masked and concealing his appearance, spoke with a booming voice laced with disdain. "Rest assured, this amount is well within our means," Yi Hai replied coldly. "Then, let us begin." The unbeaten divine dragon stretched lazily. "Kill." The offering roared, merging his aura with the surrounding environment. Reaching a specific pinnacle of power, the strength of the late martial god stage. Boom, boom, boom. In a flurry, the unbeaten divine dragon unleashed a series of punches, each one surpassing the last, culminating in a final strike that sent the offering flying. He crashed to the ground, blood spilling from his mouth, gravely injured. Remarkably strong. A chorus of astonishment erupted from the crowd, as this competition had captured the attention of many. Few anticipated that the enigmatic undefeated heavenly dragon would possess such formidable strength. It is worth noting that witnessing the battle of martial deities offers a profound visual impact. It seems the underground world may soon face significant challenges. I have heard that the pinnacle of the underground realm is the martial deity, yet this may not be the case. It is rumored that the president of the underground world has attained the realm of the grand martial deity. A flurry of discussions ensued among the spectators. Yet no one appeared to favor the underground realm. Could there be an intention to target the underground world? Lin Yu could not help but voice his thoughts. Impossible, Li Han asserted with great certainty. Our underground world has always been benevolent and rarely harbors enmities. Lin Yu pondered this notion. Based on his interactions with Li Han and others from the underground world, he found them to be exceedingly magnanimous, as well as remarkably courteous and considerate towards challengers. Chapter 148. If you choose silence, then embrace your demise. Indeed, it is not easy to offend others. Rather, one often cultivates friendships with numerous formidable individuals. Regrettably, the undefeated dragon of heaven dons a mask, obscuring his true visage. Were his authentic appearance revealed, many mysteries might be unraveled. Mr. Undefeated Dragon, I concede in the underground realm, you shall receive a reward of 20 trillion. At this moment, Yi Hai spoke up voluntarily. To wager and concede such a substantial sum at once is indeed no trifling matter. To many observers, it appears that the undefeated dragon stands to gain immensely. Furthermore, The underground world's official concession grants him considerable prestige, suggesting that he should seize the opportunity to withdraw gracefully. The contest is not yet concluded, according to your regulations. I may continue to challenge as I please. However, should you hinder my further challenges, all arenas in your underground world must be shut down, prohibiting any further contests. The undefeated dragon spoke slowly. Upon hearing this, a wave of astonishment swept through the crowd. Many wore peculiar expressions. Even the dimmest among them could surmise that the undefeated dragon was intent on causing a ruckus. It is well known that arena competitions are one of the most significant sources of revenue for the underground world. How could they possibly close them so readily? Yet, given the current situation, if the competitions remain open, the undefeated dragon would undoubtedly continue to stir trouble. It seemed that this matter would need to be reported to the president to see how he would choose to respond. Li Hun sighed. At this juncture, he, as the hall master, along with Yi Hai, the helm master, were likely incapable of resolving the issue. The president was out of town and would not be able to return in the short term. By the time he arrived, it seemed the arenas would have been dismantled by the undefeated dragon. Yi Hai furrowed his brow. There is no need for such fuss. I shall confront this undefeated dragon. Lin Yu declared as he donned his mask. He had initially intended to resolve the situation, and now it was time for him to reveal his prowess. Remaining low-key could lead others to believe one is easily bullied. Little brother, do not act recklessly. Your strength is merely at the initial stage of martial god, while the undefeated dragon stands at the pinnacle of the late stage. You are not his match, Li Hun urged, startled and quick to intervene. It is fine. Lin Yu offered no further explanation, stepping forward and ascending to the arena. Nameless has arrived. Lin Yu's reputation had grown immensely. Upon his arrival on the stage, a wave of cheers erupted. Since Lin Yu began participating in the arena competitions, he had never faced defeat. Notably, he had often challenged opponents beyond his level. Thus, many harbored hopes that Lin Yu would once again create a miracle by defeating the undefeated dragon. You are nameless. I never anticipated that even the undefeated dragon had heard of your name. No matter how impressive you are, your legend ends here, facing me. The undefeated dragon sneered, entirely dismissing Lin Yu. Li Hun and Yi Hai exchanged glances. Now that Lin Yu had taken the stage, their attempts to dissuade him would be futile. To do so would contravene the rules of the competition. Now, I declare the match to commence. The knight sighed softly. While a greater compensation might not be of great consequence, Lin Yu's loss could very well cost him his life. It is important to note that the underground world held Lin Yu in high regard, hoping to provide him with support and witnessing his flourishing growth. Unfortunately, this was merely the beginning, and it seemed destined to end prematurely. A genius, one who had the potential to become an unparalleled master, was tragically falling in the arena. Stay down. The undefeated divine dragon's fist struck down fiercely. Boom. Yet, Lin Yu merely shifted slightly, then seized the undefeated divine dragon, forcefully slamming it onto the arena. What on earth? How is this possible? Incredible. Gasps of astonishment filled the air, as nearly everyone found it hard to believe. The undefeated divine dragon had just exhibited remarkable prowess, having defeated numerous experts, especially the last offering, who possessed standard peak martial god strength. Yet, it was still easily subdued by the undefeated divine dragon. Thus, everyone understood that the undefeated divine dragon's strength was at least within the realm of the grand martial god. Many harbored hopes that Nameless could triumph, but it remained merely an expectation. To conquer the undefeated martial god, one would need absolute strength. Some believed that a fierce contest between the undefeated divine dragon and Nameless was inevitable. However, Nameless effortlessly crushed the undefeated divine dragon. With a single move, it was devoid of any suspense. The undefeated divine dragon appeared as fragile as a chick in Nameless's grip. No matter how formidable or invincible one may be, what difference does it make? What was he planning to do? Normally, when one party is defeated, the match concludes. Yet, before the eyes of the crowd, Lin Yu bent down and directly removed the undefeated divine dragon's mask. Rarely does one undertake such an action, though it is not prohibited. Beneath the mask was an aged face. Li Hun and Yi Hai exchanged glances, failing to recognize the individual. I give you a chance, speak. Who sent you to cause trouble? Lin Yu's foot pressed firmly against the other's face. If assistance was to be rendered, it must be thorough. Do you think I would divulge anything? The elder's expression was cold and indifferent. If you refuse to speak, then you shall perish." With that, Lin Yu applied pressure, and the elder's head exploded. It was swift and decisive, devoid of any superfluous words. The surroundings fell into a deathly silence. Once on the arena, one must sign a pact of life and death. However, typically, the opponent's life is not taken. Lin Yu had participated in numerous matches, and each time, he merely held back. This was Lin Yu's first instance of killing in the arena, and many were astounded by his dominance. What was crucial was that Lin Yu had slain a grand martial god, not some insignificant figure. "Brother, thank you." As Lin Yu approached the backstage, Li Han and Yi Hai welcomed him. At that moment, the way they looked at Lin Yu had changed entirely. Previously, they merely regarded Lin Yu as a prodigy. However, no matter how remarkable a genius may be, if they do not mature, they remain merely a genius. For instance, during the incident at the Liu family, Li Han, concerned for Lin Yu's safety, promptly reached out to Yi Hai, hoping he would assist Lin Yu. Yet, after that encounter, Yi Hai realized that Lin Yu's prowess had ascended to the realm of martial deity. An 18-year-old martial deity is indeed a formidable figure in Yi Hai's eyes. However, he never anticipated that Lin Yu was not merely a martial deity, but a grand martial deity. In strict terms, a grand martial deity stands before them as a figure of seniority, capable of effortlessly wielding immense power. Lin Yu smiled gently. After all, Li Han and Yi Hai had genuinely sought to aid him, and thus he regarded them as friends. "Brother, I wish to extend an invitation from the underground world for you to join us as an esteemed member. Would you accept?" Yi Hai gazed at Lin Yu with eager anticipation. Lin Yu's inclusion in the underground world would undoubtedly bolster its strength significantly. The most crucial aspect is that Lin Yu, at merely 18, possesses boundless potential. Chapter 149, Feeling Unworthy No Problem. Without inquiring about remuneration, Lin Yu readily agreed. "Haha, splendid. From now on, we shall be comrades. My brother, rest assured, upon becoming a patron, you will partake in the dividends of our underground realm. Moreover, anything you wish to procure within our domain will be available to you at the most favorable prices." Yi Hai chuckled, then continued, "Should you require any rare treasures, our underground world will exert every effort to assist you in your search. I do need a few items, and I must trouble you," Lin Yu replied, his mind stirring. Having reached the 15th stage of body tempering, he required numerous materials for the next phase. Of course, with the resources from Taihe Bank, monetary concerns were no longer pressing, especially since he had acquired a wealth of valuable items from the 5th city of the alien race. The total value of these items was substantial, thus he needed to seek out the necessary materials. "Rest assured, our underground network spans the entire Great Xia dynasty. Acquiring what you desire should pose no challenge," Yi Hai assured him without hesitation. Lin Yu listed several urgently needed items before taking his leave. On his way back, he received a text message. 100 billion had been deposited. This was significantly more than previously agreed upon, evidently reflecting the remuneration commensurate with the unmatched prowess of the divine dragon. With the academic institutions now on break, Second Dream, Wang Xiaoyu, and even Yu Linglong had returned early. Lin Yu had little to pack, so he purchased a plane ticket and headed straight home. Just as he disembarked from the plane, he received a message from Yu Linglong. "Lin Yu, I have gathered several remarkable items. When will you come to collect them?" Upon sending the message, Yu Linglong felt a twinge of anxiety. In the past, she had considered herself beautiful, and the Yu family was the second most prestigious family in Beihai. Such attributes seemed ample to match with the talented Lin Yu. However, in just 6 months, everything had changed. In terms of combat prowess, the competitions had revealed that Lin Yu had attained at least the early stages of martial god. An 18-year-old martial god was a rarity in the annals of Great Xia's history. He would undoubtedly evolve into a grand martial god, or perhaps even stronger. Such a man was likely the dream of every woman. To make matters worse, Lin Yu was extraordinarily handsome, and he had acquired Taihe Bank. The wealth possessed by Taihe Bank was incomparable, surpassing the combined fortunes of all the prominent families in Beihai. This alone attested to the formidable nature of Taihe Bank. Previously, Yu Linglong felt deserving of Lin Yu. Now, her confidence had waned, particularly with the tasks Lin Yu had entrusted to her that she failed to accomplish. She felt utterly inept, often relying on Lin Yu to resolve matters personally. The only contribution she could muster was to gather various rare treasures for him. "Very well, I shall visit Beihai after the new year," Lin Yu contemplated before responding to Yu Linglong. He too yearned for a moment of relaxation at home. Okay, I will await your arrival. Yilin felt a sweet warmth in her heart. At last, the young man had returned. Upon seeing her son, Li Shufang immediately broke into a radiant smile. Without her son, it seemed that the entire Lin family would have been utterly fragmented. Now, Lin Yu had become the cornerstone of the Lin family. Although the Lin family was once hailed as the foremost clan in Yang City, this was somewhat of an exaggeration. Presently, the Lin family exuded confidence and strength. Lin Yu produced an abundance of spirit stones and amethyst stones from his spatial pouch, essential items for cultivation. For Lin Yu, they were merely trifles, yet for the Lin family, they were treasures of immense significance. That evening, Lin Yu decided to enhance the strength of his father, mother, and uncle directly with pills. All of them progressed from martial sect to great martial sect. His grandfather, after recovering his health, had already entered the martial saint realm. This time, Lin Yu elevated his grandfather another tier, propelling him into the great martial saint realm. As for the younger generation, they had all ascended to the martial sect. The Lin family was undoubtedly filled with joy and celebration. Surely you didn't come back empty-handed? After dinner, Lin Yu sought out the old principal of 8th High School. The old principal had always treated Lin Yu exceptionally well, a kindness Lin Yu cherished deeply. When the old principal saw Lin Yu, his face lit up with joy. It was Lin Yu who had propelled 8th High School to prominence, establishing it as the top school in Yang City, and indeed, the finest in the entire Jiangnan province. Many students flocked there, and the quality of students had undergone a remarkable transformation. For the old principal, it was akin to fulfilling a long-held aspiration. Old man, this is a token of my appreciation. Lin Yu presented a box containing 6 pills. These were fortuitously obtained from a forbidden area. Each pill can elevate a martial sect to great martial sect, and a great martial sect to martial saint. In essence, below the martial god level, one can effortlessly transcend a realm. Lin Yu explained earnestly. It is worth noting that there exists a subtle hierarchy of 1 star to 9 stars between each realm. However, these pills disregarded such distinctions, enabling direct ascension, a truly miraculous phenomenon. Lin Yu offered 6 pills to the old principal, as he also had family and friends who would benefit from them. It would be no exaggeration to say that these pills were worth their weight in gold. Even wealth could scarcely procure them. Keep these pills and cultivate diligently. In the future, you shall be the greatest pride of 8th High School. Lin Yu urged as the old principal eagerly accepted the box of pills. I have a few more, and 1 pill per person is sufficient. Taking more would yield no additional effect, Lin Yu briefly clarified. Understood. In that case, I shall reserve them for the school's promising talents, ensuring we can nurture at least 6 potential stars. The old principal carefully stored the pills away. Witnessing this scene, Lin Yu felt a lump in his throat. Before him stood a charming old gentleman, who, from beginning to end, had never considered himself or his family, but was solely devoted to his students. Such individuals are indeed exceedingly rare. Old head, Lin Yu called out to the old principal. What? The principal instinctively replied, only to have a medicinal pill unexpectedly propelled into his mouth by Lin Yu. Lin Yu then placed his hand directly upon the principal, determined to assist him personally. The principal's strength was relatively modest, hovering around the threshold of a half-step martial sage. Yet, upon consuming the pill, he would directly ascend to the realm of a 1-star martial sage, swiftly followed by successive promotions. From 1-star martial sage to 2-star, then 3-star, 4-star, and ultimately 5-star martial sage. Boom. In an instant, the principal's body trembled violently, his expression one of disbelief. For with Lin Yu's aid, he had astonishingly broken through the martial sage realm, directly entering the grand domain of the great martial sage. Chapter 150. My boyfriend is invincible and awe-inspiring. In the eyes of the venerable principal, attaining the martial saint realm in his lifetime would have been a satisfying achievement. Little did he expect to reach the great martial saint realm, a delightful surprise beyond his wildest dreams. Overcome with emotion, tears brimmed in his eyes, leaving him momentarily speechless. My dear, what are you up to? Lin Yu had just left the principal's residence when he received a call from Wang Xiaoyu. Upon hearing her sweet voice, a chill ran down his spine, causing goosebumps to erupt all over him. Is there something you need? Lin Yu cut to the chase. My cousin and her boyfriend have arrived, and we are in box 808 at the Dynasty Bar. She wishes to meet you, so hurry over, Wang Xiaoyu said unabashedly. All right, Lin Yu readily agreed. He had heard of Wang Xiaoyu's cousin more than once. Both she and Wang Xiaoyu were born in the same month and year, and both were stunningly beautiful, with their families enjoying prosperous circumstances. Hence, they were often compared. From their childhood martial arts prowess to their appearances, it was always a topic of discussion. Later, when Wang Xiaoyu's cousin went abroad, it was said she met a remarkably impressive boyfriend. In Wang Xiaoyu's words, every time their families compared her to her cousin, she would always come up short, leaving her quite frustrated. Now, with her cousin's family visiting, her boyfriend had also come along, driving a luxury car worth millions, possessing formidable skills, and hailing from a prominent family, which made Wang Xiaoyu feel quite constrained. Especially within the confines of the bar's private room, her cousin's boyfriend had invited a handsome friend along as well. According to her cousin, this friend was not only strikingly attractive, but also came from an illustrious background, and they were trying to matchmake Wang Xiaoyu with him. Feeling disheartened, Wang Xiaoyu decided to inform her cousin that she already had a boyfriend and promptly called Lin Yu. In her view, both she and her cousin would engage in some light boasting, and she insisted Lin Yu play the role of her ideal boyfriend, or else she would sever ties with him. After hanging up, Wang Xiaoyu sent Lin Yu a text message to reiterate her request. Absolutely. Lin Yu understood her unspoken message. The Dynasty Bar was considered one of the premier establishments in Yang City, with the owner, reputedly the top expert in the local martial arts community, known as Husan. Most people respectfully addressed him as Third Master. My dear, you've arrived. As Lin Yu pushed open the door to the private room, Wang Xiaoyu rushed to greet him, affectionately linking her arm with his. She joyfully introduced him. Cousin, this is my boyfriend Lin Yu, a freshman at Hucking University. Hucking University? Chen Shui's expression shifted slightly. After all, Hucking University was one of the top institutions in the Great Xia dynasty, and gaining admission there was no small feat. Noticing the change in Chen Shui's demeanor, Wang Xiaoyu felt a surge of pride. By the way, Lin Yu, this is my cousin Chen Shui, who studies at Goguryeo University in Seoul. Wang Xiaoyu introduced her cousin with a sense of accomplishment. Certainly, the reputation of Goguryeo University in Seoul is not inferior to that of Hucking University. Chen Shui is remarkably beautiful, possessing long legs, fair skin, and a perfectly shaped face, complemented by an undeniable grace. In comparison to the boisterous Wang Xiaoyu, she indeed appears to exude a more refined femininity. Presently, Wang Xiaoyu remains at the level of Wu Zong, whereas her peer, Chen Shui, has already attained the status of a one-star Grand Wu Zong, marking her as exceptionally distinguished. Consequently, Chen Shui's martial arts prowess surpasses that of Wang Xiaoyu, thus establishing her dominance. This is my cousin's boyfriend, Situ Kong, also from Seoul University. Wang Xiaoyu has introduced her cousin's boyfriend. As for another young man, Situ Kong's friend, Wang Xiaoyu could not be bothered to introduce him. Hucking University has been on a decline for the past year. I was once offered early admission there, but I declined and went directly to Beach University. Unexpectedly, Situ Kong's friend interjected, by the way, this is my friend Zhao Donglai, who, like me, is studying abroad. We are both in our final year and about to graduate. Situ Kong smiled as he made the introduction. By the way, brother Zhao, what is your current level of cultivation? I can't seem to discern it, Chen Shui inquired, her gaze fixed on Zhao Donglai. In truth, Chen Shui was well aware of Zhao Donglai's cultivation level. Her question was a deliberate ploy to elevate herself while belittling others. Indeed, Zhao Donglai felt a swell of pride. Yet he feigned humility as he responded, my talent is not high, nor have I exerted enough effort. Currently, I am merely at the 9-star Grand Wuzong level and have yet to break through to the martial sage realm. I feel quite ashamed. Even at the top institution of the Daxia dynasty, it is quite rare for a senior student to possess the strength of a 9-star Grand Wuzong. While not extraordinary, it is certainly impressive. After all, those prodigious masters are exceedingly few, placing Zhao Donglai firmly within the ranks of the talented. Well, compared to Situ's 2-star martial sage, there is indeed quite a gap, Wang Xiaoyu stated earnestly. Upon hearing this, Zhao Donglai felt a tinge of displeasure, for geniuses like Situ Kong are already a rarity. Comparing himself to Situ was clearly unjust. By the way, cousin, what level is your boyfriend at? Chen Shui, understanding human nature, skillfully shifted the conversation to Lin Yu. I'm not entirely sure about the specifics, but let my boyfriend speak for himself. Wang Xiaoyu thought to herself with pride, though she feigned modesty. Previously, she had been painstakingly discreet, refraining from discussing Lin Yu's accomplishments in university competitions and other matters, all for this moment. To play the role of a humble person hiding a tiger. She was ready to boast, even if she fell short in many aspects compared to her cousin. Her boyfriend was far superior to her cousin's. The combined worth of 10 boyfriends of her cousin would not equate to even a single finger of her own boyfriend. Her boyfriend was invincible, truly remarkable. He had just recently broken through, and one could say he was at the level of a one-star martial sage. To be honest, Lin Yu had not placed much emphasis on his cultivation level. If one were to wholeheartedly pursue a higher realm, it is likely that they would have already ascended beyond the rank of a king. Even now, having reached the level of a first-star Grand Martial Saint, Lin Yu feels that his promotion has been somewhat hasty. He believes it is prudent to temper his advancement. Haha. As Lin Yu's words fell, Chen Shui and Situ Kong erupted into laughter. An 18-year-old freshman achieving the status of a first-star Grand Martial Saint? Do you take us for fools? Chen Shui scoffed disdainfully. Cousin, in truth, Lin Yu possesses considerable strength. Enough. You needn't elaborate. I comprehend perfectly. You are aware that your boyfriend pales in comparison to mine, which is why you allow him to put on airs. Don't even mention the first-star Grand Martial Saint. I have my doubts that he even belongs to Hucking University. Wang Xiaoyu's words were abruptly cut off by Chen Shui. Chapter 151. Never destroy my daughter. It was evident that Chen Shui was entirely skeptical of Wang Xiaoyu's words. I am not lying to you. If it comes to it, let my boyfriend fight your boyfriend. I assure you, my boyfriend can beat yours to a pulp. Wang Xiaoyu exclaimed, her urgency betraying her rationality. As soon as her words left her lips, she sensed the impropriety of her statement. However, it was too late to retract her words. A fight might be feasible, but I fear it could lead to your boyfriend's demise, Situ Kong remarked, his expression darkening, his tone laden with gravity. There is no need for violence. We are all friends here, Lin Yu interjected with a faint smile. When faced with adversaries, Lin Yu was decisively ruthless. Yet, considering that the opponent was Wang Xiaoyu's cousin's boyfriend, he deemed it unnecessary to escalate tensions. Have you already conceded so quickly? Zhao Donglai, standing nearby, reveled in the chaos. He eagerly anticipated Lin Yu's embarrassment, believing it would afford him an opportunity to pursue Wang Xiaoyu. After all, in Zhao Donglai's eyes, Wang Xiaoyu was the epitome of beauty. Make your move. Wang Xiaoyu winked at Lin Yu, confident that he could effortlessly handle Situ Kong and Zhao Donglai. After all, Lin Yu had defeated even the formidable Hong Luan, a half-step martial god. At that moment, Chen Shui's phone rang, and upon answering, her expression shifted dramatically. Cousin, what happened? Wang Xiaoyu instinctively inquired. My parents were in a car accident. They said it occurred on Donghuan Road. Chen Shui replied anxiously. Upon hearing this, Wang Xiaoyu's heart tightened. Unlike her own parents, Chen Shui's parents were theoretical individuals who had not practiced martial arts. Given the situation, if the other party summoned a martial expert, it would spell trouble. Hence, they needed to hurry. Situ Kong, upon learning of his future in-law's predicament, wasted no time and accompanied Chen Shui immediately. Wang Xiaoyu, Lin Yu, and Zhao Donglai followed closely behind. Wang Xiaoyu took the wheel, and soon they arrived at the scene of the accident. I truly did not mean to. At that moment, Chen Shui's father was being held by a middle-aged man, struggling futilely to escape his grip. To an onlooker, he resembled a helpless chick. Chen Shui's mother attempted to intervene, but was thwarted by the man's bodyguard, unable to advance a single step. Stop this. Witnessing her father's humiliation, Chen Shui's fury erupted. With a fierce roar, she unleashed her formidable aura and charged at the middle-aged man. It is worth noting that Chen Shui was a one-star Grand Martial Master, her full power exuding an impressive presence. Boom. However, before Chen Shui could reach the man, a figure suddenly appeared, blocking her path and delivering a punch that sent her flying. You seek death. Situ Kong, witnessing his girlfriend being struck, disregarded all caution and leaped into action, swiftly lunging at the opponent. As a two-star martial saint, his strength was indeed terrifying. Boom. As a result, the opponent struck with a powerful punch, causing Situ Kong to stagger backwards several steps. He then spat out a mouthful of blood, indicating he had sustained injuries. The mere two exchanges were sufficient to demonstrate that the adversary's strength surpassed that of a two-star martial saint. If anything happens to my son, your entire family will pay the price. The middle-aged man's gaze was icy as it swept over Chen Shui and her companions. At that moment, They noticed several individuals nearby attempting to revive an 11 or 12-year-old boy. Not far from them lay a wrecked motorcycle. We were merely driving normally. He ran a red light and was speeding. We had no time to react. It was unintentional, Chen Shui's mother said, her voice tinged with panic. Initially believing her daughter's presence would intimidate the opponent, she was taken aback by the terrifying strength displayed. It was evident that the adversary hadn't even engaged directly. His subordinate had effortlessly defeated 2 skilled fighters. My son may have run a red light, but you must not think you can hit him, the middle-aged man said coldly. There was no reasoning with him. He was utterly unreasonable. Master, the young master has suffered a severe blow to his dantian. Although we have saved him, he may never be able to cultivate martial arts again. An elderly man suddenly spoke from a short distance away. Damn it! The middle-aged man's expression changed drastically. The child was his only son and his most cherished treasure. He had hoped for his son to inherit everything, but now faced such dire consequences. Very well. Since my son is rendered useless, you shall not escape unscathed either. First, you will cripple this vile girl's dantian and turn her into a... The middle-aged man declared with malicious intent. His method of revenge was straightforward. Inflict the same suffering upon Chen Shui's parents. No, everything can be negotiated. Please don't ruin my daughter. Chen Shui's mother pleaded desperately. Chen Shui's father was equally frantic, yet he was held by the throat, unable to utter a word. I am Situ Kong of the Situ family. Chen Shui is my girlfriend. Could you please show me some consideration? At that moment, Situ Kong spoke up. He had realized that the opponent was far too powerful for mere physical confrontation to be effective. In this predicament, he could only invoke his family's name to instill caution in the adversary. The Situ family? Indeed, upon hearing Situ Kong's lineage, the middle-aged man furrowed his brow, revealing a hint of trepidation. However, he was not one to change his mind simply because of a single statement from Situ Kong. Instead, he took out his phone and dialed a number. Check if there is a Situ Kong in the Situ family. Undoubtedly, the middle-aged man feared the Situ family, which was why he hesitated to act impulsively. The Chen family collectively exhaled with relief, clearly having escaped a calamity. Chen Shui's eyes sparkled with excitement. Her boyfriend was remarkable, not only in martial prowess, but also in familial stature. In contrast, when she looked at Wang Xiaoyu's boyfriend, it was evident that he did not compare on any level. Soon, the phone rang again, and the middle-aged man answered. His expression quickly darkened to an ominous shade. How dare you, a mere distant relative of the Situ family, attempt to threaten me under the banner of the Situ clan? Do you truly believe that I couldn't eliminate you without a second thought? With that, the man cast a fierce glare at Situ Kong. The direct descendants of the family undoubtedly held a different status and standing. In contrast, the collateral branches were insignificant, particularly within the Situ family, where there were hundreds of direct descendants and thousands of collateral members. The latter held little importance. Consequently, the middle-aged man completely disregarded Situ Kong, a mere collateral relative. It was over. Upon hearing the man's words, Chen Shui was suddenly taken aback. Situ Kong, too, felt a sense of bewilderment. Even as a collateral member, he had always considered himself quite formidable. Yet, the adversary clearly did not regard him with any seriousness. Chapter 152. Do you wish to leap as well? This also signifies that the identity and background of the other party must be extraordinary. Do you require me to take action myself, or will you be the one to render your own dantian useless? The middle-aged man directed a cold gaze towards Chen Shui, his intent unmistakably resolute in his desire to incapacitate her. Please, I implore you. I was the one driving. You may take my life, but spare my daughter. Chen Shui's father beseeched, his face a portrait of desperation. In that moment, he was engulfed by regret, wishing fervently that he had refrained from taking the car out. Had he known calamity awaited them, the more he pleaded, the more determined the middle-aged man became to ruin Chen Shui. For only then would his own inner turmoil find solace, and his wrath be satiated. The old man's gaze fell upon Chen Shui. A tremor coursed through her delicate frame as she instinctively glanced towards her boyfriend, Situ Kong. In her eyes, he was her sole bastion of support. However, Situ Kong himself felt lost and helpless, acutely aware that he was regarded as inconsequential by those present. The old man's martial prowess was unfathomable. Provoking him could very well lead to the obliteration of Situ's own abilities. While a girlfriend could be replaced, the destruction of his dantian would mean the loss of everything. I am sorry, but I am powerless to assist. Situ Kong's face was etched with despair. Wait. Just as the old man was about to strike, a voice suddenly rang out. Do you wish to leap as well? The middle-aged man's eyes glinted coldly. His patience was wearing thin. I can restore your son's dantian. The speaker was none other than Lin Yu. Is that truly possible? The middle-aged man's eyes brightened, and Chen Shui and the others were filled with excitement. This was indeed a dramatic turn of events. Nevertheless, the middle-aged man remained somewhat skeptical. After all, Lin Yu appeared exceedingly youthful. The previous physician who had treated his son was a renowned doctor, and if such an esteemed figure had failed, could this mere boy succeed? Without responding, Lin Yu strode directly toward the young boy. Upon reaching his side, he placed his palm gently on the child's body. A wave of warm energy surged through the boy, causing him to shudder. In an instant, Lin Yu produced several silver needles, deftly inserting them into the boy's dantian. Approximately 10 minutes later, when Lin Yu withdrew his hands and removed the needles, the boy's damaged dantian had fully healed. Father, my cultivation has improved. The boy exclaimed in astonishment, realizing that not only had his dantian been restored, but he had also transcended from the pinnacle of martial master to the rank of one-star martial sect. At such a tender age, to possess such cultivation, he was destined to be a contender in the top 5 prestigious academies. This is wonderful. The middle-aged man meticulously examined his son's condition, his joy palpable. Young man, you are truly a miracle worker. I am Xiahou Tian of the Xiahou clan. You have healed my son. Speak your desires, and whatever I possess, I shall grant you. His face radiated with delight. The Xiahou clan, Chen Shui, Situ Kong, and the others gasped in astonishment. It can be said that the Xiahou family is in no way inferior to the Situ family, both being prominent clans of the Great Xia dynasty, possessing formidable strength that deters most from provoking them lightly. It is no wonder that they regard Situ Kong, a mere collateral relative, with such disdain. For me, it is merely a trifling matter. I require nothing in return. Lin Yu smiled faintly. This is indeed a candid truth. Here, take my contact number, young brother. Should you encounter any troubles in the future, do not hesitate to call me. I, Xiahou Tian, will not shy away from any challenge. Xiahou Tian was remarkably straightforward, even producing a business card. Very well. Lin Yu did not decline. In fact, he could discern that Xiahou Tian was exceptionally magnanimous, albeit fiercely protective of his own. His earlier aggressiveness stemmed from his son's plight, having lost his martial prowess. In this world, lacking martial skills renders one nearly as good as powerless. Lin Yu vividly remembered the disdain he faced when he was devoid of such abilities. Thank you, Lin Yu. Once Xiahou Tian and the others departed, Chen Shui approached Lin Yu, her expression brimming with gratitude. Had it not been for Lin Yu's intervention, she would have faced a fate worse than death. Reflecting on her previous attempts to undermine Lin Yu, even considering introducing her cousin to Zhao Donglai, she felt a twinge of embarrassment. No worries, you are Xiao Yu's cousin. It is only right that I assist you. Lin Yu smiled gently, speaking a sincere truth. However, Chen Shui's demeanor towards Situ Kong had notably soured. At a crucial moment, Situ Kong had chosen to retreat, leaving Chen Shui feeling quite unsettled. Cousin, let us not linger. It's time to head home. At this moment, the most delighted was undoubtedly Wang Xiaoyu, who viewed Lin Yu's recent display as nothing short of spectacular. There was no need for pretense now. Her boyfriend was indeed the most dashing of them all. After returning home with Wang Xiaoyu and her family, Lin Yu was warmly welcomed, and it was not until the late hours of the night that he returned to his own abode. Boss, do you have a moment? The following day, shortly after rising, Lin Yu received a call from Zhang Chuxiong. If one were to identify the most unique individual at Huaqing University, it would undoubtedly be Luo Shuixian. However, if asked which student was closest to Lin Yu, Zhang Chuxiong would assert second place, with no one daring to claim the first. This fellow was simply effusive. Even if Lin Yu ignored him, he would still gravitate towards him, referring to Lin Yu as boss. Naturally, Lin Yu held a favorable impression of Zhang Chuxiong. What is the matter? Lin Yu inquired casually. 2 matters. First, the dragon fruit you desired. I have procured it through connections. Secondly, my grandfather has just ascended to the martial god realm and is hosting a banquet for guests. I would like to invite you to join us for some merriment. Zhang Chuxiong's voice was filled with anticipation. The Zhang family wielded considerable influence. When Lin Yu faced his troubles, aside from the president of Huaqing University and others, Zhang Chuxiong had also sought to leverage his family connections to alleviate Lin Yu's predicament. Lin Yu is also aware of this matter. Very well. I shall pay a visit around noon. Lin Yu smiled faintly. In general, for a family to possess a martial deity is quite remarkable. Take for instance the president of the underground world, Liang Tian, who is merely at the martial deity level. Then there is the venerable old master Liu from the prestigious Liu family in Kyoto, who is only half a step into the martial deity realm. Furthermore, the Han family from the northwest and the Sun family from the northeast boast their most formidable experts, who are merely at the 8-star or 9-star Grand Martial Sage level. Therefore, it stands to reason that the Zhang family is undoubtedly stronger than the Sun and Han families combined. If we consider the Liu, Han, and Sun families as prominent clans, then the Zhang family can be deemed a top-tier aristocracy. The Zhang family also resides in the Jiangnan province, albeit Lin Yu is in Yang City while the Zhang family is located in Su City. However, it is important to note that Yang City and Su City are not of the same caliber. Yang City is regarded as a lower-tier city. One can observe that the Lin family, lacking even a martial sage, still managed to establish themselves as a prominent family and was hailed as the foremost family in Yang City. Chapter 153. The Idol of Everyone. Upon arriving in Su City, one discovers that among the 10 prominent families, the last-ranked family boasts several martial saints. The Lin family, once formidable, would now find itself relegated to at least the 100th place if it were to establish itself within Su City, rendering it utterly inconsequential. This phenomenon is undoubtedly tied to the overall capabilities of the two cities. For instance, in the comprehensive city rankings of the Great Xia dynasty, Su City proudly occupies a position within the top 20, while Yang City languishes beyond the 1,000th rank. This stark contrast illustrates the disparity between the two locales. Within Su City, the Zhang family holds a distinguished third position among the illustrious clans, marking them as quite prominent. However, it is essential to note that the rankings of families in both Yang City and Su City are superficial. Certain reclusive and martial families refrain from participating in such listings. The Situ and Xiahou families, for example, are ancient lineages with histories spanning over 5 centuries, and they typically abstain from engaging in these rankings. Today, the Zhang family is exceptionally lively, celebrating the ascension of the elder patriarch to the esteemed rank of martial god, an event of great significance. The most crucial aspect is that the Zhang family possesses another martial god within their forbidden grounds, which implies that the elder, upon reaching this exalted state, will not be required to serve within the confines of the forbidden territory. A martial god remaining outside the forbidden grounds exerts considerable influence over many families. Oh, what brings you here? To Lin Yu's surprise, upon arriving at the entrance of the Zhang residence, he encountered Wang Xiaoyu, who had just alighted from her vehicle. The moment she spotted Lin Yu, her face lit up with joy. For the carefree Wang Xiaoyu, simply seeing Lin Yu was enough to elate her. Trailing behind her were Chun Shui and Situ Kong, clearly having reconciled their differences. I'm a classmate of Zhang Chuxiong. He invited me over. By the way, what about you all? Lin Yu offered a brief explanation. My sister and Zhang Chuxiong were high school classmates, and she too received an invitation from him. Wang Xiaoyu chimed in with a beaming smile. Lin Yu found himself both amused and exasperated. It seemed Zhang Chuxiong had extended invitations to all his classmates. In truth, he had invited friends from middle school, high school, and university, those with whom he shared good relationships or who were exceptionally talented. Upon encountering Zhang Chuxiong, Lin Yu recognized several familiar faces, top-tier students from their freshman year, all of whom had trained together at the base. Allow me to introduce everyone. This is my university classmate. No need for introductions. He is Lin Yu, the foremost expert among the 5 prestigious institutions. Indeed, he is truly the idol of us all. At last, we meet him in person. He is even more handsome than on television. Before Zhang Chuxiong could complete his sentence, he was interrupted. It was understandable that others might not recognize Lin Yu, but these students were different. They had witnessed the ranking competition and had seen Lin Yu claim the top spot with their own eyes. Thus, upon seeing him, they immediately recognized his fame. He is indeed quite renowned. To her astonishment, Chun Shui found that they had indeed secured the top position in the ranking competition. Yesterday, she had felt grateful towards Lin Yu, merely appreciating his profound medical skills. However, when it came to martial arts, Lin Yu's claim of being a first-star Grand Martial Saint seemed implausible to her. Truth be told, her boyfriend, Situ Kong, a senior with exceptional talent, had only attained the rank of second-star Martial Saint. How could Lin Yu, still a freshman, possibly be a first-star Grand Martial Saint? The odds seemed exceedingly slim. Yet, in this moment, Chen Shui found herself believing wholeheartedly. Achieving the first rank among the 5 prestigious academies and possessing the prowess of a first-star Grand Martial Saint seemed entirely reasonable. Reflecting on this, she couldn't help but glance at her cousin, surprised to realize how extraordinary her cousin's boyfriend truly was. An 18-year-old first-star Grand Martial Saint. Such a notion was beyond her wildest dreams. It seemed inevitable that he could ascend to the status of a martial god, or even a Grand Martial God, with relative ease. Boss, this is the dragon fruit. Seizing a moment when the crowd was sparse, Zhang Chuxiong presented a prepared box to Lin Yu. Thank you. Lin Yu understood that Zhang Chuxiong had undoubtedly put in considerable effort to procure this dragon fruit, and he refrained from inquiring about its monetary value, as that would have been rather mundane. He casually handed Zhang Chuxiong a vial of elixir. Take this diligently and strive to break through to the Martial Saint realm before the semester begins. Thank you, boss. Zhang Chuxiong's face immediately lit up with joy. For young individuals like them, the exhilarating sensation of advancing their martial prowess was truly delightful. Before long, more guests began to arrive, and Zhang Chuxiong's grandfather made his appearance. Naturally, Lin Yu was seated at the main table. The 18-year-old found himself among a group of elderly gentlemen, creating a rather incongruous atmosphere. The Zhang family, like Zhang Chuxiong, held Lin Yu in high regard. Based on his abilities, Lin Yu's capacity to defeat a half-step martial god, such as Hong Wan, indicated that he possessed strength comparable to that of the venerable Zhang patriarch. At 80 years of age, Zhang's grandfather had only just ascended to the martial god realm, while Lin Yu, at a mere 18, had already attained such mastery. It was evident to any observer who was the more formidable. Father, congratulations. Just as the atmosphere grew convivial with the clinking of glasses, an ill-timed voice abruptly interrupted. Upon hearing this voice, Zhang's grandfather's expression shifted dramatically, and the other members of the Zhang family wore equally grim faces. Zhang Tianlong, what brings you here? The Zhang family does not welcome you. Zhang Chuxiong's father suddenly stood, glaring furiously at the intruder. My father has broken through to the martial god realm. This is a momentous occasion. As his adopted son and son-in-law, what right do you have to bar my entry? The speaker was a gaunt middle-aged man, flanked by several subordinates, evidently his followers. This middle-aged individual had reached the pinnacle of the late martial god stage. What is happening? Lin Yu, intrigued, instinctively turned to Zhang Chuxiong for clarification. After a moment's hesitation, Zhang Chuxiong recounted the entire situation. It turned out that this middle-aged man was the adopted son of Zhang Chuxiong's grandfather. It is said that he was originally an abandoned infant, discovered by Zhang Chuxiong's grandfather during his travels, who brought him back home. Zhang Chuxiong's grandfather treated this adopted son with utmost kindness, imparting all his martial arts knowledge generously. In time, he even arranged for his daughter to marry this adopted son. However, after establishing his own household, the adopted son engaged in a life of debauchery, taking multiple wives and competing with the Zhang family for business, resorting to violence against his spouse at the slightest provocation. Ultimately, unable to endure the domestic abuse, Zhang Chuxiong's aunt tragically took her own life by jumping from a building. Consequently, the Zhang family harbored deep-seated animosity towards this adopted son, yet he possessed formidable strength. In a remarkably short span, he ascended to the late stage of martial deity. The Zhang family found themselves entirely outmatched, as this adopted son now reigns as the leader of the most powerful underground gang in Sioux City. Chapter 154. The inner balance gradually unravels. I take great pleasure in witnessing your simmering hatred towards me, yet your inability to extinguish my existence. The expression of the adopted son was one of utmost satisfaction. He further remarked, by the way, I have even procured for you a splendid coffin, perfectly suited for the day of your demise. Your audacity knows no bounds. Our father raised you, and while your ingratitude is already appalling, to treat him in such a manner is utterly inhumane. Zhang Chuxiong's father was livid, his face a mask of fury. The guests surrounding them began to murmur amongst themselves, their disdain for this adopted son palpable, though none dared to express it openly. After all, the power of this individual was formidable, and to offend such a person could spell disaster for their families. Money cannot buy my willingness. Yet, the adopted son paid no heed to this sentiment. He was none other than Zhang Biao of the Longhu clan. Chen Shui was equally astonished. Being a resident of Su City, she had certainly heard of Zhang Biao. Some even claimed his martial prowess ranked within the top 10 throughout the entire city. In Chen Shui's eyes, Zhang Biao was an exceptionally formidable figure. Perhaps, with sufficient effort, Situ Kong could one day reach such heights. What were his intentions? Just as Chen Shui contemplated Zhang Biao, she suddenly spotted a familiar figure, causing her to momentarily freeze. Not only Chen Shui, but everyone else was equally taken aback. No one anticipated that Lin Yu, seated at the main table, would suddenly rise and approach Zhang Biao. This unexpected action left the crowd bewildered, questioning his motive. Was he truly stepping forth to defend the Zhang family? After all, he had been seated among their esteemed guests. However, many found this notion unrealistic. Lin Yu was far too young to challenge someone like Zhang Biao. Was he courting death? The young lad bam. Zhang Biao dismissed Lin Yu with a cold glance, filled with disdain. Yet, before he could utter another word, he found himself utterly overwhelmed. His form obliterated by Lin Yu in an instant. Oh my goodness! Gasps erupted from the crowd as they stood in shock, witnessing this extraordinary turn of events. A being of late-stage martial god caliber, who was deemed invincible, had been vanquished in the blink of an eye. There was no hesitation, no need for words. It was a swift execution. Not only the onlookers, but even Zhang Biao himself was caught off guard. Eliminating a trash like him, surely no one would object? Lin Yu remarked nonchalantly. Well done. Ha. Zhang Chuxiong's grandfather was filled with exhilaration, and the other members of the Zhang family shared in his joy. Zhang Biao had become a living nightmare for them, a burden they had endured for far too long. Now, witnessing Lin Yu obliterate Zhang Biao, the Zhang family felt as though a great weight had been lifted from their shoulders, experiencing an indescribable sense of relief. Dear brother, your prowess is truly remarkable, Zhang Chuxiong exclaimed, his face brimming with excitement, wishing he could embrace Lin Yu in celebration. The atmosphere was electric. Wang Xiaoyu felt a profound sense of relief. Lin Yu's extraordinary abilities surpassed even her own, bringing her immense joy. Meanwhile, Chen Shui and Situ Kong stood in stunned silence, awestruck by Lin Yu's formidable strength. Zhang Biao, a master at the peak of martial arts, was no ordinary opponent, yet he had been effortlessly defeated by Lin Yu in an instant. It was commonly believed that Lin Yu was merely a one-star grand martial saint, but clearly, he had chosen to remain humble, concealing his true capabilities. Reflecting on her previous disdain for Lin Yu's rank, Chen Shui felt a burning embarrassment, realizing that her boyfriend, in his arrogance, had underestimated Lin Yu's potential. The sight before her filled her with envy, as her cousin had found such an exceptional talent as a partner. Comparing her boyfriend's abilities to Lin Yu's left Chen Shui feeling disillusioned. Transfer all of this young man's assets to Lin Yu, Elder Zhang declared suddenly. This gesture demonstrated a profound attitude. With Zhang Biao's demise, numerous interests and wealth lay behind him. To seize control of such assets would constitute a substantial windfall. Elder Zhang had no intention of hoarding these riches for himself. Rather, he sought to bestow them upon Lin Yu, showcasing his wisdom. In contrast, most would hesitate to relinquish such fortunes. Zhang Chuxiong is my brother. If these treasures are to be given, they are better left to him, Lin Yu remarked calmly. Upon hearing these words, Zhang Chuxiong was deeply moved. It was essential to recognize that the Zhang family was vast, with many legitimate heirs. Yet Lin Yu's simple statement seemed to solidify Zhang Chuxiong's status as the designated successor. In the ensuing days, many learned that Lin Yu was a student at Huqing University and a participant in the prestigious rankings of the top 5 academic institutions, where he had secured the first position. Consequently, a steady stream of individuals came forth to toast him. As for the venerable Elder Zhang, he nearly faded into the background. Yet he remained joyful. When Lin Yu departed from the Zhang residence, regardless of whether Lin Yu accepted, Zhang Chuxiong discreetly slipped a card into his hands, remarking that it was a token of goodwill from the Zhang family. There is wisdom in the saying, whether one accepts is one matter. Whether the other party offers is another. In this regard, the Zhang family had displayed commendable etiquette. This time, Lin Yu did not decline. Xiaoyu, this is for you. Accepting the card, Lin Yu approached Wang Xiaoyu and, without hesitation, placed it in her hand. I don't need it. I have money to spend. You require resources for your cultivation, and this will allow you to acquire more, Wang Xiaoyu insisted, wholly devoted to Lin Yu. Listen to me. Lin Yu replied with utmost seriousness. Very well then. Wang Xiaoyu pursed her cherry-red lips, acutely aware of Lin Yu's considerable wealth and the treasures he possessed. The last time they were at school, he had generously bestowed upon her a plethora of precious resources, which she had yet to exhaust. She couldn't help but wonder how much money resided within this card. With a playful blink, she revealed her not-so-innocent side. Beneath her carefree demeanor lay a true passion for fortune. This is simple. I know someone who can assist. Just send me the card number, and I shall have them investigate it for you, Chen Shui murmured softly. Yet, witnessing Lin Yu's kindness towards Wang Xiaoyu stirred a pang of jealousy within her heart. All right, please do check for me, Wang Xiaoyu exclaimed, her eyes brimming with anticipation. Before long, the results of the inquiry were revealed. Upon glancing at the data on her phone, Chen Shui found herself utterly bewildered. The screen was filled with an overwhelming number of zeros, indicating at least 10 digits. The sight nearly left her drooling. As she glanced from Lin Yu to her own boyfriend, a growing sense of imbalance emerged within her heart. Chapter 155. The genuine boyfriend becomes invisible. Let us first saunter along Chanshan Street in Sioux City. Today, I shall treat you, declared Wang Xiaoyu, radiating confidence with her newfound wealth. Sure, sounds good, Chen Shui replied without a moment's hesitation, casting a furtive glance at Lin Yu. However, Situ Kong frowned slightly, as he had already arranged to watch a movie with Chen Shui later that afternoon. Since you have been so generous with my allowance, I shall buy you an outfit, Wang Xiaoyu exclaimed, her joy palpable at the prospect of spending time with Lin Yu. As time passed, Wang Xiaoyu led Lin Yu to a high-end boutique. As the saying goes, Buddha relies on golden adornments, and a person relies on their attire, which fit Lin Yu perfectly. After changing into a new ensemble, Lin Yu appeared remarkably transformed. Originally, he was already a touch more handsome than Situ Kong, but now he outshone him significantly. Situ Kong felt a wave of frustration wash over him. While Wang Xiaoyu was purchasing clothes for her boyfriend, Chen Shui shamelessly lingered around Lin Yu, rendering him invisible as the legitimate boyfriend. A small detail from earlier highlighted this. When Lin Yu tried on a pair of trousers and forgot to zip them up, Chen Shui stepped forward to assist him, zipping it up without hesitation. If he and Wang Xiaoyu were not present, it seemed she would have eagerly taken liberties with Lin Yu. The shopping continued with Wang Xiaoyu and Chen Shui selecting outfits. Naturally, as Lin Yu's girlfriend, it was expected for Wang Xiaoyu to seek his opinion on the clothes she chose. Yet, to Situ Kong's dismay, Chen Shui also brazenly solicited Lin Yu's advice on her selections, completely disregarding Situ Kong's presence. Lin, do you have a moment? There's trouble at the underground arena in Sioux City. I suspect it mirrors the previous challenge in Kyoto, where the opponent has been persistently issuing challenges. While they were out shopping, Lin Yu received a call from Yihai. I'm in Sioux City. I will head over right away, regardless of the circumstances. As a revered figure in the underground world, it was his responsibility to address any issues that arose. Lin, I've heard from the leader of the Sioux City faction that the challenger possesses unfathomable strength. The leader invited a formidable warrior at the initial stage of the great martial god, who was swiftly defeated by the challenger. This opponent is ruthless. If you feel unprepared, do not force yourself, Yihai added urgently. Although Lin Yu had previously triumphed over the undefeated martial god in the Kyoto underground, the disparity between different stages of the great martial god was significant. For instance, a mid-stage great martial god could easily dispatch an early stage one, and a late-stage great martial god could similarly overpower a mid-stage counterpart. The recent defeat of the early-stage warrior indicated that the challenger was at least a mid-stage great martial god. Currently, Yihai and the others were only aware of Lin Yu's possession of great martial god strength, but they could not ascertain his precise level. Thus, when Yihai contacted Lin Yu, he made sure to convey the specifics of the situation. Do not worry, I shall be fine. Lin Yu smiled faintly, truly not taking it to heart. Xiaoyu, you all continue to browse. I must make a trip to the underground world. After hanging up the phone, Lin Yu took the initiative to greet Wang Xiaoyu and the others. What are you going to the underground world for? Wang Xiaoyu asked, puzzled. She was aware of the underground world, though she seldom ventured there. Are there skilled fighters competing in the underground world now? Chen Shui's eyes lit up. Unlike Wang Xiaoyu, Chen Shui frequently visited the underground world, relishing the thrill of watching the experts compete. However, since going abroad, she had not found the time to indulge in this passion. She had anticipated that Lin Yu also enjoyed visiting the underground world. The urgency of Lin Yu's visit surely indicated an exciting match. Otherwise, given Lin Yu's prowess at the martial god level, there would be no need for him to attend a mundane competition. I have a minor matter to attend to, Lin Yu briefly explained, omitting the details. Let's go together to the underground world, Chen Shui exclaimed, her spirits soaring. Without considering whether Wang Xiaoyu was willing, she dragged her along toward the underground world. Could something have gone awry at the ultimate arena? Upon entering the underground world, they immediately noticed a crowd gathered around an arena. Cousin, what is the ultimate arena? Wang Xiaoyu asked, bewildered. The ultimate arena signifies that anyone, regardless of their realm, can challenge a fighter with no restrictions on rules. Each match incurs a fee for the underground world, and if the challenger is invincible and persists, the underground world may face bankruptcy and closure. Chen Shui elaborated on the situation. What she described closely mirrored reality. After all, if an invincible master ascends the arena, even if no one dares to challenge further, the underground world must seek out a formidable opponent. Many were indeed puzzled, as some believed the establishment of the ultimate arena was merely inviting trouble for the underground world. Would it not suffice to set a maximum reward for invincibility instead of such a system? Lin Yu had previously inquired about similar matters with Yi Hai, who informed him that this rule was established by the original creators of the underground world arena. In essence, it is a challenge. Who dares to claim invincibility in this world? This serves to motivate the underground world and its masters alike. Perhaps, ultimately, an invincible being will emerge to contend against foreign foes. What? Do you mean to say there are no experts in your underground world? If that were the case, I could simply wait. According to your regulations, if no one dares to challenge the ultimate arena within a week, the entire underground world of the Great Xia dynasty will close down. Standing in the ultimate arena was a hunchbacked elder, exuding a formidable aura. Scattered on the ground lay over a dozen corpses, each one a master, with the strongest being a mid-stage grand martial god invited by the leader, Tang. The outcome was swiftly sealed by the hunchbacked elder. Each time he took action, it was with lethal intent, instilling a profound reluctance in anyone to challenge him lightly. Even those formidable warriors at the peak of the great martial god realm remained hesitant to ascend the stage. After all, no one could ascertain the true level of the hunchbacked elder's prowess. Should he indeed be at the threshold of the next king level or possess the capabilities of a next king expert, then any challenge from a late-stage great martial god would be tantamount to courting death. Surrounding discussions were rife, with some observing coldly while others awaited the spectacle with keen interest. The underground world permeated the vast expanse of the Great Xia dynasty. Surely, there must be adept warriors within. It was said that the underground realm once housed a cadre of elite masters, including several at the next king level and even king level. Unfortunately, due to the dire circumstances within the Forbidden Zone, these masters had voluntarily entered, leaving the underground world's top experts absent. Otherwise, who would dare to act with such arrogance? Whispers floated through the crowd. Chapter 156. Wow, how impressive. Lin Yu's mind stirred. Yi Hai had also mentioned that 8 years ago, turmoil erupted in the Forbidden Area, resulting in the demise of numerous experts from the human race. A group of elite masters from the underground world volunteered to enter the Forbidden Zone. Had it not been for their involvement, Liang Tian would never have ascended to the position of president. Back then, Liang, a martial god, was merely a deputy hall master in the underground world. It was precisely due to the departure of these top-tier experts that those with lesser cultivation and management positions were able to rise. I heard that recently. An undefeated challenger known as the Divine Dragon appeared at the Ultimate Arena in Kyoto, but was ultimately slain by a nameless figure. Someone interjected unexpectedly. Clearly, news from the underground world in Kyoto had reached Sioux City. No matter how formidable the nameless one is, the hunchbacked elder has just slain a mid-level martial god. If the nameless one comes, it would likely be a death sentence. Someone immediately retorted, "Quickly summon people. My time is limited." The hunchbacked elder expressed impatience and disdain. "Are you so eager for death?" As soon as the hunchbacked elder's words fell, another voice unexpectedly rang out. "Nameless." As soon as the figure appeared on the arena, gasps erupted from the crowd. Evidently, some had witnessed the nameless compete in Kyoto, so upon Lin Yu's masked appearance, he was instantly recognized. In fact, the hunchbacked elder had already been on the ultimate arena for a while. Initially, he merely defeated his opponents. However, when challengers reached the martial god realm, they were all slain by the Elder. News of someone from Sioux City challenging the ultimate arena and slaying martial god experts spread, prompting spectators from across the nation to flock to witness the battles. Thus, the underground world of Sioux City was now teeming with people. Is Nameless truly formidable? Certainly. The vast majority present were unaware of this figure. However, it is known that Nameless has never faced defeat and recently even killed a high-level martial god. Someone could not help but exclaim. When Nameless was mentioned, admiration and fervor filled the speaker's expression. Nameless? Is he truly nameless? Seeing the masked man on the ultimate arena, Chen Shui's heart trembled, for she recognized at a glance that the masked figure was Lin Yu. It was simple. Lin Yu had just purchased this outfit, and she had zipped up his pants. Instinctively, Chen Shui glanced around, and indeed, apart from Sidu Kong and Wang Xiaoyu, Lin Yu was nowhere to be seen. He actually defeated a high-level martial god? Chen Shui felt her heart racing in her chest. Earlier, at the Zhang family's, witnessing Lin Yu effortlessly defeat a martial god expert had already impressed her immensely. After all, Lin Yu was merely 18 years old. How rare it was to find a martial god at such a young age in the entire Great Xia dynasty. Thus, Chen Shui held an immense admiration for Lin Yu, which compelled her to seek ways to connect with him. In Situ Kong's eyes, Chen Shui was merely fawning over Lin Yu. However, the situation had changed dramatically. Chen Shui could scarcely fathom that Lin Yu had actually vanquished the great martial god. Is there even a comparison between the martial god and the great martial god? Absolutely none. To possess such a boyfriend would undoubtedly bestow great prestige upon her. Her own boyfriend, Situ Kong, though in his 20s, was merely a 2-star martial sage. When compared to the great martial god, a 2-star martial sage was not even worthy to carry his shoes. It is no exaggeration to say that the great martial god could effortlessly extinguish a 2-star martial sage with a mere breath. At this moment, Chen Shui felt an overwhelming desire to rush towards Lin Yu and embrace him. Anonymous, do you think you are impressive? Sneered the hunchbacked elder. Boom. Just as his words fell, the elder's aura surged violently. The onlookers instinctively recoiled, their faces filled with astonishment. The elder was extraordinarily powerful. His mere presence rendered the spectators breathless. The peak of the late, great martial god. Someone exclaimed. Clearly, there were still experts present, able to discern the true strength of the hunchbacked elder based on his aura. Could Lin Yu contend with the hunchbacked elder? Chen Shui's heart raced with anxiety. After all, the hunchbacked elder was no ordinary great martial god, but a legitimate peak of the late, great martial god. Wow, how incredible. Where is he? Unlike Chen Shui, Wang Xiaoyu had failed to recognize that the anonymous on stage was Lin Yu. She was engrossed in the battle, eager to share the moment with Lin Yu, only to be taken aback when she realized he was no longer by her side. Wang Xiaoyu pouted and continued to watch, assuming Lin Yu had gone to the restroom. You can go die? The hunchbacked elder's massive hand shot towards Lin Yu. What nonsense about anonymous. The hunchbacked elder dismissed it entirely. Yet, in the next moment, he felt a tightening around his neck and found himself lifted off the ground. No matter how he struggled, he could not break free from Lin Yu's grasp. At that moment, the hunchbacked elder resembled a mere chick. I will give you an opportunity to speak. Who sent you? During the last challenge of the Invincible Divine Dragon at the Ultimate Arena in Kyoto, Yihai and others had deduced that there must be a force behind the Invincible Divine Dragon. Now, the hunchbacked elder was clearly targeting the underground world. And given that Lin Yu was a venerated figure within that realm, he would not allow any disruptions. A man may be killed, but not humiliated. Boom. The hunchbacked elder wore a proud expression. However, before he could finish his words, Lin Yu ruthlessly slammed him onto the arena. The force was so tremendous that the entire platform trembled violently. I give you one last chance. Speak. Who sent you? Without allowing the hunchbacked elder a moment to react, Lin Yu's foot was already pressing down on the elder's head. A new world. Even a fool could discern that if the hunchbacked elder continued to resist, Lin Yu would undoubtedly strike him down without hesitation. At the precipice of life and death, the hunchbacked elder trembled, finally succumbing to fear. He was merely a hired hand. There was no need to risk his life. Thus, the hunchbacked elder ultimately revealed the truth. I know that the new world operates under a model akin to that of the underground world, with their own arena competitions, existing in a state of mutual rivalry. Some quickly grasped the implication. Lin Yu also began to comprehend. It is often said that competitors are enemies, Should the underground world collapse, the new world would naturally rise to take its place. Hence, such maneuvers by the new world were entirely predictable. After the hunchbacked elder spoke of the new world, he let out a sigh of relief. However, to his utter astonishment, Lin Yu suddenly stomped his foot, and the elder's head exploded on the spot. Good heavens! Everyone stood in stunned silence. No one could have anticipated that even after the hunchbacked elder had confessed, he would still be ruthlessly slain. Chapter 157. A fruitless search for iron shoes. Incredible. He actually eliminated a late-stage martial god in an instant. How terrifying. At this moment, Chen Shue's emotions were profoundly complex. When she first learned that Lin Yu was a martial god, she was astonished. Later, upon discovering that he had slain a great martial god, her heart was filled with trepidation. Now, having witnessed Lin Yu vanquish a peak martial god with her own eyes, she realized that Lin Yu was at least on the brink of the next king realm. An 18-year-old on the verge of the next king realm. Perhaps even within it, news of this would surely send shockwaves throughout the entire Great Xia dynasty. Wu Ming was undoubtedly an ancient monster. How strong could Wu Ming truly be? Perhaps he had already attained king-level prowess. The crowd buzzed with speculation, marveling at Wu Ming's strength, their admiration palpable. This world has always revered the strong. Lin Yu had descended from the ultimate arena, removing his mask. However, he had inadvertently overlooked the detail of his pants. Prior to ascending the stage, he had changed his shirt to avoid being recognized by Wang Xiaoyu and the others. Little did he expect that Chen Shui would fixate on the zipper of his trousers, ultimately leading to his identification. "Where have you been?" Wang Xiaoyu inquired, her tone carefree as Lin Yu approached her. "I just went to the restroom." "What's the matter?" Lin Yu replied nonchalantly. "There was this guy named Wu Ming. He was amazing. He actually eliminated a peak martial god in an instant." Wang Xiaoyu excitedly recounted. Chen Shui cast a silent glance at Lin Yu's trousers, choosing not to speak, yet her heart brimmed with admiration. In her eyes, her cousin was neither as beautiful nor as accomplished in martial arts as she was. What merit did she possess to deserve a boyfriend as remarkable as Lin Yu? She believed she was the one truly suited for him. "Let us exchange contact information so we can gather more often," Chen Shui suggested, pulling out her phone before parting ways in Yang City. Damn it. Sidu Kong's expression grew increasingly grim. Chen Shui already had both Wang Xiaoyu's and her own phone numbers, and her claim of wanting to exchange contact information was merely a pretext to obtain Lin Yu's number. Situ Kong felt a surge of discomfort within. Lin Yu, not overthinking the matter, shared his phone number and quickly took his leave. Damn it. So it's the new world stirring up trouble from behind the scenes. When Yi Hai learned the specifics, his face darkened considerably. "Do you want me to help you eliminate this problem?" Lin Yu offered candidly. "How would you assist me?" Yi Hai asked, taken aback. "Since the new world can send experts to challenge us at our ultimate arena, why can't we challenge them at theirs?" Lin Yu countered. "Brother Lin, please do not act rashly. The new world is far more complex than it appears. There is a powerful figure behind it, and many experts have joined their ranks." The Knight C paused momentarily before continuing. "Had our underground world's foremost masters refrained from entering the Forbidden Realm, we would have faced the new world without trepidation. However, in comparison to the new world, our top-tier experts are simply not on the same level. Given the abundance of elite figures in the new world, why do they not directly target our underground realm?" Lin Yu pondered, feeling perplexed. Our underground world exists for the benefit of humanity. Should the new world dare to openly challenge us, rest assured that aid would arrive to defend our territory. Yi Hai elucidated the reasoning. Understood, Lin Yu responded as he terminated the call. He realized that Yi Hai disapproved of his intention to venture into the new world's ultimate arena, out of concern for his safety. With this in mind, he decided to embark on the journey alone, without notifying anyone. As the new year approached, Lin Yu contemplated two matters: the ultimate arena of the new world, and the North Wilderness Marquis. He had previously vowed to Sun Bing that he would avenge her. To speak candidly, he harbored a profound disdain for the North Wilderness Marquis. The Marquis's position was hereditary, his ancestors having rendered great service to humanity. Yet, in their generation, they had become parasites, acting recklessly for personal gain, framing others, and annihilating entire families. Such actions were utterly reprehensible. If all of humanity were of the ilk of the North Wilderness Marquis, it would not be long before they faced extinction, even without external threats. Moreover, based on the intelligence Lin Yu had gathered, The North Wilderness Marquis possessed formidable strength, reaching the king level, a status he had attained a decade prior. With vast territories and tens of thousands of subordinates, he found it far easier to acquire resources, which in turn facilitated his cultivation. Very well, I shall pay a visit to the North Wilderness, Lin Yu sighed inwardly, reflecting on the Sun family, now reduced to merely the sister's Sun Bing, who had been exiled to the dark forbidden land and nearly suffered a fate worse than death. He felt a surge of compassion. He informed his mother that he would enter seclusion for cultivation, aiming for a breakthrough. In truth, Lin Yu had already stealthily made his way to the North Wilderness. To avert unnecessary complications, he altered his appearance. Upon arriving in the North Wilderness, a mere inquiry would suffice to ascertain the exact location of the North Wilderness Marquis' estate. As Lin Yu entered the ancient city of the North Wilderness, he was greeted by bustling, vibrant streets, lined with numerous shops and throngs of people. Suddenly, the sound of galloping hooves echoed from afar. The once lively street descended into chaos as pedestrians hurriedly sought refuge to the sides. Oh no! In the center of the road stood a little girl with rosy lips and white teeth, seemingly paralyzed by fear as the approaching horse bore down upon her. The distance was too short. Even the most valiant soul would struggle to intervene in time. Many a bystander instinctively closed their eyes, bracing for the impending disaster. Yet, in the following moment, cheers erupted from the onlookers. Suddenly, Lin Yu appeared before the young girl, grasping the two horse hooves with both hands, thus averting a potential tragedy. Damn it, are you blind? Get lost. However, the young man atop the horse raised his whip and struck towards Lin Yu. Get down. In a swift motion, Lin Yu seized the whip and, with a powerful tug, yanked the young man off his steed. You're courting death, the young man roared in fury. But despite his efforts, the whip remained immovable in Lin Yu's grip. This lad was in for a misfortune. Indeed, he was the third son of the Northern Wilderness Marquis. Who would dare provoke him, for it would surely lead to ruin. Whispers circulated among the bystanders. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu's eyes gleamed with realization. After much searching, the prize appears effortlessly. Capturing this third son is akin to capturing the Northern Wilderness Marquis himself. Eliminate him. The third son continued to bellow in rage. Just as his words faded, a figure, akin to a specter, materialized before Lin Yu. Chapter 158. I am willing to serve my master well. This is the protector of the third young master, possessing the cultivation of a great martial deity. The choice to assign a great martial deity as a guardian for the third young master clearly reflects the excessive pampering by the Marquis of Beiwang. Alas, unfortunately, before the great martial deity had the chance to intervene, he was obliterated by a single slap from Lin Yu. What? He actually killed someone beside the third young master? That was a great martial deity, carefully selected by the Marquis of Beiwang. The crowd was in disbelief. Everyone knew that in this territory of Beiwang, the Marquis was akin to a deity. Who would dare provoke him? Even the Marquis's son wielded unrestrained power. Without granting the onlookers a moment to react, a cold glimmer flashed, and in an instant, the third young master's head soared into the sky. Lin Yu seized the still falling head, and his figure vanished before the astonished crowd. From start to finish, it was executed in one fluid motion. He actually killed the third young master? Gazing at the headless corpse on the ground, the crowd collectively inhaled sharply. They understood that the third young master was the most beloved son of the Marquis of Beiwang. His demise would undoubtedly unleash the Marquis's wrath. Thud, thud, thud. In a modest rental apartment in the capital, Sun Bing was preparing dinner when she suddenly heard a knock at the door. Sun Bing's heart tightened slightly. In this world, the only person aware of her and her sister's existence was Lin Yu. However, Lin Yu should have been home for the new year. Sun Bing approached the door and cautiously peered through the peephole. Upon seeing that familiar face, her anxious heart finally settled. Brother Lin. The room was not large, yet it radiated warmth. Sitting on the sofa and watching television, Sun Shui beamed with joy upon seeing Lin Yu. Both sisters were acutely aware that Lin Yu was their savior. Without him, they would have long been plunged into an irretrievable abyss. Sun Bing had even contemplated offering herself to Lin Yu as a gesture of gratitude, for apart from her body, she possessed no other means to repay him. Yet, it seemed Lin Yu was not tempted by her physical form, which left Sun Bing feeling somewhat helpless. Undeniably, Sun Bing was exceedingly beautiful. Otherwise, the third young master would not have gone to such lengths to possess her while in Beiwang. Similarly, during their time in the dark forbidden land. Those foreign men had been awestruck upon seeing her. "Mr. Lin, what brings you here?" Sun Bing inquired, somewhat astonished. Though she was slightly older than Lin Yu, she could not address him as her younger brother, nor could she call him by name, so she respectfully referred to him as Mr. Lin. Lin Yu casually retrieved an object from his spatial pouch and placed it on the table. The third young master. Upon seeing the head on the table, Sun Bing's expression shifted from shock to ecstatic joy. It could be said that the third young master was the root cause of the Sun family's misfortunes. If Sun Bing had to wish death upon anyone, the third young master would undoubtedly hold the top position, casually dispatching one as a New Year's gift. Lin Yu remarked with an air of nonchalance, "Once my strength increases further, I shall claim the head of the Northern Wilderness Marquis for you." "Thank you, Mr. Lin," Sun Bing exclaimed, kneeling before him, her eyes brimming with tears of gratitude. Sun Shui, though youthful, followed suit, having encountered more than most children her age, rendering her more perceptive. "Very well, if there are no further matters, I shall take my leave," Lin Yu stated, having merely intended to deliver a trophy of victory. "Mr. Lin, I possess little in the way of rewards, but would you do me the honor of staying for a meal? It would be my humble gesture of appreciation," Sun Bing implored, her beautiful eyes filled with hope as they gazed at Lin Yu. "That sounds agreeable," Lin Yu acquiesced, for after his long journey, he indeed felt a pang of hunger. To his surprise, Sun Bing's culinary skills were exquisite. The meal was a feast for the senses, delectable in every regard. After dining, at a subtle cue from Sun Bing, Sun Shui retreated to the bedroom. "Mr. Lin, aside from my body, I have nothing else to offer you. I am willing to serve you faithfully. Consider me your maid, and this place your haven of rest. Whenever you require anything, you may seek me out, for I shall wait for you eternally," Sun Bing declared, her gaze fixed upon Lin Yu, summoning every ounce of courage to express her innermost thoughts. When Lin Yu rescued them, she had resolved to surrender herself to him. With Lin Yu's recent vanquishing of the third young master, her gratitude intensified. "Do not entertain such thoughts. My intentions are not driven by desires for you. Now, I must take my leave," Lin Yu interjected, departing the room before Sun Bing could utter another word. From the moment of his encounter with the second dream to this moment with Sun Bing, Lin Yu had never acted upon such inclinations. Had he been the type to succumb to temptation, he could have taken advantage of the second dream after rescuing her and avenging her plight, especially given the profound bond they had shared in his previous life. Yet, he refrained. In Lin Yu's heart, the pinnacle of martial arts and the eradication of foreign clans took precedence. Women and emotions would only hinder a man's swiftness in battle. Even his relationship with Yu Linglong was, in some respects, a matter of natural progression, with her often taking the initiative. As Lin Yu's figure faded from view, Sun Bing's expression reflected a complex array of emotions. The new year arrived as anticipated. Yet this year differed significantly from those past, with a steady stream of visitors coming to pay their respects to the Lin family. The changes within the Lin household could not remain hidden from those observant enough to notice. Setting aside other matters, Lin Yu's participation in the competition and his triumph over the half-step martial god, Hong Luan, was sensational enough on its own. In Yang City, many were already heralding Lin Yu as the young martial god. An 18-year-old martial god, everyone comprehended the implications of such a title. Historically, within the Great Xia dynasty, an 18-year-old martial god was a rarity. Moreover, if he continued on this trajectory, ascending to the ranks of quasi-king and king level would be merely a formality. Everyone understood what it meant for a family to have a member of king-level prowess. Therefore, it is prudent to curry favor before Lin Yu has fully matured. Once Lin Yu ascends to the level of a second-tier king or a true king-level expert, it is likely that any gifts they offer would be met with disdain. On the first day of the Lunar New Year, the city guardian couple of Yang City personally came to extend their New Year's greetings, along with leaders from the Ministry of Education. Following closely were representatives from the underworld, as the Zhang family also sent emissaries bearing significant tributes. To Lin Yu's surprise, the Xiahou family likewise dispatched individuals to convey their New Year wishes, as did the Yu family from Beihai, the Han family from the northwest, the Sun family from the northeast, and numerous others, all bringing substantial gifts. Lin Yu remained unperturbed, facing it all with equanimity. However, it was a different story for old Lin and the others, as they understood that the individuals arriving were of considerable stature. Despite the Lin family being regarded as the foremost family in Yang City, Old Lin and the others were acutely aware that, in the presence of the city guardians and other prominent figures, the Lin family held little significance. Chapter 159. A Thriving Scene, Unparalleled Excellence. Even though his cultivation had soared to remarkable heights with the assistance of his son, he remained inconsequential compared to the prominent figures. Naturally, Lin Yu found little interest in hosting visitors and entrusted the responsibilities entirely to his grandfather and father. Thanks to Lin Yu's support, the esteemed elder Lin had truly become a martial saint, a formidable presence indeed. His father and others had also ascended to the realm of Grand Martial Masters. The Forbidden Area had issued a notification stating that the Lin family, previously accused of colluding with foreign tribes, was to be compensated. Originally, upon attaining the rank of Martial Saint, Elder Lin was expected to serve in the Forbidden Area. Furthermore, with numerous members of the Lin family promoted to Grand Martial Masters, the regulations dictated that one Grand Martial Master must also serve in the Forbidden Area. However, the Lin family was granted a 5-year period during which, even if someone met the service requirements, they could refrain from serving. Despite this provision, Elder Lin resolutely decided to lead his grandson, Lin Yu's uncle, to the Forbidden Area after the new year to fulfill their duty. In the elder's heart, the fight against foreign tribes was synonymous with protecting their homeland, and he would willingly lay down his life on the battlefield. Moreover, with such an exceptional grandson as Lin Yu, he could pass on with a smile, content in the legacy he would leave behind. On the 4th day of the Lunar New Year, the Long family in Beihai was abuzz with excitement. Long Ling Er's boyfriend, Jiang Tao, had come to visit, and notably, he had recently made significant strides in his cultivation, achieving the realm of Martial God. In fact, when Long Ling first heard of Jiang Tao's ascent to Martial God, she could scarcely believe it, feeling as if she had encountered a ghost. After all, in just a month or two, he had advanced from Grand Martial Master to Martial God, a feat that was simply astonishing. This represented a leap of 2 or 3 major realms and over 20 minor realms, a rarity in the annals of the Great Xia dynasty. Thus, it could only be said that Jiang Tao was a prodigious talent, a once-in-a-millennium phenomenon. Initially, the Long family was displeased that Long Ling had chosen Jiang Tao over the exceptional Lin Yu as a potential son-in-law. However, upon learning of Jiang Tao's ascension to the pinnacle of Martial God, they treated him as their most esteemed guest. Prior to Jiang Tao's arrival, the Long family had begun to extend invitations to various prominent families in Beihai. It was worth noting that the Long family had recently faced difficulties, as many were aware of their betrayal of Lin Yu after receiving his assistance. To some, it seemed inevitable that Lin Yu would eventually seek retribution, leading them to maintain a prudent distance from the Long family. Conversely, many believed it was the perfect time to curry favor with the Yu family. As with Lin Yu as a powerful son-in-law, the Yu family was destined to surpass the Long family. However, the situation had changed dramatically. When numerous families learned that the Long family's future son-in-law, Jiang Tao, had reached the pinnacle of Martial God, they were left in utter astonishment. Families that had initially planned to visit the Yu family for New Year greetings promptly redirected their paths to the Long family. Thus, it could be said that the Long family was bustling with visitors, a scene of great prosperity. In stark contrast, the Yu family finds itself deserted. The pinnacle of martial prowess, how could that young scion be so formidable? Within the grand hall of the Yu family, the expression on Yu Linglong's father's face darkens. Not long ago, due to Lin Yu's survival from the Forbidden Zone, the Long family had become the pariah, a target for public scorn. Naturally, the Yu family seized this rare opportunity, taking a substantial bite out of the Long family's fortunes. The relationship between the Yu and Long families has soured, and many have come to realize that among the 2 prominent families of Beihai, one is destined to fall. While everyone believed that with Lin Yu's backing, the Yu family would gain the upper hand, who could have anticipated the emergence of Jiang Tao? Those who initially supported the Yu family have now turned their allegiance to the Long family. With the backing of these families, the Long family is bound to gain an advantage, placing the Yu family in peril. Father, those individuals are merely short-sighted, Yu Linglong scoffed. Linglong, Jiang Tao is at the pinnacle of martial prowess and merely 18. Lin Yu may pale in comparison, sighed the elder of the Yu family. It is certain that Lin Yu possesses strength at least within the martial god realm. Even if he is inferior to Jiang Tao, it cannot be by a wide margin. Thus the outcome remains uncertain. Yu Linglong, however, holds unwavering confidence in Lin Yu, for he had once vanquished a martial god expert in the underground world of Kyoto. Of course, she remains unaware of Lin Yu's recent battle in Sioux City, where her confidence would be even more fortified. Allow me to introduce my daughter's fiancé, Jiang Tao. Aged 18, at the pinnacle of martial god late stage. Within the hall of the Long family, Long Linger's father radiates vitality, his face aglow with pride. Long Linger's eyes sparkle with joy, having felt a profound sense of regret since learning of Lin Yu's martial prowess. She never imagined that Jiang Tao would turn the tide and ascend to the pinnacle of the late martial god stage, surpassing Lin Yu in strength. This realization greatly satisfies her vanity, reaffirming her keen judgment in selecting the right partner. Additionally, aside from my daughter's fiancé, I have the honor of introducing another esteemed individual to all present. Long Linger's father continues. The guests in the hall express their astonishment. For being introduced after Jiang Tao signifies that this person holds an even more distinguished status. Curiosity abounds. Could there truly be someone more exceptional than Jiang Tao? Soon, a young woman enters from outside the hall. She is stunningly beautiful, her looks rivaling those of Long Linger, yet her aura surpasses all. How exquisite! Who is she? Someone whispers in awe. I present to you the esteemed Miss Xiaoho Qing of the Xiaoho family. Do not let her youth deceive you. She is already at the late stage of the grand martial god realm. Long Linger's father beams with pride as he introduces her. A wave of astonishment sweeps through the crowd at the mention of the late grand martial god realm. No one could have anticipated that such a young maiden would possess such terrifying prowess. Does this not imply that Xia Hoqing's potential is no less remarkable than that of Jiang Tao? Furthermore, the Xiaoho family is an immense entity. Notably, the Xiaoho family wields significant influence both in the secular world and within the Forbidden Realms. Who among the Northern Sea would dare to provoke such a family? The eradication of the Yu family would likely be a trivial matter. The nameless elder of the Long family once saved my life within the Forbidden Grounds. Henceforth, the affairs of the Long family shall be my concern, and anyone who dares to threaten them shall find themselves at odds with me, Xiaoho Qing. With an air of serenity yet exuding boundless authority, Xiaoho Qing, since being rescued by Lin Yu, has implored her uncle to seek out the one known as the Nameless. After an extensive search, it was discovered that within the entire Forbidden Domain, only one individual named Long Wuming exists, who claims to be the Nameless Elder. Chapter 160. Who dares to defy me? I shall slay them. Long Wuming, the esteemed ancestor of the Long family, had long ago ventured into the Forbidden Lands, where he, as a solitary cultivator, vanquished numerous formidable foes from foreign tribes. Yet, in the past decade, news of the venerable ancestor had seemingly ceased. Nevertheless, through the assessment of his cultivation level, it is highly probable that he has now attained the intermediate monarch rank. Thus, it is entirely conceivable that Long Wuming intervened to rescue Xiaoho Qing. When Lin Yu saved Xiaoho Qing, he did so while masked, despite presenting a youthful figure. Even an elder of a century or two, upon reaching the intermediate monarch level, can possess a physique akin to that of a young individual. Moreover, given that Long Wuming's activities were primarily concentrated around the vicinity of the 50 ancient city, both Xiaoho Qing and her uncle firmly believed that he was indeed her savior. Unable to locate the venerable ancestor directly, Xiaoho Qing resolved to repay the favor to the Long family. Upon discovering that their ancestor had rescued the cherished daughter of the Xiaoho family, the Long family was elated beyond measure. They meticulously selected a date akin to that of the Yu family to invite guests, seizing the opportunity to introduce Xiaoho Qing. Naturally, the unforeseen rise of Jiang Tao to the pinnacle of martial divinity was a delightful surprise for the Long family, a serendipitous stroke of fortune. Long family patriarch. I have heard that the Yu family, emboldened by their future son-in-law's status as a martial deity, has been relentlessly targeting your family, seizing numerous enterprises from you. This was undoubtedly a divine assistance. The father of Long Linger felt an overwhelming joy within, yet sighed outwardly. Alas, circumstances are more powerful than individuals. Our Long family cannot contend with the Yu family. Is the Yu family truly that formidable? Indeed, everything unfolded as the father of Long Linger had surmised. Upon hearing his words, Xiaoho Qing's brows furrowed in displeasure. She had just vowed to safeguard the Long family, And now there were those who sought to leverage brute force to forcibly seize their enterprises. Was this not a slap in her face? The Yu family ranked second in Beihai. Yet Yu Linglong's partner, Lin Yu, was incredibly powerful, already a master of martial divinity. Previously, the Long family had been threatened by the Northeast's young master's son, and Lin Yu, having saved the Long family, demanded that they relinquish their enterprises. The Yu family, likewise, aimed to engulf the Long family's holdings, viewing them as mere plump prey. The father of Long Linger wore a bitter expression. How outrageous! A mere martial deity dares to bully us so brazenly. Come, take me to the Yu family. Xiahou Qing seethed with rage. How could she remain indifferent while her savior's family faced tribulations? The father of Long Linger was ecstatic, for this was the very declaration he awaited. While Jiang Tao had indeed reached the pinnacle of martial divinity, it did not guarantee a guaranteed victory over Lin Yu. However, Xiahou Qing was different. She was a genuine, formidable late-stage master of martial divinity. No matter how strong Lin Yu was, could he surpass Xiahou Qing? Of course. The father of Long Linger feigned hesitation. Is it proper to trouble Miss Xiahou with this? After all, this is a matter concerning our Long family. What concerns your Long family is my concern as well, Xiahou Qing declared. Let us go. Ultimately, Xiahou Qing exhibited unparalleled loyalty. In this scenario, the members of the Long family, along with guests visiting for the new year, marched boldly towards the Yu family estate, accompanied by Xiahou Qing. Sir, the Long family has arrived in great numbers. The steward within the Yu residence had already reported the situation to Yu Linglong's father. Could they be here for New Year greetings? Some in the Yu family reacted instinctively. However, it was evident that the intentions of the visitors were far from benign. The Long family's arrival was likely not a simple matter. Nevertheless, Yu Linglong's father, with a grave countenance, decided to invite them in. At this juncture, evasion or retreat would be utterly futile, given that the Long family had already come to their doorstep. Brother Long, may I inquire the purpose of your grand entrance into our Yu family? Yu Linglong's father took the initiative to approach as the Long family entered. Spare me the pretense. Your Yu family has devoured countless assets from the Long family. I now demand tenfold restitution, and if you offer even a fraction less, I will ensure your family's utter ruin. Xiahou Qing, with a dismissive air, felt no need for further discussion. Indeed, her status afforded her the authority to make such demands. Tenfold compensation? Utter ruin? Is your Long family not being excessively greedy? The expression of the elder Yu shifted dramatically. This was not a negotiation. It was a blatant attempt to swallow the entire Yu family. Naturally, the elder Yu would not stand idly by at such a moment. The Long family may be ambitious, but what can you do about it? Xiahou Qing showed no respect, her demeanor brimming with arrogance. Who are you? At this moment, the elder Yu finally sensed that something was amiss. Throughout the exchange, the Long family had remained silent, as if the strikingly beautiful young woman before them embodied the entire Long family. I am Xiahou Qing of the Xia family, here today to seek justice for my benefactor's family. Xiahou Qing did not shy away from her identity. The Xia family. The faces of the Yu family turned pale. They were well aware of the Xia family's reputation. It was no ordinary lineage. The Xia family stood among the elite in the secular world and was renowned within the forbidden grounds. Thus, most individuals would hesitate to provoke the Xia family. The Yu family believed that even if Lin Yu were formidable, he could not contend with the Xia family on any level. You have 10 minutes to either provide tenfold compensation to the Long family or face utter annihilation. The choice is yours. Xiahou Qing showed no inclination for further dialogue. Were it within the forbidden grounds, anyone who dared to defy her would have been swiftly dealt with. The Yu family members looked increasingly distressed, yet they were powerless against Xiahou Qing's relentless pressure. You are being excessively domineering. Is there no law to uphold? A middle-aged man from the Yu family could not restrain himself from retorting. Unfortunately, before he could finish, Xiahou Qing's fist obliterated him. Law? I, Xiahou Qing, am the law. Anyone who dares oppose me shall face death. With an aura of undeniable authority, Xiahou Qing cast her gaze upon the Yu family, her eyes clearly indicating that anyone who dared to resist would meet their end. Such was her pride. To Xiahou Qing, the fact that she had not annihilated the entire Yu family was a favor they should be grateful for. Who do you wish to slaughter? As soon as Xiahou Qing's voice faded, another abrupt sound reverberated through the air. Lin Yu had arrived. The hall erupted in a flurry of astonishment. No one had anticipated that the greatest support of the Yu family would personally grace them with his presence. The visitor was none other than Lin Yu. Previously, he had promised Yu Linglong that he would visit the Yu family to celebrate the new year after the festivities. However, he had never envisioned encountering such a situation upon his arrival. Are you the arrogant and self-righteous Lin Yu? Xiao Hoqing scrutinized him with disdain. Yet, deep within her heart, there lingered a hint of familiarity. Regardless, Xiao Hoqing was resolute in her refusal to associate the Lin Yu before her with the formidable nameless entity from the Forbidden Grounds. And what of it? Do you intend to bite me? Lin Yu retorted nonchalantly, displaying no regard for Xiao Hoqing, a formidable figure at the late stage of the grand martial god realm. Chapter 161. Who else dares to bare their fangs? This young man is courting death. Many gasped in astonishment. Before them stood the eldest daughter of the Xiahou family, a formidable figure at the peak of the martial god realm. In terms of both status and strength, she could easily outclass Lin Yu by several streets. Yet, in such a precarious situation, Lin Yu had the audacity to bare his teeth at Xiao Hoqing. Was he truly tired of living? It was indeed a stroke of fortune. Long Linger's father rejoiced inwardly. He didn't even need to intervene. Lin Yu was effectively digging his own grave with Xiao Hoqing, thus saving him a great deal of trouble. Jiang Tao wore a scornful expression. He had sacrificed everything to acquire a mysterious legacy to deal with Lin Yu, only to find that he need not lift a finger. Of course, as long as he could witness Lin Yu's disgrace, it mattered little who acted. You truly wish to die? A wave of ferocious energy erupted from Xiao Hoqing. It is important to note that unlike ordinary martial artists, Xiao Hoqing had spent years dwelling in forbidden realms, rendering her nearly invincible against those of the same level. She had slain countless foes from other races, and her aura was far more brutal and frenzied than that of an ordinary person. Even a mere glance from her was enough to instill terror, not to mention the overwhelming energy she could unleash. Surrounding spectators found themselves unable to withstand her presence and began to retreat in shock. Only Lin Yu stood his ground, a faint smile playing on his lips as he regarded Xiao Hoqing. So, your injuries have healed, and you're back on your feet? Lin Yu remarked casually. What do you mean? Xiao Hoqing's pupils constricted slightly. She was aware that very few knew of her injuries. Moreover, those who did were within the forbidden realm. How could Lin Yu, living in the secular world, be privy to such matters? If I were to claim that I am nameless, would you believe me? Lin Yu had no intention of concealing his identity. After all, Xiao Hoqing was inherently good-hearted. Humanity needed such young talents to resist the other races. Once she matured, she would undoubtedly become a pillar of strength for humankind. Haha, you are nameless? Lin Yu, you are truly shameless. Long Linger's father laughed mockingly. Only Long Linger, Jiang Tao, and Yu Linglong felt a pang of surprise. They recalled Lin Yu's alias in the underground world, indeed being nameless. However, even so, Long Linger and Jiang Tao could not bring themselves to believe that Lin Yu was the one who had saved Xiao Hoqing. Firstly, Lin Yu was merely at the martial god level, while the individual who rescued Xiao Hoqing would need to be at least of a lesser king-level prowess. Secondly, Lin Yu had always resided in the secular world, whereas Xiao Hoqing had emerged from the forbidden realm. If my assumptions are correct, perhaps you heard through some channel that I was seeking a savior. However, I never anticipated that you would dare impersonate my benefactor. You are utterly shameless. Kneel before me. Xiao Hoqing was provoked by Lin Yu's words. Her life had been saved by Nameless, and Lin Yu's actions were an affront to that savior, igniting her fury. Her palm expanded infinitely, intent on humiliating Lin Yu. Boom. As a result, Lin Yu casually struck, sending Xiao Hoqing flying through the air. With a splatter, before she could regain her balance, she spat out a mouthful of blood. How could this be possible? Everyone was left in a state of shock, their expressions filled with disbelief. In their minds, Xiao Hoqing's strength was akin to that of an adult, while Lin Yu resembled a mere toddler just learning to walk. Yet, astonishingly, the child had managed to overpower the adult, an absurdity that felt like an international joke. Even Xiao Hoqing herself was taken aback. She was one of the most exceptional prodigies from the Forbidden Zone, having cultivated to the late stage of the great martial god at the tender age of 27. Many regarded her as one of the top 10 young experts, with some even claiming she was the youngest and most beautiful great martial god. Yet here she was, defeated by an 18-year-old boy, and in such a dominant manner that it left her with the eerie sensation of facing not a youthful lad, but an ancient monster. Is there anyone else who dares to show their teeth? Lin Yu glanced at the others. Some belonged to the Long family, while others had merely come to observe. Regardless of who they were, they remained silent, paralyzed by fear. If even the late-stage great martial god Xia Hoqing could be so easily trampled, they were mere kittens in comparison. Should anyone dare to provoke him, Lin Yu would undoubtedly obliterate them. I concede, you are formidable. We shall take our leave. Xia Hoqing wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth, casting one last penetrating gaze at Lin Yu before turning to depart. She offered no harsh words. Her exit clean and decisive. Had it been anyone else, they might have boasted about the might of the Xia family, claiming that if the mountains do not shift, the waters shall. You may leave, but the members of the Long family must remain, Lin Yu uttered slowly. The Long family members trembled, realizing that what they feared most had come to pass. Initially, they had intended to use Xia Hoqing's strength against Lin Yu, never anticipating that Lin Yu would possess such terrifying power, swiftly defeating the late-stage great martial god. Now, the Long family was engulfed in anxiety, fearing Lin Yu would seek retribution, and they were desperate to distance themselves from this harbinger of doom. What do you intend? Xia Hoqing's face turned ashen. Earlier, she had proclaimed that anyone who dared to harm the Long family would be her enemy. If Lin Yu truly targeted the Long family, it would be a blatant slap in her face. I merely wish to settle an old score with the Long family. As the saying goes, one must repay life with life, and debts must be settled. Do you intend to interfere with such matters? Lin Yu stated, casting a casual glance at Xia Hoqing. Should she provoke him further, he would not hesitate to eliminate this prodigy of the human race. Regardless of how much the Long family owes you, I shall repay it. Xia Hoqing declared without a hint of hesitation. Lin Yu was momentarily taken aback. Had this woman lost her mind? To regard the Long family as her saviors was one thing, but now she even wished to assist them in repaying their debts. Very well. The entire Long family was saved by me in the beginning. Thus the value of the Long family's assets shall be equivalent to the amount you bestow upon me. Lin Yu spoke without reservation. Here lies 30 million purple crystal stones. That should suffice. Initially, one would expect Xia Hoqing to deliberate over this, yet unexpectedly, she casually tossed a spatial bag to Lin Yu. Truly, the descendants of a premier family, particularly one hailing from the Forbidden Grounds, are exceptionally affluent. It is impossible for Lin Yu not to feel admiration in this regard. From this moment forth, all ties between the Long family and yourself are severed. Should you dare to lay a finger on the Long family again, do not blame the Xiahou clan for their lack of courtesy. Xia Hoqing cast a penetrating glance at Lin Yu, ultimately leaving behind a harsh warning. Although Lin Yu is formidable, he is, without question, of a different caliber compared to the Xiahou clan. Miss Xiahou, why extend courtesies to him? With the prowess of the Xiahou family at her disposal, eliminating Lin Yu would be as effortless as dispatching a mere dog. Suddenly, an elder from the Long family could not contain himself and uttered a remark. But before he could finish, Lin Yu had already obliterated him. Chapter 162. Curse it, 3 days without a beating, and the roof is lifted. Lin Yu grimaced, cursing under his breath. Summer Hoqing's nose almost twisted with indignation. She had never anticipated that Lin Yu would act without a moment's notice, disregarding her previous warning entirely. Who would wish for death? Speak up if you dare. Lin Yu didn't spare a glance at Summer Hoqing. What of the Long family's protection? He was still resolute in his intent to kill. Indeed, the members of the Long family were seething with frustration, yet remained silent. Observing their plight, the Yu family felt a refreshing sense of relief. Uncle, aunt, while Lin Yu possesses formidable strength, I, Jiang Tao, am no pushover. I assure you that within a year, I will surpass Lin Yu, and then I shall take his head to avenge the Long family. After leaving the Yu family, Jiang Tao, who had been silent, finally spoke. Faced with Lin Yu's overwhelming presence, Jiang Tao felt stifled but dared not show his teeth in defiance. You are merely at the peak of the martial god realm, while Lin Yu has at least reached the threshold of a half-step king level. In a year's time, do you truly believe you can reach half-step king? Summer Hoqing scoffed, unimpressed by Jiang Tao, and added, moreover, as your realm advances, so will Lin Yu's. How about we make a bet? Jiang Tao gazed at Summer Hoqing with intent. A bet? What are your terms? Initially vexed by Lin Yu's actions, Summer Hoqing now held no fondness for Jiang Tao either. It's quite simple. Within a year, if I fail to advance to the king level, my life will be at your disposal, Summer Hoqing. I will do as you command. Conversely, if I do attain the king level, you must assist me with one task. Jiang Tao spoke confidently. Deal. I accept. Summer Hoqing did not even inquire about the specifics of the task, readily agreeing. Perhaps she believed that, regardless of the circumstances, Jiang Tao could never triumph. After finishing lunch, Lin Yu departed from the Yu family and headed to Taiyuan. This was a promise made with his parents to visit his maternal grandparents to celebrate the new year. Last year, his grandfather had reluctantly forgiven Lin Yu's mother, Li Sufang, making this visit to the Li family in Taiyuan particularly significant for her. Though Lin Yu was impressive in the outside world, he maintained a remarkably humble demeanor in front of his family. Cousin, could you accompany me to Nanling? Upon arriving at his grandparents' house, his uncle's eldest son, Li Tao, approached him with eager anticipation. What is the purpose of going to Nanling? Lin Yu was momentarily taken aback. I've been chatting online with a girlfriend, and we've agreed to meet in person. But as you know, the security in Nanling isn't great, and incidents often occur, so I'd like you to accompany me. Is that all right? Li Tao was candid about his intentions. In contemporary times, online romance has become quite popular. However, Nanjing, being a remote area with fierce local customs and frequent conflicts, often serves as a refuge for many criminals. The Great Xia dynasty tends to turn a blind eye to Nanjing, leading many to regard it as the foremost den of vice in the secular world. For the average individual, venturing into Nanjing is not a decision made lightly unless under exceptional circumstances. Li Tao's audacity to pursue an online romance with a woman from Nanjing speaks volumes about his courage. Well, I suppose I shall accompany you. Lin Yu remarked with a resigned shrug. Currently, his cousin, at 25 years of age, is a 9-star martial master, mere steps away from ascending to the grand martial master realm. Compared to the average person, Li Tao can indeed be considered a prodigy, yet, when juxtaposed with someone like Lin Yu, he appears rather ordinary. Today, Lin Yu is often hailed as the young martial god by many, especially after his televised victory over Hong Wan, which led to widespread belief in his ascension to martial god status. Consequently, friends and relatives alike are now aware of his prowess. The sheer notion of a martial god is astonishing, particularly given the rarity of such individuals in the secular realm. The most remarkable aspect is Lin Yu's age. Being an 18-year-old martial god is an extraordinary concept. In Li Tao's perspective, having such a martial god cousin by his side emboldens him to brave the treacherous terrain of Nanjing, especially for a mere meeting with an online acquaintance. The meeting place is rather peculiar, situated atop a mountain in Nanjing. Most individuals would opt for a hotel or a more conventional venue for a date, making this choice quite unconventional. Lan Yu Liang, I have arrived. Where are you? Upon reaching the mountain, Li Tao scanned his surroundings, but found no trace of his online companion. He quickly sent a voice message. I've been here for quite some time. To his astonishment, just as Li Tao finished speaking, more than 10 figures emerged from behind a large rock, swiftly encircling both him and Lin Yu. Lan Yu Liang. What is the meaning of this? Li Tao's expression shifted dramatically. At the forefront stood an exceptionally beautiful woman, likely in her mid-20s, possessing the strength of a grand martial master. The others were similarly formidable, more than capable of handling Li Tao with ease. It's quite simple. I'm in need of some funds and would like to borrow some from you, young Master Li. Lan Yu Liang stated candidly. Clearly, during their online interactions, Li Tao had divulged details about himself, including his martial prowess and family background. The Li family is among the 10 prominent families of Taiyuan, undeniably affluent. Are you here solely for my money? Li Tao finally grasped the situation. Of course, did you think I would be interested in someone of your caliber? Lan Yu Liang replied, her disdain evident. To be fair, Li Tao's appearance is somewhat above average, yet he pales in comparison to the striking beauty before him, whose looks rival those of Yu Linglong and Long Linger, slightly outshining Xia Hoqing. Cousin, let us depart. Lin Yu cast a faint glance at the group, completely disregarding them. Now that you've arrived here, do you really think you can leave? How naive you are, little brother. Lan Yu couldn't help but chuckle. Clearly, she held no regard for the younger Lin Yu. I advise you not to provoke me. Lin Yu felt quite displeased upon being referred to as little brother. Lan Yu, my cousin is a young martial god. Li Tao interjected, unable to contain himself. Though Lan Yu had schemed against him, Li Tao still wished to protect her from harm. After all, beautiful women often faced such treatment. If it were an unattractive person plotting against him, Li Tao would have already fought back fiercely. A young martial god? Lan Yu paused momentarily, filled with skepticism, but soon couldn't help but laugh. Li Tao, do you take me for a fool? Your cousin is at most 17 or 18 years old. Does our great Xia dynasty even have a martial god that young? Moreover, the mightiest of your Li family is merely a martial sage. Do you truly think you can fabricate a martial god to intimidate me? You must think I was raised to be easily frightened. Chapter 163. Today's bountiful prey, stop wasting time with them. Strike first and speak later. A rather impatient Grand Martial Sovereign behind Blue Moon surged forward towards Lin Yu. With a swift motion, Lin Yu delivered a resounding slap, sending the man hurtling through the air. The unfortunate fellow, upon landing, coughed up blood mixed with shattered teeth, his face grotesquely swollen. How is it possible? How can this little brat possess such strength? Blue Moon and her companions were nearly startled into a frenzy. They had only regarded Li Tao with a modicum of respect, completely underestimating Lin Yu. Yet, in an instant, Lin Yu had decimated one of their grand martial saints. Curse it, let us all attack him together. Blue Moon roared, resembling a fierce tigress as she charged at Lin Yu, followed closely by her comrades. It was evident that Blue Moon was their leader, and they had undoubtedly fought in unison many times before, displaying remarkable coordination. However, as they approached Lin Yu, he suddenly unleashed a terrifying aura. They barely had time to react before being violently thrown back by the sheer force of his presence. How formidable! They were utterly dumbfounded, their minds blank, gazing at Lin Yu as if he were a specter. He truly was a youthful martial god. Blue Moon and her group were not foolish. They finally grasped that Li Tao had spoken the truth. This seemingly inexperienced youth was, in fact, a master of the martial god realm. We are all orphans, forced to deceive and swindle for survival. We merely seek to earn a living and have never taken a life. Blue Moon, ever astute, knew precisely what to say and what to withhold. Orphans. Orphans of the Grand Martial Sovereign level? Lin Yu replied with a bemused smile. If even Grand Martial Sovereigns could play the victim, how powerful was the great Xia dynasty? In this cannibalistic place known as Nanling, we were all raised by Sister Blue. She exhausted all means to provide us with training resources to sustain us. If you wish to kill, then do so. I will gladly die in her stead. A young man could no longer contain himself. I too am willing to die for Sister Blue. Others echoed his sentiment. Enough, cousin. I see they have had a hard life. Li Tao, possessing a kind heart, felt a twinge of compassion. Initially disappointed in Blue Moon, he now recognized her admirable qualities. Your Sister Blue is quite impressive. The orphans she has taken in are truly exceptional, Lin Yu remarked with a slight smile. You misunderstand. We are merely the most outstanding among them. Beyond us, Sister Blue has also taken in ordinary children unable to cultivate, as well as martial artists, martial masters, and grand martial sovereigns, but they reside in the valley, a young man quickly clarified. Lead me to see them. Lin Yu, however, remained skeptical. Because he had encountered similar situations before, there were individuals who specialized in nurturing martial arts prodigies, while those of mediocre talent were ruthlessly eliminated, even killed. If Blue Moon were to be of such ilk, Lin Yu would not hesitate to slay her, even if she were a breathtaking beauty. Soon, they arrived at a concealed entrance to a valley, surrounded by dense foliage. Without venturing deeper, no one would suspect the wonders that lay hidden within. Sister Moon. As Lin Yu and his companions entered the valley, several children came rushing towards them. Lin Yu noticed that there were other young individuals in the valley, all of whom were relatively young and possessed low cultivation levels, including some ordinary folks. This confirmed the earlier claims of the young man. Sister Moon, are they the fat sheep for today? A little girl inquired, her voice sweet and innocent. Li Tao felt quite embarrassed, for he had fantasized about meeting beautiful online friends daily, only to realize that in their eyes, he was merely a fat sheep. Without a master to guide you and lacking sufficient resources, how could your cultivation progress so rapidly? Lin Yu pondered another point of confusion. After all, someone like Li Tao, with exceptional talent and the backing of one of the 10 great families, the Li family, was still merely at the great martial master level. Yet Blue Moon and her companions possessed nothing. Their path to cultivation must be significantly more arduous. Even with resource plundering and various deceptions, such swift advancement seemed implausible. Blue Moon hesitated for a moment, but she understood that if she did not speak the truth, Lin Yu would not relent. I inadvertently entered a hidden cave and obtained the legacy of a master, which I then passed on to them. The master also left behind some elixirs, which is why our cultivation speeds are relatively swift, Blue Moon confessed in one breath. She then added, I will take you to the cave. In truth, the cave was within the valley itself. Upon entering, Lin Yu immediately sensed that the spiritual energy in the surroundings was notably more abundant. Blue Moon handed Lin Yu an ancient tome. After a brief perusal, he confirmed that cultivating according to this text would indeed accelerate one's progress compared to ordinary methods. It was likely that reaching the next king level would pose no challenge. By this reasoning, the master of the cave must have been a king-level existence. This is the legacy. It can be yours if you spare us. You can have whatever you desire, including my body. Blue Moon gazed at Lin Yu. Despite her youthful appearance, her eyes bore traces of resignation and sorrow. To put it plainly, they were all struggling at the lowest tier of existence. Without the legacy or fortune, the vast majority among them would have perished long ago. I shall not kill you, and I will provide you with a batch of cultivation elixirs to help you become formidable experts. However, I hope that from now on, you will heed my commands and become my subordinates. What say you? Lin Yu regarded them with utmost seriousness. Lin Yu had already resolved to nurture this group of orphans bereft of identity and background. Can you truly provide us with elixirs to aid in our cultivation? Blue Moon's eyes sparkled with hope. In truth, they possessed commendable potential. It was merely unfortunate that they lacked abundant resources. Had they access to such resources, some among them would have undoubtedly transcended to the great martial sect and attained the realm of martial saints by now. Lin Yu was not only a martial god, but also an unequivocal titan in their hearts. Merely elixirs and resources are of little consequence to me, Lin Yu remarked with a faint smile. With a wave of his hand, a plethora of rare treasures and medicinal herbs materialized before Blue Moon and the others. At present, given Lin Yu's formidable prowess, ordinary treasures and various medicines held little value for him. However, utilizing these resources for Blue Moon and her companions was indeed most fitting. From this moment forth, you shall be our leader. Our lives are yours, Blue Moon declared without the slightest hesitation, kneeling on the ground to pledge her loyalty. Chapter 164. A dispute that leads to bloodshed. Upon witnessing this scene, the others promptly knelt down. They were not foolish. Clinging to Lin Yu's leg was tantamount to seizing an opportunity to transform their fate. Sister Lan and Yao Mei had been taken by the bald man. At that moment, a young man staggered over, his body battered and in a dire state. What happened? Lan Yu quickly rushed forward to support the young man. Sister Lan, just now, I went out with Yao Mei to procure supplies, only to encounter the bald man. He forcefully took Yao Mei away, and he threatened that if you do not come, they will violate her. Lamented, his face filled with despair. Sister Lan, you cannot go. The bald man has always had his designs on you. If you go, it would be akin to walking into a tiger's den, someone immediately opposed. What is there to fear? This time, we have the support of our leader. We must show the bald man a lesson, came a voice filled with resolve. Though someone instinctively thought of Lin Yu. After all, Lin Yu was a martial deity. With such a figure at their side, what was a mere bald man? Lan Yu's spirit lifted as she subconsciously glanced at Lin Yu. What exactly is happening? Lin Yu inquired, utterly perplexed. Lan Yu recounted the situation in detail. In the region of Nanling, various factions intermingled, frequently engaging in battles and annexations. The reason Lan Yu and her companions had managed to survive was primarily due to the protection of a concealed valley. Were their territory to be exposed, they would likely have been swallowed long ago. On the outskirts of Nanling, there existed a formidable faction known as the Heibai sect, with the bald man serving as the third in command, having reached the realm of martial sage. He had long coveted Lan Yu and had publicly declared his intention to marry her, only to be spurned. After several rejections, the bald man, in a fit of rage and humiliation, sought to force his advances. However, Lan Yu, not being naive, had often evaded him, denying him any opportunities. The group of orphans had also instinctively avoided the bald man, yet none had anticipated that he would capture Yao Mei. Yao Mei and were responsible for procuring daily necessities, hence their necessity to venture outside. Had it not been for this, the bald man would have never had the chance to seize Yao Mei. Let us go and retrieve Yao Mei, Lin Yu declared, unperturbed. Let it not be said that he was merely facing a martial sage. Even if the opponent were of a higher realm, what difference would it make? We shall accompany you. With Lin Yu's backing, the others felt emboldened and insisted on following suit. They swiftly arrived at the Heibai sect, which was also situated on a mountain, though the surrounding spiritual energy was notably more abundant. Haha, I never expected you to truly come, the bald man exclaimed, descending from the mountain with a few lackeys. In his eyes, only Lan Yu existed. The bald man, in his 50s, was bald, corpulent, and possessed an unattractive visage. Upon witnessing the blue moon, his eyes brimmed with unbridled desire, wishing fervently to strip it bare at once. Indeed, in the realm of Nanling, the duality of human nature reveals itself without pretense. The one with the mightiest fist reigns supreme. Release Yao Mei, then sever an arm and kneel in apology. And this matter shall be resolved, Lin Yu stated coolly. What did you say? The bald man could scarcely believe his ears. This was absurd. He felt Lin Yu had lost his mind. A mere child dared to demand that he mutilate himself and beg for mercy? Bang! Before the bald man could finish his sentence, Lin Yu had already closed the distance, striking him with such swiftness that he had no opportunity to even struggle. Obliterated in an instant. It was swift and decisive, devoid of any hesitation. Lan Yue and her companions were left speechless. Although they recognized Lin Yu as a young martial god, they had never anticipated such overwhelming dominance. He had vanquished an adversary without a moment's deliberation. Recalling how gentle Lin Yu had been with them earlier, they were astounded. Li Tao felt a tempest arise within him, equally astonished by Lin Yu's ferocity. After dispatching the bald man, Lin Yu exhibited no interest in the lesser minions. Striding purposefully up the mountain, the bald man's lackeys dared not impede his progress. After witnessing their leader's swift demise, they felt utterly insignificant. As Lin Yu reached the mountainside, a resounding alarm echoed from below. Soon, figures rushed down from the heights, predominantly individuals of martial prowess below the rank of martial sage. Upon spotting Lin Yu and his companions, they immediately encircled them. Shortly thereafter, two middle-aged individuals clad in black and white appeared, emanating a significantly stronger aura. Lin Yu assessed them and discerned their peak martial sage status. The first and second leaders, I have slain the third, he declared. Upon recognizing these two figures, a sense of assurance washed over the onlookers. You killed the bald man. The middle-aged man in black swiftly locked onto Lin Yu, a glimmer of murderous intent in his gaze. It was I who killed him. If you wish to live, release Yao Mei. Lin Yu replied languidly. In this place, there was no need for subterfuge. How dare you kill me? Bang! The black-clad man's fury erupted, yet before he could finish his curse, his body disintegrated before them. To Lin Yu, eliminating this leader was as trivial as squashing an insect. His gaze shifted to the woman in white. Quickly release Yao Mei. The woman in white trembled momentarily, yet without a trace of hesitation, she issued her command. Had the leader been aware of Lin Yu's true strength, he likely would have promptly submitted. In Nanling, the law of the jungle prevailed. The strongest reigned supreme. Before long, Yao Mei was brought forth, a slender girl of 14 or 15, with delicate features and bright, shrewd eyes. Let us return. Lin Yu said little, leading them down the mountain. Might you wish to leave your name? Suddenly inquired the elegant woman in white. With a swift motion, a flash of cold light pierced the air, and the beautiful head of the adversary soared skyward. Witnessing this scene, Lan Yu and the others were struck with terror, for it was an overwhelming display of power, striking down an opponent without a second thought. Fortunately, they had refrained from displaying hostility earlier, as they typically resorted to robbery without inflicting harm. Had their intentions been malicious, their fate might have mirrored that of the three leaders of the Black and White sect. Go and empty the stores of the Black and White sect. There should be some valuable items, Lin Yu remarked suddenly. Even though he possessed numerous resources, it did not deter his inclination for plundering. Indeed, it must be noted that while the Black and White sect was not extensive, it contained several treasures. Regrettably, their levels were somewhat low and unsuitable for Lin Yu's cultivation. Notify all surrounding factions to converge upon the Black and White sect at once. Anyone who dares to defy this command shall face annihilation, he declared. Initially, Lin Yu intended to depart, yet the allure of spirit stones led him to reconsider. Chapter 165. The greatest advantage lies in adaptability. A foray into the South Ridge might yield unexpected rewards. While it may not compare to the treasures of the ancient city within the Forbidden Lands, even the smallest mosquito is still a morsel. Moreover, the South Ridge is ungoverned, offering the freedom to act at will. Boss, Perhaps we should exercise more discretion. The South Ridge is home to many hidden talents, with experts aplenty. Even on the outskirts, one might encounter formidable warriors. Should we provoke them, we may not emerge unscathed, Blue Moon hastily cautioned. Having finally found a formidable ally in Lin Yu, she was keen to ensure his safety, deeming it necessary to offer a warning. The others nodded in agreement, perceiving Lin Yu as overly domineering and impulsive. To survive in the South Ridge, one requires not only exceptional strength, but also a low profile and astute strategies. I am already maintaining a low profile. Everything proceeds as I have instructed, Lin Yu replied with a faint smile, his resolve unwavering. Very well. Despite their concerns, Blue Moon and the others had no choice but to comply with Lin Yu's orders. After they departed, Li Tao could not help but exclaim, "Cousin, I've made up my mind. I will follow you from now on." "Guarantee you already following me?" Lin Yu shot him a glance, as if it were a matter of course. Once Blue Moon and the others disseminated the orders, the various factions on the outskirts of the South Ridge erupted in commotion. Historically, rivalries among these factions had frequently led to skirmishes, yet their strengths were comparable, making it difficult for any one group to dominate. Now, with a brazen newcomer emerging, it was akin to stirring a hornet's nest, a reckless endeavor that could lead to disaster. I am curious to see who possesses such audacity. In an instant, the factions mobilized, sending their elite warriors towards the Black and White Gate. Within a mere morning, hundreds had gathered atop the mountain of Black and White Gate, comprising the pinnacle of each faction, including one or two who had attained the realm of martial deities. "Demand your leader to appear promptly, or I shall dismantle your Black and White Gate." One impatient individual could no longer contain himself and shouted vehemently. As his voice faded, Lin Yu, along with Blue Moon and the others, stepped forward. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Lin Yu, the current master of the Black and White Gate. And I have summoned you here," he said with a slight smile. "You are the master of the Black and White Gate? What has become of the three heads?" Someone inquired, perplexed. "They were dealt with by me," Lin Yu stated nonchalantly. Gasps of disbelief rippled through the crowd. Lin Yu was remarkably young, and the head of the Black and White Gate had reached the peak of martial sanctity. To have been slain was unfathomable. "I have gathered you here solely for financial purposes. If you submit all your stock to me, you may continue to exist in the South Ridge. Otherwise, you shall all meet your demise," Lin Yu proclaimed, unambiguously and without pretense. Has this fellow lost his mind? The entire mountaintop was in an uproar. There were no fewer than 20 factions surrounding Nanling, each populated by formidable experts. Even within the depths of Nanling, the major powers refrained from provoking them lightly. Yet suddenly, a brash young man emerged, displaying an audacity that completely disregarded their presence. Who does he think he is? Does he truly believe that by eliminating a few insignificant members of the highbaymen, he has rendered himself invincible? Boom. Discontent was voiced, as the opponent had already reached the realm of the Grand Martial Saint, surpassing even the strongest of the highbaymen. Alas, before the words could fully escape his lips, he was instantaneously obliterated by Lin Yu. Many spectators failed to witness how Lin Yu had made his move. The opponent simply exploded. By the time they processed the event, they were astonished to find Lin Yu still standing in place, as if he had never stirred. "My greatest virtue is my adaptability. If anyone has an opinion, please feel free to express it," Lin Yu said with a beaming smile. The crowd exchanged glances, taken aback by Lin Yu's domineering display. For a moment, no one dared to speak. "Young man, your prowess is impressive, but that does not grant you the liberty to act as you please." Boom. This time, it was the martial god who spoke, a renowned figure in Nanling, who would command respect even in the depths of the region. After all, those who reached the level of martial god were generally not trifled with. Yet, even the martial god met the same fate. Before he could finish his sentence, he too was annihilated by Lin Yu. Is there anyone else with a differing opinion? Please, do share. I pride myself on being democratic, Lin Yu continued, his smile unwavering. This time, the crowd fell silent. They were not fools. If a martial god could be dispatched by Lin Yu in an instant, what were they? The members of the Lanyue faction were exhilarated. Previously, they had feared that Lin Yu, being merely at the martial god level, would struggle against the established martial gods. They never imagined that Lin Yu would dispatch seasoned martial gods as easily as one would swat a fly, exhibiting overwhelming dominance. "I, the Eagle Gate, am willing to offer all our resources to you, sir. I, The 100 Flowers Gate, stand ready to give everything to you, sir. I, the Dragon Rising Gate, shall present our stock to you, sir. Each faction voiced their allegiance, realizing that compared to life itself, their mere resources were trivial. As long as they were alive, resources could be regained. Once life was lost, everything was gone. If martial gods could be dispatched by Lin Yu, what significance did they hold? Those who recognized the shifting tides were indeed wise, and this applied aptly to their situation. Of course, if anyone donates rare treasures that I require, I shall elevate their strength by 1 realm as a reward. However, should anyone conceal treasures, once discovered, I assure you, their fate will be worse than death. Lin Yu stated calmly. A firm reprimand followed by a generous reward is the most fundamental approach. Sir, all the resources from my Tianying sect are readily available. Please, take a look and see if it meets your satisfaction. A middle-aged man stepped forward, his face adorned with sycophantic eagerness. The opponent's strength was rather mediocre, merely a 1st-star great martial saint. The 7-star stone. Upon inspecting the spatial pouch, Lin Yu's eyes lit up with excitement. This item would undoubtedly enhance the refinement of the 9 nether body, yielding exceptional results with minimal effort. Currently, the 9 nether body was in a state of longevity, and once the evolution was complete, its power would surely multiply. Consume this elixir, and I shall assist you in augmenting your strength. Lin Yu was thoroughly pleased with the 7-star stone and, without hesitation, tossed a pill to the middle-aged man. The man, exhibiting no hesitation, promptly swallowed the elixir. For he was acutely aware that if Lin Yu had any malicious intentions, eliminating him would be a trivial matter, rendering the use of a pill unnecessary. Boom. The moment he ingested the elixir, it transformed into a powerful warmth, instantly enveloping his entire being. Lin Yu then placed his palm upon the man's back. Chapter 166. He has arrived in an instant. The energy released by Lin Yu merged with the potency of the elixirs, penetrating the middle-aged man's body. He felt as if his meridians had been instantaneously unblocked, causing his aura to surge dramatically. From the realm of a 1-star great martial saint, he ascended wildly, directly entering the 2-star great martial saint, then the 3-star great martial saint. Within a brief span, he had stepped into the threshold of a half-step martial god, at which point he finally halted. This was tantamount to years of arduous cultivation. If the middle-aged man had possessed even slightly inferior talent, he might never have achieved the half-step martial god realm in his lifetime. Yet, thanks to the elixirs provided by Lin Yu, combined with Lin Yu's own assistance, he was forcibly elevated to this pinnacle. Who would believe such a transformation without witnessing it firsthand? Is such a feat truly possible? The onlookers were stirred. They had tirelessly gathered various rare treasures for what purpose? Was it not to enhance their cultivation? With Lin Yu's remarkable methods now evident, every one of them was aflame with excitement. They could hardly wait to present their finest resources, hoping to capture Lin Yu's attention. Thus, without needing further persuasion from Lin Yu, they each hurried back to procure their treasures. Indeed, Lin Yu managed to acquire a considerable amount of exceptional items, and he generously provided them with elixirs to facilitate their breakthroughs. It was a mutually beneficial outcome. Cousin, could you possibly assist me in elevating my cultivation as well? On the journey back to Taiyuan, Li Tao gazed at Lin Yu with eager anticipation. Observing others making rapid advancements with Lin Yu's aid, he felt an overwhelming envy. Naturally, given their relationship, he believed Lin Yu would acquiesce. Your foundation is too weak. While a forced elevation is certainly feasible, it would adversely affect your future martial path. Therefore, I cannot endorse such an enhancement, Lin Yu replied candidly. While he could elevate the cultivation of others with ease, he approached Li Tao's situation with caution due to their familial ties. Li Tao was left speechless. Although Lin Yu could not assist in boosting his strength, he still bestowed upon Li Tao some elixirs and materials for cultivation, which deeply touched him. Upon returning to Taiyuan City that evening, Lin Yu did not rush to the Li residence, but instead sought out Yi Hai and Li Han. It turned out that the New World had established a vast underground arena in Taiyuan City, and Lin Yu had come specifically for this venue. The New World had previously dispatched various top-tier experts to the ultimate arena in an attempt to dismantle the underground world. Now, adhering to the principle of reciprocity, Lin Yu prepared to step into the underground arena of the New World and return their aggression in kind. However, both Yi Hai and Li Han disapproved of Lin Yu's intentions. The New World was teeming with formidable experts, and they feared for Lin Yu's safety. Based on his current strength, Lin Yu was at most a half-step king level or a king level fighter, who could guarantee that the new world lacked stronger adversaries. Yet, despite their concerns, Lin Yu remained resolute, and with no means to deter him, they ultimately accompanied him on this perilous endeavor. The approach adopted by the New World bears a striking resemblance to that of the underground world, albeit with a greater degree of secrecy. Individuals entering the New World are required to don voluminous robes that conceal their figures, complemented by masks that render the task of identifying anyone within the New World a nearly impossible endeavor. As fate would have it, two acquaintances of Lin Yu find themselves present in the New World this evening. One is Chen Shui, whose uncle resides in Taiyuan City and belongs to one of the 10 prominent families of the region. Chen Shui has accompanied her parents to Taiyuan City to pay a New Year visit to her uncle, and coincidentally, her younger cousin, an ardent fan of arena competitions, insisted on bringing Lin Yu along. The other is Long Linger, who has arrived in Taiyuan City with her grandfather. Although the Long family and Lin Yu have had their share of conflicts, the bond between Long's grandfather and Lin Yu's maternal grandfather is one forged in life and death camaraderie. Given Lin Yu's formidable prowess, the Long family harbors concerns that he may one day seek retribution. Therefore, they have turned to the Li family, hoping that Lin Yu's grandfather might intercede on their behalf, thus sparing them from utter annihilation. This is why Long's grandfather has personally brought his granddaughter to Taiyuan City to pay his respects to his elder brother for the new year. Upon her arrival in Taiyuan, Long Linger learns of a grand arena competition scheduled to take place in the New World, rumored to offer substantial rewards, which has drawn a multitude of participants. However, the entry fee to the New World is exorbitant, with tickets priced at a staggering $1 million. Stepping into the New World, Lin Yu is struck by a sensation akin to entering the underground world. The layout of the New World mirrors that of the underground world almost identically, including the arena configurations and prize structures. It is no wonder that the competition between the two realms is so fierce. Should the underground world fall, the New World would undoubtedly rise to fill the void, reaping immense profits in the process. Tonight, the ultimate arena competition will commence, allowing anyone to ascend the ultimate stage. With each victory, the prize money doubles, with no upper limit, beginning at a sum of 100,000. On the ultimate arena, the referee announces the competition rules. The initial sum of 100,000 is modest. However, winning is no easy feat, as contenders of all skill levels may ascend the ultimate stage. As the referee's words hang in the air, he is taken aback as a figure swiftly appears on the stage. Under the watchful gaze of the crowd, this individual boldly signs a life and death agreement. I, Wu Ming, challenge all masters of the New World, Lin Yu declares with resolute clarity. The eyes of the New World's overseer widen in alarm. He is well aware of Wu Ming's formidable record. In fact, the New World had dispatched advanced martial masters to the underground world in an attempt to dismantle it, only to be thwarted by Wu Ming's unexpected emergence, which disrupted their plans. Now, with Wu Ming appearing on the ultimate arena of the New World, even the most oblivious among them cannot ignore the ominous implications. It seems the underground world has come seeking vengeance. Wu Ming is indeed the one who vanquished an advanced martial master. Gasps resonate from the audience below the arena. He has truly come. Long Linger felt a sudden jolt of her spirit. It dawned upon her that Lin Yu, prior to vanquishing Xia Hoqing, had already dispatched a formidable opponent at the late stage of the great martial god. Is it truly you, Lin Yu? Chen Shui's heart fluttered with a hint of excitement. However, she could not be certain that the figure on the stage was indeed Lin Yu, as he was entirely shrouded, making it difficult to discern his identity. It was not surprising that someone would challenge under the moniker of Nameless. After all, in both the underground world and the new realm, it was not uncommon for challengers to share identical aliases. Young man, I suspect you are not the true Nameless. You must be an imposter, remarked a powerful warrior of the martial saint realm as he ascended the platform, evidently harboring thoughts akin to those of Chen Shui. Chapter 167. A manly presence with an explosive force emanating from him, Lin Yu remained motionless, causing the formidable martial saint to lose control and plummet onto the arena. Such strength. His expression was one of sheer astonishment. The mere aura was sufficient to conquer him. Even if this was not the legendary Wu Ming, he was undoubtedly a peak powerhouse. Consequently, the ultimate arena fell into an awkward silence. Everyone was aware that Wu Ming had previously slain a peak master of the great martial god stage. Under such circumstances, who among those with lesser cultivation dared to step forward and compete? If Wu Ming were in a favorable mood, he might only defeat them. However, if his temperament soured, he could very well annihilate them. Moreover, some realized that Wu Ming's appearance on the ultimate arena likely heralded ill intentions. Previously, when the New World dispatched a peak expert of the great martial god stage to the underground world's terminal arena, it resulted in significant bloodshed. Thus, for a moment, no one dared to challenge the ultimate arena. The New World had initially intended to host a grand competition through this arena, but now their plans had been abruptly thwarted. The scene was undeniably awkward. Having spent $1 million on tickets, one could hardly expect to witness the New World's retreat. Discontent began to brew among the spectators. As $1 million was no trifling sum, who would relish watching a solitary spectacle after such an extravagant expenditure? The helm of the New World was in the hands of Tai Yuan, governed by a leader of peak great martial saint strength, akin to the Night Sea. Let He Wuchang ascend and buy us some time. I will report the situation to the higher-ups, Sun Simiao remarked, his mood heavy. He understood that if the challenger truly was Wu Ming, he was not someone he could contend with. Only a dragon could cross the river. The one who dared to stand upon the terminal arena was undoubtedly formidable. He Wuchang was Sun Simiao's trump card. After all, in organizing the ultimate arena competition, the New World had to anticipate the emergence of unexpected masters. Thus, they had prepared a great martial god to address unforeseen circumstances. I am a devotee of the New World, here to accept your challenge, He Wuchang proclaimed as he ascended the stage, voluntarily revealing his identity. A wave of astonishment rippled through the audience. Everyone comprehended the significance of being a devotee. Those who achieved such a status possessed formidable strength, especially in the underground world. However, the moment He Wuchang finished speaking, Lin Yu's palm descended, and the unfortunate He Wuchang was obliterated on the spot. Lin Yu did not even lift his eyelids, coolly stating, "Next." A gasp of disbelief erupted from the crowd. No one anticipated Wu Ming to be so ruthless, instantly annihilating his opponent with a single strike. Sun Simiao's pupils constricted sharply. If there had been any lingering doubts before, they were now dispelled. This was undoubtedly the Wu Ming of the underground world. Moreover, the opponent is here to disrupt the proceedings. According to the regulations, should I persist in my challenges, within a week, if none of the elite from your New World can defeat me, then your organization shall be compelled to cease all arena competitions henceforth. Lin Yu spoke with an air of indifference. Initially, this was the very strategy employed by New World to counter the underground realm. To confront the Nameless One, at least a secondary king-level expert would be required. Such a domineering assertion. If the conjecture holds true, we are poised to witness a breathtaking confrontation. A battle of secondary kings, or even a clash of primary king-level masters, is indeed something to behold. The audience buzzed with speculation. They surmised the Nameless One's capabilities based on his prior achievements. New World is no fool. It would never dispatch an expert below secondary king level to meet their demise. What a display of masculinity. Chen Shui felt an overwhelming sense of shock. The man before her, standing upon the arena, was akin to an unassailable mountain, invincible and unparalleled. Long Linger wore a countenance of mixed emotions. Had she not misjudged, this extraordinary prodigy would have been her boyfriend. With such a partner, she would undoubtedly evoke envy wherever she went. Alas, time cannot be reversed. Although Jiang Tao is also quite commendable, for some reason, during this recent period of interaction, Long Linger sensed a change in his temperament. He has become irritable, occasionally exuding a strange aura that unsettles her. Naturally, the most anxious were Yi Hai and Li Han, who remained oblivious to New World's hidden cards. Should New World unveil an unparalleled master, Lin Yu would be in peril. Their emotions were thus a tangled web of hope and concern. They wished for Lin Yu to display his prowess and vanquish New World's expert, yet feared for his safety. At last, the moment arrived. After approximately half an hour, the first expert from New World made his entrance. The man, with graying hair, strode forward with the gait of a dragon, swiftly ascending to the ultimate arena. I am Wang Wenyuan, a revered elder of New World, of the secondary king realm. The elder wasted no time, directly announcing his identity, lineage, and specific rank. This, of course, is a testament to New World's prestige. Currently, apart from the Nameless One, there exists no other secondary king-level presence in the underground realm. The secondary king realm is indeed formidable. It is said that a master of this rank can obliterate a martial sage with but a glance. Someone could not help but murmur, "Tell me, who is stronger, the Nameless One or the revered Elder?" I cannot say. I believe the Nameless One is quite powerful, yet the Elder is no slouch either. Such explanations left many speechless. Indeed, to date, numerous individuals have assessed the Nameless One as a secondary king-level expert. However, the true extent of his strength remains elusive, as the secondary king realm has its own strict classifications. Should a primary level encounter a mid-level opponent, the former would undoubtedly be vanquished. I offer you 100 billion. How about concluding this ultimate challenge? Wang Wenyuan spoke once more. It was evident that he lacked absolute confidence. A peaceful resolution would indeed be preferable. 100 billion is no trivial sum. Perhaps the Nameless One would acquiesce. Whispers circulated among the onlookers. However, that may not be the case. After all, the Nameless One had amassed thousands of billions during his challenges in the underground world. Someone retorted immediately. Suddenly, Lin Yu's response was remarkably straightforward. He stepped forward, his palm striking towards Wang Wenyuan. Within that palm resided the essence of the universe, and no matter how formidable Wang Wenyuan might be, evasion was futile. In the next moment, Wang Wenyuan astonishingly exploded beneath the force of Lin Yu's palm. A profound silence enveloped the surroundings, each individual wearing an expression of shock. A true second king-level expert, such prowess is exceedingly rare in the mundane world, and yet, Lin Yu had obliterated him with a mere snap of his fingers. Had it not been witnessed firsthand, who would dare to believe it? Chapter 168, Sweeping Away All Foes, Annihilating the Sub-King Level. Long Linger found herself at a loss for words to express her tumultuous emotions. Admiration, astonishment, regret. A complex amalgamation of feelings surged within her. Who would have anticipated that the mere 18-year-old Lin Yu could vanquish a sub-king level master with such ease? If this news were to spread, it would undoubtedly send shockwaves throughout the entire Great Xia dynasty. Take a look at Xia Hoqing, who is indeed formidable. Yet she is significantly older than Lin Yu and merely at the late stage of the great martial god level, which is not even on the same tier as the sub-king level. Sub-king level experts are not to be trifled with. They are prominent figures in the secular world. And even within the forbidden zones, they command immense respect. Chun Shui clutched her chest, feeling as though her heart might leap from her breast. Upon witnessing Lin Yu's instantaneous defeat of a sub-king level master, she experienced an overwhelming physical reaction. If only she could possess such a man. She would willingly sacrifice 10 years of her life for the privilege. Yi Hai and Li Han exchanged glances, both aware of Lin Yu's prowess, having reached the sub-king level. However, they never imagined he would be capable of such extraordinary feats. Dispatching a sub-king level opponent in an instant was simply astonishing. In stark contrast to Yi Hai's shock, Sun Simiao from the New World felt a sense of unease. The offering transferred from headquarters had been effortlessly annihilated, and the strength of the Nameless One exceeded their expectations. If the situation could not be resolved swiftly, the New World would be in grave peril. Currently, Sun Simiao could only reach out to the higher-ups and expedite the dispatch of even more formidable experts. During this interval, the audience beneath the arena remained unusually quiet, devoid of protests and uproar. This was not the case earlier. Now, witnessing the slaughter of a sub-king level master, everyone understood that an earth-shattering battle was imminent, and it was highly probable that an existence even stronger than a sub-king would emerge. Spending $1 million to witness such a level of combat was indeed worth it. Nonetheless, they all pondered just how far the Nameless One could go. The conflict between the Nameless One and the New World seemed destined to be a fight to the death. Either the New World would shutter its doors, or the Nameless One would be eliminated. Yet, everyone was acutely aware that the forces backing the New World were anything but simple. Boom! A violent uproar erupted within the headquarters of the New World. The upper echelons were nearly all present, and President Yang Shuang's face turned ashen. A sub-king level offering had been dispatched with remarkable swiftness. President, we have no choice but to call upon the Hunter King. Only he possesses the power to suppress the Nameless One. The Vice President asserted with utmost seriousness. Do you understand what conditions the Hunter King demands? Yang Shuang's tone was decidedly unyielding. The Hunter King desires 30% of our New World shares. However, this is preferable to the closure of our establishment. The vice president nodded in agreement. 30% of the shares is no trivial matter. It cannot be gauged by mere monetary value. The Hunter King's appetite is insatiably vast. The president remarked, I believe we can agree to the Hunter King's proposal. However, we must impose an additional condition upon slaying the Nameless. The Hunter King must venture into the underground realm to challenge the ultimate arena, thereby compelling the closure of the underground world. An elder suddenly interjected. Upon hearing this, Yang's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. They were all astute individuals. If they were to consume the underground world, then a mere 30% stake would be insignificant. Hardly worth mentioning. Moreover, granting the Hunter King 30% of the shares would tether him to the chariot of the new world henceforth. Wealth and risk would henceforth be shared among them all. Having made the decision, Yang promptly dialed the Hunter King. All right, I shall be there immediately. The Hunter King's spirit soared. He had long coveted a stake in the new world and would not let this opportunity slip away. As the Hunter King was not a native of the new world, he appeared at the arena donning a mask. Renowned as a pinnacle top-tier expert, the Hunter King was said to possess the strength to challenge even those at the kingly level. He was heralded as invincible beneath the realm of kings. The moment he made his entrance, a tremendous uproar ensued. It was revealed that the Hunter King had previously graced the arena of the new world, showcasing his terrifying prowess. Thus, many were already aware of his formidable capabilities. The arrival of the Hunter King left Yi Hai and Li Hun feeling despondent. They had indeed conducted investigations on those who had graced the arena and possessed such terrifying strength. The Hunter King, Chun Shui, felt a dryness in her throat. She relished watching arena matches and had fortuitously witnessed the Hunter King display his might in a past competition. He had swept away all adversaries with ease. In her eyes, the Hunter King was nearly an invincible entity. She never imagined that Lin Yu's opponent would be the Hunter King. Do you still think you can win? Long Ling Er's expression was complex. While she believed in Lin Yu's prowess, she acknowledged that the opponent was undeniably stronger. At this moment, at least half of the spectators were convinced of the Hunter King's inevitable victory. After all, the Hunter King had built his reputation on the platform of the new world, thus attracting more fans. Kill. The Hunter King wielded a blade. With a single stroke, his figure appeared to multiply into countless overlapping silhouettes, creating an illusion that there was more than one Hunter King on the arena. The Hunter King had mastered the realm of the blade. He was on the verge of transcending into a supreme state. Gasps of astonishment erupted. With a single strike, the heavens and earth seemed to tremble. What the hell, someone exclaimed, only to immediately curse as the words left their lips. Everyone stared in disbelief, their eyes wide with astonishment. The Hunter King's domineering strike did not descend. Astonishingly, it was firmly held between two fingers. This scene delivered an overwhelming visual shock. Achieving such a feat was akin to scaling the heavens. Who would dare to intercept the Hunter King's blade with merely two fingers? A moment's carelessness, and the blade's edge could shatter a finger. Suddenly, a crisp sound of breaking pierced the air, as if to answer the crowd's astonishment. The knife shattered between Lin Yu's fingers. Most chillingly, the Hunter King stood frozen in place. The Hunter King was indeed dead. No one could discern how Lin Yu had struck. It was utterly incomprehensible, leaving observers questioning the very reliability of their own vision. How had the Hunter King met his demise? A multitude of questions surged in the minds of all present. This was a pinnacle Hunter King, not some insignificant foe. Even a Hunter King could manage to escape when confronted by a master of royal caliber, clinging to life. Yet, he had been dispatched in an instant by Lin Yu. Next, Lin Yu remained unfazed, his demeanor as tranquil as ever. His purpose here extended beyond the mere act of slaying a Hunter King. He sought to challenge all the foremost masters of this new world. He aimed to instill fear in their hearts, to compel them to bow in submission, to render the new world too intimidated to open its doors again. At that moment, Sun Sima finally spoke up. Mr. Wuming, I am Yang Shuang, the chief administrator here. Might you step down for a moment? Our president wishes to converse with you. Chapter 169. Damn, this wretched individual. Even a fool can discern that the new world is seeking to adopt a different approach. In the past, the Hunter King similarly overwhelmed the elite of the new world, until a prominent figure emerged and negotiated with him, ultimately conceding some interests. Now, it seems the new world intends to employ a comparable strategy. Upon hearing Sun Simiao's words, Yi Hai and Li Hun felt an immediate tension. It is essential to note that, thus far, the underground world has not afforded Lin Yu many advantages. Lin Yu merely serves as a tribute to the underground realm. From the moment Lin Yu appeared under an anonymous identity, Li Hun sensed his insatiable greed for wealth. In his relentless pursuit of riches, Lin Yu has resorted to feigned weakness and even bloodshed to entice challengers. Therefore, if the new world were to offer him substantial benefits, would Lin Yu turn against the underground world? If that were to occur, the underground realm would find itself in dire straits. I am here to issue a challenge, not to engage in idle banter with you. If your new world intends to back down, then close the challenge arena. Unexpectedly, Lin Yu showed no inclination to entertain Sun Simiao's proposal. While Yi Hai and the others recognized Sun Simiao's ulterior motives, Lin Yu was equally perceptive. Sun Simiao's expression soured. He had not anticipated such an absence of negotiating space. However, his phone rang, and he pressed the call button. Mr. Wuming, grant us 3 days. After 3 days, our new world will send a formidable challenger your way. If we should lose, there will be no more arena battles in the new world. What do you think? After hanging up, Sun Simiao's gaze returned to Lin Yu. Something is amiss. There must be a hidden agenda. Nevertheless, Lin Yu did not hesitate and readily agreed. No problem. Lin Yu was well aware that a top-tier expert would indeed emerge from the other side. Yet, he possessed unwavering confidence in his own abilities. No matter how formidable the opponent, he believed he could prevail. Captain, will the president truly find a skilled adversary to face Lin Yu in 3 days? The vice captain approached Sun Simiao, harboring some concern. He had indeed been taken aback by Lin Yu's overwhelming strength. The new world does possess some elite experts, but in comparison to the Hunter King, they fall slightly short. Otherwise, they would not have had to concede so many benefits to him. Thank you, my brother Lin. This time, I will petition the higher-ups to increase your remuneration. As he exited the underground world, Yi Hai's gaze fell upon Lin Yu, his expression complex. He recognized Lin Yu's prowess, yet had never anticipated it to such an extent. As long as you can assist me in locating some rare treasures, everything else is inconsequential. Lin Yu spoke candidly. After bidding farewell to Li Hun and Yi Hai, Lin Yu prepared to return to the Li family. Lin Yu, wait a moment. Just as Lin Yu was about to depart, a voice unexpectedly rang out. Long Linger. Upon seeing her, Lin Yu felt no warmth towards her. Or rather, the initial flicker of affection was entirely consumed through continuous interaction. Thus, in Lin Yu's eyes, Long Linger appeared no different from a mere passerby. Lin Yu, the actions of my Long family in the past have indeed chilled your heart. Here, I wish to extend my sincerest apologies, hoping for your forgiveness towards both me and the Long family. Long Linger gazed at him with anticipation. Forgiveness is not on the table. There exists no further connection between the Long family and myself, Lin Yu replied with a detached tone. What do you mean? Long Linger was momentarily taken aback, feeling a tumultuous ache within her heart. It's quite simple. Just do not provoke me, Lin Yu stated, taking a step forward, vanishing from sight. Watching his disappearing figure, Long Linger stamped her foot in frustration, feeling both vexed and helpless. Her boyfriend, Jiang Tao, seemed to possess an uncanny sense of intuition, as he promptly called Long Linger. Where are you? Jiang Tao asked sharply, lacking his usual grace. I am at the Taiyuan Chen's with my grandfather. He wishes to use the opportunity of the new year to mend ties with the Chen family and simultaneously restore his relationship with Lin Yu, Long Linger candidly shared. However, no sooner had she finished speaking than Jiang Tao abruptly ended the call. Damn it, that wretched person. I, Jiang Tao, shall undoubtedly become the strongest. Jiang Tao's face contorted with rage, his features twisted in fury. A voice suddenly echoed in his mind. If you desire strength, it is easily attained. Just cultivate the dark sutra I present to you, and breakthroughs shall come effortlessly. I am willing to sell my soul to provide intelligence for you, to become your vanguard infiltrating the human race. Jiang Tao did not hesitate in his resolve to enhance his power, even at the cost of betraying the human race's interests. Mattered not to him. History has always been written by the victors. When the day arrives that he controls everything, who shall remember his collusion with other races? In the following days, Lin Yu accompanied his mother to visit relatives, enduring the fatigue of meeting distant aunts and uncles despite his formidable martial prowess. However, he had to play the obedient son, for it was hard to reconcile the image of a remarkable young martial god with that of a reticent one. Truth be told, visiting relatives was far more exhausting than battling in a ring. Lin, I have gathered intel. The New World has indeed hired an esteemed elder at a significant cost. This individual departed from the Forbidden Grounds 2 decades ago, effectively retired from worldly affairs. Yet, astonishingly, he has accepted the invitation. 2 days later, Yihai called Lin Yu. If it truly proves untenable, we may simply concede. There is no shame in that. With your capabilities, you will undoubtedly reach the pinnacle in the future. Yihai added thoughtfully. This decision came after considerable deliberation among Yihai and the others, as they deemed Lin Yu's safety paramount. Rest assured, I know my own limits. Lin Yu responded with a faint smile, reflecting his steadfast determination. 3 days later, the entire Taiyuan New World was teeming with people. As numerous families and experts flocked to witness the grand spectacle of the Battle of Masters. Due to her insufficient status, Chun Shui longed to observe the combat, but found herself unable to enter the New World. At present, a mere ticket to gain entry cost a staggering 10 million, coupled with the necessity of possessing a certain level of social standing. However, Long Linger, backed by the Long family, was able to smoothly access the competition venue. Ultimately, Chun Shui managed to enter the New World, reportedly through the connections facilitated by Sidu Kong. In the realm of the underground world, aside from Yihai and Li Han, the president, Liang Tian, also made a personal appearance. In light of some exceptional circumstances, the underground world had also prepared several top-tier experts. In essence, should Lin Yu find himself in peril, Liang Tian and his associates would not hesitate to intervene directly to rescue him. In summary, to ensure Lin Yu's safety, they were fully committed to taking decisive action over the course of these 2 days. Chapter 170. Were your eyes blind from the start? The moment Lin Yu made his entrance, he captivated the attention of the crowd, who were all aflame with excitement, as if they themselves were the unparalleled master, No Name. Should No Name emerge victorious, the New World would no longer feature competitive arenas, for it was anticipated that it had prepared top-tier experts. Whispers circulated among the onlookers, suggesting that the New World might have summoned a half-step king-level master. Another voice chimed in, noting that previously, Lin Yu had triumphed over the Hunter King in the arena. Thus, it was improbable for the New World to pit another sub-king-level opponent against him. In the mundane realm, the majority of king-level experts had retreated to Forbidden Grounds. After all, the combat prowess of a king-level master was undeniably formidable. Remaining in the secular world would be a sheer waste of their potential. Yet, some speculated that the New World, in its quest for survival, might seek to invite a king-level master. Moreover, the New World must possess its own formidable trump card. The Hunter King, while impressive, was certainly not the ultimate ace of the New World, for he had initially challenged it himself. It was once said that a powerful figure stood behind the New World. Perhaps that individual was its greatest secret weapon. According to the rules of our ultimate challenge, the one who remains standing in the arena until the end will lead to the complete closure of our competitive matches, and we shall bestow half of the New World's assets upon them. I hereby declare the ultimate challenge to commence. This time, Sun Simiao himself took on the role of referee and announced the regulations. Half of the assets. A collective gasp echoed from the crowd. The wealth amassed by the New World was truly staggering. Possessing half of it would suffice for several lifetimes. Yet Lin Yu remained unfazed. Who dares to challenge me? Lin Yu inquired, casting his gaze towards Sun Simiao. I shall. A voice rang out, and a man of diminutive stature with an unseemly appearance stepped onto the stage. Without a mask, it was evident that he was a master from the New World. I am Luo Tian, one of the venerated of the New World, a half-step king level. The challenger boldly proclaimed his name and strength. Indeed, he was a half-step king level. It was said that with a single punch, he could obliterate a mountain and churn the seas. The crowd buzzed with excitement. In the Great Xia dynasty, half-step king-level masters were a rarity. In the secular world, any half-step king-level individual would be regarded as a dominant figure. A family boasting even a single half-step king-level expert would command immense respect and caution. In normal circumstances, even prominent clans found it exceedingly difficult to possess a half-step king-level master. I know Luo Tian. His brother is one of the top guardians of our Great Xia dynasty, having achieved remarkable feats in the resistance against foreign tribes. When Luo Tian reached the sub-king level, He was supposed to serve in the Forbidden Grounds, but he was reluctant to go. Ultimately, his brother used connections to secure his stay in the secular world. Someone exclaimed. Upon hearing the murmurs from below, Luo Tian's expression darkened. After all, to refuse service, to shun the Forbidden Grounds and engage in conflict with foreign races is not a matter of honor. Those who decline to serve are regarded as spineless by the human race, looked down upon by others. Although Luo Tian has now reached the threshold of king-level mastery, he is indeed afraid of death. He is acutely aware that the mortality rate in the Forbidden Grounds is alarmingly high, yet he revels in the pleasures of life, cherishing beauty. With his cultivation, few can harm him in the secular world, allowing him to indulge in life without restraint. Even for the ultimate arena competition, Luo Tian is somewhat reluctant to participate. However, the conditions presented by the new world are exceedingly generous. Regardless of victory or defeat, he stands to gain those rewards, which is why he chooses to enter the contest. In Luo Tian's eyes, should the Nameless One prove weak, he could easily dispatch him and achieve fame. If the opponent is too powerful, he could simply concede and incur no loss. In essence, Luo Tian has devised a shrewd plan. Luo Tian, Luo Liang. Lin Yu silently recited these two names, surprised to encounter Luo Tian here first. In his previous life, Lin Yu had heard of them. On the surface, Luo Liang is a hero of the human race, yet in secret, he has long colluded with foreign races. During a pivotal moment in the Great War, he even opened the defense systems in collaboration with the foreign races, allowing them to seize a human ancient city, resulting in countless casualties among human experts. The foreign races took advantage of that ancient city to penetrate deep into human territory. At a critical juncture, had it not been for the emergence of powerful human beings, the foreign races might have invaded the secular world of humanity. However, Luo Liang is exceedingly cunning. Even when powerful humans appeared, he managed to retreat unscathed into the realm of the foreign races. Subsequently, Luo Liang received significant cultivation within the foreign world, rapidly advancing in strength. The current Luo Tian is unaware of his elder brother's collusion with foreign races, yet when he is taken by Luo Liang into the foreign realm, he too immediately pledges allegiance to them. Luo Tian is ruthless in his dealings with humans, one of the most fanatical lackeys of the foreign races. It is truly unexpected to encounter him here. Kill. Lin Yu showed no mercy, his palm descending with overwhelming force. Luo Tian could not have anticipated such ferocity from Lin Yu right from the outset. His face turned pale with shock as he hurriedly raised his hand to block. In an instant, he was utterly obliterated. What the hell? Below, the president of the underground world, Liang Tian, could not help but exclaim. Yi Hai and Li Hun gasped in astonishment. Reactions varied among the others, yet all were taken aback. Chun Shui clutched her chest, her heart racing. It was utterly astonishing. Overwhelmingly domineering, fiercely audacious, and radiating masculinity. This was half a step to king level, a realm she could scarcely fathom. Many assert that those at half a step to king level are ruthless beings, nearly invincible in the secular world. Yet here, Lin Yu had dispatched one in an instant. No matter the cost, I must pursue Lin Yu. Even if it means merely being his lover, I would willingly accept. Chun Shui clenched her fists, making a resolute decision. Long Linger swayed slightly, her mind nearly blank. A prodigy, this was undoubtedly an unparalleled genius. She wished she could slap herself a few times for her earlier blindness. Had she been deluded? How could she have perceived such an extraordinary man, possessing formidable strength and striking good looks, as mere refuse? She had even gone to great lengths to annul their engagement. Long Linger felt a sharp pang in her heart, her breath becoming labored. Next, unlike the astonishment surrounding her, Lin Yu stood atop the stage with an air of nonchalance. Sun Si's expression was remarkably grim. The formidable expert they had painstakingly prepared in the new world had been instantaneously vanquished by Lin Yu. I, Qin Changqing, have come to challenge you. A figure leaped forth, landing gracefully upon the arena. Chapter 171. Has he lost his mind? The royal expert Qin Changqing. When the name was announced, an uproar erupted from the crowd below the stage. Qin Changqing is one of the revered kings of the human race, having once ventured into forbidden lands and participated in fierce battles against alien foes. It is said that he, like Luo Liang, has achieved remarkable feats in warfare. During one of the conflicts with the alien forces, he suffered the loss of an arm and eventually returned to the mundane world after his term of service ended. despite being gravely injured. Nevertheless, in the hearts of many, Chen Chongqing is regarded as a hero of humanity. His valorous deeds against the alien race are even recounted in elementary school textbooks, inspiring countless children who dream of growing up to be heroes like him. However, little do they know that Chen Chongqing's heroism is merely a facade. Just like Luo Liang, he has secretly colluded with the alien entities, receiving substantial resources that have propelled his cultivation to astonishing heights. The aliens orchestrated the severing of his arm to facilitate his return to the human realm, ensuring that when he reached retirement age, he could exit the battlefield of the Forbidden Lands without hindrance. Were it not for the loss of his arm, the human race would never have allowed him to leave the battlefield so easily, given the severe shortage of skilled warriors in the Forbidden Lands. Lin Yu found himself puzzled. Two top-tier experts from the New World are inexplicably linked to the alien race. Could such coincidences truly exist? Or perhaps there is a deeper connection between the New World and the aliens. Regrettably, he had no recollection of the New World from his previous life. Otherwise, he might have unearthed some clues. Nameless, with your strength, you should be serving on the battlefield of the Forbidden Lands rather than squabbling among your own kind in the mundane world. You can withdraw from the competition now, and I could recommend you for the position of City Lord in the ancient city of humanity. We need you. Chen Chongqing, his hair completely white and his visage benevolent, spoke with a compelling earnestness. Indeed, with nameless capabilities, he could easily slay the alien invaders on the battlefield, yet he chooses to turn against his own people. Such a disgrace. Whether Nameless attends the Forbidden Lands or not is ultimately his own decision. We cannot impose moral obligations upon him. The crowd buzzed with discussion, as Chen Chongqing's brief remarks deftly redirected the animosity towards Lin Yu, especially since he had just slain a half-step royal. If humanity is to resist the alien threat in a critical moment, half-step royals will undoubtedly join the fray as formidable forces. Old man, you should focus on your own affairs. Lin Yu understood the ulterior motives at play. He remained unfazed. How outrageous. Nameless is far too arrogant. Chen Chongqing is a hero of our people, and yet he dares to speak so disrespectfully. Someone shouted in outrage. Below the stage, many were filled with righteous indignation. Yi Hai and the others furrowed their brows, sensing a misguided narrative. It seemed Lin Yu was being targeted. Particularly among those shouting were likely individuals from the New World, attempting to sway public opinion. I merely acted out of goodwill. Had I not lost an arm back then, I would have resolutely remained on the battlefield. For slaying the other races is the task of a true warrior of humankind. What is the significance of staying in one's own nest? Chen Chongqing expressed his sentiments with a hint of sorrow in his tone. Is this truly the ultimate challenge arena of the New World? Lin Yu, uninterested in Chen Chongqing's lamentations, directed his gaze towards Sun Simiao. Indeed, the ultimate challenge arena is meant to disregard life and death. Once both parties ascend the stage, no one is permitted to interfere. If it were as Chen Chongqing suggested, it would be better to close all arenas and have the competitors engage in battle with the other races directly. I hereby declare the match to commence. Sun Simiao stated calmly, evidently favoring Chen Chongqing. Boom. Despite Chen Chongqing's words, his initial strike was a thunderous blow. Truly, he is a king-level master. Even with one arm severed, his combat prowess remains formidable. With a punch unleashed, Lin Yu felt a surge of blood and energy. However, Chen Chongqing, with his wealth of battle experience, continued to strike, unleashing a second, third, and fourth punch, each one more powerful than the last. The angles and force of his attacks were impeccable. A true hero of humankind, his combat strength is unparalleled and cannot be compared to an insignificant name. Some scoffed, clearly favoring Chen Chongqing, for he is indeed a king-level fighter, a genuine powerhouse. Even with an arm lost, his extensive experience compensates for everything. Would he be defeated? Chen Shui clenched her small fists in anxiety. As for Chen Chongqing's earlier words, she dismissed them entirely. After all, Lin Yu is merely 18 years old, a student at Hucking University. Is military service necessary for him? Even if Lin Yu were inclined, the Great Xia dynasty might not permit it. Yet, in this current situation, Lin Yu appeared to be at a disadvantage, causing Chen Shui to feel immense tension. Yi Hai and the others shared the same unease within their hearts. The warm-up has concluded. Lin Yu took a slight step back. Throughout the encounter, he had not exerted his full strength. He was merely gauging Chen Chongqing's power. attempting to discern the peculiarities within it. After all, the techniques imparted by the other races contained vulnerabilities. The other races are not foolish. How could they easily cultivate a master of humankind? Warm up? Everyone was taken aback, including Chun Changqing, who could hardly believe his ears. Was that fierce assault merely a warm-up for Lin Yu? Is the Nameless One merely posturing? Someone abruptly questioned. Boom. No sooner had the words been spoken than the crowd witnessed Lin Yu instantly appear before Qin Changqing, seizing his garments and subsequently slamming him forcefully onto the arena. Without granting Qin Changqing any opportunity to react, Lin Yu decisively placed his foot upon Qin Changqing's head. Unnamed, what are you attempting to do? You have already emerged victorious. Do you truly wish to harm Senior Qin? Qin Changqing is a hero of our human race. If you dare to act against him, do you not fear being branded a traitor among our people? It is evident that many rallied to Qin Changqing's side. Even Liang Tian and his companions wore expressions of concern. To them, it was apparent that Lin Yu had gained an overwhelming advantage. One could assert that he had already won and had no necessity to inflict further harm upon Qin Changqing. What was his intention? Had he lost his sanity? Long Linger was equally perplexed. This movement was all too familiar. Lin Yu had dispatched numerous masters in such a manner. Yet, Long Linger understood all too well that if Lin Yu were to truly kill Qin Changqing, the repercussions would be monumental. Chapter 172, Devious and Shameless, Framing and Betrayal. Do not say that I did not offer you a chance. Speak. How did you conspire with the alien races? Amidst the clamor from the audience, Lin Yu remained indifferent. His gaze fixed on Qin Changqing as he spoke with a calm demeanor. Has Wu Ming lost his mind? The crowd erupted in disbelief at Lin Yu's words. Who could possibly believe that a hero of humanity would collude with the alien races? What nonsense are you spouting? I do not comprehend. Qin Changqing, not one to be easily fooled, would never confess to any dealings with the alien races. Since that is the case, I shall compel you to reveal the truth. Lin Yu understood that relying solely on brute force to extract the information from Qin Changqing was utterly unrealistic. Hence, he resolved to employ soul-searching techniques to seize control over him. Boom. Just as Lin Yu's consciousness began to infiltrate, an overwhelmingly powerful and peculiar awareness surged towards him. Caught off guard, Lin Yu felt as though he had been struck with tremendous force, staggering backward. Die. Seizing the opportunity, Qin Changqing leaped into the air, his unleashed power reaching its zenith in an instant, far surpassing the strength he had previously displayed. Bang! Lin Yu met this force with his own overwhelming power, shattering Qin Changqing's fist and seizing his throat in a firm grip. I offer you one final chance. Perish. Lin Yu's words were cut short as an extraordinary and terrifying power erupted from Qin Changqing's severed arm. This force was chilling, instilling fear in all who beheld it. Transcendent power. This extraordinary strength, a remnant of a formidable alien warrior, could be unleashed in times of life and death. It was equivalent to a superlative strike, far exceeding that of a king-level expert. Boom. Lin Yu, unwilling to hold back, unleashed a powerful counterattack. The two forces collided violently, nearly tearing Lin Yu apart, displacing his internal organs. In stark contrast, Qin Changqing's expression twisted into a grotesque mask of rage, his eyes filled with raw, murderous intent. What was most terrifying was the dark, eerie aura surrounding him. Qin Changqing had indeed conspired with the alien races. Many in the audience found it hard to believe this spectacle, for the martial arts he now practiced was intimately connected with the alien races, and his reaction bore striking similarities to theirs. What once was a hero of humanity now stood as an undeniable traitor. An existence as insignificant as an ant dares to kill me? Qin Changqing scoffed, utterly dismissing Lin Yu. As darkness descends, I shall be its sovereign. Lin Yu intoned silently. And in an instant, an overwhelming darkness enveloped both him and Qin Changqing. No one could discern what transpired within the shadows. When the darkness dissipated, Lin Yu stood quietly atop the ultimate arena, while Qin Changqing's head lay severed, his life extinguished. Wu Ming, why did you slay Qin Changqing? You must have falsely accused Qin Changqing. You killed him, leaving no evidence behind. At this moment, a formidable figure from the New World suddenly spoke up. Indeed, the martial arts employed by the Nameless One at the end seemed to be linked to the alien races. Perhaps he colluded with them, resulting in the defamation of our human hero. Instantly, others joined in the chorus. The beings from the New World are exceedingly cunning. Such tactics of misdirection proved to be quite effective. Pong. Lin Yu chose not to explain, and, with a mere flick of his hand, the aforementioned strong man from the New World was obliterated on the spot. Anyone who bears grievances against me, come forth. Lin Yu spoke with an air of indifference, yet exuded an overwhelming dominance. No one dared to bare their teeth in response. After all, Lin Yu had dispatched Qin Changqing with ease. How could they possibly stand a chance? Verifying whether the Nameless One had colluded with the alien races is quite simple. One need only place the Sacred Heart Jade at his dantian. If he has practiced even the slightest bit of alien martial arts, it would be easily detectable. A voice rang out unexpectedly. That sounds simple, but the Sacred Heart Jade is worth its weight in gold. Our great Xia dynasty possesses only a few. How can we conduct the test? Someone immediately countered. I happen to have one. A figure cloaked in black stepped forward from the crowd, producing a deep blue ancient jade. No one knows your identity. What if you and the Nameless One are in cahoots, deliberately favoring him? Someone targeted him deliberately. I am Yangqing, the Eastern Marquis of the great Xia dynasty. With that, the figure removed his mask, revealing his true face. No way. The esteemed Eastern Marquis has come to observe the competition? A wave of astonishment swept through the crowd. Regardless, the identity of the Eastern Marquis was enough to silence any skepticism. The Eastern Marquis placed the Sacred Heart Jade at Lin Yu's dantian. Wait. In an instant, a surge of intense unease flooded Lin Yu's heart. Suddenly, countless silver needles shot forth from the jade, aimed directly at Lin Yu's dantian. From start to finish, Lin Yu was caught entirely off guard. After all, who would suspect the Eastern Marquis of launching a sneak attack? The most critical aspect was the jade, specially designed for such an ambush, rendering it nearly impossible to guard against. Even if Lin Yu had been prepared, evading it would have been no easy feat. At the critical moment, Lin Yu activated his 9 nether body, entering his most powerful state to confront the silver needles. Even so, he still felt a sharp pain in his dantian. It was as if he had sustained a grievous blow, a trickle of blood escaping from the corner of his mouth. Die. The Eastern Marquis was poised for action. At the moment the Sacred Heart Jade erupted, a dagger appeared in his hand, aimed directly at Lin Yu. Puff! The dagger pierced through Lin Yu's palm. However, Lin Yu's response was even more domineering. As the dagger penetrated his hand, he did not flinch, instead surging forward toward the Eastern Marquis. The Eastern Marquis, aghast, instinctively retreated, yet was still half a beat too slow, and was promptly obliterated by Lin Yu on the spot. It can be said that Dong Ho is indeed a formidable master. He believed that the jade pendant's silver needle had stealthily attacked Lin Yu's dantian, rendering Lin Yu incapable of fighting back in a short span of time. Thus, he thought he could deliver a fatal blow, only to find himself forcefully counterattacked by Lin Yu. Wu Ming must have colluded with foreign tribes. He first assassinated the human hero and then eliminated Dong Ho, deserving of the gravest punishment. Let us join forces and slay him. Someone roared. Evidently, when the jade pendant approached Lin Yu and unleashed its silver needle assault, the general populace was too far removed to perceive it. A fleeting glint of murderous intent flashed in Lin Yu's eyes. The clamoring voices from below were clearly filled with malice. Even if they did not witness the silver needle attack from the jade pendant, they should have at least seen the dagger of the Eastern King launch its ambush. Let us unite and eliminate him. In an astonishing turn of events, several dozen masters surged onto the ultimate arena, encircling Lin Yu. Each of these individuals was no less than a great martial god, with some even possessing royal-level prowess. They brandished various weapons, maintaining their distance from Lin Yu. Whoosh! Simultaneously, they activated their weapons, unleashing a multitude of pitch-black needles. Chapter 173. Despicable and shameless. This is the soul-devouring needle. Wu Ming, be cautious. Below the arena, Liang Tian's expression darkened at the sight. This weapon is specifically designed for combat against powerful adversaries of royal caliber and above in the forbidden battlefield. Once struck by the soul-devouring needle, one would lose their mental fortitude, providing the opponent with the opportunity to deliver a fatal blow. Most critically, this weapon is solely permitted for use in the forbidden grounds. Its application in the mundane world is strictly prohibited. The mere presence of such a weapon, especially in such numbers, aimed directly at Lin Yu, left Liang Tian with no doubt that the formidable fighters on the arena were united in purpose, potentially orchestrated by the New World itself. Seeing the skilled challengers falter, the New World resorted to despicable tactics, employing framing and deceit. Preparing to join forces to eliminate Lin Yu. Boom. Lin Yu stepped forward, shattering one expert, and then swiftly turning to obliterate another. His speed was astonishing, almost beyond comprehension. Even if the opponents wielded the soul-devouring needle, they could not hope to catch a glimpse of Lin Yu's figure. Bang! Bang! These masters fell like fireworks. One after another, under Lin Yu's relentless assault. Sun Simiao's expression fluctuated between uncertainty and disbelief. He had never anticipated Lin Yu's prowess to reach such heights. Surviving a sneak attack from the Eastern Marquis after slaying half-step royal and royal experts, Lin Yu had not only endured, but had retaliated fiercely. Now, surrounded by so many formidable foes, he remained dominant, ruthlessly eliminating them all. Activate the ultimate weapon. Sun Simiao seemed to have made a grave decision, coldly issuing orders. Captain, if word of this gets out. The vice-captain hesitated momentarily. Yet, under Sun Simiao's penetrating gaze, he ultimately acquiesced with a nod. Boom. Just as Lin Yu gathered momentum to vanquish the last expert, an overwhelming sense of unease surged within him. What further danger could there be? Unexpectedly, at that very moment, the ultimate arena erupted violently. Amidst the explosion were countless silver needles and a bizarre, hallucinogenic powder. Lin Yu instinctively fortified his defenses, but being at the epicenter, he still sustained severe injuries. He stumbled backward, disoriented. Protect him. Witnessing Lin Yu's unsteady fall, Liang Tian and the others were filled with shock. Without hesitation, they surged forward, encircling Lin Yu to shield him from any further ambush. Wu Ming is a traitor among the human race. These are his accomplices. Let us strike them down together. A furious roar rang out as a group charged towards Yehai and his companions. I am Liang Tian, the president of the underground world. Is the new world truly this despicable and shameless? Liang Tian's fury ignited as he unveiled his mask. I am Yehai, the captain of the underground world. Yehai likewise revealed his identity. One by one, others disclosed their identities, whether as high-ranking officials of the underground world or esteemed patrons. The crowd fell into a brief moment of astonishment. Who would dare to assert that the underground world had colluded with foreign entities? It is well known that, in order to protect humanity, the elite warriors of the underground world, those of king level and above, willingly ventured into the forbidden zones to partake in the great battle. This had resulted in a significant depletion of their top-tier experts. Thus, who would venture to claim that the underground world had allied with outsiders? Some among them were astute enough to realize that it was likely the new world, unwilling to concede defeat and loath to relinquish the arena of competition, that had targeted the nameless one, nameless. By creating confusion and seizing the opportunity to eliminate him, they could easily shift the blame onto others. After all, it would be impossible to prove any connection between those who attempted to slay Lin Yu and the new world itself. Indeed, as Liang Tian, Yehai, and others stepped forward, the hidden experts from the new world dared not act recklessly. Suddenly, the new world trembled violently, and countless objects began to rain down from above. This is bad. The new world is collapsing. We must flee. Panic ensued as the crowd rushed towards the exit. At that moment, who cared about the identity of Nameless? No one would bother to consider whether the new world was orchestrating this behind the scenes. In the chaos, someone seized the opportunity to charge at Yehai and the others. Li Hun, you must quickly escort Mr. Nameless to safety. Liang Tian's face turned ashen. He understood that this was all part of the new world's sinister plot. In their quest to eliminate Lin Yu, the new world had cast aside all semblance of honor. A multitude of formidable experts from the new world began to converge upon them. Damn it! Lin Yu seethed with fury, yet he was wary of acting rashly. He had sustained injuries during the earlier explosion and was afflicted by several soul-piercing needles, significantly diminishing his combat prowess. In this precarious situation, a reckless advance could very well lead to his demise. Thus, Lin Yu could only retreat alongside Li Hun and a guardian from the underground world. Be careful! Suddenly, Li Hun exclaimed in alarm. No one could have anticipated that the guardian, who was supposed to protect Lin Yu, would turn traitor. Boom! Lin Yu was sent flying. Die! The guardian pursued relentlessly, granting Lin Yu no respite. Damn it! Li Hun realized that he was utterly outmatched compared to the guardian. With resolve, he drew forth the Rainstorm Pear Blossom Needle, an improved version that would trouble even those of king level. Indeed, The guardian sensed the impending danger and was forced to halt. With a swift motion of his sleeve, he blocked all of the rainstorm pear blossom needles. Cursed be it. However, when the guardian turned back, he found that Lin Yu had vanished. Other experts arriving on the scene would face the same predicament. The crowd was filled with figures in black robes and masks. Lin Yu was among them, but at a critical moment, he had discarded his mask. Unless those experts were prepared to eliminate every last person, identifying Lin Yu in the throng would be utterly impractical. Thousands of spectators surged forth from the New World in a frenzy. Alas, outside the New World, Dabai awaited the arrival of his sister, only to witness a throng of individuals surging forth. Among them, one person lunged directly towards him. Instinctively, he attempted to evade, but in the crush of bodies, avoidance was futile. The individual collided into his embrace. Dabai quickly sensed something was amiss, for the figure was soft and yielding. How handsome! He instinctively lifted the mask, revealing a strikingly handsome face. However, it was evident that the person had succumbed to unconsciousness. After rescuing the individual, Dabai promptly placed him inside his vehicle. The pulse was erratic, and the heartbeat faint. Dabai's expression turned grave. He could no longer wait for his sister and immediately drove home. Upon arrival, he retrieved a medicinal pill, and without a moment's hesitation, he placed it into the unconscious one's mouth. "Sister, where are you?" At that moment, his phone rang, and upon answering, he heard the familiar voice of his beloved sister. Chapter 174. Twin Sister Xiaobai. I saved someone on my way back. I have already returned home. How about you? Are you all right? It was only then that Dabai thought of her beloved younger sister. I'm fine. I'll head back right now. Xiaobai promptly hung up the phone. Curiosity is a natural trait in everyone, and Xiaobai was no exception. Dabai and Xiaobai are identical twins, sharing an uncanny resemblance. Yet their personalities are as different as night and day. Dabai is introverted, composed, well-mannered, and has an affinity for medicine. She is adept in various arts, including music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. Conversely, Xiaobai is vivacious and has a passion for martial arts, having been able to send the neighborhood children running in fear during her childhood. And as she grew older, she became increasingly unruly. In the underground arena competitions like New World, Xiaobai makes it a point to attend nearly every match whenever she has the time, and she never misses the Underground World S contests. To Xiaobai, watching these battles is a means of gaining experience. Sister, you won't believe how lively the matches were today. My idol, Wu Ming, actually defeated a half-step king level in an instant, and even took down a king level. Just as Xiaobai arrived home, she animatedly began recounting the events. Her exquisitely beautiful face was alight with excitement and enthusiasm. Oh, who is this handsome young man? However, Xiaobai quickly noticed Lin Yu lying on her sister's bed. He is the person I saved. He is gravely injured and seems to be poisoned. I am currently investigating the nature of the toxin, Dabai explained in detail. Poisoned? Xiaobai paused momentarily, then exclaimed, I understand now. He must have been near the arena and got caught in the explosion's aftermath, which is why he is in this state. When the arena exploded, it wasn't just Lin Yu who was injured. Many people surrounding the arena were affected as well. In any case, the people from New World are truly ruthless in their attempts to eliminate Lin Yu. Of course, Xiaobai would never have imagined that Lin Yu is Wu Ming, primarily because Lin Yu is far too young. Wu Ming is capable of slaying king-level experts. Could the 18-year-old Lin Yu possibly do the same? Only a fool would believe that. I will give it a try and see if I can help expel the poison from him. It is undeniable that both Dabai and Xiaobai possess kind hearts. Xiaobai's attempt to expel the toxin from Lin Yu's body was indeed well-intentioned. However, unbeknownst to her, her good intentions would lead to undesirable consequences. Originally, after being poisoned, Lin Yu's nether body would naturally enter a protective state to prevent the toxin from invading his internal organs. Yet, when Xiaobai infused her spiritual energy into Lin Yu, she disrupted his equilibrium. At this moment, if Lin Yu had wished to, he could have retaliated with his nether body. However, doing so would have inevitably inflicted severe damage on Xiaobai, and with his weakened state, he could have perished on the spot. Thus, in his hazy consciousness, Lin Yu refrained from activating his nether body, allowing Xiaobai to proceed with her reckless actions. When Lin Yu eventually awoke, he found himself in a state of bewilderment. His cultivation was lost, and his body felt utterly weak. This was characteristic of the toxin having fully invaded his internal organs. The new world is cunning. Their poison is unlike any ordinary toxin. This particular venom does not claim lives. Rather, it possesses a remarkable permeability. Once it infiltrates the vital organs, a cultivator will find their abilities diminished, rendered as powerless as an ordinary person. Currently, Lin Yu finds himself in such a state, and it is estimated that he will require about a week to fully regain his strength. Ah, you're awake. It was my sister and I who rescued you. There's no need for thanks. My sister's name is Bai Daiyu, and I am Bai Xiaoyu. You may address my sister as Big Bai and me as Little Bai. Little Bai chattered incessantly the moment Lin Yu opened his eyes. Her beauty is a flawless amalgamation of inner grace and outer charm, each smile and frown bringing a refreshing breeze to those around her. Indeed, Little Bai's beauty could rival that of Second Dream and Xiaoho Qing. Thank you, Lin Yu replied, fully aware that while Little Bai's good intentions had led to an unfortunate outcome, he was nonetheless grateful for her assistance. As I mentioned, there is no need for thanks. By the way, I never expected you to be like my sister, lacking martial prowess. My sister dislikes violence, yet you seem to have an affinity for it. It appears we are kindred spirits. Little Bai exclaimed, her face glowing with joy. Subsequently, regardless of Lin Yu's willingness, she expounded upon every detail of their circumstances. She revealed that the Bai family is a prominent lineage, although both she and her sister are illegitimate daughters, shrouded in secrecy. During their childhood, they were frequently bullied, which instilled in her a desire to protect her mother and sister. However, their father was not stingy with financial support. The villa they resided in, along with the company under their mother's name, were gifts from him, ensuring the sisters had never wanted for money. For instance, her passion for martial arts was well supported by the family, enabling her to study abroad after graduating middle school, currently enrolled at a university in Goguryeo. At 18, she had attained the status of a first-star martial grandmaster, marking her as exceptionally gifted among her peers. Little Bai was also curious about Lin Yu's situation. However, Lin Yu confessed that after being poisoned, he seemed to have experienced a brief episode of amnesia. In truth, with his current loss of abilities and uncertain circumstances, Lin Yu believed it prudent to remain hidden within Little Bai's household. After all, with Liang Tian and Yi Hai appearing in succession, the new world would undoubtedly employ underground channels to uncover his identity. Should they succeed, it would likely lead to dire consequences. If he were at his peak, he would have no fear of the new world, but in his present weakened state, it was essential to maintain a low profile and, if necessary, to concede. Sister, you're finally back. I'm starving. Hurry and make me something to eat. At noon, Big Bai returned home, prompting Little Bai to be the first to call out. Big Bai cast a disapproving glance at Little Bai before examining Lin Yu's condition. Upon discovering that he had fully recovered, her worries were finally alleviated. Indeed, it must be said, Big Bai's culinary skills are nothing short of exceptional. In both past and present lives, Lin Yu has savored a plethora of exquisite delicacies. Yet none can compare to the culinary creations of Bai, which reside in an entirely different realm. In essence, indulging in Bai's meals is an unparalleled delight for the palate. After dining, Xiao Bai hurriedly retreated to the back garden to practice martial arts, leaving Bai to engage Lin Yu in conversation. To Bai's astonishment, Lin Yu exhibited an extraordinary proficiency in medicine as well as in the arts of music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. Particularly remarkable was Lin Yu's mastery of acupuncture, a skill she had long cherished. Many concepts that eluded Bai were elucidated in a clear and thorough manner by Lin Yu. For a long time, Bai believed her medical expertise to be exceptional among her peers, and even among the older generation of doctors, few could rival her. Occasionally, she could even concoct some ordinary elixirs. However, after her interactions with Lin Yu, she realized that there are always greater heights and talents beyond her own, and the synergy between them was strikingly profound. The glimmer in Bai's eyes when she looked at Lin Yu was unmistakably luminous. Chapter 175. Marrying my sister home as soon as possible. Bai possesses a distinct aversion to martial arts. She even detests the brutality associated with fighting. In her heart, she yearns for a future husband who is devoid of martial prowess and shares her ideals. However, in the current society, finding an ordinary man devoid of martial skills is akin to an insurmountable challenge. Just recall how Lin Yu was ridiculed by everyone when he initially lacked martial ability. Considered nothing more than a useless waste. Due to her disinterest in martial arts, Dubai's mother did not impose any expectations on her. In fact, she worried that Dubai would feel out of place among her peers, thus Dubai never attended school. Her mother arranged for private instruction in medicine, music, chess, and literature, and Dubai, with her remarkable self-learning ability, excelled beyond her mentors. Sister, you aren't developing feelings for Adai, are you? In light of Lin Yu's amnesia, Xiaobai affectionately nicknamed him Adai, a name that rolled off the tongue effortlessly. Lin Yu's protests fell on deaf ears, perhaps due to their twin bond. They often shared a unique connection. For instance, when Dubai gazed at Lin Yu, her heart would quicken, a sensation Xiaobai could also perceive. After a few days together, Xiaobai discerned a change in the way her sister looked at Lin Yu. Don't be ridiculous. Dubai's face flushed crimson. Her reserved nature made it difficult for her to express feelings, even if she genuinely liked him. If you like him, then so be it. After all, our mother has said we can choose our own partners in love. As long as he is someone you cherish, we will support you. However, my future husband must be an unparalleled genius, exceptionally impressive, arriving on a colorful cloud to marry me, Xiaobai declared, her eyes brimming with anticipation. Everyone has their own criteria for choosing a partner. Dubai is drawn to someone like Lin Yu, yet Xiaobai feels nothing for him, no matter how handsome he may be. He simply does not fit her ideals. In her eyes, a man without martial arts is hardly a man, appearing rather effeminate. Nonetheless, this does not deter her from supporting her sister's budding relationship with Lin Yu. Adai, please regain your memories soon, so that you can bring your family to propose and marry my sister home without delay. At dinner, Xiaobai began her incessant chatter once more. Before she could finish, Dubai silenced her with a piece of chicken leg. Observing this scene, Lin Yu felt a warmth enveloping him. In fact, during his time with Dubai, Lin Yu found a sense of comfort. There was an unmistakable connection, particularly drawn to Dubai's cultured and graceful demeanor, reminiscent of a serene mountain spring or an ethereal orchid. This was an experience Lin Yu had never encountered before. In his past life, he had met numerous stunning women, each unique in their own right, all possessing martial skills and striving to grow amidst the chaos of battle. For example, there was the second dream, survival in harsh conditions, and others who, like her, fought relentlessly against adversaries at any cost. Even if Wang Xiaoyu is a practitioner of martial arts, he ultimately perished in his quest for vengeance. Dubai is an extraordinarily unique entity. To encapsulate succinctly, when Lin Yu is in the presence of Dubai, he experiences an unparalleled sense of comfort. This comfort resonates with the principles of nature, akin to the harmony of heaven and earth. Lin Yu even harbors the hope that one day, after the complete annihilation of foreign tribes, he might enjoy such a peaceful existence alongside his beloved. It can be said that through his interactions with Dubai, Lin Yu's state of mind is continuously evolving and transcending. Xiaobai is supportive of the bond between Dubai and Lin Yu. From Xiaobai's perspective, Lin Yu's entry into the new world to witness the competitions indicates that he does not hail from an ordinary family. After all, the cost of tickets for such events is beyond the means of an average household. An incident transpired with Xiaobai. A week later, as usual, Dubai was preparing to go out for a charitable medical consultation, while Xiaobai practiced martial arts at home and Lin Yu was recuperating. At that moment, a middle-aged woman rushed in anxiously. "Mother, what is the matter?" Xiaobai inquired, her heart tightening. Her mother's demeanor, reminiscent of Dubai's usually calm nature, was unusually frantic, which raised concerns. "You must pack your things immediately and leave the country. Do not return," her mother insisted. "Mother, what is happening?" Xiaobai was bewildered. As she was studying abroad, and the school year had not yet begun, she had hoped to spend more time with her mother and sister. "The third son of the Meng family has taken a liking to you. They have already approached the Bai family with a proposal, and your grandfather has consented to the arrangement, planning for you to wed the Meng family's third son before the school year starts," her mother hurriedly explained. "The third son of the Meng family? That infamous pervert? I would rather die than marry that despicable man," Xiaobai exclaimed in distress. The third son of the Meng family was notorious throughout Taiyuan City, known for his exploits with women and his extreme perversions. He once fell victim to a woman's unique poison. Though he was saved, he emerged severely incapacitated. Rumors suggested that he had lost all his martial prowess and could no longer cultivate, yet his depravity only intensified. Thus, many harbored a deep-seated aversion towards him, particularly women who loathed him to the core. Xiaobai could scarcely believe that the elder of the Bai family would acquiesce to the Meng family's proposal. Of course, the Meng family was indeed formidable, being the foremost family in Taiyuan, with genuine experts who commanded respect. From the Bai family's perspective, forging a connection with the Meng family through an illegitimate daughter was deemed highly advantageous. Had the Meng family's third son not been rendered incapacitated, Xiaobai would not have even been considered for marriage. You must leave the country. They will have no power over you then. So, you must depart at once. Sophie, do you believe it is still timely to let your daughter leave? Before Xiaobai's mother could finish her words, she was interrupted. The intruder was none other than Xiaobai's second uncle. It appeared he had anticipated that Xiaobai's mother would act in such a manner and had therefore brought individuals with him in advance. He ordered that she be closely monitored and prohibited from going anywhere before her marriage to the third young master of the Meng family. Bai Lin Tao issued a cold command, effectively severing all of Xiaobai's hopes. Although Xiaobai was a one-star Grand Martial Master, the two individuals brought by Bai Lin Tao were a 3-star and a 4-star Grand Martial Master, more than sufficient to keep a watchful eye on her. Bai Lin Tao, Xiaobai is your niece. You cannot push her into the flames. Xiaobai's mother exclaimed urgently. As a member of the Bai family, she had lived off the family's resources for years and believed it was time to contribute to the Bai household. Bai Lin Tao remained expressionless. Chapter 176. Is it not true that you lack martial arts? Uncle, why do you not wed your daughter to the third son of the Meng family? Xiaobai retorted instantly. What are you to even compare with my daughter? Bai Lin Tao scoffed, his face twisted with disdain and mockery. In Bai Lin Tao's eyes, Xiaobai was merely an illegitimate child, unworthy of respect. Bai Lin Tao, mind your language. Despite her mother's usual apprehension towards Bai Lin Tao, upon hearing him humiliate her daughter so brazenly, Xiaobai's mother's demeanor transformed in an instant. Sophie, what? Are you still throwing a tantrum? You are just a shameless mistress, a wretched woman, and all three of you are nothing but despicable. Bai Lin Tao unleashed his contempt without reservation, completely disregarding Xiaobai and her family. Go to hell. Enraged, Xiaobai could tolerate insults directed at herself, but when it came to her mother and sister, regardless of Bai Lin Tao's status, she was ready to fight back fiercely. Without hesitation, she launched a punch. Boom. However, Bai Lin Tao did not retaliate. Instead, a third-tier martial artist stepped forward and sent Xiaobai flying. As she hit the ground, she coughed up blood. If it weren't for the fact that you still hold some value, I would have relished the opportunity to end you, Bai Lin Tao said with evident disgust. To hell with you. Wiping the blood from her lips, Xiaobai shouted in fury and charged at Bai Lin Tao once more. This was quintessentially reflective of her nature. Though she appeared carefree, she had always been one to stand her ground against oppression. Seeking death, a murderous glint flashed in Bai Lin Tao's eyes, clearly provoked by Xiaobai's words. Yet, he refrained from striking back. Bang! Once again, it was the fourth-tier martial artist who made the move. The opponent regarded the first-tier Xiaobai with utter disdain, believing her to be easily trampled. However, in a blink, the figure before him exploded. Wow! Xiaobai nearly jumped in shock. She had never anticipated that Lin Yu would step forward and, with a single slap, obliterate the fourth-tier martial artist. Is it not true that you lack martial arts? A massive question mark loomed in Xiaobai's mind. You audacious wretch, how dare you collude with outsiders? Bai Lin Tao's fury surged. Yet, before he could finish, he felt a tightening grip around his neck, lifting him off the ground. Xiaobai was utterly bewildered. Killing a fourth-tier martial artist was something she could comprehend. After all, among her peers, there were those who were 18 and already high-tier martial artists, considered top-tier prodigies. However, her uncle was a genuine half-step martial saint capable of sweeping aside all martial artists. Now, seeing her uncle so easily subdued by Lin Yu was akin to witnessing a chick being handled. The visual shock was beyond words. I am of the Bai family. How dare you lay a hand on me? I am not someone easily intimidated. Lin Yu curled his lips. With a crisp snap, he effortlessly broke Bai Lin Tao's neck. It was clean and decisive, lacking any hesitation. Xiaobai was stunned, finding Lin Yu's actions utterly astonishing and remarkably cool. However, her mother reacted quite differently. She instinctively recognized the ramifications of Lin Yu's lethal act. The Bai family would not let Lin Yu go unpunished, and consequently, Xiaobai and her family would face repercussions as well. We must leave immediately. Let us flee the country together, her mother urged. At this moment, escaping abroad was the only viable option. "Mother, if we are to leave, we must all go together. Otherwise, they will surely not spare you and my sister," Xiaobai asserted, displaying her keen awareness. Earlier, the suggestion to flee was to evade the third young master of the Meng family. But the situation had drastically changed by Lin Tao's death. The Bai family would undoubtedly seek vengeance against her mother and sister. Yes, your sister will accompany us abroad." Her mother nodded emphatically, prioritizing her daughter's safety above her own. "There is no need to leave the country," Lin Yu interjected calmly. "No need to leave?" Xiaobai was taken aback. "Indeed, let them come. We shall deal with one and then two, striking them down until they dare not show their teeth at you." Lin Yu spoke with an air of nonchalance. This was Lin Yu's philosophy. As long as one possessed sufficient strength, all troubles could be resolved. Thus, many often say, if you can take action, refrain from excessive chatter. Do you not understand? My grandfather is extraordinarily powerful, a pinnacle martial saint. Killing you would be as simple as slaying a dog, Xiaobai blurted out, disregarding the implications. Lin Yu felt a wave of discomfort. While he routinely dispatched others with ease, hearing it articulated by Xiaobai felt particularly awkward. Have you considered this? Even if you escape abroad, can the Meng family or the Bai family not pursue you there? Thus, you may evade for a moment, but not for an eternity, Lin Yu succinctly explained. Just then, Xiaobai's phone rang. "Xiaobai, your sister has been forcibly taken by the third young master of the Meng family. They are headed to Taiyuan International Hotel. Hurry," came the urgent voice on the line. It was a colleague of Da Bai, who, recognizing Xiaobai, promptly informed her. Damn it, Xiaobai fumed, never anticipating that the third young master of the Meng family would target her sister. The immediate priority was to rescue her. Further discussion was pointless. Xiaobai and Lin Yu hastened to Taiyuan International Hotel with utmost urgency. They entered the presidential suite 808, and outside the hotel, a woman approached them. It turned out that she had secretly followed Da Bai when he was taken and had tracked the group to the hotel, promptly notifying Xiaobai. "Thank you, Sister Liu." Xiaobai expressed her gratitude, recognizing that the woman's actions had effectively put her at odds with the third young master of the Meng family. Given the temperament of the third son of the Meng family, it is likely that he would resort to any means necessary upon discovering a woman causing trouble. Outside room 808, two bodyguards, both possessing the strength of great martial artists, stood vigilant. Halt! The bodyguards instinctively attempted to obstruct Xiaobai and his companions upon their arrival. Yet, a flicker of surprise danced in their eyes, for Xiaobai and Da Bai bore an uncanny resemblance. Regrettably, Lin Yu's response was rather straightforward. He swiftly dispatched the two guards with a decisive strike. The door to the room was shattered with a powerful punch, the entire sequence executed with seamless precision. Within the hotel room, the third son of the Meng family was in the process of disrobing Da Bai, who lay unconscious, rendered defenseless. With the third son of the Meng family incapacitated, any resistance from Da Bai would thwart his intentions. Thus, he had resorted to having his bodyguards subdue Da Bai. He intended to indulge in his desires first. However, he could scarcely anticipate that someone would disrupt his plans. The thunderous explosion nearly left the third son of the Meng family paralyzed with fear. Chapter 177, A Walking Hormone. Who on earth is courting death? Xiaobai. The third young master of the Meng family cursed angrily, but upon seeing Xiaobai, his eyes lit up. Your family has betrothed you to me. Haha. Your sister is merely an added bonus. Perfect. The two of you can accompany me together. It was unexpected that even at this moment, the third young master of the Meng family was still fantasizing about such a boon. You shameless wretch, I shall end your life. Xiaobai's face was filled with fury as she raised her fist, ready to strike. Xiaobai, do not act rashly. In a rush, Xiaobai's mother seized her daughter. For this was the third young master of the Meng family. Should he be killed, the consequences would be far graver than the aftermath of slaying by Lin Tao. Kill me? Ha ha ha, do you dare? Even with 10 times your courage, you wouldn't dare touch a hair on this young master's body. I dare you. The third young master of the Meng family laughed derisively, convinced that Xiaobai would not act. Not only Xiaobai, but the entire Bai family would not dare. Slap. Xiaobai did not make a move, but Lin Yu did. With a swift strike, the head of the third young master of the Meng family spun completely around on his neck before drooping down. The third young master of the Meng family met his demise. My goodness. This was probably the only lingering thought in the mind of the third young master before his death. He could hardly fathom that someone would dare to kill him. especially via a sneak attack. You killed the third young master of the Meng family? Xiaobai's face turned pale with fear, although she too was unruly. She was in no way on the same level as Lin Yu. For Xiaobai understood the severe repercussions that would follow the slaying of the Meng family's third young master. No worries, you stay here with your mother and sister while I step out for a moment. Lin Yu grasped the third young master of the Meng family with determination. If one must resolve an issue, it should be done thoroughly, leaving no room for future troubles. I will accompany you. Xiaobai was not foolish. She had guessed Lin Yu's intentions. Thus, she grit her teeth, unwilling to let Lin Yu face it alone. Xiaobai's mother instinctively wanted to restrain her daughter, but the words stuck in her throat, and she could not voice them. After Lin Yu and Xiaobai departed, Xiaobai's mother immediately dialed her husband's number, praying that her man could resolve the situation. Are we heading directly to the Meng family? On the way, Xiaobai wore a peculiar expression. What, are you afraid? Lin Yu replied matter-of-factly. Afraid of what? People die and birds fly to the heavens. If one does not die, they last an eternity. I am not easily frightened. Xiaobai was fierce. Lin Yu instinctively glanced at Xiaobai's lower half, pondering. Is there a bird? You are merely a tad heavier than me, after all. You fool, keep staring, and I swear I will castrate you. Xiaobai bared her teeth at Lin Yu. By the way, my memory has returned. I am Lin Yu. Upon hearing Xiaobai call him a fool, Lin Yu felt as if his head might burst. I think fool has a nice ring to it, Xiaobai scoffed. By the way, what level have you reached now? Along their journey, Xiaobai remained incessantly curious. It's a secret, Lin Yu replied without directly answering. Can you at least tell me who your master is? Is your family quite formidable? Xiaobai chirped like a little sparrow. Upon learning of Lin Yu's ordinary family background, Xiaobai's demeanor shifted to one of concern. You can't be seriously considering confronting the Meng family alone, can you? From what I understand, the patriarch of the Meng family is already a half-step martial deity. Quite impressive. Xiaobai hastily cautioned Lin Yu. If one were to knowingly face a powerful adversary, only to march to their doom, it would indeed suggest a lack of sound judgment. Lin Yu merely smiled faintly, offering no explanation. Before long, they arrived outside the grand estate of the Meng family. The estate was vast, situated on the outskirts, and there were no guards stationed outside. However, within the premises, experts were abundant. Just as Xiaobai hesitated, Lin Yu decisively kicked open the Meng family's grand gate. Who goes there? The sudden commotion immediately drew the attention of numerous masters, including the head of the Meng family. They rushed out in haste, surrounding Lin Yu and Xiaobai. In the midst of the crowd's gaze, Lin Yu casually tossed the corpse of the Meng family's third son onto the ground, proclaiming with an air of indifference, I have slain this wretched creature. If the Meng family seeks vengeance, they are welcome to try. There was no explanation offered, only sheer dominance. You dare to kill my nephew? You are courting death. The second son of the Meng family furiously lunged at Lin Yu. The spectators barely perceived Lin Yu's movements. The second son was instantly obliterated, transforming into a mist of blood that splattered onto many bystanders. Next, Lin Yu did not even blink. Good heavens, this is utterly tyrannical. Xiaobai's heart raced in his chest. Throughout his life, he had encountered many formidable individuals, yet he felt none could rival Lin Yu. This overwhelming arrogance and confidence exuded a virility that was nothing short of intoxicating. Regardless of who you are, if you dare to kill a member of the Meng family, even if it's the king of hell, boom, an elderly man issued a fierce threat. Yet, before he could finish his words, Lin Yu effortlessly struck him down, leaving nothing but a burst of destruction. Regardless of their realm, the outcome remained the same. Bold. Suddenly, a terrifying aura erupted from a distance. The patriarch had arrived. The Meng family members were filled with excitement upon seeing him. He was their anchor, the foremost expert of the Meng family. With the patriarch's intervention, even if Lin Yu were extraordinary, he would surely meet his demise. Boom. Before the patriarch even touched the ground, Lin Yu advanced to meet him, striking with casual ease. The patriarch erupted in a spectacular display, akin to brilliant fireworks, illuminating the sky before silence enveloped the surroundings. Whether it be the Meng family or Xiaobai, the gaze they cast upon Lin Yu was akin to that directed at a specter. They were utterly astounded, unable to fathom that Lin Yu possessed such terrifying prowess. A half-step martial god, an absolute force of combat, was instantaneously vanquished by Lin Yu. Such a display was nothing short of horrifying. Some felt a prickling sensation at the nape of their necks. Others experienced a tremor in their livers, while a few were covered in goosebumps. Xiaobai stood agape, her mind a tumultuous whirlpool. She could never have anticipated that Lin Yu's strength was so formidable. At merely 18 years of age, he had the capacity to annihilate a half-step martial god. Could we now engage in a civil discourse? Lin Yu remained unflustered. For him, eliminating a half-step martial god was a trivial matter. Moments ago, the members of the Ming family had been clamoring for blood, their demeanor fierce and intimidating. Now, they resembled quails, each one too fearful to utter a word or show their teeth. The head of the Ming family finally spoke up. While martial artists may engage in combat at will, to assault an ordinary individual without provocation could indeed lead to serious complications if scrutinized closely, as it contravened the laws of the Great Xia dynasty. Chapter 178. With effort, everything is possible. It is quite simple. Bai Dayu is my savior. And your son attempted to assault my benefactor. Do you suggest that I should take his life? Lin Yu scoffed. Not only is it a matter of assaulting my savior, but the laws of the Great Xia dynasty are stringent. Regardless of whom he assaulted, that would warrant a death penalty. You are justified in your actions. It is lamentable that the Ming family acted recklessly without discerning right from wrong and chose to confront you. Thus, the repercussions of this incident are entirely the consequence of the Ming family's own folly. The head of the Ming family spoke with utmost politeness. Xiaobai stood frozen, in utter disbelief. Is it truly permissible for a son to be slaughtered, for brothers to be slain, and even for a father to be dispatched by Lin Yu? Yet, in the mouth of the Ming family head, they are all deemed deserving of their fate. Is this not an excessive display of weakness? Of course, Lin Yu held a certain admiration for the head of the Ming family. This individual possesses considerable intelligence. If the Ming family sought vengeance, it would be tantamount to courting death. Conversely, swallowing this grievance might spare the Ming family from further bloodshed. Very well, I shall take my leave, Lin Yu declared nonchalantly. He added, however, should your family feel dissatisfied in the future and desire retribution, do not hesitate to seek me out. But I hope you refrain from disturbing others. Otherwise, I shall annihilate the entire Ming clan. We dare not. The head of the Ming family responded with utmost humility. They could not afford to provoke someone capable of effortlessly dispatching a half-step martial deity. On the way back, the usually chattering Xiaobai now resembled a well-behaved child, not uttering a single word. Occasionally, she would steal glances at Lin Yu. Whenever she sensed Lin Yu's gaze upon her, she would promptly revert to decorum, though a faint blush on her cheeks betrayed her racing heart. Xiaobai, I have matters to attend to, so I shall not accompany you home. Please inform Bai that I will visit her when I have the time. Lin Yu, mindful of his numerous responsibilities, chose not to follow Xiaobai home. Very well then, Xiaobai replied, her eyes reflecting a hint of disappointment. She was not naive. With Lin Yu's martial prowess, they inhabited entirely different worlds. Xiaobai, where is Lin Yu? Upon her return home, Xiaobai found Bai and her parents present. Naturally, they were already aware of the events that had transpired with the Ming family. Lin Yu has already returned home, Xiaobai replied listlessly, feeling inexplicably empty inside. He has returned? After he rendered such significant assistance to our family, why did you not persuade him to stay? Xiaobai's father exclaimed, suddenly agitated. Previously, upon hearing that the 18-year-old Lin Yu had slain the old patriarch of the Ming family, he was utterly astonished. If they could establish a connection with Lin Yu, the Bai family would undoubtedly ascend to new heights, potentially becoming one of the 10 prominent families in Taiyuan City with ease. I am not anyone significant to him. Why should I keep him here? Xiaobai pouted. By the way, Bai, I heard you are Lin Yu's savior and that you share a good rapport. Why not give him a call and see if you can invite him to our home? Xiaobai's father said with a hopeful expression. In summary, the Bai family eagerly seeks to align themselves with Lin Yu, even after he has taken the lives of some of their own. Bai, uncertain and troubled, had initially believed that Lin Yu lacked martial prowess, feeling a strong connection with him that might lead to a union. However, upon discovering Lin Yu's formidable skills in martial arts, she began to doubt whether their paths could ever truly align without dire consequences. Lin Yu, do you have time? I would like to host a banquet in your honor at my home. Bai stated directly as the call connected. Certainly, just let me know the time, and I will be there punctually, Lin Yu promptly replied. I am certain that Lin Yu has a fondness for our Bai, remarked Xiaobai's father, confident after overhearing their conversation. Where shall we dine with Lin Yu? pondered Xiao Bai's mother, considering the matter from a different perspective. For a long time, Xiao Bai and her mother had lived in the shadows, having never set foot in the Bai family home. Even after the passing of Bai Zizai's original wife, he hesitated to welcome them back, primarily due to the strict family traditions and the lack of status that Xiao Bai and her mother possessed. I wish to seize the opportunity of inviting Lin Yu to dine at the Bai residence to bring you all back, thereby allowing our daughters to reclaim their heritage. Bai Zizai declared earnestly, taking a deep breath. Is that truly possible? Xiao Bai's mother's eyes sparkled with hope. This was the fulfillment of a long-held desire, one she had pursued with Bai Zizai numerous times, only to be met with refusal. According to Bai Zizai, the timing had never been right. Without the connection to Lin Yu, the family would have opposed Xiao Bai and her mother reclaiming their lineage. However, with Lin Yu's involvement, the dynamic shifted. Should Lin Yu and Bai forge a bond, not only would their recognition be assured, but they might even find themselves in a position of influence over the elders, who would not dare object. Father, please do not speak so recklessly. Lin Yu and I have only just met, and I possess no martial abilities. So any notions of a relationship between us are unfounded, Bai replied, her expression tinged with melancholy. With determination, anything is possible, Bai Zizai reassured her confidently. Brother Lin, I am relieved to hear from you, Lin Yu said as he called Yi Hai. Upon receiving the call, Yi Hai was elated. How goes it with the new world? This was Lin Yu's primary concern, having narrowly escaped a treacherous plot that nearly cost him his life. The new world has sent representatives to discuss terms with our president. They are willing to offer you 50% of the profits and to jointly operate within our underground realm. In essence, the new world wishes to integrate into our domain, Yi Hai stated with utmost seriousness. Lin Yu was somewhat taken aback, not expecting such generosity from the new world. Perhaps the new world believed that their failure to eliminate Lin Yu marked the end of their dominance, leading them to capitulate. Brother, if you are willing, once our underground realm merges with the new world, we shall grant you 30% of the profits as a token of our gratitude. What do you think? Yi Hai inquired earnestly. He quickly added, of course, if you find this unsatisfactory, we can negotiate further. Yi Hai understood that without Lin Yu, their underground world would have been forced to shut down previously, making any possibility of swallowing the new world utterly implausible. All of this was thanks to Lin Yu. Thus, even if Lin Yu demanded a larger share, it would be granted to him. 30% would suffice, for Lin Yu is not greedy. By the way, Lin, my dear brother, there is one more matter I must bring to your attention. Luo Tian's elder brother has heard of his sibling's demise and is returning from the Forbidden Land. Yi Hai added. Chapter 179. Bonds of life and death. Rest assured, no matter what means he employs, we shall never disclose your identity, Knight C added. Thus far, apart from Knight C, Li Hun, and Liang Tian, no one is aware that the nameless one is Lin Yu. This, of course, excludes you Ling Long, Long Linger, and Chen Shui. It's nothing. When that scoundrel returns, do inform me. Lin Yu has always been resolute against the treachery of the human race colluding with otherworldly beings. Do not underestimate him. He is a seasoned king-level expert, unlike Chen Chongqing. After having his arms severed, even as a king, his prowess significantly diminished, while Luo Liang remains at his peak. Knight C deemed it necessary to issue this warning. Indeed, based on Lin Yu's performance in the last great battle, they surmised that his strength is at the mid-king level. After all, Lin Yu was also injured during his confrontation with the one-armed Chen Chongqing. Lin Yu said little more. Yet this new world arena battle made him acutely aware of his own shortcomings. Regardless, he must intensify his training, striving at least for the 16th round of body tempering, while advancing the Azure 9 nether body to perfection. This way, he could ensure immunity to all poisons and avoid being easily schemed against. Child, come here for a moment. Your grandfather wishes to have a private conversation with you. Upon returning to the Li family, Lin Yu was summoned by his grandfather. Is it about the Long family? Before the elder could speak, Lin Yu had already guessed. Indeed, it concerns the Li family. A few days ago, an old comrade of mine sought me out. He wishes to mediate, hoping you would spare the Long family this time. Your grandfather understands the Long family's transgressions, yet we are brothers through life and death. I do not wish to witness the decline of the Long family, which he painstakingly built. Therefore, can you promise your grandfather to let them off this time? The elder looked at Lin Yu with hopeful anticipation. Certainly, according to Lin Yu's plan, he intended to extract every resource from the Long family. He need not lift a finger. The Yu family and other clans from Beihai could easily converge to completely dismantle the Long family. Ever since Lin Yu defeated Xiao Hoqing, showcasing his formidable strength, the Long family has lived in trepidation. This is why the elder of the Long family brought Long Linger to Taiyuan City. Well, since grandfather has spoken, I shall grant him this favor, but let it not become a precedent. Lin Yu smiled faintly. The destruction of the Long family is merely a matter of Lin Yu's whim. By giving his grandfather this favor, the relationship between his grandfather and mother would become even more harmonious. Reflecting on all that his mother had done for him in his past life, he felt that enduring some grievances in this life was inconsequential. After conversing with his grandfather, Lin Yu called Yu Linglong, instructing her to inform the Yu family to abandon their pursuit of the Long family. Is it because of Long Linger? Yu Linglong suddenly interjected. In truth, the relationship between Yu Linglong and Lin Yu, as perceived by outsiders, resembled that of a couple. However, Yu Linglong was keenly aware that their bond exceeded mere friendship, yet fell short of being lovers. Initially, her pursuit of Lin Yu was driven by admiration for his formidable skills, rendering her intentions somewhat impure. It could be said that her initial feelings for him were not genuine affection. Rather, it was through their subsequent interactions that she gradually fell in love with him. Nonetheless, a sense of insecurity lingered within her, as she often felt that Long Linger surpassed her in every regard, leading her to believe she had usurped Long Linger's fiancé. Had she been forthright about Lin Yu's abilities from the very beginning, would Long Linger have permitted Jiang Tao to pursue her? In any case, Yu Linglong's heart was tumultuous. She was plagued by doubts, fearing that Lin Yu might rekindle his relationship with Long Linger. Do not overthink it. Old Master Long and my grandfather share a bond that transcends life and death. He personally approached my grandfather, and out of respect for him, I shall no longer hold grievances against the Long family, Lin Yu succinctly explained. Ah, I see. Yu Linglong's anxious heart finally found solace. As long as Long Linger was not a factor, everything else was inconsequential. Cousin, do you have time today? Just as Lin Yu hung up the phone, a vibrant and youthful figure rushed towards him. She was Li Qin, the spirited daughter of Lin Yu's maternal uncle, 17 years old and fiercely rebellious. Her hair was styled in a punk fashion, her clothes riddled with holes, yet her beauty remained undeniable. What is it? Lin Yu asked, perplexed. Come with me. Without a second thought, Li Qin seized Lin Yu's arm and whisked him away. On their way, Lin Yu learned that Li Qin was one of the competitors in an evening motorcycle race. However, the competition had specific regulations. Each participant was required to have a companion, thereby increasing the challenge and danger of the event. Most critically, both the riders and their passengers were prohibited from wearing helmets or protective gear during the race. Are you all playing with fire? Lin Yu exclaimed, bewildered. Modern motorcycles had been upgraded to reach speeds exceeding 200 miles per hour under acceleration. A collision would be akin to a small explosive device. Even a martial master would face life-threatening risks in such circumstances, and a martial saint would certainly feel trepidation. We thrive on thrill, Li Qin retorted with a nonchalant grin. Given the high stakes of the race, while many spectators were present, the actual participants were few. Thus, Li Qin sought to recruit Lin Yu as her companion, knowing that with Lin Yu's prowess as a young martial god, he could easily navigate any peril that might arise. Upon arriving at the destination, Lin Yu was greeted by a group of audacious youth clad in vibrant attire. A total of 12 modified motorcycles lined up, each rider a stunning woman, each adorned in eye-catching outfits and flamboyant hairstyles. Each competitor contributed 500,000, culminating in a total prize of 6 million, awarded to the victor. As announced by the event organizers. Who is this charming young man? One of the heavily made-up girls approached, obscuring her features, with a cigarette dangling from her lips. She scrutinized Lin Yu from head to toe. He is my cousin, Li Qin casually introduced. Not bad looking. The girl teased with a grin. Lin Yu's expression darkened significantly. As the esteemed emperor, whether in this life or the past, he had never encountered such a situation. Chapter 180. The clear water emerges from the lotus. She is simply the epitome of a rogue. Li Qin, shall we raise the stakes? The little girl grinned at Li Qin. I have gathered this 50,000 with great difficulty. Li Qin cast a glance of disdain at the little girl. Let us not wager money, but rather people. If I lose, I will belong to your cousin tonight. If you lose, your cousin will belong to me. What do you think? The little girl proclaimed with utmost seriousness. Lin Yu nearly choked on her words. Is there really a difference? Moreover, this girl seems barely mature, displaying an audacity that knows no bounds. No problem. Li Qin accepted without even consulting Lin Yu, the party in question. The race was about to commence, and the competitors swiftly mounted their machines. The referee had already announced the beginning. Each participant was focused and tense, exhilaration coursing through their veins. It is worth noting that, in terms of cultivation, they were all at the level of a martial sovereign. Should any danger arise, the mortality rate would be alarmingly high given their cultivation. Yet, Lin Yu saw no trace of fear in their eyes. Instead, they were all brimming with excitement, akin to a group of naive, reckless children. The race began. Boom. With a wave of the referee's hand, 12 motorcycles surged forward like arrows released from a bow, their speed leaving spectators in awe. Lin Yu felt as though they had pushed their velocity to the limit. In such circumstances, any mishap could spell doom for a martial sovereign. And even a grand martial sovereign would have slim chances of survival. Perhaps a martial saint would suffer severe injuries. The speed intensified, compounded by numerous sharp turns. Occasionally, piercing screams echoed in the air. It was sheer folly. What left Lin Yu speechless was that some competitors riding pillion were actually standing up. How was that not akin to courting death? Thankfully, each incident ended without calamity. Boom. As they approached a sharp curve, the little girl raced ahead. However, she had not anticipated a stone lying in the middle of the road. Prior to the race, the route had been thoroughly cleared to prevent any unforeseen incidents. Now, caught off guard by the sudden obstacle, there was no time for her to evade. Her mind went blank. The motorcycle collided heavily with the stone, and she felt her body flip as her head struck the ground. If she crashed, there would be no escape. A wave of intense regret surged within her. Had she known this would happen, she would never have entered the race. Yet, the anticipated pain did not arrive. Instead, she felt a tightening of her body, and she found herself cradled in a warm embrace. "It's you." The little girl widened her eyes in disbelief. She never anticipated that, at a critical moment, it would be Lin Yu who saved her life. As for her motorcycle, it had already exploded, and the individual in the rear seat was utterly lifeless. In that fleeting moment between life and death, Lin Yu had leapt into the air, and, faced with the choice of saving only one person, he managed to preserve the life of the young girl. The other unfortunate soul met a gruesome fate, his head bursting upon impact with the ground, much like a watermelon. The race had taken a disastrous turn, causing the group of fiery youths to scatter in panic. The deceased was Zheng Hao, a direct descendant of the Zheng family. If they were to discover this, they would undoubtedly seek retribution against me. Li Qin, what should I do? The young girl was in a state of distress. She shared a close bond with Li Qin, and while everyone else fled, Li Qin chose to remain by her side. The best course of action is to avoid going home for now. We should find a place to hide and observe the situation. Once things settle down, you can emerge, Li Qin suggested. Yes, but where can I hide? The young girl fretted anxiously. Use my ID to book a hotel room. We'll maintain communication through a single line. If anything happens, I'll inform you immediately. Li Qin produced her identification. I'm so scared right now. Can you stay with me? The young girl looked at Li Qin with pleading eyes. Meanwhile, Lin Yu stood nearby, bemused by the sudden shift in demeanor. She had been so lively before, yet now, faced with adversity, she was frightened, an embodiment of reckless behavior. All right then. We shall reserve a presidential suite, and my cousin can ensure our safety. Li Qin exhibited true sisterly loyalty, albeit treating Lin Yu as a free bodyguard. Lin Yu, however, said little, accompanying them to the hotel where they secured a presidential suite. Li Qin and the young girl shared a room, while Lin Yu rested in the living area. How beautiful! When the young girl emerged from her shower, Lin Yu was momentarily taken aback. Before him stood the young girl, radiant and unadorned, her exquisite features akin to those of a porcelain doll. No one could reconcile this youthful, stunning beauty with the carefree persona she had previously exhibited. In terms of pure appearance, she undoubtedly exceeded a score of 9, rivaling the likes of Second Dream, Xia Hoqing, and Shen Shui. Yang Ying, I just received news that members of the Zheng family are searching for you. Li Qin emerged from the bedroom, her expression fraught with concern. Although the Li family was one of the 10 prominent families of Taiyuan, they were still not on par with the Zheng family. Li Qin's heart was heavy with worry, fearing that her family might become entangled in this mess. After all, the deceased Zheng Hao was a direct descendant of the Zheng clan, the Yang family, to which Yang Ying belonged, would likely be unable to protect her and might even surrender her to the Zhengs. Yang Ying was filled with regret. Had she known this would happen, she would never have invited Zheng Hao. If it had been an ordinary person, any mishap could have been resolved with a bit of money. I take full responsibility for my actions. Rest assured, if they truly find us here, I will not implicate you, Yang Ying replied earnestly. She understood that Li Qin's willingness to stay by her side was a testament to her loyalty. Bang! Unexpectedly, just as Yang Ying's words faded, the door to the presidential suite was violently kicked open, and a large group of menacing individuals stormed in. You wretched girl! You have caused my son's death. I demand your life in return. The leader of the group was a formidable middle-aged woman, her face contorted with rage. She was fully aware of Zheng Hao's affection for Yang Ying and had even encouraged her son to pursue her. However, with her son's life now extinguished, she was not about to let the matter rest. Let us discuss this calmly. Yang Ying's parents had also arrived, with her mother hastily intervening to placate Zheng Hao's mother, offering kind words of advice. It was my son who died, not your daughter. Do you think the Zheng family is an easy target? Zheng Hao's mother retorted with venom. Debts must be repaid, and lives must be accounted for. Since a member of the Zheng family has perished because of your Yang family, it is only fitting that someone from your family pays the price as well, is it not? Spoke an elderly man coldly. He was none other than Zheng Hao's grandfather. Chapter 181. How can I repay him? A simple phrase shattered all of Yang Ying's hopes. The calamity was of my own making, and I am willing to pay with my life. However, this matter has nothing to do with Li Qin and the others. Can you spare them? Yang Ying's delicate face turned pale, and as she spoke, her body trembled involuntarily. It was evident that she was engulfed in profound fear, terrified of death. Yet she persisted in her resolve. Though she may have strayed from the path of convention, ultimately, she was merely a 17-year-old child. You may leave, but you must return with us to the Zheng family, the elder of the Zheng family stated slowly. I will not return with you. You may kill me here. Yang Ying vehemently shook her head. In truth, she feared death as much as she feared being tormented, dreading the thought of being taken to the Zheng family, where she might suffer unspeakable agony. If death were inevitable, she preferred it to be swift. Yang Ying's mother attempted to speak, but her father tugged at her sleeve, silencing her. He too wished to save his daughter. Yet he understood that against the colossal Zheng family, no strategy would suffice. Should the Zheng family be provoked, not only would Yang Ying meet her demise, but the entire Yang family could also be embroiled in the fallout. Thus, in this moment, the Yang family dared not intervene recklessly. Were the positions of the two families reversed, Yang Ying would not only escape death, but might only be required to provide a token monetary compensation. To kill you outright? You are dreaming. Indeed, as Yang Ying had suspected, the matriarch of the Zheng family harbored a malignant heart. To take a life was but a trivial matter. Furthermore, Zheng Hao willingly sat behind the motorcycle, and should he perish, it would be by his own choice. At that moment, a voice unexpectedly broke the tension. Aside from Li Qin, everyone else fell silent. No one anticipated that Lin Yu would stand up for Yang Ying. It was known that this would openly offend the Zheng family, the second most powerful clan in Taiyuan City. What are you, you filthy dog? You have no place here to speak. A middle-aged man cursed vehemently, a skilled member of the Zheng family with a cultivation level of 8-star, great martial master. He regarded Lin Yu with disdain, pointing a finger at him in a show of arrogance. However, Lin Yu merely raised his hand, and in an instant, the man was reduced to a mist of blood. I speak as I please. Anyone who curses will meet their end. Lin Yu stated nonchalantly. You dare to kill a member of the Zheng family. You are as good as dead. Another member of the Zheng family erupted in fury. The Zheng family was indeed the second most powerful clan in Taiyuan, boasting formidable strength, and even the first family, the Meng family, regarded them with caution. How could the Zheng family be intimidated by a mere child? In an instant, before he could finish his words, he too exploded. Blood splattered onto the other Zheng family members, particularly the elder. The elder, concerned that Lin Yu might turn his wrath upon his son, stepped forward deliberately. Regrettably, he failed to comprehend how Lin Yu made his move, and before he knew it, his third son was obliterated by Lin Yu. The venerable Master Zheng, being the closest, bore the brunt of the aftermath. The other members of the Zheng family looked on in horror as they hastily surrounded Lin Yu. Come at me, Lin Yu declared with serene composure, wielding his power with effortless precision. Who exactly are you? Master Zheng fixed his gaze on Lin Yu, sensing the gravity of the situation. Impressive. Yang Ying was internally astounded. She had never anticipated that Li Qin's cousin would possess such terrifying prowess. Both the Grand Martial Master and the Martial Sage fell victim to Lin Yu's swift onslaught, a truly astonishing display of strength. My cousin's name is Lin Yu. He is a student at Hucking University, the champion of the elite college ranking tournament, the young martial god, Li Qin proclaimed with pride. The Li family was well aware of Lin Yu's identity and capabilities, and Li Qin felt a swell of pride as she showcased him. The name young martial god Lin Yu caused Master Zheng's pupils to contract slightly. He had indeed heard of this title, and as someone who had only recently reached the pinnacle of the martial sage realm, he realized he was still a step away from the martial god. Very well. I shall remember this debt. Zheng family, we are leaving. Master Zheng understood that even their most formidable experts combined could not rival the young martial god. Wait. As Master Zheng turned to depart, Lin Yu spoke nonchalantly. What more do you desire? The Zheng family had already suffered the loss of 2 members at Lin Yu's hands, and Master Zheng's anger simmered beneath the surface. If circumstances permitted, he would relish the chance to rend Lin Yu asunder. Old age dims the memory, Lin Yu stated earnestly. What do you mean? Master Zheng was perplexed. Did you not say you would remember this debt? I believe there is no need for that, Lin Yu shrugged. With a sudden clap, he struck, and Master Zheng was instantly annihilated. How domineering. The members of the Yang family trembled inwardly, and Li Qin felt similarly. Master Zheng's words were likely intended to save face, yet he had been unceremoniously dispatched by Lin Yu. The remaining Zheng family members fell silent, particularly when Lin Yu's gaze fell upon them. They dared not meet his eyes, fearing his judgment. I know some of you harbor discontent, but fret not. Keep your grievances to yourselves. If you seek vengeance, feel free to come for me. However, let me forewarn you, should any of you dare to trouble those close to me, I shall ensure your entire lineage is extinguished. Lin Yu issued a chilling proclamation. We dare not seek revenge. We thank you for your mercies, sir. The Zheng family members quivered in fear, each bowing respectfully as they exited the presidential suite. You remain here and recuperate well. We shall take our leave, Yang Ying's father remarked as he gestured to her before taking his wife away. The Yang family followed suit. Leaving our daughter alone there, could it lead to any trouble? As they exited the room, Yang Ying's mother expressed her concerns. You know nothing. That Lin Yu has undoubtedly taken an interest in our daughter. If that were not the case, why would he target the Zheng family? Yang Ying's father cast a disapproving glance at his wife. This is a common understanding. After all, who would seek unnecessary trouble with strangers? Well, you should both retire for the night. Lin Yu greeted Li Qin and Yang Ying before heading straight to his room for rest. As for the chaotic remnants at the door, I trust the hotel staff will manage the cleanup. Naturally, Yang Ying followed Li Qin into another room. Li Qin, your cousin has rendered me a tremendous favor, essentially saving my life. How should I express my gratitude to him? Inside the bedroom, Yang Ying felt somewhat at a loss. Despite her usual appearance as a rebellious girl, often acting boisterously, she was capable of engaging in the most peculiar antics, including the rather inappropriate gestures of reaching into her pants. Chapter 182. A man pursuing a woman faces mountains, while a woman pursuing a man encounters a veil. Yet, at her core, she remains but a child on the cusp of maturity. In the face of life and death, she felt lost and helpless, gripped by fear, especially since her parents dared not intervene. Ying, would you like to be my cousin-in-law? Li Qin's heart stirred, and the words slipped from her lips. In truth, to Li Qin, Yang Ying was her dearest confidant. Otherwise, she would not have chosen to remain when Yang Ying was in peril. What do you mean? Yang Ying's heart raced. The prospect of having a martial arts god as a boyfriend, someone who would elevate her standing wherever she went, was undeniably appealing. You could go to my cousin's room now. They say a man pursuing a woman faces mountains, while a woman pursuing a man encounters a veil, if you understand what I mean. Li Qin's intent was unmistakable, as some matters are understood without needing to be spelled out. I'm not sure. Yang Ying stammered, her nerves palpable. Despite her earlier bravado during the motorcycle race, where she had made bold proposals, it was all a fade. The Yang family held a certain prestige, placing great importance on chastity, distinguishing between mere desire and genuine intention. Do you truly believe there exists a man more admirable than my cousin? Li Qin replied earnestly. If it weren't for her cousin, would Li Qin even consider allowing anyone else to take advantage of her? In another room, Lin Yu lay resting on his bed. Upon hearing the sound of the bedroom door opening, he was momentarily taken aback. As the saying goes, the skilled are often bold. Lin Yu had no habit of locking his door while sleeping. From the footsteps, he deduced that a woman had entered his room. His first thought was of Li Qin, though he couldn't fathom why she would venture into his room at such an hour. However, he remained silent, lying still in bed, curious about his cousin's purpose. Soon, he found himself at a loss for words as the intruder lifted his covers and slipped beneath them. At this point, it was impossible for Lin Yu to keep his eyes closed. Yang Ying. He was taken aback by the sight of the young girl, unclothed before him. You saved me today, and I am more than willing. Do as you please. The first part of her statement was acceptable, but the latter was rather brazen, nearly choking Lin Yu with surprise. What are you thinking? At your age, you should not entertain such thoughts. Quickly, return to your own room. Lin Yu covered Yang Ying with the blankets, incredulous. What a ridiculous notion. Even if there were desires, this was not the way to act. To proceed in such a manner would be to take advantage of her vulnerability. I told you, I am willing. Yang Ying insisted stubbornly, her small hands attempting to pull aside the covers. Having made her decision, she was resolute and unyielding. You're still young. How about this? Wait a couple of years. And if you still desire it, we can discuss it then. What do you say? Faced with the tenacity of this young lady, Lin Yu could only seek a more prudent alternative. I am no longer a child. I possess all that I should, and I am indeed a cup size B. If you doubt it, you may come and feel for yourself. Yang Ying spoke with utmost seriousness. Very well, I shall step out for a moment to quench my thirst. Observing her demeanor, it appeared that Yang Ying was poised to make an impulsive move. Although Lin Yu was confident in himself, being merely 18, he might not be able to withstand the allure. Are you ready? Yang Ying waited for quite some time without a response. Wrapped in her bedding, she emerged from the room, only to find no trace of Lin Yu. To her astonishment, he had fled in haste. Could it be that my cousin has an issue in that regard? Li Qin pondered in disbelief. After all, her best friend was a stunning beauty. With just a touch of makeup, she could easily rank among the most exquisite in Taiyuan City. Suddenly, enlightenment struck Li Qin. I understand now, she exclaimed. Why? Yang Ying asked, intrigued. As far as I know, my cousin already has a girlfriend, Yu Linglong from the Yu family of Beihai. He must have some reservations, Li Qin elaborated. Does that conflict with him being in bed with me? Is Yu Linglong even as beautiful as I? Yang Ying scoffed. Fear not, I shall assist you. I will not rest until you have shared a bed with my cousin, Li Qin declared earnestly. Together we shall strive. Yang Ying clenched her delicate fist in agreement. Boom. In the underground arena of Kyoto, a terrifying master made his entrance. The opponent had engaged in several battles, dispatching foes with a single strike. Notably, the formidable allies summoned from the underground world, along with the worshippers, were utterly obliterated by him. It must be Luo Liang. Liang Tian's expression grew grave as he beheld the masked challenger exuding terrifying power. In truth, Liang Tian had not anticipated Luo Liang's return so swiftly. The moment he did, he sought out Liang Tian. With intentions unmistakably clear, he demanded the identity of the Nameless One. Luo Liang was intent on personally eliminating this enigmatic figure. Regardless of whether Lin Yu had aided the underground world, Liang Tian would never divulge the identity of the Nameless. To do so would shatter the underground's reputation. Who would trust them afterward? What significance would remain in wearing a mask? Thus, no matter how Luo Liang attempted to coerce or tempt him, Liang Tian remained resolute in silence regarding Lin Yu. Now, with the emergence of such a mysterious and formidable master in the underground arena, his exact identity remained shrouded in ambiguity. It was evident that Luo Liang was targeting Lin Yu. By employing such tactics, he compelled the underground world to summon Lin Yu. Otherwise, the arena would have to close its doors and compensate a substantial sum. Previously, Lin Yu had employed a similar strategy that resulted in significant losses for the New World, ultimately leading to their merger with the underground world. President, we must promptly inform Lin Yu. Night C's countenance was serious as he observed the scene unfolding in the ultimate arena. Do you believe Lin Yu can contend with Luo Liang? Liang Tian countered with a question of his own. The Night C lay silent, and Luo Liang was indeed formidable. He could hardly guarantee that Lin Yu could stand against Luo Liang. Should he prove incapable, Lin Yu would undoubtedly meet his demise. President, I understand your desire to protect Lin Yu, but who else can resolve this predicament aside from him? Yihai could not help but interject. I could merely close the underground arena and compensate Luo Liang, but sending Lin Yu to his death is out of the question, Liang Tian declared without a moment's hesitation. President, enough. I have made my decision. Yi Hai was about to voice his thoughts, but was abruptly interrupted by Liang Tian. Very well. Yi Hai conceded reluctantly. I grant your underground world 3 days. If no one challenges me within that time, then the underground arena shall be closed. The masked figure spoke coldly from the stage. Damn it. Yi Hai silently cursed. Perhaps it was time to enlist Uncle Laosher's assistance. Liang Tian took a deep breath, seemingly having made a significant resolution. Chapter 183. Who dares to come forth and meet their demise? The situation of Liang Tian's master uncle bears a resemblance to that of the severed-armed Chun Changqing from the past. He too withdrew from the forbidden battlefield, albeit afflicted by a peculiar poison from an alien race, for which, to this day, no antidote has been found. His master uncle has been relying on his profound martial prowess to forcibly suppress the toxin. Over the years, there has been some alleviation, considering that he was once at the pinnacle of the king level. Alas, the elder generation has all departed for the forbidden battlefield. Had even one remained, the underworld would not have been pushed into such dire straits. Brother Lin, Luo Liang has arrived and has ascended to the ultimate challenge platform in our Kyoto. His strength is formidable, and he has likely reached the pinnacle of the king level. The president is concerned that you may not be a match for Luo Liang, which is why he instructed me not to inform you. Yi Hai paused slightly before continuing. If your strength is insufficient, it would be best not to come. I do not wish to bring harm upon you. I shall confront him tomorrow. In Lin Yu's heart, there lingered a degree of wariness towards Luo Liang. After all, the last encounter had revealed Luo Tian's hidden alien restraints, leading to his own disadvantage. Luo Liang's significance far surpassed that of Luo Tian, and it was highly probable that the aliens had special means to protect him. Hence, Lin Yu resolved to elevate his own realm before proceeding. It would be splendid if he could refine his body. Regrettably, the materials required for the 16th body refinement were more abundant and of a higher grade. Thus, Lin Yu was unable to undergo the refinement and evolve his 9 nether body. However, enhancing his realm was a task he could accomplish with relative ease. By consuming a copious amount of elixirs, coupled with rare treasures from heaven and earth, Lin Yu had already reached the pinnacle of the martial god realm by dawn, even surpassing the peak of the martial god level. Lin Yu, are you aware of the ultimate arena event in the underground world of Kyoto? At noon, just as Lin Yu was preparing to set off for Kyoto, he received a call from Yu Linglong. Indeed, he is targeting me, thus I must confront this situation. Lin Yu had no intention of concealing the truth. You cannot go. That individual is exceptionally powerful. It is said that an elder king-level master invited to the underground world was slain by him. If you go, it would merely be a death sentence. Yu Linglong exclaimed in a state of urgency. It turned out that Liang Tian had summoned his master uncle to take action, only to meet his end at the hands of Luo Liang. The latter showed no mercy, regardless of the past contributions of Liang Tian's master uncle to humanity. In summary, as long as Nameless does not appear, anyone else who dares to come forth will be slain by Luo Liang. Yu Linglong had a classmate residing in Kyoto who also enjoyed watching the underground world competitions. When Luo Liang appeared and consecutively dispatched several individuals, he boldly declared that Nameless should come forth to meet his fate. It was then that many understood that the target was Nameless. A classmate had shared information about the underground world's challenges along with related videos in their class group. Yu Linglong, aware of the situation, promptly called Lin Yu, fearing he might challenge Luo Liang in Kyoto. I have made up my mind. Lin Yu decisively hung up the phone. Setting aside his role as a devotee of the underworld, the shares bestowed upon him by this realm, along with the efforts made on his behalf, render it impossible for him to remain indifferent. Moreover, one can evade momentary dangers, but not those that linger perpetually. Most crucially, the vile scoundrel Luo Liang, who colludes with foreign entities, deserves nothing less than a most grievous punishment. I have asserted that I must partake in this competition. The phone rang again, and Lin Yu, somewhat impatient, pressed the call button. Lin Yu, it's me, came the melodious voice of Xiao Bai from the other end. Xiao Bai, is there something you need? Lin Yu replied, momentarily taken aback, having initially assumed it was Yu Linglong calling. What competition are you entering? I would love to watch. Xiao Bai had intended to inquire if Lin Yu was free for dinner that evening, as her family wished to invite him. Upon learning of Lin Yu's participation in the competition, her spirits lifted. The prospect of dinner became secondary. However, before Xiao Bai could finish her sentence, Lin Yu had already terminated the call. Cursed be it, Xiaobai exclaimed, frustrated, stamping her foot. The atmosphere in the underground world of Kyoto was rather oppressive. On the ultimate arena lay the corpse of an elderly man, his heart brutally excavated, a sight of sheer horror. Liang Tian's countenance turned ashen. The fallen was none other than his master uncle. He had visited him the previous night, where his master uncle had claimed his health was improving. With the right medications, he could suppress most of the toxins within him for a limited time, allowing his abilities to reach the late king level. With only a slight discrepancy compared to the peak, such a difference was negligible. Yet, upon entering the arena, with but a single strike, Luo Liang ruthlessly extracted his master uncle's heart. Had it not been for Yi Hai's firm grip, Liang Tian would have undoubtedly rushed at Luo Liang in a fit of fury. Wait a moment, someone will deal with him, Yi Hai stated earnestly. Who else could it possibly be? Liang Tian replied, his face etched with bitterness. Had he known it would culminate in such a tragedy, he would have preferred to shut down the arena altogether. Alas, there exists no remedy for regret in this world. What? Is the underworld filled with ineptitude? Who else dares to ascend to their demise? Even with Luo Liang masked, his mockery was palpable to all present. Is the underworld surrendering? It seems the arena may soon be closed. What of Wu Ming? Does he not dare to show himself? The audience buzzed with speculation. Will he come? Long Ling'er stood amidst the crowd, her heart a tumult of emotions. The last time, Lin Yu had slain the second-tier king-level expert Luo Tian and the king-level master Qin Changqing during the New World War in Taiyuan City, leaving an indelible mark upon her heart. Yet, thereafter, Lin Yu had vanished from sight, and she surmised he may have sustained injuries. Upon hearing that a formidable expert had emerged in the underground world, seemingly targeting Wu Ming, she hastened to this location, eager to witness whether Lin Yu could once again triumph over this enigmatic adversary. Would he come? Apart from Long Ling'er, Chen Shui was also present, having received the news and hastened to arrive promptly. In truth, ever since both Long Ling'er and Chen Shui became aware that Lin Yu was the enigmatic figure known as Wu Ming, they have been closely monitoring the competitions within the underground world. Currently, the underground realm has gained considerable popularity across the nation, with its arenas predominantly located in large and medium-sized cities. Cities such as Sioux City, Taiyuan City, and Nan City all boast their own underground scenes. However, regions like Yang City, where Lin Yu resides, as well as Huai City and Yin City, are devoid of such establishments. The underground world possesses a vast and dynamic communication group, which disseminates updates daily, informing members about the emergence of formidable talents or intriguing events in various locales. Presently, whether it be Chen Shui, Long Ling'er, or including Yu Linglong and Xiaobai, they all participate in this extensive group. Each day, they are privy to a plethora of diverse information and the latest developments. The news of a terrifyingly skilled expert appearing in the underground world of Kyoto has long since circulated,